Family, today I almost met my end. The only 2-star demon hunter, Song, sent people to ambush me just because I awakened a grade inheritance. This all started from the inheritance ceremony. I awakened the grade chopper, and when it was my turn, the god-level inheritance system activated. I received the 6 PathsObito inheritance, but was rated grade, and when I got home, I encountered assassins. I tell you, I was almost done for today. That Song from Linhai City, the only 2-star demon hunter, directly sent someone to kill me. What did he say? I want that kid to not live to see tomorrow's graduation ceremony. Family, who understands? Just because I awakened a so-called grade inheritance, they want my life? This all started from this morning's inheritance ceremony. The scene was bustling with drums and gongs, a sea of people, all of us high school seniors waiting to awaken. Everyone was as nervous as if they were about to take an exam. After all, this is an once-in-a-lifetime event that determines whether you'll be a human, a dragon, or a bug in the future. The broadcast announced that someone awakened the grade Haruno Sakura, and the guys below were drooling, shouting that they would be willing to change genders. Next to me was my best buddy, Zhang Hao, a 200-pound fat guy, shaking like a leaf. When it was his turn, he trembled and pressed his hand on that dark stone tablet. A flash of light came, and Tony Chopper, the old man hosting the ceremony, almost spat out his tea, quickly flipped through his half-human-tall book, muttering for a long time, and finally raised his eyebrows. Great inheritance. My buddy was stunned and cried on the spot, hugging me and shouting, "Old Qin, my family's been slaughtering pigs for 3 generations, and finally, we have a way out." I thought this ship doctor inheritance has nothing to do with slaughtering pigs, but seeing his bear-like appearance, I was still quite happy. Grade is already considered above average in Linhai City. Then it was my turn. I rubbed my hands, silently praying for Bodhisattva's blessing, and slapped my hand on the stone tablet. Everything went dark and then bright. I tell you, that feeling was incredible. Everyone around disappeared, and I stood in a void filled with countless colorful bubbles. I knew this was the inheritance space. At that moment, I heard a ding in my head. Detecting that the host is in the inheritance space, god-level inheritance system activated. I was so excited I almost jumped up. 9 years. Do you know how I spent these 9 years? My time traveler's golden finger finally arrived. A big red gift package appeared directly in my mind, and I shouted, "Open!" Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained the talent eye of inheritance, able to see the information of all people with malicious intent towards you. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained the physique child of all realms, capable of perfectly mastering any inheritance. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained the supreme inheritance. Naruto type, 6 PathsObito. As soon as the words fell, a golden flame shot out from the gift package and drilled into my body. Immediately after, a huge, impressive phantom appeared in front of me, wearing a white robe, holding a Taoist jade, and wielding the 6-path staff with a Rinnegan in the left eye and a Sharingan in the right. Aye, so cool. The phantom spoke, its voice like thunder. "You are my inheritor? My power I bestow upon you." With a boom, the phantom merged with me. I felt like I was on fire. My eyes were in excruciating pain, and 2 lines of blood tears streamed down. When I opened my eyes again, I felt the whole world was different. In my eye socket, a black Magatama was slowly spinning. Returning to reality, I hadn't even had time to show off when I heard the old man hosting the ceremony shout, "Uchiha Obito." He almost dropped the enamel cup in his hand, frantically flipping through his big, tattered book. The Uchiha clan, the first president of the Demon Hunter Academy 300 years ago, Uchiha Shursui, is from this family. The old man was so excited. After flipping through the book for a long time, he read a passage about Uchiha Obito, a Konoha Chunin, the perennial underachiever of the ninja school, who died in the Battle of Kamui Bridge. Finally, he cleared his throat and regretfully announced, "QinShi, narrative type inheritance, level B." I was stunned at that moment. "Brother, did you only read about the Battle of Kamui Bridge in your book? Haven't you watched Shippuden? Haven't you caught up with the 4th Great Ninja War? You give me a grade for this ultimate boss in 6 paths form?" If I didn't say anything, playing the pig to eat the tiger, I understand. The old man was quite kind, seeing that I also had a Naruto inheritance. He looked at me like a relative. He came over, patted me, and said he was also a great inheritance, Iraki Yumino, who used to be a 2-star demon hunter, but later got injured and retired to the 2nd line. As he spoke, he took out a ninja backpack from his bag and handed it to me, filled with kunai, shuriken, and a high-quality ninjutsu scroll. "You young man, take this. Just consider it helping this old guy out, and go kill a few more demon beasts for me." I looked at this setup. Wow, this gear is worth at least 300,000 in the market. That's a big favor. I solemnly bowed to him. I will remember this kindness. As soon as I left, another guy who awakened a Naruto inheritance, a Great Sound Village genin, also came over to ask the old man for gifts. Guess what the old man said? One word, get lost. Zhang Hao and I were walking home, and this fat guy was already planning his wonderful month of braised pork. We both had a strong desire to get a good ranking at tomorrow's graduation ceremony and strive to get into the most prestigious Demon Hunter Academy. But little did we know, dozens of kilometers away in a villa, a conspiracy against me had already begun. The only active 2-star Demon Hunter in Linhai City, Su Bite-song, was watching his daughter Su Xiao, the school flower who awakened the Agrade Haruno Sakura, beating the 2 housekeepers until they spat blood. The scene was simply shocking. A butler came over to report that he had communicated with the other students and parents with Agrade inheritances and ensured they wouldn't dare to compete with Su Xiao for first place. Then Su Bite-song asked, "Did that old man Wu give a student his backpack today?" "Yes, his name is QinShi, Great Inheritance, lives in the lower town." Su Bite-song laughed at that moment, and that laugh was chilling. A Great Inheritance, a bumpkin from the lower town. Is he worthy of my Su family's resources to communicate? Go, send a mang over. I want that kid to not live to see tomorrow's graduation ceremony. And I, unaware of all this, found an empty space, ready to practice overnight. The system directly popped up the task panel, with tasks like running 30 kilometers, throwing 1,000 times, all with generous rewards. But I immediately focused on the third option. Learn a Krade ninjutsu, reward 100 inheritance points, plus 1 skill point. I immediately tore open the scroll that Uncle Irika had given me. Ding, you have mastered the ninjutsu. Windmill manipulation, 3 great swords. Hey, this ninjutsu is simply tailor-made for me, requiring strong insight, perfectly matching my Sharingan. With the 1 skill point rewarded by the system in hand, I decisively said, add it to 3 great swords. Ding, skill upgraded to LV2. Your basic skill throwing technique passively upgraded to LV2. At that moment, I felt countless muscle memories about this ninjutsu flood into my mind. I casually picked up a kunai and shuriken and threw them at a nearby small tree. It was so smooth, the wire entangled, and the kunai backstabbed, giving that innocent little tree a small shock. Ding, host level upgraded to LV2. Obtained ninjutsu, shadow clone technique LV1. Oh man, an upgrade right away. I opened the panel and saw my spirit power increase from 1 card to 2 cards, and I had more skills. The system even congratulated me and granted me an extra skill point. I didn't rush to use it. Instead, I started practicing the most basic technique, the 3 bodies technique. After more than 4 hours of practice, I was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, my spirit power completely drained. Then the system chimed in, 3 bodies technique, strengthening training task completed, reward, a low-level spirit fruit. A green fruit fell from the sky and smacked me in the face. I picked it up and swallowed it in one go. A warm flow instantly spread throughout my body, fully replenishing my spirit power. This system is reliable, it really delivers. I dusted off my clothes, packed up my things, bought some candy, and headed back to where I lived. The orphanage in the lower coastal district. That was my home. 9 years ago, during a beast attack, my parents were gone, and it was the headmaster who took me in. As soon as I reached the entrance, a few little kids rushed over. I shared the candy with them and picked up the smallest one, Arya. Then Arya pointed to a shadow around the corner and whispered to me, "Brother Qin, that uncle has been waiting for you for a long time. He looks scary and won't let us leave." I looked in the direction she pointed, and there was a burly man over 2 meters tall with a metallic jaw and one hand wielding a steel axe. My heart sank, and the system's alarm rang in my head. Ding! Strong malicious intent detected, activating the eye of skill inheritance. Scanning scan complete. Source of malice. Amon, profession, assassin, inheritance. One Piece world, Clevel inheritance, Monka. Good grief, isn't that the lowly axe-wielder Monka from One Piece? Clevel inheritance, no wonder he's so weak. I immediately focused all my attention. LV3 master-level axe skills are no joke. That guy noticed I was looking at him and deliberately turned to give me a chilling smile, comparable to a horror movie poster. My heart sank. This was definitely not a fan meet and greet. I quickly turned back to the tallest kid in our orphanage, Huzi, and said, "Huzi, hurry, take the little ones back upstairs and lock the door. We'll be right there." Huzi understood and nodded, leading the group of little kids back inside. Run. Interestingly, this time the axe man didn't stop me, just quietly watched. When all the kids were inside the house, the strong man shouldered his axe and beckoned me with his finger. "This place is too small to fight. Follow me. Let's find another place to settle this." After saying that, he chuckled, "If you don't dare to come, I can't guarantee that your little brats won't lose a few pounds. I tell you." As soon as he said those words, my blood pressure shot up. My eyes instantly filled with blood. and a circle of black crescent moon started to rotate in my pupils. Sharingan, activate. I followed him silently, entering a dark and narrow alley behind him. He turned around slowly, his gaze hungry like that of a predator. Kid, you have 2 legs. Choose one for yourself. Will you do it yourself? Or should I help you? I took a deep breath and, suppressing my anger, asked him, can you tell me who sent you? Just as he was about to say something like you don't have the qualifications. Before he could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he sprang back like a spring. Family members, who understands? It's all about the information gap. At the moment he spoke, 2 kunai, gleaming with silver, shot straight for his face. With my LV2 throwing technique and the dynamic visual enhancement from my Sharingan, I could hit anywhere within 100 meters, let alone this little alley. But to be fair, this guy really had some skills. He was indeed an experienced assassin. In the blink of an eye, he swung his steel axe horizontally, clang, clang. 2 crisp sounds echoed, sparks flew, and my kunai were deflected. You little brat, still daring to sneak attack me. Seeking death. Amon's face turned red with anger. He probably didn't expect that a rookie like me, who had just awakened my inheritance for a few hours, could force him like this. He no longer dared to be careless, raising the axe and charging at me, wanting to engage in close combat. Of course, I'm a ninja, and he's a berserker. If he got close, I wouldn't have a chance to play. Whoa. I quickly threw a large shuriken, almost as tall as a person. This alley was so narrow that he had no place to dodge with his towering 2-meter frame. As the shuriken was about to gut him, he surprisingly managed to smile. Such a little trick. In the next second, he pushed off with his legs and jumped 3 meters high from standstill, as if he had a rocket booster attached to him, and the shuriken flew past underneath him. As he landed, he charged towards me in 2 or 3 steps, wearing that mocking smile like a cat playing with a mouse. His 2-meter tall frame crashing towards me like a small tank. Kid, playing tricks, huh? I'll make you die clearly. The axe came down with a whoosh. Huh? But as he swung down, it passed right through my body, not even a hint of cutting into flesh. This is an illusion? He looked up, and I was gone. He suddenly turned around, and out of the corner of his eye, 7 or 8 kunai were already shooting at him from behind. That's right. I had teleported behind him. I told you, these little tricks are useless. Amon was completely enraged, his eyes red like a rabbit, swinging the steel axe like a windmill, clanging and clashing, knocking all the kunai away. Kid, I want you dead. Just as he was about to charge forward, he suddenly found himself unable to move. What is this? He looked down and was dumbfounded. He had somehow been wrapped in circle after circle of almost transparent steel wire. The other end connected to the kunai he had just knocked away. Now he was tied up like a big crab. Huh, ninja technique. Windmill technique. 3 great blades. I panted heavily, yanked with both hands, and the wires around his ankles tightened instantly, causing the towering man to crash to the ground with a thud. From the moment he brought me into the alley, my strategy had already begun. First, I used the shadow clone technique to create an illusion in front of me as a target, while my real body transformed into that giant shuriken. As he jumped up, I had already stealthily maneuvered behind him. I tightened the wire in my hand while drawing a short knife from my waist. Amon struggled desperately on the ground, but it was no use at all. Back then, Sasuke was still a genin, and he used this move to bind one of the legendary Sannin, or Orochimaru. You, a C-rank inheritor, think you can break free? Dream on. Wait a minute. Seeing he couldn't escape, he started panicking, saying, it's not me who wants to kill you. It's the Su family. The Su family sent me. You can't kill me, or the Su family won't let you go, and they definitely won't spare that orphanage. I have no expression on my face as I step closer to him with a knife in hand. Want to kill me? You deserve to die. Threatening my family? You deserve to die even more. I gritted my teeth, raised the knife, and plunged the short blade directly into his heart, twisting it forcefully. You think you can kill me? After a few screams, the world finally fell silent. I let go and slumped to the ground, my back soaked, my hands shaking like I had Parkinson's. This was my first time killing someone. Though I had anticipated it, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. At that moment, a sudden sharp pain struck my eyes, and the single-hooked jade crescent moon in my eye began to split, transforming into 2. Ding! The host has experienced a life-and-death battle. With emotions strongly stimulated, the single-hooked Sharingan has evolved into the double-hooked Sharingan. The system's voice rang out like heavenly music. Goodness, not only did my Sharingan upgrade, but I also received a new Jinjutsu called Interrogation Technique. After that, the system notifications kept coming. You killed an enemy and gained 200 inheritance points. Level up. You automatically master the ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Technique LV1, Taijutsu, Lion's Barrage LV1. You gained 3 skill points? I'm completely dumbfounded. So you can level up by fighting monsters too. I understand the Shadow Clone Technique, but isn't the Lion's Barrage a unique technique created by Sasuke? System you really have a deep love for him. Alright, I won't hold back. I'll put all my newly acquired skill points into it. Turning off the system. I mutter that name, the Su family. The largest family in Linhai City, with the head of the family, Su Baitsong, being the only monster hunter in the city. His daughter, Su Xiao, has an A-level inheritance and is also a strong contender for the champion in this graduation ceremony. To secure a spot for his daughter, he resorts to such dirty tricks? Fine, this grudge is settled. The champion of the graduation ceremony is as good as mine. As long as I get into the Monster Hunter Academy, I will be protected by the military of the 9 provinces. Let's see if the Su family dares to lay a finger on me. I dragged the killer's body and threw it into the small river at the end of the alley. He had planned to deal with me this way. But in the end, this place became his own grave. What a dark humor. When I returned to the orphanage, I happened to run into Grandpa Hong. He is a god of food, air, formerly the head chef of a grand restaurant, and later opened this orphanage. He was holding a bag of leftover food. And when he saw me, he smiled and said he saw me awaken my B-level inheritance on TV, and he was so excited that he was almost in tears. After chatting for a few moments, he carefully took out a cloth pouch from his pocket. Layer by layer, he opened it, and inside was a black pill. A military grain pill? I was stunned. This thing can restore blue and red health, similar to spiritual fruit, and is a life-saving artifact in battle. Although it's only of the lowest quality, it still costs 50,000 on the market. I know the situation in our orphanage best. This money must have come from Grandpa Hong digging into his retirement coffin fund, and he might have even borrowed from someone. I held the pill in my hands trembling slightly. After countless words, it all condensed into one sentence. Grandpa Hong. Thank you. He smiled and patted me on the back, saying, Grandpa has just one request. Come home safely. The next morning, I immediately ran a 30-kilometer long run, pushing my basic physical skills to LV2, and I could finally use Lion's Roar. When I arrived at the People's Square for the graduation ceremony, it was packed with people. My chubby brother Zhang Hao was already there. He inherited Chopper and aimed to become a doctor. Seeing me empty-handed, he knew I was determined to tackle the Demon Hunting Academy. Just then, the loudspeaker in the square blared, and the mayor began to speak, inviting the head of the Su family, Su Baitsong. That old man, dressed in a mink coat, was full of presents, not giving the mayor any face. Closing his eyes and resting on the podium like an emperor, Zhang Hao quietly complained beside me, but I was fixated on that old man, my eyes blazing with fire. As I shifted my gaze, I noticed a woman sitting at the far edge of the podium, tall and wearing a mask. I immediately activated my Sharingan, and wow, my vision maxed out. I could see her nameplate clearly, Demon Hunting Academy. Exam Commissioner? In previous years, they sent interns, but the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from this woman were as strong as a primordial giant beast. I felt like I was facing the eye of a typhoon. My heart racing. Just as I was sneaking a look, she suddenly lifted her head, and across the crowd of tens of thousands, her gaze precisely locked onto my direction. I was so scared that I quickly turned my head, my heart pounding. She had noticed me. Absolutely a 2-star, no, a higher-tier demon hunter. Such a big shot coming to our small 3rd-tier city as an examiner? Interesting. I glanced at Su Baitsong at the center of the podium, a cold smile curling at the corners of my mouth. I initially wanted to keep a low profile, but since such a powerful figure was present, my plan could be adjusted. Su family, let me give you a grand gift. Soon, the arena competition began. The big screen displayed the matchups, and my brother Zhang Hao was the first to go up, facing none other than Su Xiao. The chubby guy was so excited his face turned red. Wow. My opponent is the goddess. To die under the peony flower, even as a ghost, one remains a romantic. I quickly grabbed him. Be careful, that woman is not right. Don't be careless. He didn't take it seriously at all and happily went on stage. On stage, Su Xiao was wearing a red dress, with twin ponytails, smiling sweetly. Zhang Hao, looking like an innocent young boy, blushed and reached out to shake hands. Su Xiao, I'm your fan. Su Xiao walked over with a smile, her voice sweet to the point of being sickening. You say, you're my fan? She extended her slender finger and grabbed Zhang Hao's wrist. In the next second, with a crisp crack, Zhang Hao's wrist was twisted at an odd angle. The intense pain made Zhang Hao scream. However, the smile on Su Xiao's face grew even brighter, her voice cold and piercing. You, a lowly commoner from the lower district, Dare to admire me? This is my reward for you. She completely ignored Zhang Hao's screams and punched him hard in the chest. I watched in horror as Zhang Hao's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying out like a kite with a broken string. He struggled to raise his hand in surrender, but before he could say a word, Su Xiaoxiao had already sat on him, grabbed his head, and slammed it down onto the stone bricks of the arena. With a loud bang, the bricks shattered and blood mixed with teeth splattered everywhere. I'm just getting started. Who said you could surrender? She lifted Zhang Hao's bloodied face and laughed at the audience. You lowly commoners from the lower district. I used to have to pretend to be sweet and innocent to win you over, but now I finally don't have to breathe the same air as you anymore. Ha ha ha. She laughed and slammed Zhang Hao's head into the ground again. Zhang Hao convulsed and lost consciousness on the verge of death. That crazy woman didn't stop. Her fingers sliding on his back, grinning as she said, "Here is the heart, right?" She clenched her fist, raised it high, and with this punch, Zhang Hao would undoubtedly die. And the referee actually turned his back and pretended not to see. I was so anxious that I wanted to rush onto the stage. But at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Stop. A figure as fast as lightning leaped onto the arena from below. It was Old Wu, the retired demon hunter who hosted our inheritance ceremony. He walked over step by step and said in a deep voice, "Su girl, you've already won. There's no need to go for the kill." Only then did Su Xiaoxiao slowly raise her head, a fake smile on her face. "Oh, it's Mr. Wu. You know, if it weren't for you using forbidden techniques 9 years ago to save those lowly people in the urban area, injuring your foundation, the position of the guardian demon hunter in Linhai City would never have gone to our Su family. I want to see how much your old face is worth today." Ha ha ha. I tell you, after the woman said that, the smile on her face was just like a villain's. And she swung her fist down toward the guy on the ground, named Zhang Hao. My heart sank. It's over. My Sharingan saw it clearly. Her punch was aimed to take a life. All her spiritual power was concentrated in that fist. This blow would be enough to kill not just a person, but even a bear on the spot. And what happened? Goodness, time froze. Her fist just hung in the air, and she was like a wax figure, unable to move at all. The expression on her face changed from arrogance to fear in an instant. Who understands family? Even Sichuan opera face changing isn't this fast. I was shocked at the time. What was going on? Then I saw Old Wu over there, his fingers flying as he formed several seals. If it weren't for my Sharingan, I wouldn't have been able to see clearly at all. My heart exploded. I thought, isn't this the binding technique for Naruto? A D-rank ninjutsu. But the effect was off. The binding technique at most just makes someone stiff for a moment, but look at Su Xiaoxiao. Her soul was almost frozen. This is not the effect of a D-rank ninjutsu. Old Wu is definitely a big shot, in a severely injured state. He used a basic ninjutsu to completely immobilize an A-rank heir. This strength is incredible. Old Wu didn't even glance at the girl, went straight over to feed Zhang Hao a pill, then hoisted him onto his back and just walked away. The whole scene exuded an overwhelming dominance. Who do you think you are? Once Old Wu had walked far away, Su Xiaoxiao finally let out a cry, gasping for breath and rubbing her wrist, clearly quite frightened. On the podium, her father, Su Baitsong, had a face as dark as a pot bottom. He pushed away the attendant beside him, his eyes fixed on Old Wu's back. Squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth, "Old bastard." I could see it clearly. That gaze seemed as if it wanted to swallow Old Wu whole right on the spot. At that moment, the referee, who seemed to be asleep, finally woke up, cleared his throat, and announced, "First match, Su Xiaoxiao wins." Then he shouted for the second match to begin. I wasn't in the mood to watch them bicker, so I found a corner step to sit down and began to adjust my breathing and spiritual energy. My match was last, and I needed to maintain my best condition. My eyes kept scanning the father-daughter duo from the Su family, with one thought in my mind. Just wait. I've noted this down. The last 2 matches were played with such indifference. Even though the strengths were similar, they just casually exchanged a few moves on stage, and the winner was decided. Almost like a performance, with everyone appearing lackluster, emphasizing participation over competition. I was wondering when the referee's voice rang out again. In the 4th match, Suyu from Upper City Baixing High School is facing QinShi from Lower City High School. Here they come. I hadn't even moved yet when I saw a skinny bald guy jump on stage first. The classmates around me immediately began to whisper to each other. "Hey, isn't that Suyu? Who doesn't know him? He's the son of a gang leader, and I heard he killed his own dad. Then took Su Baitsong as his godfather, even changing his last name. Yeah. This guy is ruthless and has a black heart, and he's lecherous too. Several girls in our school have been harmed by him." I walked up to the stage while listening to these gossip. "I've heard about this guy too. There's a girl in our class who was bullied by him. Her parents went to seek justice, but they ended up getting seriously injured, and in the end, the whole family had to move away. He's simply scum. The bald guy waited on stage for a while, and when he saw I wasn't coming up, he arrogantly started laughing. What's wrong? That guy named QinShi is afraid of my uncle Suyu, so he just forfeited and ran away? Ha ha ha. I'm telling you, this guy must be feeling pretty good inside. The Su family got their match scheduled yesterday and must have informed him, sending a killer to take care of me. He probably thinks I'm already done for, so he just needs to show up and collect an easy victory. He gave a referee a knowing glance, and the referee understood, stepping onto the stage. Ahem, contestant Qin is absent due to personal reasons. The match will be between Suyu. Before he could finish, his eyes went wide, because I was calmly walking up to the other side of the ring. Sorry, I casually asked. I shouldn't have exceeded the time limit, right? In that instant, both the bald guy on stage and the referee looked as if they had seen a ghost. How could the Su family's killer fail? They probably didn't even consider that as an option. On the VIP stage, Su Baitsong narrowed his eyes and shot a cold glance at the old butler beside him. The old man immediately knelt down, trembling like a leaf. Aming wouldn't fail. Something must have gone wrong. Su Baitsong didn't listen at all, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. Forget it. Anyway, there are other dogs arranged. As for you, the butler is dismissed. Go back to being your lowly servant. The old butler looked ashen at that moment. I could see clearly that the instant he lowered his head, there was resentment in his eyes. TSK, TSK. On the stage, the bald Suyu regained his composure and sneered at me. So it's Qin, huh? If you dare to come, be prepared to crawl down. He is just another dog raised by the Su family, specifically used to target benevolent inheritors like us who have some strength but don't obey. I met his gaze, and the system alert sounded. Ding, malicious intent detected. I have inheritance activated. Goodness, this guy's information instantly flooded my vision. Benevolent inheritance, Dark Pegasus, LV3. What is the skill? Black Death Fist? I've watched Saint Seiya, and I know this move. It's poisonous. Seiya almost fell for it back in the day. And he has actually reached LV3? I must have some kind of cheat. Why does he get to have that? Oh, I remember now. It's rumored that the Su family has banned drugs that can forcibly increase levels, and it seems to be true. The lowly people in the lower district. Suyu starts to flex his wrists and ankles, letting you see the gap between us. He pulls out a black gauntlet from his pocket and puts it on, covered in black spikes, laced with poison. Is it the poison of the pufferfish? The deadly poison from Naruto. If you get touched, you die. Wow. He is really going all out. Take this, Black Death Fist. He shouts, swinging his fist with a whoosh, creating a blur of afterimages. With his punch speed, he could leave boxing champion Ollie dumbfounded on Earth. But he himself is stunned. Why? Can't I hit you? I tell you, in front of him, I was like a ghost, weaving left and right in his airtight fist net, strolling leisurely. What drove him to despair the most was my pair of spinning Sharingan, which were fixated on him the whole time. With LV2 Taijutsu combined with the double Tomo Sharingan, his rapid punches appeared to me as if they were in slow motion, frame by frame. You had your chance, but you blew it. In 5 seconds, he threw more than 20 punches, and then his movements became slower and slower, eventually leaning on his knees, gasping for breath, completely drained of spiritual energy. Looks like you can't keep up. I stood there calmly, moved my ankles a bit, and then it was my turn. As soon as I finished speaking, I vanished from my spot. The bald guy widened his eyes, searching for me everywhere. When suddenly my voice came from beneath his feet. Stop looking. I'm right here. He suddenly looked down, and I'd already slid right in front of him. One hand on the ground. Let me show you what true taijutsu looks like. I kicked my right foot upward sharply, delivering a beautiful rising dragon leg, solidly striking his chin. With a bang, several teeth mixed with blood flew out, and he was sent soaring into the air by my kick. Lion's Leap, activate. I jumped up and unleashed a flurry of kicks at him in midair, and he was like a broken sandbag, completely unable to resist. Just as he was about to land, I performed a midair flip and delivered a powerful whip kick, smashing it right into his stomach. Boom! With a loud crash. He smashed a big hole in the marble arena and passed out on the spot. I slowly stood up, brushed off the dirt on my body, and dragged one of his legs like a dead dog, expressionless as I walked to the edge of the ring and directly tossed him down. Then I turned around, glanced at the stunned referee beside me, and coldly said, "Announce the result." The referee swallowed hard and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The winner of this match, QinShi." Instantly, the thousands of students below erupted. Wow, can someone who just awakened be this strong? I felt like a total weakling in front of him. This is what a man from our lower district is like. So satisfying. As soon as the match ended, they immediately rang the gong. saying that the leaders at the podium had urgent matters to attend to, and that the break was canceled and the match would continue. They even said something about a contestant having diarrhea, and that the order would be adjusted on the fly. Next up, it's Su Taodao from the girls' high school versus QinShi from the lower district high school. Damn, this is clearly a plan to wear me down with a war of attrition. Su family, you really think highly of me. I let out a cold laugh and walked straight onto the arena. Afraid? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. A tall girl with short hair walked up opposite me. The Eye of Inheritance scanned her. A-class inheritance, the version of Chusun Momo from Death God, LV3. All her skills are in Kido. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Your height is too far from the petite Chusun Momo. As soon as the girl came up, she struck a proud pose and said, You are QinShi? Although we have no enmity. This is a contest between a man and a woman. Don't worry, this will be a fair competition. After saying that, she began to chant a long spell loudly. Oh, the one who reigns. The mask of flesh and blood, all phenomena. I couldn't help but laugh inside. Fairness? You're a level 3 A-grade inheritor telling me about fairness? If it weren't for my ability to see through you, I might have almost believed your nonsense. Breaking the path. 31. Red fire cannon. A red fireball shot out from her fingertips. The moment she fired, I quickly threw something to the ground, a smoke bomb. The thick smoke instantly enveloped me. The red fire cannon hit the smoke with a loud bang. Was that it? The girl seemed a bit nervous. The next second, a shuriken spun out from the smoke, and she quickly dodged to the side in fright. As the smoke cleared, I stood there in scathe, my Sharingan spinning rapidly. Is that all? I kicked off the ground, bursting with speed, and charged straight at her. She reacted quickly, retreating while shouting. Binding technique number 39, circular shield. A circular light shield appeared in front of her. I kicked it, and, with a loud clang, it was blocked, but I didn't stop my assault. I delivered a series of rapid kicks, shattering the light shield into pieces like glass in just a few strikes. Just as the shield broke and I was about to pursue, there was a deafening explosion. The spot where I was standing before has completely collapsed. A huge rock fell from the sky and smashed down hard. This thing was actually invisible before. I had already used my shadow clone and transformation technique to sneak away, and my real body had long turned into a shuriken, blending in behind her. My poor shadow clone was instantly crushed to bits. At the edge of the arena, that girl was holding her stomach, laughing so hard that tears were coming out. Gotcha, you stinky man from the lower city. Why'd you have to fight me fairly, huh? She even pulled out a scroll to show off, saying it was a one-time skill scroll called Meteor given to her by the Su family. She activated it before the match and used the ghost path technique to make the rock invisible, just waiting for me to take the bait. Aren't I clever, huh? She continued to brag wildly. Is this your plan? A voice suddenly rang out behind her. That S. She instinctively replied, then froze, cold sweat dripping down her back. This is the voice of QinShi. She turned around in terror, and what greeted her was my fist. Bang! She covered her bleeding nose and crashed directly into the large rock. Your technique is useless against me. I shook my wrist. She was terrified and tried to run, wanting to use the light technique to become invisible. I told you it's no use. In my eyes, her spiritual energy flowed as clearly as fireflies in the night. That move you just used was good. I'll use you to test my skills. I extended my right hand, aiming at her. Ruler of the world. Flesh and blood mask. Myriad forms take flight. Yes, I recited her incantation word for word right in front of her. A fireball formed at my fingertips. Chase the enemy, breaking path 31, crimson fire cannon. No. Impossible. How can you use ghost path? In her desperate scream, the fireball struck her in the back, sending her flying out of the arena, her body charred and unconscious. I blew on my fingertips, feeling quite pleased. The Sharingan is just that awesome. Your skills are impressive, but in the next second, they will be mine. At the same time, a system notification sound echoed wildly in my mind. Ding! Defeated an A-level inheritor. Gained 300 inheritance points. Adding the previous 200 from defeating Suyu, that makes exactly 500. Level up. Your current level is LV4. Reward. Skill points rewarded ninjutsu. Great fireball technique. Phoenix fire technique. Earth style. Earth dragon hidden technique. Earth style. Heart decapitation technique. Ding. Lucky trigger extra reward. Silent healing 1. Wow. 4 new ninjutsu at once, along with a one-time healing skill. This is a great profit. I turned to the referee and said, Announce the result. The referee stammered and shouted, This match. QinShi wins. The students from our lower district erupted in cheers. The sound was deafening, with voices of encouragement rising and falling, and there were even girls shouting that they wanted to have my babies. I walked down from the ring, and the crowd automatically parted to make way for me. Just as I was about to sit down and catch my breath, I heard the referee calling again. Next, please welcome Su Xiaoxiao from the girls' high school to compete against Lin Pingji from Baixing High School. I looked up and saw Su Xiaoxiao still snuggling next to her dad, not moving at all. Meanwhile, a burly guy had already stepped onto the stage. I heard someone next to me say that this guy was also an A-level inheritor, a rock magician from the Black Clover, and very strong. But strangely, when he got on stage, he looked dejected, his fists clenched tightly, and his whole body was shaking. After a while, it seemed like he used up all his strength and let out a long sigh. For this match, Lin Pingji, forfeit. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the whole place erupted. There were gasps and curses. It was about to blow the roof off. But that guy on the stage, Lin Pingji, just stood there like a wooden statue, his head buried deep, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails were digging in his flesh, his lips bleeding from biting them. Damn, it was tragic. The referee, sounding like a broken gong, urged him to get lost, and suddenly he went wild, red-eyed, shouting that he was unwilling to give up. And guess what happened? The old fox from the podium, Subaitsong, slowly picked up the microphone and said something about giving the young man a chance. Beside him stood his arrogant daughter, Su Xiaoxiao, who didn't even glance at the stage. That old man was grinning as he stared at Lin Pingji, saying something about how his parents will be proud of him. And he emphasized the word parents heavily. Goodness, I understood right away. This was a blatant threat. Sure enough, Lin Pingji, who had just been like a bull ready to fight, instantly wilted at those words, looking like a lost soul as he stumbled off the stage, mumbling about giving up. Seeing his back, my anger flared up. So, with the Su family, huh? Threatening someone with their parents? Fine, I'll remember this debt. Just wait. I'll make you both pay it back with interest sooner or later. As soon as this was over, the referee called the next group. When I heard the name, it was my childhood friend, Chun Fu. I sat up straight immediately. Let me tell you about that girl, Xiao Fu. She's so cute. With twin ponytails and a doll-like face, plus 2 little canine teeth, she's like a perfect figure from the second dimension. But don't be fooled by her appearance. She's known in our school as a hard worker, and her performance in science and engineering subjects is so impressive that it makes me a bit intimidated. The 3 of us have grown up together since childhood, and she's always been like a little shadow following us. However, with the busyness of our senior year, we really haven't had a proper chat in a long time. I remember her inheritance is a B-class Jinx, the little genius who plays with bombs and firearms. As for her abilities, they're not particularly strong or weak, but she excels at inventing and creating. However, her opponent is an A-class inheritor named Tao Bai Bai, who also inherits the name Tao Bai Bai, just like the #1 assassin in Dragon Ball, the kind who can kill with his tongue. Does anyone understand the huge gap in strength? At that moment, I only had one thought. Little Fu, please don't get hurt. I remember she once said that her dream was to enter the Tiangong Academy, which is the best engineering university in the country. Her father was an artilleryman and died due to a shell explosion. She wants to go there because she doesn't want such tragedies to happen again. This girl, though she looks small, has high aspirations. I was just thinking when the match started. On the stage, Xiaofu was carrying a bear plushie bigger than her and shooting at Tao Bai with 2 guns, going bang bang bang. But with my Sharingan, I could see clearly that she was using blank bullets, which had no lethal power at all. Tao Bai moved like a ghost, not a single bullet hit him. As the opponent got closer, Xiaofu suddenly dumped a bunch of metal balls from her waist pouch, and as soon as they hit the ground, they sprouted spider legs and buzzed towards Tao Bai. Then boom, 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 they all exploded. Smoke filled the air, and when it cleared, Tao Bai was surprisingly lying still on the ground. The referee counted to 10, but that guy didn't get up at all. B-class defeated A-class. The audience instantly erupted, shouting words of inspiration and miracles. But I frowned deeply. Something was off, too off. I saw clearly that those spider bombs couldn't catch up to him. He had kicked them to trigger the explosion himself. He intentionally lost. Looking back at Xiaofu, who had won the match, there was not a trace of happiness on her face. Her eyes were filled with sadness, almost as if she was about to cry. This turn of events left me stunned, and I felt a chill in my heart, sensing that something big was about to happen. Sure enough, the subsequent matches became increasingly absurd. 2 muscular men fought for half an hour, and just as a winner was determined, the winner, namely Cha, was almost out of spiritual energy. The referee directly announced that he would face Su Xiaoxiao next, not even giving him a chance to catch his breath. Just as Li Cha was about to argue, That woman Su Xiao launched a surprise attack from behind and kicked him out of the ring. Damn, it's so dirty. The audience was furious, and there were curses all around. In the end, Su Xiao arrogantly picked up the microphone and mocked the entire crowd, calling everyone lowly commoners with a smug expression that practically screamed, "I'm the villain." Everyone was too scared of her family's power to speak up, but I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up, walked onto the stage, pointed at her nose, and said, "I refuse to accept this. Su Xiao, I will defeat you. The evil deeds of the Su family must pay the price." My voice ignited the emotions of the entire crowd, and our shouts of defiance echoed loudly. Su Xiao's face turned green with anger, and the referee quickly stepped in to mediate, shouting with a strained voice, "Next match, QinShi versus Chun Fu." Well, the most outrageous scene was about to unfold. Xiao Fu walked onto the stage without a gun, just holding that big teddy bear, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. She was still several meters away from me. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. However, I understood her lip movements with the eyes of a journal writer. She said, "Brother Qin, I have no choice. My mother is in their hands. Forgive me, Brother Qin." In the next moment, she raised the teddy bear in her hand. A red light flashed, and boom. A deafening explosion ripped through the entire arena. The force was enough to lift a building. Everyone was stunned. This was no match. This was murder, or a suicide attack. As the smoke cleared, I stood there covered in blood, with two almost shattered spiritual shields in front and behind me. Fortunately, I was quick enough to use the defensive move I had copied earlier. I looked up and saw Xiao Fu lying in a pool of blood on the other side of the arena, her body covered in horrific wounds. That bomb, at the last moment of detonation, was tightly held in her embrace. She had used her own body to shield me from the majority of the explosion's force. I rushed over, took off my shirt, and covered her with it. She struggled to open her eyes, blood frothing from her mouth, and said in a broken voice, "I'm sorry. Brother Qin, they told me. This is just a tranquilizer." After saying this, she fainted. I quickly took out the only combat ration pill from my bag, stuffed it in her mouth, and then carried her on my back. My mind buzzed, and I suddenly understood everything. From the moment Tao Bai deliberately lost the match, this was a trap. They had planned everything just to have Xiao Fu face me in the semifinals, and then use her as a human bomb to blow me up. The Su family. These bastards. I handed Xiao Fu over to the rushing medical staff, and the anger inside me was almost burning away my reason. Su Xiao, that venomous woman, had already walked onto the stage with a smile. "Fine, new grudges and old debts. Let's settle them here today." The referee roared to announce the start of the finals. I looked at Su Xiao on the stage. Did she think I was seriously injured? Dream on. I activated the one-time healing skill rewarded by the system, and the wounds on my body healed at a visibly rapid pace. By the time I stepped onto the stage, I was fully revived. Su Xiao was momentarily stunned to see me acting as if nothing had happened, but she quickly revealed an even more contemptuous smile. Did she think this was the end? No, she directly activated her cash ability mode. Did she think this was a contest between her and me? She laughed, and with a flash of her ring, dozens of scrolls fell to the ground, blue and purple, dazzling to the eyes. Damn, those are skill scrolls. Just one purple epic scroll could buy a house in the city center. She casually tore open a blue one like it was scrap paper. Water release, water barrier. A wall of water tightly protected her. She tore open another one. Reversal of heaven. Now, there was a swirling vortex inside the water wall, creating an absolute defense. Below, just go die. She grinned savagely as she tore open the only purple scroll. "Come forth, my servant." Instantly, 10 wooden clones that looked exactly like her emerged on the stage, and they could use all of her ninjutsu. I let out a cold laugh and threw a smoke bomb, intending to use the same trick again. But she quickly tore up a scroll and shouted, "Wind release, airflow dance." A gust of wind instantly blew the smoke away. In the smoke, my 2 clones appeared. Just 2. Attack. With a command from Su Xiao, 10 wooden figures instantly surrounded my clones as if they had teleported, their fists glowing green. That was LV2 super strength. With one punch, they created a huge pit in the arena. My 2 clones disappear with a bang. Both were clones? Just as Su Xiao was surprised. A piece of rubble behind her suddenly emitted green smoke and transformed into my true form. Want to ambush me? No way. I shot out my kunai, hitting the heads of several wooden figures with precision. Su Xiao was still screaming, "It's useless. The wooden men can't be killed." "All right, they can't be killed, huh? Then I'll just play with you." Those wooden figures immediately turned around and chased after me, their feet bursting with spiritual energy, also using the body flicker technique. I activated my Sharingan, and wow, I'll take that skill. I also used the body flicker technique, and in an instant, 11 figures on the arena were racing around like they were in a car chase, crazily circling around Su Xiaoxiao's turtle shell. Su Xiaoxiao was so angry that she screamed wildly, tearing up scrolls like crazy. Water release, fire release, wind release, earth release. All sorts of ninjutsu were raining down on me like fireworks without a price tag. But my movement technique was also pro max level, so I dodged them all. As a result, several of her ninjutsu ended up hitting her own wooden figures, directly incapacitating 3 of them, which was just hilarious to me. Seeing that she couldn't hit me, she became even more anxious and tore another one. Suddenly, I paused, feeling the world spin. It was an illusion technique. Huh, you fell for it. Su Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, and the remaining 7 wooden figures immediately surrounded me from all directions, their fists glowing green to the maximum. This was going to be a lethal strike. Just at that critical moment, I smiled. This is just what I wanted. I yanked my hands back violently, and the air instantly tightened with several nearly invisible steel wires. On the other end of the wires were the shurikens I had shot out earlier, still embedded in those wooden figures. Ninjutsu, windmill, 3 great swords. The first few wooden figures tripped over each other, instantly losing their balance, and then like a line of dominoes, they crashed into one another, tumbling down in a chaotic heap. I tell you, at that moment, Su Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. Watching her wooden army turn into a mess right in front of her eyes inside that protective shield, unable to process what was happening for a long time, she finally figured it out. It turned out that those shurikens I threw earlier were not just thrown randomly. Each one was tied to an almost invisible fine thread. While running and shooting, I had already set up the entire arena like a gigantic spider web. Plus, I borrowed that invisibility skill from that unfortunate Su Taotao, binding technique 26. Curved light. Those threads were completely invisible to the naked eye. Good grief, she broke down right there in the shield, pointing at me and cursing me as a shameless thief. Family, who understands skills like this are the domain of scholars. Can it be called stealing? It's called reasonable borrowing. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her, directly collecting all the threads into my hands, biting them to straighten them out, and taking a deep breath. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fire, let me tell you, was like a fire dragon, rushing along those threads and spreading throughout the arena. With a boom, 7 wooden figures were instantly reduced to charcoal, and with a gust of wind, they turned to ash. Did you think that was the end? When that woman saw her wooden figures were gone, her face darkened, and she quickly pulled out an epic scroll. See for Garuda. Just like Deidara's ultimate technique in Naruto, it could create a bunch of nano-sized bomb spiders smaller than dust. As long as you inhaled them, you would explode from the inside out, turning into a brilliant firework. She was there shouting madly, claiming she had the ability to turn things around and a water wall that would keep her alive, but everyone around, including those recruitment teachers, would have to accompany her to the grave. At that moment, I thought, this sister understands emotional blackmail, aiming for a mutual destruction, right? Just as she was about to tear the scroll, she suddenly realized, hey, where am I? The entire arena was empty. She was still looking around, and I directly reached out from under her feet with a ripping sound, pulling her straight into the ground. Earth release, you understand? Her turtle shell defense against the heavens, and the earth didn't defend against the soles of her feet. Her defensive ninjutsu actually became a cage that trapped her. She realized it too and hurriedly tossed the scroll, trying to use that strange strength to climb up, but there was no way. I jumped out of the ground and kicked in midair, lioness combo. With a thud, I kicked her whole body into the ground, leaving only her head outside. Like a gopher. That Su Xiaoxiao was also quite stubborn. With just her head left, she was still cursing and shouting that she would kill my whole family. I laughed and said it was too cheap for her to die like this. Then I directly activated my Sharingan and gave her a set of interrogation packages. The audience watched her scream and cry on the ground like she was experiencing a horror movie. Let me tell you, the illusion was spectacular, with stories of jealousy leading to people being cut down, practicing by killing family servants, and later exterminating the entire family. Piece by piece, everything was spilled out. Even the dirty deeds of her father were revealed. The audience exploded, shouting to take down the Su family. Finally, I asked her where the medicine that could increase the inheritance value came from, and she stammered out 2 words, Zhu. Just those 2 words directly scared her awake from the illusion. The look of fear was much scarier than anything in my illusion. She was still trembling, and out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a figure, whoosh, flying down from the sky. The moon stepped from One Piece. Good grief. The system alarm went off. A rank inheritance, Rob Lucci. The person was her father, Tsubaitsong. That old man was truly ruthless. With just one finger, he pierced through the water wall, Su Xiao Xiao left, and my 3-layer circular barrier, like poking through window paper. When I saw the gap in strength, I hurriedly used Shadow Clone to escape, but guess what? He completely ignored me and raised his foot, aiming to strike his daughter's head with deadly force. This was to kill and silence her, still pretending to have a deep father-daughter bond, saying things like, "Daddy loves you, bah." I truly didn't have time. Panicking, I directly shouted, "Fuck, woman, how long are you going to watch the show?" As soon as I finished speaking, a flash of sword light appeared, and Tsubaitsong's foot came to a halt right at his daughter's nose. The lady in the fox mask who had been sitting in the stands had somehow already stood there. That old man transformed into a leopard, his spiritual power skyrocketing. But what happened? He was completely outsmarted by the lady, and in the end, when he tried to take the audience as hostages, she knocked him out with a sword sheath, bang. Then, very sincerely, she said to Su Xiao Xiao, "Oh, sorry, almost missed you," and knocked her out again. I was completely stunned at that moment. When she took off her mask, I was frozen. Lin Rome, the super genius who was on the cover of Demon Hunting magazine every day, a 5-star demon hunter. I got so excited that I blurted out her nickname, King of Dumb Hair, and then I got knocked out by a slap from her. When I woke up again, I was already in a bed at the orphanage. My old, lecherous grandpa even thought I was in love and insisted on giving me a set of his matchmaking outfit, telling me to go find her at the Konoha noodle shop in the east of the city. When I arrived, wow, that noodle shop looked exactly like the one in Naruto, and it was also the intelligence point for the Demon Hunting Academy. Senior Sister Lin Long was already there. She directly gave me the acceptance letter and pulled out a huge scroll from her small bag as a welcome gift. An epic skill, lightning release. Chidori. It's a signature move of Sasuke. I was so happy at that moment that I almost bubbled over. I was happily putting away the scroll when I casually asked how that peculiar father-daughter duo from the Su family was doing. Lin Long smiled mysteriously and said, "Well, let someone else answer that for you. Just in time, he has arrived." When I turned around, the person who came was Wu Lao, the one who hosted the awakening ceremony and gave me the ninja backpack. As soon as Wu Lao approached, he got straight to the point and reassured me that Zhang Hao was no longer in life-threatening danger. My heart finally settled back in my stomach. However, when talking about the Su father and daughter, Wu Lao's brows furrowed into a knot. Let me tell you, this matter is peculiar. After interrogating for a long time, when they were asked about the key organization, the two of them froze like a computer crashing, their CPUs overheating, instantly turning into vegetables. Goodness, this curse is quite severe. They probably didn't even realize they were being puppeted. On the contrary, their housekeeper couldn't hold up psychologically and confessed everything, saying a mysterious woman had approached them a year ago, wrapped in mist, with a face that couldn't be seen clearly. When Sister Lin Long heard about the water, her eyes lit up. She probably found a clue. I was curious and asked, "What exactly is this, Zhu?" Seeing my naive expression, Sister Lin Long gave me a brief explanation. She said that this Zhu is a mysterious organization that only emerged 3 years ago. There aren't many members, but each one is ruthless, causing chaos all over the world. The most explosive part? They can control monster beasts. I was shocked at that moment. Controlling? Who understands this? Family? Isn't this just a walking Pokemon master or an ultimate dark version? You have to know that the in this world are transported from various other worlds, like Gaioka, Demon Beast, and even Grey Wolf, highlighting a diversity of species. Humans have been studying for so many years and are still confused. Yet they can actually control them? This is simply cheating. Sister Lin Long saw that I was captivated and continued, saying that actually this pillar wasn't even the #1 on the danger list 2 years ago. The first was a group called 100 Ghosts, led by the Demon King Muzin's successor, which sounds like no good. Going further back, there was another group called All Sex, which also did terrible things. She also mentioned a place called Meteor Street, which is the type where if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you, so the Academy just doesn't bother with it. I wanted to ask more. Sister Lin Rong poked my lips with a finger, smiling, and said, "Junior, don't be anxious. Once you get to the Academy, you'll be able to indulge in all these melons." As she spoke, she changed the subject and asked Old Wu if he had any other crimes for that father and daughter. Old Wu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, saying that for the past 20 years, the two of them had innocent blood on their hands in Linghai City, counting in the thousands. They also supported criminal forces, completely undermining the local government. Oof. They deserve to die. Sister Lin Rong coldly snorted, making a decisive decision. I'll personally escort them to the inheritors' prison in Jiuzhou, prison of advancement. Let the warden give them a soul-searching gift pack and see how many secrets we can squeeze out of them. After finishing the business, Sister Lin Rong was in a great mood. She took out a wooden box from her pocket and tossed it to Old Wu. When Old Wu opened it, good heavens, blood bodhi, the divine medicine from the turbulent world. Old Wu was so excited that his hands trembled. He had old injuries, and this thing was a lifesaver for him. Just as he was about to decline, Sister Lin Rong impatiently waved her hand, saying it was given by the principal, not for free, but with a mission, asking him to act as the local demon hunter for the 3 nearby cities. Old Wu's eyes turned red at that moment, standing at attention to salute, shouting loudly. Once everything was settled, Sister Lin Rong waved her hand. Uncle Lu, bring out the wine. Then she glanced at me sideways, asking if I could drink. If I couldn't, I should go to the little baby's table. Let me tell you, can I tolerate this? I was from the Northeast in my previous life, and I've never backed down from drinking. Right then and there, I set a flag and raised a finger. Sister Lin, my nickname is always drinking. And then there was no then. When I opened my eyes again, I was already lying on a bed in the orphanage, with a headache that felt like it was about to explode. Grandpa Hong was sitting by my bed with a bowl of chicken soup, looking at me with a gossipy, yet sympathetic expression. He hesitated and repeated what Sister Lin Long had said to me. She said she had seen many men who were no good, but it was the first time she had seen someone as hopeless as you. I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Family, who understands? My lifelong reputation, just ruined by a single drink. 3 days later, at the port, I, Zhang Hao, and Shen Fu were preparing to board the ship to our respective academies. Can you guess what our ship is? Goodness, it's the sunshine of 1,000 miles. Just like a straw hat crew. Zhang Hao, this foodie, was munching on potato chips while reminiscing, saying that he, as a chopper inheritor, and Frankie, the designer of this ship, could be considered old shipmates. I watched the two of them bouncing around and was curious how they recovered so quickly. Chen Fu told me that a very beautiful sister visited them at the hospital a couple of days ago, placed a sword sheath beside them, and with a flash of golden light, they woke up and were fully revived on the spot. As soon as I heard it, I understood that it was the noble phantasm of the king of stupid hair, the ideal land away from the mundane world. TSK, this woman Lin Long. She talks a lot of trash, but she's actually quite warm-hearted. To avoid delaying our schooling, she even used this legendary noble phantasm. I was lounging on the deck, soaking up the sun, when I suddenly heard a woman screaming not far away. Turning around, I saw a flamboyantly dressed, non-mainstream guy gripping a pretty girl who looked like the girl next door, shouting, "You think you can run away from me, Yuan Million?" The people around wanted to intervene, but didn't dare to, because this guy was from the Yuan family of Liangzhou. Behind him stood a lizard man, exuding an ominous aura. Clearly a bodyguard. That guy was even more arrogant, kicking the girl's sickly brother to the ground. Could I tolerate this? I stepped out of the crowd, grabbed Yuan Million's wrist, and with a slight twist, he yelped and let go. Before he could threaten me, I exposed his background. So you're from a Yuan family of Liangzhou, huh? 200 years ago, you were strong because of the Senju Hashirama inheritance. But now your family head is just an A-level ninja, long past your prime. You're a useless waste with a failing legacy and inadequate strength. And you still dare to tarnish your family's reputation? All this information I have comes from the Demon Hunt magazine that I've been reading since I was little. Then, I pointed at the lizard man. Your name is Mei-1, a B-class Marion, inheritor from the hunter world. Your invisibility ability is quite good. But I remember 5 years ago, a demon hunting trainee was disqualified by the academy for soliciting. And that was you, right? I took out the admission letter from the Demon Hunting Academy and waved it in front of them, my gaze turning cold. Take a good look. I'm the real deal. You're just a dropout, using our academy's name to scam people outside. Are you looking to get yourself killed? The lizard man Meiwen's face turned green from my remarks. But his boss, Yuan Million, was a complete fool, still jumping around and forcing Meiwen to take action. Meiwen had no choice but to pull out a pair of glasses that looked like a power-level detector from Dragon Ball and scam me. The screen showed AB rank. He laughed at that moment, probably thinking he was safe. In the next second, he disappeared, using his ability to create an alibi. I sneered inwardly, thinking he wanted to play invisibility with me. I immediately used my technique, binding path number 26, curve light, and my figure also vanished. We both waited out, seeing who would crack first. A minute later, the lizard man couldn't hold on any longer, revealing himself to catch his breath. And the three kunai, I had prepared flew towards him. He thought he was dodging with style, but what he didn't realize was that the kunai were connected by threads thinner than hair. Just as he was about to turn invisible again, those threads tightened instantly, binding him securely. "Weren't you going to hang me up and beat me?" I sneered, jumping onto the mast with a push of my foot, then yanked hard, directly suspending him upside down in midair. Yuan Million beside us was dumbfounded, still yelling in impotent rage. I picked up the fallen detector and put it on, scanning him. Oh, still an F-rank inheritance. I twirled the shuriken in my hand and walked towards him with a sinister smile. "Go ahead and call. No one will come to save you, even if you scream your throat raw." 3 minutes later, 2 figures were hanging from the mast of the Wanli Sunshine, looking perfectly aligned. The girl who was rescued and her brother came over to thank me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that her brother was a bit slippery and had a strange look in his eyes, so I stayed cautious. Just then, the captain arrived, a muscular man, smoking a pipe, radiating an imposing presence. Yuan Million on the mast thought his savior had come and shouted to the captain, "Hurry, let me down. Otherwise, you'll regret it when a Yuan family comes for you." Guess what? The captain raised an eyebrow, grabbed a thick hemp rope from the deck, and whipped it towards Yuan Million with a crack. He howled in pain. "Damn it. Daring to cause trouble on my ship, Leibwa? What does the Yuan family even count for?" The captain yelled while whipping him, "I'll spare your life today, but I'll hang you right at your family's doorstep. If you don't pay me $1 billion from the Lei family, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish." After cursing, he tossed the whip aside, walked up to me, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Hello, young man. I'm Leibwa. Well done. I like men with guts. In the future, if your Yuan family dares to trouble you on this route, it's like going against the Lei family. Let me tell you, this captain uncle named Leibo is really generous." Without saying a word, he directly upgraded all of us to first-class cabins, and then pulled out a pitch-black card and shoved it into my hand. "This is our Lei family's limited edition VIP card. With it, you can ride any of our family's boats, trains, or planes for free." Wow. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the onlookers around nearly popped out, and they started buzzing with discussions, saying that the Lei family is one of the newly emerging 9 great families. And the head of the family is the president of the Tiangong Academy, which is incredibly impressive. Anyone who gets this black card is a distinguished guest of the Lei family, either rich or noble. I was stunned listening to all this, and I just felt one thing. This thing is hot. I was just about to push the car back, but Uncle Lei waved his hand and sincerely said to me, "Young man, our Lei family has come this far not because of talent, but because of the ability to recognize people. By exchanging a card for your friendship, I've made a great deal." Since he had said that, I couldn't be pretentious anymore. Then he arranged for someone to upgrade the bully brother and sister as well. The little girl came over, deeply bowed to me, her eyes sparkling, and insisted on asking my name, saying she would definitely repay me in the future. I said my name is QinShi, and it was just a simple gesture. "But you better not." As a result, I hadn't even finished saying my polite words, and let me tell you, the hairs on my body stood on end. A chill ran straight from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Without a second thought, I flung the last shuriken in my hand, and it zipped past the girl's hair. In the midst of everyone's terrified gazes, that shuriken thudded into the wall behind her. Everyone looked in that direction, and instantly, chaos erupted. Screams, cries, it was a complete mess. Who could understand? Right behind that girl, there suddenly appeared a monster wearing a skull mask, entirely black, with a big hole in its chest. Drool was dripping, and it was staring intently at the girl, its gaze just like it was eyeing a buffet. My mind is almost exploding with system alert sounds, saying that this thing is called Void, a beast from the realm of death. A beast. It's an invasion of beasts. I don't know who shouted, but the people on the deck scattered and ran like crazy. I frowned. This thing is a spirit, immune to physical attacks. I thought to myself, of course, who has ever seen someone kill a ghost with a kitchen knife? I quickly pulled the wire tied to the kunai, bit my teeth, and unleashed a fire release. Great fireball technique. The scorching fireball shot along the wire and instantly turned that spirit into ashes, letting out a howl before disappearing. I just breathed a sigh of relief, but when I looked up, good heavens, I've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Suddenly, a massive swarm appeared on the surface of the sea, all floating in midair, surrounding our ship. At that moment, I casually lowered Yuan Million and his lizard-faced bodyguard who had been hanging before. As soon as Yuan Million hit the ground, his legs went weak, collapsing on the floor. Tears and snot everywhere, screaming, "Fuck? How could there be monsters in the 9 provinces? What kind of dogshit luck do I have today? I tell you, this demon beast is a major threat to our world. 300 years ago, it nearly wiped out humanity, causing many countries to be erased from the map. Although there are huge formations protecting us now, there are still occasional stragglers. 9 years ago, there was a major incident, and I didn't expect to encounter it again today. A phantom suddenly leaped towards Yuan Million, but the lizard-faced bodyguard, Mei, reacted quickly. Gritting his teeth, he slapped Yuan Million on the back, and the two of them seemed to vanish into thin air, causing the phantom to miss its target. This trick of his, the accomplice of invisibility, is indeed something. It can make others invisible as well. But this is just a temporary fix. Many tourists were running into the cabin, but that thing can pass through walls. And in such a confined space, they're like lambs to the slaughter. Instantly, several people had their souls sucked away. As soon as I saw that this wasn't going to work, I quickly shouted at the top of my lungs, "Don't panic. This thing is called a void. Physical attacks are useless. It can walk through walls, but it fears elemental attacks. Water, fire, wind, and thunder all work." Saying this, I unleashed a fireball technique and incinerated a void that was chasing a little girl. The visual impact of this was too strong, and it instantly calmed a lot of people down. A chubby guy in a suit, trembling, pulled out a green mushroom from his pocket and threw it on the ground. When the void chasing him stepped on it, it exploded with a puff of poisonous mist, and the void struggled a couple of times before disappearing. The chubby guy got excited and yelled to the sky, My Teemo inheritance has finally come in handy today." Others also reacted and started to show their skills. However, most people were still running around like headless chickens. At a critical moment, it was Captain Labua who stepped up. This uncle was incredible. He somehow got a flamethrower, carrying a big tank, and sprayed at a void that was pouncing on him, roaring, "Damn it! How dare you cause trouble on my ship? I'll kill you." Everyone gathered around me, forming a circle. Captain Labua was spraying fire while confidently directing. Those who can use elemental attacks stand on the outer circle. The rest protect the sailors. With his commanding shout, everyone felt a sense of security. Many passengers rushed forward. Some were fanning blades of wind. Some were conjuring ice arrows. And there was a guy claiming his inheritance was Luo San Pao, which could kill these monsters with flatulence. Although it sounded a bit ridiculous, at least a defensive line was formed. I heard someone in the crowd shouting, "Monster beasts, huh? Let's deal with them." Wow, it's 2025, and I can still hear such an old-school joke. It almost made me laugh out loud. At this moment, my prowess was revealed. I activated my Sharingan, stood on the outskirts of the crowd, and with my fingers shaped like guns, I fired off blasts of breaking the path. Third one, red fire cannon as if they were free. With the dynamic vision from my Sharingan, those floating voids appeared to me in slow motion. I hit one with each shot, and my efficiency was sky high. My two friends, Zhang Hao and Chun Fu, also joined in. One, in a semi-beast form, was using a fire extinguisher as a freezing gun, while the other was throwing spider sonic bombs, causing those creatures to spin in confusion. Watching them, I felt quite gratified. It seemed that going through life and death had indeed helped improve their inheritance levels. But soon, the problem arose. These creatures seemed to regenerate like they were being refreshed. After killing one, another would come, and their numbers not only didn't decrease, but instead increased to 30 or 40. The fuel for the fire extinguisher was almost running out. I immediately realized that this couldn't go on. There must be a big player behind the scenes, pulling the strings. To catch the thief, first catch the king. I made a bold decision and charged out of the defense circle. With a shadow clone and 2 fireball techniques, I forcefully cleared space. Sure enough, the system notifications sounded, indicating that I had been maliciously locked onto, with the source located 50 meters to the northeast at the bow of the ship, where a young beast called Jillian was. Following the instructions, I looked up and indeed saw a unique phantom floating above the lion statue at the bow of the ship. In its hollow chest, a gray demon core flickered in and out of view. All the lesser phantoms emerged from the sea around it, subtly forming a protective formation. Damn it, I found you. But there are at least 50 phantoms between us. How am I going to get past them? I retreated back to the defensive circle and suddenly thought of a plan. I quickly walked to the corner and found that lizard-faced Maywin. Your skill is called God's Accomplice, right? Can you make me invisible too? I stared into his eyes. That one at the bow is the leader. If we kill it, we can't survive. I need your help, or you'll die too. Maywin hesitated, and beside him, the terrified Yuan Million hugged him tightly, screaming, "No, I don't agree. Maywin, you're my bodyguard. What'll I do if you go? Hurry, use your ability to take me away. We can escape on a speedboat. There are so many people here. They can be our bait." I was furious at the time, and Captain Label walked over with his bare upper body, pointing at Yuan Million's nose and cursing. You little schemer. Let me tell you, if the people on this ship aren't rescued today, you won't get away either. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Yuan Million, but ended up grabbing nothing. Oh no, that lizard-faced guy still listened to his employer and used his ability to make Yuan Million disappear. The next second, there was a loud bang at the stern, and a speedboat appeared on the surface of the sea. The two jumped on it, used their abilities to dodge a few phantoms, and quickly sped away. As they ran, the crowd immediately became restless, with several people rushing out, trying to follow them to escape by jumping off the ship. But they were instantly devoured by the phantoms. And only one guy with an octopus inheritance managed to slip onto a jet ski in the sea. However, before he could celebrate, a phantom floated above him, and with a scream, blood splattered everywhere. If you don't want to die, stay calm, I shouted, finally managing to stabilize the panicked crowd for the time being. Damn it, without May 1, I could only force my way through. I looked at the dense phantoms at the bow of the ship, took a deep breath, and directly chanted the incantation, binding Path 39, circular shield. 2 circular light shields wrapped around me. Captain Label glanced at me and said, Qin, as long as you can get close to that leader, do you have a way to kill it? I nodded. Let's have a bigger grip. Good. In a critical moment, this uncle laughed instead of getting angry, saying, let me help you. He took a deep puff from his pipe, threw it away, and then pulled out a can from his pocket, with 2 big words written on it. Spinach. My inheritance is B-level, Sailor Popeye. I was dumbfounded at the time. Dude, are you inheriting the power of Popeye? He chugged a can of spinach, and with a bang, his whole body of fat instantly transformed into an 8-pack abs. His arms were thicker than my thighs, and steam was shooting out of his nostrils. Transformation complete. Now, I am Popeye. He lifted me, wrapped in a glowing orb, and roared, cool captain for the slam dunk. I was thrown out like a cannonball, tracing a perfect arc in the air, landing precisely about 50 meters away from the bow of the ship. Almost simultaneously, the leader of the ship felt a tremendous threat. It let out a roar and began to devour the newly emerged small creatures around it, its body rapidly expanding. Warning to the host. The juvenile demon beast Killian is evolving. There's no time. I gritted my teeth, gripping my right wrist tightly with my left hand, and in an instant, a piercing bird cry rang out as dazzling lightning erupted from my right hand. A-rank ninjutsu. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. I exerted force with both feet. Lightning chakra stimulating my cells, and my speed soared as I shot out like a blue arrow, straight ahead. Body flicker technique, activate. My speed reached its peak, and dozens of phantoms behind me couldn't even touch my shadow. The evolving Giratina was gathering a massive red energy ball in its mouth, Shadow Force. It was about to launch, but I was faster. 50 meters closed in an instant. 1,000 birds, thrust. Amidst the sound of countless birds, I leaped high, my right hand transforming into the sharpest lightning blade, and with a crackle, I struck its pulsating demon core right in the chest. Oh! The demon core shattered, and the shadow force in Giratina's mouth could no longer be controlled, shooting a massive beam of light towards the distant sea, erupting into a towering column of water. Its enormous body, along with all the small phantoms on the deck, seemed to have been pressed the delete key, disintegrating one after another into ashes. I won. I let out a heavy breath, and a heart that had been hanging in suspense finally relaxed. But the next second, I felt something was off. I was still in midair, and my body felt as if it had been hollowed out, not a drop of spiritual energy left. This feeling was all too familiar. Everything went dark in front of me, and I thought, this is it, I can't play it cool anymore, I'm going to fall into the sea and feed the fish. I chuckled helplessly, and my whole body fainted, plummeting into the sea like a stone. When I groggily opened my eyes again, I was lying on the grass of the cruise ship's deck, and when I touched my hair, it was wet. Damn, it looks like I really fell into the sea. Drowsiness surged, and I was severely drained, needing to replenish my energy. Just as I was about to close my eyes and continue sleeping, a mechanical voice rang in my ears. Ding, host awakening detected, proceeding with kill reward settlement. I tell you, as soon as the system prompt sounds, I instantly feel wide awake, more energized than after drinking 10 cans of Monster. 3 options pop up in front of me, just like playing a game. The first one is incorporeal, which basically means becoming a ghost, immune to physical attacks, but the price is that I can never turn back into a human. I immediately pass on that. Come on, I've lived 2 lives, and after finally getting a chance to restart, you want me to become a ghost? Dream on. The second option is Phantom Flash. I'm familiar with this one. It's a big move from Death Note, like charging up a spirit bomb, definitely powerful. The third option is Spirit Power Gift, which permanently increases my mana cap, but the increase is a bit stingy, only 1/5. The system's countdown feels like a death sentence. 10, 9, 8. My mind is racing. Phantom Flash is strong, but think about it. Like Kakashi with his Blue Moon. Using a divine move means lying around for ages. Without mana, how useful are your skills? Mana is the real currency. 3, 2. I choose 3. I shout my heart. Ding. Option locked in. I look at the number that pops up on the panel and almost laugh out loud. That big hollow called Jillian has 30 mana, and I directly snatch 6 mana from it, instantly boosting my total mana to 16. Not only that, killing it also gave me 1,000 experience, and I leveled up LV5. Plus, I got 5 skill points and a new sword technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. I was puzzled at the time and asked the system, "No, brother, my inheritance is of the earth style. When will he ever use a sword?" Guess what happened? The system was silent for a long time and coldly replied, "If you don't want it, this system can take it back." Hey, this little thing is quite the attitude. I hurriedly allocated the skill points. Of course I want it. Who said I didn't want it? Understand. After settling this round, I slowly sat up. As soon as I opened my eyes, good grief, a 200-pound meatball smacked right into my face, grabbing me and shaking me violently, howling like a pig being slaughtered. Old Jean. Jean, how? Get off me. I push him away in disgust. 2 grown men, how disgusting. It was then that I noticed this fat guy was soaked through. I was so touched. Brother, you didn't jump in to save me, did you? Chun Fu quickly ran over to drape a blanket over me. Chuckling. He wished he could, but when he jumped in, he realized he was a poor swimmer. In the end, it was Captain Brother who fished you two out like gourd babies. Just then, Captain Lei-Bo strode over. His palm as big as a fan slapped down on my shoulder, nearly shaking my bones apart. Brother, you're awake. Awesome. Really awesome. He looked at me with admiration. Previously given me the black card because he thought I had guts. Now that I had killed that leader monster and saved him and everyone on the ship. From now on, you are my Lei-Bo's brother. If anything happens outside, use the Lei family name. I was coughing from his slap. Boga, calm down. If you hit me again, I might fall apart. Brother Lei-Bo told me to wait, turned around, and had a crew member bring something. When I got my hands on it, I was stunned. Isn't this just the 1-star ball from Dragon Ball? 1-star ball? Yes. Brother Lei-Bo lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and said, "We call it Demon Stone. Only by defeating elite demon beasts, known as star-level demon beasts, will it drop. Crushing it can randomly yield a treasure or a skill from the world of that demon beast. What you kill naturally belongs to you. Does anyone understand? Fighting monsters to loot gear and open boxes, this feeling is just right." I looked around at several people with greedy eyes, and without saying a word, I tightened my grip on the 1-star ball, and with a crunch, I crushed it. As the light from the shattered ball faded, I felt a weight in my hand. And there was a knife. The blade was snow white, the hilt pure black, shaped like a tang sword, looking extremely cool. Ding. The host has acquired the weapon from the Death God world, Shallow Strike. The system added that this knife was quite something, a captain's personal blade, and if it could be activated, it might unleash that captain's power. I felt so pleased, just got swordsmanship, and now I have knife. The theme is that everything can be used. Brother Lei-Bo leaned over to take a look, clicked his tongue. It's a shallow strike, what a pity. Xiaoqin. This thing is from a different world than your inheritance. The powers conflict, and the effects will be greatly reduced. I advise you to sell it at the Treasure Pavilion. You could probably get around 5 to 600,000. I nodded my head in gratitude, but inside I was overjoyed. Power conflicts? Not at all. I have the child of all realms' divine physique, let alone the world of death. Even if I piloted a Gundam, I could handle it. The system produces quality products, and that's no exaggeration. I tucked my sword away in my waist, stood up, and felt as if I was fully rewarded, completely comfortable. After a quick rinse and change of my clothes, I stood on the deck with Brother Lei-Bo, both of us silent, but we understood each other with just a glance. It was he who spoke first. "Do you feel something off too?" I nodded, my expression darkening. This time, the demon beasts appeared without any gray mist. "Exactly," Brother Lei-Bo said with a serious face. "My ship has a gray mist detector, and it didn't go off the entire time. This indicates these demon beasts are being deliberately raised in this sea." We both gasped. Raising demon beasts privately is a heinous crime in the 9 provinces. "When we get to the academy, you must tell the principal," Brother Lei-Bo said solemnly. "I feel there's something very deep going on behind this." I responded with a hum. But I had a bigger secret that I hadn't revealed. The teacher had never mentioned in class that demon beasts could evolve. I had witnessed with my own eyes the system notification that the large hollow had evolved from a regular first tier to a 1-star. If this got out, the whole world would be in an uproar. Just as I was lost in thought, a passenger came over with a glass of wine to toast me, thanking me for saving their life. One after another, more than 50 people came, and this time I had learned my lesson. My cup was filled with yogurt. On the deck, the captain organized a free buffet to lighten the somber atmosphere, and that fatso Zhang was already devouring food like a starving ghost. With fried chicken in one hand and roasted duck in the other, his mouth greasy. Just then, with a snap, a flash of light blinded my eyes. As I turned my head, a big-eyed cute girl with twin ponytails was vigorously snapping photos of me with a DSLR camera. The moment she noticed me looking at her, she quickly put away her camera and rushed over in 3 quick steps, grabbing my hand with shining eyes, as if she were looking at national treasure. "Hello, I'm Dong Xiaoman, an intern reporter from Demon Hunting magazine. You must be Qin, right? A freshman at Demon Hunting Academy from Linhai City, 18 years old, 174 centimeters tall, 60 kilograms, single, and your favorite." "Stop." I quickly covered her mouth, scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze. "Reporter Xiaoman, you see, things have been a bit off on this ship lately, with quite a few people going missing. You wouldn't want something to happen to your camera, would you?" I shot a fierce glare at Zhang Hao, who was nearby, showing off his ribs and making no need to thank me gesture with his eyebrows. "Thank you, my foot. I'm definitely going to have to teach him a lesson later." I let go of my hand, and the cute girl gasped for breath, her eyes shining brighter. "You have such great strength. No wonder you're a genius from the Demon Hunting Academy. Qin, can I interview you?" I turned to leave. "Sorry, I'm just a student trying to keep a low profile." "Just kidding, which transmigrator isn't hiding and developing in the early stages? I don't want to stick out." She clung to me like a piece of chewing gum, nearly shoving the recorder into my mouth. "Just one question. What motivates you to face such terrifying demon beasts all alone?" I muttered to myself, "Of course, if I don't, we all die." But I displayed a mysterious smile, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and slowly said, "Behind me are hundreds of passengers. We fight side by side, so how can I be a lone soldier? Besides, as a student of the Demon Hunting Academy, protecting the people is my duty." With the red tassel in hand, how can I not bind the Azure Dragon? The scene shifted to the other side of the sea, where Yuan Million and the lizard man Meiwen were slumped on a speedboat, both thirsty and hungry, completely lost at sea. Just as Meiwen was still comforting him that the watch had a locator, a frail girl in a blue dress suddenly appeared at the side of the boat, swaying her 2 white, tender legs. "It's you?" Yuan Million exclaimed, his eyes widening. Wasn't this the neighbor girl I had disrupted on the boat? He saw the girl drenched, her exquisite figure barely concealed, and immediately got aroused, almost drooling as he lunged forward. "I'm willing, so willing. With you here, the sea won't be boring." Meiwen in the cockpit was about to shout danger, when suddenly a blade made of flesh and blood, embedded with eyeballs, pierced through his chest from behind. He struggled to turn around and saw the girl's brother, the middle-aged man who had previously begged for mercy. But at this moment, he had transformed into a monster with blades for hands and covered in flesh tendrils. The 100 Ghost group, the lower Crescent Land, knew. The monster licked the blood off the tip of the blade and swiftly severed Meiwen's head. On the deck, Yuan Million had just lunged in front of the girl when she easily kicked him to the ground. "What kind of monster are you?" Yuan Million looked in horror at the news slithering out of the cockpit like a snake, only to realize that Meiwen was already dead. His eyes turned completely red as he grabbed a fire extinguisher, ready to fight back. But the girl merely chuckled softly, foolish. Just as her words fell, a strange light flashed in her eyes, and Yuan Million froze in place, unable to move. Wildflowers shouldn't be picked carelessly. The girl blinked, lightly pointing her finger, and Yuan Million fell straight down like a wooden stake. Nu crawled beside the girl and spoke in Yuan Million's voice. "My soul devourer has absorbed all of his memories." Then it said, "Let me tell you, that scene was like a B-movie set. Its body split open, and a monster with a monkey face, raccoon body, tiger claws, and snake tail emerged from the human skin, then tore open Yuan Million's chest and fully entered inside. Moments later, Yuan Million stood up from the ground, grinning sinisterly as he looked at the girl. "Lady Water Column, if I could obtain your soul and body, I would definitely be so happy I die." His eyes were crazed, his tongue flicking like a snake over his lips. The girl, however, didn't even glance at him. She simply turned her back to him and said leisurely, "Lowly evil spirit, I advise you to mind your words. If it weren't for my master's orders." This is the first collaboration between the Pillar and the 100 Ghost group. Just based on what you said earlier, I could kill you 100 times over. Before her words fell, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from her petite body, gathering behind her into a massive phantom. The phantom was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, but her hair was made up of countless writhing, screeching poisonous snakes. After all, your blood demon technique, in my eyes, is no different from a little girl's plaything. Sea demon, Medusa. I tell you, that guy called Nu was so scared that his calves started trembling, and he stammered, really, someone can merge a monster into their own body. But who understands family? This guy had a peculiar way of thinking. He wasn't afraid at all, and suddenly had a glint in his eye. What he was thinking was the soul merged with a monster. That must be so tempting. But he couldn't move, just like that Yuan million from earlier, frozen in place as if his server had crashed. The girl flicked her fingers, and a silver light flashed as a chain shot out, directly hitting his forehead. That icy killing intent nearly made him crash on the spot. He had only felt this kind of pressure from the top 6 bosses of their 100 ghost group in his life. He immediately cowered, cold sweat pouring down, and quickly begged for mercy. Sister, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Considering our families still have a partnership, spare my life. The girl stared at him expressionlessly, and the chain was retracted, coldly leaving behind a warning. If you dare to talk back again, this chain won't just be on your forehead, it will pierce your heart. Nu was so scared that he lost his mind. How could he dare to show any disrespect? He obediently started cleaning up the mess on the ship. He originally thought this girl was just a small character in the organization, looking weak and delicate, but what happened? He couldn't even withstand one move. While he was throwing the bodies into the sea, he was still cursing in his heart, complaining that this body was too weak. Moving a little left him panting like an 80-year-old man. Then, suddenly, he thought of our QinShi again, his eyes gleaming, his tongue unconsciously licking his lips, murmuring, that boy named QinShi, now that's the real deal. That body, that potential. If I could eat him and take over his body. At that moment, I thought, dude, you really are a genius at self-destruction. Why did you have to provoke our male lead? Now look what you've done. You've triggered the keyword. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl playing in the water at the bow of the boat suddenly stood up. The chains flew over again. And this time, they weren't polite at all. With a whoosh, they gave him a chilling surprise. That guy screamed, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at the large hole in his chest, black smoke billowing out. Behind him, a black bug that looked like a monkey was pinned out by the chains, flailing a couple of times before it died. It turned out this guy had 4 lives, just like in a game, but the girl had taken one with a single move, completely disabling his strongest soul-devouring skill. He lay on the ground, so angry that his limbs turned into blades, flailing around, but he didn't dare to strike back because he could feel that if he made another move, the girl would definitely take the remaining 3 lives right there. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Water column, are you crazy? Just because that kid said a word for you, you're going to turn against our ghost team?" And guess what? The girl completely ignored him. She turned her back to him, looking at the sea, somewhat dazed herself. She was puzzled about why she reacted so strongly. Then she remembered that, as a child, she had been bullied on the street by a group of thugs and dragged into an alley. At that time, there were so many people on the street, but not a single person stood up for her. If back then, there had been a boy like QinShi who stood up, she wouldn't have become who she was today. Who understands family? At that moment, QinShi was no longer just a passerby in her heart, but a beam of light in the darkness. He was her annual limited edition white moonlight. Just thinking about QinShi's handsome face gave her an overwhelming sense of security. QinShi, I have to protect him. She made up her mind, suddenly turning around with even more killing intent than before. She pointed at the guy's nose and said word by word, "Today, I spare your life, but remember this. That boy named QinShi is an important piece for me. If you dare to target him again, I'll twist you into a pretzel and soak you in sulfuric acid." The guy's throat made a gurgling sound, and in the end, he didn't dare to let out a single fart. In the face of absolute power, he could only kneel. The girl dropped her harsh words and ordered him to continue with his mission, then dove into the sea. A huge whirlpool rose up, creating towering waves. And in an instant, she disappeared without a trace, keeping her achievements hidden. The scene shifted, and a few days later, our QinShi squad finally arrived at their destination. Reaching the most prosperous city in the 9 provinces, Chang'an, the 3 of them, like Lu Lao Lao, entering the Grandview Garden, stared wide-eyed at the high-rise buildings and the Totoro bus in front of them. Zhang how excitedly pointed across the square. "Old Qin, look, the welcoming teams from various academies." Let me tell you, that scene was simply like a battle between immortals. There were people flying in the air with Harry Potter-style broomsticks pulling banners. Others driving 10 open-top Maybachs to welcome newcomers, and various bands and senior students in uniforms. But the most explosive was definitely Chun Fu in their Tiangong Academy. A 24K pure gold airship was suspended in mid-air, reminiscent of Enel's arc maxim from One Piece. Even a Thunder God would have to admit it's impressive. Zhang Hao quickly looked for his own Jiuzhou Huadawa Academy. As a result, an ambulance drove over, and when the door opened, out came 8 nurse-level Pokemon, Blissey, 8 pink. Chubby ones lined up, holding welcome signs, and there was a stunning senior nurse throwing flirtatious glances. Zhang Hao's saliva just dripped down, muttering, "I'm in love, I'm in love. Is this my alma mater?" Then came the tearful farewell scene. Zhang Hao cried like a 300-pound child and was stuffed into the ambulance by QinShi and Chen Fu. After sending off 2 friends, QinShi began looking for his own Yaoshao Academy. After searching for a long time, guess what? In a corner behind the plaza fountain, there squatted a 2-meter-tall guy, dressed in a cosplay outfit of Aokiji from One Piece, wearing a green eye mask, intensely tapping on his phone, shouting, "Point the tower. Point the tower. I've never won." After finishing a game, he noticed QinShi. This teacher, who called himself QinShi, confirmed QinShi's identity and then pulled out 2 sets of attack on Titan-style vertical maneuvering equipment from his green coat. He told QinShi that this thing is called role-playing law, which can speed up training, and then grinned, saying he would take QinShi flying school. This teacher was also a sly one, trying to give QinShi a hard time by deliberately leading him into the most complex urban village in the city. That place was like a spider's web of power poles and clotheslines. Even a normal person would get dizzy inside. But what about our QinShi? Once he opened his Sharingan, his dynamic vision was maxed out. In the air, he moved gracefully. It was truly elegant. On the contrary, that QinShi teacher got splashed in the face with a lady's foot washing water and had rotten vegetable leaves and plastic bags hanging on him. The teacher was instantly flustered. His face turned green, and without saying a word, he threw QinShi at the school gate and flew away. Folks, this was a case of the intimidation backfiring on himself. QinShi stood at the school gate, dazed. What kind of gate is this? 9 towering white columns. And upon closer inspection, wow, they were all giant monster bones. What a spectacle. As soon as he stepped inside, a crow flew over and dropped an envelope in his hand, which had the new student self-enrollment guide written on it. This academy is all about cyberpunk, right? Following the map, QinShi found his dorm, Osiris Red, 304. Just hearing the name, it was the worst kind from Yu-Gi-Oh! But QinShi had a good attitude, after all. It was much better than the pigsty-like 10-person room from his last life. Just as he put down his luggage, the door was suddenly pushed open, and 2 bodyguards in black suits came in, followed by an old butler, who quickly rolled out a red carpet. Immediately after, a chubby, rich, second-generation roommate came in, and upon seeing QinShi, he pulled out a top-notch green water demon watch and insisted on giving it to QinShi. QinShi said, "Brother, how can I accept this?" But his body honestly received it anyway. Then he was also given a limited edition Gucci wallet. QinShi immediately patted his chest and declared, "This brother, I'm sticking with him. Gotta hold tight to this thigh." The rich second-generation roommate was named Pei Buyang, with a B-level inheritance, and was Wu Tengyo from Yu-Gi-Oh! While the two were chatting, the third roommate stumbled in, a blonde boy, pale-faced, who rushed straight to the bathroom to vomit. No need to ask, he was definitely another lucky customer of teacher QinShi. This guy was named Shani, with an inheritance of my wife Shani. The 3 had just gotten to know each other when the gathering bell rang. They rushed to the Academy Square, and QinShi was once again shocked. Guess what he saw? Hokage Rock, an exact replica of Hokage Rock, but instead, it was engraved with the names of the 7 past principals of Yaoshao Academy. At this time, the rich second-generation brother Pei Buyang began to explain. He pointed at the students on the field and said, "See those in red uniforms? Just like us, with B-level inheritance, they're the lower class. Those in yellow uniforms are A-level inheritance, the upper class. As for the front row, wearing blue uniforms, acting all high and mighty, they're all S-level inheritance. The pride of heaven." QinShi counted, there were a total of 9. Pei Buyang stroked his chin and said, "This is already a lot. In previous years, 5 or 6 was good enough. They are the top combat power of future humanity, not from the same world as us." QinShi nodded, thinking that Uncle Hong from his family really knows a lot. But guess what? The next sentence from old Pei almost left me speechless. He said, "Of course, my Uncle Hong also graduated from Yaoshao Academy, S-level, and came to be the butler because he owes my dad a favor." This, Lishani and I both gasped. S-level big shot. Is your family S, butler? Dude, is your family mining or printing money? I was about to dig deeper into the unfathomable wealth of old Pei when a teacher in front of the square suddenly cleared his throat a couple of times, and the whole place went silent. I focused my gaze, and lo and behold, it was that teacher QinShi who had come to pick us up, wearing a green-eye mask, looking quite flashy. He said the leaders were coming, and while we were looking around, we heard a buzzing sound overhead. A helicopter was circling above like a big fly. In the next moment, the cabin door opened, and an old man, muscular and bare-chested, jumped down without a parachute. He had nothing with him. He came crashing down towards us, students, like a meteor. At that moment, my scalp went numb. If that had really happened, wouldn't there have been an immediate uproar? Many classmates were screaming and running outside. As a result, Teacher QinShi on the podium actually covered his face and complained the principal always has to pull this kind of stunt every time he appears. At his age, why is he still playing around like this? Principal? Is this it? Boom! A loud noise, and I was dumbfounded. That old man didn't even touch the ground. He was hovering 3 meters above our heads, with nothing beneath his feet. But that space, let me tell you, was like glass shattered by a hammer, full of cracks. My Sharingan saw it clearly. Those were spatial fractures, breaking the space with a single step. What kind of divine operation is this, folks? The old man stepped on the crackling fragments of space, walked step by step to the podium, picked up the microphone and threw it again, cleared his throat, and then let out a bizarre laugh. Gulalala. Welcome, little brats. I am your principal, Bai Yi. Damn. Bai Yi. Bai Chi. The man who single-handedly fought against 100,000 demon beasts at the Great Wall 10 years ago and saved the entire city of Chang'an, the strongest in the 9 provinces, the legend who has topped magazine covers for 10 consecutive years. His legacy is that of Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest in the world from the pirate world. The crowd instantly erupted with screams, declarations of love. And one guy even took off his shirt on the spot, claiming his legacy was Zoro and that he wanted to train to have abs like the principal. The scene became very chaotic. Everyone quiet down. Principal Bai stomped his foot, and the podium cracked with a loud snap. He glanced over us and first affirmed our abilities, saying that those standing here are all elites and should be proud. Hearing this, we all straightened our backs. But he suddenly changed his tone, his voice booming like thunder. Pride doesn't mean you can be arrogant. Look around you. Those wearing different colored uniforms represent the gap. Legacy, talent, family background. These things have already determined your starting line from the very beginning. Not to mention comparing yourselves to demon beasts. They are born tough, strong, and powerful beyond measure. What do we humans have? As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from him, instantly engulfing the entire square like a tsunami. Let me tell you, at that moment, it felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. This must be the Haushika Haki of the Whitebeard, right? The classmates next to me were in bad shape. Those wearing yellow and red uniforms fell like dumplings, collapsing in large numbers, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. My 2 roommates couldn't hold on either. Lushani turned pale and fell over, while Pei couldn't handle it even more. This guy just lay down on the ground and started snoring. I also feel uncomfortable, just feeling a bit stuffy, but I can still stand. However, many people around me can't hold on anymore, lying on the ground retching, and the feeling of despair spreads like a plague. It's over. The gap between me and the S-class is too big. I will never be able to avenge my father's death in this lifetime. A minute later, that pressure finally disappeared. Everyone looked like they had just been pulled out of the water, gasping for breath, but the entire square was lifeless. At that moment, the old man smashed the entire podium with a punch. He pointed at us and shouted, "Lift your heads up. On the battlefield, if you surrender, you will die. Your family will die. The countless compatriots of Jojo behind you will die. You have no retreat. The only choice is to get stronger. Get stronger. Become stronger than anyone else. To survive. For our homeland behind us. As long as you are here, Jojo is here. As long as you are here, the monster beasts are forbidden to act." Roar. This roar ignited everyone's blood. The students who had just been listless all had red eyes, shouting along. Get stronger. Get stronger. The sound wave was almost going to lift the sky. When our emotions calmed down a bit, Principal Bai grinned and said, "All right, time is tight. Let's directly start today's first activity, a simple and pleasant visit." I was puzzled at the time, wondering what we were visiting. Suddenly, a handsome teacher walked out, with a magic book featuring a 4-leaf clover cover floating in front of him. Principal Bai yawned and said, "Arno, it's up to you, fly steadily." The teacher named Arno looked distressed and replied, "Principal, with so many people, my limited magic will definitely be drained." Despite his complaints, he didn't stop his movements. Chanting wind magic, sky wind arc, and a massive tornado swept all of us, over 1,000 people, into the sky. I quickly activated my Sharingan and finally saw clearly that what was beneath our feet was not a tornado at all. It was a gigantic arc made of wind and spiritual energy. Goodness, there were over 1,000 of us, as if we were on a large open-air spaceship, soaring directly into the sky. Even more absurd was that Principal Bai and Teacher QinShi had just laid down and fallen asleep as soon as they boarded, snoring loudly. At that moment, I had one thought. The teachers at this school really know how to relax. The arc flew for 2 hours, passing through Chang'an City, heading north. The further we flew, the heavier everyone's mood became. We saw vast expanses of ruined cities, broken walls, and desolation. Teacher QinShi must have woken up at some point, holding a loudspeaker to explain to us that this was called the buffer zone, the last line of defense that buys time for retreat in case the border defense line is breached. After flying for a while longer, everyone was shocked by the sight in front of us. An endless steel Great Wall, towering like a mountain, with a soaring red barrier separating the inner and outer worlds completely. The wall was covered with fierce claw marks and dried bloodstains, the trophies of countless battles over the past 300 years. This was one of the 9 demon-suppressing passes, the Great Wall Pass. Teacher QinShi said it was modified from the 4 Crimson Sun formation used by the first principal, serving as one of the 9 focal points for protecting the 9 provinces. Just as we were in awe, Principal Bai, who had been sleeping at the front of the ship, suddenly woke up, stretched, and pointed outside the Great Wall, saying, "Arno, take us over there." Teacher Arno's spellbook almost fell in shock. Principal, don't joke around. That's the territory of the demon beasts, the Misty Zone. With so many students, we can't protect them. What's there to be scared of with me around? Principal Bai said, cleaning his ears. We looked in the direction he was pointing, and to our astonishment, the red barrier actually opened a gap. I had made arrangements a month ago. Let's go straight through. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade us, Teacher QinShi could only pick up the loudspeaker and announce, "New students, we are now heading outside the Great Wall Pass and into the Misty Zone." As soon as these words were spoken, the students erupted in chaos. "Teacher, are you joking? That's the demon domain. My dad died there. Are we going there to die? Just the 3 of you teachers. How can you protect us 1,000? Teacher QinShi's expression darkened, his voice cold as ice. Understand the situation. The Demon Hunting Academy is a military camp. You are soldiers. Soldiers must obey orders. The commander has issued a command. Do you dare disobey? You have 30 seconds. If you want to withdraw, stand up and get out of the academy." The place fell silent. As a result, the person next to me, Pei Buyong, tremblingly raised his chubby hand. If withdrawing means dropping out, then I'll withdraw." He awkwardly said to us, "Brothers, we just got to know each other and now we have to part. Next time I come to Ningzhou, I'll treat you." Teacher QinShi flipped through the roster and laughed. "Pei Buyong, right? The young master of the wealthy Pei family? Sorry, but you can't leave. Your father specifically instructed before the semester started. Even if this brat dies, he must die in the academy." Pei Buyong was immediately petrified, his mouth agape enough to fit a chicken egg. Teacher QinShi added another blow. "Your father is an honorary director of our academy, donating 100 billion. Can we not meet this small request? So sit tight." Well, the only exit was blocked. Teacher Arno could only sigh and urge the arc through the fiery gap. Let me tell you, in that instant, I felt like I was going to be roasted dry. Once we entered the Misty Zone, Teacher QinShi sat next to me. I seized the opportunity to ask him, "Teacher, the 4 Crimson Sun formation in Fire Shadow requires 4 Shadow-level ninjas to maintain it. Where does the energy for the barrier of the Great Wall Pass come from after all these years?" He told me to use my Sharingan to look. When I did, I was stunned. In my vision, this steel Great Wall looked like a gigantic energy converter, continuously drawing spiritual energy from the demon domain, converting it into fuel for the barrier. And the source of this spiritual energy was the demon beasts. That's right, it was the demon beasts. But not entirely. Teacher QinShi's voice suddenly became very heavy, and our human demon hunters. Every demon hunter must serve here for 3 years, fighting against the demon beasts. The spiritual energy from the demon beasts killed and the demon hunters killed is absorbed by this wonder, becoming the fuel that protects the 9 provinces. He stared straight at me. "So, do you understand now? The true demon-suppressing pass is not this steel Great Wall. It is those who bravely step forward, using their lives as fuel to ignite this barrier." My heart skipped a beat as I stood up and bowed deeply to the magnificent Great Wall. The arc continued to move forward, surrounded by dim light, thick fog, and bizarre plants and skeletons everywhere, with the occasional roar of monsters echoing around us. At that moment, we heard a cry for help from below. It was another 4-person demon hunting team, each member injured and in a sorry state. We landed, and those few people saw us as if they had seen a savior. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water to recover, they trembled and said, "Beast. Beast tide. It's the beast tide. You all run. With so many newcomers, we'll be wiped out." After saying that, they ran towards the Great Wall without looking back. Teacher Arno turned pale and hurriedly prepared to activate the arc again. Teacher QinShi also looked at the principal with a serious expression. And guess what? We were all dumbfounded. This old man actually laughed. He even slapped his thigh and said, "Ha ha ha, what great luck. This is the best opportunity." He turned around, facing the 1,000 shivering rookies, and excitedly shouted, "Stop dawdling. Get in line as before. Keep 2 meters apart. Hurry up." Teacher QinShi panicked. "Principal, you can't be thinking of letting these kids face the beast tide directly, right?" Principal Baichi laughed even more happily. "Of course. Only in the waves of the sea can we cultivate real sailors. Only by letting them see the terror of the monsters with their own eyes will they study with all their might in the future." I tell you, this old man really means what he says. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and waved at Teacher QinShi, making it very clear, stop talking and get to work. He was like a boss dismissing his employees. Teacher QinShi's face turned green, but there was nothing he could do. With authority comes pressure, so he gritted his teeth and began to cast his big move. Goodness, that cold air was pouring out like it was free. I realized it was the ice fruit. In the next second, with a loud boom, for ice walls rose up beneath our feet, over 3 meters thick, sealing off the ceiling, creating a complete icebox. The key was that these ice walls were as clear as high-definition glass, super transparent. Just as we were locked inside, we heard the ground shaking outside, like thousands of soldiers charging in. Immediately after, countless demon beasts came rushing in, howling. They couldn't stop either. Bang, bang, bang. It was like they had all drunk fake wine, crashing headfirst into the ice walls. That scene, for those who understand, was like a live 3D version of The Walking Dead. Red and white splattered all over the walls, broken arms and legs flying everywhere. Several girls next to me started vomiting right away, while others cried in fear. To be honest, even with such thick ice walls between us, I felt a bit uneasy. And guess what? Old Baichi looked at us new students, scared out of our wits. And he actually burst out laughing. He even licked his lips and said, "The life of a demon hunter is all about dealing with blood and flesh. If you can't handle this little scene, just wait to be food for the demon beasts." At that moment, I thought to myself, this old man is a bit ruthless. But I was still too young. He wasn't just a bit ruthless, he was absolutely explosive. He shouted to give you guys some encouragement, then rushed to the ice wall, bare-chested, pressed down with both hands, and shouted loudly. Crack! The 3-meter-thick ice wall was instantly blasted with dozens of large holes. Teacher QinShi was dumbfounded. "Principal, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Baichi clapped his hands as if nothing had happened. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and fix the wall. Want to see them die?" Teacher QinShi's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom, desperately releasing cold air to repair the ice wall. But in just a few seconds, 30 or so beast monsters had already squeezed in. At this point, the inside of the ice wall was completely in chaos. "Oh, Mom, help, don't eat me. I have hemorrhoids on my butt, I'm not tasty." The whole team instantly turned into a mess. The entire scene was as chaotic as a vegetable market, with everyone fighting for themselves, or rather, fleeing for their lives. A few teachers couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to take action, but were stopped by the principal's shout. No one is allowed to move. These are all first-level beast monsters, with nearly 1,000 B-level geniuses. If you can't even handle this little thing, you might as well roll back home. I finally understood. That old man was just trying to conduct a pressure test today. The problem is, these new students have never experienced such a scene before. No one organized a counterattack. Everyone was just running for their lives. And some even pushed their classmates aside just to escape. One unfortunate guy ended up with a bloodied face after being trampled. And then he was thrown away by a small punch stone. The principal's face grew darker and darker, and he was spitting as he yelled, "Useless. A bunch of useless people." Only then did he send the teachers down, but the rule was to only rescue people, not to fight monsters. QinShi, Teacher Arno, and a few others rushed in like firefighters, running around the field to rescue people from the beasts. After a chaotic while, someone finally reacted. After all, they were geniuses, and there were always a few brave ones. The first to take action were the 9 S-class elites in blue uniforms. One golden-haired guy with sunglasses was grinning like a creep. He snapped his fingers, and several invisible lines shot out, turning a cotton candy monster into a sieve. There was also a girl with short brown hair who waved a starry magic wand, shouted a spell, and summoned a fire spirit from a cloud card that burned a dog-headed monster into a skeleton. The S-class elites started to carry the team, but the rest of us in B and A classes were in trouble. Most people were still running. Looking at my newly acquainted blonde roommate, Lishani, I felt like crying. This guy was so scared he sat down on the ground, surrounded by 3 digital monsters, a goblin beast wielding a wolf fawn club, a little devil beast that could throw darts, and a mushroom beast that threw mushroom bombs. He was crawling on the ground, shouting, "Grandpa, save me." Just at that critical moment, let me tell you, it was still old Qin. Several shurikens flew over and directly interrupted the attacks of the 3 monsters. QinShi rushed over to Lishani and helped him up. Lishani was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Ooh, old Qin. QinShi looked incredibly cool as he patted the blonde's shoulder and said, "Blonde, you go help others with old Liu first. Leave these 3 to me." Old Liu was PathsObito. The 3 of us in the dormitory had quickly sworn allegiance. He was the 6th, I was the 2nd, and QinShi was the big brother. The nickname Blonde suited him perfectly, given that he had the same golden hair as Shani. PathsObito quickly pulled the still, trembling blonde away while brainwashing him. Did you see? This is why I said we should recognize old Qin as our big brother. This is the potential of an emperor. As soon as they left, the 3 digital monsters saw their prey escaping and got angry, pouncing toward QinShi. However, QinShi didn't waste any time. His eyes transformed into the Sharingan, and with a few shurikens, he pinned them around, connecting them with nearly invisible steel wires. The 3 digital monsters were instantly tied up like Zongzi, unable to move. Then, QinShi puffed his cheeks, fire-style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball followed the wires and engulfed them, instantly achieving a triple kill, clean and neat. I even thought I heard the system prompt sound, ding, reward credited. At this point, the tide had completely turned. Everyone realized, these monsters didn't seem that strong after all. Once the feeling of fear disappeared, their courage immediately swelled. Just a moment ago, they were crying for help, but now they were all puffed up with pride, standing on the corpses of rabbits, swords raised, feeling like the chosen ones ready to look down on everyone else. Monsters? They were nothing. Am I too strong? Various inflated claims started to emerge. Dozens of monsters were quickly cleared out, and the beast tide outside receded. Every new student's face was filled with pride. But guess what? That old guy, he was up to no good. He saw us all brimming with confidence and smiled slyly. Good, they're inflated, very good, he murmured to himself. It's time to teach them a lesson. He slapped one hand against the ice wall, and with a loud crash, our thousands of people, plus the huge ice wall conjured by teacher QinShi, shattered like paper. As the ice wall collapsed, the outer forest reappeared before our eyes. But in the next second, those withered trees suddenly ignited, and the entire forest turned into a sea of flames. Teacher Arno quickly cast a wind magic spell, creating a fire break beneath our feet. But the heat was so intense, it felt like our faces were being scorched. Then came the booming sounds, as if a giant was walking. The ground began to tremble. Principal Bai Chi then slowly began to speak. Let me share a little knowledge with you. The beast tide doesn't just appear out of nowhere. Most of the time, it's because they sense danger, driven by a more powerful existence coming from behind. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive figure emerged from the sea of fire. It was a giant dragon covered in crimson scales, resembling a cat's face. And as it flapped its wings, a scorching wave rushed towards us. I recognized it at a glance. This is the infernal dragon from Monster Hunter, and it has 4 shining stars on its forehead. A 4-star beast. My God, is this the real beast? The new recruits who were so arrogant just now have turned soft in the legs. Looking like they've seen a ghost, their faces pale. It feels like ants seeing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's a creature from a completely different dimension. The confidence they had just built up was instantly crushed. Some people collapsed on the spot, shouting they couldn't breathe, turning to run. But they were forced back by the firewall. Teacher QinShi's face was serious as he urged us to remain calm, but I could see he was just as nervous. This thing is already at a disaster level. The infernal dragon looked down at us, drooling onto the ground, which sizzled like magma. It flapped its wings and charged towards us while hovering in midair. Teacher QinShi gritted his teeth, waving his hands as countless ice spikes shot up from the ground, trying to trap the infernal dragon. But the dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of flames, instantly evaporating all the ice spikes. It shook its wings, filling the air with sparkling dust. Not good, it's a dust explosion, I shouted instinctively. The infernal dragon was about to ignite the dust, but at that moment, the white-bearded principal, who had been watching the show, turned to look at me and even smiled. A knowledgeable kid, I like you. After saying that, he stepped forward, extending his right hand, and suddenly clenched his fist. A miraculous scene occurred. The dust floating in the air was pushed away by an invisible wave, completely bypassing us and surrounding the infernal dragon instead. I could see clearly with my Sharingan. It was the space vibrating. This is the power of the tremor fruit. Before us was a world-destroying giant dragon. But for some reason, looking at that short old man's back, we all felt at ease. We watched Principal by Chi leisurely walk up to the infernal dragon, standing dozens of meters away, and lightly threw a punch into the air. Bang! With a muffled sound. That dragon, as massive as a mountain, was sent flying as if struck by an invisible giant's uppercut, letting out a howl as one of its teeth flew out. The infernal dragon crashed to the ground, completely subdued, rolling over to expose its belly in submission. Bai Chi stomped his foot and jumped onto the dragon's back, waving to teacher Qingji. Little Qing, come here. You can speak dragon language. Translate for me. He then patted the dragon's head and said, 2 choices. Either become my mount or turn into a roasted dragon. Your pick. Aren't I generous? I even give you a choice. Gula-la-la-la. At first, the infernal dragon had some spirit and ignored him. But as soon as Bai Chi mentioned killing it for money, it immediately got up from the ground and carried the old man into the air. What a guy. A true dragon that can bend and stretch. Half an hour later, we were on the return journey aboard the Arkansas. And the principal? He was flying beside us on the infernal dragon, bare-chested with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Gula-la-la-la-la. All you little brats, today I am a dashing dragon knight. Oh ho, fly. The infernal dragon was also feeling frustrated. If it flew a bit faster, the old man would stomp down with his powerful haki, shouting, What are you yelling about? Why fly so fast? Don't you know I get motion sickness? Can you stabilize it? Oh my god, that scene was too beautiful for me to look at. By the time we wobbled down, Teacher Arno had already exhausted his energy and was about to collapse. A group of us students got off the boat and started to vomit. Lishani supported me, his face as pale as paper, saying that he was incompatible with this school. Teacher Qingji himself leaned against the wall and vomited for a long time before picking up the loudspeaker and weakly announcing, Today. Huff, the visitants here gather at the square tomorrow at 7:30 UG. By the way, the cafeteria opens at 6. At this point, he suddenly revealed a strange smile, hoping you enjoy your meal. After a busy day, we were already starving, our stomachs pressing against our backs. And a group of us rushed towards the cafeteria like hungry wolves. Guess where the cafeteria was? In the middle of a lake. And what was rolling in that lake was not water, but steaming hot pot soup. In the center of the lake floated a large ship, exactly like the floating restaurant Bartai from One Piece. This rich second-generation, Pei, was quite knowledgeable and said this was called Hot Pot Lake, a secret realm transported from another world 300 years ago. The problem was the restaurant was in the center of the lake. How are we supposed to get there? Swim in the hot pot. Wouldn't that just cook us? Just when we were struggling, teachers Qingji and Arno pushed over several carts, grinning with malicious intent. Students, the restaurant is right across. Hurry up. Seeing that we didn't move, he helplessly shrugged. Well, there is nothing I can do. I have some food here. Feel free to take it if you don't mind. We hurried over to take a look, and to our surprise, everyone was dumbfounded. On the cart were packed dinners, each containing just 2 items, a bloody piece of raw beef and a cup of bitter vegetable juice that looked revolting and smelled like it would make you throw up. Can this be eaten? Even dogs wouldn't eat this. It's student abuse. Protests arose. Teacher Arno sneered and said, Dogs won't eat it? In the demon realm, if you can get a piece of raw meat to eat, you should be grateful. That means you can survive. Teacher Qingji also had a stern face. Whether you like the food or not is up to you. But military training will not decrease its intensity just because you're hungry. Want better food? Fine, figure out a way to get to that restaurant. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Some capable ones flew over on broomsticks inherited from Harry Potter. Others swung over using the string fruit from Doflamingo's legacy. And there was even a girl who grew wings and flew over using a Kuro card. But more people could only grimace and reluctantly pick up that garbage food. It was so disgusting. Boo-hoo. Does anyone understand? This stuff is really not for humans. I tell you, most of the new students struggle for a moment, turn pale, and in the end, would rather go back to the dormitory hungry than touch that plate of food. In the end, there are only a handful who actually managed to finish that biochemical weapon. My rich second-generation roommate couldn't stand it anymore, so he took out A and threw it into the hot pot lake. Suddenly, a super cool speedboat appeared. He shouted to me and the blonde guy. Old Qin Blondie, stop suffering. I'll take you guys to the lakeside restaurant for a private meal. I thought for a moment, shook my head, and waved my hand at him. You take Lishani over first, I have my own way. All right, we'll wait for you. Hurry up. Pei couldn't help but have a mysterious confidence in me, stepping on the gas and rushing out with Lishani. Watching their figures fade away, I turned around and walked up to teacher QinShi, asking for a portion as well. The teacher was surprised. Hey, aren't you going to eat a big meal with your roommate? Why come here to eat this? But he still gave me a piece of raw beef and a cup of bitter vegetable juice. Without saying a word, I grabbed the raw meat and bit into it, downing that green, oily concoction in one gulp. To be honest, the bloody taste almost sent me over the edge, but I managed to hold it back. Why? My grandfather taught me, since I was little, that you can't waste food. Besides, who said I wasn't going to have a feast? I wiped the blood from my mouth and looked at the restaurant by the lake, grinning to myself. Now let's have a good meal. But then the problem hit me. This lake. It's a hot pot lake, boiling hot. If I just used our ninja's water walking technique, wouldn't the soles of my feet get burned to a crisp? Wait, an idea struck me, and I began to chant softly. Binding technique number 39, circular shield. Guess what? A golden circular shield appeared right beneath my feet, like a floating skateboard. So cool. I hummed a little tune and jumped onto the lake's surface, steady as can be. Then, I placed my hands behind my back, striking the classic Naruto run pose, and my chakra burst forth. Ninja technique, body flicker. Whoosh! I shot forward like a cannonball, moving way faster than that broken jet ski. 3 minutes later, I made a stylish stop and landed firmly on the deck of the lakeside restaurant. Wow. This restaurant is called Bar Thai, and the air is filled with the aroma of meat. Sounds exciting. As I pushed the door open, I saw Pei Bewley and Lishani waving at me. Old Qin, over here. I walked over and sat down, glancing around. Out of 1,000 new students, there were fewer than 300 here. The 9S class elites in blue uniforms sat at one table, their aura completely different from the others. But what was strange was that, even though they were here for a feast, each of them looked troubled, as if they had been deceived. I asked with a smile, what's wrong with this? It can't be worse than the raw beef the teacher made, right? Pei Liao sighed and lifted the lid of the plate in front of me. You can see for yourself. As soon as I looked, good heavens. A cup of plain water paired with a piece of cooked beef. That's it. Not even salt was added. Isn't this what they call boiled beef in plain water? I took a bite and it was bland as hell. But at least it was cooked. Better than eating it raw. Just as I was gnawing on the beef, a guy in a suit, smoking a cigarette, sporting a beer belly, looking like a chubby version of Sanji, walked onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Chef Dasha. Do you like the food I prepared for you? As soon as he said that, the audience erupted. I flew all the way here, and this is what I get? I thought Bharati was something special, but this? Chef Dasha chuckled, stubbed out his cigarette, and clapped his hands. A few chefs rolled in a food cart. I was stunned. What on earth was on that cart? Takoyaki, Dasha's seafood fried rice, juicy meat skewers, and a wedding cake taller than a person. Everyone present was drooling, the sound almost rivaling a symphony. Chef Dasha looked at us provocatively. Want to eat? Simple. We call this a battle restaurant. If you can withstand one of my moves, just one, you can grab whatever food you want. As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby guy jumped up. Pei Bouillon beside me became the commentary. This fat guy is Dingjua, A-class inheritance, Autumn Path Dingji. The chubby Dingjua stepped onto the stage and made a bold declaration. Multiplication technique. His arms instantly swelled up like sandbags. With one punch, even a cow can't handle it. Why not just give me the food? Chef Dasha sneered, puffed smoke in his face, and then kicked him. Kick technique, meet, cut, shoot. With a bang, the chubby guy was kicked out, flying in a perfect parabolic arc straight towards the hot pot lake outside. Just as he was about to land in the pot, the lake's surface suddenly froze, and Teacher QinShi appeared out of nowhere, catching him steadily. Chef Dasha cracked his neck and shouted to the audience, "Stop stalling, you can all go together. As long as you can stand after one of my moves, you'll win." As soon as he said that, more than a dozen students rushed up, but they weren't attacking the chef. They were trying to grab the food from the cart. However, their movements were incredibly stiff, fear written on their faces, as if they were being controlled by something. Not following the rules? Chef Dasha's eyes turned cold, and an invisible aura erupted instantly. I was shocked. Was this observation hockey? Demon Wind Leg level 1 meat grinding. His legs moved so fast that they left afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. In 2 seconds, 10 people were all kicked out onto the ice surface of the boat, writhing in pain and unable to get up. Now the whole place fell silent. But there's always someone stubborn. A blue figure moved. Pei Bouillon whispered excitedly in my ear. Here it comes, here it comes. An S-class big shot is making a move. The one playing with strings, named Minggu. From the Jojo underworld family, S-class inheritance, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. I saw the blonde guy with sunglasses, Minggu, grinning sinisterly, with nearly invisible threads wrapped around Chef Dash's feet. Parasitic thread. He suddenly yanked, and the chef's movements slowed down for a moment. The person next to me, Peibu Liao, was still amazed. But I'd already seen through everything. I lowered my voice and said, it's not that he was careless. Those threads were secretly attached to the 10 students who rushed for the food just now by Minggu. The moment the chef kicked them away, the threads changed targets. This kid really has a dirty mind. Chef Deshawn also reacted, his power skyrocketing, and the threads were about to snap. Minggu panicked and shouted, S-rank. We need more people. I'll do it. A beautiful girl with a starry magic wand jumped up and began to chant a spell. Peibu Liao's eyes widened, stuttering. Tease, that's my fiancé, Mu Ying. I almost dropped my jaw when I heard Li Shani. Fiancé, You call this nothing? Just as we were gossiping, the stage was already shrouded in mist, and Chef Dashin's gaze began to blur. But the next second, he suddenly bit his tongue and instantly woke up. You think such a little illusion can trap me? However, just this little delay had already attracted 3 S-ranks around him. A red-haired boy carrying a gourd shouted, Sand binding coffin. Countless yellow sands instantly wrapped the chef like a zongzi. To the left, a short white-haired kid swung his knife. 6 clothes, ice purity formation. A huge ice pillar shot up from the ground. To the right, a guy with his eyes closed stabbed his sword into the ground. Heavy fruit, 5 times gravity. 3 layers of control. That should be enough, right? As a result, black energy erupted from Chef Dashin, armed color domineering. The sand, ice, and gravitational field instantly shattered. His right foot, which had never touched the ground, finally completed that long-prepared kick, charge pork pot shoot. The tip of his foot stopped firmly in front of Ming Ji's nose, and the strong wind made his hair dance wildly. Chef Dashin sighed and retracted his foot. Sigh, with you guys messing around, I've exhausted my strength. I'll give you 9 of you a pass for blocking one of my moves. Come over and get some food, and hurry up and leave after that. The 9S rank big shots, looking like wilted eggplants, took the food and left in a hurry. Who else dared to step up? Before long, only the 3 of us were left in the restaurant. Peibu Liao poked me. Old Qin, aren't you going to go up and show off? I swallowed the last piece of meat and smiled. That master is very strong, but it seems he only intends to use kicking techniques. In that case, I might have a chance. After saying that, I stood up and walked onto the stage. Chef Daxian lazily opened his eyes. Oh? There's someone in red who wants to give it a try? I grinned and said, of course. I'm excited to spar with a strong opponent. As I spoke, I formed hand seals and shouted, Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. With a bang, 2 identical versions of myself appeared, each holding a handful of shurikens. You got some skill, kid. Chef Dashin's eyes lit up, but you better be careful. The 2 of me charged forward simultaneously, shurikens flying everywhere. Chef Dashin moved like a ghost, effortlessly dodging all the attacks while praising me. Not bad. Your throwing technique is at least LV2. But unfortunately, you can't get food just by this. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he appeared next to one of my clones, delivering a powerful kick that turned my clone into a puff of white smoke. Got you. He smiled at the other me. However, the remaining clone had no intention of giving up. Instead, it took a stance to gather power, its eyes instantly turning into blood-red Sharingan, with sparks of electricity flashing from its hands, emitting a deafening sound like thousands of birds chirping. This is Chidori. Chef Dashin's cigarette fell from his mouth, and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Wow, a newcomer has actually mastered an epic-level skill. The new generation surpasses the old. He excitedly jumped in place and said, come on, young man, let me see your speed. I also didn't hold back, letting out a roar as I charged forward with raging lightning. But just as I lunged, the tiles at the foot of the mountain exploded with a bang, and he vanished from his spot, reappearing at my side. Maybe 6-style shave. Young man, your future is limitless, but this time, you still have to pay some tuition. With a powerful kick, he struck my abdomen. However, the smile on his face instantly froze. WH what? Because I was kicked. I also transformed into a puff of smoke with a bang. How could this be? Another clone? Just as he was stunned, a cold voice echoed behind him. Goodbye, Master Jean. The real me had somehow appeared behind him, maintaining the form of Chidori, with crackling lightning pressed against his back. He slowly turned his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Is that a kunai? I nodded. That's right, at the beginning, I used a smoke bomb for cover. not only creating shadow clones, but also using transformation jutsu to turn myself into one of the shurikens thrown by the clones. I lay quietly on the ground, waiting for him to think he had the upper hand, with all his attention on the clone using the Thousand Birds technique before delivering a fatal blow. Master Dajan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good kid. Perfect battle thinking. You don't seem like a freshman at all. Out of all the years I've interviewed, you're the second person who could take one of my strikes alone. The second? I asked curiously, who was the first? A very beautiful girl named Lin Long. I was completely stunned. It's her again, that beautiful drunkard who saved me in Linghai City. That little girl back then was able to captivate everyone, and later she was directly taken as a disciple by the principal. Master Dashin had a nostalgic look on his face, sighing. Seeing such a beautiful girl eat the food I made is truly a delight. I think I understand now. Lin Long's drunkard trait is something she was born with. All right, kid, go pick from the food cart you won. Master Dashan pointed and smiled. I took a glance at the delicacies and finally picked up a plate of boiled meat slices. The chef was stunned. Huh? Are you sure you want this? I licked my lips and said seriously, I have never eaten such delicious meat in my whole life. At first, it was bland and even a bit fishy. But after swallowing, there was an extraordinary fragrance lingering in my throat. It was incredible. Upon hearing my response, Master Dashin's eyes turned into crescent moons as he suddenly slapped my shoulder, saying, Good lad, you have good taste. Huh, this piece of meat is not just boiled meat. It is a special dish cooked with 12 unique spices from the demon realm. I tell you, Master Dashin was so animated at that time. He said this thing must be consumed in one whole piece so that the 12 spices can explode in your mouth and combine into a killer aroma. If you only take a bite, it's like chewing on wood, but once you swallow the whole piece, wow, that feeling is like ascending directly. Seeing how knowledgeable I was, he was practically overheating his CPU, and right then and there he decided that he had found a kindred spirit and insisted on giving me something. Not only did he stuff several bottles of fruit beer into my hands, but he also mysteriously pulled out a small square box from his pocket. When I opened it, I saw a golden potato pancake. There was even a thoughtful packet of ketchup on the side. I was stunned at the moment. I mean, who gives a potato pancake as a gift? Then Master Dashin, with a serious face, said not to underestimate it. He told me that 3 years ago, he went on an adventure in the demon realm with teacher QinShi, and after a life-and-death experience, they stumbled upon a secret realm, which ultimately revealed this recipe. In that secret realm, there was a wolf demon that was completely covered in white fur, capable of summoning wind and snow. And this potato pancake was the reward for clearing the challenge. He boasted that such a complex dish, he only tried 3 times and managed to make it perfect. As soon as I heard, this thing is not only delicious, but also a high-grade healing medicine that can quickly restore health when seriously injured. 4 demon hunters like us with 2 stars or less, as long as we don't die on the spot. Just taking a bite can bring us back to life right where we fell. This is not just a potato pancake. It's like having an extra life. I can crazily test my limits on the edge of danger again. The more I listen to this description, the more familiar it sounds. Temple, Frost Wolf Demon. I tentatively asked, Master Dasha, this pancake. Wouldn't it be called Mondstadt potato cake, right? His eyes instantly lit up. Hey, how do you know about this? I thought to myself, how could I not know? Goodness, isn't that the Temple of Andreas, the Wolf of the North, in Genshin Impact? This thing is basically a game item. I said this gift was too expensive. Even the box it came in was high-end. It probably has a spatial array inside that can keep food fresh for months, way better than a refrigerator. How could I accept it? But then Master Dashin directly shoved the box into my hands and said, This isn't a gift for you. It's an investment, understand, young man. He wanted me to go to the demon realm in the future and use this box to bring back any rare ingredients I found. And he would either pay or trade for them with other dishes. Well, now we've established a partnership. He cheerfully snapped his fingers, and those food carts seemed to have grown legs, turning and following him back to the kitchen. I returned to my seat, holding the meat. Pathsobito, that fat guy, was already slumped in his chair like a boneless person, rubbing his belly and praising me, saying it was a good thing he listened to me and finished the meat. Huang Mao Li was even more excited over there, holding a cup of water and pointing at me, struggling to get the words out. My God, B-level inheritance. It's even more powerful than S-level. One of you is the young master of the richest family in Jojo, and the other has explosive combat power. This place I'm staying in is not a dormitory at all. I feel so much pressure. Ha ha! It made me laugh uncontrollably. Pathsobito directly threw a can of fruit beer at him to shut him up. Stop talking nonsense. College roommates are brothers for life. Don't get into useless stuff. Come on, let's toast to friendship. As a result, The next day, the three of us overslept. I was running with messy hair, frantically putting on my school uniform. Pei Buyong and Li Shani were worse off. They were pulling up their school pants on the way. I was filled with regret. Drinking really messes things up. Pei Buyong didn't forget to stab me in the back. Come on, Lao Qin, you only had a sip of fruit beer. You've embarrassed us in dorm 304. By the time the three of us sneaked on a playground, the main group had already lined up according to the color of their uniforms. Teacher Qingji's gaze was so fierce that it felt like he wanted to expel us on the spot. The situation got even crazier when the shirtless principal came running over, snatched the microphone, and said, "Sorry students, I drank too much last night and overslept. But I can be late, you cannot. Whoever dares to be late will face my roasted chestnuts." Why? Because I'm the principal, I'm strong, and that is how it is. Folks, the principal's logic is simply ahead of its time. Then came the class division. I thought it would be complicated, but the principal pointed like he was picking cabbages at a market. That cross-eyed student, yes you, and the one to your left, you will be in the same class. Called Class A1. Everyone was stunned. Was class division really that casual? But when I looked closely, the A-class he divided had exactly 30 students in yellow uniforms. This old man must be pretending. Soon, classes A and B were divided. We three were particularly lucky. We were all placed in Class B7. Guess who our homeroom teacher is? Our old acquaintance, Teacher Qingji. I was wondering where those S-class big shots in blue uniforms went. Pei couldn't help but come over and whispered, "Those S-class students have a separate class every year, and the name never changes. It's called the Supernova class. The teacher who leads them is also the strongest." I followed his gaze and saw a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man walking over. His presence was incredibly strong. Pei Buyong said, "Did you see that? That man is Qi Quan, an S-class Qi-hound inheritor. His glorious achievement is that he single-handedly annihilated the terrorist organization Xuanqing." I was taken aback. Quanzheng? Isn't that the villain from Yiren Xia? Pei Bulo said yes, it's a group of Chinibu cosplaying to the extreme, and they actually caused trouble on Blue Star. In the end, they were all wiped out by Qi Quan, who chased them all the way to the demon realm. Qi Quan is also one of the candidates for the next principal. I got energized all of a sudden. This melon has to be eaten. Who else is there? Pei couldn't help but count on his fingers. The strongest new star Lin Long, whose inheritance is Saber, the genius little Wu from the Demon Lock Tower, whose inheritance is Ulquiorra. And then there's the principal's son, who hasn't returned from the demon realm in 10 years, whose inheritance is Chairman Netero. As for the last one, he pointed to the side and said far away in the sky but close at hand. When I turned my head, Teacher Qingji was standing next to our line, shyly scratching the back of his head. I almost shouted, "Is it Teacher Qingji?" "Yes," Palian said. Qingji's legacy is also S-rank. 3 years ago, he single-handedly froze the sea for 800 miles and killed 9,000 monster beasts, becoming famous in one battle. I looked at the amiable Teacher Qingji, hardly able to believe it. After the class division, the principal cleared his throat. "Next, we will conduct the entrance test." As soon as the word test was mentioned, the crowd erupted. As a result, the principal took us aboard a large flying ship created by wind magic, and we flew directly to a fog-covered forest on the back mountain of the school. "Your exam content is to survive in this forest for as long as possible." The principal grinned and wished us good luck on your exam. As soon as we landed, we were stunned to see the entrance to the forest. The big gate was flashy, resembling an amusement park, and at the entrance stood a statue of a chubby man wearing an iron pot on his head, with a sign that read, "Dave's Paradise." I looked again at the drawing on the door. One side was a sunflower, and the other was a zombie. My heart skipped a beat. Wow, isn't this Plants vs. Zombies? Teacher Qingji came over and handed each of us an electronic watch, saying that this forest is actually a game dungeon. If you die inside, it's fine. You will respawn right at the door. The longer you survive, the higher your score. For every extra hour you live, your score doubles. The class with the highest total score would receive rare items for everyone, while the last place would be responsible for cleaning all the school toilets for a month. As soon as this was said, everyone yelled and rushed in. As soon as we stepped in, we heard the excitement outside. That Dave statue turned out to be a robot, starting to play rock music and doing a live broadcast. The principal was even more outrageous, opening a betting pool for all the teachers to wager on which class would have the highest total score. Teacher Qingji looked green with worry, and in the end, he was forced to take out his private savings, betting 2 million on our class B7. Once we entered the forest, I got separated from Huang Mao and the others. It seemed to be a random teleportation. The live stream first focused on Lishani. That guy, thinking he was clever, squatted down in one spot, claiming that as long as he didn't move, he wouldn't die. He was practically the first one to get killed in a horror movie. Sure enough, the next second, a giant purple flower bud popped up behind him, and with a snap, he became the first in our class to go home. Survival time. 3 minutes. Final score. 2 points. The Dave robot excitedly announced. B7 class Lishani. Teacher QinShi's student. Definitely at the bottom. Teacher QinShi's face turned as dark as a pot bottom right then. Then the camera switched to PathsObito. This fat guy actually started running, but then an angry, old man-faced gourd bounced right at him. Instead of running away, he excitedly rushed forward, arms wide open, shouting, "Hurry up, kill me. I want to go out for tea and watch others suffer." Oh my goodness, this is really a heavyweight slacker. The pumpkin fulfilled his wish, and with a bang, he went back. Ugh, it's that Pei Bian Liao from class B7 again. Teacher QinShi, why is it your class again? I could almost hear Teacher QinShi outside, cursing, and the sound of the eye mask hitting the ground. Finally, the camera focused on me. The thick fog couldn't obstruct my vision at all. I could clearly feel that as long as I stopped, the living creatures around me would swarm in. While running, I analyzed the situation and suddenly stopped. As soon as my Sharingan activated, I took in everything around me. There were only 2 living creatures nearby, their spiritual energy pitifully weak. I drew my kunai and held it across my chest, just right. I would use the 2 of you as my test subjects to see what this so-called paradise really was. Outside the screen, Teacher Arno was still shaking his head. Old Qing, look at your student, just standing there stupidly. He won't last long. As a result, this time, Teacher QinShi clenched his fists and stood firm. Just you wait and see. If anyone in our class can hold out until the end, I bet it's him. Teacher Arno leaned closer to the screen and noticed something was off. Hey, he really chose a spot on purpose. He's waiting for monsters to take the bait. Just then, I tell you, as soon as those 2 teachers finished speaking, the live camera suddenly switched away. They were so furious that they started spewing traditional Chinese culture right there. The camera turned and cut to me. I tell you, at that moment, I was staring eye to eye with some strange creature. This thing had a cannon-like head, for leaves wriggling underneath, and was spitting out green. Peas? Good heavens, my pupils trembled. Isn't that the pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies? Did Crazy Dave move his backyard here? This survival game has turned into Plants vs. Zombies L mode, right? Well, since I'm here, I activated my Sharingan, and the peas came flying at me in slow motion, which I easily dodged. I rushed in and delivered a strike, cutting it in half. Just as I was wondering if this thing was virtual and whether killing it would yield any rewards, my mind suddenly went ding. The system arrived. Good heavens, it directly issued me a limited-time secret realm task called Plant Reaper. Eliminate 30 different mutated plants within 12 hours. The rewards were incredible. 10 skill points, 1,000 inheritance points, and most outrageous of all, a spirit summoning technique, plus a special summoning opportunity. In simple terms, I could designate a monster, wait for 15 minutes, and then force a contract. Family, who understands? This is basically an official cheat. Any snakes, monkey demons, as long as I come across them, they would be mine. The system also told me that as long as I stayed here for 24 hours, it counted as clearing the game with extra rewards. Well, that filled me with motivation. Just then, another creature that looked like a gourd jumped over, looking quite angry. I jumped up a tree and cast Way of Destruction 31, red fire cannon on it. Done. Then I scanned with my Sharingan and found a large area of red dots in the distance, densely packed but not moving at all. This isn't scientific. I quietly crept over to take a look, and lo and behold, it was an empty space with nothing. But with my Sharingan, I could see clearly that those 20 or so red dots were all buried underground. This is just a potato bomb. Without saying a word, I pulled out a shuriken and threw it like a grenade. Bang, 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 clearing the area. Just as I was enjoying myself, I suddenly heard a girl shouting for help. I pushed aside the grass and saw a short-haired cute girl in a red school uniform, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, followed by a big-mouthed flower with a gaping, bloody mouth. I had a bit of an impression of this girl. She seemed to be from our class and looked quite cute. Just as that big-mouthed flower was about to swallow her whole, I raised my hand and fired another red fire cannon, blasting the flower's head off. After saving her, I thought, what if I went over to talk and she got clingy, wanting me to protect her? I'm here to complete a mission, not to be a babysitter. So, I decided to leave quietly, keeping my accomplishments hidden, and turned to walk away. But just as I left, the girl turned around and seemed to see my handsome profile. Then, she blushed, probably already thinking about what to name our future kids. Now, here's the problem. Constantly saving damsels in distress isn't a good idea. What if someone recognizes me? My plan to develop quietly would be ruined. I needed to do something to create a disguise. I rummaged through the system backpack. And guess what I found? A cat face mask just like the one the Umbu wear. The same kind Kakashi wore. I put it on my face and, good heavens. Another system prompt came. It said that my action was mimicking Uchiha Obito, directly rewarding me with 500 inheritance points. At that moment, I realized, so this is the legendary role-playing method. No wonder those teachers at our school are all so strange. This reward directly leveled me up to level 6 and unlocked a new feature, a 6 cubic meter personal storage space. But that wasn't all. The upgrade gift pack opened up a heavyweight surprise. 1,000. Exactly 1,000 exploding tags. And a matching ninjutsu, fire release, exploding flame formation. I tell you, at that moment, I felt like I was possessed by Deidara, with only one thought in my mind. Explosions are art. This wave directly launched me into the stratosphere. Rich beyond belief. Wearing the mask, I felt like I was walking with the wind. I continued to grind monsters. On the way, I encountered 2 guys being surrounded and beaten up by the gourd and the big mouth flower, calling for my help. I took a look and thought, hey, I've killed those 2 already. They aren't useful for my mission. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I dashed away, leaving them confused in the wind. After grinding for 3 hours, I had only gathered 7 types of plants, making slow progress. It felt like the forest was unnaturally calm. What I didn't know was that outside, the teachers were throwing a party. Our homeroom teacher, Teacher QinShi, directly clashed with the homeroom teacher of the Super S class, Teacher Chiquan. For the sake of our Class B, the 2 of them, one playing with ice and the other with fire, almost tore the place apart. In the end, the principal came out to mediate and even set up a betting match, wagering which class would score higher in the upcoming exam, with the bet being the legendary key to the Hall of Heroes. Goodness, they're going all out. Just as they were placing their bets, a giant lewd voice of a middle-aged man suddenly echoed through the forest, claiming to be Crazy Dave. He said that the 3-hour trial period was over, and the game's difficulty had increased. Good heavens, I immediately felt like a Subway elder reacting to a phone meme. It turned out that everything before was just an appetizer. Dave said that from now on, the number of plants would increase tenfold, and zombies would come out after dark in 9 hours. The only way to survive was to kill more plants, explode plant cards, and some of my own plant minions to fight against the zombies. This game instantly transformed from a casual farming simulator to a doomsday tower defense game. As soon as he finished speaking, I turned around, and with a clang, my knife struck a round ice mass. Upon closer inspection, a completely blue pea shooter was wobbling toward me. Good heavens, I tell you, this thing is no ordinary pea. It's definitely an ice mage. Hitting me not only hurts but also slows me down. If I get stuck, won't I become a live target? At that moment, I glanced around, and my heart sank. From all directions, at least 10 of them were surrounding me. With this setup, there was nowhere to hide. All right, so there are a lot of you. You want to gang up on me? Just what I wanted. I immediately opened the system and said without hesitation, System, upgrade the shadow clone technique for me. I tell you, my shadow clone technique was at LV2 before, and I could only create 2 clones, which wasn't great for group fights. Now I want to do something big. But then the system, that slime merchant, popped up with a ding. Upgrade to LV3. Grant 3 skill points. Would you like to proceed with payment? I gasped in surprise. 3 points? Dude, that's way too expensive. It's just an upgrade. Not buying a house. Why does it come with a price increase? I tried to negotiate. How about a discount? Or can you put on my tab? And guess what it said? This system practices fair trade, with no deception, no credit, and never offers discounts. Wow, this AI is colder than a bank. Fine, you got me. I gritted my teeth. It's just 3 points, right? I'll pay in full. It's not like I don't have a means. Upgrade. Give me a full upgrade. Ding. With a sound, the skill upgrade was complete. The LV3 shadow clone technique can create up to 4 clones. I casually asked how much it costs to upgrade to LV4, and it told me it would be 10 points. I almost cursed. Why don't you go rob someone? Not wanting to waste time with it. For clones will be enough. I clapped my hands in front of my chest, quickly formed hand seals, and, with a bang, a puff of blue smoke exploded. Along with my real self, 5 identical versions of me stood there in unison. Although I felt like the blue bar in my body was suddenly divided into 5 parts, and each one was quite weak, it was more than enough to handle these plants. Brothers, let us go. We exchanged glances and charged off in different directions, each taking on 2 of them. Those ice archers started spitting ice pellets at us. I didn't even think about dodging. I went straight into my big move. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. I tell you, this move isn't as powerful as the Fireball Jutsu, but it excels in quantity. In an instant, Countless small fireballs burst forth from our mouths like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, under the precise locking of my Sharingan. It was as if I could hit anything I pointed at. In midair, as soon as the ice beams flew out, they were accurately intercepted by my fireballs and instantly turned into water vapor, before they could load a second shot. The remaining small fireballs had already circled around and ignited their roots directly. Fire beats ice, fire beats wood. This is a principle even elementary school students know. In just a few seconds, all 10 ice archers, roots and leaves included, were burned to ashes. As soon as the shadow clone disappeared, all the battle experience rushed back into my mind. I was still pondering what kind of 5 elements and Bagua formation to learn next. Combined with shadow clones, wouldn't that make me sore? At that moment, the strange game notification sound rang again, and 2 blue cards appeared on the ground with a ding. I picked them up and saw they were ice archer cards, which could be planted by tearing them open, but couldn't be moved. Good heavens, isn't this just a living tower defense game? As I complained, I continued to walk forward. Before long, a large flower bed appeared before me. But let me tell you, this flower bed was quite eerie. The ground was covered with sunflowers, and each one had a smiling human face on it, glowing brightly. That light illuminated the surrounding fog. As soon as I saw it, I understood. This is the sunflower that produces sunlight in Plants vs. Zombies. But the problem is, I don't need sunlight with cards. So what are these things for? Suddenly, a thought struck me when I remembered the prompt sound saying to gather cards for the arrival of night. Oh, I get it, everyone. These sunflowers are for me to use as streetlights at night. Once I figured this out, I grabbed a knife and rushed into the flower bed, starting to harvest like crazy. These sunflowers were strange. They just kept smiling foolishly. I cut down a patch, and the ones behind seemed oblivious, continuing to smile, which gave me the creeps. Just when I was having a great time chopping, my Sharingan suddenly detected a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy. Hidden among the swaying sunflowers was a small thing. It was entirely red, resembling a little chili pepper, and had a pouting expression on its face. The moment I saw it, I tell you, all the hairs on my body stood up. Damn, it's a fiery chili pepper. My mind went blank, and I turned and ran. I activated my instant teleportation to the max, and I shot out like an arrow. Just a second after I ran out, boom, a huge explosion, and that little chili pepper self-destructed. A wall of fire instantly engulfed the entire flower bed, and countless sunflowers were burned to a crisp in their smiling faces. Cough. Cough. I crawled out of the dirt beside me, covered in dust. Luckily, I reacted quickly and used my earth escape technique at the moment of the explosion. Otherwise, I would have probably been turned into a kebab. This thing is too sinister. If you just glance at it, it self-destructs. It's simply the ultimate trickster, a typical Voldemort. Once the fire was extinguished, I discovered that the charred flower bed was littered with cards. Sunflower cards, ice archer cards, and even 2 spicy chili pepper cards. I picked them up and my scalp went numb. The drop rate indicates that there were at least 10 spicy chili peppers hidden in that patch of land. Thankfully, I can burrow underground. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to survive. I counted the cards like counting money, 50 sunflower cards and 3 hot chili cards. It's simply amazing. This round was risky, but the rewards are truly sweet. Now I have all the streetlights I need for lighting up at night. I was feeling quite pleased when suddenly a cry for help came from beside my ear. The voice was quite pleasant, and it was clearly a girl. But I couldn't shake off the doubt in my mind. The cry for help sounded so devoid of emotion, almost like a rehearsed line. Could it be a trap? After some thought, I decided to go take a look. I put on my cat face mask and followed the sound until I reached the riverbank. In the middle of the river, a girl in a yellow school uniform was struggling in the water, holding onto a piece of wood. When she saw me, her eyes brightened, and she said her foot was tangled in water plants. I looked into the water and indeed saw some vines, along with a few pairs of red eyes flickering in and out of sight. The girl saw that I was standing still, got anxious, and started to sweeten the deal. If you save me, I'll give you all my cards. They're cherry bombs. Seeing that I still didn't move, she gritted her teeth and threw me a flirty look. As long as you save me, I promise you anything, even a most unreasonable request. Goodness, her acting skills were worthy of an Oscar. I smiled and nodded. All right, I'll save you. I pretended to walk to the riverbank, where a few lotus leaves could support a person. I lifted my foot, and just as I was about to step on it, my movement suddenly stopped. I looked at the girl in the river, smiling brightly. Let me tell you something, with your little tricks, you think you can trick me? You're still too inexperienced. As soon as I finished speaking, I quickly withdrew my lifted foot, then turned around, and, using all my strength, kicked that lotus leaf. Sea-level body technique, lion spring, bang. With a dull thud, the lotus leaf exploded beneath it, and a figure shot out of the water, grabbing two thin threads and swinging them up to the tree on the shore, pulling himself up. It was a blond guy in sunglasses. I recognized him as the S-class successor of Doflamingo, Mingo. He was shaken by the force of my kick and spat out blood, his eyes glaring at me like knives. Tell me, how did you discover me? I wore a mask and smiled slightly, not even knowing how you exposed yourself. Yet you want to defeat me? I threw a smoke bomb to the ground, and as the smoke cleared, two copies of me appeared. When Mingo saw this, he also laughed. Oh, can you create clones? How coincidental. I excel at that too. He moved his fingers, and countless threads danced around him, instantly weaving another version of himself. Hee, come on, let's hurt each other. The two main guests simultaneously let out sinister laughs and charged towards my two clones. How dare you compare clones with me? I couldn't help but laugh. The key to the clone technique is what? It's to make the opponent unable to distinguish between the real and the fake. But under my Sharingan, all clones are illusions. As soon as his thread clone appeared, which was the real one and which was fake, in my eyes it was as clear as fireflies in the night. You still want to play one-on-one? What a dream. I completely ignored his clone, and both of my copies charged at his real body with knives. He reacted quickly, raising the multicolored thread to block one knife. But the other knife, at the moment he blocked, pierced solidly into his body with a thud. But I frowned. The sensation fell off, light and fluffy, like cutting into a pile of cotton. While I looked up, lo and behold, the body I'd stabbed instantly turned into a flurry of threads. Hee. Mask Kid, you really dared to underestimate me. A cold voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw that the position of the previous thread clone had somehow changed to his real body. He stretched his hands back, and countless threads converged into a massive whip, sweeping towards us. Thread fruit skill, super strike whip. Boom. The surrounding trees were instantly cut in half. My two clones were also struck down on the spot. Haha, I won. I took down another one. Ming Yi fouted excitedly. But before his laughter faded, his pupils suddenly constricted, because my two beheaded clones didn't bleed at all. With two thuds, they turned into clouds of smoke. Fake. Both were fake. While he was in shock, a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest. He looked down, and a silver blade had already pierced through his heart from behind. I stood behind him, holding the knife with both hands, pushing it forward another inch. Sorry, S-rank classmate. Didn't you hear clearly? I said checkmate. As soon as I finished speaking, the ground where that thing was buried exploded with a loud bang. Let me tell you, the scene was like a fountain, with dirt shooting up into the sky and then crashing down with a splash. It was like a torrential mudstorm. Along with the mud, that Mingu also fell down, but was no longer in one piece, shattered more than a jigsaw puzzle. This explosion sent him away directly, without even giving him a chance to perform a heart bypass surgery on himself using the line fruit. In just a few seconds, those fragments turned to dust and disappeared, and the system prompt appeared. S-level inheritor, Mingu, eliminated. With the operator gone, the broken lines hanging from the sky, which were holding me, drooped down like burnout light bulbs. I pulled out my knife and quickly freed myself from this web of spider silk. You asked me what happened? Hey, this is called prediction. While he was chasing me to kick, I had already used Earth Escape to drill underground, conveniently stuffing 10 detonating talismans into the dirt as a gift. I tell you, this is an S-level treatment. One would make him drink a pot. 10 would send him on his way, leaving no bones behind, emphasizing respect. From a moment he tried to ambush me in the water. This guy's fate was already sealed. In the words of Kakashi-sensei, a guy who doesn't know how to cherish his companions is just a fighter among trash. I was cleaning the threads on my clothes when suddenly there was a ding and the system activated. Detected host has defeated S-class inheritor, Mingu. The opponent died in the secret realm, but the real body is not dead. Judgment, pseudo-kill. Wow, there's such a thing? Pseudo-kill? It means the person isn't really dead, but the rewards will still be issued, although there will be some deductions. You gained experience points 500, skill points 2. Opening kill reward options. 3 options popped up in front of me. The first is Shadow Rider line, which creates a line clone that can also take a fatal hit, a life-saving skill. The second is Parasite line, which is the move he just used to control me, specifically for sneaky tactics. The third is Spirit Power Gift, which allows me to take 1/3 of his spirit power. I thought about it. And is there even a need to think? The little bit of spiritual power offered is just a drop in the bucket. It's like begging for alms. So I'll just pass. The Shadow Rider technique is impressive, but I already have Shadow clones, so the abilities overlap a bit. Besides, I'm someone who plays with fire and lightning techniques. Learning to knit just doesn't fit my style. So I'll choose the parasitic thread. Although it isn't strong in direct confrontation, it's top-notch for tactics. At a critical moment, it can stall the opponent, giving me enough time to hit them 800 times. Plus, I feel like I can come up with a lot of interesting uses for it. Hee hee. I just made my choice, and my mind started to wander. Hey, doesn't this mean I can be a killer in this forest, slaying an S level every time I see one, racking up rewards until my hands hurt? If this place opens up in the future, I can come here every day to cash out. Isn't this a score farming bug? But then the system doused me with cold water. What nonsense are you thinking? Fake kill rewards only apply to S-level inheritors, and each person can only farm once. This is already the maximum benefit this system has secured for you. If you're too greedy, you'll lose everything. All right, I get it, you're impressive. I quickly learned the parasitic line and added skill points, feeling like I got a tiny bit stronger again. Next, of course, is our favorite part, looting. I walked over to the big pit, I blew up, and the plant card that Ming Good dropped was quietly lying there. I picked it up and took a look. Cherry bomb, potato mine, pea shooter. Wow, quite a variety. Wait, what is this? I dug through a pile of cards and pulled out a uniquely designed snack bag with an old man-s face on it. And it had 3 big words written on it. Golden fertilizer. Does anyone understand this? Golden fertilizer. This is the ultimate item from Plants vs. Zombies. It can buff plants, turning pea shooters into Gatling guns and corn launchers into Italian cannons. And this guy doesn't just have one, but a whole 8. Did he poke a golden fertilizer nest? Luckily, this card can only be used at night. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would get eliminated today. After looting everything on land, I didn't forget to jump to the middle of the river to fish out the card dropped by the red uniform girl that Minga sacrificed. TSK. Looting corpses is really enjoyable. I also chopped down all the tangled seaweed and lotus leaves in the river, turning them into my cards. Watching my task progress shoot up, I felt quite satisfied, but a new problem arose. This forest is like a maze. Where are the remaining 7 S-level treasures hidden? I can't just wander around aimlessly, can I? Just as I was worrying, the system chimed in again. Detected the hosts need to become stronger. The divine inheritance system is activated. In the secret realm, your system skill eye of inheritance will be enhanced. Damn, I'm just amazed. That eye of inheritance, which I always felt was useless. Aside from being able to see what others' inheritances are, its biggest function turns out to be opening maps in the secret realm. Searching for bosses, displaying maps, clearing routes. It's simply an official cheat. Although the first few functions can't be used due to the special nature of the secret realm, the last function is tailor-made for me. 04. Activate the search function for S-level and above inheritors in the secret realm. Activate. It must be activated. I'm screaming inside. In an instant, a map appeared in my mind, clearly marked with 8 shining points of light, while Mengji's had already dimmed. I randomly chose the one closest to me, and immediately an arrow appeared in front of me, with a distance conveniently marked next to it. This service is so thoughtful. I followed the guidance of the arrows, clearing obstacles along the way and casually harvesting a few plants. After an hour, I finally arrived at the destination. In front of me was a small desert, where a red-haired kid in a blue school uniform, carrying a big gourd, was tormenting a cactus. I recognized him at a glance. Isn't that the heir of Gaara, Arrow? Look at how smoothly he plays with his sand, using a sand waterfall funeral to blow up a cactus. Plus, he actually has the character Love engraved on his forehead. Wow, he's really taken a role-playing to a whole new level. What a tough guy. These second-generation descendants have a rich family background, starting off at a significant advantage compared to others. However, they are out of luck, as they have encountered me, a diligent and hard-working student who relies entirely on my own excellence. I put on a cat face mask and walked straight out of the bushes. That guy noticed me too. When he saw I was a B grade in a red school uniform, the contempt in his eyes was impossible to hide. He stopped, stating his intention, or else die. His voice was cold, and the sand at his feet stood up like a poisonous snake. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. I drew the long knife from my back with a swift motion, and my actions spoke for themselves. A fight. How ridiculous. A B-level dared to challenge me. He sneered. I won't even give you a chance to admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both hands, and the surrounding sand instantly went wild, gathering around him. This is the desert, my home ground. My strength can double. He roared, and countless sands instantly condensed into shuriken shapes, raining down on me. I widened my eyes, and the 2 jade-like orbs in my sockets spun rapidly. Sharingan activate. Bang, bang, bang. The knife in my hand moved as fast as lightning. In less than 2 seconds, all the shuriken made of sand flying towards me were sliced into sand. Hey, AI, can you be a bit more serious? I shook the sand off my knife, knowing that you don't have much time left. If you don't unleash your big move now, you 1T have another chance. In this battle, we will determine both our strengths and our fates. This moment stunned him, and his expression finally shifted from icy to serious. He knew he had encountered a tough opponent. This guy wasn't backing down either. He suddenly thrust both hands upward, causing not only the sand in his gourd but also the sand on the ground to rise, forming a massive sandball around him. Sand shield? I looked at his turtle shell and chuckled. He even made a sand eye on the sandball, preparing to hide inside as an observer. The idea is pretty good, but a bit naive. Do you think this is a turn-based game, where I'll give you time to read the bar? Do you think I could just stand by and watch you build your turtle shell? I suddenly grabbed my right wrist with my left hand, and in an instant, a blinding flash of lightning exploded in my palm. The screams of thousands of birds seemed to echo in my ears. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. That guy turned pale when he saw the electric light in my hand through the sand eye, frantically trying to sabotage my charge with sand, creating sand rain and using sand hands to trip me. But in the face of my 1,000 birds extreme thrusting speed, his little tricks were like child-esque play. I exploded with spiritual energy beneath my feet and activated the instant body technique, my speed skyrocketing again, my whole person moving so fast that I left behind an afterimage. With a whoosh, I charged right up to his sand shield, which was not fully closed yet. 1,000 birds, thrust. My hand, flashing with lightning, pierced through the sand shield with a whoosh, hitting him squarely in the chest. He looked at his heart in disbelief, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning to ashes. The battle was over, and the system notification sound arrived as expected. Detected host has defeated S-Class Gaara's successor, Arrow. The reward options popped up again, but this time I was directly stunned. Because both he and I were heirs of the Hokage, the system prompted that for the ninjutsu in the rewards, I could directly spend skill points to learn them without having to choose 1 out of 3. 0-1, Sand Shield 0-2, Third Eye 0-3, Sand Hand 0-4, Spirit Power Gift 1/10. Wow, can it really be played like this? What's there to hesitate about? Only kids make choices. I want them all, buddy. System. I choose reward 4, Spirit Power Gift. Then, spend 3 skill points to learn all 3 Sand Ninjutsu. Ding, as soon as I heard that system notification, I felt completely energized. My spirit power permanently increased by 1, and I instantly learned the 3 Sand Ninjutsu, leaving me with 4 skill points. It's simply amazing. However, the downside of these Sand Ninjutsu is that they require sand. I was thinking if the system was stingy and only gave me 1 ninjutsu, I'd have to waste a cubic meter of space to store sand, which would be a huge loss. But now, wow, Sand Shield, Third Eye, Sand Hand, all 3 bundled together. This deal is a huge profit. Without saying a word, I stuffed 1. 5 cubic meters of sand into the system space with a duong, clap my hands. And it was done. System, where's the next unlucky guy? Immediately, 6 light spots appeared in front of me, and I picked the closest one. The system navigation started right away. This time the distance was a bit far, but I wasn't in a hurry, so I decided to complete some of my side quests along the way. As a result, after just a couple of steps, wow, a golden cornfield appeared right in front of me, filled with those swaying corn throwers. My eyes lit up at that moment. Isn't this just a natural paradise for card swiping? I was thinking about strolling over to that cornfield. It was still 10 meters away, and I thought I was in a safe zone, but guess what? The corn stalks all at once turned their heads towards me in perfect unison. I was stunned, suddenly remembering what the Forest Master Dave said before, that the detection range of plants refreshes. No way. What a coincidence. You refresh just as I arrive? The next second, my family, who understands this? A sky full of corn kernels came crashing down like hail. That was an intense barrage. I couldn't help but exclaim, what the heck? I originally planned to get closer and take them out with a fireball, but they beat me to it. You think you little corn kernels can take me down? I snorted coldly, my hands moving quickly, chanting, binding way number 39, circular barrier. A circular shield opened up right above my head, and the corn kernels pelted against it, sounding like raindrops hitting glass. After this wave of attacks passed, I looked at the shield above me. It was cracked but not shattered. I was just about to mock them, saying, "Is that all you've got?" When suddenly a giant corn cob, bigger than my head, came crashing down from the sky like an intercontinental missile. Corn cannon. At that moment, my scalp felt like it was about to explode. I gritted my teeth and poured all my spiritual energy into it, reciting the incantation to the point where my tongue almost got tangled. Finally, just before it came crashing down, I managed to stack another layer of circular barriers. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and the shock wave knocked me back, making me cough. I looked at the large pit beside me with lingering fear. Even 2 layers of circular barriers couldn't hold up. They only managed to tilt it and deflect it. If I had taken that hit head-on, I reckon I would have been taken away on the spot. I know what this thing is. It's a corn cannon. A powerful weapon from Plants vs. Zombies, just with a long cooldown. Taking advantage of it charging up for a big shot, I quickly used my Sharingan to scan the cornfield, and there was the massive corn cannon hiding at the back. These guys almost flipped over in the gutter. I'm telling you, this survival game is full of pitfalls, and you have to stay on high alert. Right after that, a flurry of small corn kernels came flying in. After dealing with the big ones, it was time for the little ones. Seamless transition, right? I braced myself with a new sand shield and shouted at the system. Add a bit. 3 sand ninjutsu. Each add a little. Then I formed hand seals and activated the ninjutsu, sand shield. I tell you, a level 2 sand shield has a defense power that's on a whole different level. Sand from the system's space flowed out like a torrent, and within 10 seconds, a thick sand ball completely encased me. Almost the moment the sand ball formed, the second corn cannon shot arrived. Boom! Guess what? The sand ball didn't budge an inch. Not even a crack. This defense is unbreakable without some kind of pinpoint explosion skill, like Chidori. But now I'm a ball, unable to move, and my vision is completely blocked. How can I counterattack? Hey, I was prepared. A small eyeball made of sand quietly rose from outside the sand shield. Ninjutsu, third eye. This thing is like a drone, giving me a clear view of the outside situation. Then, a large hand made of sand pinched 5 explosive tags and executed a precise airdrop aimed right at that corn cannon. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 consecutive explosions flipped that big guy upside down. With the biggest threat dealt with, the rest would be easy. I actually still had a few strands of sand hidden between my teeth, which the sand hand had already thrown into the cornfield. Ninjutsu, fireball jutsu. I puffed up my cheeks and shot out a large fireball, instantly creating a hole in the sand shield. The fireball followed the silk thread and detonated directly in the cornfield. The flames spread rapidly, turning the entire cornfield into a sea of fire. Done. I released the sand shield and looked at the scorched ashes and scattered cards on the ground, happily starting to pick up the loot. Huh. I picked up a card and my eyes widened. The card depicted that corn cannon. Wow, I hit a 1/5 drop rate. When luck comes, it really can't be stopped. I tell you, just as I got my big cannon and was thinking about how to use it to blast zombies at night, the live broadcast outside exploded. That robot Dave was passionately commentating with a microphone. Oh ho. The game has been going on for 5 hours, and already 351 students have been eliminated. Let's take a look at the death terrain leaderboard. In third place, the Sunflower Patch, with 49 deaths. In second place, the Golden Cornfield I just came out of, with 81 deaths. And in first place, that robot deliberately elongated the tone, is the silently devouring Dark Swamp. Currently, the death toll is 150. Historical data shows that the number of survivors is 0. Goodness, even I felt a chill listening to that. The teachers outside were also discussing, saying that even S-class students would die inside, facing a life-and-death situation. As for me, following the system's arrow guidance, I burned a patch of pumpkin field, cut a few street lamp flowers, and was about to complete the task. Then I stopped in my tracks. In front of me was a vast area shrouded in darkness. Pitch black, to the point I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I casually made a seal and used the Phoenix Fire technique. A few small fireballs floated over like ghostly flames, and it was then I realized, wow, it was a swamp. My damn instinct tells me that this place is extremely dangerous. Moreover, the system indicates that the next S-level inheritor is right in this swamp. I hesitated at that moment. Should I just forget it? It wasn't worth it to risk myself for personal gain. Just as I was about to leave, a cry for help came from the depths of the swamp. Help? Help me. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. I listened carefully, and there was no mistake. It was my wealthy brother, Lao Lu's fiancée, the big star Mu Yang. Now I was really at a loss. Should I save her or not? In the end, her next sentence left me speechless. Mu Yang, I have money. Whoever saves me, I will give 1 million cash. I just lifted my foot, and it quickly retracted. A righteous expression instantly appeared on my face. Ahem, I'm not doing this for money. It's mainly for brotherly loyalty. I saved his fiancée, so old Lu should at least give me a green submariner, right? All right, for the sake of brotherhood, I'll wade through this muddy water. I turned around and went into the woods to make a few simple torches. Then I infused my feet with spiritual energy, making it feel just like walking on solid ground, and directly stepped into the swamp. I hadn't gone far when I saw Mu Yang stuck in the mud. I quickly put on my cat mask. After all, I still needed to continue hunting, and I couldn't reveal my identity. When she saw the light of the fire, it was as if she saw her own father. "Hurry, classmate, pull me up." I didn't move. Squatting on the ground, I reached out my finger to her and beckoned. She looked confused and said, "What does that mean?" I pinched my throat and said, "Money, M-O-N-E-Y, got it? Cash in hand, save a life." She rolled her eyes and raised her left hand, which hadn't sunk yet, revealing a red gemstone ring in her palm. "This is my storage ring. It has 1 million inside. Pull me up, and I'll give you both the ring and the money." Before she finished speaking, I tell you, a sandy hand swooped in and accurately snatched the ring from her hand. "You!" Her face turned green with anger. I waved my hand and said, "I said I'd save you, so I'll save you. I'm not the kind of person who takes money and doesn't do anything." As I spoke, another sand hand flew over, grabbing her arm and pulling her out. Just as she was about to get out, her expression suddenly changed, and she yelled at me, "Watch out." I looked up and saw, wow, 3 creatures with halos on their heads and eyes like mosquito coils bouncing towards me. "Don't let them touch you," the girl shouted anxiously. I got touched by one of those things and just fell asleep right away. I glanced at her and thought, do you even need to say that? Hypnotic mushrooms. I'm an old player. I swiftly unleashed the Phoenix Fire technique, and several flames accurately hit, turning them to ashes. Fire conquers wood, and in this place, fire escape is a divine skill. Once I pulled her up completely, she grabbed her magic wand, and her demeanor instantly changed. A floating card made her hover in midair. A light card illuminated the entire swamp. I just realized that I was surrounded by all kinds of mushrooms, small mushrooms, big mushrooms. It was simply a mushroom paradise. A great place to swipe my card. I had just thrown a shuriken and taken one down when a cold voice from the side said, "These are all my prey. If you dare to move another one, I will kill you. I've already been saved, and you have lost your value. Return my ring to me, and then follow my orders, and I might spare your life." At that moment, my family found it both infuriating and amusing. I looked at her through my mask. "Burning bridges after crossing the river? Are you sure?" She sneered disdainfully. "With your B-level inheritance, wanting to kill you is easier than squashing an ant." I looked at her and suddenly asked a question. "Are you really Pei's fiancé?" She was taken aback for a moment, then her face filled with disgust. "You actually asked me that? Forget it. I'll tell you since you're on the verge of death. That fat guy from the Pei family, he's both fat and ugly. How could he be worthy of me? If I hadn't heard that he could become the head of the family, I wouldn't even bother with him. Now he has AB rank, and I'm an S rank. What right does he have to marry me? I've already asked my dad to annul the engagement. A toad wants to eat swan meat." I listened to her finish speaking, and my expression instantly turned cold. I'd been a bit hesitant, but hearing you say that, I felt relieved. I slowly drew my zanpakuto, and didn't you ever hear the saying? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor. As soon as I finished speaking, I dashed forward with a shuanpa. She was startled and quickly used a shield to block my blade. Then she used an illusion card, and in an instant, I was surrounded by mirrors, trapped in an illusion. Watching me stand there in a daze, she floated in front of me triumphantly, her wand transforming into a long sword, ready to stab at my chest. However, she noticed the corners of my mouth slightly rising beneath my mask. Did she still want to use illusions against me? Well, playing tricks in front of my Sharingan is like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. You were just teaching me how to do things. With a reverse slash, I plunged the knife in her body with even greater speed, producing a soft thud. Her face was filled with disbelief. How could you escape the illusion? I couldn't be bothered to waste words with her, so I kicked her wand away and spun around like a top, delivering a powerful lion strike right to her chest. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and I kicked her back into the mud, watching her helplessly sink deeper and deeper. I crouched down and looked at her terrified yet beautiful face, slowly saying, "Miss Mu, you've made a mistake. The person who can save you can also kill you." At the moment, she was completely engulfed by the swamp. Ding. Rewards received. Defeating an S-rank inheritor. Rewards to choose from: Kuro card, illusion, Kuro card, float, Kuro card, sword, and one is spirit gift. Illusion card? I have Sharingan, pass. Float card? Can't really fly, a waste, pass. Then there's this sword card. I curiously asked the system what it would be like at max level. The system displayed it, and I was shocked. LV3 unlocks hidden function. Floating sword. Isn't this flying with a sword? Does anyone understand? I always thought Cardcaptor Sakura was a shoujo manga. But now you're telling me It's a cultivation anime. Why hesitate at all? Choose it. Choose it. I directly invested all 4 skill points I just got into it, and the sword card instantly leveled up to LV3. The system also reminded me that I didn't need to recite such a cringy incantation. Just throw it out. I casually tossed it, and the card instantly transformed in midair into a shimmering silver-white long sword, whirling through the air with a whoosh. Let me tell you, it's really handsome. It's just that the energy consumption is a bit high. It used up 5 spirit cards in less than a minute. I'm having a great time when suddenly I feel something's off under my feet. The entire swamp is shaking. It seems like some big creature is about to burst out from below. Those silly jumping mushrooms have all turned red-eyed and are charging at me like they're crazy. Mu Yang has been eliminated, and the effect of the light card is about to fade. It's getting darker and darker around me. I controlled the flying sword to kill wildly and cast a fireball spell, flames shooting into the sky. But the fire didn't last long. Suddenly, a bunch of blue mushrooms, exuding a chill, emerged from the mud. They dove into the fire and with a puff, extinguished my flames. Goodness, frost mushrooms specifically here to counter me. But let me tell you, that's not even the craziest part. I suddenly felt something was off under my feet. As I activated my Sharingan, I was stunned to see that the swamp was filled with red dots beneath. A real mushroom army was hiding in the mud. I was completely stunned at that moment, running for my life while quickly forming hand signs, and the sand in the system rolled out for me. Sand shield, activate. A huge sandball instantly wrapped me up tightly, with a big eye molded on the outside, providing comprehensive and all-around surveillance. I just finished wrapping myself up when suddenly the entire swamp erupted like a boiling pot, and countless mushrooms burst out of the ground. The small ones sprayed me, the big ones sprayed me, and the colorful ones were desperately trying to break through my sand shield. It was a cacophony, and the mushroom juice fell like a torrential rain, covering my entire sandball. But the defense was rock solid. They couldn't break through. Just then, something strange happened. I tell you, the whole swamp suddenly went quiet. A deathly silence. All the mushrooms, big and small, froze in place as if someone had pressed the pause button. My heart skipped a beat. Does anyone understand? It's not that they wanted to stop. It's that they didn't dare to move. It was like the big boss of the forest was on patrol, and the little brothers collectively fell silent. A wave of oppressive fear surged through me, and the swamp began to undulate like ocean waves, accompanied by a rumbling sound like thunder. I peered through the sand and thought, oh no, this commotion is definitely caused by a big guy. I couldn't stay any longer. I made a quick decision and instantly released the sandball. The ground was covered in mushrooms, leaving no place to step. But would that stun me? I drew my sword card, and a white sword shot through the air. I grabbed the hilt and flew. No, I was dragged along by the sword. It pulled me straight up into the sky. Just as I lifted off, I glanced down and almost fell off the sword. A pure black, gigantic mushroom cap slowly rose from the swamp, and beneath that cap were a pair of blood-red eyes. Just that one glance made cold sweat pour down my back. The destruction mushroom, the ultimate weapon in Plants vs. Zombies. The Doomsday Mushroom. I watched as this mushroom, larger than a mountain, fully emerged, and then it puffed up its mouth as if taking a breath. The next second, boom, an enormous mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. The black shockwave swept across all directions, leaving no grass behind. The entire swamp, my friends, was directly leveled to the ground. All that remained was a bottomless giant pit. I was thrown out by the shockwave of the explosion, landing on the grass like a broken sack, and I spewed out a mouthful of old blood, my whole body covered in injuries. I could see that I was about to die, so I quickly pulled out that Mondstadt potato pancake from my pocket and took a big bite. Wow, this thing is really effective. In 3 minutes, I was back to full health and full energy. I ran to the edge of the giant pit, feeling regretful about my lack of gain, when suddenly a stone tablet fell from the sky and landed right in my hands. A middle-aged man's voice echoed in my mind, introducing himself as Dave, saying that I was awesome and the first person to survive this timed explosion level. This stone tablet was a reward and could also be taken out of the secret realm. As soon as I saw it, I was stunned. A Destruction Mushroom Slot. It's a one-time use item that can summon a destruction mushroom the height of a person, which detonates within a minute and has enough power to kill a third-tier monster. This is simply a trump card. I quickly asked the system to keep it safe for me, fearing I might accidentally send myself away. Just as I tucked this big trump card away, I opened the Eye of Inheritance to look for the next unlucky soul. Hey, guess what? There was a light point really close to me, and it was rapidly flying towards me. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. This prey even delivered itself right to my doorstep. It saved me some trouble. I sat down by the big pit, put on my cat face mask, and set my zanpakuto aside, just waiting leisurely. Before long, a muscular guy came running over. He was shirtless, had an 8-pack, and those biceps clearly indicated he was someone who lived on protein powder. The most crucial part was that he had 3 swords strapped to his back. 3-sword style? Zoro's legacy? I immediately figured it out. The guy saw me and ran over with a look of surprise. Classmate, you were attracted by that big explosion too, right? Let me tell you, that huge bang almost made me crap my pants. He scratched his head, looking at the giant pit in amazement, saying that with that kind of power, if he were inside, even his sensitive skin would probably get blown away. His gaze shifted, and upon seeing my zanpakuto beside me, his eyes lit up. Wow. Fellow practitioner, I'm Sauron, inheritor of Zoro's legacy. Since we're both sword enthusiasts, how about we practice together? As soon as I heard it, I knew the opportunity had come. I slowly stood up, picked up the saber, and said in a mysterious tone, just for practice? I'm not interested in that. I looked at him, my voice coming from beneath the mask, cold enough to chill. Swords and knives are for killing, not for playing house like children. You strike one move, and I'll strike another. That's just juggling. The muscular man, Solong, upon hearing this, widened his eyes like copper bells, his expression showing, wow, you spoke right to my heart. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I decided to go all in. Do you know why the principal made us take the exam here? It's to experience life and death. If you can't risk your life in a place where you won't actually die, how can you become a true swordsman in the future? This guy was completely swayed by my words. The look in his eyes was almost fiery, like he was looking at a life mentor. The atmosphere had reached this point, so I directly revealed my intentions, pointing my zanpakuto at him. If you want to practice with me, fine, but this sparring match will determine both our strengths and our fates. Do you dare? Well, that guy Solong was instantly fired up. What a spirit. This is the kind of spirit I lack. He drew 3 swords from his back, bit one in his mouth, and shouted indistinctly. These 3 swords, Shuezo, Sandai, Kichitachi, and Doimonji, are all famous blades. I am willing to wager my life. Solong, the 3-sword style swordsman of Tianyan City, seeks your guidance. I smiled slightly, holding a knife in my right hand and a card in my left. I, the dual-wielding swordsman, seek your guidance. The guy was taken aback. Don't you only have one knife? Just as he was puzzled, I flashed the card in my left hand, and a snow-white longsword appeared out of thin air, piercing through from behind him in a whoosh. Sword, Kuro card, activate. My swordsmanship instantly soared to master level. Clang. He reacted quickly, turning around and blocking it with a single strike. I rushed forward with my knife, every strike aiming for a fatal blow. The flying sword danced around him, attacking from various tricky angles. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as he was forced to retreat repeatedly. After half a minute, he seized an opportunity to push me back a step, laughing as he said, "What a thrill! To show my respect, let me use my ultimate move against you." He sheathed one of his knives, resting his hand on the hilt, and his entire demeanor changed. One sword style, Lion's Song. A flash of light passed, and his figure appeared beside me in an instant, his long knife slashing horizontally. Zulfust. I was directly split in 2 by him. The battle was over. Solong looked satisfied, but with a bang, I transformed into a cloud of smoke where he had struck me. Fake. His jaw nearly dropped in shock. The knife was fast, but unfortunately, you were showing off. 3 of my figures appeared before him simultaneously, applauding, while you closed your eyes to draw your knife. I had already split myself. Swordsmanship ninja technique, dance of the crescent moon. The 3 of me slashed at him from 3 different directions. Clang, clang, clang. He exerted all his strength, barely blocking my 3 zanpakuto with 3 knives. But just when he thought he had defended himself, that white flying sword silently pierced from behind him. With all 3 of his knives restrained, what could he use to block? I smiled. He caught a glimpse of it from the corner of his eye, and his expression changed drastically. With a sound, the flying sword hit his back, but failed to pierce through. A black pattern emerged on his back, as hard as steel. Armament hockey? Damn, this guy's a talent. Taking advantage of my moment of distraction, he broke free, pulling the sword from his back, gasping for breath. Though he was heavily injured, his eyes shone even brighter. Are truly strong. I admit you are stronger than me. Now, let me show you my strongest secret technique as a token of my gratitude. The knives in his hands began to spin rapidly like windmills, and he charged at me with a terrifying blade wind. 3-sword style secret technique. 3,000 worlds. Wait. My 3 clones spoke simultaneously. Then with a bang, they all turned into smoke. Solong was completely stunned. 3. Were all clones? A faint light flashed. and my true self appeared, slowly raising my zanpakuto. You are a true swordsman. I will personally accept your gratitude. With a sword in each hand, my Sharingan instantly activated, and the three tomo spun wildly. His blade moved so fast that it was hard to see, but in my eyes it was crystal clear. However, I knew that while my eyes could keep up, my body could not. Lightning release. Chidori. The piercing cry of a bird rang out as violent lightning engulfed my arms, pushing my cellular activity to its limit. Come, let us fight. I roared, charging into the destructive storm of blades. In the blink of an eye, we had already exchanged blows hundreds of times, but I knew deep down that in terms of swordsmanship, he was stronger than me. If I kept attacking, I would surely lose. But fighting has never been just about the blades. My fingers moved slightly, and several invisible parasitic threads had already wrapped around me. My entire body suddenly twisted at an angle that defied the laws of physics, dodging a knife with my head down and feet up. At the same time, a sandy hand emerged from behind me, reaching for his knife. As the sand exploded, momentarily obscuring my vision, my right hand longsword thrust upward, aiming directly at the death spot of his throat. However, at this critical moment, his knife stopped. I was taken aback, landing back on the ground, and walked over to him. He had his eyes closed, his hand still tightly gripping the knife. But a satisfied smile lingered at the corner of his mouth as he stood there, breathless. A gentle breeze blew by, and his body turned into specks of light and dissipated. S-rank inheritor, Suolong, eliminated. This battle was exhilarating. The fire in my chest burned through me, making me feel completely at ease. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding, Sharingan has evolved. Current state, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Ding. Detected that the host has pseudo-killed S-rank inheritor, Suolong. Reward options obtained. 01. Armament Haki, 02. 3 Sword Styles Secret Technique, 3000 Worlds, 03. Spiritual Power Gift. The 3000 Worlds is strong, but do I have to hold a knife in my mouth? That image is too beautiful for me to look at. As for the Spiritual Power Gift, that little mosquito leg is directly ignored. System. I choose Armament Haki. Ding. Host level up, obtain skill points, spiritual power cap. You have automatically mastered the ninjutsu. Illusion technique, Sharingan, level LV3. Goodness, an illusion technique. Now, my shortcoming has been covered. This battle was simply a blood profit. Satisfied, I closed the system and activated the inheritor's eye again to search for the next target. I looked at the minimap, and the 2 closest light spots were right next to each other. Are these 2 allied? It seems that in the next battle, it will be 1 against 2. But let me tell you, I was completely calm at that moment, even feeling a bit amused. While I was getting ready for a big fight, the teachers outside the school were not idle either. Goodness, another S-rank buddy was sent out by me, that muscular guy named Suolong. He was quite straightforward, happily saying he enjoyed the fight even after being eliminated. But this infuriated their class teacher, Chiquan. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. He was spitting everywhere, pointing to the sky and cursing, saying their supernova class had lost all face. While he was cursing, that cheeky live-streaming robot started stirring the pot again, sarcastically saying, "Oh dear, another one from supernova class has been eliminated. Teacher Chiquan, this isn't just a student getting spanked, it's your face being slapped." Teacher Chiquan immediately spewed a mouthful of old blood mixed with water, completely breaking his defenses. Furious, he left directly to the rest area to get to the bottom of it. And just after he left, the principal side was bursting with information. Teacher Qingji, who looked quite cultured, pulled out a scroll from somewhere and leaned next to the principal, whispering. What these 2 were discussing was no small matter about students fighting. Let me summarize for you, this is big. They discovered that the previous cruise ship monster attack incident was not an accident at all, but man-made. It was orchestrated by a dark organization called Ju. These people are simply lunatics. They have developed a kind of dark magic that can implant a person's heart into a monster, using it as a monster core. Do you know what monster core is? It's like giving a regular small monster a god-level CPU, instantly boosting its combat power. They used a rich girl named Su Xiao for an experiment, implanting her heart into a hollow. As a result, that hollow evolved into a great hollow. The one I took down. When the monster died, the girl also died instantly. After the autopsy, her chest cavity was empty, her heart was gone. Who understands this? These villains understand cyber ascension, but in a monster version. Even more explosive news followed. Teacher Qingji said that they traced the clues and found out that this Zhu organization was actually collaborating with another dark organization called the 100 Ghost Group. These 2 organizations One is a mad scientist doing human modification, and the other is a pyramid scheme head imitating Musin from Demon Slayer for viral expansion, completely unrelated. And now they're hand in hand. What's the clue? It's a rich second generation named Yuan Million, who also escaped from that ship, but he lied. His bodyguard's corpse was hidden on the yacht using a special invisibility ability. If it weren't for a teacher's ability to negate all supernatural abilities, this matter would have been completely covered up. The way that bodyguard died is a signature method of the 100 Ghost group. So, these two organizations teaming up must be plotting something big. Moreover, teacher QinShi finally said that they received intelligence that the 100 Ghost group has planted a spy among our new students. After hearing this, the principal sneered, saying that this new student trial was originally a trap just to lure out this little ghost. You see, outside the wind and waves are rising, and I'm not idle here either. After bidding farewell to those two buddies, I put on my mask and continued deeper into the forest. After walking for more than an hour, I came across a particularly wide stone bridge. I focused my eyes and saw that the bridge surface was themed after Plants vs. Zombies? It was densely packed with spikes. If I walked across, wouldn't I directly experience a foot massage Pro Max version? But could this stump me? Just kidding. I directly formed hand seals, using Gaara's sand shield to wrap myself tightly into a ball, then created two big hands of sand outside to push. Fully automatic humanoid hamster ball activated. Those spikes couldn't pierce through it all. I rolled over, crushing them all instead, cards dropping all over the place, making me very happy. Rolling to the middle of the bridge, hey, the obstacles upgraded, turning into steel spikes, thick and hard. This time, the hamster ball would be punctured. No problem, small scene. I directly activated armament hockey on the sandball, and the entire ball darkened with a hum, becoming harder than steel. Then I continued rolling forward and heard crackling sounds. All those steel spikes were crushed into scrap metal. After crossing the bridge, the task progress bar increased significantly. Great. I wandered through the forest for another half hour, feeling the temperature dropping increasingly, the surrounding leaves turning yellow, and finally transforming into a snow-covered landscape. The next target point was on that snow-capped mountain ahead. I rubbed my hands together, exhaled a puff of white breath, and ran up the mountain. As soon as I reached the top, I saw a group of about 10 students in yellow uniforms gathered around a woman in a mink coat, taking a break. The woman clearly had a strong presence. Even the tree stump she was sitting on was covered with a blanket, and someone was making tea for her. It was quite impressive. As soon as I showed up, a kid in a yellow school uniform jumped down from a tree to block my path, looking disdainful. Stop. Another one here to cling to the big shot? I haven't spoken yet, but the woman sitting down, named Jingzi, an S-level inheritor, slowly started to speak. She said that their alliance is very strong, but they don't accept the trash in our red school uniforms because we are too weak. However, since I came all the way here, if I hand over all the plant cards on me, I can leave. As soon as she finished speaking, the guy in the yellow school uniform blocking me started to push me and try to reach into my pocket. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. With a flash of the blade, that guy's right hand flew off. He was still there, probably not even realizing what had happened. I swiftly struck again, sending him back to the city for resurrection. Watching him turn into light particles, I said lightly, "You weren't wrong. Killing here doesn't result in death. So let me send you on your way. No need to thank me." At that moment, everyone exploded in outrage. The remaining 9 in yellow uniforms instantly surrounded me. The leader, Jingji, also stood up, her gaze sharp like a knife, but clearly with a hint of caution. I swung my knife and said, "Jingji, right? Don't let your little brothers get themselves killed. How about you and I have a one-on-one fight?" She laughed directly after hearing this, licked her lips, and said, "Are you out of your mind? I have 9 people, and you have just 1. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Get him, waste him." Sigh. I shook my head. It's hard to persuade someone who's asking for death. I quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Ninja technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a bang, 5 of me appeared in an instant. The 9 people opposite were instantly stunned, and the numerical advantage was gone in a flash. Jingji was still screaming from behind. "Don't be afraid. Those clones are just paper tigers. Each one is very weak. Go for it." I thought to myself, "You really are my internet mouthpiece. You've set the flag perfectly." Under the cat face mask, I laughed. The 5 of us formed seals at the same time. Fire style. Great fireball technique. In the next moment, 5 huge fireballs erupted from 5 directions, engulfing the 5 students in yellow uniforms who charged in front. The scene was like a large outdoor barbecue, and the screams didn't last for more than a few seconds before the 5 were incinerated on the spot, eliminated. The remaining 4 were so frightened that they turned and ran, crying out for their parents. I didn't chase after them, but looked at the pale-faced Jing-Ji and said, "Look, now it's just the two of us left. Shall we start the second round?" As soon as I finished speaking, my 3 clones launched slashes from above, the left and the right. Jing-Ji reacted, took off the hairpin from her head, and shouted, "I refuse." 3-day shield. An orange-yellow triangular shield appeared instantly in front of her, clanging and blocking all my attacks. Not bad defense. I materialized and looked at the shield. Is this the ability of Inoue, Orihime, a domain said to even be able to invade gods? But your current level of development is still far from it. My right hand flashed with lightning, and 1,000 birds chirped together. With one move of 1,000 birds, I slammed it directly against the shield. With a crack, the shield shattered, just as I was about to use a second 1,000 birds to send her away too. I suddenly felt a chill above my head. I looked up sharply and damn, a rock as big as a meteorite was about to smash down on my head. Without saying a word, I unleashed a shot from Qian Yao towards the sky, directly turning the giant rock into rubble. As the smoke cleared, I slowly turned around. Not far away, a boy in a blue school uniform, with a cloth covering his eyes, was quietly watching me while leaning on a cane sword. Well, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Another S-class finally couldn't hold back. I looked at the 2 people surrounding me, one in front and one behind, and smiled. With a flick of my left hand, a cloud card appeared out of thin air and transformed into a white longsword. At the same time, the 3 Magatama in my eyes began to spin wildly. Don't get me wrong, I was looking at both of them with a relaxed tone as if we were just chatting. It's not that you 2 have surrounded me. It's that I have surrounded you 2 worthless fools. I told you, the first one I targeted was that blind guy named Yisheng. Don't be fooled by his blind eyes. His perception is like he has radar. My white flying swords and the knife in my hand were darting around. But guess what? This guy seemed to have cheats. He blocked everything with a clatter. He was dancing around with a broken staff knife, completely impenetrable. On the other side, that big-chested girl Jingzi was acting like a sniper, aiming at me from afar, her fingers almost bending. I heard her mumbling about how I dared to turn my back on her, and didn't take her seriously. Hey, I thought, isn't this a fight? Do I have to stand still and be your live target? What kind of logic is that? For those who understand, she was holding back her big move, called the Solitary Heaven Blade Shield, which is said to be a light blade that can cut a person in half. But the chance only comes once. She was just waiting for me to show a flaw. Opportunities come unexpectedly. That blind guy wasn't easy either. After exchanging dozens of blows with me, he suddenly jumped back, drove his knife into the ground, and shouted, "Hell journey. 5 times gravity." Damn, in that instant, I felt like a mountain was pressing down on me, and I was slammed to the ground. The heavy fruit ability of the Wisteria Tiger truly lives up to its reputation. This made the girl really happy. Upon seeing me pinned down, her eyes lit up like she found money, and she quickly started chanting, "Chuange, Solitary Heaven Blade Shield. I refuse." Although that line made me cringe. Her move was indeed unleashed. A light blade struck me with a bang, and snowflakes exploded everywhere. She thought she had succeeded, lost in her own world, saying she finally took me down, even thinking that I, the masked man, had some charm? No, lady, what are you imagining? And what happened? A scream, but it wasn't mine. When she looked closely, the one lying on the ground, cut in half, was not me, but her blind teammate Yisheng. Blood was everywhere. She was stunned, stepping back several paces, mumbling how could this be? I clearly aimed at the masked man. The injured blind guy was tough, spitting blood and yelling at her. "What are you talking about? That guy has always been behind you." She turned around sharply, and my cat-faced mask was right in front of her, smiling. I stretched lazily and said to her, "Awake?" Unfortunately, too late. Pretty lady looked down. When she looked down, she saw 10 explosive talismans stuck to her feet, instantly seeming like they grew legs and all glued to her. I formed a hand seal and smiled at her, saying goodbye. Ninja art, exploding flame array. Boom! A loud explosion, double kill. S-rank Jingzi, eliminated directly. That blind guy Yisheng, hearing the explosion, was almost driven insane. Roaring why? Why couldn't she notice even when she was right next to you? And why was she crazily attacking me? Can I tell him? Of course not. Let me tell you, from the moment I first saw her with my 3-tomo Sharingan, she was already in my Jinjutsu. Everything she saw, I was suppressed by gravity, and she found the opportunity to attack. It was all a script I wrote for her. The real me had long slipped over to her side, watching the show while laying down gifts under her feet. If it weren't for the fact that this guy is blind and Jinjutsu doesn't work on him, I would have taken them both out long ago. I shook my head and arrogantly said to him, "Don't get worked up. Even without illusion magic, the two of you together are no match for me." He couldn't handle this insult, and, forcing himself to stand up, said that I only used despicable means. I sneered. "What I mean is, even if you were at full health right now, you'd still be beaten by me." As soon as I finished speaking, my sword card transformed into white light and flew forward. He was also tough. Despite being injured, he faced me head-on, shouting "Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger," and smashed my flying sword into the snow. I watched his move, clicked my tongue twice, and started a live demonstration. Fujitora's Gravity Blade, in your hands, can only make the blade heavier for a surprise attack. What a waste, brother. He was so angry that he shouted, brandishing his sword and rushing towards me. I just shook my head and assumed it stands for a sword draw. You still don't understand the marvelous use of flying swords. Next move, and you're done. Just as he was about to curse me, his nose suddenly twitched, catching a whiff of gunpowder. That's right. The marvelous use of flying swords is that they can be used as remote control bombs. I shouted, "Explode." The half of the flying sword stuck in the snow instantly detonated with 3 explosive talismans. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion sent him staggering, his stance unsteady. Now's the time. For a master, one flaw is enough. I instantly disappeared from my spot, and the next second, I was in front of him drawing my blade. A flash of silver light. One sword style, aye, lion's song. By the time he reacted, my sword had already been retracted, a streak of bright red on the blade. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck, and he looked at me in disbelief, managing to utter a few words. "What? A fast blade." Then he fell to the ground, turning into a point of light and disappearing. Double kill. I stylishly wiped the blade with snow. The system notification sounded immediately, defeating 2 S ranks, experience, skill points pouring in. I opened the reward for Kiyoshijiki, but the system told me that all her skills required the shield Shunli Hua, which I didn't have, so there was nothing in the reward options, just a meager amount of spiritual energy. I almost cursed right then. I spent 10 explosive talismans for this. Fortunately, the system pointed me in a clear direction, saying I could exchange it for a kill reward, giving me 1,000 inheritance points, 2 skill points, and a kill point, which could be exchanged for good things when the system upgraded in the future. Upon hearing this, I didn't hesitate and decisively exchanged. This AI has a bit of a cyberpunk aesthetic, highlighting a cold and ruthless demeanor, hiding all the good stuff. Then I opened the reward for the blind Yisheng. And this time, good things came. I could choose between 2 of Fujitora's gravity skills. One was Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger, and the other was Hell Journey, Gravity Enhancement, which was the area skill that could pin people down. Let me tell you, I instantly had a vision in my mind in the future. When a group of enemies rushed over, I would raise my hand, and regardless of whether they were humans or monsters, they would all kneel before me. ISNT, that 1,000 times cooler than just making a blade heavier? Coolness is a lifelong matter. I immediately chose Hell Journey. The system seemed speechless but still granted me the skill. I couldn't resist my excitement with the new toy and immediately started experimenting. First, I leveled it up to LV2, 5 times gravity. I almost crushed myself. Gritting my teeth, I spent 3 more skill points and pushed it directly to LV3, 10 times gravity. Damn, that feeling, every cell in my body felt like it was filled with lead. I couldn't even stand straight. And the spiritual energy consumption was like opening the floodgates. But I did it for this. Suddenly, I remembered Goku's training method on King Kai's planet in Dragon Ball. ISNT this perfect? I immediately discussed with the system. I said, "Look at me being so weak if one day I get killed. Wouldn't your system be doomed to? We're in the same boat. Don't you need to help me? Can you set up a training task? You cover the blue, and I'll level up?" The system was silent for a long time, probably because I had pooed it, and it actually sent me a task. Maintained for 3 hours under double gravity, with a task reward of basic physical skills upgraded to LV3. I immediately accepted. My body felt a sudden weight, as if double gravity had been applied. Just in time, I had finished exploring the snow mountain and was getting ready to head down. As I reached the edge of the mountaintop and looked down, I was taken aback. Which planner got drunk and brought the snow mountain version of Plants vs. Zombies here? A dream collaboration, right? The way down was packed with ice shooters, ice watermelon catapults, and ice mushrooms, all in a sea of blue, making it look extremely cold. I know that as soon as I take a step out, I'll be shot like a sieve. This mountain is not easy to descend. Without a second thought, I put on a round fan as a shield, rubbed my fingertips to create a fire cannon, and then unleashed my spiritual energy. Using the instantaneous technique, I charged down, bearing the weight of double gravity. The plants reacted quickly, and ice peas and ice watermelons came raining down. I ran while dodging, and the fire cannon in my hand struck down each obstructing plant with precision, like whack-a-mole. Fire counters ice, so the damage was decent. But there were just too many of them. Hundreds, even thousands, and my blue energy was barely enough. Soon my shield was shattered, and I was about to be overwhelmed by the ice peas. I made a quick decision and formed seals with both hands. Ninja technique, Earth Dragon hidden technique. I plunged headfirst into the ground. The world instantly fell silent. I held my breath and sprinted underground, casually taking care of a big task on the way. When I felt I could hardly hold my breath any longer, I burst out of the ground at the foot of the mountain and looked back at the sea of plants, smiling. I said, "Thank you all for your enthusiastic hospitality along the way. As a return gift, let me present you with a grand fireworks show." I pressed my hand down and let out a low shout. The next second, all the more than 50 explosive talismans I had buried in the hillside erupted in a series of deafening explosions from the bottom to the top. The scene was simply a work of art. The massive explosions triggered an avalanche, and a white wave roared down from the mountain peak, instantly burying all the mutated plants along with their cards. I looked at this masterpiece, and people were stunned. Wow, is this for real? I quickly took off running. After the avalanche stopped, I came back like a treasure hunter, digging out those plant cards from the thick snow. Although it took some effort, seeing the thick pile of loot in my hands made me feel incredibly good. However, this good feeling didn't last long before I went numb. Let me tell you, 1 second I was digging in the snowy mountains, and the next second I was thrown into a sauna with the temperature soaring close to 40 degrees. This extreme contrast. Who understands, right? The trees by the roadside looked like torches. I casually chopped one down, and wow, another card in hand called Torchwood. As I wiped the sweat off my forehead and continued walking, I couldn't help but wonder if this cursed place was built on a volcano. The Eye of Inheritance indicated that the next unfortunate S-level target was not far ahead, and this guy was like a stubborn householder, not moving from his spot for a long time. Wasn't he hot? If it were me, I would have run away already. Wouldn't he be cooked to medium rare by now? Just as I was thinking this, the fog around me suddenly thickened, reducing visibility to an absurd level, making it impossible to distinguish between people and animals even 5 meters away. My heart sank. Could this be the legendary Foggy Land? Just when I was about to reach the area, I suddenly heard the sound of water splashing in my ears. Water? Like a curious child, I followed the sound. Then, let me tell you, my eyes went wide. To see clearly, I had already activated my Sharingan. So the thick fog was as if it didn't exist in front of me. And then I saw it. A small lake behind the mist, steaming hot. Clearly a natural hot spring. Of course, I had seen many hot springs, but the key point was that there was a person soaking in the spring. A girl. Her long curly hair floated on the water surface, and her snow-white arms scooped up water, pouring it down her slender neck. Ahem. I could only see her back, but just that silhouette was enough. I immediately crouched down in the grass, seriously activating my tactical observation mode, with the 3-tomo spinning wildly. My vision is clear as 4K HD. I had just one thought in my mind. Wow, this opponent is quite the looker. It must have felt something like this when Li Xiaoyao first saw Zhao Linger bathing, right? At that time, I had 2 plans in mind. A. Sneak in with invisibility and give her a bubble bath assassination. B. Directly use illusion to make her come out by herself, avoiding any tricks in the water. Just as I was pondering this, a shadow suddenly slammed into my face. Bam! With a dull sound, I transformed into a puff of blue smoke. Hey, guess what? It hit nothing but air. That was my clone. My main body had already been hanging on a tree. Now that's what I call professionalism. I sneered inwardly. Someone who dares to bathe so boldly in a place like this must have some defenses, right? I did a backflip and jumped down from the tree, landing steadily. Upon closer inspection, I realized that I was ambushed by a small, deep blue creature that looked like a shark but had 2 legs. I laughed. Isn't this a Baizal? The one from the water. Oh wow, it's Zhulan, the successor of Pokemon trainers. The champion of the Sinnoh region. That's her legacy. Wow, a battle between Naruto and Pokemon. This is going to be fun. Don't be fooled by how cute this Baizal looks. It's really vicious. When it missed its attack, it stomped its feet and made a woo-ka sound, suddenly kicking up a cloud of sand towards my face. Isn't this just sand throwing? Trying to lower my accuracy? How Navi? I formed hand seals with both hands. Earth style, Earth Dragon hidden technique. In an instant, I sank into the ground, and all the sand missed. I was just about to unleash my beheading technique from beneath its feet when the ground suddenly shook violently. It was a heavy stomp. Trying to slow me down? I immediately burrowed out of the ground, but as soon as I poked my head out, an iron fist came rushing toward my face. With a loud clang, A hand made of sand appeared out of nowhere and firmly grabbed that fist. I completely drilled out of the ground, looking at another guy who ambushed me. A blue puppy-like creature, Riolu. Both of Zhulan's two ace Pokemon are out. Good. Let me see how capable you little cuties really are. I drew my Zanpakuto and slashed forward. That Riolu was as slippery as an eel, dodging my blade, and countered with a flurry of fast punches, the speed of which was like bullets. This was definitely bullet punches. But in front of my 3-Tomo Sharingan, your speed looked like it was in slow motion. It was practically a scraping massage for me. I hopped left and right, easily dodging all attacks. The nearby round shark wasn't idle either, its claws glinting with cold light as it slashed over. It was Dragon Claw. Wow, one was a close combat fighter. The other a dragon-type powerhouse, occasionally throwing in a long-range dragon breath and vacuum wave, working together quite harmoniously. But as they fought on, they both realized something was off. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't hit me, and instead, they were often scorched by the phoenix fire I occasionally spat out. Clearly, it was 2 against 1, yet they were panting while I was as relaxed as if I were taking a stroll. Running out of steam so quickly? Come on. I'm still using double gravity to warm you up. I curled my lip, no longer playing with them, and with a flick of my hands, 8 kunai tied with transparent threads shot out. Ninja technique. Sharingan windmill manipulation. 3 great swords. The threads tightened suddenly, and the 2 Pokemon were directly bound together and knocked out. I then reinforced it with a sand shield, completely sealing them in a sandball. Reflect well inside there. I won't kill you. Why? Because you're still cute now, but who knows what will happen after you evolve, understand? After dealing with these 2 little guys, I turned around and saw Zhulan frantically trying to grab the clothes by the shore. Want to get the clothes? Do you have some bad intentions? I resolutely activated the string fruit, parasitic thread, and the invisible threads instantly stuck to her, stopping her hand reaching for the clothes in midair. I said, sister, shaking my head behind a mask, do you know this is being live-streamed? Those old pervy teachers outside are watching. With you like this, aren't you afraid of being seen? That girl was almost crying, her voice trembling. You better kill me, otherwise I will hold a grudge against you for life. Family, who understands? With my Sharingan activated, I could clearly count the moles on her back. But could I say that? No. If she found out, wouldn't she chase me to the ends of the earth? I cleared my throat and began my Oscar-worthy performance. Oh dear, this classmate. The fog is too thick. I can't see anything at all. Don't worry. I'll remotely guide you on your way. I promise not to sneak a peek at your graceful figure. We may be rivals in this dungeon, but outside we're still good classmates. Please don't hold a grudge against me. I even added a threat on purpose. If you dare to hold a grudge against me, I'll be watching you every time you take a bath. She blushed upon hearing this, and finally couldn't take it anymore, interrupting me. All right, stop talking. I won't hold a grudge against you. Just hurry up and do it. I'm really cold not being in the water. All right then. I stopped talking and directly threw out the sword card. A white long sword appeared out of thin air, slicing through the fog with a swoosh, cleanly and swiftly across her neck. Before she transformed into light and disappeared, it seemed she wanted to turn back to see my face clearly, but unfortunately, all she could see was a blurry mask. Est-ce qu'on peut montrer nos joulons? Imminent. I breathed a sigh of relief, just about to leave when suddenly I slapped my thigh. Her clothes were still there. If I went out now, it would be like running naked. No, I have to help her. I formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. A ball of flame shot out, burning her clothes to ashes. Done. So she definitely wouldn't be running around bare-bottom now. I really am a great person. At this moment, in the elimination zone, the newly appeared Zhulan looked completely bewildered. Chi Quan, with his icy expression, walked over and asked her, "Were you also defeated by a man wearing a mask?" Zhulan nodded, feeling a strange emotion in her heart, thinking that even though that man was an enemy, he was quite chivalrous and didn't come near her in the end. Then Chi Quan added, "That masked man has extremely keen observation skills. I suspect he has some kind of enhanced visual technique." As soon as he said that, Zhulan broke down, crying out, "Masked man, you liar. I hate you. I will make you pay. Boo-hoo. What about me? I'm enjoying the fruits of victory in the hot springs. Giving myself a massage with a hand of sand, it's so comfortable. System draw. Ding, pseudo-kill, S-level inheritor Zhulan, reward reduced. Another pseudo-kill, rewards discounted. And no Pokemon option, fine, I'll decisively choose the kill reward, 1,000 inheritance points, 2 skill points in hand. I glanced at the panel, wow, 3,900, 4,000, just one step away. Skill points are also abundant, so I immediately allocate them. Chidori, leveled up to LV3. Armament Hockey, leveled up to LV3. One Sword Style Line Song, also leveled up to LV2. After allocating the points, I closed the system and checked the locations of the last two S levels. But when I looked at the map, I was stunned. The two light spots on the map were right next to each other, one bright, and the other surprisingly black. What does the black one mean? The system said, the target has been killed, but not eliminated. Damn, is it really this intense? People can actually die in the dungeon? This feels a bit eerie, and I'm getting a little uneasy inside, but I still steel myself and headed there. On the way, I just happened to complete my gravity training task, and my physical skills jumped directly to LV3. As soon as the weight vanished from my body, I almost slammed into a tree. I felt as light as a feather, like I could shatter rocks with a punch. What is even better is that due to the upgrade in physical skills, my experience points were maxed out. Ding! Host upgrade successful. Extracting ninjutsu reward. Hostess luck is through the roof. Extracted the strongest physical skill. 8 gates. Hiss! I gasped in surprise. It's actually the 8 gates. That SA technique that could turn the tide like a kick from the 4th Hokage. The system stubbornly claims this is random. Huh? Your backdoor is practically an arbitrary door now. This skill just happens to require LV3 physical skills to learn. It's tailor-made. Without hesitation, I clicked 3 times and directly activated the first 3 gates. Opening gate, rest gate, life gate. Feeling incredibly powerful, I quickened my pace and soon arrived at my destination. Goodness, it was a desolate mountain with withered trees, gravestones everywhere, and the sky had darkened. A chilling wind blew, and the atmosphere was tense. Just as I was trying to convince myself to trust science, I heard a faint sound of crying. I followed the sound of crying and saw a red-haired girl in a school uniform squatting on the ground, crying. I stood at a distance and asked her what was wrong. Through her tears, she said, "My toy bear is blind. It was bitten by a wild dog." So I dug out the dog's eyes and put them on the bear. But it's a bear. How can it have dog-s eyes? I can't find it now. I felt my scalp tingle. What the hell is this nonsense? Just as I was about to complain, the girl suddenly turned her head. Her body didn't move, but her head twisted a full 180 degrees like a doll with its head on backward, screaming at me. "Did you take my teddy bear? Give it back to me." She stood up with her limbs contorted and threw a fireball at me. I laughed at that moment. Playing with fire in front of Uchiha? Are you serious? Fire style, fireball jutsu. My fireball was N times larger than hers, and in an instant, it engulfed her. She howled in the flames, but something strange happened, despite being hit directly by my massive fireball. She did not vanish into specks of light. She struggled and actually forced her way out of the blazing fire. I told you, this little girl suddenly had a red energy shield popping up around her. Goodness, I thought my fireball was just tickling her. Turns out she has her own firewall. Then I looked at her lowly appearance, always talking about her teddy bear. Family, who understands? ISNT this, just Annie from LOL. The Dark Child, Lava Shield. All set. That little girl was yelling at me like crazy. "Give me back my teddy bear." She opened her mouth and shot a fire breath at me. I instantly used a teleportation technique to dodge, and I couldn't help but feel amused. With your level of inheritance, you can't even summon Tibbers. And you want to go 2-on-1 with me? I threw a few shurikens back at her, activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan, used ninjutsu, and with the Sharingan's windmill technique. 3 big blades tied her up like a zongzi. Then with Earth Style, I used the decapitation technique, whooshed underground, and yanked her into the soil. Head buried, all done. The dead should rest in peace. But I could tell at a glance that this girl was long gone, an outright puppet modified by someone. Following the chakra line in my Sharingan, I looked. Goodness, the other end was connected to a tombstone. I shouted towards that direction. "Stop hiding, classmate, come out and play." Then, a black-clad figure wrapped like a mummy swayed out from behind the tombstone. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. "Who would have thought? Their SA character like you in a red school uniform." His school uniform was tattered, and his tongue flicked out like a snake's. My goodness, this guy must have some side hustle. He sinisterly smiled. "I'm Scorpion. Remember this name, because soon you'll become my most adorable collectible." Scorpion? My mind buzzed as I recalled that Pei Liao had mentioned there was a tough character in the Supernova class, the S-Class Scorpion's inheritor, with a background as clean as a blank sheet of paper, because everyone who knew him is dead. This time, I really kicked a hardboard. This guy's danger level is higher than all those supernovas combined. That guy moved his fingers like he was playing the piano, and behind the tombstone, over 30 people stood up with a clatter. I focused and saw, damn, they were all new students wearing our school uniform. Each one had vacant eyes, twisted limbs, all turned into puppets by him. Seeing the scene, I was instantly enraged. How much suffering did these students endure before they died? I directly told the system, "Give me a boost. Lion Song, max it out." The system dinged. Ding, knife technique enhancement successful, and triggered a very small probability evolution. Skill upgraded to one sword style. II Death Lion Song. Power greatly increased. Family. Anger has completely engulfed me. Armament hockey entwined. My zanpakuto instantly turned pitch black and shiny. 8 gates, open gate, rest gate, life gate, all 3 gates opened. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt like my whole body was on fire. Green steam exploded out. The stones beneath my feet were blasted away. I lowered my body, gripping the hilt of my sword, and whispered to the group of pitiful classmates, "I will take revenge for you. Now, please, rest in peace." In the next moment, I executed a one-sword style draw and struck. A flash of light passed, and the 30 puppets were instantly severed in half with a loud bang. The man in black was completely dumbfounded, pulling off his hat to reveal a face that looked like a jigsaw puzzle, mumbling something about how is this possible. My hunter machine manipulation. I gasped for breath, but I didn't hold back. Only 30 puppets, and you dare to call yourself a hunter machine manipulation? Are you just opening blind boxes here? Deep down, I knew this guy was definitely not a mere freshman. Being able to use such a high-level technique indicated something sinister. Sure enough, he muttered to himself about mission failure, the Demon King, and more blood. I thought to myself, Demon King? Musin? Blood gift? Goodness. This is quite the coincidence. No wonder he's so fierce. Turns out he's an undercover agent of the 100 Ghost Corps. Realizing this, I gathered my energy and began my performance. Little ghost of the 100 Ghost Corps, do you think we didn't know you sneaked in? To tell you the truth, you've been live-streamed the whole time. The teachers of our academy are already disrupting your plans. Your mission is finished. You know what? He actually believed it. Terrified, he shuddered and dashed away into the depths of the graveyard. I thought about chasing him, but the after effects of the 8 gates of Duinjia kicked in, and my whole body felt like it was falling apart. I could only lean against a tree, gasping for air. Hey, see? My verbal skills are pretty impressive, right? After resting enough, I thought about leaving, but after walking for 10 minutes, I found myself back at the place where I had fought earlier. At that moment, I realized I was done for. It was a ghost hitting the wall. In 2025, I could still encounter something like this. This dungeon knows how to create drama. Just when I was about to use Earth Escape to flee, I heard the principal's announcement from the sky, saying that members of the 100 Ghost Corps had infiltrated, took drugs, and their strength was comparable to a 2-star demon hunter. However, whoever can take him down will be rewarded with a legendary skill scroll or treasure. As soon as I heard this, I jumped up immediately. What exhaustion, what danger, none of that matters. For the peace of the academy and the safety of my classmates, mainly for the legendary skill. If I, Qin, don't go to hell, who will? Black-clad people. Just wait for me, I'm coming. I opened my eye of inheritance and followed the navigation inside. Goodness, the further I walked, the more tombstones there were. Finally, I saw a giant burial mound as tall as a 5-story building, surrounded by blue runes, each containing a newly born soul. That little girl Annie's soul was inside. This ritual clearly wasn't anything legitimate. I was just looking around when suddenly countless ice spikes shot up from beneath my feet. I quickly used a teleportation technique to jump away, and when I turned back, I saw a silver-haired young man holding a knife, but his eyes were hollow. Another S-rank inheritor puppet, Toshiro Hitsugaya from Bleach, Little White. That scorpion guy is back, acting all arrogant, claiming this is his most outstanding work so far. Then, the veins on his hands burst, and red chakra threads connected to the puppet, blood demon technique, puppet enhancement method. The eyes of the little white puppet instantly turned red. Its aura skyrocketed, and it shouted, "Sit in the dual heavens, Hyorimaru." Damn, he can actually shurikai. This is getting serious. Suddenly, ice projectiles started falling from the sky, coming down like a flock of birds. I used my knife to shatter them all. Engaging in close combat with the little white puppet, we exchanged blows for over 10 moves, and I realized that under the shurikai enhancement, its swordsmanship was actually on par with mine. Just as I was about to pull out the Kuro card sword to buff myself, I caught a glimpse of 6 light points glowing on the ground out of the corner of my eye. It's the 6 clothes ice cleanse formation. Want to control me? No way. I used Earth Release, Earth Dragon hidden technique, and directly burrowed underground. The sudden disappearance of my target stunned the man in black for a moment. I didn't give him a chance to react, sneaking beneath him and using a heart-cutting technique to grab him. But when I reached out, the sensation was wrong. It was hard and rigid like grabbing wood. Then the man in black yanked off his hat, and his stitched mouth opened, revealing a steel tube that extended out, firing like a machine gun at the ground. I hurriedly used a shadow clone to block the bullets while my main body jumped out from the other side. Now I understood everything. This guy is just like Scorpion from Naruto. He's already transformed himself into a human puppet. Aside from the core organs like the heart and brain, his entire body is probably made of mechanisms. No wonder he isn't afraid of the sun. Most of his body isn't made of flesh. He is guarding this graveyard, using the dark environment to conceal his blood demon technique, waiting to ambush students. He must be planning something big. My gaze instinctively shifted towards the huge grave mound deep in the withered woods. There is definitely something major going on in that grave mound. Let me tell you, that guy didn't give me a chance to catch my breath at all. And that little white-haired puppet charged at me with a knife again. All right, buddy, today I'm going to show you what true art is. It's Patrick Star. My hands flew up and down, forming seals so fast that they almost left afterimages. I opened my mouth and unleashed a phoenix fire technique, a series of fireballs directly hitting him in the face. Aren't you made of wood? Today, you're going to taste the flavor of charcoal grilling. But then, surprisingly, he retaliated with a knife, and with a swift motion, a crescent-shaped ice spike extinguished my flames. I focused and realized, isn't that the ice dragon spiral tail from Death Note? You're pretty flashy. But at this moment, I instantly grasped the key point. When he controlled the puppet, his main body stood still like a wooden post. Got it. He has a single-core processor, only capable of doing one thing at a time. I had an idea. I directly tossed out a Clow card, conjuring a flying sword that shot straight toward the puppeteer's main body. When that guy saw this, he sneered, thinking I was trying to sneak attack him. Foolish. He shook the threads in his hands, and a massive ice wall rose up in front of the puppet with a loud crash, proudly declaring that with this thing, I couldn't hurt his puppet. Who wants to hit your puppet? My flying sword executed a perfect drift in front of the ice wall, turning around, targeting him. The man in black was momentarily stunned, then let out a creepy laugh. On myself and the strongest puppet. Suddenly, thousands of mechanical arms burst forth from his arm, coiling around my flying sword like snakes, binding it tightly. His expression was like that of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, utterly pleased with himself. But he didn't realize that when his CPU was at 100 usage, that was when his precious puppet would crash. Now is the time. I transformed into a bolt of lightning, my hand already on the knife handle, and with a flash, I executed the one-sword style. Aido, Lion's Song. With a puff, the little white-haired puppet's head flew off like a beach ball, and its body fell straight down. The entire process was smooth as flowing water, simply too cool for words. I slowly stood up, shaking off the wood shavings from a knife. The blade was instantly covered with a layer of pitch-black hockey. I pointed the knife at him, my voice as cold as ice. Do you have any other toys? If not, the next one to die will be you. With my feint, I directly caught him off guard and rendered him speechless. His S-rank SSR card was taken out in one hit, and he panicked on the spot, realizing he was up against a tough opponent. The remaining cards he had, like crows and black ants, were just in-rank cards, and they were just there to be sacrificed. With the Academy's powerful forces set to arrive in half an hour, he knew that if he dragged this out any longer, his master's plan would fail. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he finally made up his mind and had no choice but to use Scarlet Flow Jade. Without a second thought, he transformed himself into an ultimate patchwork creature. With a flick of his black robe, a scorpion-like steel tail shot out from his back, dripping with green venom that looked deadly enough to take you out with just a touch. Can I let you succeed? First, a smoke bomb went off with a bang, enveloping both of us. He thought I was going to run, but I reappeared from the smoke, my right hand crackling with lightning. Family, who understands? The sound of 1,000 birds chirping is simply too beautiful. I struck a sprinting pose, charging forward like a released arrow. He thought I was stubborn and would confront him head-on. With his left hand, he extended a tube, and with a hiss, a large spray of strong acid shot out, like a high-pressure water gun, directly melting through the stone tablet. Relying on the dynamic vision of my 3-Tomo Sharingan, I twisted left and right, repeatedly dodging in the acid rain, avoiding all of it. When I rushed in front of him, he became even more arrogant, and with a bang, several poison blades shot out from the palm of his hand, directly stabbing into my body. He must have been thinking at that moment, look at you short-handed, I've won. But he never expected that the one he stabbed through went poof and turned into a wisp of blue smoke. It was a shadow clone. My real body had already activated light-bending invisibility in the smoke bomb, sneaking around to his back without him noticing. Just when he thought he had won and was laughing to the sky, I, entwined with 1,000 birds' blades, pierced straight through his heart from behind. Let me tell you, that feeling, that sensation was simply amazing. The outcome was decided. Sorry, puppet master, but your life, I accept it. I couldn't afford to be careless. After drawing my knife, I immediately stepped back, fearing he might pull off a mutual destruction move before dying. This guy collapsed to the ground, and it seemed like he saw the revolving lantern before he died. Only then did I see clearly that when his black hat fell off, it revealed a scarred child's face. He must have been a pitiful person, abused since childhood, later picked up by some big shot from a group of 100 demons. Brainwashed into believing that all humans are guilty and that he should take revenge on the world. Sigh, just a pure victim of PUA manipulation. But he didn't care about his own life at all. His mind was filled with his adult's plan. As he was about to breathe his last, he turned to look at the large grave mound with a desperate expression. He actually raised his poisonous scorpion tail and plunged it into his own chest, then pulled out a black iron rod and violently stabbed it into his own temple. Wow, he was so ruthless that he even turned the knife on himself. He was using his own soul as the last fuel, sacrificing it to that large grave mound. Before dying, he also corroded himself with poisonous fog, muttering, "All humans, go die." In the next moment, the entire graveyard began to shake. That large grave mound exploded with a bang, and a pitch-black hand, oozing with lava, reached out. Following that, a monster with goat horns and a body, made up of charred stone blocks, crawled out. 3 stars were glowing on its chest. Oh no, a 3-star demon beast, Shadow Demon. The oppressive aura it exuded was too strong. As soon as it emerged, it let out a piercing scream that directly attacked my mind. Even activating invisibility didn't work. It could see my soul directly, and I heard its voice in my head. "I can smell the scent of your soul. Run." Without saying a word, I activated my teleportation technique to the maximum and ran for my life. After running over 1,000 meters, I looked back and saw that the creature was still 30 meters behind me, neither too far nor too close, as if it were walking a dog. My temper flared up instantly. There's no escaping it, so let's just do it. I turned to face it, bracing against that soul-crushing fear, and unleashed an explosive flame formation. When I was running away earlier, it wasn't for nothing. I'd already planted 100 explosive talismans along the way. Blow up for me. Boom. 100 explosive talismans detonated simultaneously, and as the smoke cleared, although the shadow demon was severely injured, it didn't die. Seizing the opportunity to finish it off, I once again used the lion's song, armed with Conqueror's Haki, and slashed a deep gash in its chest. And guess what happened next? It opened its mouth and devoured the soul of that puppet master, crunching it down, and then the wound on its chest instantly healed. What kind of fight is this? It still had dozens of souls stored inside, pure mobile spring water, regenerating endlessly. Plan A failed, so immediately activate Plan B. If I can't beat it, I'll run. I clapped my hands on the ground and used the earth escape technique to burrow underground. But this bee was running fast on the surface, tracking me with its soul lock. But who am I? I had long discovered the bug in this graveyard's wall of ghosts. I charged straight toward the edge of the map underground, and as it chased above, it realized it had returned to the big grave mound where it was born. Haha, that's hilarious. The ghost-type monster got dizzy from the wall of ghosts. We're going to go to reason with that. I popped my head out from outside the graveyard, sat cross-legged, and started to recover my mana. In about a minute, the big shots from the academy would arrive, and my task would be considered complete. But the next second, the sky suddenly went dark. I'm telling you, it was like someone turned off the lights. Day and night abruptly began to alternate like that. I am well aware that the principal and the others are coming in to catch someone. Sure enough, in front of me, the empty space made a tearing sound, as if a piece of cloth had been ripped apart. Following that, a head popped out. It was Teacher QinShi, wearing his signature eye patch, looking around like a groundhog. "Principal, it's a graveyard outside. Let me observe first." Before he could finish his sentence, I watched helplessly as a big foot stretched out from the crack, landing precisely on his backside and kicking him out. "Observe my ass." Principal Bai cursed as he came out holding a wine jug, exuding an aura that was 2 meters 8 tall. As they landed, they looked at the puppets I had sliced in half all over the ground, and their expressions were quite something. Teacher QinShi squatted down, resembling an old coroner examining the scene, and his face instantly darkened. "Principal, these are all our students, turned into puppets by someone. This method is too cruel. It must be the work of an undercover from the 100 Ghost group." Principal Bai gulped down some wine and waved his hand, looking completely calm. "What is there to panic about? They want to die. This broken forest has resurrection points. Even if they die, they can respawn but the pain sensation remains at 100. Those little punks from the 100 Ghost group don't have the ability to actually kill anyone here. However, daring to harm my students, this debt must be settled. Wow, that was quite a powerful statement. Teacher QinShi, sharp-eyed, quickly spotted the footprints on the ground and pointed in the direction I'd fled. Principal, someone went this way. Chase. I tell you, these two people are not human at all. With a single leap, they can cover dozens of meters and disappear in a flash. In just about 10 seconds, they arrived at the place where I had just fought, seeing the corpse of a scorpion and the winter lion puppet that I had dismantled. Teacher QinShi, embodying the spirit of an experienced forensic expert, went over to examine it thoroughly, then pulled out a syringe and drew a vial of blood from the scorpion's corpse. As soon as that blood entered the syringe and came into contact with the purple powder inside, it instantly turned into a thick, black sludge. Principal Bai, this is solid evidence. The blood contains components of the Ghost King's blood. The undercover agent is him. Teacher QinShi's expression turned serious, but it was strange. This undercover agent's strength was almost at the edge of a 2-star demon hunter, stronger than many graduates. How could anyone single-handedly kill such a tough opponent? Principal Bai yawned, his nonchalant demeanor resurfacing. What's so strange about this? When I was undergoing the freshman trial back in the day, I was about at this level 2 la. Who understands, this plan is enough to open a multiverse bakery. Just then, that big, unfortunate shadow demon howled and charged out from the woods. It probably saw me running and thought 2 new takeout deliveries had arrived. Haha, 2 more side dishes. It was drooling, towering 5 stories high, exuding an oppressive presence. It even wanted to activate some kind of Demon King descent aura to scare people, but ended up feeling lonely as the 2 people in front just stared at it like it was a fool. Principal Bai chuckled, stretching his limbs. With bones cracking, I was wondering what it was. Turns out it's just a little shadow demon. This thing, I used to think its meat quality was so poor, I didn't even want to use it for barbecue materials in the demon realm. Just right. I have some questions for you. Don't die too quickly. The next moment, let me tell you, the scene was bloody. Oh no, it was magmatic. In less than a minute, that 5-story high shadow demon was directly pressed to the ground and rubbed against it by Principal Bai, its magma armor shattering like cookie crumbs. Just a second ago, it was flaunting its might, and the next second, it was crying out for help. Principal Bai stomped on its face and mocked it. Aren't you able to swallow souls to recover health? Come on, eat one for me to see? The shadow demon was almost scared to death, trembling as it brought out a student's soul, just about to bring its mouth close. Principal Bai's eyes turned cold, and he quickly drew the giant knife from his back, slashing at its arm. The shadow demon's arm flew off, taking the magma with it. It was dumbfounded, probably thinking, didn't you tell me to eat? Why are you cutting me? This is simply a high-end match with high intensity. Teacher QinShi advised from his side. Principal, restrain yourself. This is still an information source. Principal Bai exhaled a breath of foul air. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But this thing dares to touch my student. I have to let it taste what it's like to wish it were dead. Saying that, he threw another punch, collapsing the shadow demon's chest. Teacher QinShi saw this and thought, good heavens, I can't dissuade him, so I'll join in. He emanated cold air, and an ice blade pinned the shadow demon's remaining hand to the ground. Next came a horrific mixed-gender double team. Oh no, a mixed-age double team. The 2 surrounded the shadow demon and beat it mercilessly. When it was about to die, they would stuff it with a fairy bean, then continue beating. By the time all the fairy beans were consumed, the shadow demon had shrunk to about 1/3 of its original size, looking like a broken rock creature. The principal lifted it up. Now, tell me, who killed that puppet master? The shadow demon, having been beaten into a daze, had no idea, just shaking its head repeatedly. Teacher QinShi glared, and several ice spikes shot out again. I said, I don't know who killed him, but when I came out, I saw a masked man standing by the corpse. It must be him. The shadow demon's survival instinct kicked in, and with a howl, it sold me out. I marked his position, and I'll take you to find him. Principal Bai and Teacher QinShi exchanged glances, agreed. Teacher QinShi pulled out a bottle as big as a water bucket with a dust sticker on it. I looked and thought, good heavens. Isn't this the amber purifying bottle from Naruto? He said to the shadow demon, if I call you, will you dare to answer? The shadow demon, how could it dare not to respond? It nodded like a chick pecking at rice, willing to go anywhere as long as it could get away from these 2 devils. With a swoosh, the shadow demon was sucked inside. Then Teacher QinShi said this place has a ghost wall, and he needed to break it with a tool. But Principal Bai patted his shoulder. Why bother with that? Isn't it just about getting out? Watch me. Just as they were conducting a friendly inquiry with the shadow demon in the graveyard, I was drooling in front of the system interface. Ding. Detected host has killed S-rank inheritor. Scorpion, the opponent is truly dead. I told you, the system was making a lot of noise. And I immediately heard the sound of coins being deposited. When the reward options appeared, the first one was Secret Technique, Puppet Technique, Hunter Machine Performance. An S-rank, Ninjutsu. I was drooling, but when I focused and looked at the prerequisites, good grief, it required Basic Puppet Technique LV4 and Regeneration Core Technology LV3. Forget it. This is just a typical image for reference only. Please refer to the actual product. The second skill, Performance, Human Body Manipulation, controls living people, which overlaps with the parasitic thread function of my line fruit, pass. Finally, I turned my attention to the slaughter rewards that I usually don't pay attention to. I was stunned 3,000 inheritance points, 5 skill points, and a full 10 slaughter points. This reward has multiplied nearly 10 times. I quickly asked the system, and it told me that the scorpion actively sacrificed its soul, seeking death, so it was a true kill. I feel a bit emotional, but in this day and age, sadness can't be eaten as a meal, so I decisively choose the reward of slaughter. It's not over yet. The rewards for the time-limited Secret Realm task have also arrived. 10 skill points, 1,000 inheritance points, plus spirit communication, and a chance for a special spirit beast contract. At that moment, my mind was racing with thoughts of Blue Eyes, White Dragon, Battle Beast, and Omega Beast, and I almost wanted to summon someone right then and there. But after calming down, I realized with my small frame, I couldn't even last 15 minutes in a contract. I'd probably be gone with just a glance from them. Luckily, I didn't use that trump card when fighting the shadow demon. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. After counting my belongings, I was surprised to find 23 skill points. I'm telling you, I was on cloud 9. When you have money, you have to spend it. I waved my hand grandly, spent 9 skill points, and upgraded my 8 gates from the 3rd gate to the 6th gate. The Gate of View. The system even gave me a pleasant surprise by upgrading my basic body technique to master level. I felt like I could take on a 1-star monster just with my fists. Plus, I got a free ultimate move, Peacock Dance. With 14 skill points left, I continued. I upgraded my main C skill, Lightning Release, Chidori. Ding, do you want to consume 10 skill points? Upgrade. I didn't even blink. Congratulations, host. Chidori has been upgraded to a higher level ninjutsu, Raikiri. I couldn't help but exclaim, Raikiri, S-rank ninjutsu, just like Akashi's. The Raikiri that cuts through lightning. I immediately formed a Rasengan. I performed a Raikiri and aimed it at a distant rock. With a bang, the rock exploded. The power was incredible. In the end, I used my last 4 skill points to upgrade the parasitic thread as well, aiming for a balanced approach. 1 second I was rich, the next I was poor, and I was left with just 1 skill point. Does anyone understand this feeling of being both exhilarating and empty? I just finished and was planning to find a place to hide when suddenly there was a loud crack and a space rift opened up next to me. Teacher QinShi was kicked out like a sandbag and fell awkwardly. Right after that, Principal Bai came out shirtless. Principal, can you stop kicking my butt? Teacher QinShi complained. Isn't it because you were dawdling? I looked at these two lively characters and instinctively shouted, Principal, Teacher QinShi? Only after shouting did I remember that I was still wearing a mask. The two instantly fell silent and turned their heads in unison. Principal Bai walked a few steps to stand in front of me, his face almost touching my mask, his gaze sharp as a knife. You're the one who killed all the supernovas in the Red School uniform? At that moment, my heart sank. It was over. I was done for. Had I been exposed so quickly? My mind started racing, calculating the odds of escaping by opening 6 doors and using the teleportation technique. But looking at the big shot in front of me, I felt the success rate was almost 0, just when my brain was about to fry. Thinking about how to use my verbal skills to save my life, Principal Bai suddenly reached out a big hand and patted my shoulder twice. Boy, not bad. You managed to take down the undercover agent from the 100 Ghost Gang and sent all those S-class kids out. You're just a bit behind me back in the day. He puffed out his chest as he said this, but then added, but don't get cocky, young man, work hard. After painting a rosy picture, he turned to leave, grabbing Teacher QinShi by the neck and dragging him away. Just like that, he didn't ask about my identity, didn't inquire about my abilities. I was completely stunned. As I saw them getting farther away, I hurriedly shouted, wait a minute. The principal turned around with an impatient look on his face. I sternly reminded him, Principal, you haven't rewarded me yet. You just mentioned it on the broadcast half an hour ago, that killing the undercover agent would earn a legendary item. The expression on the principal's face was quite something, still trying to play dumb. Did I say that? The teacher QinShi, who was being choked next to him, nodded frantically. You did? Then he received a punch from the principal. Ahem, what I buy, said naturally counts. The principal, looking pained, fished around in his pants pocket for a long time, finally pulling out a scroll and tossing it to me like he was cutting off a piece of flesh. Mumbling under his breath, sigh, I didn't prepare more of these, this is my collection. I took the scroll and saw that he was about to leave, so I called him to stop. I've given you everything, what else do you want? The principal's eyebrows were raised. I scratched my head, looking curious. No. I'm just curious. How are you going to leave this forest? As soon as the principal heard I wasn't asking for anything, he immediately cheered up, laughing heartily. Want to get out? That's easy. Watch closely. Then, let me tell you, I've never seen such an explosive scene in my life. He raised the supreme knife in his hand to his neck, and with a swift motion, blood spurted out. The old man closed his eyes and fell straight back. In less than 2 seconds, the corpse vanished in a puff of light. I was completely petrified, staring dumbfounded at the remaining teacher QinShi. Teacher QinShi had an expression that said, you'll get used to it, and smiled helplessly, aside from the bug that allows us to skip the day-night cycle when entering. We haven't mastered any other methods of coming and going. As soon as he finished speaking, let me tell you, that ice-faced teacher named QinShi directly pulled out an ice spike and stabbed himself with a pop. Goodness, he turned into light particles and disappeared on the spot, emphasizing a physical logout. I hadn't even reacted when that old principal chimed in with a see you later and also committed suicide in the same manner. I just stood there, dumbfounded. How were the principal and the homeroom teacher acting like two performance artists? Each one weirder than the last. Forget it. I couldn't be bothered with them. I quickly found a corner to open the blind box and see what treasure that old man had given me. But when I left, outside the forest, those two quirky individuals who had just committed suicide popped up as if nothing had happened. I heard the old principal shaking an empty wine flask while shouting, Gulalala, every time I fake my death, I need to take a few sips to calm my nerves. Then, without looking back, he ordered QinShi, saying that this mask-wearing guy was off limits to anyone. Whoever checked would be in trouble, especially that one named Chi Quan, who had probably gotten so angry after I took out so many students in the class that he was already trying to cast spells. The old man directly declared, tell him this is my intention. Anyone who dares to touch my people will know why the flowers are so red. As he was saying this, the old man suddenly stopped and looked up at a 45-degree angle. Beginning his middle schooler speech, my observation hockey tells me that my life is short. This student is the hope for our future in Jiuzhou. Let me tell you. At that moment, teacher QinShi's ice-cold face couldn't hold it anymore and directly retorted, Principal, here you go again. Last time you said you were going to die. With me around, if anyone wants to touch you, they must step over my corpse first. Guess what happened? The old man immediately responded with a love punch, stunning him, and scolded him for having poor skills, insisting on dragging him back for some hellish special training, saying that even if he didn't want to be principal, he had to take on the role. Family, who understands? This was not a principal and a teacher. This was clearly a domineering CEO and his resentful little spouse. If I had seen that at the time, I would have definitely shipped them. On the other side, I had no idea so much was happening outside. I was seriously opening that golden scroll, and then, let me tell you, my eyes went wide. What the heck? What did I just see? The scroll depicted a trident-shaped shuriken, with 4 big characters written on it. Sword of Endurance. The name was a bit outdated, but what it represented was anything but. This thing was the Flying Thunder God technique, the signature skill of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, an S-rank space-time ninjutsu. I suddenly jumped up from the ground, my heart racing. This is the Flying Thunder God. With this thing, can I go wherever I want? If I can't beat them, can I outrun them? What are we waiting for? Learn it. I tore up a scroll right then and there. In an instant, a massive flow of information surged into my brain. Ding. Congratulations on mastering the S-rank ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, current level LV1. I felt it. Wow, the restrictions of LV1 are too great. The energy consumption is huge. It takes half a day to set up a coordinate technique, and it takes a second to activate it, and only one coordinate can exist at the same time. Isn't this just a crippled version of Flying Thunder God? I said to the system, upgrade me to LV2. As a result, the system directly gave me a prompt. Upgrade failed. Reason: not enough skill points. Host: if you don't have enough money, don't pretend to be rich. I'm feeling numb. ISNT at always 1 skill point to level up to LV2. The system coldly informs me. S-level ninjutsu requires 10 skill points to upgrade. 10 points. I looked at my remaining 1 skill point, and my heart sank. System, just shut down. It's too painful to look at. I just experienced the joy of being rich, and now I'm back to square one. When will this long road of grinding ever end? I sighed as I took out the sword Ku Luo card, transformed it into a flying sword, and spent almost half of my mana just to barely inscribe that one and only flying thunder god technique. Looking at this solitary technique, and then thinking about how the fourth Hokage casually threw dozens of them while fighting, my flying thunder god feels extremely underwhelming. But at least, the future is promising. I just finished organizing my cards, and hadn't even had a chance to regain my energy when a greasy middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoed throughout the sky. Hey, 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 are you all having fun in my paradise, Dave? Let me count. Oh dear, over 600 have already been eliminated. Survivors, night has fallen, and the second phase of the game is starting now. The voice said smugly, and all the mutated plants in the forest instantly withered and died. Countless zombies from the dark world are about to make their appearance, their favorite thing to eat. Is your brains, players, try to withstand 12 waves of attacks. I hope you won't be wiped out in the first wave. Just as the voice fell, the last bit of light disappeared, and the entire world became so dark that I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Not even the moon or stars were visible. Is this called night? More like stepping into an ink bottle. Fortunately, my Sharingan can see the flow of spiritual energy. Otherwise, I would be completely blind. Wait a minute, spiritual energy? I suddenly thought of something and quickly pulled out my plant cards and tore one open. 2 sunflowers appeared instantly, lighting up the surroundings like 2 little suns. Soon after, 30 ragged zombies slowly swayed over. As expected, they were the lowest level ordinary zombies, moving slower than my grandma. After all that fuss, is this it? Just an appetizer? I wasn't worried at all and tore open 2 pea shooter cards. 2 little turrets were set up, automatically firing at the zombie horde. Although they had turned into fixed turrets, they were enough to deal with this kind of enemy. As the zombie army swayed to within 10 meters, I leisurely took action. I threw several shurikens wrapped in thread, which nailed into the trees behind the zombies. Then, I formed a hand seal. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A huge fireball shot out, instantly igniting along those invisible threads, forming a massive web of flames. But that's not all. I activated my Sharingan and suddenly pulled the threads tight. Ninjutsu. Sharingan manipulation of windmill. The fiery threads tightened instantly, binding all 30 zombies together like wrapping zongzi, and I gave them a collective cremation on the spot. The first wave of zombies was wiped out in less than a minute. 5 hours into the night, I was lying on a tree, munching on an apple. The flying sword engraved with the flying thunder god technique was quietly hovering in front of me, ready to teleport at any moment, giving me a full sense of security. However, the more I thought about it, the more strange it seemed. I, a descendant of Hokage, had received a scroll from that unreliable old principal, which just happened to contain the top-tier ninjutsu from Hokage, the flying thunder god. What a coincidence! Has he already seen through my identity? Just as I was pondering, the greasy broadcast voice sounded again. The 5th wave of zombies is coming. Number 30, please prepare. I looked into the distance and found that this time a group of bucket-headed zombies had come, moving even slower than the previous wave. I examined these unfortunate souls illuminated by my plant army. The bucket zombies just have slightly higher defense. What a pity I don't have a magnet shroom. But with my plant army, do I even need a magnet shroom? Let me tell you, my position right now is as solid as a fortress. 50 sunflowers light up this area as if it were daytime. In the front row, there's a wall of nuts, an impenetrable defense. Behind them, the squash and big mouth flowers are on high alert, ready to take a bite out of anyone who approaches. Further back is my main offensive force, with ice-shooting archers paired with torchwood stumps, and pea shooters along with double shooters in the back dealing out massive damage, focusing on the dual threat of ice and fire. But that's not all. There are also cabbage, corn, and ice watermelons as various throwers, delivering a 3-dimensional assault. The core position is right under this tree, hiding my ultimate weapon, the corn cannon. It's surrounded tightly by my sand shield, and there's a ring of cacti nearby, specifically designed to deal with all kinds of trouble, especially balloon zombies flying in from above. Looking at my perfect plant formation, I comfortably stretched and yawned. As soon as those buckethead zombies stepped onto my spike trap, their metal buckets clanged and fell to the ground, and before they could even reach my wall of nuts, they were turned into sieves by the concentrated fire from the pea army behind. Besides the 5th wave, still 30 of them. Not difficult at all. I yawned again and fell asleep right on the branch. I am incredibly comfortable here, but for the other students, it's a scene of utter devastation. Some were eliminated after being surrounded and beaten by dozens of zombies, while others ran until their legs gave out and were caught and eliminated. Then there are those who are forced to the edge of a cliff, choosing to jump rather than be eaten alive. In the entire forest, the number of survivors is dwindling. Outside the forest, those teachers are still waiting in the square. The principal has even destroyed the live-streaming robots, so they can't see what is happening inside and can only make wild guesses. Teacher QinShi is analyzing the situation with others, saying that all the S-class students have been eliminated and the remaining ones probably won't last much longer, except for maybe one person. Another teacher nearby sighed, saying that you can't even run from the zombies. If you run too far, they teleport right in front of you. There's no other way but to confront them head on. I don't know how much time passed, but I was sleeping soundly when suddenly a loud bang jolted me awake from the tree. I rubbed my eyes, and wow, zombies were falling from the sky like dumplings. All those bungee zombies tied up with ropes. Their target was me, but I wasn't worried at all. Instead, I laughed. Because that explosion just now was the cherry bomb I placed on the treetop, specifically set as my alarm. These little cuties hadn't even gotten close to me before being blown to smithereens. I looked under the tree and was shocked. While I was sleeping, the situation down there had already exploded. Balloon zombies were floating in the sky, miner zombies were popping up from the ground, and there were also pogo zombies, dollhouse zombies, and football zombies. The iron bucket zombies I had seen before were mixed in as well, a massive crowd, definitely over 100. My plant defense has been completely shattered, the nut wall is long gone, and the close combat plants have suffered heavy losses. Even the backline shooters can't withstand the tough and durable football zombies. The corn cannon did fire a few shots, but it was quickly taken down by the underground miner zombies. How long did I actually sleep for? I just took out my zanpakuto and was ready to step into the arena myself when that greasy voice of Dave came again. Yawn game announcement. It is now the 24th hour. The night has fallen for the final round. Current number of survivors, 1. The game will end in 1 hour, during which a large number of zombies will continuously appear. Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder, in the last hour of this game, the historical number of players who cleared it is 0. So, last survivor, don't struggle, we're all just working here, don't overexert yourself, get eliminated early, and we'll all be fine. I was directly amused after listening to it. I took a nap and became the only hope of the entire village. And why does this game dungeon have a discouragement feature? Is it because I'm too resilient and it's delaying his off-work time? Just then, outside the forest, that group of teachers also exploded with excitement. There's only one left. Someone actually survived until the last hour. Principal Bai also looked incredulous and began to explain to the young teachers. The last round. TSK, that's simply not something a human can pass. If the difficulty of the previous rounds is F, then the last round is a super S level. All the zombies that appeared before will return, and their numbers will surge. The game is given a name called Endless Zombies. In the game, Dave's voice echoed again. Survivor, I wish you a pleasant experience in this round of Endless Zombies, hee. Endless Zombies, huh? No wonder no one can clear the level. I stood on the branch, watching the tide of zombies surging from all directions, and I actually got excited. Besides a genius like me, who else can withstand this? I was just about to charge with my knife when the zanpakuto in my hand suddenly became scorching hot, almost slipping out of my grip. Detected a large number of dark creatures, triggering the killing desire of the zanpakuto, is attempting to awaken. Time-limited mission activated. Zombie Exterminator. Mission requirements, kill 700 zombies. Mission reward 1, 3,000 inheritance points, 30 skill points. Mission reward 2. The system will collect zombie energy to awaken your zanpakuto, with a high probability of unlocking the initial release mission. I saw this reward, and my eyes lit up. 3,000 inheritance points, 30 skill points. Doesn't this mean I'm taking off? And my sword is finally about to awaken. This is a captain level zanpakuto. My sword, I know you're thirsty. Today, I'll let you drink to your heart's content. I laughed and suddenly jumped down from the tree. Come on, let's have a big battle against the zombies. I stomped on a newly emerged miner zombie, then swiftly cut down a few balloon zombies. Next, foreshadow clones appeared in an instant. I didn't rush in. As I watched the zombie horde completely break through my last line of plant defense and converge into a mass, a smirk appeared on my face. The moment had come. The 5 of us formed hand seals simultaneously. Fire release, grand fireball technique. 5 enormous fireballs shot out from 5 directions, instantly igniting the remaining plants and creating a sea of flames that burned over 200 incoming zombies to ashes. Current kill count, 250. Before the flames had even dissipated, more zombies surged forth from the darkness. There were the Iron Gate zombies wielding gates, the Dance King zombie dancing and summoning minions, and the toy box zombie holding a box that could explode at any moment, all forming another massive wave. Perfect. I clapped my hands together, summoning 4 gigantic sandballs, and used golden fertilizer to sprout 4 corn cannons. The 5 cannons lined up and began bombarding the sky furiously. 3 Tomo Sharingan, activate. I licked my lips, gripped my zanpakuto, and charged directly into the zombie horde amidst the barrage. With the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, I was able to perfectly dodge the corn shells before they landed, practically dancing with the zombies amidst the gunfire. I specifically targeted those toy box zombies, rushing over to open their boxes, then using a body flicker technique to escape. 1.5 seconds later, boom, a mass of zombies soared into the sky. I gripped my zanpakuto tightly, my gaze sharp. This game has made a mistake. Even if I'm the last one standing, it's enough to clear the level. One sword style, Iato slash. The zombie blocking my path was instantly cut in half. As I dashed through the horde of zombies using Shunpa, I frantically triggered the explosions of the dollbox zombies. With the help of the corn cannon and their self-destruction, the number of zombies was rapidly decreasing. Earth release. Beheading technique in my heart. I suddenly burrowed underground to dodge a shell, then burst forth from beneath a dancing king zombie's feet, taking its life with a single strike. Once that dancing king fell, the remaining backup dancers were like a bunch of old men doing square dancing. So slow it was excruciating. I couldn't be bothered to lift my eyelids and simply turned to leave. Behind me, the corn cannon fired, and the world fell silent. The snowman zombie and the Iron Gate zombie were taken out with a single shot of Phoenix Immortal Fire, not even leaving ashes behind. I was just about to sit cross-legged and take a break when, out of nowhere, the roar of an engine completely stunned me. Upon closer inspection, I was like, what the heck is this? Are zombies driving bumper cars for team building? Leading the pack was a row of convertible Z-brand ice cars, and everywhere they passed instantly froze over. Are they putting on a show of Fast and Furious here? Unfortunately, there are only a few ground spikes. Otherwise, I would have blown all your tires to bits. But there is something even more ridiculous behind them. A sled team. Who understands this? 4 little zombies crammed into a rickety sled, sliding like crazy on the ice path. Are they here for the Winter Olympics? As for the group at the back, they're even more outrageous. The stones started raining down before they even arrived. Think you're impressive from a distance? I slapped my right hand on the ground, gravity enhancement. Guess what happened? Those stones came flying towards me, swaying like they were drunk, and all missed. Then I quickly pulled out a Kuro card sword. A flying sword shot out, and I watched like I was at a show as that sword played around in the zombie convoy, weaving back and forth. It suddenly hit me, oh my, aren't these all convertibles? The drivers are just like live targets, aren't they? This is just pure white feeding. In no time, the convoy turned to scrap metal, and one by one, the zombie drivers turned to ash from their seats. I took a glance at the task progress, 600, and still 100 to go. All right, I know, the appetizers are over, and the main course is coming. Sure enough, the ground began to shake. The noise was like a T-Rex going for a stroll. Let me tell you, when that thing walked out of the darkness, I was completely stunned. 10 giant zombies over 10 meters tall, carrying utility poles, with a little one sitting on their backs. ISNT, that just Goliath? And it's not over. Behind them, a large group of rugby zombies came rushing out. Their gear and speed like rabid dogs, charging straight at me. Want to play a swarm tactic? Dream on. With my left hand, wielding a Kuro card flying sword, my right hand holding a zanpakuto, I crossed my dual blades in front of me. Thunder slash, with a crackle. Both weapons crackled with electricity, looking incredibly cool. 8 gates, open gate, open. I shot out like a shadow, fast as lightning. Once my Sharingan activated, those rugby zombies' movements looked like they were in slow motion to me. Their iron masks? Haha. ISNT iron conductive? I slashed through them like a whirlwind. And by the time I stopped, 80 iron-headed zombies fell like dumplings behind me, crackling with electric sparks. Having dealt with the front line, those 10 big guys swayed over. The flying sword I had thrown earlier was already used as a coordinate in the woods. Flying Thunder God. Instantaneous teleportation. Let me tell you, these giant zombies are crafty. They group up. If you hit one, the other 9 will come over to stack on top of you, and a utility pole can turn you into mush. So, to deal with them, I can only take them all out at once. I stood in the woods, waiting for them to surround me completely. Now's the time. I pressed my hands down to the ground, held travel 10 times the gravity. With a loud bang, those 10 big guys were instantly flattened, their bones cracking. The little zombie on their backs still want to crawl out? Too late. I had already stuck explosive talismans on each of you, 200 in total, a deluxe package. I brought my hands together, fire release, explosive flame array. In the next second, a deafening explosion blew that patch of forest away. A second before the explosion, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back, completely unscathed, hiding my achievements and fame. This move drained a fifth of my spiritual energy. And it was no joke. But just when I thought I could take a break, an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating descended from the sky. I activated my Sharingan and looked ahead, and there was 5 enormous energy spheres slowly rising from the darkness. At that moment, I had only one thought. Are you kidding me? Was everything we fought before just child's play? What the heck is this? On the left, there's an Egyptian pharaoh vibe. In the middle, someone carrying a shell, and there's also someone wielding a big knife. There's an iron bird flying in the sky. And the one on the far right is even more outrageous, sporting a rooster comb hairstyle and shaking a microphone. The system alert exploded in my head, saying that all 5 of them are 2-star beast-level zombie kings. I was just thinking about whether to give up and surrender by cutting my neck when suddenly, ding! Time-limited mission. Zombie Slayer Master. Current zombie kill count. 700-2700. Settlement judgment. Mission accomplished. Family. The mission is complete. I tell you, I was so excited I almost jumped up. My experience points shot up to max, and I directly leveled up to LV9. The most crucial part is that the system rewarded me with a B-rank ninjutsu. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Oh my god, this isn't random at all. It's like the system saw my plight and gave me a targeted poverty alleviation cheat. And guess what happened next? This damn system, hearing my complaints, wasn't happy. It started yelling in my head. If you don't want it, this system can give you another draw. This time, I guarantee you'll experience what true randomness is. As soon as I heard this, wow, I just went straight into a slide kneel. No, brother. I was wrong, brother. Just kidding. This deal is mine for sure. Why act so innocent? Let me tell you, this Lightning Release Chakra Mode is a secret ninjutsu developed by the second Raikage in Naruto. In simple terms, it's like putting on a layer of armor made of lightning, which makes you incredibly fast and has strong defense. In the anime, the fourth Raikage relies on this technique and is known as the strongest shield. I quickly clicked on learning. To be honest, if it weren't for the system, learning this secret ninjutsu would be harder than S rank, and there would be no place to learn it. I focused my mind and felt a surge of knowledge in my brain. A few seconds later, sparks started to fly all over my body. Every cell in my body felt energized, like it had been injected with adrenaline. But this power was still not enough. System, give me an upgrade. Ding. You have consumed 10 skill points. Lightning Release Chakra Mode upgraded to LV2. T10 points. I shouted out at that moment. Are you robbing me? The system was quite arrogant. Secret ninjutsu, of course, has different prices. Do you want to upgrade? The next level is 15 points. I originally wanted to level up to LV3 all at once, but upon hearing the price, I changed my mind. I have more important things to upgrade. Family. The battle is about to begin, and I need to max out my life-saving skills. That's right, it's the Flying Thunder God of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. System. Upgrade Flying Thunder God to LV2. Ding, consuming 10 points. Continue. Upgrade to LV3. Ding, consuming 15 points. I looked at the skill points that I had just received, and in an instant I was down to just 1 point. My heart was bleeding. Money comes quickly, but goes just as fast. But the effect is really amazing. I feel like my brain is filled with all sorts of flashy techniques about the Flying Thunder God, as if I've been using this move for decades. Now when I use it, the chakra cost is low, and there's no need to charge it. It's practically instant. Ding. You have learned the derivative ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God technique. Ding, you have learned the derivative ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God /. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. Let me tell you, this derivative ninjutsu is a set of skills unlocked after reaching a high proficiency. In the past, when I placed a Flying Thunder God mark, I had to hold it in like I was constipated for ages, and I could only place one. It was useless in battle, but now it's different. In the heat of battle, I can stealthily place the mark on my enemy without them noticing. This is simply a power-up. And this Flying Thunder God / wow, this is the ultimate move used by the second Hokage to take down Madara's brother, Izuna. I pull out a kunai, and with a thought, the mark is placed. The kunai is still flying in the air, and in an instant, I appear at the kunai's location, stabbing forward with my blade. If I find a sneaky angle for this move, who could possibly defend against it? Second Hokage, you truly are a crafty one. But, I love these sneaky tricks. After enjoying the ninjutsu, I quickly opened the second reward for the time-limited mission. Who understands the joy of unboxing, right, folks? Ding! After killing 700 dark creatures, the Zanpakuto has successfully awakened. As soon as the words left my mouth, the blade in my hand started to change with a buzz. The entire handle transformed into an ancient purple wood, feeling a bit warm to the touch. The blade itself was even more dramatic, turning from silver white to pitch black, the same color as burnt charcoal. Even the scabbard changed into something thick at the top and thin at the bottom, resembling an old man's walking stick. I was confused when a vibration came from the blade, and a name suddenly appeared in my mind. Immediately after, the system's voice sounded. Initial release task triggered. Task name, flowing blade like fire. Task content, kill 10 dark creatures with a strength of 2 stars or above to unlock flowing blade like fire. Note, young man, you have awakened the old one, but you still need to demonstrate your strength. At that moment, I was completely stunned. Flowing blade like fire, Yamamoto's sword, the strongest zanpakuto in that Death God series. Oh my god, a pearl dropped by a 1-star monster actually gave me this thing? This incredible fortune has finally come to me. Although it hasn't been released yet, the power of this sword is already completely different. I can feel that as long as I infuse it with spiritual energy, the blade, dark as charcoal, can instantly reach a temperature of 1,000 degrees. It can deal increased damage to those dark creatures. I looked up and saw that the 5 zombie kings had already slipped a short distance away. A grin spread across my face. Just in time. Even if you are 2-star monsters, if my knife hits you, I will make a cut right on the spot. Now, our gap has been closed. I crossed the knife over my chest, and my fighting spirit instantly surged. Now, let the final battle begin. I threw out the cloud card sword, and that white feather longsword floated in the air. My swordsmanship proficiency temporarily increased to LV3. I stepped directly onto the sword's body and shouted, "Let us go. Sword flight, activate." You wouldn't believe it. Flying at high speed, while standing on such a narrow sword, would have made most people fall off. Fortunately, my basic physical skill is LV4, giving me strong muscle control, and with the Sharingan helping me instantly adjust my balance. I'm stable as can be. I zoomed up to the top of the zombie kings. When those guys saw me coming right at them, they started going wild. The zombie king, Dr. Z, controlling a Sphinx mecha, opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of blue light. Immediately after, mummified zombies, wolf-headed death zombies, and giant zombies carrying coffins surged up from the ground in a massive wave. Vulture fighter jets in the sky also began to drop electromagnetic orbs. Without even looking, I casually threw out 10 kunai that were already set up with the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as the electromagnetic ball was about to smash into my face, my figure vanished in an instant, reappearing next to one of the kunai on the ground. Right in front of me stood the giant zombie king wielding a large sword. This guy had 2 swords on his back, a big sword in his right hand, a large shield in his left hand, and was clad in red armor, definitely a melee powerhouse. When he saw me, he let out a roar and swung his big sword down at me. The blade didn't hit me, but the sword aura, like a shockwave, plowed through the ground in front of me for dozens of meters. Sharingan, activate! I instantly saw the trajectory of the sword aura and dodged to the side. He had just finished using his ultimate move and was gasping for breath. Did I have time to give you a chance? I can't afford to be beaten up by all 5 of you. 8 gates of Duinjia. I shouted angrily, opening the first gate, the second gate, the third gate, the fourth gate, the 5th gate, and opening. In order to finish this quickly, I went straight to the 5th gate. A burst of green energy steam exploded from my body. My speed was maxed out. I was already close to him, and with this acceleration, I almost instantly charged in front of his 7 or 8 meter tall shield. I kept my feet moving, leaped fiercely, and jumped directly over the shield, landing a foot on its arm and then sprinting up its body. The giant zombie king roared in anger, letting go of the sword and trying to grab me. This little mouse. Lightning release, chakra mode. Purple lightning instantly enveloped my entire body, and my speed skyrocketed once again, with the 8 gates and lightning armor. I was moving so fast that I seemed like just a shadow, slipping right through its outstretched hand. Lightning release, lightning slash. Dazzling lightning gathered in my hand, directly attaching itself to the black zanpakuto. As I ran and swung the sword, my movements were steady as a rock under the gaze of my Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, I was behind its neck. Slash! The black blade wrapped in purple lightning slashed fiercely along its neck. I landed from the air, flicked the green blood off my blade, and didn't even bother to look at it. Behind me, there was a loud boom as that giant's head fell off, its body crashing to the ground. One of the 5 great zombie kings, the sword-wielding hero, defeated in seconds. I just landed when a few black bombs flew towards me. It was that long-range attacking powder demon. Boom! The huge explosion directly blasted a big pit into the ground. But I was already gone. In the next second, I appeared behind the Summoner King of Zombies, right next to the shuriken I had previously thrown. Flying Thunder God, that's how unreasonable it is. The King of Zombies let out a strange cry and quickly commanded his bunch of Egyptian zombie minions to turn around and attack me. The vulture fighter jets in the sky also began to whip up a tornado. With attacks from both sides, the other two kings of zombies charged over, and the powder demon had already started to conjure new bombs. This was a deadly situation for me. The green steam on me has thickened, and the fifth gate of the 8 gates is still crazily burning my life away. I slightly crouch down and retract the blade back into the cane sword sheath. One sword style, Iato, Death, Lion's Song. I suddenly drew my sword, and the terrifying heat burst forth from the sheath. I shot out like a cannonball, plowing a deep trench in the ground. The pile of zombie minions in front of me was sent flying as if hit by a truck, turning to dust in mid-air. And behind them, Dr. Zombie King, along with his mech, was sliced in half cleanly like paper with a snap. Dr. Zombie King dead. The entire process, from when I flew over on my sword to taking down the second Zombie King, took less than 10 seconds. Huff, huff. I gasped for breath, feeling like my body was about to fall apart. The side effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia were too severe. Every part of me ached. My spiritual energy was draining like water from an open tap. I knew I couldn't hold on much longer. I was fighting with my life. Not enough. The enemy gave me no chance to catch my breath. Tornadoes, electromagnetic balls, bombs, and the sound wave attacks from that dancing zombie king with the microphone all came rushing at me. The spot where I had just stood was instantly blown to pieces. But what they hit was only air. I appeared in the sky again, right next to that vulture fighter jet. My white feathered flying sword has actually been hovering nearby, harassing it all along. But the shell of this iron bird is too hard, and my sword couldn't penetrate it all. I had anticipated this long ago. Why use the Iato to slay the Zombie King Doctor? I had already teleported directly to the flying sword that was set up with the formation using Flying Thunder God. Roar! The vulture warplane noticed me and just reached out its claws to grab me when I shot at a cold glare. Big guy, go down. With a hum, the air around it instantly solidified. The iron bird that had just been flaunting its power now slammed down from the sky like a weight, crashing down with a loud boom. Hell Journey, Gravity Enhancement. I directly increased the gravity in this area to 10 times. Among these 5 guys, 4 on the ground, and only one was flying in the sky, which was too annoying. It had to be dealt with first. The vulture warplane smashed a huge pit into the ground, and its weight was so heavy that it couldn't even flap its wings. I gasped for breath. This move had great power, but the consumption was terrifying. Whoosh! 2 more bombs flew towards me. Sword control technique. I quickly stepped on my flying sword and soared upwards to evade the attack. As I rose higher, the gravity field was lifted, and the vulture struggled to crawl out of the pit. Dream on. I sneered, waved my hands, and a sky full of explosive talismans floated out from around me. A total of 300. You think you can explode, right? I pressed down with my hand, and the tenfold gravity reappeared. Those lightweight talismans, now, as if bound with stones, all fell down, covering that iron bird. Boom! 300 explosive talismans detonated simultaneously. Flames soared into the sky, and the roar was continuous as the vulture warplane was blown into pieces, vanishing into specks of light. Zombie King, vulture warplane defeated. The flying sword beneath my feet shook violently, and my body began to sway precariously. After opening the 8 gates of Duanjia to this point, I had reached my limit. My spiritual power was nearly depleted, and I couldn't control my body at all, causing me to fall directly off the flying sword. The spot I was falling to was right above that gunpowder demon. It watched me fall like a kite with a broken string, its eyes filled with impatience. It was waiting for me to crash to the ground so it could drop a few bombs on me. But during my descent, I suddenly flipped in the air. My zanpakuto vanished, and I clenched my fist, squeezing out the last of my life force, forcefully opening the 6th gate. Jingmen, a green storm of spiritual energy erupted around me, and I felt like a beast. Body technique, Cheakonk. I let out a low roar, my fists raining down like raindrops, so fast that even their shadows were invisible. The friction between my fists and the air generated countless flames, spreading like a peacock's tail, dyeing the sky red. In the incredulous gaze of the gunpowder demon, hundreds of fiery fists struck accurately against its body. Every inch of its body was hit by the high-speed fists, bones shattering into pieces. The bombs on its waist and in its hands all fell to the ground, and a massive explosion completely engulfed it. The zombie king, Gunpowder Demon, was defeated. The huge shockwave also sent the last zombie king, the Dance King, flying. Its microphone was blown apart, and it screamed in anger, pulling out a speaker almost as tall as itself, striding towards me. Meanwhile, after using up my strength like a peacock, my body was completely drained. Lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, my skin cracked, and blood flowed out continuously. I didn't even have the strength to move a finger. It approached me step by step, but I smiled instead. Half a minute later, it finally stood in front of me, looking at me, barely hanging on a life, and even whistled in mockery. It raised the speaker high, ready to smash me into a pulp, but it suddenly noticed that beside my hand, a stone tablet had appeared, with a black, angry-looking mushroom drawn on it. It froze, as it had never seen such a plant. I squeezed out a sentence in a hoarse voice. Haven't you tasted it before? You really should try it this time. Because I licked my cracked lips. This is the taste of death. As soon as I finished speaking, the stone tablet disappeared, and the destruction mushroom appeared. Its body swelled up like a balloon. The last zombie king felt intense fear, threw down the speaker, and turned to run. Haha, run as fast as you can. I lay on the ground laughing, the pain from my wounds making me wince because you can never escape the range shrouded in death. A blinding light erupted, and a massive mushroom cloud shot into the sky. The terrifying explosion consumed everything. Zombie King, frenzied shatterer dead. Meanwhile, in the forest a kilometer away, a flying sword pierced a branch with a thud, and then a figure appeared out of nowhere and fell from the tree. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I grimaced in pain, still holding a military ration pill in my mouth. That's right, that person was me. Before using the destruction mushroom, I had sent the flying sword off into the distance. At the moment before the explosion, I relied on a sliver of spiritual energy restored by the military ration pill to activate the flying thunder god and successfully escape. Although it still hurt a lot, at least I survived. These 5 minutes of battle were the most perilous I had ever experienced, and I had used up all my trump cards. I leaned against the tree, panting. After waiting for a long time, I didn't see any new zombies. Great, it should be over. As long as I wait for the last 10 minutes to pass and leave this forest, all my wounds will heal. I'm so bold because I trust this setting. I closed my eyes, ready to take a break, when a slightly depressed middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations. The only survivor. I really didn't expect that this game has become so twisted, and there are actually people who can clear it. Hey, handsome. I'm talking to you, don't sleep. Anyway, there are no more zombies behind. You've cleared the game. Let me get off work 10 minutes early. I opened my eyes and said to the air, see, I told you I could do it. Reward me. You can clock out now. Secret Realm. Dave's Paradise first clear successful. Cleared by QinShi, player QinShi. You have completed the first clear of the Secret Realm and will receive the first clear reward. First clear reward. I instantly felt energized. Anyone who has played online games knows that this is way better than regular rewards. Plants vs. Zombies Encyclopedia has been issued. First clear players will gain the right to enter and exit the Dave's Paradise Secret Realm at will. That's great. No need to commit suicide next time. Hiss. A heavy object dropped directly on my leg, causing me to gasp in pain. I picked it up and saw it was a thick book. The cover featured Plants vs. Zombies. Flipping it open, the front pages showcased various plants, pea shooter, chomper, and even the doom shroom. As long as I use spiritual power, I can summon them. But they're all fixed turrets. The latter half of the book depicted zombies, which can only be summoned at night. I flipped to the last page, looking at the Dr. Zombie above, and couldn't help but shout into the air, damn you, game. This guide is full of characters from Plants vs. Zombies 1. Where did you get so many bosses from the second generation? Can't you handle it? That impatient middle-aged voice sounded again. First-time challenger. Why are you so chatty? This secret realm is still evolving, and we've preliminarily explored new types of zombies. Can't you just practice with them? As for those peculiar bosses, this secret realm hasn't fully evolved yet, so your guide only includes some of the zombies. The secret realm can still evolve? Let me tell you. What do you think our secret realm is? A dead thing? I'm just a projection from another world, but I have consciousness. Okay, we can level up and evolve too. All right, you little brat, you formed a bond by being the first to clear it. So, come often in the future. Now, yawn. This game is so boring. If it weren't for you, I would have shut down the server and gone to sleep already. So hurry up and get lost. I hadn't T-reacted yet, and my body felt like the signal was bad, becoming increasingly transparent. Damn, is this going to forcibly log me off? Not even giving me a full 24 hours. This game's secret realm is lacking in professional ethics. I panicked and slapped my hand against a nearby big tree, using a flying thunder god technique to leave a teleportation point for later. Then I had a brainwave and quickly took out a cat face mask, snapping it onto my face. I hadn't even tightened the straps when everything went black, and I was gone. When I opened my eyes again, wow, I was already bounced back to the square at the entrance of the forest. I heard someone shout, "Oh, the survivor is out." In an instant, dozens of teachers turned their heads in unison, their gazes resembling those of zoo visitors watching monkeys. I was taken aback when I saw them. Each one had huge dark circles under their eyes, looking like they had stayed up all night gaming. Nearby, teacher Arno weakly complained, "Of course, we teachers can't sleep if you little brats Haven Tea come out." I could only awkwardly smile and say, "Thank you for your hard work, teachers." To be honest, as soon as I came out, I realized that all the injuries I had suffered in the secret realm were gone. My spiritual energy was fully restored, and I felt great. After all, I had actually slept for a solid 7 hours. Just when the teachers were curiously wondering why I was wearing a mask and were about to question me, Principal Bai Chi, who had been dozing off, suddenly woke up. He lazily stretched, and with a flick of his left hand, I was pulled toward him by an invisible force, directly landing in front of him. The old principal glanced at the big clock in the square and nodded. "Not bad, kid. You're 10 minutes short of 24 hours. It seems you also fell to the last 5 zombie kings." He thought I had been eliminated in the final wave like he had back in the day. I thought this misunderstanding was too great, so I didn't say anything. He patted my shoulder with satisfaction. "Young people are formidable. You're already catching up to how fierce I was back then." Saying this, he looked around, and in a voice that wasn't too loud but clear enough for everyone to hear, "From today onwards, this new student is my closed-door disciple." I was completely stunned at that moment. Who in the family understands? Everyone in the square was in an uproar. A teacher suddenly got anxious. "Principal, he is a direct disciple. Our school can only have one among the current students. Even the outstanding senior Lin Long was only chosen in her 3rd year. How can a freshman be a direct disciple?" Another teacher chimed in. "Yeah, a direct disciple is supposed to compete in the inter-school championship, representing the school's reputation. What if he loses?" Some people glanced at my red school uniform. "Besides, he's wearing a red school uniform. Isn't that just a B-level student?" In the past 300 years, which direct disciple from our 3 academies wasn't TNS level? For a moment, the whole square was like a market, with all sorts of discussions. I was dumbfounded myself. A direct disciple? Those are future big shots. What about the mixed blood beauty Lin Long? The divine healer Hua Tuo who saves lives? And that genius who developed the Dragon Ball capsule technology? They are all stars of humanity. And here I am, just a B-level freshman at the beginning of the semester. This script doesn't make sense. Then the teacher's discussion started to go off track. Someone whispered, "Do you think this masked guy could be the principal's illegitimate son?" The person next to him suddenly realized, "That makes sense. Look, he doesn't dare to take off the mask. He must look just like the principal." I was really amused. This imagination should be used for screenwriting. Just as I was about to lose my temper, there was a loud bang. Principal Bai slammed his fist on the ground, and the entire square seemed to shake like an earthquake, cracking open numerous crevices. He shouted angrily, chattering, "If anyone can last until the last wave in the freshman trial, I want to just make them a direct disciple. I'll hand over the principal position to them. Is there anyone?" The whole place fell silent in an instant. Only then did the teachers remember that this masked kid in front of them was as fierce as the principal back in the day. The principal waved his hand impatiently. "Disperse, disperse. Go back to sleep. If you can't sleep, go practice in the secret realm." The teachers scattered. The homeroom teacher of the supernova class, Chi Quan, was the last to leave. He turned back and gave me a death stare, as if he wanted to swallow me whole. I understood. The top students in his class were all eliminated by me, and this grudge was formed. In the blink of an eye, only the old principal and I were left in the square. He waved his hand, telling me not to take off the mask. "Keep it on, it's safer. The direct disciples from the 3 academies are on the assassination list of the Dark Organization. The longer you hide your identity, the better." I paused for a moment and asked him, "Why me?" The old principal glanced at me and took a sip of alcohol. "Why not? Because you're handsome?" He told me that starting tomorrow, from 8 to 10 in the evening, he would give me special training. Finally, he strolled away slowly, muttering, "Your homeroom teacher, QinShi, probably understands this very well." Wait a minute. Homeroom teacher, QinShi? How does he know who my homeroom teacher is? This old man has known who I am from the very beginning. I returned to the dorm with a head full of questions. And Huang Maopei Buyong and Li Shani were already back. The two were bragging. One saying he saw a melon rush up and self-destruct just to get out early for hot pot. The other claimed he was the first to be eliminated. And it was an honor. Seeing me back, Pei Buyong immediately shouted, "What did I say? Our dorm's face still has to be old Qin." I walked to my desk with a smile, where there was a lunchbox, a box of milk, and a scroll next to it. Pei Bujiao said that the lunchbox was delivered by logistics and the scroll was sent by teacher QinShi, because our class ranked first in overall scores, and everyone received a reward. They had already opened theirs. One was a fine-quality witch's broom, and the other was a fine-quality storage belt. They both came over, insisting on seeing mine. I slowly opened the scroll, and with a hiss, Pei couldn't help but gasp in surprise. There on the scroll, a flash of purple light. Oh my, purple. This is an epic skill scroll? An epic one. This thing can't even be bought with money on the market. I quickly looked closer. On the scroll was an illustration of a voluptuous woman in green clothes with her hands clasped together, radiating green light. I glanced at the text beside it. Mastering Celestial Techniques, A-Class Medical Ninjutsu from the Naruto world. I laughed at that moment. Mastering the Celestial Arts. That's Tsunade's specialty. I have Lightning Blade for attack, Flying Thunder God for support, just missing a healing skill. Previously, I relied on system rewards and medicine from others when I was injured. But now it's great. I can heal myself, maximizing my sustainability. I immediately tore up the scroll. It felt like the skill was directly engraved in my brain. Just as I was feeling good, Pei couldn't hold back and pulled me over. "Come on, Lao Qin, let's play Dodiju. I've been waiting for you." Guess what happened next? This guy had only one card left, acting all arrogant, claiming to be the big king. I had a handful of cards and pretended to be conflicted, then played a sequence. A bomb. A pair of twos. A smooth series of moves that took him down instantly. Pei was left dumbfounded, saying no one understands how to play the fool and eat the tiger better than me. After the fun, we finally looked at the class schedule, which was packed, but Pei said these required courses would only last a week. After a week, we would start our monster hunting internship. To put it simply, we would be taking on tasks across the various regions of the 9 provinces as interns, dealing with all sorts of issues related to inheritors and the gray mist, earning credits, contribution points, and money. When I heard this, it felt like going to college while having to work to pay for tuition. Pei sighed, saying he just wanted to be a lazy fish. I looked at him and thought of the nightingale I encountered in the secret realm, who was his S-rank inheritance fiancée. I hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell him that the girl looked down on him and was planning to break off the engagement. Guess what? As soon as the fat guy heard this, his eyes lit up, and he burst into a long laugh, exclaiming, "Is there really such a good thing?" I was completely dumbfounded. This was a broken engagement. "Dude, aren't you hurting your self-esteem?" But Pei Bu Liao waved his hand and said he had long been unable to tolerate Mu Yiying's spoiled princess temper. If it weren't for the arrangements made by his elders, he wouldn't have been willing at all. Now that the other party voluntarily wanted to break it off, he couldn't have wished for anything more. He looked delighted and said he didn't expect this B-class inheritance to come with such benefits. I exchanged glances with Li Shan, thinking, well, we don't understand the world of rich people. The next day, the 3 of us were fabulously late because we celebrated by drinking the night before. I drank yogurt, but eating beer ducks still counts as drunk driving. Teacher Qin Ji was on the podium, dressed in a suit, looking particularly serious. He coldly sneered and told us to sit down, saying the account would be settled later. Today we were studying monster beasts. He asked us, besides categorizing them by strength, how else could they be classified? Pei Bu Liao stood up and said by size, but the teacher scolded him. Li Shan weakly suggested categorizing by their origin from different worlds, and the teacher nodded, saying that currently, the most common worlds are Yu-Gi-Oh!, Digimon, and Pokemon. Finally, it was my turn. I thought for a moment and said, by attributes. Very good. Teacher Qin Ji nodded in appreciation, noting that attributes are also an important characteristic of monster beasts. Currently, the many monster beasts we have discovered can be classified into 18 attributes. Normal, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, bug, flying, ground, rock, fighting, psychic, ghost, poison, dark, steel, dragon, and fairy. I was stunned listening below, a question mark slowly popping up in my mind. Isn't this the attribute chart from Pokemon? The teacher was explaining it in great detail. This is the research achievement obtained by those old professors from the Academy of Heavenly Crafts after decades of study. I was almost suffocating down there. Research? Pokemon is calling it an expert. Isn't this just blatant appropriation? Then came an even crazier move. He said, of course, with 18 attributes being too complex, the old professors also made a simplified version. Light, dark, fire, earth, wind, water, and spirit. Goodness, I thought to myself, K Company S lawyer letter must be on the way. These old experts are really something. as long as you have a thick enough skin. The whole world is your material library. Teacher QinShi looked at me with a smile and continued to ask, "So, classmate QinShi, what use do the attributes of monsters have for us hunters?" I stood up, internally rolling my eyes, but had to answer honestly. We can deal greater damage to monsters by using attribute advantages. Upon hearing this, Teacher QinShi exclaimed, "Ah, this child can be taught." He waved his hand for me to sit down and then started his patchwork monster class. Let me tell you, this old man can really talk. Discussing how grass types beat water types, fire types beat grass types. For a moment, I thought I had traveled to a Pokemon filming set. The absurdity didn't stop there. He directly started giving examples, like how the inheritance from Demon Slayer counters evil-type monsters, and how Bleach specializes in dealing with ghost types. Does anyone understand? The theoretical foundation of this academy is all about appropriation. All the anime in the world are their material library. Then he projected an enormous cat engulfed in blue flames, saying it was the Two Tails from Naruto. I thought, finally a serious example. But his next sentence was, "This thing is a 6th-tier monster. If you encounter it, don't think about attribute advantages. Just run. If you run slow, by this time next year, the grass will be 2 meters high." The whole class was dumbfounded, like, "Teacher, what's the point of this example? Just to tell us that if we can't win, we should run?" After finally getting to the end of the class bell, that fat guy, Pei was simply the god of the cafeteria. The bell was his starting gun. He dashed away in an instant, shouting, "The cafeteria is the battlefield, charge!" Everyone in the classroom was swept away by him, leaving a bewildered teacher QinShi sighing. This generation of students is just not studious at all. In the afternoon, it was cooking class. When I saw the teacher, "Hey, isn't this the cafeteria's cool chef with a cigarette, looking all rebellious, juggling 2 jobs, aiming for extreme multitasking, right?" He started by dropping the cigarette, but in saying, "Food is heaven for the people," but no one below paid him any attention. Of course, none of us are poor kids or officials' kids. Who has the time to learn cooking? Seeing our attitude, Chef Deshawn directly pulled out his trump card. In his left hand was a military ration from the Naruto world, and in his right hand was a Senza bean from the Dragon Ball world. Slamming them on the table, meaning, don't think you're amazing just because you have these pay-to-win items. Let me tell you, this chef is wasting his talent if he doesn't get into pyramid schemes. He goes on a crazy rant, saying there are plenty of unexpected things in the demon realm, like storage watches getting waterlogged or storage belts getting destroyed in fights. When that happens, there will be nothing to eat, and you can only wait to die, literally starving to death. The way he talks, you'd think that every year, hundreds of demon hunters don't die in battle, but rather starve to death. As soon as I heard that, my heart skipped a beat. Wow, their equipment is all external and could break down at any moment. Mine, on the other hand, is the system's built-in storage space, intangible and formless, focusing on deleting accounts and re-leveling without any loss. This time, I'm totally winning. After this round of PUA, the classmates finally behaved themselves. Then Chef Dashin wrote 2 big characters on the blackboard, cold dishes. He said that in the monster domain, you can't start a fire casually, because that would be like opening a shared location, attracting all the monster beasts within 10 miles to you. So the first lesson is for the students to eat, identifying which plants are edible and which monster meat is safe to eat. Wow, the Monster Hunting Academy focuses on wilderness survival. The only one paying serious attention was the chubby guy, Pei Bouillon, taking notes cleaner than my face. I teased him, and he said he was preparing to be the logistics chef for me and Huang Mao when we enter the monster domain. I was really touched. Brother, study well, because my stomach for the rest of my life depends on you. After class at 5 in the evening, I declined the chubby guy's invitation to play games and ran to Principal Rock alone, ready to receive some special guidance from the old principal. Before long, a white-bearded old man reeking of alcohol with 8-pack abs came over. I thought, wow, this principal must be a cosplayer of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. After finishing his drink, he crushed the wine jug in a powder with a snap, instantly raising the atmosphere. I was still thinking about how to greet him when he pointed his finger at my mask, and in an instant, my ordinary cat face mask upgraded to an SSR. Its name is C-Mion, which sounds impressive. Let me tell you, this thing is simply a combination of technology and hardcore features. Not only is it bulletproof, but it also allows for underwater breathing, night vision, and immunity to illusions. What's even more outrageous is that he had someone modify it. So it comes with built-in breath concealment and a monster scanning device. ISNT this just a walking cheat code? I was so moved that I was about to bow and thank the principal when bang, a hit on my head. I called out for my master. Wow, this apprenticeship ceremony is a bit of a headache. Rubbing my head, I asked him who my senior brothers and sisters were, and he rambled on about a bunch of them, saying the eldest senior brother is Teacher QinShi, and there's a senior sister who's undercover. Another senior brother is guarding the tower, and one who ran away from home after falling out with him. This plot feels a bit like a family drama, doesn't it? After chatting about family matters, the old man suddenly changed the subject and asked if I knew why he chose me. I jokingly replied, because I'm handsome? Bang. Another hit on my head. Nonsense. He laughed and scolded me. Then his expression turned serious, because you can use the powers of different worlds. I was completely stunned at that moment. I hid so well. Even my Sharingan was covered by the mask. How did he know? Then he said that his observation haki had reached max level. Like a human radar, he could clearly sense the types of power systems within 50 meters. Wow, this ability is simply a human walking scanner. After explaining, he suddenly changed his tone and revealed a playful smile. Then, with a bang, an incredibly terrifying aura pressed me down. Let me tell you, it felt like an ant facing a Godzilla 10,000 meters high. My legs were shaking, and the whole world was shouting in my ears, "Kneel down. You're just trash. Kneeling will set you free." But could I kneel? QinShi, could I kneel? My eyes were bloodshot, and I used all my strength to roar, QinShi, want to be strong. I will not kneel to anyone. As soon as I finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from me as well. My friends, I have awakened. Conqueror's Haki. The old man looked at me and let out his iconic laugh, saying I was the future king. It turned out he resonated with his own Conqueror's Haki to forcibly give me a boost. This master I can work with. He really gives you a boost. But I was only happy for 2 seconds before the old man suddenly became emo. He said his abnormal observation haki could see 10 years into the future. In that future, humanity had perished, and the world was in ruins filled with monstrous beasts gnawing on human corpses, along with an ultimate giant boss that he couldn't even see clearly, so powerful that he had no desire to fight. I felt a chill run down my spine as he suddenly changed the subject, patting me on the shoulder and saying that ever since he discovered me in the demon realm, he could no longer see that apocalyptic vision. Wow, am I becoming a savior? I'm familiar with this script. He told me to get stronger and change this damned future with him. That fierce determination to not accept fate was incredible. Once he left, I quickly opened the system panel, and sure enough, I had a new Conqueror's Haki LV1. Looking at the upgrade, wow, it requires 20 skill points. That's twice as expensive as S-rank ninjutsu. Is the system trying to rob me? The system also popped up a friendly reminder, saying not to always think about adding points, and that I could do tasks instead. When I opened the taskbar, there it was. Conqueror's Haki Training Task. Successfully unleash Conqueror's Haki 10 times. The reward is a direct upgrade to LV2, and it will also unlock the level cap for the armament Haki I previously obtained from killing. Such a good deal. So what am I waiting for? Let's train. I stood right on top of the head of the first principal, clasped my hands together, and shouted dramatically, "Conqueror's Haki, release." But nothing happened. It really wasn't that easy. Although I had successfully learned Conqueror's Haki, I had only managed to release it just now by borrowing the principal's pressure. Without external pressure, I probably wouldn't be able to release Conqueror's Haki so easily again. QinShi pondered for a moment. I can try this method. He placed one hand on the ground, leaving a pattern made up of small characters on the principal's rock. This is the Flying Thunder God Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique. Go to Dave Paradise. His figure vanished from where he stood and appeared in a dense forest. Thankfully, I had left a Flying Thunder God mark here last time I left. QinShi flexed his wrists. Only in battle can I maximize the activation of my Conqueror's Haki. In the darkness of Dave's Paradise, it was a world of zombies. After the annual freshman assessment, everyone could enter and exit Dave's Paradise. Just like during the freshman assessment. During the day, the area was filled with mutated plants, while at night, zombies roamed everywhere. However, the mutated plants after the assessment wouldn't actively attack intruders and zombies, although still possessing attacking instincts, couldn't easily lock onto the positions of intruders. Most teachers and students would choose to enter during the day, looking for a place without the interference of mutated plants, for a life and death duel. After all, in this secret realm, no matter how severe the injuries or even death, one would immediately return to normal once they exited the realm. It was the perfect place for practice. Late at night, it was quiet. QinShi hummed a little tune, quickly jumping through the forest. Suddenly, his singing came to an abrupt stop, and his footsteps halted sharply. Because not far away, in the wasteland, QinShi saw someone he didn't want to meet. The figure in the distance transformed into a blazing fire, and the intense heat wave made QinShi, who was not far away, feel a sense of suffocation. He was one of the lecturers at the academy, the head of the supernova class, Chi Quan. He possessed an S-class lineage, one of the 3 admirals from the One Piece world, a Kainu. Opposite him was a burly man with an explosive hairstyle. The man was tall and exceptionally muscular, but was covered in numerous wounds. Especially severe were the burn injuries. But at this moment, he disregarded the pain from his burns and was desperately running towards the forest. QinShi keenly noticed the thick chains around his wrists and ankles. The chains had been split in 2, evidently opened by someone. But before the burly man could reach the forest, a massive, fist-shaped lump of magma fell from the sky, crashing down on him. TSK, you can't escape. Chi Quan, his entire body turning to lava, walked over slowly. Wujin, an S-class lineage, a member of the Phantom Troop from Hunter x Hunter, Wujin. As expected of a reinforcement-type non-user, he can still survive after being hit by my magma iron fist. But the magma fist yanked the burly man, who was covered in burns, up from the ground, lifting him high. As a member of the dark organization, Meteor Street, you killed a total of 320 people, 80% of whom were young women. The flames on Chi Quan burned fiercely, yet his voice grew increasingly cold. The word justice on the front of his hat shone even brighter amidst the flames. I want to let scum like you die easily. You will be my punching bag in this secret realm, and I will thoroughly torture you for those who died tragically at your hands. Don't worry, you won't truly die. Once you leave this forest, all your injuries will heal, and I will kill you every night until your total number of murders is counted, then hand you over to impel down. Think about the fear of those who died at your hands, and then enjoy the terror they once faced. Chapter 125. What a coincidence, Teacher Chi. You're here too. Smoke billowed from the burly man's neck as he was on the brink of death. But upon hearing Chi Quan's words, his eyes were filled with terror, and he suddenly found strength from somewhere to struggle wildly. Useless. What awaits you is only repeated death. Dog bite, Red Lotus. As Chi Quan's indifferent voice rang out, his magma arm suddenly transformed into the shape of a dog's head, biting down on the burly man. In no time, the burly man ceased moving and turned to dust. In the forest, QinShi hid himself among the dense bushes, his eyes wide as he watched everything unfold not far away. Wow, that was brutal. Although I had long heard that Teacher Chi was stern and devoid of humanity, carrying out justice thoroughly, I always thought it was an exaggeration. But seeing it tonight, I found the description to be quite accurate, although it was directed at a villain. This method, TSK, it was really ruthless. Just as QinShi quietly put on his mask and planned to distance himself from this human volcano, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Student, have you watched long enough? Chi Quan clapped his hands and suddenly looked directly into the forest where QinShi was hiding. QinShi abruptly froze, his feet stopping as he thought to escape. Discovered. Even with the mask on, I had hidden my aura pretty well, yet I was still found out. QinShi felt that he had been locked onto by the other party. In front of a top-notch demon hunter, escaping was undoubtedly a monumental task. The scorching aura approached. Chi Quan took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of QinShi. Looking at the man before him, QinShi brushed off the grass from his body and emerged from the bushes. What a coincidence. Teacher Chi, you're here too. Glancing at the student in front of him, Chi Quan didn't respond, but instead said to himself, do you know why you were exposed? You actually hid quite well, your figure didn't stand out, and your aura was almost completely suppressed. But you underestimated my abilities. Chi Quan's eyes darkened slightly, and a continuous aura emanated from his body. Remember, in the future, when facing an enemy, no matter how strong you are, you must first understand their information. Only by understanding your enemy can you defeat them. Feeling the aura from the other party, QinShi immediately understood. This was observation haki, which sharpens one's 5 senses and allows them to perceive the aura of surrounding creatures and emotional changes. It was the top reconnaissance technique in the One Piece world. I was careless. Chi Quan is a lineage from the One Piece world, and his haki is also top-notch. Even though I have the mask on, I can't easily hide from him. In an instant, QinShi made a decision. One of his hands gripped the kunai inscribed with the technique and prepared to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Before he teleported from the Principal's Rock to the secret forest, he had carved the Flying Thunder God technique on the Principal's Rock. But before he could form the hand seals, a powerful gust of wind rushed past his ear. 3 Tomo immediately appeared in QinShi's eyes. At the critical moment, QinShi's instant body technique reached its peak, and he leaped from the bushes to a tree branch. Boom! Dirt flew everywhere. The spot where he had just stood immediately formed a small pit. Beside it stood Chi Quan, wearing a cap with the word justice, his hands tucked into his coat pockets. In an instant, he had moved from 300 meters away to right in front of QinShi, executing the kick he had just performed. This is shave. QinShi watched the opponent's technique. That's right. Akainu, as an admiral in the world of One Piece, must have reached an extremely high level of the Marine Six powers. He could even sense my desire to escape and attacked me without giving me the time to activate my technique. He figured out the cause and effect in his mind. But he began to question me aloud. Teacher Chi Quan, what are you doing? His attack missed. A hint of shock appeared on Chi Quan's face. He looked at QinShi, who was standing on a branch. If I'm not mistaken, you're the masked newcomer who defeated all the students in my supernova class, right? Looking at the masked student before him, Chi Quan asked coldly, under the protection of the surrounding environment. He couldn't know QinShi's true identity, but could understand from QinShi's quick response that the student in the red uniform before him was indeed the mysterious student who defeated his students and embarrassed him in front of many teachers. Teacher Chi Quan, are you seeking personal revenge? QinShi stood on the branch. He understood that with the opponent's strength far exceeding his own, even if he wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, he would be interrupted in the brief moment it took to perform the technique. If the opponent could interrupt him once, they could do it again. Unable to match strength with strength, he decided to rely on strategy. The principal has stated that no teachers are allowed to pursue my actions in the secret forest. Besides, I've already been personally taught by the principal. Teacher Chi Quan, aren't you afraid of the principal's reprimand if you attack me without warning? Chi Quan coldly stared at QinShi on the tree. After a moment, he spoke. You defeated all my supernova class students. I just want to test your strength, especially since you are also in the secret forest, presumably here for training. Since that's the case, let's have a match. A match? With you. A well-known figure who is already at the level of the top experts in the 9 provinces. A 6-star demon hunter? Am I crazy or are you crazy? QinShi twitched the corner of his mouth. Teacher Chi Quan, isn't that request a bit excessive? With your strength, isn't it bullying the weak to fight me? I refuse. He outright rejected the challenge. In the academy, students could engage in friendly matches in the secret forest, even between students and teachers, but only if both parties agreed. Given the current disparity in strength, accepting the challenge would be like asking for trouble. Don't worry, I will ensure the match is fair. Huh. Chi Quan took off his coat and shouted. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, causing the surrounding trees to sway as if a level 12 typhoon had swept through. Even QinShi had to cling tightly to a thick tree stump to avoid being blown away by the pressure. Huff Chi Quan let out a long breath. I have released most of my spiritual power, retaining only 10 cards of it. I have also suppressed my speed and strength, using only 1/10 of my power. Moreover, I assure you, I will not use the power of my fruit's awakening. So, will you agree to a match with me? He fixed his gaze on QinShi. With the perception of observation hockey, he could sense that QinShi's spiritual power had already exceeded 30 cards. His speed and strength were not weak either. He suppressed his own strength to test the true level of this student who could defeat many of his students, and to teach the opponent a lesson to relieve his humiliation. As a teacher who cared about the 9 provinces, Chi Quan also longed to cultivate more and stronger talents for the nation. This was why he actively applied to be the class teacher of the supernova class. However, he had a different view on the academy's teaching methods. The vast 9 provinces maintained a semblance of peace, not because of the countless demon hunters bravely fighting, but because of the immense power of the principle alone. No matter how many low-tier beasts are hunted, they cannot save this world. A single 7th-tier beast, the 9-tailed fox, has left many inheritors helpless. If not for the principle, that one beast could cause chaos in an entire province. To protect the 9 provinces, top-tier combat power is key. But he sighed deeply. But including the academy, all schools in the 9 provinces are too merciful in training students. Controlling the so-called casualty rate and only allowing you to train in the demon domain after you've reached a certain level is misguided. In my opinion, you new students should be thrown directly into the demon domain, and only those who survive after a week should be cultivated further. Now, even with this secret forest, how many students are willing to experience death to enhance their strength? Mercy does not cultivate strong warriors. He looked directly at QinShi. Since you are personally taught by the principal, let me see your strength. Let me see if you truly deserve that title. Chi Quan twisted his arms. If this mass student truly had exceptional potential, he, Chi Quan, would be willing to comply with the academy's requirements and help this student grow without reservation. But if he was merely a F.A. Ade, relying on luck and minor tricks to stand out in the newcomer assessment. He would not hesitate to make this student suffer a bit to relieve the humiliation he felt. I refuse, QinShi replied firmly. Qi Quan was taken aback. He hadn't expected that, even after lowering his strength to this extent and speaking so earnestly, the other party would still remain unmoved. You truly disappoint me. He felt a surge of anger, and the flames on his body burned even brighter. But he did not attack. As a teacher of the academy, he naturally adhered to the academy's rules. Do you think a few words will sway me? Impossible. QinShi jumped down from the tree. Teacher Qi Quan, you are a renowned top-tier demon hunter. How could I possibly win against you? I might even end up with psychological trauma. If you really want to fight me, at least give me some compensation. Qi Guansha fight Dwight. I, a dignified 6-star demon hunter, am willing to waste my precious time to battle with a newcomer like you. You should be cherishing this opportunity, yet you're asking the teacher for something. He felt a hint of anger rising, but he still reached into his cap and pulled out a small gourd-shaped bottle, tossing it directly to QinShi. Inside were 3 imitation immortal beings made by the Tiangong Academy. Although they were just imitations, their effects were nearly the same as real immortal beings for demon hunters below 4 stars. QinShi hurriedly opened the gourd bottle in his hand and poured out 3 green, petal-shaped beans. This is an immortal bean. QinShi suppressed his excitement. The immortal bean, the most miraculous food in Dragon Ball, cultivated by the cat sage on Karin Tower, has a strong restorative power. As long as a person is not dead, consuming one immortal bean can instantly restore their body to its best state. It can restore stamina, spiritual power, and vitality simultaneously. It is the ultimate full recovery medicine. With this, he effectively gained 3 more lives. He could repeatedly dance on the edge of death. QinShi felt overjoyed. So, can we have the match now? Qi Quan's low voice sounded, clearly showing his dissatisfaction. QinShi's expression turned troubled. I'm just a newcomer. Teacher Qi Quan, how could I possibly have the ability to fight you? How about you choose someone else? He said it. Yet he did not hand over the small gourd bottle. Instead, he contentedly put the small glass bottle into his pocket. Or perhaps, give a bit more of something else. You are a 6-star demon beast, and as you said, these few recovery potions are effective for 4-star and below demon beasts. Look, you're giving away unwanted items. Teacher Qi Quan's face gradually darkened. He took a deep breath to suppress the anger rising within him. All right, you want more, do you? Qi Quan waved his large hand, and a capsule was thrown onto the ground. This is the universal capsule from the Dragon Ball world. The capsule exploded, and after a puff of green smoke, a blue, white, and yellow armor resembling a flying phoenix appeared beside Qi Quan. This is... Qin's pupils instantly widened. The Phoenix Bronze Saint Cloth. The Saint Cloth is the battle armor worn by the saints who protect Athena in the anime series Saint Seiya. Each piece of armor corresponds to a constellation in the sky. According to strength, the armors are divided into bronze, silver, and gold. The Phoenix Bronze Cloth in front of him is the lowest level among them, the bronze armor. However, Qin knew that the Phoenix Bronze Cloth is reputed to be the strongest among the bronze armors, possessing an evolutionary ability akin to rebirth. In some respects, even the gold armors cannot compare to it. This is an epic treasure I obtained in the demon domain, in a secret realm called Queen of Death Island, although it seems to require the power of a specific world to be fully developed. Even just wearing it can still provide powerful defense. Qi Quan stared intently at Qin. Mass boy, if you win, I will give it to you. All right, this time. Qin agreed without hesitation. He currently has many skills, but not many treasures. Moreover, this is a defensive treasure he urgently needs. As for the little universe required to unleash the armor's effects, a unique power in Saint Seiya that comes from the deep energies of the soul. Sorry, he possesses the godly physique of the son of all realms. His spiritual power can transform into all kinds of forces. As for the criteria for victory or defeat, seeing the other party agree, Qi Quan's mouth slightly curled up. Naturally, it will be decided by life and death. Qin did not refute. In this forest, which can heal all injuries, battles are almost always a matter of life and death. He did not hesitate for a moment, and his aura surged explosively. 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the first gate. Open. Open the second gate. Open the third gate. Open the fourth gate. Open the fifth gate. Open the sixth gate. In just a few seconds, a powerful green energy erupted from Qin. This is the manifestation of his spiritual power. With the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia opened, he unleashed his full strength. Chapter 127. Armed Color Hockey. Towards the peacock, what is spirit? Even though Qi Quan harbored dissatisfaction towards this masked student, Upon sensing the intense aura and thick green spiritual power emanating from Qin, he couldn't help but praise him. The amount of spiritual power unleashed this powerful sense of oppression. No wonder you were able to defeat all the S-rank newcomers. No wonder the principal wants to take you as a direct disciple. He laughed heartily, appearing extremely happy, since he had confirmed that the person in front of him truly possessed extraordinary potential and could become a powerful asset for the future of the Kyushu kingdom. He immediately set aside his prejudice against the other. He was filled with disgust for the useless, hatred for the enemy. But for those who could be useful to the country, he was willing to help them grow to their fullest. But boy, today you will still lose here. Chi thought to himself, let me dampen your spirit and sharpen your skills. He felt delighted in his heart, but his surface remained colder. If you want to take my treasure, you're still far from it. His body emitted scorching heat, and his arms transformed into molten lava. Let me test your physical skills first. His lava arm raised, fingers turned into high-temperature rock. Finger gun bang. Chi-Quan's lava fingers shot out quickly, aided by the fruit ability, completely freeing his arm from the constraints of physical length. The two stood 10 meters apart. Yet the lava arm quickly reached in front of Qin. The high-temperature lava fingers forced Qin to evade Chi-Quan's finger gun instead of resisting directly. 3 Tomo Sharingan. The 3 black Tomo in Qin's eyes spun rapidly. But it wasn't over yet. Arcs of lightning appeared on the surface of his body. This is the lightning release chakra mode. Want to see my speed? Then let me show you. Qin tilted his head and instantly dodged the flickering finger guns. Then he exerted force with his feet. With a bang, a small pit appeared where he had stood. Qin's figure instantly vanished from his original spot. With the dual enhancement of the 6th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia and the lightning release chakra mode, his speed was not an afterimage but akin to teleportation. The super-fast speed even stirred up a gust of wind. This speed is faster than the shave in the Navy's 6 styles. Chi-Quan looked happily at the suddenly appearing masked boy. Qin did not give the other party a chance to breathe. He gripped his right wrist with his left hand. Purple lightning gathering on his right wrist. Lightning release, Thunderblade. His arm transformed into a lightning blade, fiercely stabbing towards Chi-Quan's chest. Sizzle. A burning pain suddenly surged. Clearly, the attack had hit the enemy, yet he felt a searing, burning sensation in his hand. Qin was taken aback, and the Flying Thunder God technique was instantly activated. His figure appeared on the branch he had just stood on. Before he jumped down from the tree, he had already left the Flying Thunder God technique on the branch. The Thunderblade did not work. He clearly felt that his strike did not hit the opponent's heart. Not far away, Chi-Quan still looked human, but his chest was no longer flesh. Instead, it was rolling, scorching lava. Chi-Quan exhaled, and his breath immediately turned into searing flames. Boy, you are too reckless. You actually used a close combat technique to directly attack my body. Don't you know that a Logia-type fruit user, once they turn into their elemental form, cannot be harmed by your techniques? Qin looked at his burnt right hand. It was clearly injured by the high temperature of the opponent's lava form. The Thunderblade had also struck the lava, failing to hit the opponent's true form. He covered his right hand with his left, a gentle white light enveloping his right hand. Healing Palm Technique. The A-rank ninjutsu Healing Palm Technique is the only medical skill he has mastered. Moments later, the burn on his right hand disappeared. Elemental transformation. Qin was not unaware that the opponent's elemental form was immune to most physical attacks. He aimed to maximize his speed to hit the opponent's flesh before they could transform. However, he still underestimated the strength of a well-known powerhouse. Even with only 10 cards of spiritual power, even when suppressing speed and strength to 1/10 of their original levels, Chi-Quan still managed to instantaneously complete the partial lava transformation during the lightning-fast battle. Is this the reaction of a top-tier powerhouse? Qin felt a deep gap. As Chi-Quan inhaled and exhaled, the lava on his chest disappeared, returning to human flesh. The reason for only partially transforming into lava was that he wanted to conserve the use of his spiritual power. With only 10 cards of spiritual power, he couldn't afford to be careless against a formidable opponent like QinShi. Chi-Quan's lack of spiritual power limited the number of powerful moves he could use. However, through the recent battle, he realized that ordinary moves couldn't defeat his opponent. Therefore, he needed to wait for the right moment to find QinShi's flaw and then unleash his ultimate move for a guaranteed kill. That was his plan. So, Chi-Quan began to provoke him. Masked boy, don't waste our time. Come on, keep attacking. Or are you completely helpless against my naturalization? QinShi looked at his opponent. The latter's quick reactions allowed him to judge that any attack hitting any part of his body would be instantly neutralized by his lava transformation. Naturalization? How coincidental. I happen to have a way to counter your abilities. QinShi snorted coldly. His spiritual power erupted once again, like a volcano. The power of the sixth gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia was pushed to its limit. A black aura intertwined around his body, finally gathering at his arms. This. What is this? Chi Quan exclaimed in disbelief from a distance. Armament Haki, you actually can use the power inherited from different worlds. His expression changed from shock to ecstasy. Multi-inheritors, he never expected there would be such people in the world. In this world, almost everyone could awaken an inheritance, but each person only had one. It was said that very few humans could awaken more than one inheritance. They were called multi-inheritors, and it was rumored that the first headmaster of the Demon Hunting Academy was one such person. After talking with his S-class student, he had suspected that the masked boy's skills seemed to come from multiple worlds. But now that he saw the opponent's skills with his own eyes, he realized that this seemingly crazy hypothesis was indeed true. Very good, very good. Ha ha ha. Chi Quan no longer held back his spiritual power. In an instant, his entire body became lava. Let me see the power blessed by multiple worlds. On the other side, QinShi also wrapped his arms in armament haki. Then, he forcefully leaped high from a tree. His eyes turned slightly red as all his spiritual power erupted. Who? 8 Gates of Duinjia Body Technique. Peacock. Chapter 128. Peacock's Great Fire in an instant. QinShi gritted his teeth and unleashed countless punches. The rapid punches created flames as they cut through the air, quickly filling the sky. The flames dyed the sky red, bright like a sunrise, dazzling like a peacock's tail feathers. Each flame was mixed with a thick blackness. This was the effect of enhanced armament haki. What a magnificent move. Chi Quan couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the sky filled with black and red flames. Just a brief exchange, and QinShi understood. Armament haki could damage naturalization. However, the opponent's localized lava transformation could also reduce that damage. Peacock, unleashing countless punches in an instant. Every part of Chi Quan's body was a target for attack. To defend against this barrage of iron fists, he had to fully transform into lava. Armament haki could attack enemies in their natural state, but as long as he was naturalized, the damage received would be significantly lower than in a normal state. However, fully naturalizing would inevitably consume a large portion of his already limited spiritual power. Moreover, even if he fully transformed into lava, he would still suffer considerable damage. Peacock, in the Naruto anime, when Might Guy first used it, it instantly took out 30 of the chakra of the Akatsuki member, Kisame's clone. It was a move with immense power. Chi Quan, in his ordinary state, didn't dare to take it head-on. Added to that was QinShi's LV3 level of armament haki. Even if he transformed into lava, the damage was unavoidable. Chi Quan looked at QinShi, who was punching in midair, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Is this your plan? But you've made a mistake. He grunted. I, Chi Quan, have always replaced defense with offense. He not only did not fully transform into lava, but his previously lava-transformed chest also returned to normal. However, his right arm underwent rapid changes. In an instant, Chi Quan's right arm became a giant lava fist. A magnificent move was about to be met with an equally magnificent response. Excitement was evident in his eyes. Although he was just battling a student who had only recently started, it brought in the joy of fighting in the demon territory. Boy, I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Let me see whether your move is stronger or my skills are mightier. Lava fruit skill, Great Fire. Like a volcanic eruption, the erupting lava splashed everywhere from his arm. The enormous lava fist was launched with the force of the volcanic eruption. In a One Piece anime, Admiral Akinu's Great Fire can instantly shatter and evaporate giant icebergs that are dozens of times larger than giants. This strike used 90 of my spiritual power. Can you withstand it? Chi Quan roared, and the enormous lava fist collided with QinShi's barrage of peacock punches. The debris in the wasteland melted instantly under the intense heat. The world was left with a high-temperature red. Given that he only had 10 cards of spiritual power, even 90 of Chi Quan's power wasn't much. However, QinShi's peacock move consumed 15 cards of his spiritual power, far exceeding the consumption of Great Fire. But as the two moves clashed, QinShi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Clearly, his move contained more spiritual power. Its power was not as great as Chi Quan's Great Fire. The flames roared, and the lava fist pushed against the peacock, soaring into the sky. Boom! A massive spark erupted in the sky. Tiquan Smai. The Great Fire not only suppressed QinShi's peacock, but was also more powerful, successfully hitting the enemy. The power of a move isn't solely determined by the amount of spiritual power infused. Tiquan breathed slightly heavier. A skilled badminton player can hit the shuttlecock with less force, yet the shuttle's power can exceed that of an amateur's full swing. More refined movements, less consumption, and more precise distribution of strength. All these are proof of a strong individual. Tiquan looked up at the sky. Kid, although your talent is high, you're still far from being a true powerhouse. As the thick smoke dissipated, QinShi's body landed, his figure gradually becoming visible, and the state of the 8 gates of Duanjia was completely lifted. He was panting heavily, his body severely burned. He also suffered from the muscle pain and exhaustion caused by opening the 6th gate, but he still stood strong. A stream of fine sand swirled around him. You're not dead? Tiquan raised an eyebrow. He actually relied on a sand shield to resist the direct damage of the Great Fire. Such extraordinary reflexes. QinShi was in excruciating pain, but he heard all of the opponent's words not far away. The sand shield was a sand ninjutsu he had gradually released before using the peacock. The thick kill shot had almost enveloped him, blocking it just as the lava fist struck. However, the sand shield only held for a moment before shattering, and he still suffered severe burns. Under the intense pain, QinShi forced a smile. Thank you, Teacher Chi, for your praise. Unfortunately, your move still couldn't take me out, and you don't have much spiritual power left, do you? So far, his spiritual power exceeds 30 cards, far surpassing that of an average demon hunter. If we only compare spiritual power, even a 3-star demon hunter would not be able to compete with him. Even after using the 8 gates of Duanjia and the Morning Peacock, he still retains nearly 10 cards of spiritual power. 10 cards against 1 card. What do you have to fight me with? Moreover, in my plans, when have I not had a backup? In the wasteland, the ground slightly bulges. 2 figures of QinShi are moving within the soil. This is a shadow clone technique combined with the invisibility effect of the curved light that he stealthily used before employing lightning release. These 2 clones did not evenly distribute his spiritual power, but only used a small amount of it. Do you think that Great Fire only has this kind of power? My Great Fire is not a one-time skill. It is a 2-stage technique. Tiquan sneered, his hands grasping in the air. Shatter Great Fire. The massive molten fist in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into dozens of burning stone fragments. This is volcanic rock. QinShi watched as many magma stones fell from the sky. He recalled a scene from an anime where Admiral Akainu used Great Fire. After the Great Fire exploded, it transformed into countless volcanic rocks. The falling volcanic rocks easily destroyed even the supersized pirate ships. I can control the descent of these volcanic rocks. They can accurately strike the enemy. Moreover, I have a piece of advice for you. Tiquan pointed his fingers toward the soil. The direction he pointed to was where QinShi's 2 clones were lying in wait, using Earth Release, Earth Dragon hidden technique to burrow underground. Before the top-tier observation hockey. All small movements are futile. As he spoke, Tiquan swung his finger downward. Destroy the enemy, Great Fire volcanic rocks. Under his control, the 2 largest magma stones smashed into the ground, instantly obliterating the clones hidden in the soil. Chapter 129, Endless Backup. The clones were instantly destroyed. In QinShi's original plan, one of the purposes of the clones was to use the Earth Release, Heart Decapitation technique, to pull Tiquan into the soil and bind him when his spiritual power was nearly exhausted. But every move he made had already been grasped by the opponent. Tiquan's observation haki enveloped the surroundings like the nun ability from Hunter x Hunter, sensing everything within its range. A single strike with limited spiritual power, Great Fire, directly dispelled my Morning Peacock and Shadow clone. Not a single bit of spiritual power wasted. Is this the power of a top-tier inheritor? QinShi was shocked. Whether it was battle thinking, battle skills, or battlefield rhythm control, Tiquan vividly taught him a lesson. Now is not the time for you to be dazed. Tiquan snuh. Masked kid, you lost. He moved his 10 fingers. All the remaining volcanic rocks in the sky descended upon QinShi like precision-guided missiles. The volcanic rocks not only targeted my position, but also sealed off the space around me. And with Teacher Chi's observation haki still constantly adjusting its direction, it firmly locked onto my position. As soon as my body technique showed signs of activation, the volcanic rocks adjusted their trajectory to continue covering my escape route. Moreover, judging from the recent destruction of my clones in the soil, the volcanic rocks were quite powerful. Even if I used Earth Release to escape underground, I would still be attacked. Strong, too strong. QinShi was deeply captivated by Qi Quan's battle. Even using just 10 cards of spiritual power, even with limitations on speed, strength, and fruit skills, Teacher Qi's battle was filled with meticulousness and boldness. He left no chance of victory for the enemy. As QinShi's shock deepened, Qi Quan commanded dozens of volcanic rocks to smash down fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The area within a 10-meter radius of where QinShi stood was struck by all the volcanic rocks. It was like the artillery bombardment he had seen in military movies in his past life. The soil flew, and countless craters were created in the ground. Flames burned on the earth. Is it over? Qi Quan let out a long breath. He's a good seedling. His spiritual power and skills are strong, but he lacks battle experience. It seems he still needs to. Before Qi Quan finished speaking, he suddenly froze in place. Because in his observation haki perception, QinShi was not dead. His figure reappeared. Moreover, the position he appeared in was entirely unexpected. The opponent appeared behind him. When? Qi Quan's pupils constricted in disbelief. Teacher Qi, you are truly too strong. But the phoenix cloth, I must have it. Behind Qi Quan, QinShi instantly clapped his hands on the ground. Heavy fruit skill, hell journey, gravity enhancement. Level 3, 10 times gravity. A powerful gravitational field instantly enveloped a 10-meter radius in front of QinShi. Especially on Qi Quan, 10 times the gravity was applied. Upon sensing QinShi behind him, Qi Quan did not turn around, but instead attempted to activate the martial skill, shave, to distance himself from the opponent in an instant. However, before he could lift his foot, he felt a powerful gravity pinning him down. Is this trying to bind me? Qi Quan roared, managing to turn around despite the 10 times gravity. Since he couldn't escape, he planned to attack instead of defend. Even with only the last bit of spiritual power left, he would not give up. Qi Quan raised his arm with great effort under the extreme gravity, intending to use his finger gun against the opponent. But he suddenly noticed that there were almost transparent threads on his arm. Thread fruit ability, parasitic thread, level 3. QinShi growled. This was the thread he had laid on his fist while using Morning Peacock. By swinging his fist during Morning Peacock, he successfully stuck the threads on a Qi Quan. Observation haki has strong perception of living beings, but its perception of inanimate objects is much weaker. In the high-speed battle, Qi Quan failed to notice these threads in time. As the parasitic thread stood up, it was like controlling a puppet. Qi Quan's slowed movements were further restrained, forcing him to stop in place. Flames emerged from his body, trying to burn these threads. But QinShi would not give Qi Quan that much time. This battle, I have won. QinShi formed seals with his hands. Fire release, exploding flame array. This was his true killing move. Explosive tags drilled out from the soil surrounding Qi Quan, covering him completely. These tags, were they ambushed? Could be those two clones. Qi Quan's eyes widened. He fully understood that even though he had fought seriously, he had still underestimated the young man before him. This masked boy had terrifyingly many backup plans in battle. Even someone as strong as himself fell into his hands. A full 100 explosive tags were ignited. The explosion soared into the sky, with thick smoke billowing from where Qi Quan stood. QinShi's figure vanished, appearing on a nearby branch marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. At the last moment of the explosion, he successfully dodged the blast range using the Flying Thunder God technique. Few hissing, severe burns made it impossible for him to stand firm, and he fell directly from the tree. Struggling to get up, he thought, this should do it. QinShi moved his painfully sore body with great difficulty and looked up at the place where the explosion had occurred, replaying the entire battle in his mind. At the beginning, QinShi released shadow clones to infiltrate the ground. The secondary purpose was to use binding skills like the heart decapitation technique on the opponent. His main goal was to use these two clones to ambush enough explosive tags under Qi Quan's feet. QinShi knew that the opponent had top-tier observation haki, and his clones couldn't escape the opponent's perception. This is why his two clones had very little chakra. From the start, QinShi understood that these two clones would not pose a real threat to Qi Quan. Their role was merely cannon fodder. They pretended to attack while actually laying explosive tags. With the explosive tags as a trump card, the next step was to consider how to bind the opponent. At the beginning of the battle, he utilized the 8 gates and lightning release chakra mode to maximize his speed. He delivered a lightning blade to the opponent's chest. Although Qi Quan dodged it by rapidly turning apart his body into magma, QinShi seized the opportunity to leave the Flying Thunder God technique on Qi Quan's back. This was his second setup, giving him a chance to teleport to Qi Quan's back. Then he used hidden parasitic threads towards the peacock. He intended to force the opponent to fully turn into magma for defense, consuming the opponent's chakra. Unexpectedly, he was almost counterkilled by Qi Quan's move Great Fire. However, the plan to consume the opponent's chakra was still successful. In the end, relying on the Flying Thunder God technique left on Qi Quan's back. After the opponent's chakra was exhausted and unable to use the magma fruit, he successfully teleported to Qi Quan's back. With 10 times the gravity and level 3 parasitic threads, he firmly bound the opponent and ultimately executed his trump card. 100 explosive tags successfully ignited. In a violent explosion, Qi Quan's flesh was blown into the air. The battle was nearing its end. Chapter 130. Qi Quan's awakening to death. As the explosion subsided, Qi Quan was already bloodied, with no intact flesh on his legs. Yet, for some reason, he still managed to hold on and not fall. Has he gone berserk? QinShi looked at the injured Qi Quan not far away, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. 100 explosive tags could even kill the powerful zombie king in the forest. Faced with Qi Quan's human body, which had not used magma transformation, he could still only deal heavy damage, not complete annihilation. His physique had long surpassed human limits. Even without using any haki or fruit abilities, he remained incredibly powerful. But you have almost exhausted your chakra, and judging by your physical state, you are probably at your limit, almost on the brink of death. Covering his wounds with healing techniques, QinShi gritted his teeth and stood up. And I still have a quarter of my chakra left. Do you still want to continue this battle? In the thick smoke, the bloodied Qi Quan glanced at his opponent. To QinShi's surprise, there was no anger in the opponent's eyes, only calmness and a hint of appreciation. Heh, Mask Kid, today's battle is enough for me to acknowledge you as my student. But I must tell you one thing. Never think you have one until you have completely killed your enemy. Qi Quan, not knowing where he found the strength, dragged his injured legs towards QinShi. Blood stained the ground. Just as QinShi frowned and summoned his zanpakuto to continue fighting, he suddenly felt a powerful aura that made him feel immense pressure. This is... QinShi's eyes widened. Conqueror's Haki, despite being in a near-death state, having almost drained all the chakra in his body, Qi Quan still unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Only Conqueror's Haki can be controlled by the power of the heart. QinShi recalled Principal Bai's words. Unlike Principal Bai's restrained Conqueror's Haki, Qi Quan's was like a tsunami crashing toward him. The overwhelming pressure made it extremely difficult for QinShi to breathe. He felt like a drowning person, being battered by the waves and gradually submerged. His pupils began to dilate, teetering on the edge of fainting. On the other side, Qi Quan had dragged his battered body to QinShi's front. Under the intimidation of the Conqueror's Haki die, his remaining left hand slowly rose, fingers extended. With the last bit of chakra, he could barely use finger gun. But just as he was about to stab with finger gun, QinShi's dilated pupils suddenly focused quickly. To his astonishment, he woke up under the immense pressure. An aura emanated from QinShi's body, resisting Qi Quan's Conqueror's Haki. The two black auras clashed violently in the air, producing explosive sounds. Actually? Qi Quan revealed an expression of disbelief. You have mastered Conqueror's Haki? QinShi, with his head lowered, suddenly lifted it sharply, gritting his teeth and forcing a smile. Teacher Qi, you are not the only one with the potential to be a king. Although QinShi successfully awakened Conqueror's Haki under Principal Bai's guidance, he could not use it freely at first. However, after battling for his life against Qi Quan and experiencing another clash of Conqueror's Haki, his ability to use Haki greatly improved, and he was now able to release Conqueror's Haki at will. The zanpakuto turned, and QinShi violently drew it from its sheath. One sword style II. Lion Song, the sharp blade, infused with Conqueror's Haki, struck Qi Quan's right hand. His arm was severed and flew into the sky, and Qi Quan's prepared finger gun could no longer be used. Moreover, Qi Quan was struck by the powerful blade force as if a heavy hammer had struck him, sending him back several meters. Qi Quan fell heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. His body was already exhausted, and the aftereffects of depleted chakra left him unable to muster any strength. The injuries from the explosion compounded with the sword wound caused him unbearable pain. Now, with both arms lost, he couldn't even get up. Cough, cough, cough. It seems the outcome is truly decided. Haha. He lay on the ground, laughing heartily. Mask Kid. Qi Quan used his last bit of strength to turn his head towards QinShi. Grow well. The future of the Jojo Kingdom relies on you young people. Now, let me show you my last stubbornness. Qi Quan lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let me teach you one last lesson. When facing an enemy, harbor absolute malice. Even on the brink of death, You must deliver a fatal blow to your enemy. For the sake of Jojo, I can give everything, including my life. QinShi was taken aback, suddenly feeling a chill. The system's alert suddenly sounded. Warning, warning, a strong malicious bomb detected nearby. The bomb is called the Roses of the Poor. Upon hearing Qi Quan's words, QinShi immediately understood the source of the chill. This was not cold from temperature, but rather an instinctual sense of death. The Roses of the Poor is a bomb implanted in the heart of the top human fighter Netero from Hunter x Hunter during his battle with the boss Ant King. This bomb is known as a forbidden weapon. In the battle against the Ant King, Netero used his ultimate technique, 100-type Guanyin, but was still unable to defeat the Ant King and had his arms and legs broken. Ultimately, Netero detonated the Roses of the Poor in his heart, causing a mutual destruction with his enemy. The Rose of the Poor is an extremely toxic bomb. After it explodes, it not only has a power similar to a nuclear explosion, but also releases deadly toxins in all directions. Even the immensely powerful Ant King ultimately perished under the toxicity of the Rose of the Poor. This is Teacher Qi Quan's last resort? Truly, a madness worthy of such a resolve. If it weren't for the system's reminder, I would have perished alongside him. Is he playing with fire, resorting to self-detonation? QinShi wiped his sweat and hurriedly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the scene. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to store the Phoenix Cloth in his system backpack. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. A black mushroom cloud soared into the sky. The sky was filled with purple toxins, sweeping away all living things in all directions. The Rose of the Poor detonated, instantly withering trees within a radius of several dozen kilometers, leaving a massive black pit on the ground. This demonstrated the bomb's immense power. But QinShi had already escaped from the forest's secret realm using the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the top of the principal rock just before the explosion. Chapter 131. Phoenix Cloth. It is decided, having exited the forest, QinShi's previously depleted spiritual power and aching body suddenly recovered, as if he had not been injured at all. Although he was aware of the forest's unique effect, experiencing it once again left him in awe. Although death in the forest is merely a simulated death, I don't want to experience it even once. The pain of that death is very real. Why suffer that for no reason? QinShi shook his head and took out his spoils. The bronze Phoenix Cloth, when opened from a box, revealed a dazzling sheen. A bronze-colored phoenix was soaring majestically. Look at this metallic texture. Look at these beautiful tail feathers. QinShi caressed the Phoenix Cloth in his hands, feeling elated. This is the strongest cloth among the 5 little strong ones in Saint Seiya. It not only has the ability to resurrect, but can also continuously evolve. This is so cool. However, QinShi sighed lightly. Although he had obtained the Phoenix Cloth, there was still a slight imperfection. In the end, it was Teacher Qi's self-detonation. The head was not mine. Otherwise, who knows how rich his kill reward would have been, unbeknownst to him, perhaps sensing QinShi's regret. The silent system once again emitted a sound. The host has defeated the 6-star Demon Hunter, S-rank Inheritor Qi Quan, in the Forest Secret Realm. Although Qi Quan's final death was not caused by the host contributed the most during the entire process and is thus granted a special reward. QinShi's mood instantly brightened. There's actually a special reward? This can't be right. System, you're being a bit too obvious with your care. Okay, host, do you confirm not wanting the reward? Yes, I definitely want it. QinShi hurriedly waved his hands. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Extracting special reward. Reward name. Enhancement within reach. Enhancement within reach. The host's recently acquired skills and equipment will receive targeted enhancements. Determining the host's recently acquired equipment. Phoenix Cloth. Enhancement begins. The host's spiritual power has been perfectly matched with the Phoenix Cloth's small universe. Matching progress 100. Your spiritual power has perfectly matched the Phoenix Cloth's small universe, and you have comprehended the 6th sense of the small universe. From now on, the enhancement of your spiritual power will promote the enhancement of the small universe, awakening part of the inheritance of the original user of the Phoenix Cloth, Ikki. Awakened skills, Phoenix Phantom Punch LV2, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar LV2. Seeing that 2 skills had awakened, QinShi's eyes sparkled. The Phoenix Phantom Punch is a legendary punch that shatters the spirit rather than the body. It is Ikki's signature move in Saint Seiya. It attacks the opponent's nerves with a special technique, causing the dark parts deep within their hearts to expand indefinitely, ultimately affecting the body through the spirit, rendering the opponent incapable of fighting. Of course, this mind-controlling punch also has another effect. Against weaker enemies, it can manipulate their nerves and reveal their inner secrets. It is similar to the Sharingan's Genjutsu, but leans more towards spiritual damage, and this spiritual damage can directly affect the body, making it even more terrifying than the Sharingan. However, it is more complicated to use than the Sharingan. It must physically hit the enemy, unlike the Sharingan, which can silently ensnare the opponent in a Genjutsu. QinShi continued to examine the second skill. The Phoenix Wing Sky Soar is the ultimate secret technique of the Phoenix Cloth and Ikki's finishing move. It unleashes a powerful airflow akin to a phoenix spreading its wings, with unparalleled power. Both skills are marked to upgrade to LV3. And only when QinShi comprehends the seventh sense of the small universe, the standard for strong characters, in Saint Seiya, can their levels continue to rise. The second skill is a purely offensive technique, and has the potential for growth. QinShi nodded in satisfaction. His basic physical technique level had already reached LV4. But aside from the 8 gates of Duanjia, he didn't have any particularly powerful punching or kicking techniques. After all, he couldn't always open the 8 gates. That technique takes a toll on the body. These 2 skills further compensated for my shortcomings. All of this is the result of my hard work. Just as the system's notification sound ended, QinShi suddenly felt that the phoenix cloth in his hands was no longer cold. He felt warmth emanating from the cloth, getting hotter, even hearing a rhythmic heartbeat. It is said that the cloth possesses will and life, but only those recognized by the cloth can unleash its full power. Just as QinShi was deep in thought, the phoenix cloth erupted with a brilliant light. The cloth, which initially resembled a phoenix, suddenly split into several pieces, automatically adorning various parts of QinShi's body. The cloth acknowledged me as its master. QinShi felt a surge of joy in his heart, sensing a newfound intimate connection with the cloth. Moreover, unlike the heavy sensation when he held it, wearing the cloth felt as light as a feather. He swung his arms and threw a punch, the wind from his fists roaring. There was no hindrance to his movements, and QinShi looked at his hands in disbelief. His punching speed easily surpassed the speed of sound. Those who possess a small universe, once they don the cloth, will have their physical abilities enhanced, and the power of their techniques will also be reinforced, especially the exclusive martial skills of the cloth constellation. The system explained promptly. While wearing the cloth, your physical techniques can reach the peak of basic physical technique LV4, just one step away from LV5. Feeling his newfound strength, QinShi believed that even without using any skills, he could deal significant damage relying solely on his legs and feet. The power of his punches and kicks was nearly equivalent to opening 2 gates of the 8 gates. No, it might even be the power of opening 3 gates. He clenched his fists. More importantly, the arrival of the Phoenix Cloth filled the weakest link in my abilities, whereas QinShi currently the most vulnerable. His skills are sufficiently diverse. With more than 20 different skills from various anime characters, he can repeatedly defeat stronger opponents through clever tactics. His ultimate moves are powerful enough. Whether it's the attribute Attack Thunder Slash, the physical technique 8 Gates Duanjia's Peacock, or the swordsmanship of One Sword Flow, Death, Lion Song, they're all exceptionally powerful techniques. His spiritual power is abundant. His spiritual power has now surpassed 30 cards, and even the second-star monster hunters are no match for him. Moreover, by slaying monsters, his total spiritual power can further increase. His support skills are strong. With the divine technique Flying Thunder God, what other support skills does he need? Of course, he has others as well. Not to mention the fruit skills. Just the Sharingan alone provides a god-level support ability. Furthermore, his inheritance comes from Obito. Once the Sharingan evolves again, he will obtain the most powerful Manjiki Sharingan in the entire Naruto world. This is also where his greatest potential lies. Chapter 132. Task testing. Currently, his medical abilities are somewhat lacking. Aside from A-level ninjutsu, he doesn't have any other medical skills. But now he has 3 pseudo-Sennin beans. So in the short term, he completely lacks medical resources. What I need most right now is defense. QinShi concluded. Although the lightning release chakra mode can provide him with some defense, this skill enhances defense, speed, and attack power all at once. The increase in defense alone is not enough. The reason the 4th Raikage in the Naruto world has extremely strong defense is not just because of his high-level lightning release chakra mode. His body has also been trained to be extremely strong. However, QinShi's body has not undergone high-intensity training. Before finding a method to strengthen his body, what I need the most is a piece of defensive equipment. QinShi looked at the phoenix cloth he wore. The Saint Seiya with a small universe, once equipped with the cloth, has its defense reach an abnormal level. The phoenix cloth is even one of the best among them. Not only does it have excellent defense, but but it also has the ability of the phoenix's rebirth, allowing it to self-repair its wounds. It can be considered the top armor among armors. Although it can't compare with the golden cloth, it is more than enough for me right now. Enough for me to enjoy. QinShi put the cloth back into the system backpack and continued to practice the Haushika on the principal rock. With the life and death experiences of the Four's Secret Realm and the battle with Chi Quan, QinShi's Haushika broke through again and has reached the level of free release. Soon, QinShi completed the training task given by the system. Ding! You have successfully released Haushika 10 times. Task completed. Your Haushika has been upgraded to LV2, and the inheritance value 1000 reward has been issued. LV2 Haushika can be precisely released to the surrounding enemies, intimidating them, just like when the principal and Chi Quan released their Haushika towards him. If it were ordinary minions, a single release of Haushika could directly knock them out. What a powerful group harvesting skill. QinShi felt the haki within his body. In the One Piece anime, Luffy once instantly took out more than 10,000 minions with his Haushika. It can be said that in front of a strong person who has mastered LV2 Haushika, the number of people no longer holds significance. What a fruitful night. Looking at the time, it was almost lights out in the dormitory. QinShi immediately left the principal rock and went to play cards with his friends. 5 days of classes fulfilling and compact. But as the courses continued, QinShi also understood. The Monster Hunting Academy is quite different from the university he attended before crossing over. Strictly speaking, the Monster Hunting Academy is more like a military academy on Earth that trains special soldiers. And today, they will begin a special test to decide the upcoming task practice class. In the training room, a group of students in red uniforms stood in a circle around a post in the center of the training room. Yang, a young man dressed in Taoist robes, with his hair tied up in a Taoist style, lazily leaned against the wooden post in the center of the training room. Hello everyone, I'm your test teacher, Wang Mingyang. Today, you will form groups of 3 according to your dormitory situation. Each group will challenge me, and based on the score I give you, it will determine which task practice class you will have. The rules are very simple. You take out a bell. Oh, I know this, a student in the crowd said. He had explosive black hair and a red inverted triangle mark on his face. Most notably, he was accompanied by a small white dog. As a classmate, QinShi knew that the student who spoke was named Kwanya, and his inheritance was from one of the 12 small strong in the Naruto world, Inuzuka Kiba. I saw this in the inheritance book, the Naruto chapter. This is grab the bell, the black-haired youth confidently said. The teacher holding the bell explained that the students would compete to grab it. This is a test of teamwork ability. Teacher Wang, inheriting the Wang family legacy, yawned and glanced at the student, Kwanya. You're thinking too much, my student. With your level, you want to grab the bell from me? That's too demanding. Saying this, he slowly hung the bell on the wooden post beside him. Each group has 10 minutes. If anyone in your group can touch the bell on the post within 10 minutes, you win. The winning group can choose the task they want to take from the task list. The group that cannot touch the bell will have their tasks arranged by me, which you'll have to accept. Originally uninterested, Peibu Liao immediately perked up upon hearing this. He pointed to the new student taskbar on the wall of the training room. So if we can touch the bell, we can choose that yellow task on the taskbar. The heaven, earth, Xian, Huang on the new student taskbar divides tasks into 4 levels, with difficulty decreasing in order. Of course, there is no content in the heaven level tasks, as they are too difficult for new students. Generally, they are only open to new students in the supernova class. The earth and Xian level tasks have the most options, with over 100 kinds. The tasks marked with yellow only have 1, with the lowest reward, but the task description looks the easiest. As long as you can touch the bell, you can take home the yellow task. However, Teacher Wang smiled and twisted his wrist. You think you can slack off after coming to the Monster Hunting Academy? Not in this lifetime. He pointed at Peibu Liao, the one who just said he wanted the yellow task. Your group is first up. The other students wait outside the training room. After 10 minutes, the next group will come in randomly. Other students rushed out. Some are willing to be the first to take the stage. It is well known that in any competition, the first contestant often performs poorly. The reason is that the teacher's attention has just been piqued and they are not yet fatigued. Therefore, they tend to take special care of the first group on stage. Peibu Liao shrank his neck and walked out with his 2 roommates. Go close the door, Teacher Wang shouted. My task is just to test your new student level. There's no need for other students to observe. Everyone starts from the same point. That's fair. After QinShi closed the door, he walked over. 10 minutes. Teacher Wang looked down at the children's electronic watch in his hand. Okay, setting completed. After 10 minutes, a reminder bell will ring. Saying this, he looked up at QinShi, Li Shani, and Peibu Liao standing in front of him. What are you looking at me for? Do you have a lot of time? Hurry up. Chapter 133. Pei Liao's strength teacher Wang lowered his legs into a horse stance, clenched his left fist, and extended his right arm, striking a starting pose. Get your all. I'm in a hurry to get off work. In the time of Qin, Li Shani and Pei Bouillon looked at each other, contemplating their next move. Shall we go? The three did not attack immediately, but instead formed a circle. The bell was hanging on a wooden post. All they had to do was touch it, which didn't seem difficult. After all, it wasn't hanging on that Taoist body. Let's follow the strategy we discussed while playing cards last night. Lao Qin, you take the lead. Huang Mao, look for an opportunity to sneak attack. I'll support you from behind. The three huddled together and whispered, Hey, keep your voices down if you're discussing something. I can't hear you, and call me teacher, not Taoist. He looked at the three students in front of him, speechless. He had familiarized himself with all his students' appearances and names before coming here and had a general understanding of each one's inheritance. The one called QinShi was the main attacker, which meant he just needed to pay a bit of attention. Such a poor strategy. Teacher Wang shook his head. The ideal strategy for new students would be for all three to attack together and take advantage of the chaos to sneakily touch the bell. But even that, they wouldn't be able to accomplish. A smile appeared on Teacher Wang's lips. As the instructor for the novice task assessment, he had seen countless self-important students. Teaching these students a lesson to make them understand that there are always higher levels was part of his duties as a teacher. He was absolutely confident in his own strength, even if it was 1 against 3. And even if the assessment requirement was merely to touch the bell on the fixed wooden post, no student had truly succeeded so far. The so-called touching the bell to choose a task was merely a formality. This test was to let the teacher see your strength and then assign you a task that matched your level. Did they really think they could gain an advantage over top demon hunters? These students were still too young. Teacher Wang chuckled indifferently. Perhaps hearing Teacher Wang's suggestion, QinShi stepped forward and casually threw a smoke bomb. The thick smoke obscured the three's figures, making it difficult for Teacher Wang to see their movements. But their discussion was still clear. These students. Teacher Wang shook his head in disbelief. At least use a silencing bomb. What was with the smoke bomb? He stood in front of the wooden post, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. After a full 2 minutes, the three finally finished their discussion. QinShi was the first to approach, holding a kunai and running quickly towards Teacher Wang. He reached in front of Teacher Wang and launched a direct stab. The speed was too slow, his footing unstable, the kunai lacked power, and he exposed such a large opening. Teacher Wang tilted his head to dodge the stab. Want to face the teacher one-on-one? Sorry, you're not qualified for that yet. Tai Chi feet, but Teacher Wang grunted, his right fist swinging out fiercely. The wind from his punch whistled, and with a loud bang, it struck QinShi's chest. A hit, but Teacher Wang frowned. This sensation was wrong. The QinShi in front of him suddenly transformed into smoke and disappeared. A clone? Teacher Wang immediately realized the problem. Was it set up when using the smoke bomb earlier? There was no time for him to think. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a small, fluffy, gray creature with short limbs floating above the wooden post. Now, Karibo, chestnut ball. Dive toward the bell. Pei Bouillon shouted loudly. This Karibo was the card monster he had summoned. As an inheritor of Yugi Muto, he could use cards called dual monsters to summon the creatures depicted on them using spiritual energy. And the creature that had secretly floated above the wooden post was one of his monster cards, Karibo. This was a type of monster that could float but was weak in power. After all this, is this all you've got? Teacher Wang turned around upon noticing the abnormality. Wudong Tai Chi fist looked back at the moon. Just as the Karibo was about to be struck by Teacher Wang's punch, Pei Bouillon, not far away, flashed a green card in his hand. This was a green card, a magic card in the inheritance of Yugi Muto that could unleash special magic. He activated the quick play magic card, Multiplication. The multiplication magic could duplicate the Karibo according to the amount of spiritual energy infused. In an instant, the toy-sized Karibo transformed into 4, all flying towards the bell on the wooden post. Unexpectedly, it was you, this little fatty, who took the lead. It seems you discussed for a long time, just to confuse me. Not bad, Teacher Wang praised. But even so, it's still far from enough. To show respect, I will also use my true strength. He smiled slightly, and his demeanor changed dramatically. Lee character, firefly flowing light. Teacher Wang waved his fingers, and sparks shot out from his fingertips. The sparks, as if they had a mind of their own, flew towards the 4 floating Karibo. Boom! The sparks hit the Karibo, instantly obliterating the 4 little monsters. Huh, just like that, they're gone. Pei Bouillon sighed. Huang Mao, go for it. I'll support you from behind. He pulled out another green card from his hand. Magic card, light binding sword. 3 sword-shaped beams of light fell from above, landing in front and behind Teacher Wong. A sense of restraint made it almost impossible for Teacher Wong to move. Oh, a binding skill? Or is it time-limited? He had long heard that the inheritors of the Yu-Gi-Oh world could use various cards for summoning, attacking, defending, and binding, almost omnipotent. It could be called a jack-of-all-trades inheritance. But therein lay the problem. Teacher Wong's body trembled violently. That meant each technique was not powerful enough. Tai Chi feet, by a massive amount of spiritual energy erupted from his body, swirling in the air and wrapping around all three light swords. Tai Chi feet, Pun. Under the influence of his punch, the three light swords actually detached from their previous positions and were forcibly bound together by his spiritual energy. As the light swords vanished, the binding magic on Teacher Wong was immediately lifted. Go! Teacher Wong waved his hand, and the Tai Chi fist, enveloping the three light swords, accurately struck Pei Buyong, who had no time to escape. The light binding sword fell in front and behind Pei Buyong, binding him instantly. Are you kidding me? How could someone use Tai Chi fist without moving their hands? Aren't you a martial artist? Pei Buyong cried out in despair. Now it's a head-on clash. Huang Mao, I can't help you anymore. Go all out and attack directly. Li Shani, attacking from another direction, smiled wryly. Old Pei, what happened to the support we agreed on? Chapter 134. You're so strong, I'll flip my cards. You can rest assured, I'll provide enough support. Pei Buyong wanted to pat his chest, but he realized that due to the rebound effect of the light binding sword, he couldn't move at all. But even if his body couldn't move, he could still speak. 5 rays of light appeared around him, and he vaguely saw that the light contained cards. But he could only see the backs of the cards and couldn't make out their designs. This was called face-down cards in the Yu-Gi-Oh world. I have 5 face-down trap cards. Even if I can't move, as long as certain conditions are met, these cards will activate on their own. Pei Buyong, completely stiff, showed no signs of losing his domineering spirit. My inheritance is Yugi Mutu, the man known as the King of Heavy Pit. Huang Mao, just go for it. I'll handle the rest. Pei Buyong said confidently. Oh, still holding back? Teacher Wong became interested. He leaned against the post and clapped his hands. Since the beginning of the game until now, combined with the 5 cards you haven't used yet, that's a total of 8 cards, including combo moves. Kid, you're quite wealthy. Teacher Wong has his reasons for saying this. Many people find the Yu-Gi-Oh legacy to be lackluster because relying solely on one's own inheritance doesn't awaken many cards. It's like those Yu-Gi-Oh-like games that were popular before the time travel in Qin, where the game characters come with initial decks and cards given upon leveling up. But there are hardly any useful ones. Want powerful cards? Sure, you can buy them. And in this world full of inheritors, it's the same. If you want cards from the Yu-Gi-Oh world, you can kill monsters from that world in the demon domain, and there's a certain chance they will drop. For newcomers who don't have the ability to go to the demon domain yet, the only way is to buy them from the inheritor trading market. To form basic combat power, it requires at least 1 million QinShi coins, if not several hundred million. Therefore, the Yu-Gi-Oh legacy is not highly regarded among the inheritor circles, because this is a real pay-to-win legacy. As we all know, spending money has no end. Oh, right, I forgot you're a descendant of the wealthy Pei family in Kyushu. This pay-to-win legacy suits you well. As long as you have enough money, a B-level legacy can defeat an S-level legacy. And you're not simple, kid. You awakened your legacy not long ago and can already lay down 5 face-down cards at once. Generally at this point, typical Yu-Gi-Oh inheritors probably struggle to use even 1 card. If your strength is truly B-level, then all B-levels are geniuses. What is going on with this book of inheritance? With your performance, saying it's S-level isn't an exaggeration. Teacher Wong stretched lazily. But this is interesting. Let me see how far you can go. His expression gradually became serious as he assumed the starting posture of Tai Chi. A powerful energy field began to form around Teacher Wong, subtly revealing a peculiar magic circle inscribed with Chinese characters. This is another of his unique skills from his inheritance, the Wind Rear Chiman. Teacher Wong's inheritance is A-level. From the popular character Wang Yi in the anime under one person. His signature moves mainly consist of 2 types. One is Tai Chi boxing. The Tai Chi in under one person is not the same as the Tai Chi in the real world before the time travel in Qin. It is a martial art that manipulates energy with one hand representing yin and the other yang, allowing for many different forms of energy to be produced, with very miraculous effects. Just now, Teacher Wong used several types of energy from Tai Chi to successfully rebound Pei Buyong's light seal sword, gaining an advantage over the opponent. The second signature ability of Teacher Wong's inheritance is called Wind Rear Chiman. This is one of the top-tier techniques in the anime under one person. The user can establish a central point and lay down a Qin magic circle around themselves, casting corresponding spells based on the enemy's position within the circle. The most outrageous aspect of Wind Rear Qin is that the user can freely rotate the direction of the magic circle, achieving the effect of using whatever spell they want. One hand excels in physical techniques, the other in high-level spells. Teacher Wong is a typical dual-talent individual, which is why he defeated many S-level inheritors during the lecturer selection at the Demon Hunting Academy and earned the position of a lecturer. In the practice room, upon seeing Pei Buyong's powerful pay-to-win capabilities, Teacher Wong could not help but become serious. Although he was speaking to Pei Buyong, his target was actually the yellow-haired Li Shani, who was preparing to charge in with a knife. After all, the chubby Pei Buyong was trapped by his own magic, and the yellow-haired kid in front of him was the real threat. Qin character, Earth River Vehicle. Teacher Wong made a spell-casting gesture, and the Qin magic circle beneath his feet immediately rotated its position. The Li Shani, who was originally standing at the Gen position, suddenly found himself at the Qin position. With a light shout from Teacher Wong, the ground beneath began to churn, suddenly surging towards Li Shani like a torrent. Seeing the mud and stones rushing toward him, Li Shani was so scared that he crouched down, covering his head with his hands. Yellow-haired, quickly get out of the way. What the hell? Why are you crouching down? Pei Buyong shouted in frustration. A face-down card next to him flipped open, revealing two red cylinders facing different directions, each with arrows of light pointing in opposite directions. This is the trap card, Magic Cylinder, which can reflect the opponent's attack back at them. The card emitted a red glow, and the torrent of mud and stones that had been charging toward Li Shani suddenly changed direction, surging toward Teacher Wong. However, Teacher Wong was the one who cast the spell. He withdrew his spiritual energy, and the roaring torrent of mud and stones immediately calmed down like receding tides, returning to the ground. First card, Teacher Wong showed no surprise and immediately launched a new attack. He didn't give the opponent a chance to breathe. Li character, Red Snake. A flame shot from his hand, transforming into a high-temperature fire snake that flew toward Li Shani. So hot, so hot. Li Shani quickly dodged, but the fire snake seemed to have a mind of its own, turning in mid-air and flying back toward him. How does this fire snake have guided targeting? Seeing his roommate unable to escape the fire snake, Pei Buyong unhesitatingly activated his second face-down card. The card flipped open, depicting a female spirit holding a shiny mirror. This is the trap card, Spirit Mirror, which can forcibly change the target of the opponent's skill. The card emitted a red light, and Teacher Wong suddenly found that the fire snake in his hand was no longer under his control. The fire snake flew straight toward the wall of the practice room, crashing into it with a bang and creating a large hole. Fortunately, the practice room was protected by a formation, so no matter how much damage was inflicted, it would immediately recover. In an instant, the wall returned to its original state. Teacher Wong moved his arms. Young Master Pei, that's the second card. If your good buddy doesn't do something soon, there won't be any chances left. Chapter 135, Thunder Breathing. First form, a flash of lightning. Pei Buyong also began to feel anxious. Yellow-haired, hurry up and hit yourself on the head with the hilt of your knife. Every night in their dorm, the three had shared their legacies. Naturally, Pei Buyong was aware of Li Shani's legacy. Li Shani's legacy is that of Zenitsu Agitsuma from the anime Demon Slayer. Zenitsu Agitsuma is one of the main characters in Demon Slayer, a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps who is a contemporary of the protagonist Tanjiro Kamado. Zenitsu's personality is timid and negative, often crying, but when pushed to the extreme, he faints and enters a semi-awakened state, unleashing hidden superhuman potential. In simple terms, he underperforms in a normal state, but once he enters the semi-awakened state, it's like a scion transformation, drastically increasing his power. When Pei Buyong first heard about this legacy, he seriously doubted whether it was a case of split personality. And for Li Shani, who received the legacy, he also needed to enter a dizzy state to unleash his strength. His method of inducing dizziness is to hit himself. Li Shani gritted his teeth, picked up the hilt of a knife, and smashed it against his head, causing him to see stars. But he still didn't faint. Yellow-haired, let me help you out. Pei Buyong glanced at a face-down card on the left. The card flipped open, showing a group of people floating in zero gravity in space. This is the trap card, Gravity Release, which can greatly reduce the gravity on the enemies within a certain range, causing their bodies to lose balance. Truly a variety of methods. The effect of Gravity Release made Teacher Wong's body suddenly feel light, and he involuntarily began to float into the air. But it won't work on me. Gen character, Kunlun. Teacher Wong's floating body suddenly sank heavily, landing steadily on the ground like a mountain. The character Jin and Kunlun refers to a technique that hardens the user's body and makes it feel as heavy as a mountain, making it difficult to shake. Originally, it is often used as a defensive move, but under Pei Buiyang's gravity release, it can also serve as a means to increase weight. Teacher Wang stood in place, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. What other techniques do you have? Feel free to use them all. He looked at Pei Buiyang, his eyes softening slightly. Both he and the other person were versatile types, serving as all-rounders in the team. Therefore, even though Pei Buiyang had a wide variety of cards, he could always find the right technique to counter. However, he could increase his own weight, while Li Shani had no similar technique. In a state of weightlessness, Li Shani floated helplessly into the air and crashed his head hard against the ceiling. With the impact, Li Shani's eyes rolled back, losing consciousness. It seems your partner has also lost combat ability, Teacher Wang said, looking at Li Shani's comical posture in the air, his tone somewhat regretful. Little fatty, you have decent strength. To be honest, I quite admire you. But to survive among monsters, you not only need to rely on yourself, but also have powerful teammates. Your teammate is unreliable. He looked at Pei Buiyang and offered his opinion. Teacher, what are you talking about? Pei Buiyang replied nonchalantly. You might not know, but that yellow-haired kid's strength is actually above mine. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly erupted in the air. Teacher Wang quickly turned to look. He saw that Li Shani, who had just been dizzy and about to fall from the ceiling, was now with his eyes tightly closed. Standing on the ceiling with a unique posture, his head bowed and hand resting on a long knife at his waist, surrounded by flickering electric light. The change in his aura was so great that it felt like a different person. Teacher Wang observed the scene before him, a smile appearing on his face. Your team really has hidden talents. Clearly a B grade, yet performing even better than an S grade. However, if you want to defeat me, you still have a long way to go. Gen character, Earth River Vehicle. The soil erupted from the ground, wrapping the entire training post, including the bell. This time, the difficulty increased. After using a move that was almost cheating as a defense, Teacher Wang twisted his neck. Let me see how much your strength can improve after awakening. He extended his hands. King character, Water Bullet. The moisture in the air suddenly gathered, forming droplets that shot towards Li Shani on the ceiling. However, Li Shani maintained his eyes tightly closed and managed to dodge all the water bullets with slight movements of his body. Breath of Lightning, first form. Even though his body was inverted on the ceiling, Li Shani managed to move 1 foot behind him, lowering his body as if gathering strength. The electric light flickered even more intensely. This momentum was so powerful. Even Teacher Wang was shaken by the aura emanating from Li Shani at that moment. How could this be the strength of a newcomer? This momentum could rival a 1-star monster hunter. A genius, an absolute genius. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Sun character, Wind Rope. The airflow became turbulent, transforming into ropes of wind that howled towards Li Shani. Li Shani placed his hand on the knife handle, leaping and moving around the room, constantly avoiding the wind ropes. But the wind ropes also made sharp turns in the air. Similar to the Li character's Red Serpent, Teacher Wang could control the direction of the wind ropes. However, unlike the fire snake formed by Red Serpent, which focused on attack and could explode upon contact, the wind rope focused on binding. Once caught, the target would be immediately entangled and unable to move. But despite moving at high speed, Li Shani still kept his eyes closed and exhaled heavily. Breath of Lightning, first form. Thunderclap. A thunderclap resounded, tearing through the air. Li Shani's figure transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, slashing towards where Teacher Wang stood at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The high-speed wind ropes appeared dull under the extreme lightning, unable to keep up with the target, and were left behind by Li Shani. So fast. Teacher Wang could only exclaim, as the dazzling lightning was already in front of him. The sunwheel knife, wrapped in lightning, descended rapidly. Boom! The solid ground was struck by the powerful lightning blade, sending dust flying. As the dust settled, Li Shani had already exited his semi-awakened state, panting as he looked at his knife. There was nothing beneath the blade. That was close, that was close. Teacher Wang formed a spellcasting posture, half squatting against the wall of the training room. Fortunately, I used Chaos Gold Bell, which barely allowed me to dodge or slash. Chaos Gold Bell is a technique from Teacher Wang's Wind Rear Chi Min that can manipulate time. It slows down the flow of time for the target, allowing the caster to fight quickly or retreat from the battlefield. Not bad, not bad. Teacher Wang stood up gracefully, clapping and laughing. That was an impressive move. Chapter 136. The strategy of stealing the bell, the power and speed of this move were exceptional, surpassing the level of a 1-star monster hunter. During the battle, Teacher Wang did not forget to comment. In this battle, two geniuses. This year's Osiris Red class truly has hidden talents. He smiled happily. The academy has talents. And every instructor is genuinely pleased. But unfortunately, you are going to lose. He looked down at his wrist. If you don't have any other backup plans, then the outcome is already decided. The bell was still on the training post, and only 3 seconds remained. 3, 2. However, he had not finished speaking. The ground beneath the training post suddenly exploded. A figure emerged from beneath the training post. Thanks to Teacher Wang's Jin character, Earth River Vehicle, the entire training post was wrapped in hard soil and rock. But the person leaping up from the ground seemed unconcerned about the soil and rock. His right hand was open, with electric light flashing in his palm, resembling the cries of 1,000 flying birds. The person emerging from the ground was QinShi, and the electric light in his hand was the A-grade ninjutsu, 1,000 birds. Under the thrust of 1,000 birds, the soil and stone were cut through like soft tofu. QinShi leaped up and landed back on the ground, holding the bell used for the assessment. Old Pei, mission accomplished. QinShi sent a knowing smile to the other party, and then ran to help the exhausted Lishani to Pei Buyong's side. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Pei Buyong let out a long sigh, and the binding effect of light sealing sword disappeared after the time limit. He twisted his stiff neck and gave a peace sign to his two dormmates. You actually got robbed? Teacher Wang's expression turned puzzled. Then he angrily pounded his hand. I was too busy enjoying the battle that I forgot there was an old sixth who hadn't shown up all along. Since the battle began, after smashing QinShi's shadow clone with Tai Chi, he had not seen QinShi's figure again. So he had been hiding underground. Huh, you guys won, boys. With the bell taken, Teacher Wang was not upset at all. Instead, he laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Every day, testing newcomers here. Today I finally encountered some fun. Come, tell me, how did you do it? Teacher Wang sat cross-legged. The three of them exchanged glances, and QinShi and Lishani instantly stepped back a step. Hey, you little chubby one, why don't you explain your battle plan to the teacher? Teacher Wang waved his hand. If you don't do well, I won't open the door to the training room for you. Pei Liao, upon hearing this, had no choice but to walk up with a stiff neck. Teacher Wang, let me think about where to start. Their essay mission in the freshman test, which my family butler told me about. He is also a graduate of our academy, and since you're his junior, he knows you well, so he knew about your inheritance ability from the very beginning. Teacher Wang stroked his beard. Before the troops move, intelligence must come first. It seems that even before the battle began, my intelligence was already exposed. Pei Liao thought for a moment. There isn't anything particularly special. I support. Lishani draws fire, and finally, QinShi goes to grab the bell. Although it was just a short sentence. Teacher Wang knew that this plan involved a lot of strategizing. For instance, at the beginning, QinShi utilized the Earth Escape, Earth Dragon concealment technique to sneak underground. The reason for waiting until the last moment to act was that Teacher Wang had been standing next to the training post with the bell hanging on it. His Feng Ho Chi Minh was arranged with him at the center, enhancing his perception of enemies within the formation. Thus, in the early stages, QinShi did not dare to approach the ground beneath the training post, but wandered in the corner of the training room. Later, when Li Shan temporarily forced Teacher Wang back with a thunder flash, QinShi found the chance to break through the earth from beneath the training post. But how did QinShi manage to get from the corner of the training room to underneath the wooden post in just 3 seconds after I left? Moreover, since QinShi had been underground, his perception of the battle above was relatively weak. How did he immediately grasp the timing of my departure? After throwing out 2 questions, Teacher Wang looked at Pei Liao with curiosity. This was the most puzzling aspect for the three on the opposite side throughout the battle. He had noticed that only 2 members of their small team actually appeared on site. However, Teacher Wang always believed that as long as he maintained the Feng Ho Chi Minh formation and guarded the training post closely, he could respond to any changes without fail. No matter where the third person was, as long as they did not appear within his formation's perception range, they could not approach the wooden post, let alone take the bell. Even though he was later forced back a few steps by Li Shan Yi's move, the Feng Ho Chi Minh was still active. Yet, this QinShi appeared beneath the wooden post as if teleporting, then smoothly took the bell with fluid movements. Because I still have a card to cover. Pei Liao held up a card. On it were 2 small monsters, one in front and one behind, with 2 curved arrows marked with directions in between. This is a trap card swap position. It can switch the positions of 2 people. I see. Teacher Wang suddenly understood. This QinShi switched positions with Li Shan Yi at the last moment and successfully arrived next to the wooden post. He had originally thought that Li Shanyi's Thunder Flash was meant to battle him. He didn't expect that the opponent was not even intending to fight him, but just wanted to use the big move to push him back. More importantly, it was to reach the position of the wooden post. Before the battle, I instructed old Qin that as soon as his position was swapped by the swap position card, he should immediately break through the earth. At this point, Peibu Liao looked at Teacher Wang with a hint of disdain in his eyes. I didn't expect that you would use Earth River card to cover the bell. Are you not playing fair? Fortunately, old Qin has the Thunderbird, big move, which broke through the Earth's defenses and got the bell. With the mystery resolved, Teacher Wang re-evaluated the three and couldn't help but smile. Not to mention Peibu Liao and Li Shan, who have been battling him, even this QinShi, at such a young age, had mastered the powerful ninjutsu Thunderbird. The future is promising. Moreover, despite how casually the little chubby one spoke, even knowing part of the enemy's information, such tactics still required on-the-spot planning. It's easy to devise a plan, but execution is very difficult. However, these three not only came up with such a perfect plan in just 10 minutes, but executed it flawlessly. In addition to their excellent strength and outstanding combat thinking, the level of teamwork among the three was comparable to that of a long-established team. All of this made Teacher Wang look at them with new appreciation. Chapter 137. The T-shaped mission. Seeing the hopeful look in Teacher Wang's eyes, QinShi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, with his strength, he didn't need to go through so much trouble. Even a one-on-one against Teacher Wang, he might have a chance to win, let alone just needing to grab the bell from the training post. However, he chose not to do so and maintained a low profile throughout the battle. One reason was that he wanted to observe the abilities of his two roommates. More importantly, he did not want to expose his identity as the masked student, personally trained by the principal. Such revelations would only bring danger to those around him. This was also the reason why he used Thunderbird instead of Lightning Blade during the battle. Thunderbird was a skill given to him by Senior Lin Long, so even if he used it, it wouldn't raise suspicion. However, Lightning Blade was already an S-rank skill, and using it recklessly could easily lead to being equated with that mysterious masked student. Looking at the outcome, he had hidden it quite well. Teacher Wang stood up from the ground and stretched. I've been a trial teacher for 2 years. Every group of students that has managed to touch the bell from the training post behind me has been rare. Not just your B inheritance class, but even the S-rank inheritors in the supernova class have never done it. You have earned the opportunity to select any task. Teacher Wang said as he walked toward the mission board in the training room. Now, tell me, what task do you want to choose? T-shaped mission. Peibu Liao shouted impatiently. Teacher Wang was taken aback. You want to choose the T-shaped mission? Yes. Peibu Liao nodded his head like a rattle drum. We don't want any mission except that unique T-shaped mission. Teacher Wang's expression was strange as he asked again. I'll ask you one last time. Are you three certain that you want to take the T-shaped mission? Think it over and answer me. Hearing Teacher Wang's peculiar tone, QinShi felt a slight doubt in his heart. However, he did not speak up. Instead, Peibu Liao appeared impatient. Last night, when our dormitory lights went out, we already discussed it. Today, we came specifically for the T-shaped mission. What? Teacher Wang, can't you handle it? After a long while, Teacher Wang gently sighed. If that's the case, wait a moment. Teacher Wang walked alone to the corner of the training room and took out a telephone snail. Hello, Principal. Yes. It's me, Xiao Wang. I have a situation to report to you. Yes, young people need to be tempered, but... Okay, I understand. I will definitely arrange this task according to your wishes. After hanging up the phone, Teacher Wang returned to the three. He cleared his throat. The principal said that he agrees for you to take the T-shaped mission. However, I kindly remind you, once you accept the task, you must complete it, or else you will directly fail this course. He spoke while pulling out a scroll from the bookshelf next to the taskbar. It contains some information about the T-shaped task. You all need to take a good look at it. Now you can set off. Remember to call the next group in when you go out. Teacher Wang waved his hand, signaling the three to leave. Once QinShi and the others left the training room, Teacher Wang suddenly scratched his head, looking distressed. Is the old principal getting senile? Can a newcomer handle that T-shaped task? He also said he wanted to train the newcomers, but with the task's extremely high difficulty. What's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? And he told me not to worry. After all, I finally found 3 geniuses. I can't let them go to their deaths, right? Even though the old principal said he had arranged for the new disciples to protect them, which is a prestigious academy's direct discipleship, I still feel very worried. Teacher Wang raised his hands to the sky. Me too. How did that group of little brats snatch the bell from me? I've never lost it since I started working. Little brats, you must come back safely. Otherwise, I will definitely flip over that old principal's desk. As QinShi and the others walked out of the academy, they discussed the task. The content of the T-shaped task was clearly written on the taskbar. Participate in the Swordsmith Manor's famous sword unveiling ceremony. Concise and to the point. I'm still quick-witted. Bulliu proudly waved the task scroll in his hand. Oh, participating in the ceremony. Just thinking about it is a great job. There will be good food and drink, plus travel. He opened the task scroll and read it carefully. The Swordsmith Manor ceremony will be held 3 days later, inviting the outstanding teachers and students of the Demon Hunter Academy to attend the celebration. The location of the Swordsmith Manor. Got it. It's in Longquan Town, Changzhou. Changzhou. Bulliu was taken aback. What's wrong with Changzhou? Seeing Bulliu's strange expression, QinShi curiously asked. Well, our Jiuzhou country is called Jiuzhou, but objectively, there are actually only 8.5 states. Changzhou is that half state, which has been most severely eroded by the gray mist. A lot of Changzhou's territory is under the cover of the gray mist. Other places have some gray mist to varying degrees, but the concentration is lower, though occasionally small demon beasts are born from the gray mist. So most of the people in Changzhou have already moved away, leaving only a few residents with deep local ties. I didn't expect this task location to be Changzhou. That's still a bit risky. He broke out in a sweat. I thought it would be a pleasant vacation trip. Who knew that the vacation spot would be in the deep mountains and forests? Even if we go in, we have to take some risks. Oh, old Pei, we can't go on a task without taking any risks. My grandfather has been to Changzhou. Although the whole of Changzhou doesn't have many people, the capital city Yichang has a population of over 1 million and is quite prosperous. So there is no need to worry too much. But there is a problem at hand. How do we get to Changzhou? Li Shani showed a distressed expression. It's a small matter. Bulliu revealed a mysterious smile and suddenly clapped his hands. An elderly butler, dressed in a black suit with a white tie, appeared out of nowhere. Young master, everything is ready. Then let's call them over. Bulliu smiled, snapping his fingers. Soon, a whistling sound echoed above the three. Wow, what do I see? QinShi looked up at the sky in surprise. A huge flying vehicle appeared overhead. Its bird-like head and whale-like bronze body, with 6 propellers whirring all over. At the tail of the flying vehicle, there was a pirate skull emblem. This was the pirate ship that appeared in Castle in the Sky, which the protagonist Patsu and the girl Shida rode on. The flying battleship Tiger Moth. Chapter 138. You call this the hardest task? The wind roared as the flying battleship landed steadily in front of them. A dozen guards dressed in pink pants, brown tops, and wearing hoods stepped out. Welcome, young master, aboard. QinShi looked at the guards' attire, which looked exactly like the pirates from Castle in the Sky. Wow, are they cosplaying too? They're really going all out. Just as he was marveling, Bulliu handed him a pair of goggles. Let us go, brothers. The flying battleship is loud. Let us take some precautions. QinShi took the goggles. Just as he put them on, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Host successfully mimicked the inheritor Obito, acting trigger activated, inheritance value 500. QinShi was taken aback. This can trigger the acting skill? He thought for a moment. Obito indeed liked to wear a pair of goggles during his youth. It seems I should go to a costume shop next time to buy an Akatsuki outfit. I might be able to rake in some inheritance value. QinShi smiled. 500 inheritance values credited. Although it's little, mosquito meat is still meat. And it's good nonetheless. The three boarded the flying battleship together. The propellers spun rapidly, and the battleship began to ascend. What is the first thing to do after leaving the school gate? Bulliu rubbed his hands together, excitedly leading his 2 roommates to the dining hall. Of course, it's to have a good meal and reward my poor stomach. The butler pulled out a silver bell from somewhere and gently shook it. In no time, servants dressed as pirates brought out various delicious foods. Although life on campus is worry-free, you still need to spend your own money to eat well. QinShi and Li Shani both came from humble backgrounds and were cautious with their spending, reluctant to buy expensive dishes. Although QinShi extorted some money from Bulliu's former fiancée, in the forest, he sent all the money back to the orphanage and didn't keep much for himself. Watching his 2 roommates eat so simply, Bulliu, though wealthy, was willing to eat the same meals as his friends, just in larger portions. After a week of simple meals, seeing the array of delicious food before them sparked their appetites. You look at me, I look at you, and the battle to devour the food immediately began. Li Shani, while devouring a chicken leg, gulped down 2 cups of red tea and then mumbled, "It's so nice to sit in a flying airship with over a dozen servants serving us. We can eat so many delicious foods every day. Is this what it feels like to be rich? I love it." Bulliu laughed heartily. Sigh, being rich comes with many worries too. For example, I often get lost in my own house and can't find my way back to the dining room. It's better to be from an ordinary family. Such a small place, you'll never get lost. Hearing this, QinShi and Li Shani both shot each other a disdainful look. After the meal, the butler suddenly walked over to pay Bulliu with a folder in hand. Young master, I've finished checking the information you asked for. Pei Bulliu nodded, took the folder, and then leaned over to QinShi and Li Shani to open it. It contained information related to their task this time. Young master, the place you're going to is a bit special. After considering his words, the butler explained to the three. The location of this task, according to the scroll, is not far from Yichang City, in a place called Longquan Town. In the ceremony address written on the scroll, Songjin Manor is in Longquan Town. However, the butler took out a map and spread it on the dining table. This is a map of Changzhou, and many places on the map are in a hazy state. These hazy areas are covered by gray mist, and the destination, Longquan Town, is one of the gray mist areas. According to the information from the industry leader in Yichang City, Longquan Town is not only shrouded in gray mist, but is also turned into a secret realm. In this secret realm, broken swords are scattered everywhere. The gray mist is thick, and many demon beasts related to swords and blades roam about. It is even rumored that there is a legendary divine sword hidden in this secret realm, and if one defeats the guardian of the divine sword, they can become its master. Pei Bulliu listened to the housekeeper's description and immediately showed a bitter expression. So troublesome. And the location is in a secret realm? What exactly is this sword-hidden villa? The housekeeper shook his head. A secret realm formed by gray mist is already considered another world. Although Longquan Town is not large, it has expanded significantly after becoming a secret realm. Strangely enough, no matter how many people enter, they will lose their way due to some kind of interference and scatter everywhere. Previously, several small thugs accidentally entered the secret realm and ended up dying tragically at the hands of the demon beasts. The secret realm of Longquan Town has not formed for long, and Yichang City has also sent demon hunters in to investigate, but they found nothing, let alone discovering the villa. The more Pei Bulliu listened, the more dejected he became. Are you kidding me? I thought it was just going to a banquet. I didn't expect it to be so complicated. Right now, I can't even find the entrance to the banquet location. Sigh. The housekeeper hesitated for a moment. Young master, there's something I'm not sure if I should mention. Pei Bulliu waved his hand. Go ahead. The housekeeper sighed and pointed to the task scroll placed on the table. The surface of the scroll had a large T-shaped symbol. Young master, why were you assigned a T-task? According to the rules when I was still in the academy, students are assigned tasks of type B and C, right? The housekeeper's voice was full of confusion. Pei Bulliu proudly replied, haha, old housekeeper. The three of us roommates successfully passed the task trial and snatched the bell from the teacher responsible for assigning tasks. We obtained the right to choose any task we wanted. A, B, C, D. You see, T is the last one, right? So we chose this weakest task. QinShi and Li Shani also nodded. The night before the task trial, they heard Pei Bulliu mention the 4 levels of difficulty for the tasks. Because of Pei Bulliu's informational advantage, they unanimously decided to let him choose the final task. I see, indeed. The housekeeper sighed, looking at Pei Bulliu with a sense of course, it would be you. Young master, I must say this, you made a mistake. The T task is not the easiest. It's actually the highest difficulty task. What? Pei Bulliu was taken aback and slammed the table. You mean I chose the most difficult task? The housekeeper nodded. A, B, C, D. The A task is the easiest and the T task is the hardest. Young master, you got it all wrong. Chapter 139. The 9 provinces under the sky in unspoken silence. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Pei Bulliu covered his face with his hands and rubbed it vigorously. No wonder Teacher Wang had that expression as if he saw a big fool. It turns out the pit was dug right here, and I jumped right into it, oh my. He looked at his 2 roommates with a guilty expression. Old Qin, Old Li, I've embarrassed our 304 dormitory. How about we just admit defeat? The hardest task, the only task of its kind. Who knows what might happen? Before QinShi and Li Shani could speak, the housekeeper hurriedly waved his hands. Young master, we can't do that. The Demon Hunter Academy has a rule that if you fail to complete a task even once, it will be considered a failing grade in the practical course. Pei Bulliu shook his head dismissively. Failing a class? That's nothing. Nowadays, if you haven't failed a class, you can't even claim you've been to college. Young master, let me finish. The old housekeeper sighed. The academy has another rule. If you are marked absent or fail in the first class, you will be expelled from the school directly. If you want to fail a class, it can't be this first task. Moreover, the master has already spoken. If you're expelled from the Demon Hunter Academy, You will also lose your ancestral rights. You absolutely cannot give up on this task. What? Pei Buoyang was shocked. Is this what a father would say? If I just withdraw from school, he won't want me as his son anymore? The flying battleship roared, and the cold wind blew in through the window. The heated head cooled down in the cold wind, and Pei Buoyang calmed down. Looking at the serious expression on the old housekeeper's face, he knew that this time his father was really being harsh on him. Old Pei, why are you so insecure? QinShi smiled. Every task in our academy has rewards. The higher the difficulty of the task, the richer the rewards. No matter how difficult the task is, it's still a task for freshmen. The three of us joining forces can defeat even Teacher Wang. How can we not complete a small freshman task? Lishani was also drinking yogurt while eating pudding. Exactly. If we do well, we might get a considerable reward. After all, it's just a freshman task. What is there to be afraid of? Pei Buoyang looked excited. My good brothers. All right, let's work hard together and complete this freshman task. At the Demon Hunter Academy, in the principal's office, Principal Bai was sitting at his visitor's tea table. One hand held a large wine jug, and the other held a half-human-sized roasted pig. Principal, the invitation letter for the grand ceremony of the Sword Hidden Villa appeared mysteriously in Yichang City, and there are traces of the 100 Ghost group behind it. The intelligence for this task is still quite lacking. This high-level exploratory task was originally posted on the Demon Hunter list, and it requires at least a 2-star Demon Hunter to take on, and it must be a mature team that has achieved results. How could it end up in the freshman task section? On the other side of the table, QinShi was also eating with a bowl and chopsticks, but he was distracted. Upon hearing that his students had taken on the task of the Sword Hidden Villa, he rushed over in a hurry. Principal Bai shot him a glance and took a sip of wine. Of course, I accidentally posted it when I was drunk. I never thought any students would be foolish enough to take on the most difficult task. However, Teacher QinShi was a bit anxious. This task is too dangerous for freshmen. It far exceeds their capabilities. We should recall them immediately. Principal Bai thought for a moment and slowly put down the wine jug. I was also planning to withdraw the task, but the ones who accepted this task are those 3 lively characters from your class, the ones from dormitory 304. Their potential far exceeds your imagination. Although I do not agree with Chi Quan's method of nurturing through a worm breeding style, I do recognize his philosophy that excellent sailors must grow up in the storms of the sea. They need greater dangers to stimulate their growth. QinShi, you also saw the flickering glimpses of the future. You know, our time is running out. Sigh, hearing the principal's deep sigh. QinShi hesitated to speak, but ultimately said nothing. On the Tiger Moth flying battleship, QinShi walked through the outer corridor and climbed the stairs to the top of the battleship. There was a watchtower here, used for observing enemy movements. A thick steel cable was tied to the base of the watchtower, and as the guards on the ship moved, it lifted the watchtower into the air like flying a kite. Oh cool. The wind howled, and the cold breeze stung his cheeks painfully. But QinShi didn't mind at all. He spread his arms wide, fully experiencing the feeling of flying like a bird. When he first watched Castle in the Sky, he was deeply captivated by this kite-like watchtower. In the animation, on the way to the Sky Castle from the pirate ship, the female protagonist Shida braved the strong winds to accompany the male protagonist Patsu at the watchtower during his night shift. The two embraced in the wind, overlooking the world. The only downside was that there wasn't a beautiful girl by his side. If senior sister Lin Long were here, the feeling would be even more authentic. QinShi glanced at the excited chubby guy, Pei Buoyang, beside him. He was also excitedly banging on the railing of the watchtower like a free fat bird. Lishani had eaten too much and was currently in the restroom, regrettably missing out on the beautiful view from above. QinShi looked down. This was his first time surveying the world he had lived in for 9 years from such a height. Unlike Earth, the buildings in the 9 provinces were relatively low, and high-rise buildings were nearly non-existent. Each city was spaced apart, often separated by wastelands or forests, with very few cities close together. Sporadic train tracks lay between the cities, and old-fashioned trains billowed black smoke as they rumbled by. At the end of his view, beyond a curtain of fiery red, was endless gray. That was a place shrouded in gray mist, where countless monsters were born, known as the Monster Domain. Even with the Demon Suppression Pass guarding the border against monster hunts, and the 9 Crimson Sun formations set up by the first principal to prevent gray mist invasion, small amounts of gray mist still seeped into the cities, giving rise to monsters and posing a threat to the people. Pei Buoyang noticed QinShi's confusion and explained with his hands behind his head. The reason the houses were low and the population density was low was precisely due to the fear of monster appearances, which could cause heavy casualties. The gaps between cities, those wastelands and forests, served as protective barriers. If one city fell, Another could defend itself using these barriers. For the first time, QinShi deeply felt the vast difference between this mist-covered 9 provinces and the world he had traveled to. Here, peace was not something inherent. It had to be exchanged with the blood and lives of countless people. Here, survival was the highest priority. Chapter 140, Secret Realm. Sword Tomb, the flying battleship slowly descended in Ichang City. The person in charge of the Pei family's local industry wanted to come to greet them, but was stopped by the old butler, who only allowed them to send an armored vehicle to take QinShi and the others to Longquan Town. The new student mission of the Monster Hunting Academy prohibited new students from using family support. Otherwise, they would be directly disqualified. The Pei family providing transportation for Pei Bewley and the others, and even assisting them in investigating some information, was already the limit. Anything more would be overstepping. When sending Pei Bewley to the vehicle, the butler informed the 3 of everything he had investigated. Young master, just now the local industry had sent company demon hunters to investigate. They found that Longquan Town used to be primarily a sword-making town, and the Sword Hidden Manor is said to be the local sacred place for sword forging. 5 years ago, residents of the nearby villages began to mysteriously disappear, and eventually, all the residents of Longquan Town vanished. Longquan Town transformed into a secret realm 3 months ago. Those who enter will encounter powerful monsters, and if they can defeat them, they will see signposts leading to the so-called Sword Hidden Manor. It is said that reaching the manor will reward high-level sword artifacts. However, strangely, everyone who has gone to the Sword Hidden Manor has not returned. The invitation for this celebration appeared 3 days ago. Although the information was blocked by the local monster hunters, many hunters still received invitations, including the Monster Hunting Academy. After informing them of all he knew, the butler hesitated for a moment and finally patted Pei Bewley's shoulder. Young master, be careful once you enter the secret realm. If it gets too dangerous, we can abandon the mission and leave the Monster Hunting Academy. The family head won't truly disown you over this matter. Remember, your life is the most important. Looking at the worried expression of the old butler, Pei Bewley smiled. Don't worry, old butler. Even if my skills aren't enough, my roommates are no pushovers. I promise to come back safe and sound. The armored vehicle drove out of Ichang City, heading north. The number of pedestrians on the road decreased, and as they crossed a high mountain, the 3 saw a distant grayness through the car window. That was the area shrouded in gray mist. The entire Ichang City could be considered the border. Even though they hadn't left the border yet, they could already feel a faint grayness in the air. QinShi gazed out the window. He even saw a bird appearing in a field, slightly more concentrated in the gray mist. It was a Pidgey from the Pokemon world. Monsters were right before his eyes, emerging from the gray mist without any warning. After about an hour and a half of travel, the armored vehicle finally stopped in front of a sign. The sign read, "Welcome to Longquan Town." The driver got out, opened the door, and said awkwardly, "Esteemed guests, ahead is Longquan Town. The vehicle can only go this far. If we go further in, I fear I won't be able to return." The 3 got out and looked toward the not-so-distant town. Behind the sign, the gray mist suddenly thickened significantly. Shrouded in mist, they couldn't see what was inside the town. QinShi and the others didn't make it difficult for the driver. They asked him to wait outside and pick them up after the mission ended. They didn't expect that there would be such a thick mist in the 9 provinces. Pei Bewley looked at the mist in surprise. No wonder a secret realm could form here. A secret realm refers to a special otherworld created by the transformation of gray mist over a specific terrain. Be careful. Let's move a bit closer. The intel says this secret realm has the effect of separating those who enter, but it only takes effect after going deeper, QinShi said, holding a kunai, leading the 3 of them. Pei Bewley held a car in his hand, ready to use it if things went wrong. Li Shani tightly gripped his Nichiren blade, nervously glancing around as the rear guard. In the mist, QinShi suddenly saw a large stone with 2 characters carved on it. Sword Tomb. Without hesitation, QinShi activated his Sharingan. The Sharingan, which significantly enhanced his vision, allowed him to see further into the dense mist. QinShi looked around. There were many objects on the ground, quietly standing there. As the 3 approached, they saw that sticking out of the ground were swords. But none of these swords were whole. Some were missing their hilts, others were broken in half. All were remnants of swords. QinShi looked at the bizarre sight before him and finally understood the characters on the large stone. This was a grave for swords, also known as the Sword Tomb. It was a bit strange that many of these broken swords showed no signs of use, and many were oddly shaped. It was as if they were poorly made swords, abandoned here by their forgers. What do you think? QinShi said while turning back. Suddenly, he realized that his 2 roommates were no longer behind him. He froze for a moment, then immediately understood. It turned out that as long as one stepped into the sword tomb marked by that stone, the magical mist would separate all those who entered. He frowned. Although he wasn't worried about himself, he still had some concerns about the safety of his two roommates. On the other side, in front of another broken sword, Pei Buley nervously looked around. "Oh, old Qin, Huang. Huang Mao, where are you?" Something went wrong. I didn't expect the mist to take effect so quickly. He swallowed hard and rubbed his hands unconsciously. He didn't have a Sharingan like QinShi, so his visibility wasn't as good as QinShi's. As he carefully made his way through the mist, Pei Buley suddenly bumped into something hard with a loud thud. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I'm willing to pay, just let me go." As Pei Buley got up from ground, he looked at the thing he had bumped into. It was a monster with a red shell, blades on its head, body, and hands. "What the hell is this?" Pei Buley exclaimed, realizing he had encountered a monster. On the other side, Li Shani also ran into a monster. This one resembled a sword, with an eyeball and a blue ribbon floating in the air. Unfortunately, the last member of Dorm 304, QinShi, ended up bumping into both monsters. Monster information being queried. At this moment, QinShi had already put on a mask, and the monster encyclopedia integrated into the mask began to function. Monster name, Blade Pokemon, monster level, first stage, monster attribute, evil, steel. Monster description, a low-level monster from the Pokemon world covered in blades. It doesn't care if it gets hurt and will stab its blades into its opponent to attack. From the Pokemon world, the other one seems to be too. QinShi looked at the other monster that resembled a sword. Monster name, Sword Sheath, monster level, first stage, monster attribute, ghost. Steel, monster description, a low-level monster from the Pokemon world, seemingly the soul of a deceased person reincarnated in an ancient sword. It attaches itself to humans to drain their life. Chapter 141, Yu-Gi-Oh! Versus Pokemon switch perspective to Pei Buley. The moment he saw the monster, Pei Buley turned and ran. While running, he pressed buttons on his watch. As a young master of the Pei family, the watch he wore was not an ordinary item. It was a smart watch integrated with spatial storage and a monster encyclopedia. A small light screen popped up from the watch, and a sweet female voice began to report the monster's information. Behind him, the Blade Pokemon was hot on his heels. As a Pokemon-type monster with a speed stat of 60, its speed far exceeded the overweight and unathletic Pei Buley. The Blade Pokemon let out a low growl and quickly caught up to Pei Buley's back. Then, a flash of steel appeared as it swung its blade. This was its unique skill, Slash. Slash, a bug-type move, inflicts damage to the enemy through slashing attacks. Just as its steel blade was about to hit Pei Buley's back, another monster appeared out of nowhere, bouncing the Blade Pokemon steel blade back like a highly elastic rubber. Pei Buley turned around and stood firm, holding a card in his hand. What? Just a first-stage monster that only knows physical attacks. He smiled and pointed at the soft, fluffy monster in front of him, which looked like a big cotton candy. Cotton candy. Let's show this monster that only relying on physical attacks leads nowhere. Cotton candy. One of the signature monsters of Yugi Muto from Yu-Gi-Oh! World is a low-level light attribute, fairy-type monster. Although its attack and defense are not high, it has a special ability. This monster is immune to physical damage, making it difficult for blades and guns to pierce through cotton candy skin. One failed attack did not take down the enemy, and the Blade Pokemon swung its steel blade again. It was the same move, but its power doubled. This was the effect of the skill, Slash. When it successfully hit an opponent, its power doubles on the next use. Crash! The steel blade struck cotton candy, only to be bounced back again. And cotton candy was no longer solely on the defensive. Its previously smiling mouth suddenly opened wide, revealing sharp teeth. And it bit down on the Blade Pokemon. You slash, I bite. The two monsters exchanged blows, relying on its immunity to physical damage. Cotton candy became more and more fierce in battle, gaining the advantage. Although its attack power was low, repeated attacks still dealt considerable damage to the Blade Pokemon. Moreover, cotton candy's bites mainly targeted its legs, causing injuries to the Blade Pokemon's legs and gradually reducing its speed. After being bitten by cotton candy once again, the Blade Pokemon's momentum suddenly changed. Its strength increased once more, and its two blade hands gleamed with a metallic sheen. Not good. This monster has a special ability. Pei Buley clicked his tongue. The monster encyclopedia on his watch displayed that after taking a few hits, the Blade Pokemon's unique ability, Tenacity, was triggered. Tenacity increases its attack power when its abilities are lowered by the opponent during battle, and judging by the shine on its blade hands, it was about to use a new skill, Metal Claw. Metal Claw, a steel-type move, has a base power stronger than Slash and has a small chance to increase its attack power. Perhaps fed up with Cotton Candy's resilience, the Blade Pokemon suddenly ignored Cotton Candy and charged directly at Pei Bouillon. Hey, are you playing for real? Pei Bouillon immediately took a few steps back. The real world is not like the tabletop battles of Yu-Gi-Oh!, where all monsters must be defeated before attacking the summoner. This is also the biggest shortcoming of summoners. Their defense is too weak. As the metallic blade gleamed and came swinging at him, Pei Bouillon hurriedly threw out a new card. This card depicted a pair of orange glasses, and the scene within the glasses was Cotton Candy. The glasses flew out from the card and landed directly on the Blade Pokemon's face. The steel blade, aimed at Pei Bouillon, immediately redirected. The Blade Pokemon seemed to ignore Pei Bouillon and automatically ran to Cotton Candy to slash. Unsurprisingly, it was once again rebounded by Cotton Candy's elastic skin. Hey, how can you attack an innocent summoner? Pei Bouillon crossed his arms and sat down on the ground, watching the excitement. The card he had just used was called Cotton Candy's Glasses. Its effect allowed it to be worn on a target monster's face, forcing it to only attack the monster Cotton Candy. Just like depicted on the card, it could only see Cotton Candy. Although Metal Claw shone brightly, it caused no damage against Cotton Candy's super elastic skin. Ultimately, after repeated relentless bites from Cotton Candy, the Blade Pokemon let out a few unwilling roars before dispersing into gray mist. Done. That year, I had my hands in my pockets. Not knowing what a rival was, Pei Bouillon whistled, hands in his pockets, and then walked deeper into the mist. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Lishani also encountered a monster shaped like a sword, with a long blue ribbon wrapped around its head. Although he didn't have a monster encyclopedia, Lishani studied hard in his spare time, and with his exceptional memory, he had memorized a monster encyclopedia quite well. Relying on his memory, he immediately recognized the monster in front of him. The sword-like monster was from the Pokemon world, named Sword Sheath. The Sword Sheath emitted a creepy laugh, floating in the air like a ghost. It flew around, but did not approach Lishani, leaving him puzzled about its intentions. However, in the mist, its shadow quietly lengthened and wrapped around Lishani's back. This was one of its skills, Shadow Strike, which could use shadows to launch an attack, a unique skill of ghost types. But just as the shadow initiated its attack, Lishani, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, swiftly sidestepped and dodged the shadow's ambush. Is this your attack move? You can't even hide a hint of malice. How could you possibly hit me? For some reason, Lishani, who had left QinShi and Pei Bien, spoke with a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. He slowly drew out the Sunwell blade. The air began to flicker with faint lightning. The previously arrogant single sword scabbard shivered, its instinct as a monster telling it that the human before it was not something it could deal with. It immediately floated upwards, its steel body as light as a piece of paper. Another skill was activated called Body Lightning. Body Lightning removes unnecessary parts from the body, greatly increasing speed while also significantly reducing weight. After activating the skill, the single sword scabbard suddenly accelerated, drawing an arc in the air as it floated away into the distance. The ghostly monster, which absorbed the life of others, now fled in a panic as if it had encountered its nemesis. Now it knows to run? Too late. Lishani coldly watched the monster, his breathing already changing despite not being in a dizzy state. Thunder breathing, first form, lightning flash. A flash of lightning erupted, and Lishani's figure disappeared from a spot. Moments later, the single sword scabbard, using the Body Lightning skill to reach its maximum speed, looked in disbelief at its own body. That sword-shaped steel body had now been cut in two and turned to ashes. Lishani had already reached the front of the monster. The Sunwell blade was sheathed. He didn't even glance back, walking deeper into the fog. Chapter 142. The Remnant Swords in the Sword Tomb. Meanwhile, the battle on QinShi's side ended even earlier than the two. The sudden appearance of the Horse Blade minion and the single sword scabbard did not slow QinShi's pace. He walked while forming hand seals with both hands. Siwei, Shanhai Wuyin, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A fierce fireball erupted from QinShi's mouth, shooting towards the Horse Blade minion. Attack at first sight. The Horse Blade minion didn't even have time to react before being burned to ashes by QinShi. Fire is strong against insects. The Great Fireball Technique dealt massive attribute damage to the Horse Blade minion, resulting in a one-hit kill. Shocked by the instant death of the other monster, the single sword scabbard's blue ribbon began to tremble. However, unlike the other monster facing Lishani, this single sword scabbard was clearly much braver. Its body became parallel to the ground, like a flying sword, stabbing towards QinShi. This was one of the single sword scabbard skills, Split, a complete attack skill that utilizes its sword's characteristics to lunge, or slash at the opponent. But QinShi merely smiled slightly. He drew his zanpakuto from the system space. Then his gaze sharpened, and a black tomo appeared in his eyes. Under the influence of the Sharingan, the high-speed lunge of the single sword scabbard appeared to be in slow motion. QinShi sidestepped, perfectly dodging the single sword scabbard's thrust. He then gripped his long knife and struck fiercely at the scabbard's sword body. The zanpakuto naturally deals higher damage to ghostly and evil creatures, especially since this zanpakuto had awakened its memories, transforming into the most powerful fire-type zanpakuto, which is one impact. The single sword scabbard was instantly sliced in half like tofu by the zanpakuto. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Both monsters were eliminated by QinShi. After dealing with the attacking monsters, QinShi continued walking deeper into the fog. The deeper he went, the more remnants of swords he saw. These swords were not ordinary remnants. He picked up one sword for examination. It was a knife with flame-like patterns, the blade having a very small curve and lacking a groove. QinShi immediately recognized this knife. It was the sword of Dasuke from the One Piece world, belonging to the good, fast knife, 50 craftsmanship, named Huajo. It was also a famous sword in the One Piece world. However, the flame patterns on this knife were uneven, not as neat as the one in the anime. It seemed that QinShi thought for a moment. Someone was imitating Huajo, but the imitation failed, resulting in a defective product, which was then discarded in the sword tomb. He picked up another knife not far away. This was a long knife with a white handle, a straight blade, and the guard level with a handle. This should be the Kusanagi sword used by Sasuke in the Naruto world. He picked up the Kusanagi sword and flicked the blade with his finger, producing a somewhat dull sound. However, the blade's strength seemed average. QinShi gripped the long knife, a surge of electric light erupting from his hand. He was attempting to inject the thunder of Chidori into this Kusanagi sword. With Chidori raised to LV4, QinShi had the strength to use the Chidori flow. However, shortly after his electric energy was injected into the Kusanagi sword, the blade began to make cracking sounds, and then cracks appeared. After a while, with a snap, the blade shattered into dozens of pieces. As expected, its strength was far inferior to Sasuke's sword in Naruto. In the Naruto anime, Sasuke often infused Chidori into his sword to enhance the range of his lightning attacks. QinShi then looked at several other scattered swords and blades on the ground. There was a wooden sword with carvings of Dongting Lake, a replica of the main character Sakata Jintoki's sword from the anime Gintama. There was a long knife made of hundreds of tiny serrations, the entire blade exuding an oily smell, which could ignite when scraping against the ground to create sparks. This knife was a replica of the Infinity Blade made by Shishio Makoto from Rurouni Kenshin. There was a long sword with a completely black blade, the guard shaped like a quarter of a sun. This was a sword made as a replica of the main character Kirito's sword, the Excalibur, from the anime Sword Art Online. Good heavens, there's even such a big sword? QinShi looked at the 10-meter-long giant sword before him, with a thick and wide blade and a very slender handle. Could this be the Dust Blade, used by Waya in the Bugmaster world? The Bugmaster world is filled with giant bugs running everywhere, and the Dust Blade is the sword that has killed the most giant bugs in that world. Not only is it easy to kill bugs, but it can also absorb the abilities of bugs. I wonder if this sword can absorb the abilities of insect monsters. If it can, it would be legendary level or higher. QinShi sighed as he looked at the massive long sword before him. He roughly understood. This sword tomb should be the place where the legendary swordsmiths of the sword-hiding villa discarded their defective products after forging swords from other worlds. With such a vast sword tomb, the number of discarded swords inside must be in the tens of thousands. With such a quantity of swords, the sword energy and blade energy themselves have reached a high level. No wonder some monster related to swords and blades would be born. Just as he continued walking forward, he felt a gathering of auras, which ultimately transformed into a huge long sword phantom before his eyes. In QinShi's mind, the voice of this long sword phantom suddenly appeared. I am the sword spirit born from this sword tomb, and I am also the guardian of this sword tomb. Countless grievances from abandoned swords have created me, but the sword-hiding villa is still the master of these swords. We cannot easily defy them. This sword tomb not only contains countless remnants discarded by those swordsmiths, but also divine swords from other worlds attracted by the sword energy of this sword tomb and transported here by the gray mist. Outsider, do you wish to accept the trial and gain the opportunity to continue exploring in the secret realm, as well as a guide to the sword-hiding villa? If you refuse, I will immediately send you out of the secret realm and will never allow you to enter again. QinShi looked at the towering sword spirit before him, and the beast encyclopedia on his face showed no reaction. Clearly, this was a beast that the old professor from the Tiangong Academy had never encountered. He immediately activated one of the system's 3 major abilities, the Eye of Inheritance. The Eye of Inheritance was a divine skill in such a secret realm. It could not only search for enemies, but also analyze the abilities of powerful beasts within the secret realm. Analyzing the Sword Spirit. The system's prompt sounded. Sword Tomb Sword Spirit. Rule-type beast, formed by the gathering of the souls of countless broken sword from this world and other worlds in the Sword Tomb. Attribute. Ghost. Level. Tier 6 beast. System suggestion. This beast is similar to a game NPC and harbors no malicious intent towards the host. It can act according to the rules of the Sword Spirit. Chapter 143. The Trial of the Sword Spirit. So this is the NPC that explains the rules of this secret realm. After experiencing Dave's Paradise and now the Sword Tomb secret realm, QinShi was beginning to understand more. The so-called secret realm is not just a strange space projected from another world, but also a special gaming venue. It has its own game rules. Completing the game will yield rewards. In response to the Sword Spirit's inquiry, QinShi replied, I am willing to accept the trial. Every broken sword has its own story. The Sword Spirit spoke. Though they are broken blades, they all long to become whole and fulfill their mission as swords. Being discarded like garbage in the Sword Tomb is their shame. Young man, since you are willing to accept the trial, help them and become a true sword. As soon as the Sword Spirit's words fell, QinShi felt movements around him. The broken swords, either stuck in the ground or lying on the rubble, all began to tremble, making clanging sounds. The sword will choose you. Use this sword to defeat your enemies. In the distance, a sword suddenly flew towards him like a shooting star. QinShi reached out to catch it. He saw that the long sword was slender, with bandages wrapped around the hilt. This, could it be? QinShi looked at the sword in his hand, his face showing shock. He felt a gentle power emanating from the sword. This was a healing power. It seemed to answer his inquiry. The Sword Spirit spoke again. This sword is called Tainshenjia. Could it really be that legendary sword? QinShi examined the long sword in his hand. Tainshenjia is a demon sword from the Inuyasha world, and it belongs to the protagonist's older brother, the great demon Sesomaru. In the Inuyasha world, it ranks among the 3 most fearsome swords. However, this sword was loathed by Sesomaru because it was a healing sword that could not kill beings of this world. It could not harm others and was essentially useless in battle. Yet, it had the miraculous ability to bring the deceased back to life. The sword in QinShi's hand was merely a replica. A swordsmith had crafted it based on Tainshenjia from the Inuyasha world. From the sword, QinShi sensed the disdain of that swordsmith and Sesomaru. A sword is a tool for killing. A sword that cannot take lives? What use is it to you? The swordsmith had thrown the long sword into the sword tomb and returned to the swordsmith's manor. In an instant, QinShi saw the sword's plight and felt the deep sorrow emanating from the sword. Not being able to kill makes it useless? QinShi whispered softly. Killing to save lives. If one only has a heart for slaughter, then what right do they have to be the master of this sword? He gently caressed the sword blade. Do not be sad, Tainshenjia. It is not your ineptitude, but rather that swordsmith who is unworthy of you. The sword quivered. It sensed QinShi's emotions. Next, I will summon the beast. The large sword spirit spoke again. Use the sword in your hand to defeat the beast, and you will pass the trial. Just as QinShi wondered what the trial was, the sword spirit's phantom vanished. From a mist, a little girl slowly walked out. QinShi was taken aback. He looked at the little girl. Her hair was messy, her clothes were tattered, and her little feet were bare. In the Inuyasha world, she was the human girl who followed the great demon Sesomaru, Rin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pei Buyong, also navigating through the gray mist, encountered the sword spirit. A long sword with a hilt as luxurious as gold flew into his hands. But I don't know how to use a sword. Pei Buyong wore a distressed expression. The sword spirit's rule was to fight only with the sword, so he could not use any cards. The summoner's physique was already frail, and, as someone who never trained, he was even more fragile among the summoners. Pei Buyong tried to hold the sword with both hands, but found it difficult to even swing the luxurious sword. However, as a player of Yu-Gi-Oh!, he still sensed the memories of the sword. This sword is called the Legendary Sword. Although the name sounds impressive, among the many sword cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!, its effect was quite ordinary. It could only give the equipped target a slight boost of 300 attack and defense. It was a card that almost no player would include in their deck. Yet, Pei Buyong felt a different emotion from this sword. Just as he was puzzled, the sword spirit's phantom disappeared. The trial beast appeared. It was a humanoid beast wearing a blue hat, sporting a big belly, and holding an iron hammer. This beast was named Master Craftsman Tiger Iron, one of the low-level monsters in the Yu-Gi-Oh world. A gentle female voice from his watch began to announce information about the beast. Pei Buyang looked down. The card information from Master Craftsman Tiger Iron had also been generated. This was a fire attribute, beast warrior type, 2-star monster with only 500 attack and defense, a low-level monster. Such monster cards were commonly referred to in the Yu-Gi-Oh world as trash monsters. Moreover, in the Beast Encyclopedia, Master Craftsman Tiger Iron's level was only Tier 1. The lowest level beast. A Tier 1 beast, perhaps I can still fight it. Pei Buyang couldn't help but gripped the long sword tightly. He glanced at the card illustration of Master Craftsman Tiger Iron on the watch's screen. It depicted Tiger Iron taking a hammer out of the furnace, squatting down, and striking a sword on the ground. This was a picture of Tiger Iron forging a sword. However, Pei Buyang noticed something unusual. From the illustration, it seemed that the sword Tiger Iron was hammering was exactly like the one in his hand. There was no time for further thought. Master Craftsman Tiger Iron charged at him with a murderous intent and swung its hammer at Pei Buyang. In desperation, Pei Buyang could only raise his sword to block. However, he had never practiced sword techniques, so his blocking stance had numerous flaws, exposing vital areas like his heart and head. When Tiger Iron swung its hammer down, he didn't know if it was due to its own lack of skill, but despite the large openings, the hammer still struck the long sword Pei Buyang raised. The hammer and sword collided, creating a spark. After the first strike missed, Master Craftsman Tiger Iron, seemingly tireless, swung 2 more times. Yet, every strike was blocked by Pei Buyang's awkward stance using the legendary sword. Hiss! After several blocks, Pei Buyang's palms felt numb. But gradually, a proud expression appeared on his face. It seems I have a talent for using the sword. Having never used a sword before, I managed to pull off such beautiful defensive moves. TSK, truly a prodigy. Chapter 144. The legendary sword. Every time the master craftsman, Hu Tai, swung his hammer and struck the sword body, the beast would reveal significant openings. It seemed to have no defense at all, swinging its body purely to strike, with no regard for anything else. Anyone with some martial arts skills could certainly seize the openings presented by this beast and use their sword to deliver a lethal blow. Unfortunately, the one holding the sword was Pei Buyang, a chubby little boy who was completely unwilling to put in the effort to learn martial arts. He saw the imbalance in the beast's body after the hammer strike and thought to lift the long sword to slash at it. However, he slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. Even the legendary sword slipped from his hands and landed not far away. Oh no! This was bad. In an instant, the fear of death enveloped Pei Buyang. His only weapon was gone, and he was now sprawled on the ground. Wasn't this just inviting his opponent to trample him? As he watched the fierce Hu Tai approach with his hammer, Pei Buyang let out a cry and despairingly closed his eyes. With a clang, the hammer fell, but it did not land on Pei Buyang. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked not far away. Hu Tai was striking the legendary sword's body again and again. With each strike, the hammer turned red, as if it had just been taken from a furnace. He looked as if he were forging a sword, tears in his eyes as he gazed at the legendary sword beneath him, full of love. The sword body trembled, emitting a low humming sound, as if it were moaning. Pei Buyang sat up straight and quietly watched for a while. He sighed, finally understanding everything. This Hu Tai was indeed the owner of the legendary sword. As if drawn by the scene of sword forging before him, Pei Buyang saw more memories of the legendary sword. Hu Tai was actually a swordsmith with little talent. He had a passion for forging swords and was full of confidence that he could become a master swordsmith. However, as he grew older, no matter how hard he tried, he found his sword-making skills remained mediocre. Throughout his life, he was just a low-level monster with 500 attack and defense, not a truly powerful swordsmith. The title of Master Craftsman was merely a name he gave himself. In the eyes of many high-level, powerful Yu-Gi-Oh monsters, this lowly monster was just a smith who was utterly mediocre. However, forging a famous sword was Hu Tai's dream. The impulse to realize this dream peaked when he unexpectedly obtained an extraterrestrial meteorite from a volcano. Ignoring the heat, he brought the meteorite home. For a long time, he tirelessly hammered at this meteorite. Just like at this moment, Hu Tai, transformed into a beast, was wielding a glowing hammer to forge the legendary sword. But ultimately, he had no talent. After exhausting nearly all his energy, he only managed to create a sword with 300 attack and defense, which was ridiculed by countless Yu-Gi-Oh monsters. Everyone said this sword was just trash. The Dragon Slayer sword could increase attack by 700 and had the magical ability to slay dragon-type monsters. The lightning sword could increase attack by 800 and could unleash lightning, weakening water attribute monsters. Compared to these truly famous swords, this flashy but utterly useless sword was just garbage. How could it even dare to call itself the legendary sword? Such mockery put immense pressure on Hutai. The sword had a spirit, and the legendary sword developed a sense of consciousness. It felt deep shame for its weak abilities, embarrassed for its master. Even when accidentally transported to Blue Star, in the eyes of the swordsmith of the Hidden Sword Villa, this sword from another world was so unsightly that it was thrown into the sword tomb. After seeing all these memories, Peibu Liao stood up and walked to the legendary sword. Hutai was still tirelessly hammering at the legendary sword, but with each strike, his body became a bit more transparent. His whole body was swaying, as if it would soon disperse in the wind. It turned out that this trial was not about defeating the beast Hutai. The meaning of defeating was not slaughter, but completing the swordsmith's final wish. Peibu Liao said, suddenly reaching out to grasp Hutai's hammer. His hand passed through Hutai's body as he swung the hammer and struck heavily on the legendary sword's body. The master craftsman, Hutai's body vanished, leaving only a hammer suspended in the air. I can feel it. Peibu Liao gripped the hammer tightly, striking and speaking at the same time. He seemed to transform into Hutai. Your master never thought you were weak. He told me you were his most outstanding work in his life. Legendary sword. No matter how weak you are to other monsters, in your master's eyes, you are the most exceptional sword, the legend in his heart. Just like your swordsmith, I think the same. Legendary sword. You are the best. As Peibu Liao spoke, the sword body trembled even more violently, like a child who had been wronged, finally unable to hold back tears in their parents' embrace, no matter how others viewed it. Believing it was useless and a 300 piece of garbage, in the eyes of the parents who forged it, it was the best sword in the world. Peibu Liao continued to hammer at the sword, and his palms began to crack from the repeated strikes. A drop of blood fell from his hand onto the legendary sword. Clang! Flames suddenly enveloped the legendary sword. Fiery tempering. Peibu Liao instinctively struck again. This time, the hammer was consumed by the flames, turning to nothingness. Moments later, as the flames dissipated, the appearance of the legendary sword changed dramatically. Trial taker, you have obtained the divine sword. Phoenix sword. Congratulations on passing the trial. The marker for the Hidden Sword Villa has been marked for you. Follow the direction indicated by the arrow to reach the Hidden Sword Villa. The divine sword. Phoenix sword transformed into a blue card, floating into Peibu Liao's hand. This was the first time he had obtained a Yu-Gi-Oh card on his own. The moment Peibu Liao held the card, its effects appeared in his mind. It actually could be reborn from the ashes. The divine sword. Phoenix sword has the characteristic of being restored by infusing spiritual energy after damage. Moreover, it can summon the flames of the phoenix to envelop the sword body and deal damage to enemies. However, Peibu Liao looked at the divine sword, Phoenix sword, card in his hand. It still only added 300 attack. Honestly, Phoenix sword, as your new master, I don't despise you, but your attack boost is truly pitiful. Peibu Liao smiled and stored the card in the storage space of his watch. Chapter 145. The reverse blade knife. Now that I think about it, the master craftsman Hutai was not targeting me at all. Its appearance was merely to help the sword it forged regain confidence, while also helping that sword choose a suitable master. If the trial taker had actually used the openings created by master craftsman Hutai's hammer to strike the sword and kill it, then the trial task would have failed. Peibu Liao felt a wave of fear. Thankfully, I usually don't focus on exercise. Even if that beast ignored me, I had no ability to kill it. This is what allowed me to successfully pass the trial and even earn a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Reflecting on my impressive performance, Peibu Liao patted his chubby belly in satisfaction. I managed to get through such a difficult task. I truly am awesome. Since the task was completed, he noticed a prominent arrow in front of him. The arrow not only pointed in a direction, but also thoughtfully marked the way to the Tsangjian Villa. Only by completing the task could he find a route to the villa. Roommates, don't let me fall behind. Let us meet at the Tsangjian Villa. He followed the direction of the arrow and walked into the depths of the mist. On the other side of the sword tomb secret realm, a blonde youth named Li Shani stood in front of the same sword spirit. After a brief introduction, the sword spirit began to give Li Shani a trial task. A sword will choose you. Use this sword to defeat your enemies. After saying this, the sword spirit disappeared. The surrounding broken swords buzzed, and a long sword flew toward Li Shani. He reached out and caught the flying long sword, examining it with a frown. The hilt was made of yellow wood with speckles, and the handguard was circular. These features were quite ordinary, even similar to the Nichiren blade he used before. But the blade itself was very unique. The edge was on the back of the sword, while the sharp side faced him. This was an inverted blade. On the part of the blade that connects to the hilt, there was an inscription, "I forged swords for several decades. My son remains ignorant, yet is a descendant of 10,000 generations." The memory of the sword suddenly surged into Li Shani's mind. He saw the swordsmith who forged this sword, filled with regret for the killings caused by his blade, thus creating this inverted sword to atone for his sins. To atone with a sword? How hypocritical. The purpose of a sword is to kill. Li Shani sneered, rotating the blade to point the back edge forward. After the sword's spirit vanished, a man emerged from the depths of the mist. The man was wrapped in bandages with only his eyes and lips exposed. In his hand, he held a long sword made of countless tiny serrations. Malice. Li Shani clearly sensed the malice directed at him. He knew that his trial task was to defeat the enemy before him. However, this opponent was a human, not a beast. Information about the opponent suddenly flooded into his mind. This is... Li Shani looked at the inverted blade in his hand in surprise. Your previous master fought against this bandaged man? He felt the newly acquired memories in his mind. The man wrapped in bandages was named Shishio Makoto. He was one of the most powerful swordsmen in the world of Rurouni Kenshin and the leader of the 10 Swords organization. He had ambitions to establish a society based on the survival of the fittest, implementing a thorough natural elimination. In the world of Rurouni Kenshin, he caused numerous tragedies to achieve his aspirations. Yet in terms of combat power, he stood at the pinnacle of that world. But the enemy before me now lacks rationality. Renard Soli, un combat instant. Li Shani looked at him and approached with his sword drawn. Shishio's sword was the unlimited blade. It was a pure, killing demon sword. The blade, composed of tiny serrations, was naturally sharp and did not require honing. The blade was coated with greasy fat, the remnants of those killed by Shishio. Shishio first walked quickly, then accelerated, slashing horizontally while running. The speed of the blade was astonishing. Li Shani leaped into the air, soaring nearly 2 meters high. If QinShi and Pei Buyang were present, they would be shocked by Li Shani's performance. Is this the timid Li Shani they knew? He didn't even need to knock himself out to awaken. He had an excellent talent for combat. His moves were fierce, each attack aimed at my vital points. His speed, reflexes, and strength were all exceptional. This enemy's strength had already reached that of a second-tier beast. No, even the strength of a 2-star beast. While dodging Shishio's attacks, Li Shani calmly analyzed the situation. He seemed to be at ease. Seeing that his attacks were missing their target, Shishio let out a low roar, dragging his long sword across the ground, creating sparks. With the tip of the sword pointing up, it suddenly burst into intense flames. This was his original move, Flame Spirit. By colliding the blade with a hard object, he ignited the fat on the bodies of the dead, releasing scorching flames. Just as Li Shani was about to be engulfed by the flames, he straightened his body and fell backward to avoid the rising fiery tip of the sword. Then, he used both hands to prop the inverted blade against the ground, suspending his body in the air. He then pushed off the ground with force, using a ghostly movement to create distance and evade his opponent's attack range. An interesting technique that ignited the fat hidden in the blade during battle, catching the opponent off guard. As a human from another world, he was indeed strong. But unfortunately, in a world without spiritual energy, a 2-star beast was the limit. Defeating a 2-star beast was basic proof of becoming a 2-star beast hunter. With such strength, even among the countless heirs in the JoJo world, one would be considered an elite, a competent expert. After all, Shishio's legacy was considered a C-class inheritance in this world dominated by legacies, a medium inheritance. However, Li Shani showed no reaction to his opponent's combat abilities. This strength is completely no match for me. Li Shani, expressionless, retreated to about 10 meters away from Shishio. He hung the inverted blade at his waist, lowered his head, and tightly gripped the hilt. This was the stance for drawing the sword. Li Shani took a deep breath. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap flash. With a bang, Li Shani shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, swinging the inverted blade toward his opponent. Shishio, not to be outdone, swung his fiery sword, which suddenly exploded. This was another ultimate skill of the unlimited blade, Crimson Lotus Arm. Chapter 146. The oath not to kill within the tiny serrations of the unlimited blade, in addition to the fat from those killed by Shishio. There was also black gunpowder embedded. The Crimson Lotus Arm was Shishio's technique that utilized the flames on the unlimited blade to ignite specially made gunpowder, creating an explosion. The explosion could deliver damage to the enemy in the form of a shockwave. The arrangement and weight of the gunpowder on the blade were carefully adjusted by Shishio to ensure the shockwave hit the enemy, without affecting himself. Li Shani initially didn't care about his opponent's moves. He was unaware that the long sword used by Shishio would explode, but as a swordsman, he was certain that his opponent had many more unique techniques yet to be revealed. But he didn't care, because the technique he used, thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap flash, was known throughout the Demon Slayer world for its incredible speed. The user gathers the power of lightning through breathing into their feet and blade. And after a period of charging, it erupts suddenly, capable of killing opponents almost instantaneously. Li Shani was confident that his inverted blade would strike his opponent before Shishio could use his original skill. Although the edge of the inverted blade was not sharp and could not kill, the power of lightning on the blade could still stun his opponent. However, the result of their clash was that Li Shani was hit by the explosion triggered by Shishio and was blown away. Cough, cough. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pushed himself up with the long sword. Why didn't the thunder breathing work? In the midst of battle, Li Shani realized that his thunder breathing technique felt as if it were imprisoned when he clashed swords with his opponent. He was completely unable to use it, and as a result, his speed was slightly slower than he had anticipated, causing him to be hit directly by an explosion triggered by the opponent's blade. After getting back on his feet, Li Shani brushed off the dust from his clothes. In the world of Rurouni Kenshin, the explosive power was enough to incapacitate both swordsman Saito Hajime and Shinomori Aoshi simultaneously. However, the explosion that hit Li Shani only caused him some internal injuries. His physical strength far exceeded that of an average martial artist. So that's it. After a brief moment of thought, Li Shani understood the reason why he could not use his breathing technique. He could only rely on the swords within the sword mound to fight, which not only meant he could not use any weapons other than the reverse blade sword, but also that he could not use his inherited skills. The trial taker could only rely on his physical body and the martial arts he had trained in a fight. Having realized this, Li Shani gripped the reverse blade sword again. At the beginning of the battle, he had considered using the blades back to face his enemy. However, the sense of resistance coming from the blade made him realize that this sword itself did not wish for him to kill. For the sake of fluidity in battle, he had to fight with the unsharpened blade. Although he could not use the breathing technique, it did not mean that those moves lost their effectiveness. Just as Shishio Makoto swung his flame-filled sword towards him for a new attack, Li Shani lowered his head and once again assumed a drawing stance. His legs suddenly bulged with veins, visibly pulsing. The advanced version of the first form of thunder breathing, lightning flash, 6 strikes. Li Shani let out a low roar, and the blade was drawn from its sheath. His figure moved like an afterimage, and even without the enhancement of thunder breathing, he reached a speed that was imperceptible to ordinary people. Without the support of the breathing technique, Li Shani still executed the moves of thunder breathing. Just relying on the movements of the techniques, he showcased the essence of thunder breathing, which was speed. Shishio, holding the flame sword, found it difficult to lock onto the running Li Shani. Bang! A dull chopping sound echoed. Li Shani had somehow arrived behind Shishio, and the thick blade struck the back of his head. Shishio's eyes suddenly went blank, and he staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Li Shani tightened his grip on the reverse blade sword, standing in front of the unconscious Shishio. He furrowed his brow. The sound of passing the trial did not appear. It seemed that even knocking him out did not count as defeating him. He raised the reverse blade sword, pointing the sharp back at Shishio. The reverse blade began to tremble, a sense of resistance emanating from the blade itself. As a sword of atonement, it could not allow itself to take a life. Be quiet, Li Shani shouted. What is this hypocrisy? A sword is a tool for killing. If it were truly compassionate, why would it be wielded? To protect family? If you do not kill the enemy, how can you protect your family? Hypocrisy. It's all hypocrisy. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his hand trembling as he held the sword, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. It was because I was too weak to protect others that I allowed those evil spirits to kill my grandfather. It was because of my grandfather's kindness, refusing to strike, that he fell into the hands of those weaklings. To kill or not to kill, the one who dies is oneself, is one's beloved family. He gasped loudly. Reverse blade sword. Do you know why you were abandoned by the swordsmiths of this world? It's because you were originally a killing sword. Yet you insist on taking not killing as your vow. A sword that cannot kill. Who would need it? A sword like you is only worthy of being a remnant, thrown into the sword mound. As he shouted each line, the blade emitted a soft moan. As if it were weeping, Li Shani was drenched in sweat, trembling as he raised the long sword in his hand. Even the battle had not left him so exhausted. Each of his words was not only directed at the reverse blade sword, but also meant for himself. Because his grandfather, before dying, had made him promise. Do not use your strength to kill any human. Humans, clearly more vicious and insidious than beasts. Why can't I kill? Li Shani remembered that he had almost cried out this question in anguish. This was his grandfather's last words, but he could not accept it. He wanted revenge. One of those scoundrels who ruined his life and killed his grandfather to pay the price. But his injured grandfather could only pat his head, using his last strength to smile and say, "Because I know my grandson is the kindest child in the world. Never let killing change your appearance. Never let hatred govern your sword." After saying these words, his grandfather completely closed his eyes. Li Shani trembled, closed his eyes, and his hand holding the reverse blade sword gradually slid down. At this moment, the reverse blade sword no longer resisted. Its strength seemed too weak in front of the powerful Li Shani. The sharp edge slowly approached the unconscious Shishio. Finally, Li Shani let out a long sigh and put down the reverse blade sword. Chapter 147. The Born Fong, just an illusionary opponent. This time, I will not kill you. He used the reverse blade sword to dig a deep pit, burying Shishio inside, leaving only his head above the ground. This way, you are completely bound. After finishing this, Li Shani brushed off the dust and planted the reverse blade sword into the ground, intending to continue deeper into the fog. If the enemy was not killed by him, then the mission could be considered a failure. But what if it failed? Without the guidance of the sword spirit, would he not be able to find the sword-hidden mountain villa? He would not give up, intending to find the way to the sword-hidden mountain villa by himself. But just as he took his first step, he heard a sound by his ear. Entering participant Li Shani has passed the trial. Li Shani was somewhat surprised in his heart as he looked at the reverse blade sword in his hand, his furrowed brow gradually unfolding. It turned out that the entire trial was not about killing beasts, but about fulfilling the wishes of the sword according to its nature. The trial was over, but the reverse blade sword did not leave his hand, returning to the sword mound. Do you want to choose me as your master? Li Shani stored it in the storage space on his belt. If you are willing, then follow me. But next time, if you delay me from killing enemies, I will immediately throw you away. The last person in the 304 dormitory, QinShi, held the healing sword-born Fong. After cultivating the conqueror's haki, he became more sensitive to the emotions of living beings, especially under the influence of the sword spirit in the sword mound. The emotions of the remnant sword-born Fong gradually conveyed to QinShi's heart. Unlike the swords held by his two roommates, QinShi did not sense any frustration from born Fong. On the contrary, he felt the tragic determination of the long sword in his hand. It seemed ready to sacrifice something. QinShi looked up to the front, and the human girl Belle, summoned by the sword spirit, came running toward him unsteadily, dressed like a beggar with bare feet. On the ground covered with rubble and iron shards, the girl's small feet were cut with wounds. Blood flowed from her feet. QinShi, holding the sword, watched the little girl running towards him, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. "Kill! Lord Sesomaru!" The girl ran towards him excitedly, arms outstretched, completely disregarding the wounds on her feet. So it turns out, she thinks of him as Sesomaru from the Inuyasha world? QinShi thought to himself. Sesomaru is an important supporting character in the anime Inuyasha. His true form is a powerful dog demon and the master of the legendary sword Tenseiga. Initially, he is a cold and emotionless demon. However, during a serious injury, he is saved by a girl named Rin. As he spends time with Rin, he gradually changes his personality and begins to develop emotions. To other demons, Sesomaru is a ruthless monster, but to the human girl Rin, he is the best man in the world. Rin runs over, hugging Sesomaru's leg with both hands, burying her head in his clothes. The girl shows no signs of defense, rubbing her head back and forth, appearing extremely satisfied. Seeing the unconditional trust in her eyes, Sesomaru's vigilance slightly lessens. Is it because I hold Tenseiga that this girl recognizes me as Sesomaru? He thinks to himself, but before he can ponder further, the mist around them suddenly thickens, resembling swirling sludge. Countless demons emerge from the gray fog. Some have faces full of black hair, but no human bodies, while others have a single eye on their human faces, with huge mouths and bodies like spiders. There are also wolf demons licking their claws and howling incessantly. These demons look at Rin and Sesomaru with eyes full of desire, drool dripping from their mouths, as if they see a delicious piece of meat. Roar! Countless demons howl as they rush toward Sesomaru and Rin. Come, get on my back. Sesomaru squats down and carries Rin on his back. You must hold on tight. No matter how bumpy it gets, you can't let go, okay? Sesomaru smiles and pats the girl's head. More demons rush out from the gray mist. Sesomaru senses the spiritual energy within him. Unable to use ninjutsu or summon his sword, It seems that both skills and equipment have been temporarily sealed by the sword spirit. It looks like he can only fight with physical techniques. Holding Tenseiga, Sesshomaru feels the ground tremble and suddenly leaps into the air. With a loud bang, the ground cracks open, and a massive centipede demon emerges. As Sesshomaru jumps in the air, he grips Tenseiga tightly and strikes down fiercely. As a healing sword, Tenseiga cannot kill enemies. Just before it touches the demon, it suddenly opens a small barrier, enclosing the blade within. However, Sesshomaru knows that Tenseiga cannot draw blood. From the very beginning, he never intended to kill with a sharp blade. Thud! With a heavy strike, the barrier encased Tenseiga acts like a hammer, crashing down on the centipede demon's head. Oh! The centipede demon lets out a cry. Its long body trembles a few times, and then it falls to the ground with a loud thud. Sesshomaru lands and then pushes off the ground, launching himself like a slingshot. He weaves between the demons, swinging Tenseiga, now resembling a hammer, and repeatedly striking at the demons' heads. Even without using skills, his base physical technique is still at LV4, reaching the master level. For a moment, dozens of demons are forced to dodge away from Sesshomaru's Tenseiga. After finishing off a demon, Sesshomaru stops, exhaling lightly. Rin still clings to him, her arms showing bruises from the rapid movements, yet she does not let go. Despite defeating dozens of demons, there is no relief on Sesshomaru's face. The gray mist around them is still restless. He can sense that more demons are being born from within. Sure enough, soon after, a number far exceeding the previous demons crawls out of the gray fog, reaching over 100. Among this group, a few demons are even taller and radiate a terrifying aura. The surrounding demons appear to tremble in front of these larger demons. The strength of these larger demons likely reaches the level of 2-star demon beasts. Sesshomaru carefully assesses the enemy's level. This battle will be tough. He grips Tenseiga and charges toward the hundreds of demons. The demons appear from all sides, surrounding him. Only by killing enough demons in one direction can he hope to escape the encirclement. Thud! Tenseiga strikes down, repelling one demon like a hammer. Sesshomaru grows braver as he fights, but more demons emerge from the gray mist, and the number of enemies continues to increase. Chapter 148. The crescent moon of the underworld, even someone as strong as Sesshomaru, begins to breathe heavily amidst the endless siege. Kill, Lord Sesshomaru. Rin's voice suddenly whispers from behind. She is trembling against his back, despite her immense trust in the man carrying her. She cannot help but shake in the face of so many terrifying demons. She starts to struggle on Sesshomaru's back. Sesshomaru furrows his brow, guessing what she wants to do, and tightens his grip with one hand. Lord Sesshomaru, Rin says urgently. Put me down. Those demons want me. Don't talk. Sesshomaru gasps, swinging Tenseiga and delivering a powerful blow, killing a second-tier demon. Put me down. If this goes on, you will die. Rin's voice carries a hint of pleading. Even someone with no martial skills can see the endless stream of demons emerging from the gray mist. Each demon that appears fixates its gaze on the little girl on Sesshomaru's back. Their target is not Sesshomaru, but the human girl who stirs their immense appetite. Do you trust me? Sesshomaru asks, panting as he pushes back a few demons with a strike. Rin, stunned, nods vigorously. No matter what, I always believe in Lord Sesshomaru. Then let me tell you, even if I abandon you here and you're eaten by those demons, I can still use Tenseiga to bring you back from hell. Do you believe that? I believe. Rin shows her white teeth, smiling without hesitation. Since I don't have to die, then Lord Sesshomaru can put me down. With your strength, if you want to leave, no demon can stop you. After those demons leave, you can come back and resurrect me. Sesshomaru remains silent. After a moment, he sighs as if speaking to the air. Sword spirit of the sword tomb. This is the trial task you set, right? To save a life is Tenseiga's mission, and this sword yearns to fulfill its purpose. Moreover, the one it saves is the person connected to the true Tenseiga from the world of Inuyasha. So if Rin dies, as long as I use Tenseiga to slay the messengers from the underworld and bring her back, it would fulfill the sword's wish to save. That means I pass the trial, right? He speaks softly while swinging his blade. After all, the sword spirit's trial task is essentially to help these remnant swords achieve their long-held wishes. But this method of passing, I do not agree. Sesshomaru raises the long sword in his hand. The Tenseiga he holds is different from the weapons chosen by Peibu Liao and Lishani. Those two weapons, the reverse blade sword and the legendary sword, come from the worlds of Rurouni Kenshin and Yu-Gi-Oh!, respectively. They were merely transported to this planet by the power of the gray mist. But the Tenseiga in Sesshomaru's hand, You're a swordsmith in this world. Crafting a replica of the Tenseiga from the Inuyasha universe according to the contents of the Inheritance book. Compared to the original, its power is far inferior. I can sense that this Tenseiga strength is only enough to slay a messenger from the underworld once. After saving Rin, the entire blade will shatter, becoming a true useless sword. Am I right? Tenseiga, QinShi said to the long sword in his hand. In the sword tomb, the spirits of the swords gain enhancement, allowing for some communication with their users. Based on the feedback from a blade, QinShi knew he was correct. Tenseiga, I will not use you to slay the underworld messenger to save my life. If you want to save someone, save both me and Rin. QinShi suddenly smiled. I will not abandon Rin, nor will I stand by and watch these demons devour the little girl, even if you can bring her back. If you truly wish to be a sword that saves lives, then help me slay these demons. Use the profound truth hidden deep within you, Tenseiga, to unleash the Mito Zangetsuwa. QinShi whispered to the sword in his hand. In the Inuyasha world, Tenseiga is not devoid of techniques for slaying demons. On the contrary, it has an extremely powerful technique that can tear through space, create a path to the underworld, and forcibly send enemies into the realm of the dead. This technique is called Mito Zangetsuwa. However, this technique is extremely demanding. It can only be used by someone with a kind heart. Moreover, it requires a high level of talent to discover this profound truth. Inuyasha's great demon, Sesomaru, possesses extraordinary talent. Even he only comprehended kindness after being influenced by Rin and under the pressure of near death when facing the Shinigami demons. Finally, he resonated with his brother's sword, Tetsusaiga, to successfully unleash the Mito Zangetsuwa. Yet the sword in QinShi's hand is merely a replica of Tenseiga, possessing only a fraction of Tenseiga's power. Still, he wishes to use this sword to execute the Mito Zangetsuwa. The blade of Tenseiga trembled slightly, clearly moved by QinShi's suggestion. Since you agree, then let's do it. QinShi smiled slightly, and his entire mind sank into Tenseiga. In an instant, all the demons vanished from his consciousness, leaving only the pulse of Tenseiga in his mind. He felt a faint breath from the underworld. Even though it was just a replica, QinShi still sensed the possibility of performing Mito Zangetsuwa from a blade. It must be said that regardless of the swordsmith's character who forged this replica, his memories of sword forging are already impeccable. Come on. QinShi tightened his grip on Tenseiga. At this moment, he felt as if he had become one with Tenseiga. This is the realm of unity between man and sword. In the sword tomb, with the active cooperation of the sword's consciousness, he successfully touched the realm of a sword grandmaster. Tenseiga, please save Rin, save me, and save yourself. QinShi exhaled lightly and swung the sword in his hand. Mito Zangetsuwa, a perfect crescent arc was cleaved out. Where the arc passed, space began to separate, revealing a gap. Within the gap was a black night sky and endless stars. This is the passage to the underworld. A tremendous suction force emanated from the Mito, causing all the demons' feet to involuntarily leave the ground. They were terrified, howling, and struggling. But they could not escape this suction. Except for QinShi and Rin, all the demons, including the now 2-star strength ogre, were forcibly sucked into the space gap and sent to the underworld. After a while, the Mito disappeared. The entire sword tomb became quiet once more. QinShi immediately looked at Tenseiga in his hand. After just a few seconds of executing the sword technique, Tenseiga's blade was already covered in cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. Chapter 149. Sangjin QinShi looked at the sword in his hand. This was originally a replica, and even the most basic ability of Tenseiga to slay the messenger from the underworld and resurrect the deceased could only be used once. Not to mention the profound technique Mito Zangetsuwa, which buried hundreds of demons and forcibly opened the passage to the underworld. This replica of Tenseiga was already running out of energy, about to completely shatter, and even the spirit residing in the blade was on the verge of disappearing. Yet QinShi felt the joy of this sword. Its mission had been fulfilled, realizing the value of a sword. Death was near, but it had nothing to regret. Just as it was about to shatter, QinShi suddenly tossed the sword into the system space. In the system storage space, time was in a state of suspension. Tenseiga maintained the state of being on the verge of breaking. System, is there a way to remedy this sword? He silently asked in his heart. He admired Tenseiga's actions, and the ability to resurrect the deceased was also very special. He wanted to possess this sword. After a moment, the system responded. It is possible. By using a sword from the same world to resonate and consuming a large amount of points, it can be repaired. A sword from the same world? QinShi understood the system's meaning. Tensiga is one of the swords from the Inuyasha world, the sword of supreme power. The other two swords are Tetsusaiga, which possesses immense power, and the Suunga, which can summon spirits from the underworld. It seems that to repair this soon-to-shatter Tensiga, he needs to find the other two swords. Since the swordsmith at Songjin Villa can forge a replica of Tensiga, perhaps Tetsusaiga and Suunga have also been replicated. There might still be a chance to repair it. After putting away the sword, QinShi suddenly felt the shackles on his body disappear. The sealed skills and weapons could be used again. The demons had all been sent to the underworld by a single Mito Zengetsuwa, and no new demons were born in the gray mist. With the danger lifted, the little girl Rin, who had been clinging to his back, quickly climbed down. "Thank you, Lord Sessamaru." Rin bowed with her little hands raised towards QinShi. "You saved me once again." Rin smiled, her two dimples appearing on her cheeks. "I will wait for you under the sacred tree. You must remember what you said. When I grow up, I will marry you." After saying that, she bounced into the gray mist. Unexpectedly, the cold Sessamaru ended up marrying a human girl. QinShi smiled. Entering QinShi, "You have passed the trial." The phantom of the sword spirit reappeared, announcing the result of his final trial. A glowing arrow appeared before his eyes. "Follow the indicated direction, and you will eventually reach Songjin Villa." "Thank you, traveler. With your help, another sword's wish has been fulfilled." After the sword spirit finished speaking, the phantom vanished. QinShi suddenly felt that the gray mist limiting his vision had thinned a bit, and visibility increased once more. Unfortunately, those demons were merely trial beasts summoned by the sword spirit, not true demons. Otherwise, with the move he just used to slay hundreds of demons, he would have probably earned quite a few inheritance points. Although he said this, he had obtained a remarkable sword. Although he couldn't use it yet, once repaired, its ability to resurrect the dead would be a significant boost for him. Following the arrow's direction, QinShi rushed through the gray mist. After about half an hour, he finally saw a magnificent manor. At the entrance of the manor stood two 10-meter-tall stone swords, and a plaque above the door read, "Songjin Villa." Finally arrived. I wonder if Pei and the others got here first. QinShi arrived at the manor gate, and there were no guards in front. So he pushed the door open and entered. The entire gate was designed in a unique way, formed by the crossing of a long sword and a large knife. Pushing open the gate, QinShi walked down the steps. Looking down, he saw that the entire staircase was made up of daggers gleaming with a cold light. The temperature suddenly rose compared to outside the courtyard, with flames rising from the tip of a nearby tall tower, as if there was a huge furnace hidden within the sword-hiding manor. Unlike the coldness outside the manor, there were many guests seated inside. Everyone raised their glasses to toast each other, creating a very lively atmosphere. "Old Qin, why are you the last to arrive? Come on, come on." Bulio, who was enjoying meat, pulled QinShi to a corner. Li Shan, he had also arrived, sipping a glass of yogurt. QinShi looked around. There were long tables set up in the courtyard, filled with various foods and drinks. The number of attendees at this banquet was around 20 or 30. However, he noticed something unusual. On both sides of the courtyard's corridor were burlap bags. Some of the bags were constantly moving, clearly containing living creatures. QinShi looked at Pei Buliao. "Old Pei, what's going on?" he asked quietly. Although Pei Buliao's tone was deliberately relaxed when he pulled him in at the door, QinShi could sense his roommate's tension. Once they reached a corner of the courtyard, Pei Buliao glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them before whispering, "Old Qin. Many of these guests are wanted criminals." QinShi was taken aback. The term wanted criminals referred to those who had committed crimes and were wanted by the 9 Provinces Monster Hunting Association. For example, the large Scarface man at the front is named Tu Bao, a well-known fugitive from Ningzhou. He has a peculiar nature, enjoying the slaughter of children. But because he possesses the strength of a 1-star monster hunter, and his heritage is B grade, being a chimera ant from the world of Hunter x Hunter, he has not been captured, yet due to his swift escape speed and unique nin abilities. As he spoke, Pei Buliao pointed to a weak man who was continuously drinking. "That pale, skinny guy is a wanted criminal from Yinzhou named Abu. He is a notorious flower thief who has harmed many girls. Even more despicable is that his methods are cruel, and many women have ended up being killed by him. His heritage is from the world of One Piece, Absalom, and he possesses the ability to turn his body invisible, making him a 2-star monster hunter." Pei Buliao pointed out several other wanted criminals to QinShi. However, what truly concerns me, aside from these wanted criminals, are a few others. They're supposedly righteous figures. How could they end up at this eerie manor? Pei Buliao muttered, his expression becoming serious. "Let me tell you about the old man sitting at the last table next to us." He referred to a hunchbacked old man. The old man's deep wrinkles suggested he was quite aged. That is Mo Shui, the second elder of the Mo family, one of the great clans in Ningzhou. I once observed him through a telescope when he came to our Pei family for tea. His heritage is S-grade, from the world of Naruto, Mito Gateyen, and he could reach the strength of a 4-star monster hunter at his peak. However, Peibu Liao looked at the old man's hunchback. He is nearly 100 years old now. His strength has likely diminished significantly. Our family's intelligence agency has analyzed that he might not even have the strength of a 2-star monster hunter anymore. Then, Peibu Liao shifted his gaze to a young man beside the hunchbacked elder who was coughing incessantly. This coughing young man is the second son of the Yu family from Huangzhou. It is said that 3 years ago, he contracted a strange illness in the monster domain and has been recuperating at home. But for some reason, he has appeared at this sword-hiding manor. Although he is currently afflicted by this strange illness, he was once a well-known monster hunter in the 9 provinces, having slain many invading monsters in Huangzhou. His heritage is S-grade, from the world of Bleach, as the vice-captain of the 1 SD division, Shuhai Hisejai. I don't know how much strength he has left, but if we disregard his injuries, he should be the strongest among this group. At this moment, both righteous and criminal individuals, with entirely different identities, were sitting in the same courtyard. QinShi felt an indescribable eeriness. Could it be that there was something in this sword-hiding manner that both sides craved? He speculated silently. Before long, the chatter gradually quieted down. An old man with bulging eyes holding a long iron hammer stepped out. His clothes were embroidered with the 4 characters sword-hiding manor, indicating his identity as the manor's owner. Although he was also an old man, he appeared much younger than old Mo, likely around 60 years old. Behind the old man were 4 individuals of varying heights and builds. They were masked, each holding a weapon wrapped in cloth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the invitation to the sword-hiding manor's sword-forging ceremony. The old man with the iron hammer chuckled. Please follow me. I will show you the fine swords that are about to be forged. As he spoke of swords, the old man's hands rubbed together excitedly, his eyes sparkling as if he were about to meet a lover. Although QinShi was unsure of the old man's intentions, he and his 2 companions closely followed behind. By the way, carry your burlap bags. All gifts must be delivered to the sword tower. The old man turned back and waved his hand before continuing forward. Gifts? QinShi looked around. Aside from him and his 2 roommates, everyone else was picking up a burlap bag from the corridor. It seemed that there was something living inside those bags, and the old man said this was a gift. What should we do, old Qin? It seems we didn't bring a gift. Peibu Liao leaned closer, pulling out a few square boxes from his storage space. Fortunately, I always keep some handy. These boxes contain limited edition watches produced by my family. Although they aren't expensive, they're worth about 1,000,000 9 provinces coins. I'll give each of you one. We can use them as gifts later. Deeply shocked by his roommate's wealth, QinShi and Li Shan exchanged glances and unceremoniously accepted the watches. As for gifts, QinShi's system space wasn't empty either. At worst, he could offer a few explosive talismans, the kind that ignites. A group of people marched toward a tall tower. The tower was shaped like a long sword but was hollow inside, consisting of only 1 layer. Once QinShi and the others entered, they immediately felt the heat hitting them. This is where I forge swords, the old man said. The sword that will be given to the Ghost King is being tempered in the Abyss Furnace. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take a look. This is the finest masterpiece of my life. The old man urged the crowd following him. He was eager to show off his work. But QinShi was deeply shocked by another word. He said, Ghost King. QinShi looked at Li Shan, and Peibu Liao, the latter also showing a face of astonishment. In the world of anime, there are countless Ghost Kings. For example, the top expert of the Xianming sect in the world of painting Jianghu, the unsavory people, or one of the elders under the Snow Emperor in the world of Super Beast Armed. However, in this 9 provinces country, the title of Ghost King refers to the same person, the leader of one of the largest dark organizations in the 9 provinces, the 100 Ghost Group. His heritage is Musen Kibutsuji from the world of Demon Slayer. In the world of Demon Slayer, Musen Kibutsuji is the original demon who has survived for over 1,000 years. He is inherently cruel and cold-blooded, claiming to be a being close to perfection. Not only is he extraordinarily powerful, but he also has the ability to create subordinate demons by bestowing blood. This old man forged a sword, which was actually meant for the leader of the 100 Demons Corps. QinShi frowned. He didn't expect that a new mission would involve the 100 Demons Corps. As one of the most powerful dark organizations in the 9 provinces, the 100 Demons Corps has caused over 100 tragedies in the human realm. Not only does the 9 Provinces Demon Hunting Association regard them as the greatest threat, But the Demon Hunting Academy has also sent many teachers to participate in battles against the 100 Demons Corps. Many Academy demon hunters have sacrificed their lives in the crusade against the Corps. Don't act impulsively. If this is related to the 100 Demons Corps, then completing this mission and escaping unscathed won't be easy. The three exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's thoughts. Just as QinShi closely followed the team, intending to see what kind of sword the old man was forging, someone in the crowd suddenly complained. "Hey, old man, we came here to trade with you, not to watch you forge some damn swords." The speaker was a fat man with an impatient tone. He was none other than Tu Bao, the wanted criminal who had killed children in Ningzhou, as introduced by Pei Liao. Saying this, he dropped the sack on his back and opened the mouth of the bag. Inside lay a trembling child. "Same here. Take my gift and give us the blood right away. I still have to go enjoy the beautiful girls in Changzhou." A sickly, emaciated man also dropped his burlap sack. Inside his bag was a beautiful girl. As the bag loosened, tears rolled down the girl's cheeks, her bound hands constantly pleading. However, her mouth was stuffed with cloth, and her pleas only came out as muffled sounds. Seeing this absurd scene, QinShi was completely shocked. He looked at the other people with their sacks. Through the bulging contours of the sacks, he became increasingly certain of his guess. The so-called gifts were actually people. Chapter 151. Long knife stitching needle. Old man, I brought gifts according to the invitation letter. You can't go back on your word. The tall, fat Tu Bao spoke first. As for the swords you forged, they're all junk in my eyes. I'm not interested. I wouldn't want that kind of sword, even if it were given to me, for free. Just give me the blood of the Demon King, he said fiercely. The content of the invitation letter? QinShi felt a chill in his heart. He realized that he and the other two roommates had made a serious mistake. The mission they accepted on the task board was to participate in the sword forging ceremony at the sword forging manor. In the task scroll, they saw a replica of the invitation letter. It only listed the time and location. According to the information provided on the task scroll, the invitation letter had inexplicably circulated within the 9 provinces, but the number was not large. Since the location of the sword forging manor is already legendary, and it is situated within the Sword Tomb's secret realm, these peculiarities caught the attention of the local Demon Hunting Association, which reported the information to the Demon Hunting Academy, requesting special personnel to investigate. But as it stands, the content of the invitation letter we see is not sufficient. QinShi frowned. He did not see any mention of the so-called gifts on the mission scroll. Furthermore, he had heard even crazier content from the mouths of these two wanted criminals. QinShi looked at the people present. These individuals came here, perhaps not for the sword forging ceremony at all, but for the so-called Demon King's bestowed blood. They wanted to become demons. It seems these invitation letters were set up with special means, only visible to certain people who are eager to transform into demons. Just as he was pondering, another wanted criminal who unwrapped his burlap sack spoke up. "I'm not interested in any sword forging. I'm just a melee legacy. I've always acted on those beautiful girls." The wanted criminal from Yinzhou, the flower thief Abu, said unhappily, "For your gifts, I specifically went to find a wealthy heiress. I haven't even enjoyed her yet before sending her to you. What's wrong planning to back out now?" Abu, confident in his strength, had never intended to obediently follow the arrangements of the sword forging manor. Saying this, he threw his invitation letter on the ground. Although that letter was far from him, QinShi used his Sharingan to enhance his vision. Despite the distance, he could still see the contents of the invitation letter clearly. Indeed, aside from the time and location of the ceremony, there were some small words. These words looked as if written in blood, twisted and turned. At the ceremony, the Demon King bestows blood, transforming into a transcendent holy demon. Anyone who seeks the Demon King's blood must bring a living sacrifice. Most of the attendees were notorious criminals from all over, certainly not good-natured individuals. With Tu Bao and Abu leading, the remaining villains began to stir. This is the Sword Forging Conference. He had already realized that the atmosphere was off and was ready to activate his transformation ability into a leopard person at any moment. However, the old man, the master of the sword forging manor, seemed to have not heard his words. He stomped his foot on the ground like an enraged bull, glaring fiercely at Tu Bao and Abu. "You dare look down on my sword. In this sword forging manor, anyone who does not obey my orders will die." He slammed his hammer onto the ground with a loud bang, like a bell tolling, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. "Old man, are you giving yourself face? How dare you command me?" The fat Tu Bao roared, his shirt torn open, revealing tattoos all over his chubby body. White fur with black spots began to grow wildly on him, and his feet transformed to resemble those of a leopard. His legacy was the leopard guy from the world of Full-Time Hunter. In the anime, the guy is a hybrid of human and leopard, possessing extremely fast running speed. But just as he was about to attack the old man, a sudden sharp pain struck. The wanted criminal too, Bao, looked at his body in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, fine threads had appeared on his chest, hands, and ankles. The threads glimmered silver. They were tough steel wires. What? When? Hiss, it hurts. Looking at the steel wires piercing through his body, Tu Bao couldn't help but scream loudly, the pain causing him to tremble all over. A sinister laugh came from the black-clad figure who had been standing farthest to the left of the old man. He held a needle-like weapon that was longer than a human arm. He removed his black clothing, revealing fluffy yellow spiky hair, wearing gray gloves, and a yellow mask on his face, with fluffy bandages wrapped around his neck. Fatty, do you know why you are still the lowest level wanted criminal? Unable to even use your inherited ability? It's because you're too fat, The man sneered as he tugged at the threads. Tu Bao was entangled by the threads like a meatball, the steel wires squeezing his flesh and cutting him with deep wounds. Nice to meet you for the first time. My name is Li Xian. The fluffy-haired man caressed the fine sword in his hand as if it were his lover. It doesn't matter if you can't remember me. But you must remember this knife. The fluffy-haired man brought his needle sword in front of Tu Bao and stabbed it into his thigh, completely indifferent to the other screams. This knife is called Long Knife Stitching Needle, and it is my most beloved treasure. At the end of the crowd, QinShi stared intently at the needle sword in the fluffy-haired man's hand. I see, this fluffy-haired inheritance belongs to Kurosaki Shiranui, the wielder of the long knife, sewing needle. From his 7 ninja swordsmen in Naruto. The 7 ninja swordsmen is a well-known assassination organization in Naruto. Each of them not only possesses great strength, but also wields a ninja sword that suits their ninjutsu. The 7 specially crafted ninja swords each have unique abilities. The fluffy-haired figure before us, wielding the long knife, sewing needle, is one of these 7 swords. This blade can pierce through anything and stitch it back together, with steel wire tied to the hilt for long-range attacks. The speedster, known as the Beast Hunter, was instantly subdued by the black-clad man behind the sword concealer elder. Such overwhelming strength sent shivers down the spines of the lurking villains. The sword concealer elder angrily approached the Beast Hunter, who was tied up like a rice dumpling. This long knife, sewing needle, that will kill you is also one of my creations. He swung the hammer in his hand, striking the Beast Hunter's abdomen, causing him to spit blood repeatedly. Now, do you still say my swords are junk? The more the sword concealer elder spoke, the angrier he became, suddenly swinging the hammer and smashing the rice dumpling-like Beast Hunter into the sword-forging furnace. Since you hate my swords, then become the nourishment for my precious sword. Then, the elder glared fiercely at everyone. Now, is there anyone who doesn't want to watch the sword? Step forward. Chapter 152. Deathmatch. The entire sword-forging tower suddenly fell silent. Behind the sword concealer elder stood 4 black-clad men. Just one of them had cruelly killed the Beast Hunter, who had the strength of a 1-star demon hunter. For a moment, no matter what thoughts were running through the minds of the crowd, they all fell silent. Even the previously noisy flower thief, Abu, awkwardly smiled. Since the sword concealer elder kindly invited us to watch you forge swords, how could we refuse? Saying this, they returned to the crowd and lined up properly. One by one, they walked along the stone path to the other side. The sword were just below the stone path. Saying this, the sword concealer elder walked in front. Everyone followed one after another across the stone path, with empty spaces on both sides. Looking down, one could see the sword furnace below, flowing with a hot liquid resembling lava. It was truly a magnificent sword-forging furnace. When QinShi stepped onto the stone bridge, he could see clearly that the actual sword-forging area was in a deep pit about 10 meters below the stone bridge. In the deep pit, there flowed a scorching liquid like lava. Sparks jumped in the furnace. The sword concealer elder had actually dug such a large pit underground to create his sword training ground. Amidst the jumping lava, QinShi vaguely saw a sword bound by heavy chains on a block of iron. This was a long sword with a slender blade and a white gem embedded in the hilt. Just one glance made QinShi feel a chill. Although he was walking in a scorching sword furnace, he felt a chill rise up his back. This sword was incredibly sinister. It was like a sword from hell. Following the crowd across the sword furnace stone path, they arrived at a square arena. The arena was surrounded by wide, deep pits. Only a narrow, continuously rotating staircase leading upwards was available to access the arena. QinShi looked into the deep pit, which contained only one thing: swords. Countless swords stood in the pit. their tips pointing upwards. If one were to accidentally fall in, it would result in being pierced by 1,000 swords. In the center of the arena, there was a small silver bottle. The blood of the Demon King you seek is in that silver bottle. If you want it, go get it. The elder chuckled. Upon hearing that the Demon King's blood was there, the crowd surged forward. Lao Qin, what do you think? Should we go? Peibu Liao leaned next to QinShi. I feel something is off. QinShi glanced at the sword concealer elder, who was staring intently at everyone. Let's go, but leave a backup plan. Understood. Peibu Liao held a card. It was a substitution card that could change positions. Li Shani nodded as well, although the sword pit was wide. My Thunder Flash can easily jump over. Since that's the case, QinShi pretended to casually touch the wall. An inconspicuous seal mark appeared on it. This was a mark for the Flying Thunder God technique. Let's go take a look. Let's see what this old man is up to. A few of them followed the crowd to the arena. As soon as everyone stepped onto the arena, the rotating stone staircase retracted like a retractable mechanism, leaving everyone on the arena. I forgot to tell you. Haha. The sword concealer elder suddenly chuckled darkly. There's only enough Demon King blood in the silver bottle for 5 people. If you want to become a member of the 100 Demon Group, you must first kill the people around you to obtain the Demon King blood. The crowd immediately erupted in angry shouts. But the villain who spoke was abruptly silenced as blood erupted from his head. Behind him stood a beautifully dressed woman. She was a wanted criminal from Yongzhou, having killed many for precious treasures. She came here to prove her worth. We villains either suffer from severe illness and must transform into demons to extend our lives, or we're being hunted by the 9 Provinces Demon Hunter Association and can only seek refuge in the 100 Demon Group. The woman licked her fingers. The Demon King does not favor the weak. You scum, don't you agree? The crowd exchanged glances. A massacre erupted instantly. In the chaos, QinShi kicked away a villain who tried to get close to the 3 of them. Retreating to a corner of the arena, the 3 huddled together. QinShi said to his 2 companions, "It's outrageous that they're making these people kill each other." Peibu Liao immediately pulled out a card, which depicted 3 light swords. This was a magic card from Yu-Gi-Oh! Light Seal Sword, which had the ability to immobilize enemies around the light swords. Peibu Liao placed the 3 light swords in front of them to the left and to the right. After separating the 3 light swords, their immobilization ability was greatly weakened. Even a 1-star demon hunter would only be bound for about a second. But that was enough. As the 2 approaching villains were just immobilized, swords pierced their chests. QinShi and his companions did not strike. It was the other villains among them who attacked. With only 5 slots available to join the 100 Demon Group, those villains would not miss any chance to eliminate the people around them. The effect of Light Seal Sword had a time limit, and soon, the 3 light swords began to fade. The 2 villains watched the light swords disappear and immediately rushed toward QinShi and his companions. Those who dare to hide in the corner and not attack surely lack strength. This was their thought. However, as they got a few steps closer, a 6-pointed star-shaped magic array suddenly rose beneath their feet. Within the magic array, they charged left and right but couldn't escape. What's the rush? Did I say I only had 1 card? Peibu Liao made a face at the 2 immobilized villains. My inheritance is from Muti Yugi, do you know? The king of heavy pits. The card he had just used was a trap card that only activated when an enemy approached. Hex of the 6-pointed star. Whoosh. 2 crossbow arrows shot out, killing the villains trapped in the magic array by other villains on the battlefield. Before long, only 7 people remained on the battlefield. Apart from the 3 of them, there were 4 others who had also formed a small group. In the chaos of this massacre, huddling together was the most rational choice. The 4 remaining each had around 2-star demon hunter strength. A man in the 4-person group, resembling a dwarf, was the first to speak. A 2-star demon hunter is someone capable of independently hunting a 2-star demon beast. And the 4 of us intend to keep all the blood of the Demon King. Even if there's 1 portion left, we do not plan to give it away. So the 3 of you must die. After the slaughter, the 4 individuals standing in the center of the arena were covered in blood. Yet, they did not despise these stains. Instead, they revealed an excited demeanor, resembling a group of vampires. Chapter 153. The Demons of the 100 Demons Group. Everyone in the 100 Demons Group is a demon. But what is a demon? The demons in the 100 Demons Group are different from the ghosts and monsters that one perceives after death on Earth during the Qin era. They're a peculiar type of creature, akin to vampires in Western mythology. The leader of the 100 Demons Group, Muzan Kabutsuji, the progenitor of demons, bestows his blood upon humans to consume. Humans who undergo transformation through the blood of the Demon King without dying become demons. The process of demonization is extremely painful and has a high mortality rate. This is also the reason why the 100 Demons group does not need the weak. Once demonization is successful, they become humanoid creatures that crave human flesh and blood. This species, known as demons, is considered a half-demon beast, possessing immense strength and powerful self-healing abilities. As long as their heads are not severed, demons can heal over time. Thus, many humans suffering from terminal illnesses, with no cure available, willingly turn to the 100 Demons group to become demons. For example, among the crowd, there is the second young master of the Yu family from Huangzhou, a youth from a prominent family who once ranked on the Kyushu Wind and Cloud list. Of course, greater strength and self-healing capabilities are just one characteristic of demons. What attracts humans most about demons is their lifespan. The demons blessed with blood from the Demon King have varying statuses. Apart from the Demon King, other demons can be classified based on their strength: ordinary demons, blood demons, lower-tier demons, and upper-tier demons. The stronger the demon, the more blood bestowed by the Demon King, and the longer their lifespan. Even a most ordinary demon has a lifespan far exceeding that of humans. Many elderly members of prominent families, nearing death, are willing to gamble to prolong their lives. For instance, the hunchbacked old man in the crowd, the second elder of the Mo family from Ningzhou. These characteristics of demons have led to repeated crackdowns by the Demon Hunting Association, yet they have failed to stop the momentum of the 100 Demons group, which continues to grow. After all, the fear of death in humans is ever present, making the 100 Demons group eternally attractive to them. However, becoming a demon does not come without cost. After transformation, a person's character gradually deteriorates, becoming more cruel and bloodthirsty. Furthermore, ordinary food cannot satisfy them. Only human flesh and blood can relieve their perpetual hunger. Once transformed into a demon, the sun becomes their natural enemy. No matter how powerful a demon is, they cannot survive for long under the sun. Compared to humans, demons are an entirely different species. Moreover, all demons are controlled by the Demon King. If he wishes, he can cause all demons to perish. The lives of those who become demons are thereafter controlled by the Demon King. The existence and rampage of demons pose a significant challenge to the social order of Kyushu. They create countless tragedies to satisfy their hunger for human flesh. Therefore, the 100 Demons group has been classified as one of the most dangerous dark organizations by the Kyushu Demon Hunting Association. Returning to Tsangjian Mountain Villa, QinShi realized that the old man from Tsangjian and the 4 black-clad figures behind him were not humans, but members of the 100 Demons group, demons. The presence of so many villains at the sword-casting ceremony was not for the sake of weapons, but to become demons. In the arena, the deadly battle had come to a halt. QinShi looked at the 4 humans still standing at the other end of the battlefield. The foremost was an elderly hunchbacked man, the second elder of the Mo family from Ningzhou, Mo Shui, whose inheritance was S-class from the world of Naruto, Mito Gateyen. In the Naruto anime, Mito Gateyen was one of the high-level advisors of Konoha Village, having served as a member of the elite guard team for the second Hokage and was once a teammate of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to Peibu Liao, this second elder had the strength of a 4-star demon hunter in his youth, but his power had significantly diminished due to old age. He was a man of power and wealth, who yearned for the pleasures of the mortal world. To achieve immortality, he was willing to do anything. QinShi couldn't help but think of Principal Bai. Despite being an old man, he only grew stronger with age, truly a representative against humanity. QinShi then turned his gaze to the second person, a young man who was constantly coughing. He was UK, the second young master of the Yu family from Huangzhou, also an elite figure who had made it onto the Kyushu Wind and Cloud list. His inheritance was S-class from the world of Bleach as the vice captain of Squad 1, Shiro Katsubaki. In the Bleach anime, top-tier fighters possess a power called Bankai, which allows them to unleash their swords to gain immense strength. Shiro Katsubaki gained the recognition of the strongest captain, Yamamoto, through his Bankai ability, becoming the vice captain of Squad 1. However, UK, who inherited Shiro Katsubaki's legacy, was on the verge of death due to a strange poison he accidentally inhaled during an expedition in the demon realm, having been unable to find an antidote for a long time. These 2 individuals, one seeking to extend his life and the other trying to combat a strange poison, had both abandoned their humanity to join the demons. Even so-called righteous figures find it hard to maintain their core in the face of death. QinShi's gaze shifted to the 2 people in the back row. One was the flower thief Abur, a 2-star demon hunter, whose inheritance was from the world of One Piece, Absalom. In the One Piece anime, Absalom was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a subordinate of Gecko Moria. who could turn his body transparent after consuming the clear fruit. The other was the woman who was the first to kill in the arena, her inheritance unknown. Even Pei Bu Liao did not know her identity. Her attire was somewhat unusual. The woman had long reddish-brown hair, styled into vertical braids, and wore fluffy bandages around her neck. QinShi thought her outfit looked somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a character from the Naruto anime. The four individuals before him were eyeing him hungrily and were about to make their move. QinShi suddenly extended his hand, stepping out of the protective boundary of the hexagram formation. Wait a minute, four of you, there's no grudge between us. Our battle is all for the blood of the Demon King, right? I too have a sudden illness, and I had no choice but to come here. Saying this, he pretended to breathe heavily. However, before we engage in battle, let us at least confirm whether there is indeed Demon King blood in the silver bottle at the center of the arena, shall we? On what basis do you trust that the old man from Tsangjian is telling the truth? QinShi narrowed his eyes. Perhaps that silver bottle is empty, merely to incite us to kill each other? As soon as his words were spoken, the four people opposite him were stunned. If the silver bottle contained no Demon King blood, what was the point of everyone risking their lives to fight? Seeing that his words had swayed the opponent, QinShi prepared to add fuel to the fire. He raised both hands, signaling that he had no weapons in hand. You four are still the ones who have survived among so many people. We only have 3 here and certainly cannot defeat you. How about this? You four go and check the silver bottle in the center of the arena to see if there is any fresh blood inside. Once you confirm it, we can fight again. Chapter 154. Ninja Blade, Thunder Fong. After QinShi finished speaking, the 4 individuals across from him exchanged glances and rushed towards the silver bottle in the center of the arena. The youth was right. Who can guarantee that what the old man from Tsangjian said is absolutely true? Moreover, the more critical point is, what if that silver bottle contains only enough blood for one person? The young and vigorous flower thief rushed to the center of the arena first. Just as he was about to reach for the silver bottle, suddenly, a few shurikens flew over, forcing him to retract his hand. Master Mo, what are you doing? He turned around, his eyes filled with anger. You junior, with so much blood on your hands, how can you be the first to take it? Master Mo, trembling and holding a shuriken, ran over. You're a notorious wanted criminal. Who can guarantee you won't drink the blood of the Ghost King first? This should be confirmed by me, the elder. He also reached out to grab the silver bottle. As the leader of a prominent family, he had tasted power and wealth and was deeply greedy for it. But as death approached, he grew increasingly fearful of dying. To prolong his life, he had done many heinous things. As long as he could live, he would be willing to become a malicious ghost. Now the opportunity was right in front of him, and he couldn't allow any accidents. Old man, are you seeking death? Abu's face darkened, his eyes already filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand, seemingly just pointing it at the back of Master Mo's second uncle. But in fact, he had a small firearm hidden with the ability of the transparent fruit. This was a technique designed by Abu, imitating his mentor Absalom. In the One Piece anime, Absalom had the ability known as the Hand of the Dead, which seemed to be an air cannon unleashed barehanded, but was actually an attack that rendered his rocket launcher invisible. Not far away, a woman with chestnut-colored long hair and a vertical braid approached, looking at the two with a sinister smile. Her hands were hidden in her wide sleeves, concealing some hidden weapons. The group that had just planned to unite against a common enemy was now at the stage of mutual suspicion and disintegration. Just as the 3 were on the verge of fighting, the second young master of the Yu family finally coughed and said, Everyone, don't fall into that kid's trap. That kid over there wants us to fight for the silver bottle and then take advantage of our internal conflict to kill us. The second young master of the Yu family glanced at QinShi, who was innocently waving from another corner of the arena, secretly surprised. This young man, with just a few words, almost incited a conflict among the 4 of us. He's truly not simple. He placed his zanpakuto behind his back and took the lead in expressing goodwill. Although that kid had malicious intentions, it must be said that whether there was blood of the Ghost King inside the silver bottle indeed needed to be confirmed. But the method, the woman with chestnut hair, who had been silent, spoke up at that moment. I have a method. She pointed at the silver bottle and smiled. This silver bottle has 4 handles. Each of us can hold one. Then, let the second young master of the Yu family, who just suggested a ceasefire, open the lid. Let's see whether there's blood of the Ghost King inside. Shall we? The 4 looked at each other, and no one spoke. This represented tacit agreement to the woman's proposal. If no one objected, then let's do it. The woman's lips curled upward as she first reached out, grasping one of the handles of the silver bottle. Meanwhile, in another corner of the arena, QinShi squinted at the woman's actions. Looks like there's a good show to watch. He tilted his head and said to his two friends. Peibu Liao, still pulling at his hair, was trying to figure out how to deal with the four people in front of him. Hearing QinShi's words, he froze for a moment and turned to look. In the center of the arena, the four of them held onto the handles of the silver bottle with their left hands. The second young master of the Yu family reached out and slowly opened the lid, thinking that the opportunity to become a powerful, long-lived ghost was right in front of them. Their hearts raced, and they couldn't help but feel excited. Everyone held their breath and leaned in closer. The bottle was empty. Empty. Empty? Seeing that the silver bottle contained nothing, Master Mo's second uncle shouted. Hee hee. The others suddenly heard the woman's laughter. Lightning release. Lightning Fong. A blinding flash of electricity erupted from the chestnut-haired woman. The silver bottle was made of pure silver, which is one of the best conductive materials. The others holding the silver bottle immediately convulsed, their heart meridians damaged by the electric shock. Hee hee ha ha. The chestnut-haired woman let go of the handle of the silver bottle. She had somehow produced two uniquely shaped blades in her hands. Besides the straight blade, these knives had a protruding, scythe-like edge. More importantly, the entire blade glimmered with silver, made entirely of silver. The woman laughed heartily as she looked at the few people stunned on the ground and licked the blades in her hands. This is my beloved knife, Lightning Fong. Teammates, we've only just met, and I haven't had a chance to introduce myself. I am Lin Yu, the third seat of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Watching the shocked expressions of the three on the ground, the woman felt increasingly proud. By the way, let me tell you, I am a ghost. Saying this, she grinned and plunged the Lightning Fong knife into the chest of the flower thief. The flower thief realized something was wrong the moment he was electrocuted and began to activate his invisibility ability to escape. However, the convulsions from the electric shock made him tremble uncontrollably, and the invisibility effect flickered in and out, rendering him unable to completely vanish. The chestnut-haired woman took out her second knife and pressed it directly against the flower thief's neck. If it weren't for the shock, your rat-like invisibility ability would have been hard to catch. She pressed the knife down slowly. And let me tell you another thing. I love torturing scum like you who bully women. As soon as she finished speaking, she exerted force with the blade, and Abu instantly lost his breath. However, while she was killing the flower thief, the elder master Mo and the second young master of the Yu family, who had been electrocuted, used secret techniques to distance themselves from the woman. Especially the second young master of the Yu family, whose inheritance, the Sparrow Warrior, also used lightning power to fight. Under the brief numbness and pain, he quickly adapted and regained some strength. You dare? The second young master of the Yu family raised his zanpakuto in front of him, directly activating it to transform into a western sword filled with electric light. Ill and weakened, combined with the earlier attack from the woman's lightning release ninjutsu, his condition was terrible and he couldn't unleash his full power. This is, huff huff, your trap? The wrinkled elder trembled as he crawled up from the ground, constantly pouring expensive pills into his mouth. But as death approached, due to his age, all his elixirs were greatly diminished in effect. You all want to join the 100 Ghost group? The woman grinned, swinging her lightning fong knife. If you defeat us, the 7 ninja swordsmen, wanting to join the 100 Ghost group isn't impossible. Chapter 155, The 7 Demon Swordsmen. Hee hee, sister did well. The steps reappeared. For figures in black clothing walked up the steps behind the sword concealer. They all took off their black clothes, revealing their true appearances. Each of them held a strange blade in their hands. The 7 of them were originally a powerful assassin organization in the 9 provinces, inheritors of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Naruto world. However, in pursuit of even greater power, they voluntarily joined the 100 Ghosts group. In the Naruto anime, the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen largely came from the unique ninja blades they wielded. Thus, after joining the 100 Ghosts group, they immediately asked the sword concealer to customize a sword for them based on the 7 ninja swords from the Naruto world. Upon obtaining their ninja swords, they referred to themselves as the 7 demon swordsmen. 1, 2, 5. Just right for 5 people. We each get one. Ha ha. Luckily the captain and vice captain didn't come, or we really wouldn't have enough to go around. Look, among the trio above, there's a fat guy, but he's not as fat as me, so I choose him. A man with a large build, stout figure, and a wide white mask covering his face laughed heartily. He carried a heavy blade on his shoulder. One end of the blade was sharp, while the other end was a hammer. It was the blunt blade, known as the D-Guy, one of the 7 ninja swords, reputed to be able to break through all defenses. The ranks of the sword demons were ordered by strength, and he was ranked 7th, also known as the 7 demons. The captain and vice captain were one upper moon demon and one lower moon demon. How could they possibly deal with these minions? An old 7. Your inheritance is from a hidden mist village in the world of Naruto, the flute-blowing giant bee. He's a silent ninja. If you really want to use the role-playing method to enhance your inheritance, then just shut up. A short man with a tall stature, wearing an unmarked forehead protector on his forehead and bandages wrapped around his lower face and neck, slowly walked up the steps. He was ranked 4th among the sword demons, known as the 4 demons, following the woman who wielded the Thunderblade. The 4 demon had a massive sword on his back, with a round hole in the blade and a notch on the edge. This was the decapitation blade, one of the 7 ninja swords, capable of absorbing the iron in the blood of enemies to self-repair. This means that as long as it keeps cutting people, the decapitation blade can regenerate. 4th brother, don't you want to say who you want to choose? Unfortunately, such good prey is still demon hunting. Killing them means we can't eat them. We have to give them to that old man to refine swords. What a waste. A slender man with long black hair, styled in vertical braids and a long beard, and thick lips walked last. He was the 6th demon among the sword demons. I most want to choose that 2nd young master of the U family. He's an elite demon hunter from the 9 provinces, yet he wants to join our 100 demons group. Such a person is the most flavorful to kill. He looked at the 2nd young master of the U family on the arena, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining like a hunter watching prey. The knife in a man's hand was the most bizarre, resembling a large barrel with sharp blades embedded on one side. This knife was named Explosive Blade. Splash. The barrel-shaped blade was actually a thick scroll capable of summoning explosive talismans using summoning techniques to create large-scale explosions that were impossible to escape. It's great to go on a mission. I can kill at will. In the air above the sword tower, a steel wire floated down, with a man with fluffy yellow hair hanging from it. I just killed that blabbering villain. I'm still not satisfied. 3rd sister has had a great time killing on the arena. I saw it from below. He was one of the 7 ninja swords. The owner of the long blade, Needle, ranked 5th among the 7, known as the 5th demon. On the arena, the woman holding the Thunder Fong, the 3rd demon, laughed heartily. Well then, the rest of you can choose freely. However, the woman looked at QinShi, licking her lips. This boy must be left for me. I haven't felt this excited in a long time. I must personally kill such a man. Watching the gaze from the other side, QinShi patted his roommate's shoulder and said to them, run. After all, there were still 2 strangers whose allegiances were unknown. One-on-one was the best outcome for now. At the same time that QinShi patted his roommate's shoulder, he also left the Flying Thunder God technique on their shoulders. Then let's go with what we just agreed upon. After winning, we will meet in the front yard. Pei Bouillon gritted his teeth. And the swap, magic card he held burst into light. The swap, magic card could switch the positions of 2 marked creatures. The magic activated. Not long after entering the hidden sword manor, Pei Bouillon had already marked himself. The swap effect activated, and Pei Bouillon's figure disappeared. In its place appeared a hunting dog bound with iron chains. Among the villains participating, not all of them realized the danger of this mission. Some careless villains even brought their hunting dogs, tying them up in the corridor outside the hidden sword manor. When Pei Bouillon saw the hunting dog, his eyes lit up, and he immediately marked it for the swap while resting against a chicken leg. Li Shani, without hesitation, struck his head with the hilt of the sun wheel sword, becoming dizzy and entering a semi-awakened state. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. Lightning flickered around Li Shani as he leapt off the arena in the opposite direction of Pei Bouillon. Beneath him were countless sharp swords. Once he fell, the only outcome would be being pierced by 10,000 swords. However, just as Li Shani's body was plummeting, a sand hand suddenly appeared beneath his feet. On the arena, QinShi formed hand seals and performed the ninja technique, sand hand. Using the sand hand for leverage, Li Shani successfully jumped to the opposite corner of the arena. Following that, his figure moved like lightning, quickly disappearing at the exit of the sword tower, running deep into the hidden sword manor. 2 mice have run away. The 7th demon, wielding the hammer blade, shouted loudly, as long as he is still in the hidden sword manor, I will sense him. The swords scattered throughout the manor that I forged are my eyes and ears. Below the arena, the old man of the hidden sword shouted, 7th demon, that chubby prey is now in the front yard of the manor, trying to force open the gate to escape. With that, the old man snorted coldly, coming to my manor and wanting to leave easily. As for the other blonde kid, the old man of the hidden sword closed his eyes and sensed, feeling a bit surprised. This kid runs really fast. In just a moment, he has already reached the Iron Mountain. The 5th demon, holding the long blade needle, let out a sinister laugh. Hee, since they are both speed types, I will go meet him. Saying that, he threw the long sword in his hand, which resembled a needle. The long sword embedded itself into the wall. The fifth demon then utilized the wire of the long blade needle, soaring through the air like Spider-Man, leaping over the abyss beneath the arena, chasing after the exit of the sword tower. Chapter 156. The third demon scheme. Only 3 people remained on the arena. Duke, the second young master of the Yu family, with a pale face and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, gasped for air while chewing on a pill. Mo Shui, the elderly master of the Mo family, was also there. And QinShi stood with his hands in his pockets, seemingly watching a show. The strongest woman among the sword demons, the third-ranked sword demon Lin Yu, looked at QinShi with a smile. Little boy, tell me how you figure out my scheme. The woman, who was originally a demon, pretended to be a villain seeking the blood of the demon king, mingling among the villains and even participating in the death match. QinShi shrugged. Because you were the first to attack and kill in the death match. Those villains obviously didn't know about the deathmatch segment. They all thought that by offering live people as sacrifices, they could obtain the blood of the Demon King. Suddenly thrown into a deathmatch environment, their first reaction would definitely be to resist. They are all wanted criminals from various states, proud and arrogant. How could they obediently accept the arrangements of the old man of the hidden sword? Only you, QinShi pointed at the woman, could not wait to make a move, as if afraid this scene wouldn't become chaotic. There are nearly 30 villains in total. Even if your 5 sword demons are strong, it would still be troublesome to deal with them. That's why you fabricated the lie that the quantity of Demon King blood is too small, and only those who survive the death match can obtain it. After hearing QinShi's words, the woman laughed heartily. Your mind is quite clear, young man. These villains are either on the verge of death, suffering from serious illnesses, or have nowhere to run due to being wanted by the association. Joining the 100 Demons group is their last straw. As long as they join the 100 Demons group, they can gain stronger power, longer life, and almost unresolvable self-healing abilities. The deadlock can be turned around. Under this gambler's mentality, they lost their rationality and fell for my not-so-clever plan. But you're different. The woman looked at QinShi with admiration in her eyes. She licked the blade of her knife, which still bore the blood from when she pierced the chest of the flower-stealing thief. However, you made a mistake. It's not that I think there are too many villains to handle, but rather that I just want to enjoy the thrill of the kill. Third sister, you've had enough killing. We haven't had our fun yet. The sixth ghost, holding the explosive blade, Fei Mo, rubbed his hands in anticipation. Why don't you take a break first, and I can go up and play with fourth brother. The woman ignored her brother's words. She turned to QinShi, a wicked smile on her lips. Young man, I really admire you. It would be a shame to just kill you like this. How about this? If you're willing to follow me, I will talk to Lord Ghost King and let you join us. Our 100 Ghost group has high recruitment standards. So don't miss this opportunity. Saying this, the woman threw a flirtatious glance at QinShi. QinShi in the corner of the arena was momentarily speechless. There's such a good thing, but it's quite difficult. He pretended to be conflicted. I'm not a man who is willing to live off a woman. The third ghost, Lin Yu, chuckled. No rush, I'll give you time to think. She turned to the two behind her. Fourth brother, sixth brother. You can go up and kill, but don't touch that young man. She smiled, appearing very kind. That young man is my prey. If you even touch a hair on him, I will be very angry. The fourth ghost and the sixth ghost shivered at the woman's expression. It was a physical reaction of fear. Do not worry. Third sister, we won't touch a person. Just as the two ghosts were about to go up to the arena to kill, the hidden sword elder waved his hand. You all play here. I'm going to see the sword I forged. Saying this, he waved his hand, and a hemp sack floated into the air above the arena. The sack gradually expanded, as if it were a monster swallowing all the corpses on the ground. The hidden sword elder beckoned, stroking the sack. These corpses are treasures for forging swords. With these blood corpses, the earth sword will be ready soon. Saying this, he ran towards the abyssal furnace with a crazed expression. It's actually a blood sacrifice. QinShi's face turned cold as he watched the hidden sword elder leave. He finally figured out the elder's intentions. There has been a saying since ancient times about forging swords with blood. This elder sent invitations to lure those evil people who need Ghost King's blood to the hidden sword manor. The purpose was to use them as sacrifices for forging his own swords. Swords forged this way are definitely evil swords. Just as QinShi was pondering, the fourth ghost holding the decapitating knife and the sixth ghost holding the explosive blade, Fei Mo, had already rushed up. They glared at QinShi fiercely. Kid, third sister won't let us touch you, so you'd better be sensible and not meddle in other people's business. After saying this, The two looked at the young master of the U family and the old master of the MO family on the arena with fervent expressions. I'll go first. The fourth ghost, with black short hair and the lower half of his face wrapped in bandages, gripped the decapitating knife in his right hand and quickly formed hand seals with his left. Ninja art mist concealment technique. A thick fog suddenly enveloped the arena, reducing visibility to less than a meter for ordinary eyes. Seeing the dense fog surrounding him, QinShi immediately understood the fourth ghost's inheritance. His inheritance is the A-rank inheritance from the world of Naruto, Zabuza Momochi. In the Naruto anime, Zabuza Momochi is a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist and the second user of the decapitating knife. He is a top-tier assassin with superhuman hearing, best at killing silently in the fog. QinShi focused his eyes. 3 Tomo appeared in his eyes. Under the effect of the Sharingan, his vision improved, allowing him to barely see the enemy's movements in the fog. The ghost using the explosive blade, Fei Mo, must have the inheritance of Shinosuke. Shinosuke, one of the first 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, was the first user of the explosive blade Fei Mo. Although he was killed twice in the anime, his strength is not weak. He just encountered 2 strong opponents. After all, the one who killed him was one of the big bosses of the Naruto world, Kagaya Otsutsuki, whom I would call the strongest in physical arts, my guy. It's still comfortable in this fog, although he was also enveloped in the dense fog. The 6th ghost in care. As a ninja inheritor from the Mist Village, he also had his own way of fighting in the fog. However, unlike the 4th ghost's reliance on sound, he relied on smell to judge his enemy's position. He was born with a strong sense of smell. On the other side of the arena, the young master of the Yu family dared not hold back any longer, tightly gripping his western sword in its initial release. Behind him, the old master of the Mo family also cautiously held his kunai, waiting for the opponent's attack. After the thick fog spread, they immediately realized the problem of low visibility. The two adopted a cooperative stance, back to back, to prevent sneak attacks from their opponents. Now, the 2 knife ghosts sneered. The slaughter game begins. Chapter 157. UK's full release silent and motionless in the thick fog. It wasn't that no one was moving. On the contrary, the 4th ghost, holding the decapitating knife, was swiftly traversing the fog. However, he made not a sound, like a ghost. On the other side, the 6th ghost, wielding the explosive blade, Fei Mo, made thudding sounds as he walked, not hiding his movements at all. In the mist concealment technique. Being back-to-back is indeed a good method to prevent sneak attacks. The 6th ghost's voice penetrated the fog and reached the ears of everyone in the arena. But you are unfortunate. Your opponent is me. Explosive blade technique, blasting death. The 6th ghost did not rush to the young master of the U family and the old master of the Mo family, but stopped 3 meters away from the two. However, his knife swung through the air. The large scroll-like knife circled around the two, and talismans flew off his knife. In the fog, the talismans were only visible when they were 1 meter in front of the two. This is an explosive talisman. The flames ignited the explosive talismans, and an explosion was imminent. The old master of the Mo family widened his eyes in shock. He had no time to think. His combat instincts made him quickly form hand seals and then slam his hands down hard. Earth release, earth flow wall, with an exclamation from the elder behind him. The young master of the U family quickly understood what the talismans were. His inheritance was the vice captain of the Soul Society's first squad, and Kido was also his strong skill. He quickly chanted, Binding Art number 39, circular fan. The ground rumbled as a mud wall rose, blocking the explosion. However, in the rush, the old master of the Mo family had no time to shape it. The wall formed by the earth flow wall was just a square wall. The circular fan was also a circular surface, blocking only in front of the young master of the U family. But the explosive talismans summoned by the explosive blade, Fei Mo, flew around the two. Some of the explosions were blocked by the earth flow wall and circular fan, but more explosions still affected the two. Wow! The old master of the Mo family spat out a mouthful of old blood. The young master of the U family was also blown away, crashing heavily to the ground. Already injured, their wounds worsened. Next is my performance. The 4 ghosts holding the beheading sword had somehow appeared behind the two. He used the water clone technique in the thick fog, intending to deal with both of them simultaneously. He arrived silently, like a specter, behind the two. The technique he used was the signature skill of the 4 ghosts inherited from Omochi Sandeo, misconcealment, silent killing technique. This technique concentrates chakra throughout the body, eliminating the sound of one's movements while enhancing speed. relying on the combination of the mist concealment technique and the silent killing technique. The four ghosts had assassinated numerous wealthy individuals in the land of the 9 provinces. The beheading sword was thrown out, striking down towards his prey. Suddenly, a scroll appeared behind the Mo family's elder, and dozens of shurikens flew out, shattering the water clone behind him. Meanwhile, the second young master of the Yu family, in a panic, endured the pain and used the Shinigami inheritance's instantaneous movement technique. He jumped from the ground, and the western sword, shimmering with lightning, pierced the chest of the four ghosts behind him. Splash! The sound of water erupted. Both four ghosts turned out to be just water clones. Ha ha ha! The laughter of the four ghosts echoed from the thick fog. No wonder these two prey managed to survive until the end of a desperate battle. Their struggles bring me great pleasure. However, the other enemy in the fog, the 6 ghosts, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Fourth brother, you actually attacked both prey at the same time. Do you want to hog them all to yourself? The 4 ghosts chuckled. Although these 2 prey are exhausted, they still have some foundation left. You take care of the young one, and I'll handle the old one. Don't be too careless. Be cautious of capsizing in the gutter. Hee hee, fourth brother. Don't worry. Even a sickly person, despite having some strength, won't be able to exert much. The 6 ghosts laughed and lunged at his prey. As he soared through the air, he swung the explosive blade splash. Countless explosive tags were summoned, forming flying birds in the air that rushed towards the second young master of the Yu family. In an instant, explosions erupted, leaving the second young master of the Yu family battered and bruised. Damn it, it seems this is my dead end. There was not a single intact piece of skin on his body, blood pouring out from various injuries, and he was on the brink of death. Supporting himself with a beheading sword, he let out a low growl. I never expected. UK would die here today. I had exceptional talent from a young age, making it onto the elite list of the 9 provinces at a young age, becoming a 2-star demon hunter envied by all. Even the director of the Beast Academy, Bai, said I had decent talent and a strong moral character, destined to become a top demon hunter in the 9 provinces. But he clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. Ever since I entered the demon domain and encountered that poisonous snake woman, I could never return to my former heights. My body deteriorated day by day, and my family no longer valued me. They looked at me as if I were a dead man. I refused to accept this. Therefore, I tried every means to heal myself. Even if it meant becoming a demon, I would reclaim my glory. He looked at the elusive figure of the 6 ghosts in the thick fog, determination and fierceness gleaming in his eyes. My glory shall not be tarnished by anyone. With an unknown surge of strength, he straightened his body, holding the sword with both hands, the blade of the western sword pointing down. Since being infected with the deadly poison, he had not attempted to use his Bankai. His frail body could not support such a powerful technique. But now, on the brink of death, he was prepared to risk everything to showcase the fighting spirit he had when he was healthy. Bon. Countless lightning bolts appeared around him. Even the sword tower obscured by smoke showed traces of lightning. Huang Yen, Lingli Palace. An oval-shaped electric light appeared above the sword tower, the dazzling gold resembling a king's crown. The 6 ghosts, wandering back and forth in the fog, suddenly froze. He stood dumbfounded, unable to move, for he clearly felt that the golden circular lightning in the air was locking onto him. The powerful golden lightning was about to descend from the sky, landing on his head. In an instant, the fear of death engulfed his entire being. Heavenly thunder, false. The second young master of the Yu family was swinging his beheading sword when suddenly his eyes turned white, blood spraying from every wound on his body. He staggered forward a few steps, and the beheading sword fell weakly from his hand. His eyes were fixed on the 6 ghosts that had been locked onto him not far away, and then he collapsed to the ground. Even though he exhausted his life, the fragile flower of life still did not allow him to unleash such a powerful skill. Chapter 158. You think you can kill me with this strength? With the fall of the second young master of the Yu family, the golden lightning ring in the sky also vanished. The terrifying lightning that had locked onto him finally disappeared, and the 6 ghosts gasped for breath, suddenly bursting into laughter. Thankfully he was just a sickly one. Almost got me. He walked over, looking at the lifeless second young master of the Yu family with disdain. You came here seeking the blood of the Ghost King, and even in death you have to pretend to be righteous, truly shameless. The 6 ghosts lifted their foot and stomped down towards the second young master's head. But just as his foot was about to land, he suddenly felt his body unable to move. Terrified, he looked at his body. These threads, when did they appear? Countless fine threads were entwined, puppet-like, pulling at various parts of his body, as if he were frozen in mid-air. This was the unique skill of the string fruit, parasite thread. Just by walking on the stage, he had already been set with hidden threads by QinShi. QinShi walked over silently, closing the eyes of the second young master of the Yu family. I originally didn't want to intervene, but this last move showed me your perseverance as a human. Rest in peace. I'll take care of the rest. QinShi gently lifted the second young master of the Yu family's body and placed it in a corner of the arena. You little brat. Was it you who did this? The six ghosts were both shocked and angry. Let me go. I can still leave you with a whole corpse. If it weren't for third sister telling us not to touch you, you would have died long ago. QinShi coldly looked at him and slowly walked up to him. A powerful gravitational force emerged around him. The unique skill of the gravity fruit, gravity travel, tenfold gravity. Kneel. QinShi looked at the six ghosts with a cold expression. Thud. Under tenfold gravity. The six ghosts' legs snapped with a crack, and he fell rigidly to his knees. But it didn't end there. His upper body could not withstand the tenfold gravity either, and he collapsed onto the ground as if he were being sucked to the ground by a giant suction cup. Sister, save me. Once again feeling the fear of death, the six ghosts cried out to the third ghost on the stairs. However, the third ghost merely smiled without extending a hand to help. QinShi reached out and lifted the six ghosts' head. You really enjoy using explosive tags, don't you? Let me fulfill your wish. He formed hand seals with one hand, and explosive tags began to emerge from the ground, adhering to the six ghosts' body. This was the explosive tag technique mastered by QinShi. Fire release, explosive flame array. Boom. QinShi let out a light hum. The explosive tags stuck to the six ghosts immediately detonated in a series of explosions, leaving not a single intact piece of flesh on him. QinShi was too close to the six ghosts and was also affected by some of the explosion's aftermath. However, as the smoke from the explosion cleared, he was wearing a bronze armor. This was the sacred garment of the Phoenix constellation. The powerful protection allowed him to remain unscathed in the aftermath of the explosion. In QinShi's hand, he still held onto the six ghosts' head. Even though his body had exploded beyond recognition, the head of the six ghosts still glared with rage. You little brat, I will definitely not let you go. The head of the six ghosts let out a chilling roar. That's right, you are a ghost. Only by cutting off your head will you die completely. The voice of QinShi was as cold as ice. He picked up the large knife next to him, which was a special ninja blade used by the six ghosts before. Explosive knife. Missed. The other side of the blade was sharp. No, you can't do this. I am one of the seven sword ghosts, a member of the 100 Ghosts group. If you dare to kill me, Lord Ghost King will not spare you. The head of the six ghosts swung back and forth in QinShi's hand, struggling madly. QinShi effortlessly swung the large knife, and the blade flashed. The howling of the six ghosts came to an abrupt end. With the heads severed, even a ghost could not escape death. Sixth brother, for ghosts, who was fighting against the Mo family patriarch with a beheading knife, roared as he was forced back by the Mo family patriarch. He never expected that the nearly 3-star powerful six ghosts would be killed by a boy not yet 20 years old. The Mo family patriarch, holding a scroll in his hand, was summoning various ninja tools to barely resist the attack of 4 ghosts. The sudden halt from the opponent made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, the Mo family patriarch knew that his strength was not even as good as UK, and if he continued to fight, he would soon be completely killed by the beheading knife. He glanced at QinShi, standing nearby, and suddenly had an idea. That boy killed your sixth brother from your organization. He is young, but his strength does not seem ordinary. I can help you deal with him. Just ask that you do not kill me. As long as I can live, I am willing to offer you endless wealth. However, before the Mo family patriarch could finish his words, the beheading knife in 4 ghosts' hand suddenly swung down, directly killing the Mo family patriarch. Alas, my beloved sixth brother is dead, killed by someone stronger than him. This is only natural. Who told sixth brother to be so weak? Thinking he could rely on a ninja knife to be formidable without learning much ninjutsu? Too weak. The weak will die. Isn't that obvious? For Ghost twisted his neck, muttering to himself. His voice grew louder, revealing a hint of excitement. To kill sixth brother, a prey even stronger than him. His blood surged, and motivation flooded in. He laughed heartily, looking at QinShi with fervor. Boy, your expression is wonderful. If I get to see you scared to the point of crying later, the beheading knife will surely enjoy it even more. His figure vanished from the spot, disappearing into the heavy fog. Everything became quiet. Even a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. After killing the Mo family patriarch, Ghost used the mist concealment secret technique, silent killing technique again. He quietly approached QinShi from behind, aiming for his neck, grinning as he slowly raised the beheading knife. But QinShi suddenly turned around, looking coldly at him. Seen through? The sudden turn of QinShi left four ghosts, hidden in the fog, momentarily stunned. Then, a wave of pain struck. He looked down at his chest. A hand had pierced through his chest, glowing with dazzling lightning, making sounds like thousands of birds chirping. In pain, Ghost immediately retreated. His chest had a large hole, and the electric light spread at the wound. Even with his ghostly super healing ability, the wound hit by the 1,000 birds was disrupted by the lightning, making it impossible for him to heal. The electric light in QinShi's right hand did not fade. The lightning release ninjutsu, 1,000 birds, continued to roar in his palm. He looked at four ghosts with a hint of disdain. With your strength, you want to kill me? You think you're worthy? Chapter 159. The strange death QinShi stood in place, but his right hand stretched forward. The 1,000 birds, which had originally gathered in his palm, suddenly extended, transforming into a long sword of lightning. This was the advanced version of 1,000 birds, the 1,000 birds flow ninja technique. Having suffered once, Ghost's expression changed drastically as his entire body bent backward, narrowly dodging the long sword of 1,000 birds. But it wasn't over. QinShi stepped forward, raising his fist. Ghost was horrified, still bent over, his body unbalanced. He exerted all his effort to dodge, but still felt a painful blow to his head. Damn it! In a hurry, Ghost formed hand seals, and the mist surrounding him thickened even more. QinShi raised his foot to kick, but kicked into empty air. He looked up and saw that in an instant, the opponent had already distanced himself 10 meters away. Huff, this kid is a tough nut. Ghost panted heavily, the thick mist surrounding him gradually dissipating. This was one of his ninja techniques, the body flicker technique. Mist body flicker. By summoning thick mist to envelop himself, he enhanced his speed of movement within the fog. Thanks to the mist body flicker, he narrowly avoided QinShi's attack. Mist concealment. Silent killing technique. He silenced himself, hiding within the increasingly thick fog. Finally, he created some distance. Kid, your lightning release ninjutsu has a strong close-range attack capability and can also extend the attack range. But if I hide in the fog, what can you do to me? Ghost moved quickly in the mist. In that case, I must unleash all my strength. Apart from the mist, a burst of red blood mist erupted from him. The total amount of spiritual power surged significantly in a short time. The reason I joined the 100 Ghost group is to seek this kind of powerful strength. Ghost laughed sinisterly as he felt the change in his spiritual power. Unlike ordinary ghosts, I am already a noble blood ghost. A blood ghost is a type of ghost that is one level above ordinary ghosts, distinguished by whether they possess a unique ability called blood ghost technique. The blood ghost technique is a powerful ability that can only be performed when one's Ghost King blood content reaches a certain level. To endure more Ghost King blood requires stronger strength. Therefore, every blood ghost is a formidable monster hunter before ghostification. After ghostification, their strength can undergo a stronger evolution with the mastery of blood ghost techniques. My blood ghost technique is called blood mist. This blood mist is highly toxic, and I can use water release ninjutsu to dissolve this toxic blood mist within. Ghost clasped his hands together, gathering the blood mist above his palms. Since I can't get close to you then, Ghost placed the beheading knife behind him and quickly formed hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. His cheeks puffed up, and a violent stream of water sprayed from his mouth. The water gathered in the air, transforming into a massive water sphere. All the blood mist was wrapped within the water sphere, dyeing the originally transparent water sphere with a strange red hue. This was not an ordinary water sphere. It had become a toxic sphere. As long as the water vapor from this water sphere touched the skin would immediately rot and burn, as if it had come into contact with sulfuric acid. Boy, killing you this way will make your death quite miserable. Ghost controlled the water sphere and forcefully pushed it out. Go! The water sphere whistled as it smashed towards QinShi. Bang! The water sphere hit its target, splashing open with a loud sound. The toxic water fell onto the stone slabs of the arena, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. Hit! The mist was released by 4 Ghost Chakra. Aside from relying on extremely strong hearing, he could also use the mist for some perception. Arrogant little brat. You are far from being able to contend with your 4th Ghost Lord. He grinned maliciously as he walked towards QinShi with a beheading knife in hand. Not far away, QinShi, struck by a giant water ball, lay on the ground with his limbs stiff. His skin was corroded in various places. The tremendous impact of the water ball had knocked him out cold. You're gonna die, kid. He raised the beheading knife, gathering strength for a horizontal slash. Clang! Just as QinShi was still dazed, he suddenly gripped the blade and blocked the attack of the beheading knife. His face was full of anger and suspicion, as if he had witnessed something incredible. Fourth brother, why? QinShi spoke, but the voice that came out was that of a woman. The fourth ghost showed a look of confusion, rubbing her eyes, only to find that the figure standing before her was not a young boy, but the third ghost. Lin Yu, holding a thunder tooth, blocking her beheading knife. What are you doing? Lin Yu was soaked, her originally fair face now resembling a ghostess, filled with corrosive wounds. Tell me, why did you attack me with the great waterfall technique? The third ghost, Lin Yu, almost shouted this question. Every inch of her skin was corroding, and the burning sensation caused her immense pain. Although she barely avoided life-threatening injuries thanks to the ghost's self-healing ability, the relentless agony of her skin continuously corroding was unbearable. More importantly, her cherished beauty had vanished under the effect of the toxic water ball. How do you want to die? Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, making the fourth ghost tremble. Third sister, I thought you were that boy. Suddenly, the fourth ghost turned to look. QinShi was still standing in place, one hand outstretched, fingers pointing forward. Secret technique. Phoenix illusionary fist. QinShi looked at the fourth ghost not far away, speaking lightly. You could die now. His voice was soft, but to the fourth ghost, it sounded like thunder. In his eyes, QinShi's figure grew taller, and countless electric sparks erupted from his palm, enveloping him entirely. The fourth ghost felt the pain of being electrocuted throughout her body. She raised the beheading knife in her hand, only to find that what had once been a mere metal blade had transformed into a monster with a gaping maw, drooling and lunging at her face. Get away! Get away! The fourth ghost screamed, trying to throw away the beheading knife in her hand, but found it impossible to discard. Not only that, her hand began to move uncontrollably, as if it had a mind of its own, slowly bringing the beheading knife closer to her head. The monster-like beheading knife's mouth grew larger and larger. Amidst the fourth ghost's terrified screams, the beheading knife transformed into a giant creature and swallowed her head whole. With a thud, the fourth ghost fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Lin Yu, standing beside the fourth ghost, was taken aback. Even the pain of her corroding skin was momentarily forgotten. In her eyes, the fourth ghost had clearly raised the beheading knife herself, screaming in extreme fear as she cut off her own head. What a bizarre way to die. Chapter 160. The blood ghost technique of the third ghost. The expression in the eyes of the third ghost, Lin Yu, changed dramatically as she looked at QinShi. No longer was there the initial ease. Instead, there was a deep wariness and murderous intent. After killing the fourth ghost and the sixth ghost, the boy before her had already rejected her invitation with his actions. Now, under the boy's methods, her fourth brother had even sprayed the toxic water ball toward her. Being attacked by her own side was unexpected, so much so that she failed to dodge the toxic water ball in time. With the toxic water ball penetrating her body, she needed to use her ghostly abilities for continuous healing. Is an illusion? The woman's mood soured, her face darkening. What a powerful illusion. My fourth brother is nearly as strong as a 3-star monster, yet he was still manipulated by your illusion into bringing his own death. And he even smashed the toxic water ball onto me. Boy, you have some skill. With the death of the fourth ghost, the thick fog gradually dissipated, revealing QinShi's figure. The technique that had instilled fear of death in the fourth ghost was the Phoenix illusionary fist, a martial art he had only recently mastered. This technique is a mental attack technique mastered by the bronze Saint Pegasus Seiya from the Saint Seiya universe. It can directly damage the opponent's mental will, trapping them in illusions and fear. However, the fourth ghost was originally a powerful being with the strength of a 3-star monster. Relying solely on a technique that he had just grasped and was still in its initial stages was insufficient to unleash its full power. Therefore, QinShi added an extra knife strike. In the thick fog, with the Sharingan, he was not worried about a sneak attack from the fourth ghost. After all, the fourth ghost's fog concealment technique only masked her sound. Her body did not disappear. Relying on the Sharingan, he could quickly detect her the moment she approached him. It was precisely because of the fourth ghost's close proximity that QinShi seized the opportunity to use illusion technique, Sharingan. As his Sharingan upgraded to 3 Tomo, the power of illusion technique, Sharingan also increased to LV3, granting it strong hypnotic abilities. Coupled with the Phoenix illusionary fist performed while wearing the Phoenix cloth. Even the fourth ghost, with the strength of a 3-star monster, could not resist such powerful illusion techniques. Do you think you have already won, boy? At some point, the toxic corrosion on Lin Yu had stopped. The skin on her face was gradually recovering, returning to its fair complexion. The fourth ghost kept clashing the two thunder teeth knives in her hands, electric light flickering around her. Do you know why the fourth ghost and the sixth ghost fear me so much? Because my strength far exceeds theirs. The woman laughed lightly. My power is already close to that of a 4-star monster, placing me among the lower-ranked reserve personnel. Back in the Assassination organization, I was not outstanding among the 7. And because I was a woman, I was ridiculed by the others. But after joining the 100 Ghost group, I gained the Blood Ghost technique, and my strength was further enhanced. Now, aside from the captain and vice captain, no one dares to disrespect me, because my Blood Ghost technique is far more powerful than theirs. The woman walked forward with her dual knives. Her body had completely healed, showing no trace of being corroded by the toxic water ball. As she spoke, she forcefully plunged her knives into the ground. Thunder Burial, Feast of Thunder. Branch-like lightning was released from the two thunder teeth knives, darting towards the direction where QinShi stood like electric snakes across the arena floor. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. QinShi snorted lightly, forming seals with one hand. A wall made of earth and stone rose from the arena floor, enclosing him like a barrel. The electric light danced around the earthen wall, but could not harm QinShi inside. He would not normally use this earth release ninjutsu. However, not long ago, the elder Mo had used this ninjutsu in a battle against the sixth ghost, which he had copied while his Sharingan was active. The earth flow wall isn't enough. The third ghost, Lin Yu, sneered, crossing her two knives to gather strength for a second, then unleashing them. Two powerful bolts of lightning shot from the knives, weaving through the air like living creatures, controlled by Lin Yu to fall from above QinShi. This was a unique ninjutsu, lightning release, Thunder Tooth, that could only be performed with the Thunder Teeth knives. This time, however, QinShi did not take it head-on. Instead, he used the body flicker technique to quickly leave his standing position. Just as he moved away, the lightning struck the ground, creating a small pit. But as soon as he landed, he still felt a numbness throughout his body. Clearly, he had dodged, yet he still felt as if he had been struck by lightning. QinShi couldn't help but furrow his brows. But he had no time to think. He leaped into the air, landing on a hand made of sand. He used the ninjutsu sand hand to create a foothold for himself in the air. Haha, do you think you can escape like this? The three ghosts laughed heartily, their hands continuously crossing the thunder fangs, then swinging them violently. Bolts of lightning were unleashed from her hands. However, each bolt seemed to miss entirely, striking far away from QinShi. QinShi frowned, but in the next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and fiercely blocked toward the void. His palm instantly turned black, with streams of black energy wrapping around his arm. This was a sign of the enhancement of armament hockey. Crack! Countless sparks of electricity erupted from his hand, as if lightning was exploding in his palm. Even with the enhancement of armament hockey, he still felt a slight pain in his arm, clearly hitting the distant lightning. It felt as if it had struck his palm directly. Palmeling technique. A faint light appeared on QinShi's arm. The pain from the electric shock quickly faded away. So that's how it is. QinShi fell from the air. He looked at the woman's sinister face. Your blood demon technique is conductivity, right? He pointed to the ground. The power of lightning release ninjutsu is immense, and it has the control effect of paralyzing the opponent. However, because of this, controlling the direction of lightning release ninjutsu is extremely difficult. To make the opponent be struck by a lightning release ninjutsu is not a simple task. QinShi thought of his lightning slash, concentrating the lightning release power in his palm, relying on the enhancement of body techniques. He aimed to strike the enemy with his palm. Similarly, if the palm failed to hit the enemy, then the lightning release ninjutsu would have no effect on them. Among the S-rank lightning release ninjutsu, there is the lightning release Kirin. Not only does it require a long preparation time, but the user must also use themselves as a conduit to accurately summon the lightning release Kirin onto the enemy. This is still for the powerful lightning release ninjutsu. Most lightning release ninjutsu must consider the issue of conductors. In water, there are conductors, so even if lightning release does not hit the enemy, it can still cause damage. This point has been seen repeatedly in the Pokemon anime. However, in the air and on the ground, the presence of conductors is not common. Yet the woman before him could temporarily endow those non-conductive materials with strong conductive properties. Chapter 161. The weakness of lightning release. This entire arena is my domain. The three ghosts. Lin Yu swung the Thunder Fang's dual blades in her hands. Lightning Burial, Feast of Lightning. Electric light erupted from the Thunder Fang's dual blades, spreading out like branches in all directions. This was originally a large area attack technique, with branch-like lightning wandering chaotically around. But Lin Yu smiled sinisterly. Blood demon technique, conductivity. Just as the chaotic lightning spread, it suddenly seemed to have a consciousness and all attacked toward QinShi's direction. Moreover, even though the two were more than 20 meters apart, the power of the electric light did not diminish at all and showed no signs of reducing in intensity. She changed the air's conductivity between us. QinShi frowned slightly. Air is generally a good insulator. Unless the power of lightning release ninjutsu is strong enough to temporarily penetrate the insulation of air, it would not be effective. But even if lightning pierced through the air, due to the insulating properties of air, the power of the electricity would quickly weaken. Therefore, in the world of Naruto, lightning release ninjutsu is either used to enhance speed and power when loaded onto the body or to increase sharpness when loaded onto weapons, or released as a medium-range attack method. Of course, there are exceptions. Air Juzi created the S-rank ninjutsu, lightning release Kirin. The power of lightning release Kirin, like true heavenly thunder, completely penetrated the air's insulation, unleashing its power on the enemy. However, the complicated prerequisites for Kirin require Sasuke's positioning to hit the enemy accurately. This reflects another weakness of lightning release, which is the difficulty of control. To control the direction of lightning release ninjutsu, one must either shape it. For example, the angled use of lightning release, false darkness, transforms lightning release ninjutsu into a large spear. For instance, Kakashi's lightning beast form, which transforms lightning into a wolf form to chase down enemies, has superb mobility. Other examples include lightning release, lightning fish, which transforms lightning into a fish form. Besides property changes, there's also the method of strengthening lightning release ninjutsu itself, using body techniques to unleash its power. However, the two issues of short-range attack distance and difficult control direction always limit the performance of lightning release ninjutsu. But under the influence of the conductive blood demon technique of the three ghosts, all of these problems were perfectly resolved. Now, the air between QinShi and the three ghosts was like metal. For electricity, it would automatically follow the best conductive path. This is also why the stump-like electric light released by the Feast of Lightning ninjutsu seemed to autonomously target QinShi. And constrained by the distance issue of conductivity, it was further resolved by the conductive blood demon technique. Under strong conductivity, distance is meaningless for lightning release ninjutsu. The release speed of lightning release ninjutsu is extremely fast, and the stronger the conductivity, the less energy is consumed in the middle of the lightning release ninjutsu. As a result, every lightning release ninjutsu from the three ghosts seemed to be released right next to the enemy. QinShi, wearing the Phoenix bronze cloth, once again used armament haki to harden and receive the lightning. However, the conductivity of the air had been altered, and it was not just targeting me. QinShi grasped the lightning release ninjutsu of the three ghosts with one hand, while the other hand erupted with dazzling lightning. Lightning release, Chidori, clearly only gathering lightning attribute spiritual power in his palm. At this moment, it also surged towards the three ghosts through the highly conductive air. Crack! The lightning of Chidori accurately struck the three ghosts holding the Thunder Fang's dual blades. Who being hit by Chidori, the three ghosts not only felt no pain, but instead had a look of enjoyment. Haha, do you think lightning release ninjutsu is effective against me? She laughed heartily. My blood demon technique, besides conductivity, also has another one, lightning body. Any lightning attribute technique cannot harm me. Moreover, lightning can heal my injuries, enhance my physical strength, and restore my spiritual power. Your lightning release tastes great. The three ghosts licked their lips, twisting their arms, with more electric light emanating from their bodies. Even among all the members of the 100 Ghosts, I'm the only one who has successfully obtained 2 blood demon techniques. This is also why I could leap from being the lowest existence among the 7 blades of ghosts to becoming the 3rd seat of the lower moon. Looking at the triumphant enemy in the distance, QinShi contemplated his battle strategy. The Thunder Fang's dual blades have the ability to store lightning power and release it using lightning release ninjutsu. The blood demon technique of conductivity can change the conductivity of objects, even air, allowing lightning release ninjutsu to have an almost face-to-face release effect. The blood demon technique lightning body allows one to recover vitality, physical strength, and spiritual power when struck by lightning attribute attacks. These 3 complement each other and have a high degree of synergy. No wonder she could recover so quickly after being attacked by the poison water ball of the 4 ghosts. Even if demons have strong self-healing abilities, they wouldn't heal that fast. It turns out it was the effect of lightning body. QinShi recalled the woman's constant actions of locking the Thunder Fang's dual blades together at the beginning of the battle. It turns out she was storing the lightning power from the Thunder Fang's dual blades into her body to accelerate her recovery. The three ghosts looked at QinShi, standing in the distance. What's wrong? No more tricks. But unfortunately, I gave you a chance. You could have not only submitted to me, but also had the opportunity to join the 100 ghosts. But now, the woman's expression began to turn fierce. Every man who rejects me only has death as their fate. The lightning on her body rapidly expanded, and the electric light almost engulfed her entirely. Don't worry. I won't underestimate you like the 4 ghosts and 6 ghosts. For you, I will use all my power to kill you completely. The sphere of lightning on the woman grew larger as she released all the lightning power stored in the Thunder Fang dual blades. Lightning release. Thunder burial. With a loud explosion, lightning erupted from the woman, as if she stood at the center of heavenly thunder. In the Naruto anime, lightning release. Thunder burial is the self-destruct technique of the first-generation wielder of the Thunder Fang, which summons lightning far beyond what her body can withstand to consume herself. The woman looked in the direction of QinShi, her fingers slightly drooping. There was confusion in her eyes. The boy across from her not only showed no signs of discouragement, but instead closed his eyes slightly, sinking his entire body down, holding an ancient sword. The blade of this sword was as dark as coal, yet it gave the 3 ghosts a strong sense of dread. The 8 gates of Dunjia, open gate, rest gate, life gate, open. In an instant, a powerful spiritual energy burst forth from QinShi. His posture and technique signified that he had no defense and was directly going all out. The 3 ghosts unconsciously stepped back, retreating all the way to the other side of the arena. Her strength relied on long-range attacks with blood demon techniques, ensuring that she wouldn't risk being close to her opponent. Kid, I don't believe you can turn the tide in this situation. At this distance, my lightning release ninjutsu will reach you in an instant, and you cannot get close to me before it strikes you. Chapter 162, Slaying the 3 Ghosts. The next strike will be your death. She altered the air's conductivity between her and QinShi, making it feel as if they were holding a metal rod hand in hand. Lightning release, lightning dragon. A powerful electric light transformed into a dragon and charged toward QinShi. Just as the woman had thought, QinShi's sword could not be swung out before the electric dragon reached him, because he was gathering power for a big sword technique. One sword style, death. Lion Song, one of Zoro's ultimate techniques from the One Piece anime. Hee, are you too scared to move? Then go die. The 3 ghosts cackled as she urged the lightning dragon to attack. Boom. The lightning struck the ground, sending dirt and stones flying. But the 3 ghosts' expression changed. Her blood demon technique's conductivity relied on both herself and her opponent as a pivot, setting the middle path to high conductivity. Just as the lightning dragon was about to hit her opponent, she felt the failure of the conductivity mechanism. As the smoke cleared, there was no sign of QinShi on the ground. The 3 ghosts suddenly looked to the other side of the arena. Unbeknownst to her, QinShi had already stood on the west side of the arena, still with his head bowed, maintaining a sword-drawing posture. Next to him, a kunai was embedded in the platform. On the handle of the kunai, there was a peculiar technique inscription. This was the Flying Thunder God technique seal. When did? The 3 ghosts was startled at first, but immediately abandoned her thoughts. No matter how he escaped to the other side of the arena, as long as the lightning continued to strike him, it would be fine. Just a moment later, the air between the 3 ghosts and QinShi was once again altered to high conductivity. Lightning Dragon, go again. Another bolt of lightning shot out from the Thunder Fang dual blades, flying toward QinShi at high speed. Boom! Damn it, it missed again. The sensing disappeared once more, and the 3 ghosts widened her eyes, staring ahead, as QinShi's figure indeed vanished again. She looked around, realizing that at some point, QinShi had appeared at the far east of the arena. The entire arena was 200 meters wide from west to east, and she hadn't seen QinShi move at all. Bastard! What the hell is going on? The 3 ghosts roared, unleashing another lightning dragon. But each time it was about to hit, QinShi's figure would disappear. How is he doing this? After several missed attacks, the sphere of lightning on the 3 ghosts visibly shrank. The spiritual energy she had consumed during the recent attacks was over half, yet it had no effect. The bizarre phenomenon made her calm down involuntarily and start observing the battlefield. Those strange kunai? Looking around the battlefield, she finally noticed the kunai scattered across the arena, inscribed with strange symbols. That boy seemed to appear next to a kunai every time he changed positions. I see. He can utilize these kunai to switch positions. This is space-time ninjutsu? The three ghosts Lin Yu's expression turned serious. In the 100 Ghosts Corps, there were also users of the Dor fruit with powerful space-time transfer abilities. She never expected this boy's methods to be so strong. However, even if you can move between these kunai, you cannot avoid a large-scale attack. In that case, I must use all my blood demon techniques. Her eyes turned blood red, and the veins on her skin bulged, as if about to burst. Blood demon technique. Full area conductivity. She no longer used QinShi as a pivot, but regarded every corner of the arena as a pivot point, spreading her blood demon technique throughout the entire arena. Centered around her, the entire area of the arena was transformed into high conductivity. This strike would be a true, indiscriminate attack. Let us see where you can run this time. The three ghosts Lin Yu gritted her teeth, plunging both blades of lightning into the ground. Lightning release. Thundergate. Using herself as a pivot, countless currents roared forward, surrounding the entire arena. Under the strong conductivity, the entire arena seemed to be directly hit by lightning release ninjutsu, with debris flying everywhere, leaving not a single intact stone. After a full 10 seconds, the electric light on the three ghosts finally faded. Huff huff, she gasped for breath. That last strike had exhausted all her spiritual energy and that of the Thunder Fong dual blades. But the effect was also astonishingly powerful. Now boy, you can't die any more than this. The three ghosts chuckled malevolently, revealing a vicious expression. What a tenacious prey. However, as the dust settled, despite the rubble everywhere, there was still no sign of QinShi on the arena. No, it's impossible. The three ghosts could no longer maintain her composure. The entire arena is within my attack range. Where else can he escape to? Just as she looked around, and still couldn't find QinShi, a male voice came from afar. Hey, are you looking for me? The voice came from below the arena. The three ghosts Lin Yu looked down at the arena steps in disbelief. At the exit of the corridor where many had briefly stopped, QinShi stood there with a neutral expression, and at his feet there was still a kunai inscribed with the technique. You actually left that kunai before stepping onto the arena? The three ghosts shouted in disbelief in the high arena, thinking about victory without considering defeat. Did you think I would dare to step onto the arena without any preparation? QinShi pointed at the kunai beneath him. These kunai, which allow me to switch positions, have been quietly placed everywhere since I entered the Songjin Villa. As he spoke, his figure disappeared again, appearing next to the kunai closest to the three ghosts on the arena. Have your techniques finished? Then it's my turn now. The long-prepared zanpakuto was finally drawn. A strong blade light flashed, and QinShi's figure vanished from the original spot. Under the dual acceleration effects of the open 3 gates and the 8 gates of Duanjia and the one sword style, Death, Lion Song, he instantly arrived in front of his opponent. Then, he swung his sword and slashed. The three ghosts still maintained their angry expressions when suddenly they felt a shift in their vision, as their gaze that was originally directed forward quickly turned toward the sky. With their heads severed, even powerful demons could only meet their death. The enemy was eliminated, and QinShi sheathed his sword. It was finally over. He looked up at the top of the sword tower. Even within the building, he could see outside through the opening of the sword tower. It was a thick, gray mist that could block out the sun. No wonder these demons chose to dwell in this manner to stir up trouble. This was a place where thick fog gathered, preventing sunlight from penetrating. Otherwise, they just needed to break down the walls of the sword tower to let in the sunlight, and these demons would all die instantly. As he muttered to himself, he picked up the shinobi knife from the ground. Such good stuff. The exploding blade, splash, the severing blade, decapitation, and the lightning blade, fong. He tossed all 3 shinobi knives into his system space. After the battle, it was time for rewards. Chapter 163. System Rewards Ding. Host has slain members of the 100 Ghost Group. 6th Ghost Li Shun, 4th Ghost Tao Zhan, 3rd Ghost Lin Yu. Starting reward calculation. The long-awaited system voice echoed. Finally here, system. I thought you forgot about rewards. QinShi silently complained. In order to maintain the continuity of combat, the safety of the host during the battle is fully considered. The system will only begin reward calculations once the battle is over. Damn, with these 3 little ghosts, how could I possibly be in danger? After briefly summarizing the battle, QinShi looked at his system rewards. Detected host has defeated A-class inheritor. Li Shun, the opponent, is truly dead. You have gained 1,000 inheritance points and 10 skill points. Starting to unfold the kill, Naruto. No Li Shun 8 inheritance, reward options. You can choose one reward from the following options. Exploding blade technique, explosion. Other ninjutsu, spiritual power gift. The host can also choose to forego the option reward in favor of the kill reward, receiving 3,000 inheritance points, 10 skill points, and 20 kill points. The exploding blade and some basic ninjutsu. I have no interest. QinShi glanced at the reward options. He didn't feel much for the exploding blade. Splash. The so-called exploding blade was essentially summoning pre-prepared explosive tags using a spirit summoning scroll. This blade was said to be able to kill even an immortal body. This is obvious if there are enough explosive tags. Even a Hokage-level powerhouse could be killed. Shoutons Konan claimed she had a say in this. The use of the exploding blade, Splash, wasn't without danger. The explosion of the explosive tags wouldn't consider the user or the enemy. If the explosion was strong enough, its power could affect the user as well. Thus, the use of exploding blade, Splash, required control over the direction of the explosion. Without a sufficiently high level of proficiency, it couldn't be executed smoothly. Having just observed the battle of the six ghosts, he noticed that he didn't deliberately avoid his own explosions. Moreover, when the explosive tags were sent out to pursue the enemy, he didn't mind stepping into the explosion range of the explosive tags. I guess his blood demon technique probably involves absorbing explosions or something similar. QinShi nodded slightly. The blood demon technique could only be awakened by a demon that had been granted sufficient blood by the Demon King and had reached a certain level of power. Currently, it seemed that the awakening of the blood demon technique would match the demon's existing strength, enhancing its effects. QinShi recalled the abilities of the two recently defeated ghosts. The sixth ghost's blood demon technique could disregard explosions, but this was merely his speculation. The fourth ghost's blood demon technique was to release toxic blood mist. This was a blood demon technique that matched his own abilities very well. QinShi commented. The fourth ghost's inheritance was from Zabuza Momochi, and his signature skill included the ninja art, mist concealment technique. If it were combined with toxic blood mist, it would be a walking killing machine. Yet he didn't use the toxic mist at the start. Even later, he injected the poison into a water sphere. Should I say he was too foolish or too carefree? Or perhaps he chose not to use the blood demon technique at the beginning to experience the joy of killing more. As expected, underestimating the enemy and treating the battle as a game. Who would die if not him? QinShi shook his head with a smile. The blood demon technique of the third ghost took the characteristic of combining with inheritance abilities to the extreme. Whether it was the ability to change conductivity or the body that could absorb lightning attribute attacks, both greatly enhanced her original inheritance. QinShi thought of the anime Demon Slayer he had watched. The demons in it were far from being as powerful as those in this world. After all, those demons mainly relied on the blood demon technique. In this world, the blood demon technique was just an added bonus. Each demon had their own inheritance ability in addition to the blood demon technique. When the two were combined, they could achieve a capability greater than the sum of their parts. It seems that joining the 100 Ghost group really enhances strength a lot. QinShi muttered to himself. The pursuit of power can lead many people astray. Since I don't plan to use the exploding blade, Splash, there's no need for the exploding blade technique. QinShi decisively chose the kill reward from the reward options, receiving 3,000 inheritance points, 10 skill points, and 20 kill points. Adding the kill reward, he received 4,000 inheritance points, 20 skill points, and 20 kill points. Ding! The system's notification sound rang. It was a wonderful sound, just like the sound of money arriving in a bank account before he crossed over. Next, he continued to look at his reward options. Detected host has defeated A-class inheritor, Tao Zhan. The opponent is truly dead. You have gained 1,500 inheritance points and 15 skill points. Starting to unfold the kill reward options for Tao Zhan, Naruto, Zabuza Momochi inheritance. You can choose one reward from the following options. Ninja art, mist concealment technique. Ninja art, silent killing technique. Other water release, ninjutsu, spiritual power gift. The host can also choose to forego the option reward in favor of the kill reward, receiving 4,000 inheritance points, 15 skill points, and 30 kill points. The fourth ghost is a Zabuza inheritance, and there are quite a few ninjutsu rewards. He looked at the reward descriptions. In the Naruto anime, Zabuza Momochi was the first strong enemy encountered by the protagonist group. Setting aside the severing blade, which is a weapon, Zabuza's own strength was also quite impressive. The mist concealment technique and water release ninjutsu were his specialties. However, I don't need them. QinShi smiled and directly chose the kill reward. After all, I have already mastered all the ninjutsu used by the fourth ghost. In the previous battles with the sixth ghost and against QinShi, the fourth ghost had used quite a few ninjutsu. There were the mist concealment technique, silent killing technique, water clone technique, water release, great waterfall technique, and body flicker technique, missed body flicker. Moreover, in his solo battle with the elder of the MO family, he had also used 2 types of water release ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique, and water release, water prison technique. All of these ninjutsu have been copied by me. QinShi's eyes showed the spinning of the Sharingan, while the 4th ghost was executing those ninjutsu. He had already observed and promptly copied them. These ninjutsu were not forbidden techniques, and Obito's Sharingan had a powerful copying ability. Today, it was a great harvest of ninjutsu. QinShi looked at his skill bar, which had grown considerably, and felt very satisfied. He looked at the last reward. The last reward is the most abundant, obtained for defeating the strongest of the 3 ghosts. Chapter 164. The system's new function detected that the host has defeated the A-level inheritor, Lin Yu. The opponent is truly dead. You have gained 2,000 inheritance points and 20 skill points. Unfolding reward options for defeating Lin Yu. Inheritance for Naruto's Lin Yu. You can choose one reward from the following options: Lightning Release, Thunder Fong, Other Water Release Ninjutsu, Spiritual Power Gift. The host can also forego the option reward and choose the kill reward, which grants 4,000 inheritance points, 15 skill points, and 30 kill points. As expected of the strongest of the 3 ghosts, the inheritance points, skill points, and kill points are the highest. QinShi looked at her rapidly increasing attribute bar and felt that fighting was indeed the fastest way to become stronger. I have copied her ninjutsu, but it's not useful. Throughout the battle, the 3 ghosts Lin Yu used many lightning release techniques, including lightning release, Thunder Fong, lightning release, Thunder Dragon Tornado, lightning release, Thunder Gate, Thunder Blade technique, falling thunder, and lightning release, Thunder Burial. However, all her lightning release techniques relied on the Thunder Fong twin blades to execute. Among these 3 blades, the Thunder Fong twin blades are the most of my liking and also the strongest, so I can keep them. Since all the ninjutsu has already been copied, QinShi naturally didn't need the ninjutsu reward from the 3 ghosts and directly chose the kill reward. The system's notification sound kept ringing. After being poor for so long, I became rich overnight. QinShi rubbed her hands and looked at her character panel. Just as she opened it, the system's new notification sound rang out. The host's inheritance points have met the upgrade conditions. Upgrading, host level increased to LV10. New functions unlocked. Please check the system function area. Up to LV10, QinShi's face lit up with joy. Before coming to the Sanjin Villa, she was just a little over level 9. And unexpectedly after the great battle, she directly broke through to level 10. The system had previously announced that new functions would be unlocked after level 10, and kill points would become very useful. So let me see what the function is. QinShi looked at the system function bar. In addition to the previously existing training tasks function, there were 2 new functions. Lottery Wheel, Workbench. She first looked at the lottery wheel. Oh my. When QinShi saw the rewards on the lottery wheel, her eyes widened. There are bloodline limits, such as Ice Release, Byakugan, and even a famous wood release in the Naruto world. There are also super strong S-level ninjutsu, such as Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, Corpse Demon Sealing, and the 4 Red Yang Formation. There are also top-tier ninja tools, such as the Golden Rope and the 7-Star Sword. There is nothing bad on the lottery board. Although the items are good, the cost of the lottery is also substantial. QinShi looked at the bottom of the lottery wheel, which stated 100 kill points for 1 draw, 999 kill points for 10 draws, and every 10 draws guarantees 1 bloodline limit. Brother, 100 kill points is so expensive, and I don't have that many right now. No wonder they say kill points are important. Indeed, having kill points means you're truly wealthy. QinShi shook her head, reluctantly closed the lottery wheel, and opened the second function, Workbench. There was only 1 slot. It could be used to repair or fuse items. The description was concise. After thinking for a while, QinShi took out the badly broken Tiansheng tooth from the system storage space. She placed the Tiansheng tooth inside. After a while, a line of text appeared next to the workbench. Item name, Tiansheng tooth. Item category, epic level. Item status, severely damaged. It's only epic level? QinShi thought to herself. This Tiansheng tooth is just a sword crafted to resemble the real Tiansheng tooth from the anime, with the ability to kill a messenger of the underworld just once. If it were the real Tiansheng tooth from the Inuyasha world, it would probably be a legendary item. Do you want to synthesize or repair? The workbench gave options. QinShi clicked on repair. Repairing calculation in progress. Required repair materials. Epic level item 3. 30 kill points first activity. Special discount for the first 3 times. After repairing, the item's level can be upgraded to legendary level, with the first discount being the greatest, limited to 10 seconds. Do you want to repair? I must repair it. QinShi thought for a moment and immediately placed the explosive blade, splash, and the broken blade. Decapitation greatsword inside. Sure enough, the workbench judged these blades as epic level. Just one more. QinShi thought for a moment and finally gritted her teeth and placed the Thunder Fang twin blades inside. After all, her main method is not lightning release. Compared to the Thunder Fang twin blades, she needs the Tiansheng tooth that can save lives more. Repair. After placing the 3 ninja blades and painfully consuming 30 kill points, a fire symbol appeared on the workbench, indicating that it was working. After a while, the fire symbol disappeared. The Tiansheng tooth reappeared in her hand. Just holding the hilt, QinShi could feel that this sword was completely different from before. A powerful vitality was contained within the blade. The silver blade shimmered, and the previously broken marks had all disappeared, as if it were brand new. This sword is alive. That is how QinShi felt while holding this sword. Feeling that its master was holding it, the Tiansheng tooth joyfully emitted a sword cry. Now, at the legendary level, even without the enhancement of the sword spirit in the sword tomb, QinShi could sense the emotions of the Tiansheng tooth. Hello, see, I told you. If I say I'll save you, I will definitely save you. QinShi laughed heartily. The Tiansheng tooth also conveyed joyful emotions. In the trials of the sword tomb, it had completely acknowledged QinShi. Now that it was completely repaired and upgraded to a legendary item, the entire sword was more confident and recognized QinShi as its new master even more. After some simple pleasantries, QinShi put the sword into the system storage space. Suddenly, a blazing fire erupted beneath the entire arena, engulfing the corpses of the 3 ghosts. This fire had a sinister aura and felt somewhat familiar. QinShi looked at the bottom of the arena. At some point, the steel abyss filled with broken swords and blades suddenly started flowing with magma. This fire is the fire from the sword furnace. QinShi immediately realized where the familiar feeling of the flames was coming from. When the old man in the restaurant was forging swords, the flames below were indeed this eerie. That evil sword is about to be born. QinShi looked up at the sword tower. Through the empty gap in the sword tower, QinShi saw a black aura swirling above the tower. This is not mist, but a kind of deathly aura. The warm-up match is over. Now it's time to confront the final boss. QinShi looked in the direction of the sword furnace and began to run towards it. Chapter 165. The dull blade of the 7 ghosts. Just as QinShi dealt with the 3 ghosts, battles erupted in 2 other places as well. Boom! A giant hammer smashed down, directly creating a huge pit in the ground. This is the so-called ninja blade that can break through all defenses, the dull blade. Dogai. My God. Having narrowly avoided a blow, PathsObito got up and ran to the side. The rope at the handle of the iron hammer was violently pulled, and the hammer returned to the hands of a man wearing a white mask, who was tall and corpulent. He is the 7th ghost among the 7 ghosts of the Blade Demon, inheriting from the world of Naruto the flute-blowing giant bee, the only B-level inheritance among the Blade Demons. Do you know why I, with a B-level inheritance, can still stand among the 7 ghosts of the Blade Demon? The fat man laughed heartily, his voice deep and resonant. I was born with great strength, making me well-suited to wield this heavy blunt knife. In my hands, it is the most handy weapon. Saying this, he suddenly threw the blunt knife in his hand. The blunt knife, known as Dogo, is one of the famous 7 ninja swords in the Naruto world. It is a combination weapon made up of a hammer and a large knife resembling an axe. And it can also be used as a 2-handed weapon. This time, the 7 ghosts threw the large knife. Bang! The large knife spun through the air and smashed into the stone pillar in front of PathsObito, causing him to stop in fright. You really are a little mouse, daring to run into the front yard of the Tsongjin villa. If it weren't for the Tsongjin old man's ability to perceive the whole villa, I would have had a hard time finding you. The 7 ghosts sneered as he retrieved the large knife. Little mouse, run. Let's see if you can run faster than my large knife. Knowing that the enemy's strength exceeded 2 stars, PathsObito realized that with his weak card summoner's body, continuing to run would only lead to his demise from behind. Run. Run? I can't run. The young master of a wealthy family has never had the word run in his dictionary. PathsObito clenched a card in his hand, depicting a creature that looked like a fuzzy ball. Go, chestnut ball. A creature, entirely gray and resembling a fuzzy ball, with tiny hands and feet, sprang out from the card. This is the chestnut ball, a monster card commonly used by the protagonist in Yu-Gi-Oh! With an attack power of only 300 and rated 1 star. Kariri. The chestnut ball shouted as it charged at the enemy. Seeing the chestnut ball, which was only the size of his head. Approaching, the seven ghosts laughed heartily. This little monster is your summoned beast? Watch me chop it to death with one strike. He disdainfully swung the iron axe in his hand. The iron axe, made from special refined iron in the Naruto world, weighed 500 kilograms despite being the size of an axe. Yet, in the hands of the seven ghosts, this heavy iron axe swung easily, as if it were a twig. The iron axe, with immense force, swung down towards the chestnut ball. Kariri. The chestnut ball, terrified, closed its eyes as the large knife was about to strike. Bang! The chestnut ball was hit but did not disappear. Instead, it transformed into 10 identical chestnut balls. Pei Bouillon held another green card in his hand. It was a magic card multiplication, which could infuse spiritual power to replicate the chestnut ball according to the amount of power used. You think you're good chopping, huh? Pei Bouillon laughed, hands on his hips. With so many chestnut balls, let's see how long you can keep chopping. Little ones, attack. With a wave of his hand, 10 chestnut balls shouted Kuriripo and charged at the seven ghosts. Your large knife and hammer are powerful, but even if you have infinite strength, you only have 2 weapons. My chestnut balls will bite your hands and feet. Let's see what you do. Pei Bouillon appeared quite pleased with himself. In such a tense battle environment, he could still come up with such an excellent plan, and he couldn't help but cheer for himself. But before he could be too happy, the seven ghosts grinned darkly, raised the hammer in his hand high, and then brought it down heavily. His target was not the chestnut balls, but the ground. Dogo, earthquake. With a heavy blow from the hammer, the entire ground cracked open. Debris from the floor flew in all directions like sharp hidden weapons. Kariri. 8 of the 10 chestnut balls were hit by the debris and disappeared. The last 2, just as they were about to escape, were crushed onto the seven ghosts' foot. Kid, did you think your little cleverness could succeed? The seven ghosts twisted his arms. Although I wanted to enjoy your fear, I've already wasted too much time chasing you. I don't have time to play with you for long. It seems I need to get serious. He held the hammer and large knife in both hands, spinning the large knife, which suddenly shot out. The hammer in his hand also spun continuously, like a cannon waiting for the right moment. Once the prey showed any signs of escaping, he would throw the hammer for a second attack. Can't escape, huh? Pei Bouillon gritted his teeth and pulled out another card. A creature, entirely white and resembling a bouncy marshmallow, appeared. This was one of the monster cards of Yugi Muto in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. Marshmallow. The large knife struck the marshmallow, bending it into a V shape. However, the marshmallow had high physical attack resistance, and its skin was extremely elastic, making it impervious to ordinary physical attacks. Bang! The large knife was rebounded by the marshmallow's bouncy body. The large knife spun and returned to the seven ghosts' hand. Oh, I didn't expect this little guy to have such a trick. The seven ghosts looked surprised. This little monster can really take a hit. It actually withstood my attack. Let's see how much it can take. The seven ghosts stepped forward, swinging the large knife at the marshmallow again. The attack was once again blocked by the marshmallow, but the corner of the seven ghosts' mouth curled up. How about this? While the large knife was still hitting the marshmallow, he swung the hammer in his hand and struck the handle of the large knife. Ultimate move, blunt knife, Dogo. A skill with the same name as the blunt knife was unleashed. However, the marshmallow's physical resistance was indeed very strong, and it managed to withstand the double blow. Not bad, not bad. The seven ghosts' eyes lit up as if he had found a great toy. It's been a long time since anyone or any beast could withstand my attack. But this is the end. Suddenly, veins bulged on the seven ghosts' body. Red blood burst from his veins, flowing onto the hammer and large knife in his hands. The hammer and large knife suddenly glowed with a similar blood-red hue. Just moments ago, the seemingly invulnerable marshmallow let out a wail and was cut in half by the blood-colored weapons. Wah, what has happened? In his hand, the monster card did have creatures with higher defense than the marshmallow. But the marshmallow's built-in high resistance made it Pei Bouillon's strongest shield. Yet now the marshmallow, known for its physical defense, had been broken by physical attack. Chapter 166, Blood Demon Technique, Armor Breaker. Is that Blood Demon Technique? Pei Bouillon immediately realized a possibility. Little fatty, you're quite clever. The seven ghosts looked at the knife and hammer in his hands. The blunt knife, Dogo, was considered the weakest among the seven ninja swords. He casually swung the knife and hammer in his hands. In the Naruto world, this blunt knife was said to be able to break through all defenses. But it had no special features. It couldn't store electrical energy like the Thunder Sword, nor could it self-repair like the decapitating knife, let alone compare to the captain's knife, the shark skin, which absorbed spiritual power. It was just a hammer and a large knife. Although the hardness was decent, it still required considerable strength from the user. This plain ninja sword originally had no distinctive features. In the Naruto world, it might break an enemy's defense with the dogo skill, using the large knife first and then adding force with the hammer. But in this world, rich in unexpected defensive measures, the title of the sword that breaks all defenses was nothing but a joke. The fact is, the blunt knife, dogo, could not break the enemy's defenses at all. However, the seven ghosts swung his arm, veins bulging, and blood flowed again over his arm. My blood demon technique can bring this knife back to life, truly turning it into a blunt weapon that can crush everything. Because my blood demon technique is called armor break, as long as the force reaches a certain level. Under the influence of the blood demon technique, any defense can be instantly shattered. Now, kid, can you understand that you're going to die? The seven ghosts looked at Pei Buyong mockingly, as if savoring the fear on his prey's face. If you understand, haha, die. The large knife tied with a rope was thrown again by the seven ghosts. Protect me, Great Shield Guardian. Pei Buyong quickly threw out a card. A long-haired man jumped out from the card, half squatting and holding a shield that was half his height. This is the monster card, Great Shield Guardian, from Yu-Gi-Oh! Although it has only 100 attack points, its defense is as high as 2,600. It is a top-tier defensive monster. Clang! The large knife struck the Great Shield Guardian's shield, leaving not a single mark. Another tough guy, huh? Ha, good, I like it. The seven ghosts swung the hammer in his right hand and held the knife in his left. He struck the large knife fiercely with the hammer. In an instant, the blood demon technique was triggered, and the previously sturdy Great Shield Guardian was immediately cut in half. The Great Shield Guardian disappeared, and Pei Buyong found himself empty once again. Since the monster couldn't block you then, in a hurry, Pei Buyong threw out another card. The card depicted 3 light swords. Thankfully, the cards were infused with spiritual power in advance, or I would have been dead by now. Pei Buyong's spiritual power wasn't much, but he had used so many cards without exhausting it. The fundamental reason is his inheritance. The card summoner of Yu-Gi-Oh! Although they have drawbacks like being physically weak and the cards being hard to obtain, has an advantage that other inheritances do not possess. That is, the cards are infused with spiritual power in advance, requiring only a small amount of spiritual power to activate during battle. Of course, cards that require additional spiritual power don't count, like multiplication, where the more spiritual power you inject, the more monsters you multiply. But the vast majority of cards have a spiritual power storage function, and their inherent spiritual power storage can fully support card consumption. Thus, card summoners are the most likely to be unexpectedly defeated by low-star inheritors, as it's common for the summoner to be ambushed by enemies weaker than themselves. However, card summoners are also the profession most likely to unexpectedly defeat inheritors stronger than themselves. As long as you have enough cards, you can keep fighting without being limited by spiritual power. There's a saying popular in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Summoner community: as long as I have enough cards, even the gods can be slain. Therefore, even when Pei Buyong's spiritual power was not as strong as a 1-star monster hunter, he could still use multiple cards to entangle with enemies exceeding 2 stars for a long time. This is simply because he is rich and has many cards. The magic card, Light Seal Sword, was activated, and 3 light swords flew into the sky. The light swords fell, surrounding the 7 ghosts. Suddenly, the 7 ghosts' feet couldn't move. He was bound within the light swords. Before the light swords disappeared, you couldn't escape their encirclement. Before I, Pei Dage, run far away, you just stay there obediently. Pei Buyong made a face at the opponent and prepared to leave. But just as he turned his head, he heard a cracking sound. He turned back in disbelief. The 3 light swords standing beside the 7 ghosts had completely shattered, turning into light spots and disappearing. Kid, I told you my blood demon technique is armor break, capable of destroying all of the enemy's defenses. The 7 ghosts grinned as he tightened his grip on the large knife and hammer. You didn't understand, did you? It's all defenses, whether it's magical or physical. It can be completely broken. Pei Buyong's mouth dropped open in shock. Completely broken defense? Even magical cards can be shattered? Is it really that insane? He gritted his teeth and threw out another card. The card appeared face down and then disappeared. The 7 ghosts, holding the large knife, was about to slash at Pei Buyong when suddenly a hexagram-shaped magic circle rose beneath his feet. This is the trap card, Hexagram Binding Spell. It can restrict an enemy's actions. Don't you understand yet? The 7 ghosts roared as he swung the large knife and hammer. Clang, clang. Even though the hexagram magic circle had no physical form, the 7 ghosts shattered it with his hammer. All defenses are useless. Everything. He laughed loudly and threw the large knife away. Pei Buyong was completely a loss at this moment and unconsciously closed his eyes. But just when it seemed all was lost, a card suddenly flew out. This was a card he obtained in the Sword Tomb's secret realm, Divine Sword, Phoenix Sword. The card transformed into a long sword with a golden hilt and a silver blade. The sword has a sword spirit, and especially since Pei Buyong fulfilled its wish, he became its chosen master. It would not allow its master to be harmed. When the knife and sword clashed, and the seven ghosts didn't even use his blood demon technique, the Phoenix Sword was directly shattered. But just as the Phoenix Sword was about to dissipate, a flame rose, and the Phoenix Sword became whole again. Interesting. It turns out to be a weapon with a sword spirit. Such a weapon should be shattered under my attack. Seeing a weapon that could withstand his attack, the seven ghosts no longer threw it, but stepped forward himself. He swung the large knife and hammer. Striking the knife with the hammer, the blood demon technique activated instantly. When the Phoenix Sword was shattered again. However, before the seven ghosts could rejoice, flames rose and extinguished. The Phoenix Sword appeared once more, completely unharmed, firmly blocking in front of Pei Buyong. Chapter 167. Pei Buyong's counterattack. No. Impossible. The seven ghosts howled in anger. My blood demon technique has never failed to break through any defense. Roar. The seven ghosts' limbs grew thicker, his veins bulging, standing out on his skin like tumors. I was born with divine strength. His breathing became heavier, and his breath spewed from his nostrils like a boiling kettle. The power of armor break increases with greater force. The more blood sacrificed, the stronger the power. With the next strike, I will use all my strength to cut off your sword. Even if it can be revived, I will sever its revival trait along with it. At the same time, blood flowed from his nostrils and eyes. The blood on his hands stained the knife and hammer. Blood demon technique, armor break, fully activated. Roar. The seven ghosts howled as he swung the knife and hammer. Pei Buyong looked at the terrifying momentum of the opponent, and a glimmer of decisiveness appeared in his eyes. I'll take a gamble. If I win, I'll get out of this manor alive. If I lose, then I'll just die. Pei Buyong flipped his wrist, and a red card appeared at his fingertips. A flash of light passed, and the card appeared on the back of the Phoenix Sword's blade, and then disappeared. This was a trap card. A little trick, no matter what means you use. Under my armor break blood demon technique, everything will be broken by me. The seven ghosts roared, slashing down with the large knife. And then the hammer struck the handle of the large knife. The force far exceeded before, making the power of the blood demon technique's armor break even stronger. Crack, crack. Unable to withstand such immense force, the blade of the Phoenix Sword began to shatter. The flames that could repair the sword body surged, beginning its fiery rebirth. You want to revive? Impossible. The seven ghosts roared, pushing off with his feet. The bricks beneath his feet cracked, and the ground was dented by his step. More blood surged into the knife and hammer as the seven ghosts crazily unleashed their blood demon technique. The flames on the sword flickered as if swept by a strong wind, the fire suppressed by a force. The Phoenix Sword hovered between destruction and rebirth, caught in a brief balance. However, the blunt knife, Dogai, and the blood demon technique's armor-piercing effects still managed to carry some force across the Phoenix Sword. Sweeping over Pei Buyong. Bang! Pei Buyong felt as if he had been hit by a car, flying backward, his shirt torn. Small wounds covered his body like a leaking ragbag. The injuries were serious. Feeling death approaching, Pei Buyong instead felt a surge of fierce determination. Caw, caw, caw. Is that all you can do, shout? I might as well die. I'll fight you to the end. Struggling, Pei Buyong got up from the ground, limping toward the Phoenix Sword. The closer he got to the Phoenix Sword, the stronger the blood demon technique became, causing his wounds to worsen rapidly. Ignoring his injuries, Pei Buyong frantically poured his spiritual energy into the Phoenix Sword. The Phoenix Sword sensed its master's will and let out a gentle cry of joy. The balance between destruction and rebirth was shattered. Flames around the Phoenix Sword intensified, and its rebirth rate surpassed the destruction rate. How is this possible? Seven ghosts shouted in disbelief. How could there be a weapon that I cannot destroy in this world? As Pei Buyong continued to pour in spiritual energy, he swallowed the blood rising in his throat. Not done yet. Trap card activate. The hidden trap card within the Phoenix Sword finally activated. The card depicted two cylinders, with energy columns entering and exiting. This was a trap card, magic cylinder, capable of absorbing an opponent's attack and rebounding it. The two cylinders appeared, aimed at the seven ghosts. During the standoff with the Phoenix Sword, the seven ghosts had pushed their strength and blood demon technique to the limit. In this time, the magic cylinder had absorbed enough power. A beam of light erupted from the magic cylinder, containing not only the immense force of the seven ghosts, but also the armor-piercing power of his blood demon technique. sensing the terrifying aura of destruction. The seven ghosts attempted to resist with his knife and hammer, but just as he raised his hammer to his chest, the beam shot out. Boom! The blunt knife Dogai, claimed to be able to destroy everything, was instantly reduced to dust under the impact of the powerful force and the armor-piercing energy. The beam completely engulfed the blunt knife, creating a large hole in the seven ghosts' body. The seven ghosts stared in disbelief at his own body, staggering back a few steps before collapsing to the ground. As a ghost, he had a powerful healing ability. As long as his head remained, he could continuously heal and be reborn. But the seven ghosts was horrified to find that the healing power within him had completely vanished. My healing ability has been eliminated by the armor-piercing effect. I actually died under my own ability. The seven ghosts glared at his enemy, but the brilliance in his eyes gradually faded. A ghost without healing ability, like an ordinary person, would have their life cut off if their heart was destroyed. Ooh, ah. Pei Bulow, with his hand on his forehead, lay flat on the ground, laughing. Three-star ghosts, and yet, still died in my hands, ah? Pain made him inhale sharply. Although he had defeated his enemy, Pei Bulow was like a candle in the wind, on the brink of death. The armor-piercing blood demon technique had only hit him with a fraction of its power, but it still left him severely injured, and the wounds continued to worsen. Damn it, I never expected that I, the young master of the Pei family, with so much money, would leave this world a virgin without even marrying a mature woman. I'm not willing to. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death, a student wearing a mask and a red school uniform appeared before him. You, who are you? He looked at the figure of the newcomer. That person, the principal's direct disciple, QinShi, wearing a mask, had his own aura eliminated under the influence of the sea aspect. In Pei Bulow's eyes, the person before him was just a stranger. Sure, you're too injured, don't talk. The newcomer was indeed QinShi, who had two things to do before battling the owner of Sanjay Mountain Villa, saving his roommate. I'm here to support you in this mission as ordered by the principal. As he spoke, QinShi took out a yellow bean. It was a high-level item capable of restoring life, a pseudo-immortal bean. Just as QinShi was about to put the immortal bean into Pei Bulow's mouth, Pei Bulow refused to eat it and instead asked with great effort in the sword tower, my roommate QinShi is inside, dealing with 3 ghosts alone. You, hurry and save him. Chapter 168. The hunting ground of the 5 ghosts seeing his roommate, still worrying about him despite being severely injured. QinShi felt a warmth in his heart, but he still planned to conceal his identity. The principal's direct disciple of the Monster Hunting Academy had long been on the kill list of various dark organizations. The fewer people who knew, the safer those around him would be. Don't worry, your friend is in a safe place now. I've already killed the 3 ghosts, QinShi said seriously. Under the influence of the sea aspect, QinShi didn't need to change his attire or voice to make people firmly believe he was a stranger they had never seen before. After hearing this, Pei Bulow finally felt relieved enough to swallow the immortal bean. I knew old Qin was extraordinary. He couldn't be killed by 3 ghosts. After consuming the immortal bean, Pei Bulow's injuries began to heal rapidly. Just as QinShi wanted to give him a few more instructions, he noticed that Pei Bulow had already fallen into a deep sleep. This battle had not only drained his spiritual energy, but also exhausted his mental state. QinShi looked at Pei Bulow, who was sleeping on the battlefield, and couldn't help but start worrying about another roommate on the other side of the battlefield. Rewind the timeline. At the Sword Tower, before QinShi had any conflict with the 3 ghosts. Outside the Sword Tower, there was a metallic stone forest. Countless tall stones stood here in various colors. Each stone was a peculiar metal, diverse in type. This high-quality, special metal that could merge with spiritual energy was worth a high price even for a small piece in the 9 provinces. Yet here, it was everywhere. Sanjay Mountain Villa, a place from ancient legends in Changzhou, not only had many swordsmithing materials that swordsmiths dreamed of, but also had geothermal fire from deep underground. A place that only existed in myths had completely materialized under the cover of gray fog. At this moment, the blonde Lishani was sprinting through the metallic stone forest. He dashed between the stone pillars, electricity flashing under his feet, moving at high speed. Suddenly, a long silver needle shot in from behind, its tail dragging a thin steel wire. It was the thinnest and bloodiest of the 7 ninja blades, the long knife, sewing needle. Lishani didn't look back, but tilted his head to accurately dodge the needle-like ninja blade. He landed on top of a giant stone, watching the direction from which the long needle had come. A sharp, piercing laugh echoed. Little mouse, not running anymore? I haven't played enough yet. A man with an explosive hairstyle and a slender build leaped between the giant stones. landing on the top of the nearest giant stone to Li Shani. He is the user of the long knife, needle, known as Wuguei. His inheritance is A rank, and he is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kiryu Shiranui. No need to run anymore. Li Shani looked expressionlessly at the not-so-distant Wuguei, slowly drawing out the Nichiren blade from his waist. Here is enough. Seeing that his prey showed no fear, Wuguei's eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. Oh, you make it hard for me to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. I might get angry. Wuguei made a face at Li Shani. The price of my anger is quite heavy. I will sew you into a meatball. In response to the enemy's provocation, Li Shani remained expressionless. Hey, blonde kid, aren't you going to say something? This is your last words. Wuguei licked the long needle in his hand. I never talk to creatures that are about to die. Besides, all ghosts must die. Li Shani tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade and lowered his body. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. A flash of lightning streaked past, and Li Shani struck at the opponent like lightning. So fast. The electric light appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Wuguei's eyes lost their earlier mockery and instead showed a hint of horror. He desperately tried to dodge to the side, but the speed of the lightning was too fast. Even though he tried his best to evade, the lightning still grazed past him. Poof! Blood splattered. Wuguei's left arm flew into the air and fell to the ground with a thud. Li Shani steadied himself on another boulder. He turned his face, still wearing an expression as cold as ice. Lucky you avoided a hit to the neck. It seems one thunder-breathing strike isn't enough to kill you. The next time, Li Shani held the Nichiren blade, pointing the tip at the enemy. I will take your right arm. Just as Wuguei had not yet recovered from the shock, Li Shani's figure vanished from his original spot. The electric light tore through the sky again. It was still that move, thunderclap. But when he landed on the boulder where he had initially stopped, Wuguei's arms were already completely gone. His severed hands fell to the ground, still gripping the needle-like long knife. Completely shocked by the strength of his enemy before him. Wuguei only realized the pain moments later and began to scream. You dare to sever my arms. Wuguei howled madly, his piercing cries echoing throughout the boulder forest. Li Shani ignored Wuguei's screams. His eyes held only hatred. I said all ghosts must die. Just as he tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade and quickly charged up, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Wuguei bit down on his own arms and then jumped down from the boulder. Li Shani frowned. Trying to run? He immediately tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade and jumped down as well. But just before his body fell, he suddenly felt a snag under his feet, followed by the sole of his shoe ripping and a bit of blood oozing out. What sharp thing is under my toes? Li Shani quickly used his breathing technique to stabilize his body in midair. It was only after his foot was stained with blood that he realized what was beneath him. It was a thin thread. The material looked like steel wire, but had both sharpness and flexibility. It was like spider silk. Heh. Welcome to my hunting ground. Wuguei, now without arms, was sitting cross-legged on the thin thread. This is my unique ninjutsu. If it weren't for your quick reflexes, you would have been cut in half by now. In the Naruto anime, the first user of the long knife, needle, Kiryu Shiranui, had a unique sword technique called long knife ninjutsu, ground spider stitch. By hiding multiple steel wires underground when the enemy is within, the wires will sew together and cut off the enemy's legs. Because the steel wires, while sharp, have a certain color, those with good eyesight can see them clearly. Therefore, this sword technique must bury the wires underground to avoid the enemy's sight. But Wuguei's ninjutsu has the wires arranged in midair. But I can't see them. Li Shani examined the area beneath his feet closely. Although his foot was cut, aside from the bloodstained threads, the other threads were still invisible. It was as if they didn't exist. Chapter 169. Caged bird, can invisible threads exist? Li Shani frowned. These sharp threads. Just a light touch would cut open a wound. He looked into the distance. Clearly, his arms had been severed, but Wuguei seemed oblivious, crawling on the steel threads like a spider. 2 steel wires flicked into the air, pulling back the severed arms. They say ghosts have strong healing abilities. But injuries like severed arms and legs take at least a day or 2 to heal, and one needs to consume a few people to recover. However, my Wuguei's healing ability is even better. He grinned sinisterly, mouth wide open. More threads spewed from his mouth. The steel wire pulled the severed arms while piercing into Wuguei's body. Like a needle, it stitched Wuguei's arms back onto his severed limbs. My arms are back. Wuguei moved his left and right arms. Next comes the hunting moment. Wuguei crawled on the steel threads, moving twice as fast as when he chased Li Shani. My blood demon technique is called Evil Ghost Spider. Unlike other ghosts, whose blood demon techniques are various abilities, such as the third ghost conductive or the seventh ghost's armor break. But my blood demon technique is different. I transform into an evil ghost spider that controls threads. Wu Guwei said with a sinister smile, suddenly sprouting black hair all over his body. And the long knife, needle, which serves as his weapon, was not aimed at the enemy. Instead, he forcefully stabbed it into his own body. Blood flowed as the two steel needles merged into his body, transforming into the spider's legs. He moved around Li Shani, continuously spitting out steel threads. But to Li Shani's eyes, he only saw the enemy's mouth opening and closing. After nearly a minute, Wu Guwei landed on a large boulder. How strange. His eyes were filled with confusion. My evil ghost spider has 3 abilities. The first is severed limb stitching, which can heal injuries through steel wire stitching. The second is the invisible thread. All the threads I spit out from my mouth have invisibility. Clearly, you can't see my steel wires at all, and several times I shot them from behind you, yet you managed to dodge. Wu Guwei had just circled around Li Shani, spitting out at least dozens of invisible steel wires. But as long as the wires entered within a foot of Li Shani, he could immediately sense them and quickly dodge with a tiny movement. It was as if he had a 360-degree omniscient eye. Is this your ability? Wu Guwei licked his lips, displaying an excited expression. I initially thought I had picked the most boring prey, but unexpectedly, surprises keep coming. A prey with this level of strength must taste much better than an ordinary human. Wu Guwei grinned as he looked at Li Shani, suspended on a steel thread. The transparent steel wire appeared very clear to Wu Guwei's own vision. He had just spat out dozens of steel wires, but only a small portion shot directly at the opponent. More threads were arranged around Li Shani. In Li Shani's eyes, there was nothing around. But in Wu Guwei's eyes, dozens of steel wires were densely interwoven around Li Shani, forming a cage of steel wires. This was his proud skill called bird cage, and Li Shani was the bird in the cage. Hee, from now on, you can't move, because the moment you do, the wires will cut your body. Wu Guwei laughed loudly on the stone. Just as Wu Guwei was laughing, Li Shani swung his knife. He slowly raised his knife and slashed down in the direction of Wu Guwei. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. A bolt of lightning flew out from his knife, resembling a swimming dragon, flying towards Wu Guwei on the giant stone. If QinShi were here, he would be astonished and unable to close his mouth, because in his memory, Li Shani's predecessor, Mikasa Zenitsu, was a swordsman who only used the first form of thunder-breathing, lightning flash, in the early stages. Although he later mastered several other moves of thunder-breathing, that was already in the later stages of the Demon Slayer manga. And his roommate Li Shani, a newcomer who had only enrolled not long ago like him, could actually use other techniques of thunder-breathing. The dragon formed by the distant thunder technique crashed into the giant stone, creating a large pit. Boom! A piece of metal fell off the giant stone and heavily smashed to the ground. Wu Guwei, who had barely escaped the distant thunder attack, gasped for air. He had just pushed his speed to the limit and slid along the wires like a spider, narrowly avoiding this distant thunder. As one of the 7 sword demons known for speed, Wu Guwei always believed that his blood demon art was invincible, only with a range limitation. As long as he entered his wire hunting ground, he was confident that he could match the strength of lower moons. But just now, this 18-year-old boy in front of him, seemingly casually swinging his knife, nearly made him fall. The prey in front of him was clearly in the birdcage. But his indifference, his calmness, his disdain made Wu Guwei, as the hunter, unable to suppress his fear. Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? Damn it! Wu Guwei howled in anger. Why are you so calm? Where's your fear, your unease, your begging for mercy? What gives you the right to be different from those I killed? Li Shani just looked at him coldly. How ridiculous! What gives you the right to kill me? Don't you know you are already in my hunting ground? Wu Guwei kept shouting. He didn't realize that if a hunter kept rambling on about their prey, it only meant one thing. This hunter was afraid. From this moment on, he was no longer worthy of being a hunter. The third ability of the evil spider demon. Can you guess what it is? Wu Guwei pulled out 2 long needles that were embedded in his body. He violently tugged at the long needles with both hands. His expression extremely strained. Blood sprayed from his wounds. My third ability is to control these wires to strangle my prey. Wu Guwei endured the pain, his face full of ferocity. I will strangle you into minced meat. He had to kill the enemy in front of him immediately, or he would be unable to suppress the growing fear in his heart. In an instant, a cracking sound rang out, like the sound of strings breaking on a guzheng. The steel wires around Li Shani began to move, tightening from all directions to strangle him. Even though he had a strong sense of perception just an inch in front of him, there were too many wires attacking him at the same time, and he simply couldn't dodge. Clearly, death was imminent, but Lishani at the center of the birdcage remained expressionless. He gripped his knife tightly and slashed down fiercely. Chapter 170. Lishani's lie. The steel wires connected to the giant metal stone were pulled back by the blood demon art, causing many fragments to burst out. Dozens of steel wires all retracted, some even cutting into Lishani's skin during the process. Fragments and steel wires immediately left wounds all over his body. But the real strangulation came in an instant. However, Lishani remained expressionless, completely ignoring his injuries. He swung the Nichiren blade in his hand. In an instant, electric light flickered, and countless sounds burst forth, like the buzzing of a swarm of mosquitoes. Thunder breathing, third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. The Nichiren blade, carrying thunder wave patterns, slashed out countless strikes in an instant, covering every direction of his body with lightning. In just one breath, the retracting steel wires were submerged in the lightning, turning into countless broken lines. Countless short sections of broken wires fell, covering the ground beneath Lishani's feet like fallen hair. How could this be? Wu Guwei looked at the other party in disbelief. With just one strike, he had cut through dozens of high-hardness steel wires that he couldn't even see. Lishani jumped onto the giant stone, soon arriving at the giant stone where Wu Guwei stood. Wu Guwei looked at the seemingly weak yet incredibly powerful young man in front of him with fear. Then, he noticed something. The young man in front of him had just been cut by the wires and fragments, and logically, he should be covered in wounds. But the wounds on his body had already disappeared. Only the holes in his clothes remained, proving that the wounds had once existed. How? How could your wounds? Wu Guwei immediately thought of a possibility. So you're also. Before he could finish his sentence, Lishani's icy expression finally changed, replaced by a twisted killing intent. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent from the young man in front of him, Wu Guwei could no longer hold back. He no longer had any thoughts of hunting. Instead, he crawled on all fours like a spider, quickly trying to escape from Lishani. All demons must die. Lishani roared, sheathing his Nichiren blade once more. He placed his hand on the hilt, lowered his head, and sank his body, pushing his left foot back. This was the stance for drawing the sword. Thunder breathing, first form, lightning flash, 6 strikes. A flash of lightning passed, and Lishani's figure jumped back and forth between the giant stones, and moments later, he was above Wu Guwei. Then, like a falling thunder, he slashed down. Wu Guwei, who was still fleeing, was struck in the head by the slash, his body stiffening in place before falling towards the giant stone. After killing the enemy, Lishani shook off the blood from the blade. He looked at Wu Guwei's body on the ground, a hint of disgust in his eyes, and kicked the body off the giant stone. After doing all this, he stored the Nichiren blade in his storage belt and then clapped his hands on his face. The expression of indifference disappeared, replaced by a hint of smile. Not far away, QinShi, wearing the sea mask, was hurrying over. When he arrived in front of Lishani, the latter revealed a weary smile. Before Lishani could speak, QinShi saw Wu Guwei's corpse under the giant stone and couldn't help but be startled. Under the effect of the Sharingan, he saw the ground covered with transparent steel wires. You must be that principal's direct disciple, right? Lishani Smilat. He sat on the ground, looking quite tired. Under the effect of a sea mask, he did not associate the person in front of him with his roommate, QinShi. Did the academy send you to support us? I'm fine here. I was just dodging this demon's pursuit. I was almost exhausted. Then for some reason, this demon suddenly went crazy and fell straight down from the giant stone. I've heard that some demons easily commit suicide due to the backlash of their blood demon arts. This one might be the same. By the way, have you seen my 2 roommates? Are they okay? Looking at Lishani, who had a smile on his face, QinShi remained silent. If it weren't for the invisible steel wires scattered on the ground, he might not have suspected Lishani of lying. Perhaps Lishani also had his own secrets, just like me. QinShi did not pursue the matter, but nodded and answered Lishani's question. Your 2 roommates are currently safe. You should rest here for a while. There are still enemies in the sword tower, so don't go over just yet. Enemies? Lishani was taken aback. Then his eyes began to dart. Those kinds of enemies are probably beyond my ability to deal with. How about we escape? QinShi looked into his eyes. The Academy's mission clearly stated that there were enemies hidden in the Sanjin Villa. You stay here and rest for a while. After some time, you can go around to the front yard and meet up with Pei Bulow to leave. As for the other student, QinShi, I have already sent him out, and you will see him once you exit the secret realm. Seeing his roommates safe and sound, QinShi put the immortal bean he had pinched in his hand back into the system space. Since that's the case, I'll follow the Academy's arrangements. After Li Shani finished speaking, he also lay flat on the giant stone and began to rest. Although QinShi still had some doubts in his heart after confirming that both roommates were unharmed, he felt truly relieved. After instructing Li Shani, he immediately headed towards the sword tower. There was still one last enemy to eliminate in that place. This was likely the final enemy. QinShi entered the sword tower and approached the forging furnace beside the abyss of sword forging. Inside the furnace burned an eternal underground fire. The old man with a hunched back and a long beard stood on the only black rock in the fire, striking the nearly finished sword with a hammer. With each strike, a mournful wail echoed throughout the sword tower, as if countless wronged souls were surrounding the sword, demanding its life. Upon seeing the masked QinShi arrive, the old man's expression showed a hint of confusion. Strange, kid, I've never seen you before. I didn't expect that besides the knife ghost and the evil men who came to obtain the blood of the Ghost King, there would actually be someone sneaking into my villa. He said this while not stopping his work, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Well, it's good. A treasure sword needs an audience when it is forged. After another violent strike, the old man set down his hammer. This sword has been polished enough. It is my greatest work ever, crafted specifically for the Ghost King. He looked at the long sword beside him, which had a black pearl embedded in one section. Do you know what this pearl is? This is the soul pearl, said to come from the underworld, and is a treasure of the Ghost King. The old man gazed passionately at the sword about to be forged, incessantly introducing it to QinShi. This sword is about to be completed, but it still lacks one thing for the final touch. Oh, what is it lacking? QinShi asked with a forced smile. It needs a powerful human's flesh and blood sacrifice. The old man chuckled, turning his gaze to QinShi, his face filled with greed. Chapter 171. The secret of the Tsangjian Elder. This is a divine sword capable of summoning evil spirits. The Tsangjian Elder looked at the long sword beside him, his face full of fervor. The one who masters this sword possesses the ability to resist an entire nation. Feeling the malice and chill emanating from the unfinished sword, he looked again at the sword. The straight and slender blade, the golden circular hilt, the sword grip resembling dry wood, and most strikingly, the dazzling black orb at the very top of the hilt. A familiar feeling surged in QinShi's heart again. He finally remembered where he had seen this sword before. This is the evil sword, TKY, that appeared in the Inuyasha anime film The Sword of World Domination. TKY, like Tenseiga, is one of the 3 swords of world domination. If Tenseiga can heal all beings and represents heaven, then TKY can summon evil spirits from the underworld and represents earth. Although both are ranked among the swords of world domination, the power of TKY far exceeds that of Tenseiga. This is a sword that, when plunged into the ground, can turn the surroundings into a decaying hell. Swinging the blade can summon undead spirits. Looking at the Tsangjian Elder, QinShi also guessed the other's inheritance. The old man's tattered clothes with black stripes, bulging eyes, hunchback, and a long iron hammer in his hand. The Tsangjian Elder's inheritance is an A-level inheritance. The Swordsmith's Guild from the Inuyasha world. The Swordsmith's Guild is an excellent swordsmith in the Inuyasha world, a subordinate of the strongest yokai, Inateisho. He used the teeth of great demons to forge the 3 swords of world domination. His combat power is not high, only rated as A-level inheritance. But his sword forging skills are also among the top in the entire inheritance world. I was originally a swordsmith from Longquan Town, and my inheritance is also related to sword forging. I have forged quite a few swords. However, those swords were still too ordinary, completely not what I desired most. It was not until I came to the sword forging villa and found an ancient book in the sword tower that introduced the blood sacrifice method for sword forging that I realized my ideal sword was not far away. The Tsangjian Elder chuckled. In order to have enough sacrificial offerings for sword forging, I joined the 100 Ghost group, using the blood sacrifice method to tailor swords for many ghosts in the group. Not only for my inheritance world, but even swords from other worlds can be forged. You can come here, which means those knife ghosts have been taken care of by you, right? It's nothing, after all. Those 7 ninja blades are just the less impressive batch of my creations. But this sword beside me is true art. Can you feel it? The old man looked at the evil sword beside him, leaning in close, not caring that the flames were scorching his ears. This sword is communicating with me. It says it particularly wants your blood. After saying this, the Tsangjian Elder laughed and jumped towards QinShi, the iron hammer in his hand smashing down fiercely. QinShi stood on the black stone pathway above the sword furnace. This black stone pathway, which could withstand the long-term roasting of the underground fire without melting, was itself a remarkable object. But as the iron hammer struck down, it actually cracked the black stone pathway. The force was strong, but the speed was insufficient. Watching the old man strike, QinShi immediately activated his instant movement technique, pushing off the ground to leave the hammer's impact point. However, when he stabilized himself again, he found that the cracks created by the Sangjian Elder's hammering were continuously expanding, forming a circle that surrounded him. Blue flames rose from the cracks, and in a short moment, the flames had become fierce, engulfing the person in the center of the circular crack. He, being consumed by the underground fire, will directly turn you into nourishment for the sword furnace. The Sangjian Elder stared straight at the blue flames. So this is the reason why you slaughtered all the swordsmiths in the sword forging villa? A voice came from behind the Sangjian Elder. QinShi fiddled with the kunai in his hand, which had special techniques engraved on its handle. He had already thrown down a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique not far away before the Sangjian Elder attacked him. Although the underground fire was fierce just now, he had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive outside the fire circle before the flames touched him. I was very curious from the moment I entered the sword forging villa. This large villa has only you as an old man who still looks like a swordsmith. The other 5-knife ghosts don't seem like swordsmiths either. Were they hired by you as bodyguards? Why? Why can't I see any other swordsmiths? Whether it's the corridor of swords and blades in the front yard of the villa, the abyss of broken swords in the sword tower, or the countless marks on the sword casting materials on the back mountain, they keep telling me one thing. This villa used to be bustling with life. But where have all the others gone besides you? QinShi coldly looked at the sword concealer elder. They were all killed by you and then thrown into this furnace of earth fire, used as sacrifices for your sword forging. You actually went as far as to kill all the other swordsmiths who forge swords day and night with you, just to create your own swords. Do you, of all people, deserve to use the inheritance of a swordsmith? In the anime Inuyasha, the swordsmith is a kind-hearted old blacksmith who has lived for hundreds of years. Although he is a demon and desires to forge powerful swords, he would never easily harm a life. The swordsmith has a direct disciple with great sword-forging talent, but he used the blood of human infants to forge evil swords, and thus was expelled from the forge by the swordsmith. Yet here stands a swordsmith with the inheritance of the swordsmith, who has abandoned the kindness of the swordsmith, using blood sacrifices to forge swords, even sacrificing the lives of his own relatives and friends. No matter how much you imitate the swordsmith's attire, your performance is merely superficial. Inheritance is still inheritance. Not every inheritor of the Blue Star shares the same values as the anime characters from other worlds. Ultimately, what is inherited is only power. QinShi took out the Clow Card sword, waved it gently, and the Clow Card transformed into a white feather sword. His swordsmanship was also temporarily enhanced to LV3. For a swordsmith, forging swords is a lifelong mission. Beyond sword forging, family ties, friendship, and even humanity are stumbling blocks that hinder sword forging. It is precisely because of the existence of these emotions that I have been unable to reach the pinnacle for so long. The sword concealer elder seemed to recall the past, his expression gradually twisting. Back then, I was just an unknown blacksmith in Longquan Town. Family ties? Friendship? Nonsense. In Longquan Town, where generations live by forging swords, the only thing that can judge your life's value is the swords you forge. Chapter 172. Iron-shattered Fong the sword concealer elder spoke while emitting a chilling laugh. If you can forge famous swords, people will respect you, and money and women will flow endlessly. But if the swords you forge are ordinary, then you are worth nothing. And even food and forging materials can only be scavenged from others' discards. Later, when a gray mist engulfed Longquan Town, killing nearly 2/3 of the people, the survivors finally found this sword forging villa. They all wailed, lamenting the cruelty of fate, but I was extremely delighted, for I knew this was one of the few opportunities in my life. The villa had many ancient texts on sword forging and countless materials for sword forging, so I no longer had to look at others' faces to forge swords. My skills advanced by leaps and bounds, and the swords I forged became increasingly powerful. No one dared to be disrespectful to me anymore. I became the master of this villa. The sword concealer elder clenched his fists towards the sky, clearly excited as he spoke. But he suddenly calmed down. What does it matter? I have come to understand that for a swordsmith, the swords they forge are everything. The stronger my skills become, the more I feel that what I forge is just a pile of garbage. It wasn't until I discovered the blood sacrifice method for sword forging that I realized that true swords were just beginning to be born from my hands. As for the other swordsmiths in the villa, haha, Their blood is excellent sacrificial material for sword forging, so I naturally kill them all. I was initially troubled by some aspects of humanity, but after joining the 100 Ghost group, humanity was erased from me, and nothing could bind my pursuit of supreme sword forging skills. The sword concealer elder slowly turned around, the wrinkles on his aged face deepening. Kid, you really have patience. Listening to an old man ramble, QinShi squinted his eyes. No problem, old man. I also need to make some preparations. As soon as he finished speaking, the black stone beneath the sword concealer elder suddenly cracked, and a hand reached out from within. As the earth fire enveloped QinShi, besides using Flying Thunder God, he also activated another ninjutsu, Shadow Clone technique. The Shadow Clone used Earth Release, Earth Dragon hidden technique to burrow underground, avoiding being burned by the flames. Then, the Shadow Clone used another Earth Release technique, Heart Beheading technique. This was QinShi's combination of ninjutsu. The Earth Dragon hidden technique combined with the Heart Beheading technique could unknowingly pull the enemy into the ground, binding them. Just as a hand grabbed the sword concealer elder's ankle, preparing to pull him down, the elder suddenly revealed a knife in his hand. When the elder raised the sword, it was still a rusty iron knife. But suddenly, spiritual flames surged from the hilt, and the originally rusty blade suddenly grew larger than a human body. What is this? Looking at the sword in the elder's hand, QinShi was suddenly stunned. He recognized this sword. It was the signature weapon of the protagonist from the Inuyasha world, Iron Shattered Fang, one of the dominant swords in the world, representing human swords, possessing the terrifying power to slay hundreds in one strike. The sword concealer elder raised the enlarged Iron Shattered Fang and slashed it towards the ground. With just one strike, a massive shockwave severed the Black Stone Passage. The Shadow Clone hiding in the Black Stone Passage also vanished. As the Black Stone Passage broke apart, debris began to fall into the earth fire, along with the elder who was about to fall into the flames. But the sword concealer elder showed no signs of panic. With a wave of his left hand, a rumbling sound echoed. The previously dark wall suddenly extended several black stone passages, abruptly standing in mid-air, supporting the elder's falling body. Hee kid, I know your tricks all too well. The sword concealer elder chuckled. The sword forging villa is a secret realm, and as the owner of this secret realm, I possess two privileges that outsiders do not have. First, the entire sword forging villa is within my perception range, especially this sword tower. No matter how many shadow clones you have, they cannot escape my perception. Second, the sword concealer elder looked at QinShi. His left hand suddenly clenched. Is that I can control the buildings within this sword forging villa. As soon as the elder's words fell, the black stone passage where QinShi stood suddenly collapsed with a rumble. QinShi's body also began to fall towards the earth fire, but a hand made of sand in midair firmly held QinShi. This was the sand ninjutsu, sand hand, allowing QinShi to float in the air. No wonder he could kill 3 demons. I don't recall sending you an invitation, and you seem indifferent to the invitation for the 3 demons to join the 100 Ghost group. So it seems. The elder stroked his beard. Kid, you're here to cause trouble, aren't you? Demon Hunting Academy, or the 9 Provinces Demon Hunting Association. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It seems this secret realm has already been targeted by the demon hunters. Once this sword is forged, the villa can be abandoned. The elder looked at QinShi and slowly raised the iron shattered fang in his hand. In the other world of my inheritance, there are 3 extraordinary swords. The first one is called Heavenly Born Fang, which was also the first sword I forged. But even with the enhancement of blood sacrifice, this sword still failed, becoming a defective product, and because I lack compassion, the sword refused to acknowledge me as its master. This garbage sword was discarded by me at the first opportunity in the Sword Tomb secret realm outside the villa. The second sword I forged is this Iron Shattered Fang. This is a good knife, a knife that only humans can use. The sword concealing old man caressed the blade as if he were admiring a beautiful woman. Humans? QinShi chuckled. With your ghastly appearance, can you still be considered human? The old man's words were also a source of confusion for QinShi. In the world of Inuyasha, while Tetsuzaiga is powerful, there is an important restriction. The user must be human. The protagonist, Inuyasha, is born of a demon and a human, possessing half-human blood, thus he can wield it. However, the sword concealing old man before him has already accepted the blood of a demon king, abandoning his humanity to become a demon. He does not meet the conditions for wielding Tetsuzaiga at all. That's because I have the blood demon technique that suits me best. The old man said, blood flowing from his hand. My blood demon technique is called Blade Slave. which allows me to perfectly wield any sword I forge. The restriction that Tetsusaiga can only be used by humans is completely eliminated under the influence of my blood demon technique. Moreover, young man, do you know what it means to perfectly wield it? The sword concealing old man grinned as he raised Tetsusaiga. That means being able to easily utilize the essence of the sword. Just like this move, Tetsusaiga, raised high, was suddenly swung down, and a powerful spiritual force swept across the entire sword tower. Tetsusaiga's essence, Wind Scar. Chapter 173, The Sacrifice of the Cloud Fawn. The spiritual force transformed into a hurricane, every gust as sharp as a knife. The towering sword tower, under the hurricane formed by Wind Scar, had even its walls devoured by the wind blades. The immense power seemed capable of destroying everything in the world. Wind Scar, one of Tetsusaiga's techniques in the Inuyasha anime, can utilize the gaps in the demonic aura emitted by opponents to unleash a fierce hurricane, capable of taking out hundreds of demons in one strike. At this moment, QinShi is human, and the sword concealing old man is a demon. Although there is no demonic aura, the two have a powerful spiritual force colliding. Tetsusaiga sliced through the gap between their spiritual forces, creating an extreme and destructive hurricane. This power is truly terrifying, worthy of being a move that can slay hundreds of demons in one strike. QinShi looked at the powerful hurricane before him, and even though he was wearing the Phoenix armor, he did not dare to take it head-on. His figure vanished from the spot again, activating the Flying Thunder God technique once more. In addition to the mark left in the sword tower, he had also left marks in various places of the sword concealing manner. However, just as he intended to utilize the Flying Thunder God to teleport, he was surprised to find that he could not move. Kid, didn't you understand? I am the master of this sword concealing manner, with the authority to slightly alter the architecture of this manner. This change is not just in the terrain, but also the rules. I have just set the rule that this place will become a deathmatch arena, and no one is allowed to leave the sword tower until a victor is determined. Your strange plan to teleport outside the tower with that weird kunai is useless. The old man laughed heartily as he wielded Tetsusaiga, controlling the hurricane towards QinShi. You have misunderstood one thing. I invited those 5 blade demons not to be my bodyguards. They are all my sacrifices for the Cloud Fong blood ritual. My power surpasses that of all 5 of them combined. The old man controlled the trajectory of Wind Scar as a powerful area attack technique. Wind Scar's damage range is not only extensive, but also extremely fast. QinShi had already maxed out his speed, pushing the instant body technique to its limits, opening 3 of the 8 gates in an instant. But even at such high speed, Wind Scar was still getting closer and closer to him, impossible to evade. You can't escape. Dying under Wind Scar is your only fate. As the master of the sword concealing manner, he had a keen perception of the creatures within the manor. No matter where QinShi moved, he could sense it and direct Wind Scar to adjust its trajectory. But he suddenly stopped, unable to control Wind Scar properly, which crashed directly into the wall of the sword tower. The sword tower, with its 3-layered walls, was actually pierced in one blow, leaving only a large hole. The reason the old man stopped was that he had to, because QinShi was standing right behind him. If he let Wind Scar strike QinShi, the result would be that he would be consumed as well. I couldn't see your movement trajectory at all, suddenly appearing behind me. This is teleportation? The sword concealing old man looked at QinShi with suspicion. I have been moving all along, and there were no strange kunai around. When did? He noticed a special technique inscribed on his ankle. He immediately guessed a possibility. It was that clone, the one that emerged from the Blackstone Passage and was cut down by me. So that clone was not meant to pull me into the ground, but to leave behind this strange technique that allows teleportation to my side. QinShi smiled slightly. You're right, but unfortunately, it's too late. QinShi stood behind the old man, and before he could turn around, lightning flickered in his hand. S-rank lightning release ninja technique, lightning cutter. His right hand became like a sharp and fast lightning blade, thrusting towards the old man's body. The sword concealing old man wanted to swing Tetsusaiga to block, but he could not match the speed of the lightning cutter's thrust, watching helplessly as it pierced into his body. Ugh! Pierced through the heart by the lightning cutter, he spat out a mouthful of blood, forcefully swinging Tetsusaiga. The powerful sword energy forced QinShi to retract his hand and retreat, avoiding the blade of Tetsusaiga. The lightning flickered on the old man's chest, and the properties of the electric current made his wounds extremely difficult to heal. Although having his heart destroyed is not the most fatal injury for a demon, he was still heavily injured, significantly affecting his combat power. This battle, like a flash of lightning, saw the outcome decided in an instant. The old man staggered back. I never expected you to be so powerful. Ha ha. Death is approaching, but the old man not only felt no fear, but instead laughed heartily. Such an enemy is worthy of my first battle with the demon blade. The old man, clutching Hitsugaya, stumbled through the black stone passage, blood flowing from his chest, but he paid it no mind. Then he leaped towards the direction of the cloud fong in the sword furnace, jumping down from the black stone passage with all his might. Just one more strong person's blood sacrifice, then it will be mine. My beloved blade consume me and become the strongest sword. The sword concealing old man leaped into the flames with a frenzied expression. The blue flames suddenly roared, and the entire sword tower shifted between extreme cold and extreme heat. The flames flickered, revealing countless skeletons at the bottom of the sword furnace. This scene resembled the legendary hell of extreme cold and extreme heat. Oh no, this cursed sword is about to be born. The sensations of scorching heat and icy cold continuously eroded his body, making it feel like countless vengeful spirits were howling within the sword tower, causing his head to throb. The discomfort grew stronger. QinShi gritted his teeth and quickly formed seals with both hands. Fine sand flowed out from the system space, transforming into a sand hand in midair. Armament Haki, activate. QinShi placed his palm on the sand hand's palm, and the yellow sand particles instantly turned black. With the enhancement of Armament Haki, the sand hand's defensive power was temporarily increased. Go! QinShi controlled the sand hand to pick up a rusty knife from the ground fire. This was Hitsugaya, which the sword concealing old man had held when he jumped into the sea of flames. The ground fire instantly turned the old man's body to ashes, leaving only a white skull that remained in the ground fire, like a collection left behind by the Kanjiunya after devouring its prey. The fallen iron fragment Fong was quickly pulled out by QinShi's sand hand and swiftly returned to his side. As a human, QinShi also possessed the physique of the son of all realms, naturally meeting the usage requirements of the iron fragment Fong. Without hesitation, he placed the iron fragment Fong into the system space. Just after doing this, QinShi felt an indescribable chill arise. Kanjiunya had emerged. Chapter 174, The Essence of Kanjiunya. The Hell Dragon Break. Unlike the Kanjiunya from the Inuyasha anime, the orb on the sword handle was not white but pure black, with not a hint of brightness. The sword body was no longer shimmering like silver, but instead exuded a strange blood-red hue, as if it were a blood-sucking monster. The Kanjiunya slowly floated out of the sword furnace, cheering, shouting, and craving to harvest all the lives of the world. The entire ground fire was stirred by it, converging on its blade before being completely devoured. The entire sword tower, apart from the black stone base and countless white skulls, no longer had a hint of flame. However, QinShi couldn't help but shiver. Although there was a certain distance between them, the killing intent, malice, and death aura emanating from the Kanjiunya still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was a sword from hell. Without the slightest hesitation, QinShi immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, wanting to leave this discomforting sword tower. How could this be? QinShi was surprised to find that he was still in place. The Flying Thunder God technique had failed. Could it be? He recalled what the Sword Hidden Elder had said before. This sword tower was a death arena. Unless he won, he could not leave. QinShi initially thought this death battle referred to himself and the Sword Hidden Elder. Now it seemed he was mistaken. This Sword Hidden Elder apparently wanted him to be the first soul under the Kanjiunya's blade. He smiled self-deprecatingly. The emergence of the evil weapon was destined to bring blood and slaughter to the world. But the first person to die under the sword could provide great nourishment for the formation of the sword spirit. This sword had just emerged and already had a vague consciousness. The sword spirit had already begun to take shape. QinShi looked at the slowly floating evil sword. He sensed this sword's desire to kill him. The sword spirit harbored a desire to destroy everything and kill all. In the haze, QinShi seemed to see a shadow. Using the Sharingan, the figure became clearer. It was the phantom of the Sword Hidden Elder, his eyes vacant, yet holding the Kanjiunya like a ghost from hell. In the anime, the Kanjiunya had its own consciousness and could manipulate others to wield it for slaughter. It seemed the Sword Hidden Elder's soul had been temporarily chosen as its sword bearer. QinShi gripped the kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique and assumed a fighting stance. The enemy was a sword, but it was a sword with overwhelming killing intent, eager to slaughter everything before it. The Kanjiunya trembled in the air, and suddenly thick gray mist surged from the blade. The sword fell from the sky, plunging straight into the hard black stone ground, slicing through it like tofu, leaving only the sword hilt behind. This was the power of hell. QinShi's expression changed drastically, and he quickly threw the kunai towards the sky above him. Starting from a position where the kanji had plunged into the ground, a decaying gray began to spread outward. Wherever the gray touched, bricks cracked, walls collapsed, and everything turned to ancient ruins. The gray contained death energy, as if hell had been transported to the human realm. Just as the kunai he threw reached a height, his figure vanished from where he stood and appeared in midair. This was using the Flying Thunder God technique to swap positions with the kunai in the air. Cloud card. Sword. The sword transformed from the cloud card flew over, standing firmly beneath his feet, allowing him to stabilize. Though the blade was thin, QinShi's physical skills had reached LV4, allowing him to control his muscles perfectly. Luckily I avoided it. QinShi looked in shock at the ground. The area covered by gray was expanding rapidly, already spreading beyond the sword tower and still growing. Wherever it reached, vegetation withered, buildings collapsed, and everything began to decay and be destroyed. This gray contained intense death energy. Just touching it would drain the life force. QinShi frowned at the countless black fragments beneath his feet. Covered by gray, the sword tower collapsed with a rumble, burying the deep pit of the sword path, leaving only a ground of ruins. At the moment the sword tower fell, QinShi controlled the long sword transformed from the cloud card to fly out from the tower's top opening, avoiding the fate of being buried by the sword tower. The sword tower had clearly disappeared, but he still couldn't escape the range of the gray. QinShi tried to fly away, but it was as if he had fallen into a strange loop. Whenever he flew a certain distance, a powerful suction force would come from behind him. Even using the Flying Thunder God technique could not move him, as if the space he was in was severed from other spaces. It seemed that he could only defeat that sword to leave this cursed place. Looking into the distance, QinShi noticed that after expanding to a certain range, the spread of gray finally stopped. Thank goodness, it didn't extend to the front yard or the back mountain of the villa. A wave of luck surged in QinShi's heart. In the front yard of the villa, Peibu Liao was still fast asleep. That guy had fallen asleep as soon as he learned his roommate was safe and was now snoring. Meanwhile, in the back mountain, Li Shani was waiting for him to finish fighting. If the gray area spread over, both of them would be in grave danger. This gray area contained death energy and was untouchable. It seemed a wave of aerial combat was needed. QinShi looked at the ground full of ruins. Suddenly, stones shifted, and the kanji buried beneath the rubble slowly rose. In QinShi's view, the ghostly figure of the sword-hidden elder crawled out from the rubble. Just as it emerged, it looked at QinShi wielding the sword in the air with hatred and swung its hand, delivering a strike. The wind surged, even as a ghost. The Blood Demon technique was still in effect. Under the influence of the Blood Demon technique's sword slave, it could perfectly wield the weapon in its hand. A fierce wind, containing powerful spiritual energy and death energy, formed and howled, sweeping across this realm. This was the kanji essence, Hell Dragon Break. A massive sword energy tornado formed, twisting in the air and rapidly moving towards QinShi. This power was a joke. Watching the death energy tornadoes rise around him, QinShi thought without hesitation and fully urged the cloud card sword to dodge within the tornado. Each time he was nearly engulfed by a death energy tornado, he immediately shot the kunai in his hand towards a distance. Then his figure would disappear, teleporting along with the sword to a windless area. But the number of death energy tornadoes kept increasing, filling the realm and creating immense pressure. As QinShi dodged again and again, the kunai in his hand dwindled. Finally, after dodging another death energy tornado, he found himself out of kunai. All the kunai he had thrown fell to the ground, covered by the great death energy and devoured along with the Flying Thunder God technique. Several tornadoes surrounded QinShi, and the gaps left were insufficient for him to escape on his flying sword. The situation became extremely critical. Chapter 175. QinShi's defense. This is bad. Trapped in a situation surrounded by death energy tornadoes, even someone as strong as QinShi couldn't think of a solution. The Flying Thunder God technique was restricted by the suffocating death energy, making it impossible to use. He could only take on this wave of death energy tornado head-on. He had to use all his defensive means. QinShi gritted his teeth. Isn't it just a contest of spiritual power? Come on. He formed hand seals with both hands. All the sand poured out from his system space, forming a sphere that enveloped him. This was the sand ninja technique, sand shield. But that wasn't all. He pressed both hands against the sand shield, and a black aura flowed from his arms into the sand shield. He used armament haki to enhance the defense of the sand shield. Then, the Phoenix Cloth was fully donned, and the small universe of the Phoenix surged within him. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Lightning surged on the surface of the Phoenix Cloth. Unlike the previous Lightning Release Chakra, this time the lightning was much larger, forming a defense far superior to before. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, he had no intention of saving skill points anymore. The skill points he had just gained from defeating 3 sword demons were immediately invested, consuming 25 skill points to upgrade the Lightning Release Chakra mode to LV3. The upgraded LV3 Lightning Release Chakra immediately displayed immense power. QinShi let out a low roar, and the lightning around him grew larger. As if the thunder god had descended, the lightning not only enveloped him, but even the newly formed sand shield was empowered by the lightning, becoming even harder. But it wasn't over. QinShi quickly chanted, binding path number 39, circular shield. In an instant, a full 10 circular light shields formed. The shields of the circular shield were larger and thicker than before. This was the circular shield upgraded to LV3 after QinShi consumed skill points. With a series of defensive skills unleashed, QinShi's spiritual power was instantly depleted by 20 cards. This was all he could do at the moment. Next, it was time for a hard clash. Boom! Several towering death energy tornadoes howled as they crashed into QinShi's defensive skills. The circular shield took the initial impact. There was no sound of shattering. The circular shield gradually lost its luster under the corruption of the death energy, then dissolved like loose sludge. In less than 3 seconds, all 10 circular shields set up by QinShi disappeared. The death energy tornado then struck the sand shield. A sizzling sound erupted, like eggshells being cracked open. Even with the enhancement of armament haki and lightning release chakra mode, the sand shield was still gradually eroding. Before long, the sand shield completely vanished, turning into gray sand that scattered away. However, the scale of the death energy tornado had also diminished, no longer possessing the initial overwhelming momentum. It's a gamble. Just as QinShi was about to bite down on a spirit being, planning to withstand it with the cloth and his body, a long sword autonomously flew out from QinShi's storage space. The sword hummed, as if sensing its master's danger. This was the sword he had tamed in the sword tomb, later repaired with 3 ninja blades as materials, the Tenjin Tooth. Tenjin Tooth. Why did you come out on your own? QinShi was taken aback. He knew Tenjin Tooth had a spirit, but for it to appear without its master's call must mean it sensed something. He looked at Tenjin Tooth before him and suddenly remembered something. Tenjin Tooth and the extraordinary evil sword, Songyun Tooth, both belonged to the worldly tyrant swords. Tenjin Tooth represented heaven, while Songyun Tooth represented earth. In the Inuyasha world, these 2 swords, along with Tetsusaiga, were weapons crafted by the swordsmith for the strongest demon dog general. It could be said that Tenjin Tooth and Songyun Tooth had a brotherly blood relationship, yet they were fated to be adversaries. As soon as Tenjin Tooth appeared, it immediately opened an energy barrier centered on itself, protecting its master QinShi within. This was one of Tenjin Tooth's abilities, the barrier. As soon as the barrier was established, it blocked all the approaching death energy from reaching QinShi. Even the howling death energy tornado was forcefully pushed back 3 meters by the barrier's power. In the Inuyasha anime, Tenjin Tooth would automatically set up a barrier for its wielder, Sesshomaru, and would activate of its own will in times of crisis. Originally, the low-quality Tenjin Tooth crafted by the old swordsmith did not possess barrier abilities, but after QinShi's system repair, Tenjin Tooth had successfully transformed into its complete form, acquiring the barrier ability seen in the anime. With the archenemy appearing, Songyun Tooth became even more agitated, continuously unleashing its ultimate move, Hell Dragon Break. The death energy tornado attacked QinShi with even more madness under Songyun Tooth's control. Repeatedly battered by the death energy tornado, the barrier's light grew dimmer. Tenjin Tooth also began to emit a mournful cry. Its power was insufficient to hold back the death energy tornado for long. The sword body trembled, as if urgently reminding QinShi of something, but QinShi couldn't understand. Stay calm. What is Tenjin Tooth trying to tell me? QinShi forced himself to calm down. From the current battlefield situation, Tenjin Tooth was utterly powerless to contend with Songyun Tooth. This was normal, as although both were worldly tyrant swords, Songyun Tooth was the supreme sword, even belonging to the demigod realm. The ability to turn the mortal world into hell was godly power. Since Tenjin Tooth couldn't do it, then what about adding Tetsusaiga? QinShi suddenly understood. Tenjin Tooth's call was precisely to urge him to summon the 3rd worldly tyrant sword, Tetsusaiga. Tetsusaiga, among the 3 swords, represented humanity, and also possessed the ability to protect humans. He directed his consciousness into the storage space where Tetsusaiga was kept, wanting to summon it. But Tetsusaiga remained unresponsive, like a dead object. Like Tenjin Tooth, Tetsusaiga was not an ordinary weapon. It also had its own sword consciousness. However, without undergoing a unique trial similar to that in the Sword Tomb, Tetsusaiga had not acknowledged QinShi as its master. Even with Tenjin Tooth's call as a fellow sword, Tetsusaiga remained indifferent. System, can I spend points to make Tetsusaiga acknowledge me? QinShi had no intention of wasting time. With a great enemy before him, he didn't know how much longer Tenjin Tooth could hold out, and he had no time to undergo the so-called master recognition trial. Yes, killing points are omnipotent. Consuming 20 killing points will allow Tetsusaiga to acknowledge its master. 20. System, are you raising prices in a crisis? QinShi couldn't help but shout in his mind. Let me tell you, if I die here, you won't have a host anymore, so lower the price. Killing points are rarer and more precious than skill points. After all, he also needed to save points for the lottery. Having a legendary weapon recognize a master is not an easy task. If you want to give up, I will close the selection interface now. The system's mechanical voice was expressionless. Chapter 176. Summoning the 100 Ghost Spy? 20 points is fine. Life is almost gone. Who cares about points? Hearing the system's announcement, QinShi immediately gave up on the idea of haggling and directly clicked on the confirm option on the system interface. As the killing points were deducted, QinShi felt a strange sense of closeness between himself and Tetsusaiga. Tetsusaiga also sensed this change, first lightly humming in confusion. Then it abandoned its thoughts and joyfully jumped out from the storage space. Like the owner of Tetsusaiga in the anime, the sword spirit of Tetsusaiga also did not possess high intelligence. Tetsusaiga floated in the air, appearing as a dilapidated rusty sword. QinShi gripped it with his right hand. His spiritual power began to automatically flow into Tetsusaiga's blade, and in an instant, the rusty blade vanished. Tetsusaiga transformed into a massive sword engulfed in flames of spiritual power, nearly the height of a person. This was Tetsusaiga's released form. With just a gentle swing, a powerful blade aura surrounded the sword. Tetsusaiga, help me dispel the death energy, QinShi said in a low voice. Unlike the Tensiga, Tetsusaiga did not have the ability to open a barrier to protect its user. In the Inuyasha anime, Inuyasha, who wields Tetsusaiga, often engages in close combat with demons, frequently getting injured. But Tetsusaiga, despite lacking a barrier, possesses formidable abilities to slay demons. Just having recognized its master, QinShi's Sharingan began to turn, allowing him to see the trajectory of the gaps created by the clash of spiritual energy. On the other side, Tensiga let out a mournful cry as its barrier shattered little by little, reaching its limit. Without any hesitation, QinShi instantly dispelled Tensiga's barrier. With no barrier to resist, the death energy whirlwind surged toward QinShi rapidly, as if entering an uninhabited realm. Faced with the death energy that could decay everything, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in QinShi's eyes. Go, my sword. He gripped the towering sword tightly with both hands and brought it down heavily toward the void's spiritual energy gap. Tetsusaiga's ultimate technique, Wind Scar. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted. The spiritual energy howled and surged, transforming into an indestructible hurricane blade. The spiritual energy hurricane entangled with the death energy whirlwind, like two wild beasts fighting to the death. The two sides intertwined and struggled, ultimately vanishing together. QinShi held Tensiga in his left hand and Tetsusaiga in his right. Standing on the floating Kuro card sword, he gazed down at the Hell Sword, Kanji-Yunya, held by the ghost of the sword concealing elder, with a strong presence. Roar! Seeing his attack neutralized, the sword concealing elder's ghost began to go mad. He would not allow his supreme artwork to suffer defeat in its first battle after emerging. The ghost reversed his grip on Kanji-Yunya, landing on the ground, then thrust the sword into the earth with great force. In an instant, the ground trembled. Is it coming? Seeing the opponent's actions, QinShi was not surprised. He had searched his anime memories and roughly recalled the power of Kanji-Yunya. This Earth Sword not only had the ultimate killing move, held Dragon Break, but also possessed a unique ability. It could be said that this ability was the reason it became the strongest sword among the world's domineering swords. As the ground shook, countless skeletons crawled out from the gray soil. Their arms were still withered when they first emerged, but by the time they stood completely, the gray earth had gathered around them, forming new flesh. Only their skulls remained devoid of flesh, with only the eye sockets glowing with ghostly fire. More and more skeletal demons rose from the earth, filling the gray-shrouded ground. These skeletal demons were previously killed by the sword concealing elder, sacrificed to forge Kanji-Yunya. Not only that, but even the 5 knife demons that QinShi and his 2 roommates had slain appeared as skeletal demons. However, they were all empty-handed, without any swords. This was the second ultimate technique of Kanji-Yunya, its unique ability, summoning of 100 demons. QinShi looked at the crawling skeletal demons on the ground and did not give them time. He raised Tetsusaiga high again and brought it down. The ultimate technique, Wind Scar, was activated and the spiritual energy hurricane surged once more. This time, the hurricane blade transformed into 5 wind blades, slicing through the numerous skeletal demons like a plow tilling the earth. With a charged strike, countless skeletal demons were cleaved in half by the Wind Scar, their newly revived bodies beginning to fall. Such power was truly worthy of being called the protagonist's weapon that slays 100 demons. QinShi looked at Tetsusaiga in his hand, clicking his tongue in admiration. However, before he could relax, the recently slain skeletal demons began to crawl up from the ground one by one. They reassembled their severed heads and bodies, and the gray hellish soil once again transformed into their flesh. In just a few breaths, all the previously slain skeletal demons had fully revived. Although the skeletal demons had no consciousness, they retained their combat instincts from when they were alive. Some of the flying skeletons lunged toward QinShi. Kuro card sword. Eliminate them. QinShi's feet left the long sword, landing on the sand hand formed from fine sand. The Kuro card sword transformed into a streak of sword light, weaving through the flying skeletal demons. Before long, white skeletons began to fall. However, as the skeletons fell to the ground, they began to reassemble themselves, and the soil turned to flesh once more. The slain skeletons revived again from the gray soil. This endless cycle of life and death. Could these demons, summoned by summoning of 100 demons, never be killed? QinShi looked at the troublesome group of skeletons before him. But I have a sword that can send you to the afterlife. He raised his left hand, pouring all his spiritual energy into it. Since you're already demons, go to where demons should go. Rest in peace, 100 demons. QinShi said as he brought Tenseiga down heavily. A black crack opened in the void above, slowly expanding into a crescent shape. This was Tenseiga's ultimate technique, Demon Path, Crescent Moonbreak. In the crescent-shaped void above, stars twinkled, and a swirling black vortex appeared. That was the passage to the underworld, the place one goes after death. The ultimate technique of Tenseiga is to tear through the void and open a passage between the human world and the underworld. A tremendous suction force emanated from the underworld passage, causing all the skeletal demons to struggle and float upward. No matter what skills they used or how much strength they exerted, they were gradually pulled into the underworld passage. After all the skeletal demons were absorbed, the demon path vanished. Except for the spirit of the sword concealing Elder holding Kanji-Yunya, everyone else had completely disappeared. The Elder's ghost looked unwillingly at QinShi, straining to exert force with both hands, wanting to unleash the summoning of 100 demons once more. But this time, Kanji-Yunya did not comply with his wishes and began to move on its own. Then, the sword's blade turned toward the ghost itself and stabbed down heavily. The ghost of the sword concealing Elder looked in disbelief at the Kanji-Yunya piercing his chest, his hands gradually loosening. Then, like a piece of paper burning in flames, his spirit dissipated under the Elder's painful expression. Chapter 177, 3-in-1, 3 Lives Sword. The ghost of the sword concealing Elder vanished. With a clang, Kanji-Yunya fell to the ground. The gray death energy covering the ground began to slowly dissipate, returning to the land of the human world. Without a user, even with overwhelming abilities, Kanji-Yunya could not be perfectly wielded. QinShi slowly descended from the air, the sand hand disappeared, and his feet touched the ground. Looking at Kanji-Yunya on the ground, he frowned. This sword actually deemed the sword concealing Elder unworthy to wield it and backfired to kill him. Not even sparing its own forger, how wicked it is. This cursed sword, if left unchecked, would bring disaster to the entire 9 provinces. QinShi walked over and picked up the cursed sword. The malevolent energy on the long sword immediately surged up his arm, and the sword began to tremble, moving its tip toward QinShi's heart. Silence. QinShi roared angrily, pressing the entire sword down onto the ground. His body erupted with a strong aura. If weak individuals were nearby, they would be directly stunned into dizziness. This was the quality of a king, the conqueror's haki. Whether it was due to being intimidated by QinShi's domineering aura or Kanji submitting to the one who defeated it, the entire sword body stopped trembling and became quiet. The death energy that coiled around QinShi's arm, attempting to invade his body, also automatically retracted. QinShi could feel that the sword was cheering. It acknowledged QinShi as its master. You can even kill your own forger. Can I trust you? QinShi snorted coldly and directly tossed Kanji into the system storage space. System, can I use killing points to tame this evil sword? He directly asked the system. The Tsongyun sword has already recognized you as its master. You do not need to expend killing points. However, the Tsongyun sword is an evil sword. Even if it recognizes its master, there's a risk of being backlashed by it. For the Tsongyun sword, only the one who defeats it can become its master. Once it seizes the opportunity of a weak wielder, it will retaliate mercilessly. Anyone who dies from its backlash is unworthy to be its master. QinShi was taken aback. The evil sword truly is an evil sword. This is not just a weapon, it's practically a ticking time bomb. There's no guarantee he wouldn't die under the Tsongyun sword's backlash one day. But he couldn't just ignore such a sword capable of easily destroying a town. With the knife demon and the master of the sword hiding man are killed, the 100 Ghost group would definitely send someone to investigate. They would also conduct a thorough search for this weapon, which was supposed to become the exclusive sword of the Ghost King. He couldn't just leave this sword here. QinShi made up his mind. System, is there any way to prevent the Tsongyun sword's backlash? After a while, the system finally responded slowly. Yes. Really? QinShi was overjoyed. He had only been inquiring as a test, but he didn't expect the system to genuinely solve this tricky problem. What should I do? QinShi asked eagerly. Want to know? 10 killing points. What the hell? You want money for this, and it's so expensive. QinShi suddenly lost his composure. Buying it costs only 10 killing points, right? He painfully clicked the confirm option on the system interface again. After the killing points were deducted, the system began to explain. The Tiansheng tooth and the Iron Broken Tooth can suppress the Tsongyun tooth. Although a single sword cannot completely suppress the Tsongyun tooth, the combined power of the two swords can. The host can use the system's workbench to fuse these three swords together. After hearing the system's plan, QinShi slapped his thigh. Of course, in the Inuyasha anime, the Tiansheng tooth, Tsongyun tooth, and Iron Broken Tooth were originally together, which suppressed the evil nature of the Tsongyun tooth. Later, the Iron Broken Tooth was taken by Inuyasha, and the Tiansheng tooth was taken by Inuyasha's brother Sesshomaru, causing the Tsongyun tooth to lose its suppression. In the anime, the Tsongyun tooth had a special scabbard that could suppress it, which was sealed in a time-space well for hundreds of years. However, in Blue Star, although the sword-hiding elder of the Dao Zhai forged the Tsongyun tooth, he didn't create a scabbard with sealing abilities. To suppress the Tsongyun tooth, the power of the Tiansheng tooth and Iron Broken Tooth must be borrowed. It's a good method, and I should have thought of it. QinShi felt a bit frustrated. He immediately opened the system interface and clicked on the workbench. The workbench was a new feature that appeared when his inheritance level reached LV10, with two main functions, repair and synthesis. The repair function had already been used to fix the Tiansheng tooth, so he understood how to use it. QinShi clicked on the synthesis function. 3 slots appeared on the interface. There was also an explanation beside it, which was simple and clear. Place 3 items of the same level together, consume killing points, and you can synthesize. Just like the games QinShi played in his previous life, items of the same quality could be synthesized into a higher quality. However, in Blue Star, the prices of higher-level items were far beyond what 3 lower-level items could compare. Moreover, even among items of the same level, the gap was as wide as a chasm. Take these 3 swords, for example. They were all legendary weapons. But the quality of the Iron Broken Tooth and Tiansheng Tooth still couldn't compare to the Tsongyun Tooth. The Tsongyun Tooth had already reached the peak of the legendary level, touching upon the demigod realm. QinShi even felt that this sword had the potential to evolve. As long as enough killing was done, the sword would complete its evolution and break into the demigod level. Placing the 3 swords into the empty slots, QinShi clicked the Synthesize button, detecting synthesis materials. Detection complete. This synthesis requires 30 killing points. Looking at the consumption value, QinShi's jaw nearly dropped. But he couldn't just ignore the evil sword. His life was even more important. Reluctantly, he paid 30 killing points. After finally making a big profit in killing points, he unexpectedly spent it all again. This lottery seems far away. When will it be opened? Although he complained, QinShi realized the powerful aspects of killing points. Compared to skill points, which could only improve skill levels, killing points had a wide range of applications. They could be used for lotteries, repairs, synthesis, and even recognizing legendary weapons as their masters and consulting the system. All of these could be achieved by consuming killing points, making them a new strategic resource. After consuming 30 killing points, the flame icon in the upper right corner of the workbench lit up, indicating it was in progress. The progress bar slowly advanced. After nearly 10 minutes, the flame in the upper right corner of the workbench finally extinguished. Of the 3 slots, only 1 remained. QinShi looked at the weapon in the slot. Synthesis successful. New item produced. Item name: Sansheng Tooth. Type: Weapon. Rarity: Demigod level. Chapter 178. The power of Sansheng Tooth without QinShi needing to act. The sword floated out by itself. Its appearance had changed, but the marks of the Tiansheng Tooth, Iron Broken Tooth, and Songyun Tooth were still faintly visible. At the top of the hilt, there was still a bead embedded, which was the nether pearl inherent to the Songyun Tooth, but unlike the original black color. The bead had changed from black to transparent. It resembled a pure and flawless gem. At the junction of the hilt and blade, a ball of burning white flame acted as a guard. This was the guard of the Iron Broken Tooth after its form was liberated. The shape of the blade had changed the most. Unlike the Iron Broken Tooth, which was rusty but enormous after liberation, and not like the crescent shape of the Tiansheng Tooth, the blade of this sword was straight, but the tip had one side sharpened, resembling the Tang Dao from ancient times before QinShi's transmigration. The color of the blade was a dazzling silver, the same color as the Tiansheng Tooth's blade. QinShi gripped this sword in his hand, and a powerful force surged through his body. He even developed a sense of confidence with this sword in hand. He could become the ruler of the 9 provinces. Demigod level. This is truly demigod level. QinShi excitedly looked at the weapon in his hand. Ordinary, exquisite, epic, legendary. Demigod myth. Throughout the 9 provinces, no myth-level items had appeared before. Demigod-level items in the 9 provinces were national treasure-level existences. Even though the inheritance had descended for hundreds of years, after such a long time of accumulation, there were only about 10 demigod-level items in the 9 provinces. For instance, the senior sister Lin Long that QinShi had seen before. The contract victory sword in her hand was a demigod-level weapon, of course, not to mention that magical scabbard. Another example would be the 6 Paths ninja tools from the Naruto world, the Banyan Fan and the Red Gourd, which are also demigod-level weapons. These weapons had all made remarkable contributions in the fight against the invasion of demon beasts. And now, QinShi held a demigod-level weapon in his hand. Just by holding the Sansheng Tooth, a wealth of information flooded into his mind. So that's how it is. This sword is formed from the fusion of the Tiansheng Tooth, Iron Broken Tooth, and Songyun Tooth, and thus retains the abilities of these 3 swords. The 3 swords had already recognized him as their master. Therefore, as soon as the Sansheng Tooth was born, it recognized QinShi as its wielder. He waved in the air. Spiritual energy transformed into a massive wind blade, howling towards all directions, destroying everything. This was the ultimate move of the Iron Broken Tooth, capable of slaying hundreds of demon beasts at once, Wind's Wound. Moreover, compared to the sword techniques wielded by the old sword hidden in the past with the Iron Shattered Tooth, the power is even stronger. The merged 3 Lives Tooth does not require searching for the so-called spiritual power collision trajectory. Even a simple slash can release the Wind's injury. Indeed, it has become significantly stronger. However, QinShi, feeling his nearly exhausted spiritual power, smiled bitterly and said, "The consumption of spiritual power is indeed great. This is a big move and cannot be used lightly." Although the 3 swords have merged into one, the sword spirits of the 3 swords still suppress each other within the sword. Due to the first fusion, the system has helped the host eliminate the curse of the Dark Pearl on the Songyun Tooth and also provides a suggestion to the host. In battle, you can call upon the power of either the Tiansheng Tooth, Iron Shattered Tooth, or Songyun Tooth once at a time. It is not recommended to call upon 2 at once, as it will disrupt the balance of the sword spirit suppression. Moreover, before you can rely on other powers to suppress the evil power of Songyun Tooth, it is not recommended to use the power of Songyun Tooth. Curse? QinShi was taken aback. He did not expect that the Black Dark Pearl also had a so-called curse. However, the system did not provide much explanation. After waiting for a while without seeing a response from the system, QinShi had to ask the next question. When will I be able to freely use all the abilities of the 3 Lives Tooth? QinShi asked curiously. Although the power of Songyun Tooth is evil, it is indeed very immense. If used against monsters, it has the potential to change the battlefield with a single strike. Wait until you have new powers that can suppress Songyun Tooth, such as when you can use the Bankai of the fire-type Zanpakuto. Upon hearing the system suggestion, QinShi finally understood. Although the three swords merged, suppressing the evil power of Songyun Tooth, it is not a ticking time bomb. There is still a possibility of backlash. But if he actively uses the power of Songyun Tooth, he might still be contaminated by the sword's death energy. However, the Zanpakuto is the sword of the Shinigami that slays ghosts and inherently has the power to restrain them. In the world of Shinigami, Captain Yamamoto's fire-type Zanpakuto possesses flames feared by ghosts, comparable to the true fire of the sun. If he could use Captain Yamamoto's Bankai, then the evil energy of Songyun Tooth would be completely suppressed by the power of the Shinigami, and it would no longer be able to invade him. Ding! The host has completely defeated the A-level inheritor, the old sword hidden, and rewards are being distributed. You have gained 3,000 inheritance points, skill points 30. The reward options for the old sword hidden from the Inuyasha world, the knife master inheritance, are being presented. You can choose one from the following options. 01. Sword forging technique, blood sacrifice method. The old sword hidden has top-tier sword forging abilities. By sacrificing blood and life, he can almost forge the strongest weapon in this world. 02. Sword slave. Consume your own blood to become a slave to the sword, mastering the weapon in hand perfectly, but as usage increases, the user will gradually lose their will. 03. Spiritual power reward. The host has completely killed the old sword hidden, including his soul and body, and therefore can gain half of the old man's total spiritual power, which is 20 cards. You can also forego the above options and choose the killing reward. Countdown, 10-9. There are actually 20 cards. That means this old man has a total spiritual power of 40 cards, which is even higher than mine. Although he had already guessed that the total spiritual power of the old sword hidden was high, he was still shocked when he saw the reward value. No wonder techniques like Wind's Injury and Hell Dragon Break came so easily. It turns out his total spiritual power is so terrifying. QinShi thought to himself, he has the system support and currently has only 35 cards of spiritual power. But this level of spiritual power is already quite high, comparable to a 4-star monster hunter. What he does not know is that although the old sword hidden often forges swords and his combat skills are lacking, he has a high inheritance level and also possesses a high spiritual power constitution. I choose 3. Although I also won the killing points through this battle, QinShi feels increasingly aware of the importance of spiritual power. Even though he has many skills now, to utilize them well, he still needs enough spiritual power, especially with the 3 lives tooth he just acquired. Releasing Wind's Injury and the moonlight of the underworld requires a huge consumption of spiritual power. Only with a surge in spiritual power can he freely unleash his big moves. QinShi looked at the demigod-level weapon in his hand and felt his swelling spiritual power. The gains this time were too great. Trusting Old Pei, taking on a T-shaped mission really paid off. Chapter 179. The reward for the T-shaped mission, just as QinShi was happily counting his gains. On the other side of the Johjo continent, far from Changzhou, in a deep mountain, there was a simple school built entirely of bamboo. A tall, thin teacher with glasses was teaching, and below him were 30 students whose eyes shone with admiration. His face was pale, and the suit he wore had become somewhat yellowed, but was very neat. Strangely, that suit fit him without a single wrinkle, as if it were being ironed continuously. Classmates, let's review the periodic table of elements once again. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. The bespectacled teacher, with his back to the students, wrote vigorously on the blackboard when suddenly he paused, and the chalk in his hand broke abruptly. Interesting. Someone has actually broken the Ghost King's true blood that I infused into the Dark Pearl. The teacher, who had just appeared gentle, now had a hint of enchanting red in his eyes. He extended his tongue, licking his face like a snake's tongue, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've encountered an interesting enemy. He smiled, returning to writing on the blackboard as if nothing had happened. After defeating the enemy and storing the weapon in the system's storage space, QinShi put on the Seam-Meon mask again. First, he went to the backyard to inform Li Shani. Then he slapped awake Pei Bewley, who was sleeping soundly in the front yard. Next, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the spot. When Li Shani and Pei Bewley huffed and puffed out of the secret realm and arrived at the parking area outside the Sword Tomb secret realm, QinShi had already been waiting in the car for a while. He had left a Flying Thunder God mark in the car before getting out, allowing him to quickly teleport over. Damn, old Qin, you came out early. Pei Bewley pulled his hand and got into the car. Ha, the Academy's principal saved me. So I came out first. QinShi laughed heartily. The three got into the car and returned to the Pei family's industrial building in Ichang City. Then they activated Pei Buli's private plane, the Tiger Moth, on the rooftop again. After returning to the Monster Hunting Academy, the three went to the task board to report their completion status. Seeing his students return safely, Teacher Wong, who looked like a Taoist and whose inheritance was the King of Kings, embraced all three of them. It's good to be back safely. As for the mission, forget it. When he heard that QinShi and the others not only participated in the so-called sword forging ceremony, but also had a confrontation with members of the 100 Ghost group, Teacher Wong's jaw dropped in astonishment. Good heavens, the information on the 7 sword demons is in the Academy's archives. Even the lowest-ranked sword demon, if I remember correctly, has over 2-star monster hunting strength. Teacher Wong looked at his students in disbelief. You not only survived, but also managed to turn the tables on them. To call you geniuses is an understatement. Teacher Wong exclaimed in admiration. By the way, here are your mission rewards. He rummaged through the sleeves of his Taoist robe and handed each of the three a capsule. Inside is a fine quality item, and also the reward for this mission of 5 million Jojo coins has already been deposited into your bank accounts. Pei Buyong waved his hand dismissively. It's just 1.5 million. The reward is average. This time I almost lost my life. If not for that, I wouldn't even want the money. I want double credits for this mission. Pei Buyong was a big spender. But when QinShi and Li Shani heard that 1.5 million was already in their accounts, their eyes widened. They all said that making money as a monster hunter was quick, but now it seemed super quick. Although they were amazed at the generous reward. QinShi thought for a moment. This mission was extremely dangerous. Even a 2-star monster hunter might not come back alive. 1.5 million in rewards was still reasonable. After all, you are still students of the Academy. Once you become independent monster hunters, the rewards will be even higher. Stop thinking about money. Let us see what the rewards are. This is specially chosen by the teacher for you. Teacher Wong rubbed his hands, looking forward to being praised by the students. Pei Buyong was the first to throw out the capsule. As the smoke dissipated, a piece of cloth with blue borders and interwoven green stripes appeared on the ground. This can't be a tablecloth, right? Li Shani looked at the colorful cloth that appeared on the ground and curiously looked at Teacher Wong. What do we need a tablecloth for? We don't even have a dining table in our dorm. But Pei Buyong was overjoyed. Could this be the legendary tablecloth that can summon countless delicacies? He couldn't wait to walk over and spread out the tablecloth. Tablecloth, bring me a roast chicken. As if it were magical, a plate actually appeared on the tablecloth, with steaming roast chicken on it. No way. Pei Buyong excitedly held the roast chicken in his hands. This is the food tablecloth I've always dreamed of. The food tablecloth, a magical item from the Doraemon world. After spreading the tablecloth, the user can call out the names of the dishes, and they will appear on the tablecloth. Thank you, teacher. I will never have to torture my stomach again. Pei Buyong was moved and hugged Teacher Wong. Teacher Wong laughed heartily and patted his back. Although it was a high-quality item, it was a highly sought-after tool in the market. In the future, take the tablecloth and come find me for drinks. Definitely. Pei Buyong quickly tossed the tablecloth into the storage space of his watch. Hey, look at yours. Li Shani nodded and threw out a capsule. What came out was a brown wooden stick. What is this for? Li Shani looked confused. Instead, QinShi recognized it first. Is this a wand from the Harry Potter world? Teacher Wong chuckled. That's right, it's a wand. However, this is a simple wand with only 4 spells: Restore to Original, Levitation Spell, Disarm and Float. But this wand doesn't require the Harry Potter legacy. You just need to inject magical power to cast the preset spells. Teacher Wong looked at Li Shani. Your thunder breathing technique is quite powerful. But once you become an official monster hunter, you'll find that there are many scenarios where attack skills can't be used. Your abilities can't be too one-dimensional. Li Shani accepted the wand and put it into the storage space of his belt, then bowed to Teacher Wong. Old Qin, it's your turn. Let's see what good stuff you get. The 2 roommates looked at QinShi in unison. QinShi didn't hesitate and directly threw out the capsule. A yellow cloud floated out. This can't be. QinShi reached out to touch it. It was bouncy like jelly. No way. This is the Nimbus from the Dragon Ball world, Goku's travel tool. That's right. Teacher Wong pointed at the low-floating Nimbus with a smile. Nimbus, a vehicle type, can carry up to 3 people's weight, and only those with kind hearts can ride it. QinShi, if I'm not mistaken, your skills should be quite diverse. But you must understand that there are many people or monsters in this world that we can't deal with. At that time, don't hesitate, just run away. Nimbus is fast and doesn't consume spiritual power. It has a similar energy storing function. Of course, you can also inject spiritual power to increase Nimbus's speed, pushing it to the limit, but even 4-star monster hunters can't catch up. QinShi looked at the yellow clouds swirling around him, feeling happy. Although he had the Kuro card sword that could allow him to fly, the sword was too slender, making it hard for QinShi to perform well while standing on it. Although the sand technique could also allow him to hover. It was more like creating a pivot point in the air, making its mobility quite limited. Now with Nimbus, his aerial combat ability was boosted. At the very least, he could escape quickly. Although in terms of flexibility, the best aerial combat ability was still the flying technique from the Dragon Ball world. Nimbus had the advantage of carrying people. Next time they had a mission for 3 people, they wouldn't need to call a car. They could just hop on Nimbus and head out. So, how do you feel about the gifts the teacher picked for you this time? Teacher Wong clapped his hands. The cafeteria has prepared delicious food for you students who went on the mission. This meal is free. My treat. Go on. Pei Buyong cheered loudly. Teacher Wong, you're amazing. I definitely won tea, let you go broke. After enjoying a hearty meal, the 3 returned to the dorm to rest. After losing 2 rounds of Dodiju, QinShi excused himself to go exercise on the playground and ran out of the dorm. A gentle breeze brushed his face. After experiencing life and death battles at the sword-hiding villa, QinShi felt that the comfort before him was simply unbelievable. But he also knew that this was a world fraught with danger. Comfort and ease were ultimately just a small part of the time. Only by becoming stronger could he bring about true safety. He arrived at the principal's rock next to the playground, quickly walked to the top of the rock, and put on the mask. Before long, the principal came over, swaying with a jug of wine. Oh, my dear disciple, back safely? He looked QinShi up and down, and then stroked his white beard with a smile. Not bad, all limbs intact, nothing missing. Principal, QinShi said straightforwardly. This time I want to ask you to teach me observation hockey. During the battle at the sword-hiding villa, the old man's omnipresent perception caused him quite a bit of trouble. Although the Sharingan had a certain level of observational ability, that ability was more reflected in dynamic vision, spiritual vision, and illusion skills. It wasn't particularly excellent in terms of perception. If it were otherwise, Sasuke, who had opened the Manjiki Sharingan in the Naruto anime, wouldn't have left Kage around him. Want to learn observation hockey? I just taught you Conqueror's Hockey, and you haven't mastered it yet. Kid, you can't rush to eat hot tofu. Take it one step at a time. Principal Bai took a sip of wine, and then his gaze sharpened. A powerful aura burst forth from his body. This was the Conqueror's Hockey that instilled fear in enemies. At the moment his Hockey erupted, QinShi stood in front of him without changing his expression, and an aura also burst from his body. It was also Conqueror's Hockey. The 2 Hockey clashed in the air, with black lightning flashing occasionally. Principal Bai raised an eyebrow. Kid, not bad in such a short time. Your Conqueror's Hockey has reached the proficient level. He was secretly amazed. Conqueror's Hockey is the most difficult of the 3 types of hockey to cultivate. Not only does it require hard training, but the user's personal growth is also essential for its evolution. Back then, it took him 3 whole months to go from learning Conqueror's Hockey to mastering it. Moreover, he had to undertake several dangerous missions along the way, which ultimately elevated his hockey level under pressure. But this kid, he managed to reach mastery in less than a week. Truly, a terrifying talent. Seeing QinShi's Hockey, Principal Bai laughed heartily. Haha, your Conqueror's Hockey has already reached a minor mastery, which means you can start learning observation hockey now. After all, Conqueror's Hockey is the pinnacle of the 3 types. With a foundation in Conqueror's Hockey, learning observation hockey will be much easier for you. Principal Bai looked around, trying to find some small stones. Damn, how does the cleaning lady keep it so clean? There isn't even a small stone on the road. Unable to find any, he rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a handful of peanuts. This was originally his snack. The training for observation hockey is very simple. Just practice dodging objects. Next, I will throw these peanuts at you, and you just need to dodge them. QinShi nodded, preparing to face Principal Bai's throws. What are you waiting for? Principal Bai waved his hand. QinShi was taken aback, not understanding. Turn your back. Principal Bai said impatiently. Dodging from the front is easy with your dynamic vision. The key is to use your sense of breath. You not only need to turn around, but also close your eyes and feel the changes in the surrounding breath with your heart. Upon hearing this, QinShi turned around. Principal Bai chuckled and suddenly threw the peanuts with all his might. Regular peanuts don't have much power, so let me spice it up. His arms suddenly turned dark, a black aura wrapping around it and transferring to the peanuts between his fingers. This is armament hockey. Peanuts enhanced with armament hockey are more powerful than bullets from a sniper rifle. However, such a powerful peanut thrown by Principal Bai made no sound at all, as if it had been silenced. You have to endure hardships to grow. If your head doesn't have a few bumps, How can you learn observation hockey? The principal gave QinShi a heavy blow right from the start. But as the peanut flew behind QinShi's head, he suddenly realized something. A faint aura erupted from his body. QinShi suddenly twisted his head, and the peanut, like a bullet, whizzed past his ear and smashed into a nearby rock. Bang! It was like a sniper bullet hitting the stone, with fragments flying, and the peanut embedded half a meter into the rock. Feeling the power of the peanut, QinShi turned around, trembling slightly. Principal, are you sure this is training and not attempted murder? Chapter 181. The 6 Styles of the Navy. Principal stunned by QinShi's instantaneous learning ability, took a while to recover. He looked at QinShi in disbelief. Goodness, you mastered observation hockey on your first practice. I, who claim to be the #1 in the land of the 9 provinces, have great talent. But compared to you, I'm just a piece of trash. So, what else with all the nonsense? Principal directly put down his wine flask and stuffed his hands into his coat pockets, with a peanut between each finger. I still don't believe it. The 3 types of hockey, even though you've mastered Conqueror's hockey, you shouldn't be able to master observation hockey this quickly. Let me test if your success was just luck. 8 peanuts wrapped in black armament hockey were in his fingertips. He kicked to get QinShi to turn his back again. Concentrate. If you can't dodge, your head will swell. Thinking of the peanut that just flew like a sniper bullet, QinShi shivered and quickly focused. This is no joke. If I can't dodge, I might end up in the infirmary. Sensing the danger, QinShi's mind became highly focused. The same feeling of something faintly present returned as he dodged the peanuts. Even though he hadn't looked back, he could almost see Principal with his hands outstretched, like drawing a bow, throwing 8 peanuts at him. This can't be a joke. QinShi was startled. The 8 peanuts shot towards him. QinShi jumped up, his body tilting in midair. The peanuts flew past his armpits, ears, and feet. QinShi narrowly avoided most of the peanuts, but still, 2 peanuts hit him, one on his back and one on his left hand. A sharp pain immediately surged. QinShi felt a tightness in his chest, and his left hand went numb. But before he could catch his breath, Principal had already picked up more peanuts. No way again? QinShi hurriedly focused, using observation hockey to continue dodging the peanuts. He didn't know how long it had been. Principal no longer held peanuts. He pointed forward, and suddenly, something like an air gun vibrated and shot toward QinShi. This was a skill combining the powers of the Tremor fruit and the Navy's 6 styles. Air pistol. Principal Bai's fingers flew like a machine gun, shooting in rapid succession. Compared to the tangible peanuts, the air pistols were more concealed and harder to defend against. But QinShi still kept his eyes tightly shut, using the Shuanpa technique to quickly dodge. The dense air pistols were all evaded by him. Your talent is truly something I've never seen before. Principal Bai marveled. In just one night, not only did he successfully learn observation hockey, but he also reached the mastery level. He progressed much faster than I did back in the day. QinShi smiled. The reason he could learn observation hockey so quickly was that he had already mastered both observation hockey and Conqueror's hockey. Although the 3 types of hockey are different, mastering the other 2 types made learning observation hockey feel very natural for QinShi, which led to rapid progress. All right, let's call it a night. Tomorrow, I'll find someone to teach you. Principal Bai glanced at his empty wine flask and concluded that evening's training. QinShi nodded and returned to his dormitory, continuing to play cards with his roommates. After that, it was just the usual classes. The only difference was a practical class hosted by teacher Chi Quan. All students were taken to the death row prison in the wasteland, where these demon hunting academy students acted as executioners for the death row inmates. In this practical class, which made countless students nauseous, many experienced killing for the first time. They increasingly realized that they were not ordinary university students, but trainees at a military training base. What surprised QinShi was his 2 roommates. Pei Liao was fine. Although he trembled, he still didn't vomit. However, Li Shani firmly refused this course, stating that regardless of human evil, he would not kill. This angered teacher Chi Quan, who threatened to give him a 0. Apart from that, the entire class period went on without any waves. After a while at night, QinShi stood under the principal's rock, looking up at Principal Bai and teacher QinShi at the top of the rock. He then exhaled slowly and stomped on the air with both feet. He quickly stomped, and surprisingly, he began to rise higher, as if walking upstairs. This was one of the Navy's 6 styles in the world of One Piece, moonwalk. By using powerful leg strength to step on the air, one could generate strong floating force, allowing them to walk in the air like climbing stairs, but not able to stay in the air for too long. It was reminiscent of the cloud stepping from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, with a similar effect, just a bit more graceful than the moonwalk. Before long, QinShi had already reached the top of the principal rock, standing before Principal Bai and Teacher Qingji. How is it? Principal Bai took a sip of his drink. Inconceivable. Teacher Qingji shook his head. This is the most inconceivable student I have ever seen. Isn't it? Principal Bai shook the wine jug in his hand. Clearly a legacy of the Naruto series. Yet he can learn skills from the One Piece world. It's one thing to learn, but he picks it up so quickly, almost as if he learns it after just one look. Compared to him, my talent as the #1 in the 9 provinces feels like a joke. Indeed, Teacher Qingji also sighed. Compared to him, I feel completely talentless. QinShi silently watched the two of them banter. A few days ago, he had already mastered the 3-color haki and proposed to learn new techniques from the principal. In addition to the 3-color haki, the One Piece world has some well-known martial arts skills. Among them, the most widely used is the Navy's 6 styles. This is a set of techniques commonly used by the Navy in the One Piece world, consisting of 6 techniques: Soru, Tekkai, Jeppo, Shave, Rankyaku, and Shurgon. These techniques surpass the physical limits of humans and pack quite a punch. Mastering all of them would allow even a devil fruit user to have a fighting chance. However, no matter how powerful they are still general skills and physical techniques. As long as Teacher Qingji demonstrates them once, QinShi can copy them and master them completely. Originally, Principal Bai asked me to come because he was worried about his teaching ability. After all, he has a pirate legacy, while my legacy is from the Navy, Teacher Qingji said. But I didn't expect that after just one demonstration, without even mentioning the key points, you would already learn it. He shook his head. Although the Navy's 6 styles are quite powerful, true strength requires combining them with one's own abilities to unleash their full potential. Ultimately, the Navy's 6 styles can be viewed as foundational martial arts that can be combined with one's existing abilities. QinShi nodded. Just like how in a Naruto world, the main character Naruto enhances his Rasengan by adding wind attribute chakra, significantly increasing its power. The Navy's 6 styles can also be developed in a similar way. Chapter 182. The prison under Principal Rock. First, let's talk about the Jeppo that allows one to walk on air. For example, in the One Piece world, the Bubble Fruit user Califa developed the Jeppo, Thorny Path, using the Jeppo to distance herself from her opponent before employing her Thorn Whip technique. Another example is the Chef George from the One Piece world, who utilized his incredible leg strength to develop a technique called Jeppo, Sea Walk, allowing for high-speed movement in the sea that rivals the swimming speed of fishmen. As for Shurgon, it has been developed by many other users. Originally, Shurgon gathers all the strength in the index finger to release an attack with bullet-like power from the hardened fingertip. The Cat Fruit user Rob Lucci, in his leopard form, can shoot out sharp claws to create a long-range attack known as Flying Shurgon. QinShi also had some ideas of his own, such as using Rakeage to generate lightning in his palm and then using a thrusting Shurgon, but it still needs to be tested in combat. Alright, let's not talk about the Navy's 6 styles for now. Principal Bai waved his hand. Today, since Teacher Qingji is also here, the 3 of us will go to a place. Saying this, Principal Bai draped his jacket over his shoulders and stood up, his bare torso visible. With a push of his foot, the massive Principal Rock began to tremble. After a short while, the tremor stopped, and a hidden passage suddenly appeared in the previously flat ground. QinShi looked at the ground in surprise. Having trained on Principal Rock for several days, he had not realized that the massive Principal Rock was actually hollow inside. There was a universe within the rock. Let's go. Principal Bai jumped down first. Teacher Qingji and QinShi quickly followed. Once inside Principal Rock, QinShi discovered that while it looked small from the outside, the passage leading underground was quite spacious and long. After walking for about 10 minutes, QinShi felt a sudden brightness in front of him. However, the sight before him left him astonished. The stone structures in front of him were 10 meters tall, but these buildings were each prison cells with huge locks. If he understood correctly, this was a prison. Yet, looking further away, there were things that were not found in an ordinary prison. Not far from the prison cells, there was a vast area resembling a forest. The trees had leaves sharp as blades, and the grass could pierce the human body like needles. Among the trees and grass, countless poisonous spiders scurried back and forth. An old man walked out of the forest. His eyes were blue, and from time to time, a flicker of flame appeared. As he stepped on the needle-like grass, even the iron grass began to bend, and all the spiders around him scattered in all directions. The newcomer was the warden of this prison, named Stonehammer, who was now 150 years old, but never underestimate him. Teacher Qingji quietly said to QinShi, he is one of the vice presidents of our academy, overseeing the criminal inheritors of our demon hunting academy and the entire 9 provinces island. He is one of the few 6-star demon hunters who can spar with Principal Bai. By the way, his legacy is S rank, the Soul Lock Warden from the League of Legends world. QinShi was taken aback. No wonder he still seemed so spirited at such an old age. It turned out to be the legacy of Thresh. The Soul Lock Warden, Thresh, is a character in the League of Legends world. He is a specter from the Shadow Isles, possessing powerful abilities to control souls. Xiao Bai, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you old folks for a long time. The old man quickly approached QinShi and the others with a smile. However, QinShi felt that as the old man smiled, the temperature around them seemed to drop a few degrees. Xiao Bai. Principal Bai's eyelids twitched. He was about to explode with anger, but ultimately held it in. As the strongest person in the 9 Provinces Island, Principal Bai was in his 70s. In front of most inheritors, he must be respected as an elder. But the warden before him was over 150 years old, far surpassing him. It seemed that calling him Xiao Bai was not entirely inappropriate. However, it was still quite annoying. Principal Bai looked at the old man approaching him and let out a deep breath. Old Stone, you're looking well. It's been 7 or 8 years since I last saw you, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, the warden, Old Stone, began to look displeased. Xiao Bai, if I hadn't specifically named you to come down this time, would you have forgotten to come and visit this old man? Don't forget, I was good friends with your grandfather. When you were just born, you even peed on me. Seeing the old man getting more and more outrageous, Principal Bai quickly tried to cut him off. I just became principal and have been busy with so many students to manage. When would I have the time to visit you? Besides, this prison has more than one entrance. Don't you often go out to have fun? Do you still need me to visit you? As the other party was about to explode, Principal Bai quickly handed over a jug of wine. I brought some of your favorite rice wine. Seeing the wine come over, the warden's grim face slowly relaxed. He opened the wine jug and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Wiping his mouth, he looked at teacher QinShi and QinShi. I've seen Xiao Qingzi. He always brings the prisoners to me. The last shadow demon was also brought over by him. But who is this kid beside you? Due to the significant age difference, QinShi was directly regarded as a child. His brows, much like Principal Bai's, twitched, but he ultimately held back from speaking. He asked my new disciple and also a new student at the academy this year. Principal Bai laughed heartily and patted QinShi on the shoulder. Let me introduce you to our school's former principal, who is now the vice principal, Old Stone. QinShi stepped forward and bowed. Old Stone squinted as he carefully examined QinShi and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, this kid has an incredible soul strength, at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. With such strong soul strength, his talent and potential might be even higher than yours, Bai." He leaned closer to QinShi, staring intently at him. "Kid, if you come to play, you can come find your Grandpa Stone anytime. But make sure not to commit any crimes and end up as a criminal here. With your heavy soul, your Grandpa Stone might make you wish you were dead." Facing the old man's cold gaze, QinShi suddenly shivered all over. This chill did not come from the temperature, but directly from the soul. "All right, you're all grown up now. Why are you still scaring kids?" Principal Bai muttered discontentedly. "When QinShi came for the first time, you glared at him so fiercely that he trembled in bed for 3 days before he could recover from your soul pressure." Reminded by Principal Bai, Old Stone laughed heartily. "This new disciple of yours is not simple. Being glared at by me only made him shiver. He didn't even faint. Such soul strength. It's a pity he's not practicing a soul-type inheritance." He smiled and patted QinShi. "Kid, welcome to my territory, Advanced City." Chapter 183. Advanced City and its warden Advanced City? QinShi was taken aback. He finally understood where the familiarity he felt upon seeing this prison came from. The layout of this prison was something he had seen in the anime One Piece. In the world of One Piece, Advanced City is located in the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line and houses countless heinous criminals. In One Piece, Advanced City has a high level of security, with surveillance using snail creatures and monstrous prison guards patrolling the cells. More importantly, Advanced City is like an isolated island in the sea, surrounded by countless sea kings, a type of powerful sea beast, meaning that even if a prisoner manages to escape, they would only find a dead end. Thus, Advanced City has the reputation of being impregnable. Was this Advanced City prison? QinShi curiously looked at his teacher. QinShi. QinShi nodded. "That's right. This place is a secret realm. Originally, it was just a prison for death row inmates. But with the invasion of the Grey Mist, not only did inheritance stone tablets appear all over the world, but countless regions from other worlds also descended into this world. Those regions merged with the existing buildings of this world, forming unique areas we call secret realms. This Jujo Prison Advanced City is a secret realm created by the descent of Advanced City from the world of One Piece and a Blue Star." QinShi nodded. There is more than one secret realm in the Demon Hunting Academy. For example, the lake where the cafeteria is located is the Hot Pot Lake from Captive of Food. The forest behind the mountain is the paradise of the secret realm Dyson, filled with peculiar zombies and plants. Even the underground cave beneath Principal Yin is a secret realm. It is also the advanced city that houses criminals. This Demon Hunting Academy truly is a land of secret realms. QinShi surveyed Advanced City before him. Although it had the same sort of forest and needle grass, there were no surveillance snails or monster guards. Here, it seemed that the only guardian was Warden Old Stone. Noticing QinShi's confusion, Old Stone smiled lightly. Speaking of which, I'm the first inheritor to clear this advanced city secret realm. I have some unique privileges, such as the entire advanced city being within my perception, and I can change the terrain here, making what is originally the first level of the prison instantly become the 6th level. Those criminals who try to escape will be forever trapped in the prison. No matter how many levels they climb, they will always return to the starting point. Just like Sisyphus in foreign mythology. Sisyphus, known for his cunning, was a king of Corinth in Greek mythology who was punished by the gods to roll a stone up a hill only for it to roll back down each time he reached the top. Each secret realm corresponds not only to unique regions from other worlds, but also has tasks similar to game levels. The first inheritor to clear a secret realm often receives special privileges within that realm. For instance, QinShi, who first cleared the forest secret realm Dyson's Paradise, gained the privilege to enter and exit the forest without suffering the cost of a false death. The elder from Tsangjian Villa, who first cleared the Tsangjian secret realm, has the consciousness to cover the entire villa. And before him, Warden Old Stone, who inherited the Soul Lock, also has privileges within Advanced City. Moreover, you also take a look at these cells to see what's different. Old Stone chuckled. QinShi carefully examined the cells and noticed that each one had faint black souls drifting around. This is a unique skill of my inheritance, the underworld prison. QinShi was stunned and then looked around in disbelief. Having played League of Legends, he knew that one of the champions, the Soul Lock Warden, had this skill. The underworld prison was one of the Soul Lock Warden's abilities and was also his ultimate. Any being that touches the underworld prison would suffer high soul damage and become nearly immobile. It wasn't too surprising that Old Stone could use his ultimate skill due to his inheritance level. But what truly astonished QinShi was the sheer number of cells in Advanced City. Just the first level had nearly 500 cells. The entire Advanced City had 6 levels, with increasing space as one went down. Each cell was enchanted with the underworld prison, and the effect was continuous. Just how terrifying was Old Stone's strength? QinShi's gaze towards Old Stone changed. Feeling the power of Old Stone now, Principal Bai laughed heartily. To be honest, his total soul power has reached an astonishing level. After all, as long as he executes criminals, he can continuously strengthen his own power. Originally an average S-level inheritance, after so many years of executions, it has reached a frightening level. To be honest, I have sparred with Old Stone in this Advanced City, and I lost every time. Only when I left Advanced City did I have the confidence to defeat this old man. Now you understand why this is the most secure prison in Jojo, right? QinShi nodded. The prison had a temporary warden whose battle power was even stronger than Principal Bai's guarding it. Outside the prison was the strongest in Jojo and countless powerful demon hunters from the Demon Hunting Academy. The level of defense in this prison, let me ask, who else could compare? But back to the main topic. Old Stone, you didn't call me here for that, did you? Principal Bai took a sip of wine. Old Stone nodded. Sai, follow me. The criminals you brought last time are even more troublesome than I thought. With a wave of his hand, the originally stone cell filled with sword forests and needle grass on the first level of the Red Lotus Hell began to shake. QinShi suddenly felt the temperature rise sharply, and a bloody smell overwhelmed him. He looked around, and where were the sword forests and needle grass? What greeted his eyes was a boiling pool of blood and the roaring flames that burned around it. This was the 4th level of Advanced City, the hell of scorching heat. Old Stone merely waved his hand, and everyone's location shifted from the 1st level to the 4th level. This was his secret realm power. With Old Stone included, a total of 4 people walked on the only glass corridor above the blood pool, where the boiling blood churned beneath their feet. And falling in would mean a cooked fate. At both ends of the glass corridor, almost touching the blood pool, were black iron cages. Due to the nature of the underworld prison, QinShi could not clearly see the criminals inside. However, each one gave him a powerful feeling. Old Stone waved his hand, and a black iron cage moved over, pulled by a steel wire at the top. This is the criminal you brought last time. To be honest, with its strength, it doesn't even qualify to be held on the 4th level, but considering its connection to the 100 Ghost group, it was escalated for handling. QinShi leaned over and finally saw the criminal inside. This was a demon beast he had encountered in the Forest Secret Realm and had even fought against a shadow demon. Chapter 184. The death of the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon was a 2-star demon beast QinShi encountered during his trials in the Forest Secret Realm. At that time, although he had defeated an undercover agent from the 100 Ghost group, he still allowed the opponent to summon this Shadow Demon from a massive grave. Later, Principal Bai and Teacher QinShi entered the forest and captured this Shadow Demon. So it was sent here? QinShi quickly understood. The undercover agent from the 100 Ghost group had been completely obliterated, leaving no way to extract information about his undercover mission. The remaining demon beast became the only key. The first step with the Shadow Demon was to interrogate it. The Elder opened the iron cage's door. However, no matter how much they interrogated, the Shadow Demon seemed to genuinely not know the purpose of its presence here. Thus, the second step was to perform a soul search on it. Speaking of soul searching, QinShi suddenly remembered that after defeating Su Xiaoxiao in Linhai City, the Su family father and daughter had also been sent to Push City by senior sister Lin Long for a soul search, because they couldn't extract crucial information. Soul searching, as the name suggests, involves searching the soul and is the most violent interrogation method, capable of directly retrieving information the target has encountered. However, because it targets the soul, the process is not only painful, but afterward, the subject often becomes a vegetable. I have performed soul searches on this Shadow Demon multiple times, but each time, its soul was completely blank, revealing nothing at all, as if it were a lifeless entity. It was clear that before the soul searches, the Shadow Demon behaved just like a normal demon beast, Old Stone said slowly. Based on this situation, it can be inferred that although this demon beast still has consciousness, it seems to be controlled by someone, and under specific conditions, it will freeze. Coupled with the fact that it is a summoned entity of the 100 Ghost group, one conclusion can be drawn. Principal Bai's expression was serious. This demon beast has been granted blood by that Ghost King of the 100 Ghost group. QinShi was taken aback. He knew that the Ghost King's legacy was Musen Kibutsuji from Demon Slayer. By granting his blood to others, he could turn them into demons and impose specific curses through the blood. For example, in the anime Demon Slayer, if a demon speaks the Ghost King's name, it triggers a curse that causes it to self-destruct. This Shadow Demon was highly likely cursed such that if it underwent a soul search, its soul would become blank. To verify this, I had the Shadow Demon exposed to sunlight and discovered that it was extremely afraid of the sun, indicating that the guess was likely true. Principal Bai nodded. However, strangely, just this afternoon, this Shadow Demon suddenly died. Old Stone sighed. My Push City is a secret realm, isolated from the outside world. Therefore, even if this Shadow Demon had been granted blood by the Ghost King, the Ghost King has the power to control its life and death. But in this Push City, that Ghost King still cannot exert his powers. This has been tested on other captured members of the 100 Ghost group. QinShi's expression also turned serious. According to the information obtained by the Academy earlier, for the Ghost King to directly cause the death of someone he granted blood to, he must be sufficiently close, and the two must be in the same space. However, the location of Push City is known to few, and since it belongs to a secret realm, it is not in the same space as the outside world, making it impossible for the Ghost King to control this Shadow Demon's death. Yet it died, just like that, without any warning, suddenly dead. Old Stone frowned. Up to this point, no useful information has been obtained. However, QinShi supported his head with his hand and asked a critical question. The most crucial reason is, why did the Shadow Demon die at this time? Teacher QinShi, is there anything special about today? Teacher QinShi thought for a moment. Nothing particularly special. All right, today is the deadline for new student enrollment. Seeing QinShi's puzzled expression, Teacher QinShi explained in detail. Although new student admissions occur on the same day every year, not all students can enroll immediately after the admissions are completed. Some students may delay enrollment due to health reasons, while others may have family reasons. Today is the deadline for enrollment, and all new students must report before this date. QinShi was taken aback. So today, all new students, regardless of any special circumstances before, have arrived at the school? Teacher QinShi nodded. You could say that. After hearing Teacher Qing's words, QinShi instantly thought of a possibility. Teacher, do you know the basic information of all the new students? Especially their inheritance information. Teacher QinShi smiled slightly and patted his chest. Of course, I am the director of the admissions office. I memorized the basic information of all the new students, which is just over 1,000 each year. Are there any inheritors of Demon Slayer? QinShi continued to ask. There are 7, and your roommate Lishani is one of them. Teacher QinShi confirmed. Is there an inheritor of Tanjiro Kamado or Nezuko Kamado? QinShi felt he was close to the answer. Why ask this? Although puzzled, Teacher QinShi still answered. There is no inheritance of Tanjiro Kamado, but there is one for Nezuko Kamado. It's a girl from Teacher Arno's class. Does her inheritance have any special significance? People in this world obtain inheritance information through the Book of Inheritance, and they have no idea that Tanjiro Kamado and Nezuko Kamado are main characters in Demon Slayer. Moreover, due to the incompleteness of the Book of Inheritance, the information they obtain is mostly distorted and can only serve as a simple reference. The mystery was already solved, and QinShi let out a light breath. If I am not mistaken, this shadow demon came for the girl who is the inheritor of Nezuko Kamado. Many characters in the Demon Slayer world are not comprehensively covered in the Book of Inheritance, but I have heard a rumor. Due to the absence of the Book of Inheritance, the public has fabricated reasonable stories about various inheritors, which have turned into rumors over time. QinShi planned to use this explanation to cover up his peculiar knowledge of the anime's plot. The rumor says that in the world of Demon Slayer, all demons granted blood by Muzan Kibutsuji fear the sun, with one exception. After being granted blood, they can still function normally in sunlight. That is Nezuko Kamado. Teacher QinShi was shocked. There is such a rumor. He immediately guessed QinShi's meaning. If this rumor is true, then this inheritor of Nezuko Kamado would be a crucial figure for the 100 Ghost group. For demons, sunlight is their greatest enemy. And now, they might find a way not to fear sunlight through the inheritor of Nezuko Kamado. At this moment, after a while, the others finally processed what QinShi had said. If this is the case, then the strength of the 100 Ghost group will be greatly enhanced, and the harm to society will increase exponentially. By then, even the Demon Hunter Academy might not be able to deal with them. Elder Shi's expression was grave. This society has countless people on the brink of death, craving power. They don't care about humanity. As long as they can extend their lifespan and gain strength, they're willing to transform into man-eating demons. Originally, this group of demons had a significant limitation. They could only live in dark environments. Once exposed to sunlight, they would be utterly destroyed. This also made many who were considering joining the 100 Ghosts group hesitant. If this flaw were eliminated, what would this society become? How many people would join the 100 Ghosts group? It was hard to say, but what does this have to do with the death of the Shadow Demon? Principal Bai responded a bit slowly, but eventually understood QinShi's meaning. Could it be that once the Shadow Demon dies, they would know that this year, our academy welcomed the heir of Nezuko? Hearing the principal's rhetorical question, QinShi nodded. It really is like that. The purpose of this shadow demon was to detect whether there was an heir of Nezuko among the new students in the academy. Because upon its death, the shadow demon triggers a skill. Elder Shi suddenly stiffened. I understand now. It's the Soul's Lament. The Soul's Lament, the shadow demon's ultimate move, is also its most powerful skill. It summons evil spirits and spreads them outwards. These evil spirits are souls of the deceased that the shadow demon had collected beforehand. Besides being actively used, the shadow demon will also automatically trigger this skill at the moment of its death. The curse placed on the shadow demon by the Ghost King, apart from leaving its soul blank during the soul collection, has another curse. That is to self-destruct at a specific time, because it is a preset curse. Even if the Ghost King cannot use his power to control life and death, he can still cause the shadow demon to die. And once the shadow demon dies, its ultimate move, Soul's Lament, automatically triggers. QinShi thought while speaking. I suspect that the evil spirits collected by the shadow demon were also detection-type evil spirits prepared and processed in advance by the Ghost King. When the shadow demon dies, those evil spirits instantly emerge from its body, scanning the entire academy. These evil spirits are set to only react to those who share the same world heritage as the Ghost King, so most students wouldn't notice. Even students with the Demon Slayer Blade inheritance would only feel a slight abnormality in their bodies. However, their inheritance information has already been detected by the evil spirits. Of course, this is just my speculation. Principal Bai suddenly spoke up. Your speculation is very likely correct. He sighed. There was a similar case before, where a teacher who came to the academy for an interview was actually a special type gifted blood by the Ghost King, possessing the true blood of the Ghost King. That person was not very powerful, but he could communicate with the Ghost King's thoughts. Everything he saw and heard was known to the Ghost King. Although he was eliminated by the school, he obtained the layout of the academy. If it weren't for the sensing interviewer at the door, that applicant would have escaped. And these evil spirits are probably thinking similarly to the Ghost King. In other words, The fact that our academy has the air of Nezuko has already been known to the Ghost King. Principal Bai concluded. He turned to QinShi and said, "Hold an all-faculty meeting immediately. We need to make some follow-up preparations regarding this leaked information." Principal Bai smiled. The leak of information is not entirely a bad thing. After all, that Ghost King doesn't he know that we have already guessed his true intentions. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to launch a counterattack. He suddenly patted QinShi on the shoulder. "Good, as expected of my direct disciple. Not only is your talent good, but your brain works well too. I'll remember this and give you some credits later." QinShi awkwardly touched his nose, only to find his hand on his mask. After sending QinShi back to the principal's rock, QinShi and Principal Bai quickly left to hold a meeting overnight. 2 weeks later, the school announced that a new off-campus mission had begun. This time, all teachers would also participate. Just when they hadn't rested for long, a new mission was starting. I don't want to go on a mission. I just want to sleep in the dorm. Peibu Liao covered his face with a textbook. Can't we just have a stable class and play cards at night? Li Shan wiped the reverse blade knife he obtained in the Sword Tomb's secret realm. Be content. It was originally supposed to be a weekly practical class, but now it's been relaxed to once every 2 weeks, which is considerate for us students. But I heard. Peibu Liao straightened his body, looking at his 2 roommates. This time, all the teachers have to go out. Moreover, it seems that the teachers' tasks are all the same. They are all escort missions, and they are escorting people. Li Shani asked curiously, "What is an escort mission?" "It's a task to deliver a person or an object to a certain place or hand it over to a certain person. Have you seen ancient costume dramas? It's similar to transporting goods. Can't we just take a plane?" This time, QinShi was also a bit confused. Although the technology level of Blue Star is a bit lower than the world he came from, there are still trains, planes, and ships. It's somewhat similar to the technology of QinShi's world around 2,000 years ago. Although the territory of the Jojo Kingdom is vast, using convenient transportation wouldn't take too long. TSK. Generally speaking, taking a train or a plane saves time and effort. But the Jojo Kingdom is constantly being invaded by gray mist, so you never know which airspace is gray mist, and if birds or beast demons come out, planes could crash directly. When we went to Changzhou last time, the distance wasn't too far, but my family's private airship didn't dare to fly too high. And we still have my family's steward escorting us. The train is the same. Not to mention there are inheritors of dark organizations robbing along the way. Peibu Liao paused. So, if there aren't any valuable items, it's fine, but once there are valuable people and things, they would still use methods similar to ancient goods transport. With a certain level of demon hunters escorting, they would deliver the items and people to the designated location. So that is how it is. Li Shan nodded. Doesn't that mean the person the teachers are escorting this time is very important? But with so many teachers moving together, what a big operation. Peibu Liao chuckled. It's probably different from what you think. These teachers aren't setting out as the same team. Chapter 186. Escort mission. In ancient times, there were many methods for transporting goods. Peibu Liao took out several books and spread them on the table. Huang Mao, I've placed a triangular ruler under these 5 books. Guess which book it's under? Li Shan examined the books, each one larger than the triangular ruler, completely concealing its position. QinShi nearby smiled without speaking. After a few seconds, Li Shan hit indifferent. I can't tell. Oh, I see. You mean that our school's teachers are divided into many teams, simultaneously carrying out escort missions. But in reality, the ones really executing the escort mission are only one group among them. Peibu Liao laughed heartily. Huang Mao, you're not stupid. It must be the strongest team escorting, like Teacher QingXi or Teacher Qi Quan. Not necessarily. QinShi, who had been smiling without speaking, finally spoke up. As soon as he heard that the teachers were going on an escort mission, he already understood it was related to the death of the shadow demon he saw in the city. The targets of these teachers' escort should be the girl who inherits the legacy of Nezuko Kamado. If that girl is indeed so important to the 100 Ghost team, then they would definitely send their top demons to capture her. Even if they can't seize her, they would want to kill the girl with the legacy. The purpose of having multiple teams escorting at the same time is just to confuse the enemy, and the strongest team will also be the one under the tightest scrutiny. If they catch them off guard and choose the weakest team to escort, it might yield surprising results. As he was speaking, QinShi suddenly froze. He guessed a possibility. Hopefully, it won't be as he imagined. This time is different from the previous task at the Sanjin Villa. They would have direct contact with the 100 Ghost team, greatly increasing the danger. Just as QinShi had a bad premonition, Teacher Wang, who was in charge of task distribution, suddenly came to the classroom and called the 3 of them outside. It was still the familiar training room, but a girl was already standing inside. She was short, with slightly curly long hair that fell to her waist, wearing a pink sweater over the school's uniform. QinShi couldn't remain calm after just one glance. Her appearance was like Nezuko from the Demon Slayer anime, as if she had walked into the modern world. The only difference from the anime Nezuko was that the girl wasn't biting down on a piece of bamboo. The tasks for other classmates were randomly drawn, but your task was designated by the principal. Teacher Wang tilted her head, clearly a bit puzzled. Your task is to escort this girl to Huadua Academy in Huangzhou. Pack your things. We'll set off early tomorrow. Huadua Academy, Tiangong Academy, and Yaosho Academy are all in Huangzhou of the Jiuzhou Kingdom, but they're located at 3 different corners of Huangzhou. Pabel Liao said curiously. How coincidental. The teachers are sending out escort missions. And we also have an escort mission. It's good that we don't have to cross the sea since we're still in Huangzhou. This task shouldn't be too difficult. Teacher Wang nodded. Although I don't understand why the principal insists on having you take this task, there is some distance involved. The principal said he arranged for a personal disciple to protect you, just like when you went out for the Sanjin Villa task last time. Hearing this, Pabel Liao's eyes lit up. Is it that math student? He's really strong, although I've only seen him once. I don't know why I always feel a sense of familiarity, and he seems very reliable. QinShi rolled his eyes beside him. Of course, the principal's personal disciple is your roommate. Isn't that quite familiar? But this time the enemy is the elite members of the 100 Ghosts team, not the weak demons from Sanjin Villa that couldn't even make it past the lower-tier demons. Sigh, things are heading in the worst direction. QinShi frowned. He didn't refuse the task, but still planned to ask the principal properly tonight. Meanwhile, Lishani looked at the girl, his eyes spinning, not knowing what he was thinking. That night, QinShi arrived at the principal's rock on time. After waiting for nearly an hour, Principal Bai leisurely came to the top of the rock with a wine jug. Have you been waiting long? There's nothing I can do. I've been too busy arranging for so many teachers to go on missions. Such collective tasks happen only once every 3 years, and it counts as a major event for the school. QinShi was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Is this the plan you and Teacher Qingji came up with? Principal Bai remained silent, continuing to wait for QinShi's questions. The inheritor of Nezuko Kamido is extremely important to the 100 Ghosts team as it relates to whether they can overcome their fatal weakness of fearing the sun. Even with the protection of the Yaosho Academy, they would still take risks to capture her. But what I don't understand is, he sighed, why must we escort that girl to another place? With the protection of Yaosho Academy, are we still afraid that the 100 Ghosts team will come to the school to snatch people? Regardless of the Academy's protective formation, with you and the other teachers here, isn't Yaosho Academy the safest place? Principal Bai waited for QinShi to finish speaking and then turned the wine jug in his hand. I knew you would have this question. In fact, we decided the same way last night, to keep the girl who inherits Nezuko Kamido in the Academy. Those little demons from the 100 Ghosts team wouldn't dare to break into the Academy even if they had 100 guts. But this morning, after communicating with the principal of Huadua Academy, we received new information. There's a teacher over there named Zhu Shi, who is the inheritor of Tamayo from Demon Slayer. Tamayo is one of the characters in Demon Slayer, a demon who opposes the Demon King Muzan. In the anime, Tamayo is one of the rare demons who doesn't eat humans. She evades the Demon King's perception with special means and has been researching ways to turn demons back into humans. In this world, while some people have joined the 100 Ghosts team for the sake of longevity and power, there are also some who have been forcibly turned into blood-sucking monsters by the Demon King and his subordinates. They do not wish to harm humans, but are constantly suppressing their strong desire to eat people, living in extreme pain. And the teacher Zhu Shi from Huadua Academy, her research direction is also about turning demons back into humans. After talking to the principal of Huadua Academy, he is confident that together with teacher Zhu Shi, they can develop a potion that can turn demons back into humans, leveraging the special nature of Nezuko Kamido's inheritance. After hearing the principal's explanation, QinShi finally understood. The inheritor of Nezuko Kamido is not only important to the evil demons of the 100 Ghosts team, but also crucial for many poor humans who have been forcibly turned into demons. Chapter 187. Principal Bai's reward after a while, QinShi sighed. I understand the reasoning, but why the rush? You must know that as soon as the Demon King sensed the existence of the inheritor of Nezuko Kamido, we hastily sent this girl out of the academy, which is too risky. Principal Bai took a swig of wine. Actually, Huadua Academy is well equipped, but our Yaosho Academy isn't necessarily inferior. When it comes to research, isn't anywhere fine? Even if we have to go to Huadua Academy, it would be better if the girl could become stronger in Yaosho Academy before going. But Huadua Academy can't wait because that teacher Zhu Shi is close to death. QinShi suddenly looked up. Is this a coincidence? But he knew that regardless of whether it was a coincidence, this escort mission had to be executed. The principal had some things left unsaid, but Qin sure understood. If they could develop a secret potion to turn demons back into humans, it would spell the end for the 100 Ghost team. After all, no one said that this potion had to be taken voluntarily. How much capital do those evil people who lose their demonic powers have to fight against the Gyoujo Demon Hunting Association? But he still had one last question. Why? Is it us for such an important and dangerous task? He looked directly into the principal's eyes. If possible, he didn't want to take on this task. Besides himself, he also brought along his 2 roommates. I know sending students to escort is a brilliant move. The 100 Ghost team is almost unlikely to think that such an important escort task, with so many teachers involved, is actually just a feint. But QinShi is feeling a bit anxious. If anything unexpected happens and our escort mission is exposed, then the risk of failure for this task will be extremely high. Principal, could you reconsider? Even if it's for training purposes, can you assign me to another teacher's team? There is no need for my 2 roommates to take risks alongside me. No way. Principal Bai is surprisingly firm. This escort mission is not as simple as you think. No one can go, not even you alone. It must be the 3 of you. The real reason, you'll know later. After saying this, Principal Bai fell silent. QinShi understood that Principal Bai had made up his mind, and it would be hard to convince him otherwise. In that case, they could only proceed with Plan B. All right, but if we have to go, Principal, shouldn't you offer something in return? After all, we are just students, still freshmen. We are quite weak. Principal Bai's eyelids twitched. Well, you may be freshmen, but are you really weak? 3 of you took down 5 ghost blades from the Songjin Villa, all of whom were enemies with nearly 3-star monster strength. This would be an achievement only a renowned monster hunting team could achieve in the monster domain. So after all this, you come asking for something? Principal Bai smacked his lips. It does seem a bit unfair to send these students on such a high-risk mission without informing 2 of them about the situation. It seems unreasonable not to give a little in return. He gritted his teeth, rummaged through his coat pocket for a while, and reluctantly pulled out an item. QinShi held his breath as he saw Principal Bai take something out. In the principal's hand was a round, fruit-like object resembling a yellow pineapple. The surface of the fruit faintly glimmered with golden light. QinShi could feel it. This fruit contained an extreme power of lightning. This can't be. QinShi's voice trembled. The thunder fruit? Not bad. You have good knowledge. Principal Bai lifted the golden fruit. This is one of the devil fruits from the world of One Piece, the thunder fruit with lightning abilities. I obtained it in a secret realm called Sky Island while fighting in the monster domain back in the day. The guardian monsters there were particularly strong. They almost electrocuted me to death. Eating this fruit brings many issues. The body will become elementalized with lightning, and you can only use lightning attribute spiritual power afterwards. Although it may not suit your diverse abilities, it's perfect for that guy in your dorm who uses thunder breathing. This fruit will be given to him by the teacher when you set off tomorrow. However, to truly unleash this fruit's outdated power, you must confirm that he really considers you as a companion. Principal Bai's words seemed to carry another meaning, but seeing that he didn't intend to explain further, QinShi had to give up on asking. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Although this task is dangerous, the rewards are also quite excellent. In One Piece, the owner of the thunder fruit, Enel, claims to be the god of Sky Island. His strength is terrifying, and he's one of the strongest enemies faced by the protagonist Luffy in the early stages, even when he was defeated. It was due to the rubber not conducting electricity, a rather underhanded advantage. Although Enel's strength is also bolstered by advanced observation haki, the thunder fruit is the key factor in his immense power. With thunder breathing and the thunder fruit combined, how powerful a force could that produce? Although QinShi felt a sense of awe, he had no desire for the thunder fruit. As Principal Bai said, using the thunder fruit would elementalize his body with lightning, making other attributes skills unusable. QinShi's strength comes from being able to use abilities from all realms, derived from the strong legacy of the Naruto world. Eating the thunder fruit would be a loss outweighing the gain. Next is for that chubby one. Principal Bai rummaged through his coat pocket again. By the way, having that kid participate in the escort mission is also the intention of the Pei family head. The Pei family is the largest member of the Monster Hunting Academy's board and has a right to know about this mission. After a while, a dark yellow card appeared in his hand. The card depicted a man in purple magical armor, holding a striking pose. This is the 7-star monster card. The Dark Magician? QinShi exclaimed in his heart as he looked at the card. The Dark Magician, also known as the Black Magician, is the ace monster of the protagonist Pharaoh in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World. It is a high-level monster with 7 stars, boasting excellent attack and defense. With the protection of this monster, that kid won die so easily. When Principal Bai took out this card, he was unusually generous, showing no reluctance at all. Principal, this card, it can't be prepared by the Pei family, right? Principal Bai laughed heartily. Young man, don't worry about these details. As long as it can motivate Pei bully you to keep striving, what difference does it make who pays for the card? Chapter 188. Preparations before the mission with the rewards for the 2 taken out, only QinShi remained. As for yours, Principal Bai smiled. What I give you is naturally the best, but your responsibility is also the greatest. In an instant, QinShi seemed to catch a glimpse of Principal Bai's loneliness. He didn't continue speaking, nor did he rummage through his pocket again, but slowly walked up to QinShi. Then his rough fingers directly pointed at QinShi's forehead. QinShi only felt a sharp pain in his mind, but the sensation quickly vanished. Go ahead, the mission starts at 8 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. With that, he sent QinShi back. After QinShi left, a beautiful figure appeared beside the principal. This little junior brother has quite the guts, daring to ask the principal for things. The figure was slender and graceful, with long flowing hair, a girl. Her voice was elegant and melodious, laced with a hint of laughter, as if she was very familiar with QinShi. Lin Long, these 3 people, I entrust them to you to secretly protect. These kids are surprisingly capable, but also be cautious. Not everyone is without problems. Especially that kid named Li Shani. Don't show yourself unless it's a life-and-death crisis. This high-risk task is also a training experience for them. The principal instructed the girl beside him carefully. Rest assured, Principal. Lin Long smiled slightly. It's not easy to have a little junior brother to bully. I'm no longer the youngest among your direct disciples. This time, even if it costs my life, I want to let them die in front of me. The next day, QinShi and the others arrived at the academy gate. Sigh, my lovely 3 students. Teacher Wang, dressed in Taoist robes, was already standing at the gate, smiling lightly, while a girl in a yellow school uniform stood beside him. As I didn't introduce her in detail yesterday, let me clarify now. This girl's name is Mi Do, and she is a student from Class A. In this mission, you are to escort her to Huadawa Academy. Also, the rewards for this mission have been distributed in advance. Come up one by one to collect them. The first to step forward was Pei Bulliu, and when he discovered it was a dark magician card, his expression immediately changed. It's not joy, but hesitation followed by some fear. What kind of task has a reward of a black magician? Pei Bulliang anxiously looked at the card. Teacher Wang, can I withdraw from the task? No. Teacher Wang replied decisively. Sigh, it seems like this will be a troublesome errand. Pei Bulliang sighed, took the card, and immediately dialed his phone snail. Hello, old steward. Immediately use all my private money to purchase the black magician girl and her related magic and trap cards. It doesn't matter if the money runs out. Yes, no need to bargain. I want it right away. Speed is the priority. If this goes wrong, it might really cost lives. While Pei Bulliang was on the phone, Li Shani also saw his reward. However, the thunder fruit was not given directly to him, but placed in a pure black box. Teacher Wang only mentioned that this box would open by itself at a certain moment, asking Li Shani to be patient. Next was QinShi. Teacher Wang took out a golden scroll. This indicated that the level of this scroll was legendary. It was a one-time scroll containing an S-rank ninjutsu, creation rebirth, 100 heal technique. QinShi was taken aback. He initially thought he had no reward. He always felt that Principal Bai's finger on his forehead seemed to entrust him with something important, but he couldn't articulate what it was. Could this one-time scroll be his true reward? QinShi examined the scroll. The creation rebirth, 100 heal technique is an S-rank medical ninjutsu developed by the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. In Naruto, once activated, special curse marks will cover the body, and no matter what kind of damage is inflicted, it will automatically heal. Of course, this technique has significant drawbacks. It not only consumes a vast amount of spiritual energy, but this healing is essentially an overdraw of life potential. Moreover, the healing does not differentiate between the severity of injuries. As long as there is an injury, it will heal automatically and uncontrollably. This one-time scroll is considered legendary because it has been infused with a large amount of spiritual energy and life force in advance. Within 10 minutes of using the scroll, no matter how crazily you fight, your body will heal instantly. After listening to Teacher Wang's explanation, QinShi understood. This scroll is for life and death situations. I hope you won't have to use this scroll on this trip. After advising QinShi, Teacher Wang approached the girl Mido, first telling her not to act unless absolutely necessary, and then explaining some things to pay attention to. Finally, Teacher Wang pulled out a long weapon from the wide sleeve of his Taoist robe. It was a staff with eye color, and at the top of the staff hung a blue lantern. The lantern emitted a faint glow, resembling a blue gemstone. This was a replica of De Qiao's staff from the world of Honor of Kings, developed by the Tiangong Academy, capable of using only part of De Qiao's inherited abilities. However, because it was a replica, it could be used by all inheritors, making it a versatile weapon. The staff had 3 skills that could be unleashed. One was Endless Flow, one was Bridge of Judgment, and the last one was Vortex Gate. Endless Flow, a passive skill of De Qiao in Honor of Kings, originally applied to a single target, but was developed by Tiangong Academy to provide buffs to up to 3 targets. Within a certain range of the caster, both the caster and allies would gain movement speed bonuses. QinShi, Pei Buyang, and Li Shani gathered around. In simple terms, it would allow us to run faster and reach Hua Tuo Academy sooner. Pei Buyang summarized. The second skill of the Lantern Staff, Bridge of Judgment, summons a bridge-shaped tide at a designated location, dealing damage to enemies and briefly silencing them, meaning they cannot use skills. This is a powerful control and interruption skill. For skilled fighters, briefly silencing an opponent's weapon can often turn the tide of battle. This is the only attack skill of the beautiful girl. Pei Buyang summarized again. The last skill, Vortex Gate, is De Qiao's ultimate move in Honor of Kings. It can summon a magical formation to bring allies over. Since it is a replica, it can only be set for up to 3 allies, and the distance cannot exceed 1 kilometer. Naturally, QinShi and the others became the summoned targets of the girl's formation. In summary, this is a skill for the beautiful girl to call for help when she cannot fight. Pei Buyang sighed. Better than nothing. It seems that for this task, the 3 of us still have to carry the burden of battle. Chapter 189. Hua Tuo Academy, come on, Li Shani said with a smile. Even if we have to fight, the main force will be old Qin. Our levels are just like this girl, serving as support. Pei Buyang laughed heartily. True, I almost lost my self-awareness. Teacher Wang looked at the 3 of them, talking and laughing, nodding in satisfaction. No matter what kind of task it is, the mindset for going on a mission must be good. Otherwise, before even encountering the enemy, one would have already lost their spirit. After finishing the arrangements for the connection to Hua Tuo Academy, Teacher Wang clapped his hands. Then let's hit the road, students. When you return, I'll treat you to drinks at the restaurant. Pei Buyang and the others exchanged glances, and their originally slow pace suddenly quickened. 2 hours before QinShi and the others set off, just as dawn broke, all the teachers assigned to the mission had already departed. Aside from those responsible for logistics, medical support, and technical assistance, all other teachers had set out. The configuration was in pairs. If QinShi were here, he would surely be shocked, because beside each pair of teachers was a girl dressed in a yellow school uniform. The girl wore a smile, her hair reaching her waist, and her appearance and demeanor were exactly the same as that of classmate Mido. In total, there were 24 pairs of teachers, each with an identical girl. In this eerie atmosphere, the escort mission began. The Valley of the Medicine King is located in the 10,000 Great Mountains of the Wilderness State, a valley filled with medicinal herbs and poisonous substances. It is also the main academic area of Hua Tuo Academy. It is often shrouded in thin gray mist and frequently has various demon beasts appearing, with strong teachers stationed from the Demon Hunting Academy. Any demon beast daring to invade is killed without exception. Hua Tuo Academy, whether in terms of the number of combat personnel or their strength, cannot compare with the Demon Hunting Academy. However, Hua Tuo Academy still dared to establish its school on the edge of the gray mist, becoming one of the iron triangles stationed in the Wilderness State, naturally possessing unique means. The Valley of the Medicine King has been shrouded in gray mist, with countless demon beasts appearing over the centuries. However, whenever they approach the vicinity of the Valley of the Medicine King, they instinctively tremble. This is the fear unique to demon beasts, a lower being facing a higher being. No demon beast dares to invade the territory of the Valley of the Medicine King, because in the center of the Valley of the Medicine King, within Hua Tuo Academy, there is a powerful demon beast guarding the academy. This is a 7th-tier demon beast. Among all the demon beasts currently explored by humans, the highest level is the 7th tier, representing the strongest. Unlike other levels, the strength of a 7th-tier demon beast cannot be compared to 6-star and below demon beasts. For example, in the world of Naruto, the 9-tails is a 7th-tier demon beast. But the 8-tails, which also belongs to the tailed beasts, can only rank in the 6-star demon beast category. In the Naruto anime, a single 9-tails occupies a large portion of the chakra of the 10 tails. The remaining 8-tailed beasts combined do not match the total chakra of the 9 tails alone. The same is true in the Blue Star world. The 7th tier and those below it are simply not on the same level. As for those above the 7th tier, which includes the 7 stars and higher-level demon beasts, no humans have encountered them in the hundreds of years since their inheritance descended. This 7th tier demon beast is called Shalebi. Shalebi is a mythical creature from the Pokemon world, and within its small body lies an extraordinarily terrifying power of grass and psychic types. Even the grass-type energy it unconsciously emits is enough to make the plants in the entire Medicine King Valley grow more lushly. When it first appeared in the 10,000 Great Mountains, it met the first president of Huadawa Academy, Gnome. President Gnome possessed supreme affinity for the grass type, a very rare talent that attracted the newly descended Shalebi. Shalebi voluntarily became Gnome's Pokemon, helping him establish Huadawa Academy. During the disastrous years 300 years ago, the Medicine King Valley, where Huadawa Academy is located, became a sanctuary for many fleeing humans. In the following years, countless doctors emerged from Huadawa Academy, using their superb medical skills to heal the people of the 9 provinces continent. After the death of the first president Gnome, Shalebi continued to guard Huadawa Academy, becoming the guardian demon beast of the academy, never giving up its vow for hundreds of years. This is the history of our Huadawa Academy, the long-haired girl sweetly said. The girl's name is Mido, and she is the escort for the 3 from the Qin era on this mission. She glanced at the 3 beside her. Apart from QinShi, who was listening intently to her talk about Huadawa Academy, the other 2 still looked completely unhurried. One more thing, the girl chuckled lightly. At Huadawa Academy, the female student ratio reaches 70%, and it has won the title of the most beautiful university student in the 9 provinces for decades. Originally lifeless and wanting to doze off, Pei Buyong immediately sat up straight upon hearing the girl's last sentence. It turns out that Huadawa Academy is such a sacred university, which truly makes me yearn for it. Pei Buyong exclaimed, "Why go home for vacation this year? I will suggest to my old man that he invest in Huadawa Academy instead of always focusing on the demon hunting academy that calls for killing. It would be best if I could transfer to Huadawa Academy. Not for anything else, but I have longed to heal the sick and save people since I was young." Looking at Pei Buyong, he said seriously. At this moment, the 4 of them were sitting on a beautifully patterned blanket. The blanket was flying in midair, carrying the 4 at a speed akin to that of a car. This is a magic carpet from the Aladdin world. After being modified by the Academy of Heavenly Craft, the magic carpet can now be produced in small quantities, becoming a travel tool for wealthy families in the 9 provinces. Because of the long journey, Pei Buyong also had the butler by the magic carpet along with the duel cards. The 4 sat on the magic carpet, with a tablecloth of delicious food obtained from Pei Buyong's last mission spread in the middle. The tablecloth was filled with drinks and cakes. This trip, backed by Pei Buyong's money, transformed a difficult mission into a spring outing-like journey. If a student as talented as Pei is willing to come to Huadawa Academy, we will certainly welcome him warmly. After hearing Pei Buyong's words, Mido smiled slightly. She looked at the 3. QinShi and Pei Buyong had successfully broken the ice through their interaction, but Li Shaoyi was still gazing into the distance, not even looking at the girl. His brows were tightly knitted, and his expression was cold, as if he was worried about something. This expression inevitably piqued the girl's curiosity about him. However, aren't you a student of the Demon Hunting Academy? How can you also be a student of Huadawa Academy at the same time? QinShi asked curiously. This is quite common. Before the girl could answer, Pei Buyong waved his hand. Old Qin, haven't you heard of exchange students? Exchange students are a common measure between academies. Often, they are children of faculty members from certain academies who, after successfully enrolling in their own academy, will go to other academies for further study to deepen the relationship between the academies. Chapter 190. The slaughter in the village. Have you seen ancient marriages? Although this analogy is a bit strange, exchange students between academies are somewhat similar to arranged marriages. QinShi nodded. This exchange student model is indeed different from the exchange students in his university before crossing over. But upon reflection, it is understandable. The schools in this world are not merely places for learning and producing talent for society. Universities with strong military power and resources are, after all, a force in their own right, and forces often deepen cooperation through various means. Exchange students are one of these means. May I ask me, classmate, which teacher from Huadawa Academy is your family member? Pei Buyong's curiosity was piqued. The girl lightly bit her lip and then sighed. My grandfather is Professor Zhu Shi from Huadawa Academy. Pei Buyong did not notice the sadness in the girl's words, but QinShi understood. Professor Zhu Shi, like Mido, shares the inheritance of demons from the anime Demon Slayer. The reason for sending Mido to Huadowa Academy is to combine Professor Zhu Shi's research results with Mido's inheritance to develop a drug that can turn demons back into humans. The urgency to get there is because Professor Zhu Shi is already on the brink of death. This girl and Professor Zhu Shi both have demon inheritances, and they're also related by blood. Is this a coincidence? QinShi couldn't help but wonder. But he was not only puzzled by this question. In the anime Demon Slayer, demons are bizarre beings that almost never die of old age. And Professor Zhu Shi's inheritance is that of the advanced demon, Zhu Shi. According to the inheritance's abilities, Zhu Shi should have a long lifespan. How could he fall into a near-death state shortly after Mido's inheritance awakened? This matter feels shrouded in mystery from beginning to end. QinShi shook his head. He didn't have any thoughts for the moment. The magic carpet continued to fly in the air and gradually approached a village. What a strong smell of blood. Before reaching the village, QinShi smelled a pungent odor. Pei Bouillon controlled the magic carpet to lower its altitude, and as they approached, they saw a horrifying scene. The river flowing through the village had turned red. The low houses were also soaked in blood. There were severed limbs, mangled arms, and heads filled with hatred that refused to close their eyes everywhere. Ugh! Vomit! Pei Bouillon abruptly turned around and leaned against the wall to vomit. Mido, coming from a medical family, had seen many dead bodies, but seeing so many deaths displayed in a scene resembling hell on earth still turned her face pale. QinShi took a deep breath, suppressing the discomfort in his heart, and stepped forward. He touched a corpse not far away. A slight warmth was felt, indicating that this body had not been dead for long. After moving forward for a while, he inspected the corpses along the way. Pair up and see if there are any survivors left in this village, QinShi said in a deep voice while looking at the corpses in front of him. Although the corpses in front of him had various states of death, the remaining temperature was roughly the same. This indicated that these people were almost all killed at the same time. The enemy's strength is very strong. If we accidentally encounter the enemy, do not hesitate. Escape immediately. On the way out, Pei Bouillon suggested that QinShi be the task leader, and Li Shaoyi also agreed. Considering the danger of this mission, QinShi accepted without hesitation. After dividing into groups, they immediately took action. He and Pei Bouillon formed one group, while Li Shaoyi and Mido formed another, heading to the east and west of the river respectively to search for survivors. And it was agreed that, regardless of whether they found anything or not, the two groups would meet at the stone bridge over the river half an hour later. With the staff of the Qiao from Mido, Li Shani's speed was significantly increased. Hey you, wait for me, Mido gasped and shouted. However, Li Shani seemed to ignore him, walking ahead with his knife, showing no signs of slowing down. He had just been smiling at those two, so why was he so cold when we were alone? Did I do something to upset him? The girl puffed her cheeks as she looked at Li Shani's indifferent back. On the other side of the river, QinShi and Pei Bouillon walked back and forth. Kulibo, it's up to you. Pei Bouillon directly took out the monster card, Chestnut Ball, combined with the magic card, Multiplication. In an instant, 5 chestnut balls appeared in front of him. Coolly. The 5 chestnut balls called out and scattered in all directions. Although the attack power of the chestnut balls was low, their floating characteristic allowed them to bypass many obstacles. They could even fly into some houses through open windows. Meanwhile, QinShi walked slowly forward, his eyes half closed, releasing a breath that ordinary people could not perceive. This was the observation haki he had learned not long ago. To expand the detection range, QinShi refrained from releasing the haki in a circular shape, instead extending it forward and then rotating it like the hands of clock. After 20 minutes of searching, QinShi sighed. Nothing found. Old Qin, it seems the whole village has been slaughtered. Who could be so cruel to commit such a heinous act? If I catch him, I won't let him die easily. Pei Bouillon's eyes were a little red. Along the way, he had seen various gruesome corpses, adults and children. The hellish scene left him unsettled for a long time. According to their agreement, QinShi and Pei Bouillon returned to the stone bridge. Just when they thought the other two had also found nothing, unexpectedly, Li Shani and Mido were helping a child over. They had only found one survivor, hidden in a haystack in the corner of the village. The child looked about 10 years old, drenched in sweat, trembling with chattering teeth. It's okay, don't be afraid. Mido squatted down to comfort him. Tell this brother what you saw. The child quivered as he raised his head. The people in the village, they're all dead. Dad, Mom, and Grandma, they're all dead. Saying this, he suddenly burst into tears. After a long time of comforting, the boy finally stopped crying and, sniffling, recounted what had happened. 3 hours ago, a man in black arrived in the village. Without any reason, he just grinned wickedly and immediately began his massacre. As he moved, the water in the river flowed like knives, attacking everyone in the village. The boy had hidden in a haystack and was not discovered by the man, thus escaping a disaster. Chapter 191. The mysterious boy that man is terrifying. He kills anyone he sees. My parents hid me in the haystack and took up a hoe to try to stop him, but they all died, the boy said through sobs. He even took my neighbor's uncle's arm and started gnawing on it right in front of the haystack where I was hiding. As if recalling that horrifying scene, the boy's face went pale. You mean, you saw the man's appearance? QinShi frowned, looking at the boy. Did he have any strange features? The boy took a sip of water that Mito handed him, calmed down a bit, and then continued. His face was covered in scars. He looked really scary. Oh, and there were some words on his black clothing. I didn't see clearly, but it seemed to say, Lower Moon 6. Lower Moon 6? Pei Bouillon was taken aback, stepping back a couple of steps. The killer. He's from the 100 Ghost team, and he's a lower moon. This is not something we students can handle. Moon refers to the top-tier experts in the 100 Ghost team. It's similar to the strength grading of demons in the anime Demon Slayer. The top tier of demons in the 100 Ghost team is divided into lower moon and upper moon. There are 18 lower moon demons, which is double the number of lower moon demons in Demon Slayer. There are 6 upper moon demons, consistent with the anime. Lower moon demons are at least 4-star demon beasts in strength, and those ranked higher can even reach 5-star strength. Pei Bouillon sighed. Old Qin, do you remember those sword demons we encountered last time at the Tsangjian Villa? Although their strength was quite good in the 100 Ghost team, they don't even have the title of Moon. The Moon demons and other demons are 2 different levels of beings. We can only report to the academy and let them decide how to handle this. QinShi nodded. What do you want to do with this boy? His eyes were fixed on the boy, contemplating something. The boy had been keeping his head down since he finished speaking, unwilling to look into QinShi's eyes. This village only has this boy left, and we don't know if that lower moon demon will come back. We can't leave him behind. Mito squatted down, gently stroking the boy's head, like a caring sister looking at her younger brother. What about the others? QinShi did not immediately agree, but looked at Pei Bouillon and Li Shani. I think we definitely can't leave this child behind. Not to mention anything else. Food and drink are problems. Pei Bouillon, after making a phone call, said, let's send him to the demon hunting facility in the next town. Li Shani nodded in agreement from the side. If everyone is in agreement, then this child can travel with us. QinShi looked at the little boy. His expression a mix of a smile and seriousness. This little kid has to be well-behaved with us. He must not try to stir up trouble. The sky gradually darkened. The group no longer delayed, took the boy onto the magic carpet, and immediately set off towards Yaowang Valley. On the magic carpet, it was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but QinShi arranged the little boy at the edge of the carpet, then sat down, effectively blocking the boy from the others. Little brother, just right, I still have many questions I want to ask you. QinShi turned around, smiling at the little boy. You must answer me honestly, because we still need to find someone to take revenge for your village. You wouldn't want the bad guys to get away with it, right? The little boy was silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. Okay, big brother, go ahead and ask. But I was scared, so I don't remember a lot of things. During the journey that followed, QinShi chatted with the little boy in a casual manner. Their voices were low, and with the howling wind covering them, the other 3 couldn't hear what they were saying. But if they could hear, they would definitely be shocked. The boy hardly knew any of the answers to the questions, including his parents' names and the name of the village. Yet QinShi remained unfazed, still keeping a smiling expression. Finally, when the boy furrowed his brows and appeared a bit impatient, QinShi stopped asking questions and bent down to look beneath the magic carpet. The magic carpet had just flown over a mountain village. Unlike the previous place that had been slaughtered, there was sparse smoke rising here, and many people were still working in the terraced fields. This should be the Qingshan village that the little boy mentioned. QinShi suddenly spoke to the other 3. The boy just told me that he has an uncle in this village and wants to go to him. Saying this, QinShi smiled at the little boy. This is what you were thinking, right? The little boy was momentarily stunned before he smiled and said, yes, big brother is right. I want to come to this village to find my relatives. Since that's the case, let's fly over there now. Pei Bouillon was about to control the magic carpet to change direction. No need. We need to hurry. You all keep flying ahead. I will use the Nimbus to take him over, and I will catch up with you right away. Without waiting for Pei Bouillon to agree, QinShi had already taken out a capsule from his pocket. The capsule exploded in the air, and then a yellow cloud appeared in the sky. This is the Nimbus from the Dragon Ball world, a reward given to QinShi after completing the task at Sanjin Villa. He whistled. and the Nimbus flew over as if it had a spirit of its own. Then let us go. QinShi picked up the little boy. Before he could say goodbye to the others, he tucked the little boy under his arm and then sat on the Nimbus, flying into the mountains. The Nimbus was very fast and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Big brother, it's hard for me to breathe like this. Can you let me down? The little boy said softly. Are you sure? QinShi smiled and suddenly loosened his grip. The little boy's bottom landed on the cloud, and suddenly his pupils contracted sharply. Although he touched the cloud, he felt as if it was just mist. His whole body passed through the Nimbus and fell into a valley filled with dense forests. Only kind-hearted people can ride the Nimbus, and you, a little demon, can't sit still. QinShi sneered. Before he could drive the Nimbus away, a rushing stream suddenly shot up from the direction where the little boy fell. The stream pierced through the Nimbus like a knife. Haha, you found me. A sharp laugh came from the forest below. Big brother, do you know? Humans shouldn't play hide and seek with ghosts. Because after finding the ghost, humans will be eaten by the ghost. Chapter 192. The sixth ghost of the waning moon. The stream attacking the Nimbus seemed to have a spirit of its own. After piercing through the Nimbus, it turned in the air and shot towards QinShi. QinShi dodged, but under the repeated attacks of the stream, he still fell towards the forest below. Just as his whole body was about to hit the ground, a hand made of sand caught him and gently placed him on the ground. This was his sand ninja technique, the sand hand. The boy was now standing 20 meters in front of him, his tattered clothes replaced by a black robe that wrapped around his body. On the back of the black robe, several large red characters were embroidered. The sixth ghost of the waning moon. Big brother, tell me how you found me. I haven't failed at playing ghost games for a long time. I can't believe you found me this time. The boy frustratedly hit his head with his hands, one after another, causing blood to cover his forehead. But the little boy didn't care at all. He looked at QinShi and licked his lips. If you say something nice, I promise I won't treat you like those villagers. I will leave you with a whole corpse. QinShi sneered. How'd I find out? Your intent to kill the four of us has almost become tangible. With my 3 great auras, how could I not sense it? But he didn't say that, because the role you're playing is completely inhumane. Your parents just died tragically before your eyes, and you couldn't wait to leave with us, not even thinking about collecting their bodies. Even if it's just a game, at least put in some effort. Is that such a small flaw? After being a ghost for so long, it's getting harder to pretend to be human. The little boy exposed laughed sinisterly. But big brother, you're also foolish. Originally, the 4 of you had a glimmer of hope in my hands. You just had to bring me out alone. You're truly seeking death. I wonder how your 3 sisters died at your hands in Sangjin Villa. The little boy mocked. Sangjin Villa? 3 sisters? QinShi instantly understood. The little boy in front of him was also one of the 7 sword demons. It's simple because I'm strong enough, stronger than them all. QinShi said with a smile. And the reason I brought you out is naturally because I only need myself to deal with you. After all, the opponent is just a child, a little ghost. Angered by QinShi's words, the little boy, the 6th ghost of the waning moon, looked increasingly ferocious. Stinky human, wait until I tear your mouth apart. Let us see if you can still talk so much. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Water release. Water iron cannon technique. The water iron cannon technique is a secret water release ninjutsu passed down through the generations of the Hozuki clan in the Naruto world. It forms the hands into a gun shape and shoots liquid bullets from the fingertips to pierce the enemy. When QinShi saw the opponent perform this ninjutsu, he had a thought. The 3-tomo Sharingan appeared, and the opponent's seal-making movements were clear in QinShi's eyes. He actually imitated the 6th ghost of the waning moon's actions, quickly forming seals with almost 0 time delay. Sharingan? The 6th ghost of the waning moon was stunned when he saw QinShi's pupils. Then he coldly laughed. You want to copy my secret ninjutsu? You're seeking death. The seals completed, the 6th ghost of the waning moon's right hand transformed into a gun shape, piercing through him. Water iron cannon technique. Water droplets appeared at his fingertips, and then the droplets shot out like bullets. Almost simultaneously, QinShi's right hand also formed a gun shape. Thanks to the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, the trajectory of the opponent's droplets was clear in his eyes. Water droplets also formed at his fingertips, then shot out, striking the 6th ghost of the waning moon's water iron cannon. How? How is that possible? The 6th ghost of the waning moon was shocked. I don't believe it. You could be faster than me. More water droplets gathered at his fingertips, and then one by one, water iron cannons were fired. Like a rapid-fire machine gun, QinShi was not to be outdone. The water droplets he shot accurately intercepted every one of the opponent's attacks. His speed was even faster than the opponent's. A water iron cannon pierced straight through the shoulder of the sixth ghost of the waning moon. Ugh! The sixth ghost of the waning moon winced in pain, covering his injured shoulder, not daring to shoot back at QinShi. Damn it, you actually stole my ninjutsu. QinShi snorted coldly. Your ninjutsu is not as good as what I learned on the spot. What do you have to fight me with? The Sharingan can copy the opponent's seal-making movements, achieving the effect of duplicating the opponent's ninjutsu. Especially with Obito's Sharingan, the copying effect is particularly outstanding. In the Naruto anime, Kakashi, with just one of Obito's Sharingan, earned the title of the copy ninja. But even if he could copy the movements, some high-level ninjutsu and the secret techniques of various clans are difficult to replicate. Because these ninjutsu, in addition to the special chakra flow trajectory, also require other conditions for execution. And the water iron cannon technique is also a secret technique of the Hozuki clan in the anime. Logically speaking, QinShi should not be able to copy it. But the technique of the water iron cannon is extremely similar to the spear technique in the 6 styles of the Navy that QinShi just learned. With the experience of learning the spear technique, QinShi, under instinct, actually copied the water iron cannon technique. After just a brief engagement, QinShi already understood the opponent's inheritance. The inheritance of the Akatsuki clan uses one of the ninja knives, either the twin blades, flatfish, or the great sword, shark skin. Is it the inheritance of Akatsuki Mangetsu? QinShi muttered to himself as he looked at the small boy not far away. No wonder at such a young age he could rise to the rank of the Demon of Strings. Akatsuki Mangetsu, one of the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from the land of water in the Naruto world, is the second user of the twin blades. Flatfish. Among all the holders of ninja blades, Akatsuki Mangetsu is considered to have the highest talent. Not only has he mastered extremely advanced water release techniques, but he also possesses the family secret technique, water transformation technique. Although he usually wields the twin blades, Flatfish, with his strength, he can control 7 ninja blades at once. In the Naruto anime, Akatsuki Mangetsu was resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi in the form of Edo Tensei during the 4th Great Ninja War. Because he had no ninja blade, his strength was greatly reduced. But even so, he caused significant casualties to the ninja allied forces using his own ninjutsu. Just as QinShi guessed, the boy reached into his black robe with both hands, and then a pair of twin blades appeared in his hands. The blades were flat, resembling the belly of a fish, with 2 round holes near the handguards. This is the twin blades, flatfish, among the 7 ninja blades. Can't you copy ninjutsu? If you have the ability, copy this move. Blade ninjutsu, flatfish release. The lower 6 ghosts roared as they swung the twin blades in their hands. As the boy swung, blue gas suddenly surged out of the round holes in the flatfish blades. The gas gathered, forming a balloon the size of a basketball. This is the spirit power ball formed by the gathering of spiritual energy. Go! The flatfish blades struck the spirit power ball, sending it flying at high speed towards the direction where QinShi stood. Boom! The spirit power ball exploded, and the powerful shockwave uprooted trees within 100 meters around. Chapter 193, Blood Demon Technique. Blood exhaustion. The power of the spirit power ball was fierce, like a powerful bomb, completely engulfing the living beings it hit. As the dust settled, a large pit had formed where the spirit power ball struck the boy's ear. Haha, the braggart is dead without even leaving a corpse. The lower 6 ghosts held the twin blades, flatfish. The blades were huge, as tall as he was, but with the 2 large blades in the boy's hands, there was no sense of weight at all. Just as the boy was pleased with his achievement, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and a pair of hands emerged from the ground, grabbing the boy's ankle and pulling him down. Oh no! The boy's body sank suddenly, becoming trapped in the soil. This is the earth release technique, decapitation technique. QinShi jumped out from the soil. Since I can guess your inheritance, how could I not know the abilities of your twin blades, flatfish? Lightning gathered in QinShi's hand, and the sound of countless birds chirping echoed. Lightning release, Chidori. QinShi's right hand transformed into a lightning blade and stabbed towards the boy's chest. The lightning ravaged the chest of the lower 6 ghosts, piercing through his heart, and he let out a painful scream. As the electric light dissipated, QinShi looked at the enemy before him. The boy, like lower 6 ghost, showed no signs of life, appearing as if he had died. Just as he took out the Sanjinsha to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent's head, blood suddenly gushed out from the ground, flowing toward his feet. QinShi's expression changed slightly, and his movements quickened. The blade light of the Sanjinsha shone brightly, striking the opponent's head. But QinShi thought to himself that something was wrong. Clearly, He had struck the opponent, but the sensation from the blade felt very strange. It was as if he had struck a puddle of water. He. The lower six ghost, who had just seemed lifeless, suddenly raised his head. Do you think you've won? But in reality, the game has just begun. His body quickly melted away, like a candle being burned by fire, and more blood seeped out from the surrounding ground, dyeing the entire battlefield red. QinShi suddenly leaped into the air, and a sand hand firmly caught him. He used the sand hand technique, hovering in midair. This is the water transformation technique. Looking at the opponent's liquid body, QinShi frowned. Once he deduced that the opponent was an inheritance of Akatsuki Mangetsu, he already knew about the unique secret technique of that inheritance, the water transformation technique. As a non-transmissible secret technique of the Akatsuki clan, QinShi believed that the lower six ghosts, inheriting from Akatsuki Mangetsu, must have mastered it. The efficacy of the water transformation technique is peculiar. It allows the user to liquidate their physical form, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Moreover, it can easily evade close combat attacks, infiltrate buildings, and launch attacks while in liquid form, making it very flexible. From the perspective of the One Piece world, this means the opponent's body has elementalized, and ordinary attacks cannot inflict damage. However, the water transformation technique is not without weaknesses. In fact, its weaknesses are very fatal. It cannot counter lightning release techniques. Once attacked by lightning release techniques, the user of the water transformation technique will turn into a jelly-like sculpture, causing the ninjutsu to become ineffective. This is also why QinShi used lightning release Chidori as an attack method after successfully executing the decapitation technique. However, the enemy before him clearly did not fear his lightning release ninjutsu. Moreover, the liquidized form was not like the clear water form when Akatsuki Mangetsu used the technique in the anime. Instead, it was a crimson blood. Is it because of blood demon? QinShi looked at the blood that covered the ground, thinking quickly. Suddenly, the blood beneath his feet began to coagulate, taking the shape of the twin blades, flatfish. Blood made twin blades, flatfish? Could it also? Before he could react, dozens of spirit power light swords shot out from the twin blades, flatfish, made of blood, piercing towards QinShi. Wind injury. Without the slightest hesitation, QinShi immediately swung the Sanjinsha in his hand. Powerful spiritual energy flowed into the blade, and the Sanjinsha cut down along the trajectory of the spiritual energy impact. In an instant, spirals of spiritual energy formed, shattering all the spirit power light swords that were thrusting at QinShi. You have some strength. I correct my statement. From the blood, the head of the lower six ghosts emerged. The three sisters and others died at your hands. It's not unjust. Are you here to take revenge for them? QinShi tightened his grip on the Sanjinsha, not launching an attack immediately. He still had some questions he wanted to ask the opponent. Revenge? The lower six ghosts laughed as if they had heard a tremendous joke, blood water gushing from their heads as they laughed. Those unfortunate souls aren't even worth being my toys. They just died. Too weak. They are simply too weak. I'm only 10 years old, and I've already far surpassed them. Their death has nothing to do with me. Then why are you here to deal with me? QinShi asked, puzzled. Because I'm bored. The lower six ghosts chuckled, their expression as innocent as a child's. Killing is a fun game, but they're too weak. I hadn't even tortured them before they died. You saw it too? Just like the previous village. I only played for a few minutes, and everyone in the village was already dead. It wasn't fun at all. As the lower six ghosts spoke, the blood in front of him coagulated, transforming into a hand. The hand pointed at QinShi. You human, who can kill my little brothers and sisters, should be a more qualified toy. I can't wait to play with you. As he spoke, blood transformed into sharp blades, piercing the sky from the ground. Countless blood blades extended, turning the entire ground into a forest of blood blades. My blood demon technique is blood exhausted. The boy-shaped lower six demon laughed. By killing more people, I can store more blood in my body, and this blood is not afraid of any attribute of spiritual power. Any blood can become my weapon, and the twin swords, flounder, integrated into my body, can also summon their power at will using this blood. Coupled with my water transformation technique, I can transform into blood water, becoming immune to all physical damage. I am invincible. The lower six demon laughed maniacally, and the frequency of the blood blade attacks increased. It was as if countless blood swords were frantically stabbing at the air towards QinShi. However, as the attacks continued, the expression of the lower six demon shifted from initial madness to growing fear. because all the countless blood blades aimed at QinShi were dodged by that person in midair. No matter from which direction the thrust came, even from the dead angles of that person in the air, they were all evaded. Who? After a minute, the blood-headed lower six demon was already gasping for breath. He looked up at QinShi in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 194. Just me is enough to kill you. Why can you dodge? The boy-shaped lower six demon let out a hysterical scream. Besides the blood blades, he had also used the spiritual energy ball of the twin swords, Flounder, multiple times. But QinShi in the sky was like a ghost, dodging all attacks completely. At this moment, a blue mist rose around QinShi. He looked like a cerulean beast. This was him opening the fifth gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Door of Dusk. The Door of Dusk maximizes his speed, capable of stirring the air and shaking the ground while moving. However, such dense attacks, relying solely on high speed, were still not enough to evade. Yet before the battle began, QinShi had already raised his observation haki and Conqueror's haki to level 3. Level 3 haki gave QinShi a sense of being able to control everything. His perception range expanded to 100 meters centered around himself, within which all attacks were visible. His figure moved in the air at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. And no matter how frantically the lower six demon attacked, he couldn't touch him at all. Even during the enemy's attack intervals, QinShi occasionally threw kunai at the enemy. But the lower six demon was in a water transformation state, and all the kunai passed through his body, falling weakly to the side. As the attacks continued, the lower six demon's momentum weakened more and more. Finally, the enemy's offensive came to a halt. But QinShi only felt a sudden rise in his sense of crisis. The enhancement of Conqueror's haki also passively increased his battle instincts. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the body of the lower six demon slowly rose from the bloodwater. Big brother, you're being very disobedient, not standing still like a good boy. So I'm angry. The boy-shaped lower six demon's face was filled with rage. QinShi looked down at the large area of bloodwater. The entire bloodwater had transformed into the shape of the twin swords, Flounder. The twin swords, Flounder, have the ability to accumulate more spiritual energy the more enemies they kill. The lower six demon smiled coldly. Big brother, the number of people I've killed can pile up into a mountain of corpses. All this accumulated spiritual energy will be released at once. You're good dodging, huh? Let's see how you dodge the next attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire bloodwater emitted a green glow. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy surged from the bloodwater, continuously building up power. Such massive spiritual energy. What a great sin. The terrifying waves of spiritual energy coming from below also revealed the overwhelming evil of the boy-shaped demon. QinShi clenched his fists, his body slightly trembling. He was thoroughly enraged. What? Do you sympathize with those humans I killed? Those weaklings who aren't even worth toys, just bugs for me to slaughter. Since you care so much, then go to hell and find them. The lower six demon sneered, releasing the accumulated waves of spiritual energy all at once. Like a nuclear explosion, a huge green pillar of spiritual energy shot up into the sky in an instant. The massive light column completely enveloped QinShi, making it impossible for him to escape. In the face of this destructive energy, trees, stones, and flying birds in the sky would instantly turn to dust with just a slight touch. The light disappeared. The entire valley became a vast, empty vacuum. Who? The lower six demon's body emerged from ground. There was no trace of QinShi in the sky anymore. This time, he couldn't be more dead. The lower six demon gasped for breath. After unleashing such a powerful move, he had exhausted all his energy. Even the water transformation technique could only barely maintain a human form. That damn guy made me use up all the spiritual energy reserves of the twin swords, Flounder. And now I have to play the ghost catching game again. Next, I'll take a break, and those 3 humans on the magic carpet 1T escape. They should also be quality toys that can please me. Hee. Just as the lower six demon was grinning sinisterly, a voice came from behind him. I'm afraid you won't be able to find him anymore. The lower six demon's expression froze. He turned his head to see that, at some point, QinShi was standing behind him, completely unharmed. How could you? With such a wide-range attack, you couldn't possibly dodge it. The lower six demon stared incredulously at the enemy in front of him. You clearly know I killed your several sword demon brothers, yet you know nothing about my abilities. QinShi coldly smiled as he picked up a kunai from the ground. The kunai was inscribed with a peculiar technique. This was the technique of Flying Thunder God. In the previous battle, QinShi continuously threw kunai, intending to provide a positioning for his teleportation. Under the enemy's nuclear explosion-like attack, QinShi used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly move behind the enemy, avoiding the attack. The reason I haven't killed you until now is that I have a question to ask you. QinShi toyed with the kunai in his hand. How did you know my location? Through the small talk before the battle began, the enemy's performance along the way, and the fact that the opponent was willing to follow him into a desolate valley. QinShi understood that the opponent was only interested in killing him because he had killed the other sword demons, not because of the matter of Nezuko's inheritance. In other words, the identity of Mido had not been discovered by the opponent. The opponent was not the vanguard of the 100 Demons team executing the mission to capture Mido, but precisely because of this, he was even more curious. The lower 6 demon happened to be in the path of his Group S advance, which was too coincidental. The route he took to Yawang Valley was not a straight line, but involved multiple detours. How did he know the exact location of his group? Want to know? Hee. The lower 6 demon sneered. You make it sound like you can kill me. My blood water is immune to attribute attacks, and in water transformation, I'm immune to physical attacks. What are you going to use to fight me? The lower 6 demon relied on the twin swords Flounder to have means of spiritual energy attacks, but throughout this battle, his displayed attacks were not particularly impressive. The reason he could rank as a lower demon was not due to his attacks, but rather his defense. His ability gave him almost complete resistance. This is also the reason why he dares to kill alone and is not afraid of retaliation. He is confident that as long as he wants to escape, no one can kill him. Can I kill you? QinShi's eyes narrowed, and the kunai in his hand was instantly thrown. This kind of weapon is useless against me. Before the lower 6 ghost could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He looked in shock at his chest. Clearly, he was still in a liquid state, yet that kunai was still embedded in his chest. Just elementalization. And you really think you're so powerful? The aura around QinShi radiated, a black mist wrapping around his entire body. This was the effect of armament haki. Armament haki not only enhances one's attack and defense, but also has a miraculous ability. It can capture elementalized enemies. Never did he think he would be injured in his liquid state. The lower 6 ghosts finally showed fear. He frantically crawled away, tried to distance himself from QinShi. Want to escape? I allow you to escape? In an instant, QinShi's figure moved like the wind and arrived at the side of the lower 6 ghosts. His right hand, wrapped in armament haki, suddenly pressed down on the lower 6 ghost's head, smashing it heavily into the ground. I said, killing you is enough for me. Chapter 195, Reward, Water Transformation Technique. QinShi raised his hand, lifting the lower 6 ghosts, who was still in a liquid state, into the air. Your sins are too deep. I won't let you die easily. His left hand extended, with his fingertips wrapped in armament haki. Then he pointed at the lower 6 ghost's forehead and stabbed forward. This was a special martial art from Saint Seiya, the Phoenix Phantom Fist. You will redeem yourself in endless fear. QinShi's cold voice rang in the lower 6 ghost's ears. The lower 6 ghosts struggled, falling into the abyss of fear. In the sea of consciousness, the lower 6 ghosts were surrounded by countless vengeful spirits of those he had killed. These spirits devouring his flesh and blood, causing him immense pain. In reality, the lower 6 ghost's mouth was wide open, eyes bulging, saliva continuously flowing. Almost there. In QinShi's eyes, 3 black magatamas spun rapidly. Sharingan Genjutsu, interrogation technique. The reason he did not directly kill the opponent, but first used the Phoenix Phantom Fist to break down the opponent's psychological defenses, and then cast the Sharingan's Genjutsu, interrogation technique, was that QinShi needed to clarify one thing: how the opponent found their traces. This mission was top secret, escorting Nezuko Kamado as classmate, Mido, to the Medicine King Valley. If the people from the 100 Ghost group could find them so easily, his mission could be said to be fraught with danger. However, along the way, QinShi was also quite puzzled. Although the opponent had been observing them closely, it seemed they had not discovered Mido's true identity. After a round of interrogation, with the zanpakuto in hand, the blade turned pitch black, and with the enhancement of armament haki, he swiftly killed the second ghost. He had obtained the information he wanted. There was actually such a connection between these 7 ninja swords. Through the Sharingan interrogation technique, QinShi learned that there was a very special connection between the 7 ninja swords. The 7 ninja swords were forged by the sword concealing elder, originating from the same furnace. As long as any one of the 7 wielders dies, the others will immediately know. In the world of Naruto, these 7 ninja swords do not have such a marvelous connection. It seems that the forging method of the sword concealing elder can endow the swords in the anime world with abilities that they do not inherently possess. The question was answered. But QinShi still had a bad premonition. Was it really just because of the sensing of the 7 ninja swords that his location was exposed? Or was there some other mistake he was unaware of? Fantasizing yielded no results, so QinShi had no choice but to return to his teammates first. In the forest, the shadows of the trees were mottled, and very little sunlight could penetrate. Just after he left, the originally calm water suddenly stirred with a blood-colored shark. Watching QinShi's departing figure, the blood-colored shark suddenly exploded and vanished into the air. Beep! The system's notification sound rang. Detected that the host has defeated S-grade inheritor, lower 6, inheritance of Hozuki Mangetsu, opening reward options. QinShi sat on the flying nimbus and glanced at the reward list. There's actually the water transformation technique. The water transformation technique, a secret technique of the Hozuki clan in the Naruto world, can liquefy the body to evade attacks and escape. It is a powerful ninja technique. However, the system provided a version of the water transformation technique that has a weakness to lightning release. After all, QinShi does not have the bloodline of a ghost and cannot use blood demon techniques to avoid the weaknesses of the water transformation technique. But even with its weaknesses, it is still a secret technique sought after by countless strong individuals, so I'll choose it. He quickly made his choice. In an instant, the method of using the water transformation technique was imprinted in his mind, and even his body adjusted to be able to perform this bloodline secret technique. After spending 30 skill points to upgrade the water transformation technique to LV3, QinShi felt that he could turn into a puddle of water with just a thought. In the future, when fighting, I can just stand by the river. If I can't win, I'll jump into the water and run away. QinShi thought happily. However, the system's notification sound did not end. Beep! Killing a lower 6 ghost grants 5,000 experience points. Your level has risen to LV11. QinShi was taken aback and immediately felt an increase in his spiritual power. This upgrade did not grant a new ninja technique or skill points, but provided an upgrade option. You can break the limit and upgrade one skill, excluding bloodline techniques, once, limited by his own spiritual power and inheritance. Each skill has an upper limit for improvement. For example, the lightning release chakra mode, since he is not the Raikage inheritor, can only theoretically be upgraded to LV4. As for the string fruit ability, gravity fruit ability, etc., since they were obtained by killing, the inheritor is not even from the Naruto world. He could only upgrade to LV3, let alone fruit awakening. What a pity! If I could upgrade my bloodline, wouldn't I'd be able to instantly activate the Manjiki Sharingan. Although a bit regretful, this upgrade reward was already beyond his expectations. I choose to upgrade. The 8 gates. The 8 gates. The strongest physical technique in the Naruto world. Limited by his own physical skill level, QinShi could only open the 8 gates to the 6th gate. The gap to the fully open state that could slay gods was not small. Beep! Upgrade successful. You can now use the 7th gate, the 8 gates technique. Because you successfully unlocked the 7th gate, you have learned the physical technique Day Tiger. Because you successfully unlocked the 8th gate, you have learned the physical techniques Evening, Elephant and Night Guy. Due to mastering the 8 gates, your physical skill level has increased luck, reaching LV5. System reminder. Using the 8 gates, with your current physical condition, there's almost only a death outcome. With the system's announcement, QinShi's muscles crackled with explosive sounds. The lines of his abs and biceps became more pronounced. If LV4 physical skills made QinShi feel that every part of his body became agile and could be freely used as a weapon. LV5 physical skills made him feel that every muscle was under his control. His control over his body reached a meticulous level. His strength has increased again. QinShi was satisfied as he experienced the changes in his body. The fully opened 8 gates also gave him more confidence. With a long howl, QinShi surprisingly balanced on a single finger while standing upside down on the flying nimbus. No matter how the clouds flew up and down, his fingertips firmly held onto the clouds, his body showing not a hint of movement. This is the powerful change brought by body technique LV5. Just as Qin was recklessly sensing his newfound strength, in the system space, a flame soared into the air. The red flame, tinged with purple, enveloped the black blade, as if an endless ancient aura emanated from it. This is the strongest fire type, zanpakuto from the world of death, the sword of Yamamoto, genre Sai. This sword of the fire god is rapidly awakening. Chapter 196. The battlefield of Qingji. Just as Qin was counting his gains on the Nimbus, battles broke out everywhere. The fog was thick, even the sunlight was heavily obstructed, becoming dim. Teacher Qingji was dressed in a brown coat and wore a pair of sunglasses. Beside him was a girl wearing a veil, her appearance indistinguishable, but her figure was similar to that of classmate Mido. Surrounding them was a city ruin left after an attack by monster beasts, and they were standing in front of a high-rise building that had been cut in half. There were people inside. Teacher QinShi exhaled lightly, a chill emanating from his mouth. For someone who had mastered observation haki, even in such dark surroundings, he could clearly sense the presence of enemies. The temperature around them suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. The girl tightened her clothes and nodded. The prey has finally arrived. A sinister laugh came from the high-rise. A man wearing a strange mask and with a fat build suddenly jumped down from the cut end of the building. The member of the 100 Demons, Upper Moon 3, had met Teacher QinShi before. The fat man greeted him familiarly, as if he were an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. "You know me?" QinShi asked curiously. "Hee, Teacher Qing. You really have a lot of forgetful rich friends. 10 years ago, in your supernova class as the homeroom teacher, there was an S-class inherited student. He twisted his neck, the bones cracking, making one worry if his neck would break at any moment. This student secretly experimented with a few farmers during a trial, and when you discovered it, you expelled him from the campus and banished him to the monster domain outside the Great Wall. I suffered greatly in the monster domain, and my face was corroded by a slime. Teacher Qing, this is quite a favor you have done for me. So it's you." Teacher QinShi frowned. 10 years ago, he was the homeroom teacher of the supernova class, and among the students he taught was a genius named Ne. Ne was obsessed with research and had the inheritance of the captain of the 12th squad in the world of death, Nigeli. However, in order to test his research results, he was willing to sacrifice lives and was banished to the monster domain to fend for himself. It was QinShi himself who executed this judgment. Since you're my student, you should know. Teacher QinShi exhaled, removing his sunglasses. To face me alone is quite foolish. He let go of his sunglasses, and at the moment they were about to hit the ground, an extreme cold spread all around. Centered on him, a massive ice surface formed in an instant. The cold air enveloped the surroundings. Even the high-rise building that had been cut in half was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. This is an advanced skill mastered by QinShi's inheritance. The Ice Age of the Admiral Fujitora from One Piece. The Upper Moon, too, who had just spoken in front of him, was also frozen in place. The ice sculpture still wore a smiling expression. Teacher QinShi quietly stood in place, merely exhaling. The frozen Upper Moon, too, immediately shattered into countless pieces. The enemy was eliminated, but there was not a hint of joy on QinShi's face. My observation, haki has already cultivated a sense of premonition. The crisis is not over. Be on guard. The girl in the veil nodded. "Oh dear, Teacher QinShi, you're still so impatient." A voice drifted from somewhere. The ice that had just frozen Upper Moon, too, suddenly began to dissolve. Wisps of fog floated out from the melting ice. The fog gathered together, reshaping into the appearance of Upper Moon 2. "Oh dear, Teacher QinShi, your skill's power is still as strong as ever." Upper Moon 2 twisted his plump waist, speaking nonchalantly. "But such a skill can't kill me." In his hand, he held a piece of flesh. This was a chunk of meat resembling a sword hilt, but with an eye growing from it. "You know, Teacher QinShi, my Bankai is the Golden Deus G. Bankai is a unique technique in the world of death. It involves liberating one's zanpakuto into a higher-level form to gain bizarre and powerful abilities. Upper Moon 2's inheritance is that of Nigeli, one of the top powers in the world of death. His Bankai is named Golden Deus G. After use, it can transform his zanpakuto into a monstrous head resembling a giant golden baby, with enormous gray eyeballs and a white centipede body. This type of monster is filled with toxins and can paralyze enemies by releasing toxins from its body. However, at this moment, Upper Moon 2's Bankai did not summon the giant monster. Purple mist floated out from Upper Moon 2's body. That cumbersome Bankai is really not suitable for me, so I disassembled it. Upper Moon 2 chuckled sinisterly, raising the chunk of meat in his hand. The meat wriggled and suddenly transformed into countless small pieces. Each piece looked exactly like Upper Moon 2. By combining my Blood Demon art and Bankai ability, I have finally developed a new form. The meat has transformed into countless tiny beings that can all speak at the same time. Under this new form of Bankai, I can decompose myself into a state 100 times smaller than a hair, and each one is me. I am each one, haha. Upper Moon 2 laughed heartily, and his body suddenly swelled, then exploded violently. No blood flowed out. Only a large amount of purple mist was released. Be careful. The purple mist surged towards the two. Upper Moon 2's original Bankai had high toxicity, and now, after modification, the mist became his embodiment, and its toxicity grew stronger. Ice wall. A massive ice wall rose up, blocking the mist outside the ice barrier. The purple mist touched the ice surface and quickly began to corrode it. Useless, Teacher Qing, this is not ordinary poisonous mist. Upper Moon 2's voice drifted from mist. Ordinary mist is dead, but this mist is my avatar, it is alive. Every tiny particle of the mist is me, with the same research capabilities as my body, capable of decomposing your ice blocks in a short time. Now, your indestructible cold ice is as thin as a piece of paper in my eyes. QinShi flicked his hand, and several ice-like spears flew out. This is one of the abilities of the ice fruit, the ice spike spear. Useless. How can mist be pierced by solid objects? Upper Moon 2's sinister laughter echoed. The ice spears passed through the mist and were instantly corroded into ice water. I have thoroughly studied your cold ice. Simply put, all of me already has cold ice resistance. Teacher QinShi, you have lost. All the purple mist surged towards QinShi. Countless voices of Upper Moon 2 rang out from the mist simultaneously. The suffering from back then, I want you to bear it double. QinShi, you will die painfully under my corrosion. The purple mist swirled around QinShi, resembling a giant purple monster that swallowed him whole. This is a life-and-death crisis. However, in the midst of such a crisis, the girl hiding far away merely watched coldly, still expressionless. She seemed not the least bit worried about the safety of her protector. Chapter 198. The cowardly, pitiful worm the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Upon discovering that someone had awakened Nezuko's inheritance, the Demon Hunting Academy knew the opportunity had come. Kamado Nezuko, a female character in the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, transformed into a demon due to Muzan Kibutsuji's blood. However, she did not lose her humanity. Instead, she could suppress her demonic instincts with reason. Of course, this was not important to the 100 Demons group. The instincts of a demon? They did not wish to suppress them. With their nearly indomitable self-healing abilities, long lifespans, and powerful blood demon arts, all they had to discard was the ridiculous notion of humanity, and all they had to give was the constant consumption of humans. Why would they want to suppress such demonic instincts? What the demons coveted was another ability inherited from Nezuko, the ability to move freely under the sun as a demon. The sun is the greatest enemy of demons. Even the strongest demon king faces extinction under direct sunlight. But an exception arose. Nezuko, as a demon, is not afraid of the sun, a trait that drives all demons mad with desire. The secrets in her blood are too important to the demons. Thus, the Academy judged that the inheritor of Kamado Nezuko would be a figure that the 100 Demons group would crazily scramble to seize. Based on this judgment, they designated Kamado Nezuko as the cicada, luring the core members of the 100 Demons group, these mantises, to hunt. They would implement a counter-extermination operation against the core members of the 100 Demons group. This is the meaning of the Operation Plan Oriole. The front lines are spread out in various locations. After nightfall, the 100 Demons group is no longer bound by sunlight. The game of killing and counter-killing reaches its climax. Beneath the corpse of a gigantic demon beast, Chi Quan is expressionless as he uses a dagger to slice off the demon beast's flesh. Just as his hand lifts, the flesh in his hand transforms from bloody raw meat into fragrant cooked meat. One of the main combatants of the Demon Hunting Academy, Teacher Chi Quan, inherited the S-Class. One of the admirals from the One Piece universe, Akainu. He possesses the power of the magma fruit. I've been smelling the stench of you demons for a long time. Are you going to come out obediently, or should I drag you out? As soon as he finishes speaking, the ground begins to bulge. A demon wrapped in stones drills out from the ground. No wonder you're a high-level inheritance from the One Piece world. My hiding couldn't escape your observation hockey. Nice to meet you. I'm Upper Moon 6, the Rock King. The towering stone man grins. Chi Quan remains silent. Through the Academy's powerful information network, he has already obtained all the identities of the Upper Moon demons. The Rock King is the strongest among the Upper Moon demons, known for his immense strength even before awakening his inheritance, capable of contending with some B-class inheritors. His inheritance as a demon, S-Class, is the thing from the Fantastic Four. Now, the missing intelligence is the other party's blood demon art, as very few have lived after experiencing the blood demon arts of the Upper Moon demons. Without any words, Chi Quan raises his hand and throws a punch. Heat erupts violently. A massive fist wrapped in flames rushes toward the stone man. This move is called Great Eruption. It is an attack with a gigantic lava fist composed of molten rock, simulating the impact of a volcanic eruption. In the One Piece anime, Admiral Akainu used this move to instantly shatter and evaporate a massive iceberg dozens of times larger than a giant. Under the enormous lava iron fist, the nearly 3-meter-tall stone man appears even smaller. But the stone man merely grins, tightly holding his head with both hands, and takes Chi Quan's great eruption head-on. Boom! The stone man is struck by the powerful force of the great eruption, sending him flying out amidst a cloud of black smoke. As the dust settles, the stone man jumps out of the pit. Damn, you really are the top powerhouse of the Demon Hunting Academy. I'm the strongest defensive demon in the 100 Demons group, but your punch still made my chest feel tight. Human, I underestimated you a bit. The Rock King shakes off the debris on his body and glares fiercely at Chi Quan. Although he looks a bit disheveled, it is evident that he is hardly injured. The great eruption, capable of shattering Arctic icebergs, only left him slightly breathless. Seeing that the enemy is almost unscathed, Chi Quan's expression remains unchanged. The bulging rock masses on the opponent's body serve as a reminder of how strong their defense is. However, he did not use all his strength in the previous move. He was merely testing the opponent's defense. Yet, although the attack did not seriously injure the opponent, it was not without gain. There are several cracks on the rocky surface of the opponent's chest. Is the opponent's strength only this much? Chi Quan frowns. There must be information he had not acquired earlier. Just as his mind races, he suddenly clutches his chest. Boom! It feels as if his chest has been struck heavily. The force so strong that Chi Quan spits out a mouthful of blood, his knees bending sharply as he braces himself on the ground. His pupils constrict sharply, his teeth unintentionally biting into his flesh, and his body trembles slightly. What has caused him to lose composure is the pain. The pain in his chest feels like someone has smashed his sternum with a hammer. Even a strong person like him feels this pain penetrating to the marrow, causing his back to soak with sweat in an instant. As the guidance teacher of the strongest class in the school, Chi Quan undoubtedly possesses top-tier abilities in combat experience and analytical skills. He looks towards the stone man beside him, whose eyes are filled with mockery. I see. This is your blood demon art, right? Reflection ability. This is a commonly seen setting in MOBA games that can bounce a portion of damage back to the attacker and amplify the pain felt by the opponent tenfold. So you see, I, the stone man, never kill proactively. The more you hit me, the more excited I become. After all, the pain you inflict on me is felt in your heart. Hearing the mocking words from the opponent, is it painful to the point that you can't even breathe? Wishing you could just die? Come on, great hero of the Demon Hunting Academy. Don't let my ability knock you out from the pain. Ah ha ha. He. Ha ha ha. Chi Quan slowly gets up, laughing along with his opponent. Chi Quan's laughter is louder than the opponent's, completely drowning out the other's voice. What are you laughing at? The Rock King feels a sense of being underestimated. As a demon, he has lost his humanity, but perceives human emotions even more vividly, especially the emotion of fear. Luring humans into fear and then devouring them at the peak of their terror is a game that almost all demons enjoy. As an upper moon demon, evoking unparalleled pain and triggering the strongest fear has always been his specialty. However, the Rock King senses that the human standing before him, even after he demonstrates his formidable abilities, shows not a shred of fear. This is the greatest insult to him. Don't laugh. The Rock King roars, smashing his hands into the ground. The earth rises violently, as if alive. A giant hand made of dirt shoots up into the sky, grasping Chi Quan, who is dressed in a white hat, in its grip. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The dirt giant hand begins to close in, as if it intends to crush him into paste. Yet Chi Quan's laughter continues unabated. What a cowardly, pitiful worm. Chapter 197. The Oriole Plan, but at the moment the purple poison mist touches Aoji, his body turns dark. Blackness surges to the surface of his skin. A chilling aura that sends shivers down the spine bursts forth from his body. All the upper moon demon clones that came into contact with him and accurately injected toxins fell to the ground like a swarm of insects in an instant. What happened? Some upper moon, 2 clones floating nearby, began to feel puzzled. They had lost contact with those clones. Those clones are dead? My clones, no matter how powerful the attack they encounter, can analyze the opponent's technique in just 1/100th of a second, and then all clones share resistance. The same technique has no effect on my clones. My technique is the strongest. The remaining purple mist clones quickly distanced themselves, looking at the completely dead clones on the ground, and let out a collective roar of anger. 1/100th of a second? A smirk appeared on Qingji's lips. That's too long. Long enough for me to freeze you to death 100 times. Saying this, Qingji raised his right hand. The ability of the ice fruit, ice bird. Cold air gathered, and an ice bird formed on his arm. Strangely, This ice bird was not the usual transparent color of ice, but completely black. A black ice bird. The black ice bird soared from QinShi's arm, flapping its wings like a phoenix as it flew towards countless Upper Moon Demon clones. Wherever the ice bird passed, the small Upper Moon Demon clones fell one after another. How? How is that possible? The remaining purple mist gathered, forming a human shape. An Upper Moon 2 demon, the size of a 5-year-old child, appeared, glaring angrily at QinShi. Damn it, all my clones can share information, and even if they are killed, they can transmit the enemy's information to other clones before dying. But why? Why did so many clones die without any information from you coming through? He angrily looked at the ground, his eyes modified to see even the smallest creatures as clear as day. He finally saw the appearance of those fallen clones. Unlike the previous clones that were attacked by a massive ice-type move like Ice Age, the clones that fell due to contact with the black ice bird did not appear as ice sculptures. Instead, superficially, all the clones looked perfectly fine. However, the light in their eyes had vanished, as if their souls had been suddenly ripped away. The Upper Moon 2 demon stared intently at the pair of clone corpses on the ground, suddenly shivering. Your freezing doesn't just freeze the enemy's body, but freezes the soul? QinShi looked at the Upper Moon 2 demon in surprise, clapping his hands. You managed to guess that. Although you have walked the path of evil, you are indeed the most talented student I have ever taught, aside from that new student Qin. In the world of One Piece, there is a type of food called devil fruit, which grants the eater supernatural abilities. QinShi's legacy is that of the former Marine Admiral Aokiji, who possessed the ice fruit and became one of the world's strongest. The development of fruit abilities includes not only the development of ordinary techniques and enhancement of capabilities, but also a phenomenon known as fruit awakening. This is something only the top masters can achieve. By developing the fruit's abilities to the deepest level, one can awaken a higher level of power based on the original abilities. The conventional ability of the ice fruit is to generate cold air to freeze opponents. But QinShi successfully awakened his fruit and developed a capability that even Aokiji in the One Piece anime did not master: soul freezing. This ability was developed after he survived a near-death experience in a secret realm called the Yellow Spring in the Demon Domain. The cold air at his fingertips does not come from the real world but from the Yellow Spring. It creates the black, cold air unique to the Yellow Spring, instantly freezing souls. You are still so arrogant, Teacher QinShi. Although his eyes were still filled with hatred, the Upper Moon Demon knew that today he could not kill the tall man before him. But next time, I will develop a resistance that can unfreeze souls, and then you will still die. After saying this, the Upper Moon Demon turned to leave. There won't be a next time. You will die here today, Teacher QinShi said lightly, his tone firm, as if he were merely stating a simple fact. Don't be too arrogant, Teacher QinShi. The Upper Moon Demon laughed heartily, and his entire body transformed back into a sea of purple mist. The mist spread everywhere. His clones quickly scattered in all directions. As long as one clone escapes, I could be resurrected again. With me like this, can you catch me? The Upper Moon Demon mocked while running. Teacher QinShi said nothing but clasped his hands together, forming a palm shape, the ultimate technique of the ice fruit, Hell of Ice. As he whispered, endless black, freezing air erupted around him. Like the Ice Age skill that had frozen the surrounding area for several kilometers, Hell of Ice is also a wide area attack technique. Within the attack range, the souls of all living beings will be frozen. The Upper Moon Demon found himself surrounded by black, freezing air, realizing that even with so many clones, he could not escape. Stop! Such a large-scale attack. The girl you are escorting won't be spared either. Are you going to kill her too? Could it be that this girl has no soul? So that's it. This girl is bait. I thought I was ambushing the teacher, but it turns out you are the hunter setting the trap. No wonder you're qualified to teach me. Haha. As the black, freezing air swept in, countless demon clones fell, and the voice of Upper Moon 2 grew weaker until it completely disappeared. QinShi sighed, his gaze somewhat dim. What a talent. He was able to deduce the truth from just a little information. What a pity. Not far from him, the girl slowly walked over. The freezing air capable of freezing souls passed over her, but did not hinder her steps in the slightest. Just as Upper Moon 2 had guessed before dying. The girl standing beside QinShi, who looked just like Nezuko, was a life form without a soul. This was the ability inherited from White Zetsu. In the Academy's secret operations group, there was a teacher who had awakened the White Zetsu inheritance from the Naruto world. She could use her and other cells to replicate life, forms that looked identical to others. Voice, pulse, expression, all could be exactly the same as the original. Ordinary observation methods could not detect this girl's anomaly at all, but these replicas had no souls. Based on this teacher's ability, the Demon Hunt Academy devised a plan to escort the inheritor of Nezuko as bait, while actually targeting the core members of the 100 Demon Corps. The plan was named Yellow Sparrow. Chapter 199, The Victory of Justice. You say, who is the pitiful worm? The Rock King roared, grabbing Chi Quan's giant hand made of dirt and squeezing tightly. Red blossomed in the giant hand, but it wasn't blood. It was flickering flames. Like butterflies, sparks flowed out from the gaps between the giant hand's fingers, then gathered in the air. Aren't you? The flames regathered, forming Chi Quan's figure. With the magma fruit, he could elementalize his body. How could he be hit by such a normal attack? He fell from the sky, landing precisely on the giant hand formed into a fist. But while his body could elementalize and reassemble, his clothes had undeniably become tatters. His body was exposed. You bastard. Seeing Chi Quan's body, the Rock King widened his eyes. Half of the body was like black charcoal, with almost no flesh left, as if it had been scorched by a raging fire. The other half, though it had flesh, was covered in countless scars. Above the heart was a thumb-sized hole that pierced through the entire body. Ugly. This body can no longer be considered human. How did you survive with such severe injuries? You look more like a demon than I do. For some reason, a trace of fear suddenly arose in the heart of the Rock King. Chi Quan glanced at the scars on his body and said lightly, at 18, I encountered the 6th-tier demon beast, the volcano Bird Barton, from the Ultraman Taro world on the southwestern border. Although I successfully drove it away, its flames were filled with toxins, and to this day, my burns have still not healed. At 22, when the demon beast army attacked the Great Wall, my squad fought to the last man. I single-handedly held back 3,000 demon beasts. I survived, but I had 72 wounds on my body. At 25, while hunting the dark organization Nightmare, whose leader was a murderer with a legacy of the exterminator Euron Gran Hasworth from the Bleach world, his arrows, imbued with immense spiritual power and the world harmonization trait, left a permanent hole in my chest, shrouded in misfortune, unable to heal. He lightly touched the wounds on his body, his eyes filled with pride. But so what? A white coat floated out from his spatial ring and draped over him. A grass-colored cigar ignited in his hand. Chi Quan took a deep breath, and, as the smoke ring floated out, his gaze became resolute. If I don't go to hell, how can I uphold justice? With the cigar in his mouth, Chi Quan lifted his foot and stepped down. A giant hand of dirt suddenly ignited in flames, then melted, collapsing and spreading outwards. It turned into lava. You pitiful creature who can't even bear the pain. You don't deserve to be my enemy. Chi Quan raised his right hand. The black lava on the ground gathered on his arm, transforming into a true lava giant fist. The essence of the magma fruit, Hellhound. Hellhound. The ultimate move of Admiral Akainu from the One Piece world. It transforms the arm into lava and stretches it like a cannon, not only achieving incredible speed, but also extraordinary power. Within the black lava, in addition to the rolling magma and black mud, there was nearly solidified armed color hockey. In the One Piece world, with this move alone, Akainu knocked away half of the strongest pirate Whitebeard's face. Boom! Debris flew, and the stone armor on the Rock King's chest was shattered, causing him to kneel heavily on the ground. However, the scorching lava fist was still not enough to take down the opponent. What doesn't kill me will make you die. The Rock King stood up from the ground, chuckling. The reflection ability activated, and the pain that penetrated to the bone struck Chi Quan's mind, making his chest feel as though it had been violently smashed by a hammer. But he only swayed slightly and then raised his right hand again. The massive lava fist formed once more. Still not giving up? Ha 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 ha. Useless. The Rock King laughed heartily. If a human hero wants to punish me, you must pay a greater price. But the premise is that you can still endure it yourself, right? You should be afraid. You should run away. You can't kill me at all. But Chi Quan seemed to ignore the opponent's words. Essence, Fire God Cannon. The lava fist launched again. This was not just a single strike. It was like a continuous barrage from a cannon, relentlessly bombarding the Rock King. Bang, bang, bang. The cracks on the Rock King's body increased. The frenzied attack continued for a full minute before it finally ceased. The ground was left without a single intact stone. All turned to dust. The earth looked like it had been cracked after an earthquake. You, bastard. Stop it, you can't. You can't kill me. Under my reflection ability, if you kill me, you will die too. Dozens of lava fists deeply hammered the Rock King into the ground. The reflection ability, his proud blood demon technique. Even against the Demon King, he was confident he could trade blows. No enemy dared to truly kill him, for his death meant the enemy's death. Moreover, under the protection of the Stone Man's defense, do you think you can kill him? An enemy with weak defenses, even if they inflict a minor injury, would be enough for them to be killed by the reflection, coupled with the ability to inflict 100-fold pain. No one could face him head-on, but Chi Quan completely ignored the Rock King's howls. The magma iron fist continued to form and struck the Rock King's body again. Even though he had powerful defensive capabilities and the regeneration of a demon, at this moment, his stone armor was riddled with holes. Red muscles were exposed, spilling black blood everywhere. Cough, cough. What a madman of a human. He staggered and stood upright, his flesh gradually recovering. Meanwhile, in the distance, Chi Quan had already collapsed to the ground. The massive damage from the reflection and overwhelming pain forced him to barely lift his head. He was on the brink of death. You dare to really trade lives with me? The fighting spirit in his opponent's eyes made the Rock King feel a twinge of fear. Is there really someone in this world who can endure inhuman pain to face death, just to uphold so-called justice? No, it can't be. Even though Chi Quan was on the verge of death, the intense killing intent in his eyes still made the Rock King feel cold. He even had the thought of wanting to escape, but in an instant, he regained his confidence. No matter how heavy the man's killing intent was, it posed no threat. He probably couldn't even move a finger. Hith hith. It seems the victor is still me. Human, let me slowly torture you. The Rock King grinned maliciously, lifting his foot that was buried in the dirt. Just as he was about to walk towards his opponent, the ground suddenly began to tremble. What's going on? The Rock King felt a jolt in his heart. Chi Quan coldly smiled. Evil cannot triumph. Victory will only belong to justice. Awakening essence, lava hell. The ground, riddled with cracks from the impact of Hellhound, shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Then, red flames erupted from the fissures. Black, smoke-filled mud splashed into the sky. It was a scene of a terrifying natural disaster erupting. Lava, the land beneath your feet, was originally a volcano. Today, let the flames of the volcano consume you. Under Chi Quan's cold gaze, the erupting lava shot up into the air. The Rock King wanted to escape, but he was already deeply trapped in the center of the lava. The black flames from the depths of the earth quickly dissolved the remaining stones on his body, which then transformed into black fiery mud. Under the scorching and impact of the volcanic lava, the already weakened Rock King's body was completely buried. The entire land was engulfed by black lava sludge. Including Chi Quan. At the moment of killing the Rock King, his beating heart slowly came to a stop. The world before him turned dark. Like a leaf in water, he was slowly pushed by the lava mud, rolling down the slope. Chapter 200. Teacher Wong's enemy. The battle broke out in various places. Night fell. Teacher Wong, the inheritor of Wong and one person below, walked through a forest, whistling lightly as he strolled forward. For an entire day, others might have already traveled half the distance, while we had only left the academy 10 kilometers. Too slow, a woman resembling Mido said expressionlessly. To completely eradicate the 100 Ghost Corps, the Demon Hunting Academy implemented the Yellow Sparrow plan, using the female student Mido, who inherited the abilities of Nezuko Kamadu, as bait to attract the 100 Demon Group to capture women and refine their blood to eliminate the weakness of demons being afraid of sunlight. Then, through the white absolute inheritance of a female teacher at the school, dozens of women with the same DNA as Mido were replicated and sent by different lecturers along different routes to Yaowang Valley, forcing the 100 Demon Group to split their forces. The woman beside Teacher Wong is a manifestation transformed from the white absolute inheritance. You, this manifestation, are even more anxious than I am. Teacher Wong glanced at the woman beside him, transformed from the white absolute inheritance, and said slowly, "It's rare to go out once. You should enjoy the scenery along the way. Life is long. Being so impatient won't do. Besides, this time out, walking slowly will make it easier for those little demons to find us." He looked up at the bright moon. However, it's already night. Those little demons will be crazier than during the day. We probably won't be quiet for long. By the way, do you want to drink some plum wine? I brewed myself. Thanks, but no, I'm just a manifestation. I don't have that many needs. The woman transformed from the white absolute inheritance spoke in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. Even if it's just a manifestation, you should still experience the fleeting life properly, shouldn't you? In terms of this world, a mere few decades, who isn't unaware of the changing seasons. Teacher Wong handed the wine pot to the woman. The woman hesitated slightly and reached out to take the wine pot. Suddenly, Teacher Wong's expression changed, and he abruptly tossed the wine pot away. 8 Gates, transportation. In the woman's surprised gaze, Teacher Wong waved his hands. The woman vanished from her spot and reappeared next to a tree not far away. Tai Chi Force. Teacher Wong assumed a Tai Chi stance, gathering black and white energy spheres in his hands. What forced him to use Tai Chi Force was the axes flying toward him. There were exactly 5, swirling in the air. If he hadn't used the transportation technique himself, the woman would have already been cut in 2. Now that the woman had left, the 5 axes flew straight toward Teacher Wong. Scatter. Teacher Wong exerted force with both hands and quickly executed Tai Chi clang, 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 clang. The 5 axes just about to hit him were all struck and spun in the air, narrowly missing him. That was close. Who throws trash around at night? However, before he could relax, the 5 flying axes suddenly spun around in the air and came flying back toward Teacher Wong. Even Newton would be astonished. Watching the 5 axes move in a way that defied physical laws, Teacher Wong quickened his pace, trying to dodge with footwork. But to his surprise, no matter how he evaded, the axes would return again. Unable to respond in time, one of the axes whizzed right to the tip of his nose. Chaotic Golden Drum. Teacher Wong vanished from his standing position and reappeared 3 meters away beside a rock. The flying axe attack missed and continued to swirl. Even though Teacher Wong had already used Chaotic Golden Drum to relocate himself, the 5 axes still seemed to have eyes, eerily turning in the air and flying toward Teacher Wong. Is this a perpetual motion machine? How can those axes have such kinetic energy? Don't they care about Newton's 3 laws at all? Teacher Wong didn't care about his disheveled hair, steadied his feet, and then puffed up his cheeks. Qin character, Earth River Cart. The ground beneath him suddenly rose like river water, swallowing the 5 axes. The crisis was temporarily averted, giving Teacher Wong time to think. The axes were not targeting the woman. The fact that those axes could continue to chase after I dodged means they have some kind of tracking ability, as if they were equipped with GPS. They wouldn't give up until they hit me. These axes are aimed at me, and the only one capable of using such an ability is that demon from the 100 Demon Group, relying on the information network of the Demon Hunter Academy. They must have obtained all the inheritances of the lower moon demons before their transformation into demons. The enemy Teacher Wong encountered is none other than the sniper, Fan Ken, who ranks 2nd among the lower moon demons. His inheritance is from Vander Decken 9, the captain of the flying pirate crew in the world of One Piece, who possesses the target fruit ability. By touching the opponent, he can mark them. Once marked, whatever object Fan Ken throws will pursue the marked enemy until the ends of the earth. It's a power that can overturn causality, drawing the target first and then hitting them with certainty. Fortunately, the opponent only threw axes if it was something weirder. Oh no! With the wind behind the strange gate, Teacher Wong had perception over all objects within the formation. Dozens of small, spherical, black objects with burning fuses flew from behind him. Damn it, I said not to throw strange things. Why are you throwing a bomb at me? Forced to use Chaotic Golden Drum again to change his position, Teacher Wong pinched his fingers. Lee character, Firefly Flowing Light. His fingers flicked, sending dozens of red sparks flying from his fingertips, resembling fireflies in the night. Bang, bang, bang. The fireflies accurately hit the bomb-like spheres in midair, causing a series of explosions. Cough, cough. Emerging from the thick smoke, Teacher Wong's prideful long hair was now a bit disheveled. Daring to attack my show, I won't let you off easily. Although he felt anger inside, his mind remained extremely calm. First, he glanced at the position of the woman transformed from the white absolute inheritance. When he used the Earth River card earlier, a mud dragon had also formed a circle around the woman. A wall of earth had protected her in the middle. At this moment, the earthen wall was unharmed, and the woman gestured to indicate that she was not in danger. Teacher Wong nodded, but confusion grew in his heart. The 100 Demon Group, weren't they trying to abduct the woman beside me? Why are they only targeting me? Do these demons not only want to kidnap someone, but also intend to kill me? The escort? They really think too highly of themselves. He looked around, gathering his spiritual power in his eyes. Even in the deep night, his vision was no different from that in the daytime. Then he used the wind behind the strange gate to quietly sense the ground within a 50-meter radius. However, after probing, his brows furrowed. Can't find him. After 2 consecutive attacks, the enemy remained hidden, and he couldn't locate their position. Moreover, there was one more thing. How did they mark me? Teacher Wong propped his chin on his hand. According to the intel, the lower moon demon Fan Ken's target fruit ability requires a prerequisite to activate. That is, he must touch the target to mark them. However, since leaving the academy, he had been alone, encountering no one. How could he have been marked? Encountering such inexplicable attacks. The best course of action would be to take the woman and leave. Yet Teacher Wong was rolling his wrists. Just a lower moon demon. Do you really think you can compare to me, the Academy's most popular lecturer among female students? Little demon, I'll pull you out right now. Chapter 201. The Rain of Needles from the Female Ghost. The target fruit, a type of devil fruit in the world of One Piece, grants the user the ability to throw with guaranteed hits. However, the prerequisite for using this ability is touching. But I'm sure I haven't been touched by anyone on this journey. So why have I been marked by the opponent's ability? And where is this little demon hiding? Why can't I find it? Is all of this due to the opponent's blood demon technique? Teacher Wong stood still in a daze. Blindly thinking was ineffective, so he decided to conduct a test. He didn't have to wait long before several items flew through the air again. This time, there were 12 arrows, their tips dripping with black liquid, clearly coated with deadly poison. Teacher Wong did not dodge immediately. Instead, he pinched his fingers with one hand and once again cast the wind after Qin technique. His inheritance, the Taoist Wong from one person below, possesses one of the 8 extraordinary skills known as wind after Qin. This is a form of Qin Dun Jia technique, which establishes a central palace beneath one's feet and arranges a Qin array around oneself. Ordinary Qin techniques require the practitioner to cast corresponding spells based on the opponent's position. The magic of wind after Qin lies in the fact that the user can freely rotate the 4 plates within the Qin array, thus making their spell casting unaffected by the opponent's position. The previous techniques he used in battle, the Li character, Firefly Flowing Light, and the Qin character, Earth River Cart, were Qin techniques. Faced with the whistling poisonous arrows, the Qin technique he employed was named the Qin character, 100 Flowers in Chaos. In an instant, several holographic clones appeared around him. Once the clones emerged, they scattered in all directions, making it impossible to discern which was his true body. So arrows, who will you attack? Although they were just clones, each one was indeed a manifestation of Teacher Wong's own power, with identical breath characteristics. However, facing the numerous clones, the swarm of arrows seemed oblivious, whistling straight toward Teacher Wong's true body. Damn, there's no way to dodge this. Teacher Wong cursed inwardly and quickly pinched his fingers to cast a spell. Sun character, Sandalwood Merit. A massive sandalwood tree burst forth from the ground, enveloping Teacher Wong within. All 14 arrows pierced into the sandalwood and were tightly entangled by its branches. Damn, I've really been marked. I was hoping the enemy would just hide and only see me with their eyes. But those clones, if the enemy hadn't marked me, it would have been impossible to tell. When exactly was I touched by the ghost? Damn, this is not clean. Teacher Wong was filled with impotent rage. Although he was also skilled at using his brain, he felt troubled deep down. Especially after fighting for so long, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the enemy's shadow. But the enemy wouldn't consider his feelings. New objects whistled through the air toward him. Looking at the items flying from the sky, Teacher Wong's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? The objects flying through the air were only half a finger long, but they were very thin. They were sewing needles. However, what made Teacher Wong's eyes nearly pop out was the sheer number of needles. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, densely packed the sky. Each needle flickered with lightning. Hundreds of thousands of flying needles whistled like a swarm of insects, swooping down from the sky. And they were infused with lightning attributes. This quantity could not be blocked by sandalwood or soil. Moreover, the trajectory of this attack, it was dangerous. Teacher Wong's expression grew serious, and his mouth was bitten until it bled. Secret technique, turtle fly body. This is a secret technique that Wong also learned in One Person Below, which does not belong to Qin techniques. It enhances one's physical efficiency at the cost of burning one's own life. The spiritual power in his body transformed into steam, released without reservation. His life force was ignited like kindling, and in an instant he possessed superhuman physical skills. In terms of movement, his physical prowess could rival that of the principal for a short time. However, correspondingly, the cost of the technique was extremely high. His life force was rapidly depleting. Not enough, still not enough. Teacher Wong's figure disappeared from the spot, moving at the speed of breaking the sound barrier. In the moment of movement, he cast another magical technique, Chaotic Golden Drum, a technique that can slow the passage of time. The speed of a needle rain falling from the sky slowed down. But just 1 second later, the needle rain still fell. Cough, cough. Teacher Wong's back was filled with steel needles, blood flowing from his body, staining the ground red. He hunched over, 1 foot on the ground, like a sturdy umbrella. And beneath the umbrella was a woman. Cough, cough. Are you okay? Teacher Wong coughed and asked with a smile. The woman he protected was a clone transformed from the Baiju inheritance, a clone woman who didn't even have a name. You. Originally, she should have been a motionless woman, but at this moment, her expression revealed a hint of emotion. It's okay. That's good. Cough, cough. You're not a bad person. After this, please don't harm others. After saying this, Teacher Wong lay flat, breathing heavily, having sustained such serious injuries. Combined with the previous depletion of life force, he felt as if he was on the verge of death. Suddenly, he felt a wave of warmth in his body. A warm current flowed into him, making his life seem to be replenished once again. Miraculously, his wounds began to heal. He glanced at the person beside him and saw the girl with her hands raised in the air. What did you find out? The girl's voice was cold, but there was a tremor in it. When did I find out? I'm a ghost. Yes, she is one of the members of the 100 Ghost group. The lower moon, 4 ghosts. Since just leaving the hospital, I noticed some clues, but I didn't conclude that you were a ghost. Although I don't know how you possess the Baiju clone, I can have a clear perception of things within the wind after Chi Man Array. And I observed you through the art of listening to the wind. You are definitely no longer the lifeless Baiju clone. I sensed life and nature within you. In fact, I had thought about killing you, but I felt your kindness. I even fantasized that you might not be a ghost. I thought I would observe a little longer, but I didn't expect your ghostly temper to be so bad, unable to hold back after such a short distance. What I didn't expect even more was that what you truly wanted to kill was yourself. After speaking intermittently, Teacher Wong took a deep breath. Although the previous rain of needles was terrifying, relying on the array, Teacher Wong could still sense that this attack was different from the previous ones. There was no killing intent directed at him. From the tiny movement trajectories of the needle rain, Teacher Wong immediately calculated that this time, the needle rain's true target was not himself, but the woman protected by the earth and stones. Chapter 202. The Ghost Girl's Sunday Hiss. The lengthy conversation caused some of Teacher Wong's wounds to crack open. The woman beside him had a flicker in her eyes. Hee, fourth sister, what are you waiting for? A chilling laughter came from the forest, like a python flicking its tongue. A middle-aged man in a black robe, holding a white staff, walked out from the woods. A python was coiled around him. Allow me to introduce myself to this foolish academy lecturer. I'm the 3rd member of the 100 Ghost group. The Upper Moon, 3 ghosts, the Dark Wizard King. My inheritance is the most powerful wizard in the Harry Potter world, Voldemort. I believe you have heard my name in the academy. The middle-aged man politely saluted Teacher Wong. Good evening, lecturer of the Monster Beast Academy. It seems you and my female disciple have been having quite a pleasant time. Saying this, the Dark Wizard King walked over to the woman. He gently stroked her face, his tone whispering, "Truly, you are my most outstanding female disciple. I taught you the method of making Horcruxes, and you managed to learn the ability to awaken without a teacher. Originally, your target fruit ability could only throw lifeless objects like steel needles. But your comprehension is so strong that you can even throw conceptual objects. Even souls. What a terrifying ability. You have thrown your soul into the lifeless. And besides the power of the Demon King, you have actually found another way to achieve immortality. I have set my soul vessel within your soul. As long as you do not die, I will not die. You're the most beautiful artwork of my life. But what are you doing? Why do I feel that you're throwing your life force into this man's body?" The Dark Lord chuckled ominously. "You don't want to save him, do you?" Ha 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 ha. Saying this, he looked at the young Taoist Wong, who was already on the brink of death. What little fool, discovering the clues early, yet unable to bring himself to kill the enemy beside him. How much like you, my lovely disciple. The Dark Lord chuckled and looked at the emotionless woman beside him. Tell me, should I use Avada Kedavra to destroy this man's soul? Or let him become food for my pet snake? All right, this is your prey. I'm just here to monitor you. Are you going to let your human friends go like before, only to have them come back to hunt you? Come, good disciple, listen to your master. Bite into this man's neck and taste the deliciousness of human blood. You will surely feel the delightful softness of your bones. As the Dark Lord spoke, he gently traced his wand over Wong's wound, causing the wound to tear and making his mouth twitch involuntarily. The woman's pinky was turning white from her own grip, but her face showed no expression. After a while, she chuckled, her voice like a bell. How could it be, master? Humans and ghosts cannot coexist. I have known this for a long time. Ever since you turned me into a ghost, I have endured the cold eyes of my relatives and friends. None of them were willing to save me. They all wish for my death, but I will not fulfill their wishes. Saying this, the woman clenched her teeth, her tone fierce. I will live to let them see that even if I am a wicked ghost, I am not someone they could despise and detest. However, this little Taoist is indeed quite adorable, both smart and foolish. Saying this, the woman squatted down, lifted Wong's hair, and the two locked eyes. You should be able to guess my identity. Your academy has all the data on us ghosts, so you naturally know that my fruit ability requires contact to activate. Yet you foolishly handed me your wine bottle, creating an opportunity for me. Even more foolishly, under the attack of Needle Rain, you still played the hero to save the beauty in front of a much stronger female ghost. Truly a foolish Taoist blinded by lust. As the woman spoke, a blue energy flowed from her hand through Wang's hair into his body. Wang's eyes widened even more. He felt the injuries throughout his limbs and body rapidly healing. The large amount of blood he had lost was also quickly regenerating under the influence of the blue energy. In just a moment, he transformed from a near-death state to being seriously injured. It was as if he had returned from the gates of hell. However, the woman's face was gradually aging, wrinkles starting to appear. "What are you doing?" The Upper Moon 3 ghost, the Dark Lord, was initially taken aback, then coldly said, the snake on his shoulder hissing, "It is precisely because you have not completely extinguished your kindness that you possess such powerful abilities, yet remain at the lower moon rank. Since you do not wish to act, then I will." Saying this, the Dark Lord waved his wand. Avada Kedavra, a black magical energy, was released from his wand, flying towards the lying Wang. But the woman merely glanced at the energy. The black magic quickly turned in midair and flew back towards the Dark Lord. What? The Dark Lord was shocked and hurriedly dodged. But the black magical energy still hit the giant snake entwined around him. With a mournful cry, the giant snake's body trembled violently, then fell away from the man like a withered branch. The giant snake died, and the man let out a painful wail. Like Voldemort in the Harry Potter world, he had set up several soul vessels, and the giant snake was one of the containers for his soul. "You crazy woman, how could you control my magical energy? Is it because my soul vessel is left inside you?" The man clutched his head in pain. "I will kill you, I will kill you." He said this, but at this moment his wizard robe suddenly swelled. This was a sign he was about to use a flying spell. A powerful instinct told him that staying here would be extremely dangerous. He had to escape, quickly escape. As long as he left here, he had plenty of ways to kill this woman. But just as his wizard robe began to swell, the entire magical energy suddenly dispersed like wind. Throwing, energy disperses. The woman did not lift her head, but gently looked at the man in her arms. Then she gently placed him down and gave him a light kiss on the forehead. "Fool," she softly said, "you must live well, and don't do foolish things again in the future." Then she stood up, facing the tall Dark Lord, her eyes filled with mockery. "When you set the soul vessel in my body, you never expected that one day I could also rely on the connection of the soul vessel to choose the target of your magical energy." As she spoke, she slowly walked forward. In her hand, a circular light ball slowly rose. The moment the light ball appeared, it quickly began to rot her hand. Facing the pain of her flesh and bones decaying, the woman still showed no expression of pain. Instead, there was a hint of joy. "Master? Aha! Thank you for doing so much for me, turning my youthful self into a ghost, and corroding the hearts of my family and friends, making me feel despair and pain, causing me to fall into the abyss for 10 years. How should I repay you, Master? I spent a whole year collecting this sunlight. I'm sure you will like it." Saying this, she raised the light ball high, throwing the sun, target the Dark Lord. Chapter 203, Upper Moon 1. The Sun, the nemesis of ghosts. In the world of Demon Slayer, ghosts are transformed from powerful humans by the blood of the Demon King Yuzin. They possess nearly eternal life, extraordinary self-healing abilities, and immense physical strength. High-ranking ghosts can also gain blood demon techniques similar to supernatural abilities. However, ghosts are not without enemies. Sunlight is their greatest foe. Even a powerful demon king cannot withstand the sunlight and can only operate in the dark. And now, what the woman held in her hand was a light ball as warm as the sun. The light ball slowly flew out toward the Dark Lord. "No, don't come over." The warm light ball appeared in the Dark Lord's eyes like an ancient, terrifying creature. Flying spell. The Dark Lord quickly recited the incantation, his spiritual power dragging his body to fly quickly into the sky. However, the target marked by the target fruit, no matter how far it escapes, will be pursued by the target item. The light ball made a 90-degree turn in midair and flew towards the sky at an even faster speed. Then it exploded in midair. In an instant, darkness dissipated, and the entire earth was enveloped in light. It was as if a sun had risen in the sky. "You woman, Under the sunlight, the Dark Lord fell from the sky. His body burned like a piece of ignited paper, turning to ash. The Upper Moon 3 of the 100 Ghosts was illuminated by sunlight and perished. However, the sunlight in the sky illuminated the entire land. And it was not only the Dark Lord who was injured. The woman's body slowly dissipated under the sunlight. Chaos, chaotic golden bells. Teacher Wong, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and struggled to get up. Using the power of his magic, he instantly appeared in front of the woman. Just like shielding her from steel needles, Teacher Wong tackled the woman and once again used his body to shield her from the sunlight. Silly man. The woman looked at the man in front of her. Although she was in excruciating pain and had no strength left in her body, the man still came to her side, gritting his teeth to be her umbrella. She wrapped her arms around the man's shoulders, her entire body trembling. The shining sunlight was an unbearable torture for any ghost. She gasped for air, her lips slightly parted. Quickly, go back to your academy. This is all a trap set by the Ghost King. Your school is in danger. Teacher Wong pressed his finger to her lips and then offered his wrist to her mouth. Don't speak. Quickly drink my blood. It said that ghosts can gain self-healing power by drinking blood. You can't die. I want to allow you to die. Hurry and drink my blood. Teacher Wong almost roared. 2 tears slid down the woman's face, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, revealing a smile. It was a happy smile. My real name is Huegu. Remember it, my beloved man. After all, sunlight is not steel needles. Even though Teacher Wong had exerted all his strength to shield the woman, the refraction of sunlight still slowly turned her body to dust. The morning mushroom does not know the waning and waxing, and the cicada does not know the spring and autumn. Life will eventually scatter. The battle between the Demon Hunting Academy and the 100 Ghost Group was more brutal than everyone had anticipated. The Academy's teachers did not always achieve victory. Arno, a lecturer at the Demon Hunting Academy, inherited from Yuno of the Black Clover world. He faced the siege of the 3 lower moons and ultimately used the ultimate magic, Spirit Storm, taking out the enemy along with himself. Daxian, the chef of the Demon Hunting Academy, inherited from Sanji of the One Piece world. After using his Diable Jam to kill 50 evil ghosts, he was surrounded by more evil ghosts and died from exhaustion. To force the evil ghosts, who always lurked in the darkness, to show themselves, the Academy had no choice but to adopt a strategy of striking separately to lure the enemy deeper. Although they successfully drew out the evil ghosts, they paid a heavy price. Late at night by the creek, the 4 from the Qin era set up tents by the creek and fell into a deep sleep. Lishani sat by the creek, constantly adding dry wood to the nearby fire. Tonight, it was his turn to keep watch. The night was as dark as water, with the sound of insects all around. A rustling sound came from the grass, and with just a cold glance from Lishani, the sound disappeared. In Lishani's hand was a golden fruit. The fruit was spherical, with winding patterns on it. This fruit was one of the magical items from the One Piece world, the Thunder Fruit. It was given to him by the principal just before their departure. Is this a test for me? Lishani stared at the fruit in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. He was the inheritor of the Demon Slayer world, while the Thunder Fruit came from the One Piece world. Different worlds had different power systems. Therefore, except for the Qin era, no one could master the powers of 2 worlds at the same time. If someone tried to forcibly master the powers of 2 worlds, like an inheritor from Naruto eating a devil fruit from the One Piece world, they would only meet death from the clash of 2 different powers. But I need to obtain its power. Weighing the devil fruit in his hand, Lishani suddenly swallowed it whole. At the moment he swallowed the fruit, a violent power of lightning surged through his body. Lishani clutched his heart in pain. His face turned pale, his eyes tightly closed, and his breathing nearly stopped. If someone passed by and felt Lishani's breath, they would surely think he was dead. After a long time, Lishani exhaled deeply. Lightning flickered around him, and he glanced at his fingers, which seemed to have transformed into the shape of lightning. This was the effect of the Thunder Fruit, which could elementalize the user's physique into powerful lightning. He had successfully mastered the power of the Thunder Fruit. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounded. Amazing. You can actually possess the powers of 2 worlds at the same time. You truly are a natural thunder god. However, I didn't know you were so obsessed with power. Why did I grant you more blood back then? And yet you refused. A figure slowly walked out from the forest. It was a young man with long hair, handsome features, and wearing a deep blue coat. His eyes shone with a strange red light. He looked at Lishani with a smile. Student of the Demon Hunting Academy, Lishani, no. I'll still call you by your true identity. The upper rank of the 100 Ghost Group, the demon with the code name Thunder God. My most adorable subordinate. Lishani glanced at the newcomer, biting his lip, his body trembling slightly, and then slowly stood up. He knelt on one leg before the young man, not far away. Hello, Lord Ghost King. Chapter 204. Enemy or Friend? Inside the tent, QinShi's eyes suddenly opened wide. The hairs on his body stood up, like a cat whose fur was standing on end. An extremely dark aura. There's an enemy, and a very strong one. QinShi made an instant judgment. After mastering the three-color hockey from the One Piece world and elevating it to a high level, QinShi's perception of his surroundings had reached a terrifying level. He nudged Pei Bewley, who was snoring beside him. The other party turned over. Still not awake. What time is it? And you can still sleep so soundly. QinShi slapped him directly. Ooh. After a while, Pei Bewley sat up, covering his red mouth. After hearing QinShi describe his perception, Pei Bewley nodded, and a blue card suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Old Qin, you can rest assured. I will take good care of Sister Mido. His inheritance is from the Yu-Gi-Oh world, the block-building enthusiast Yugi Muto. All of his abilities are various types of cards. And at his fingertips was the magic card, Light Seal Sword, which has the ability to seal enemy attacks. A flash of light. 3 light swords appeared inside the tent. As he flipped his finger again, a red card emerged. The card was named Hexagram Binding, which sets a trap in the form of a hexagram, rendering any intruding enemies unable to move. After the commotion, Mido also rubbed her eyes and woke up. Seeing her companion's tense expressions, she immediately realized that the situation was not good. Mido, stick close to Pei Bewley, and if there's any movement outside, you two hurry and run. QinShi drew his sword, Heavenly Tooth. Lishani is still outside. I'll go check it out first. He slowly opened the tent and cautiously stepped out. He saw a handsome young man in a black coat standing in front of Lishani. Not only was he handsome, but he also had a somewhat feminine aura in his gestures. He looked like a delicate man, but in just a moment of perception, QinShi understood. The young man in the black coat was the target that made him feel a surge of danger. As QinShi saw him, the other party also slowly looked over. Hello there, young man. The young man smiled. You must be Lishani's roommate. Thank you for taking care of her child during this time. Nice to meet you. I am Nai, Lishani's parent. Of course, you can also call me by another title, as you at the Demon Hunting Academy have always referred to me, the Demon King. After the man finished speaking, he laughed and licked his lips. In the moonlight, the crimson in his eyes became increasingly dazzling and eerie. Demon King. QinShi's pupils instantly dilated. The leader of the 100 Ghosts, who had been in opposition to the Demon Hunting Academy for 20 years, committing hundreds of crimes across the 9 provinces and killing nearly 100 academy teachers and students. Demon King. Without hesitation, QinShi's spiritual energy surged. In an instant, he activated the 8 gates of Duanjia and forcibly opened the 6th gate. A deep blue aura surrounded him, and his hair stood on end. Get away from Lishani, QinShi said coldly, holding his sword. Oh, the young man, claiming to be the Demon King, narrowed his eyes upon sensing the energy erupting from QinShi. This power was something even the well-known demon hunters couldn't reach. Young man, it seems you have many secrets. His tone was lazy. No wonder that fool Bai Chi dared to hand over the real escort to you. The deaths of the Lower Crescent Ghost and the 6th Ghost seemed to be completely unexpected. As he spoke, he stared at Lishani, the smile at the corner of his mouth subtle. With a roommate like this by your side, why haven't you reported to your parents? Lishani, you become disobedient. The young man's voice deepened. What are you talking about? QinShi was taken aback, then showed anger. Trying to sow discord? That trick won't work on me. Lishani, get away from him. He's very dangerous. As QinShi spoke, he infused spiritual energy into the blade. The wind around began to stir. This was a sign of the technique, wind injury, being used. Young man, you're a bit out of line. The young man continued in his lazy tone, but his tone was even colder than before. A bone pierced through his skin, extending from his arm. A gray aura surrounded the bone. This was a miasma filled with toxins. Just as QinShi was about to attack the Demon King, Lishani suddenly stood up. Lord Demon King, this student is not worth your personal intervention. He turned around to face QinShi. His eyes were fixed on his roommate, devoid of warmth. Let me handle him for you, Lord Demon King. Lishani, you. Looking at his roommate's reaction, QinShi couldn't believe it. The roommate he had lived and died with, day and night, now felt extremely unfamiliar. My name is not Lishani, Lishani said coldly. I am the Upper Crescent of the 100 Ghosts, second only to Lord Demon King, codename Thor. As he spoke, electricity crackled around him. As if summoned by his power, the once clear night sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. Thunder rolled within the clouds. This. 3 black tomo appeared in QinShi's eyes. Utilizing the power of the Sharingan, QinShi recognized his familiar roommate. The spiritual energy in his body surged wildly. Like a wild beast from ancient times, it had broken free from its chains and crawled out of its cage. "What are you saying?" QinShi suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with rage. His roommate was actually the Academy's sworn enemy. QinShi suddenly remembered what Principal Bai had solemnly told him the night before they set off. Even if you have the Sharingan, you cannot see through people's hearts. In this world, enemies may appear from any unexpected place. They may even be your friends, lovers, or closest relatives. So you really are my enemy? Huh. QinShi took a deep breath. Secret technique, wind injury. Wind injury, a skill from the anime Inuyasha, involves sensing the gap of spiritual energy collisions and wielding a hurricane with powerful slashing effects. The spiritual energy hurricane flew towards Lishani. Just as it was about to strike Lishani, the hurricane suddenly split apart, avoiding Lishani and attacking the Demon King behind him. The Demon King merely glanced at the powerful spiritual energy hurricane, his eyes filled with mockery. A bolt of heavenly thunder descended, colliding with the spiritual energy hurricane created by wind injury. In just an instant, everything returned to calm. QinShi was slightly dazed, because just now, he felt as if the spiritual energy hurricane he controlled had vanished into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Chapter 205. Lishani's betrayal. You are truly foolish. Lishani walked out from the thunder and lightning, several bolts of heavenly thunder falling around him. Standing amidst the heavenly thunder, he resembled a king. Even at this point, you still refuse to accept that I am your enemy. He raised the knife in his hand, which had turned golden, transforming into a complete lightning blade. So foolish, so. You shall die. He lowered his head, bent his left leg, reinserted the knife into its sheath, then gripped it tightly. Breathing like a hot wave from the corner of his mouth, crackling with electric light. All the heavenly thunder converged towards his body, merging into him. The surroundings became silent, and after a moment, thunder erupted. Breath of thunder, seventh form, fire, thunder god. Lishani suddenly looked up, his footsteps moving. Extreme speed. Violent lightning transformed into a gigantic thunder dragon. Breath of thunder, seventh form, fire, thunder god, in the anime Demon Slayer, is the strongest sword technique of one of the main characters, Zenitsu Agatsuma. It strikes with a speed that cannot be perceived and releases a golden thunder dragon upon slashing. In the anime, Zenitsu successfully killed his senior, the Upper Moon 6 Kaigaku, with this move. Now, as Lishani used this technique, he had gathered the power of heavenly thunder, making it even stronger. Don't force me to act. QinShi roared, his Sharingan operating at its peak. Even with Lishani's lightning speed, he could still catch his trajectory. Gravity, fruit ability, 100-fold gravity field. Line fruit ability, puppet strings. The two skills were simultaneously used by QinShi. Both skills are control techniques. Although he didn't know why the other had become his enemy, he still intended to incapacitate him first. How can you still regard me as a friend at this moment? How foolish, Lishani shouted angrily. The puppet strings that had already stuck to him had enveloped him in the 100-fold gravity field. It felt completely useless to him, not slowing him down at all. Not only that, but Lishani's speed increased again. In an instant, all the heavenly thunder converged from his body to his feet. Breath of thunder. First form, thunderclap. He was already almost as fast as lightning, and he accelerated again in mid-air. Even the Sharingan couldn't capture his trace completely. In an instant, QinShi looked at his abdomen in disbelief. Lishani's knife had struck him solidly. Boom! The massive lightning struck QinShi from mid-air, crashing him through the entire forest and slamming him into a mountain. After using the technique, Lishani's legs felt weak, and he leaned on his long knife. He propped himself up and came to the tent, the blade's aura blowing the tent away entirely. Don't come any closer, or I won't be able to keep my brother safe. Pei Buyong nervously shielded Mido behind him, gripping the card in his hand tightly. 3 light swords descended simultaneously, enveloping Lishani. This was the effect of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, Light Seal Sword. Not only that, a huge hexagram magic circle appeared beneath his feet, trapping his body. This was the effect of the card, Hexagram Binding. However, the electric light on Lishani's body flickered, and both the 3 light swords and the hexagram magic circle disappeared. My blood demon art, Annihilation, is a unique power derived from the extreme development of lightning abilities. Everything I touch with my electric light turns to nothingness, Lishani said coldly. The simple explanation immediately made Pei Buyong understand the reason why the puppet line and gravity field dual skills from QinShi had failed. Under the effect of the blood demon art, Annihilation, these skills could not affect Li Shani at all. Damn it, you're actually a traitor, Pei Buyang shouted, raising his hand to protect the girl. I was originally an undercover sent by the 100 Ghosts group to the academy, understand? From the very beginning. You and I have been from two different factions, Li Shani said, and the electric light on his body shot out, turning the nearly activated card that Pei Buyang was hiding behind him into nothingness. That was a Yu-Gi-Oh card swap, which has the ability to exchange positions with a target object. This was Pei Buyang's last resort. He originally planned to use this card to escape with the woman. But now that the card was destroyed by Li Shani, Pei Buyang was stunned, just as he was about to pull out a new card. His familiar roommate had already raised the blade in his hand and quickly swung it down. With a scream, Pei Buyang fell to the ground. Li Shani forcibly dragged me out of the already tattered tent and came before the Demon King. Under the effect of the electric shock, the girl who had been struggling rolled her eyes and fainted. Li Shani placed the girl on the ground and then knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Demon King, I have removed the two enemies. This girl is now in my hands. Please enjoy her blood and the new life that doesn't fear the sunlight. The Demon King, dressed in a black coat with very long hair, looked at Li Shani, a faint smile playing on his lips. Compared to 6 months ago when you went to the academy, your strength has improved significantly. Upper Moon 1, your rate of progress even frightens me. Tell me, should I kill you? Li Shani did not raise his head. Demon King, I am merely your pawn and will never pose a threat to you. Moreover, all demons are your offspring. If you want us dead, it's just a matter of a word. The Demon King chuckled, extending a tentacle from his back to slowly lift the girl from the ground. He revealed sharp fangs and leaned close to the girl's neck. Thanks to your center, I can enjoy such wonderful blood. But the Demon King paused just before his teeth touched the woman's skin. I can still hear the heartbeat of those two people. Li Shani, did you make a mistake? It seems you didn't completely kill your two roommates. Ha! In that case, I will completely eliminate the future threat, starting with that student named QinShi. As the Demon King spoke, the tentacle behind him suddenly opened a mouth and aimed at QinShi, who was deeply trapped in the distant rocks. A red spirit power ball appeared in the tentacle's mouth, containing enough energy to flatten a mountain. 3, 2, 1, Spirit Devour, go. Boom! The red spirit power ball shot out. Just as the spirit power ball was about to hit the rocks burying QinShi, Li Shani's figure suddenly appeared in front of it. He struck the spirit power ball with a blade, and the lightning with the property of Annihilation instantly sent the spirit power ball into nothingness. Li Shani, who had already shown his enemy's stance, actually stood in front of QinShi and took the fatal blow. Ha ha! The Demon King laughed loudly, his laughter growing louder. His voice seemed to come from all directions. Li Shani, you dare to mock me? Chapter 206, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Demon King was not wrong. From the beginning, Li Shani never intended to truly kill his roommates. The blade he struck against QinShi and Pei Buyang was not the usual Nicron blade. Instead, it was a unique sword obtained from the sword tomb, the reverse blade. The reverse blade is the sword used by the protagonist Kenshin Himura in Rurouni Kenshin. This weapon has the cutting edge on the back, making frontal strikes like a blunt weapon, unable to kill. It is a sword that does not kill. The reason why QinShi and Pei Buyang were still lying on the ground was that Li Shani had wrapped the lightning power around blade. They were struck by the lightning power and were now in a state of paralysis, unable to move. This was Li Shani's plan. During the night watch, Li Shani sensed the arrival of the Demon King. He knew that with the Demon King's strength, his roommates would face only death. He intended to let his roommates have a chance to survive by pretending to kill them. However, this still did not escape the Demon King's notice. I am very disappointed. Li Shani, the young man sighed. Disobedient children must be punished. His black coat suddenly swelled, and countless poisonous insects, scorpions, and snakes crawled out from within. Deep purple gas began to spread with the movement of the poisonous insects. This was miasma. The poisonous insects flew and crawled, their speed far surpassing that of ordinary insects. The sky filled with poisonous insects, forming a deep purple toxic mist that merely brushed past the grass. The green grass immediately turned yellow and then transformed into black water. Li Shani's expression grew serious, his hand gripping the blade trembling. He was all too aware of the man's strength before him. The Demon King before him was the one who had killed his grandfather, slaughtered his entire village, and forced him to become a demon. He had tried countless times to kill the opponent, but each time he had suppressed his overwhelming killing intent. He couldn't kill the opponent. Li Shani had felt this countless times. He couldn't die. He had to live until he became stronger than the Demon King to avenge his family and friends. The Demon King's power came from his inheritance. He was the only strong being Li Shani had seen with two types of inheritance. One was the king of 100 demons Naruto from Inuyasha, the strongest antagonist. The other was Muzan Kibutsuji, the king of 100 demons from Demon Slayer. The tiny poisonous insects before him were indeed a manifestation of Naruto's inherited abilities. The strongest wins. Li Shani roared, his face somewhat ferocious. These were hellish poisonous insects. Although they did not have strong offensive power, they possessed potent toxicity. Li Shani's village had been consumed by such poisonous insects. Ha! Breath of thunder. First form, thunderclap, thousandfold. As the insect mist was about to envelop him, Li Shani's figure vanished from his original position, and electric light erupted. In Demon Slayer, Zenitsu Agatsuma could only use thunderclap for a maximum of 8 strikes because after 8 attacks, his body could no longer bear it. But under the strong demon physique, Li Shani far surpassed the height of the inherited character. Relying on his super recovery ability, his thunderclap could continue endlessly in the thousands. His speed was so fast that his blade sliced through the swarm of insects back and forth. Although surrounded by deep purple insect mist, golden electric light shone in the center, causing the encirclement to disperse from the inside out, annihilating the entire swarm. When the last poisonous insect was annihilated by the lightning blade with the property of annihilation, Li Shani's rapidly moving body finally came to a stop. Hui gasped heavily. Clap, clap, clap. The Demon King smiled and applauded. Not bad. Your strength has increased again. The growth of young people is truly astonishing. I almost don't want to kill you. The Demon King sighed. But a traitor must die. His hand suddenly plunged into his chest, and a large amount of black blood gushed out. In no time, the blood spread like magma, filling the surroundings. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Prison. With a grab of the Demon King's hand, the blood on the ground rose up, forming a huge blood cage around Li Shani. Faced with the ever-shrinking blood cage, Li Shani stood firm, holding his sword with both hands. His inheritance, Zenitsu Agatsuma from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, had only mastered the first form of thunder breathing in the anime, although Zenitsu had modified and refined the first form multiple times. The singularity of the technique limited the situations he could handle. However, Li Shani was the true genius of this world, even more monstrous than the strongest swordsman, Kaneo Tsuyuri, from Demon Slayer. Not only did he master all techniques of the inherited character Zenitsu Agatsuma at a young age, but he also further comprehended other techniques of thunder breathing on his own. What he was using now was the third form of thunder breathing, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. The lightning spread out in waves, radiating from him as the center, making sounds like mosquitoes. This was an area attack, and the waves of lightning contained the property of annihilation, capable of turning everything around into nothingness. However, the lightning waves simply pierced through the blood prison, as if there were no obstacles at all. My blood possesses the ability of non-existence. It cannot be blocked, as if it does not exist in this world. The blood prison quickly shrank down, wrapping Li Shani within it like a deflating balloon. Ah! Li Shani screamed in pain as his body was sliced by the Demon King's blood. The Demon King smiled, turning his palm into a fist. The blood prison, under his control, collapsed instantly. The blood exploded, dripping to the ground like water. However, the Demon King frowned. It doesn't feel like I've cut into flesh. As if sensing something, he looked back. In the distance, on a high slope, Li Shani had appeared there at some point, heavily injured and bleeding. Beside him, another boy gently set Li Shani down. He was QinShi. You are no match for him. Run away, Li Shani said with great effort. His bones broken and his speech unclear. In the Demon King's blood, it counters all demons. Their proud self-healing abilities and blood demon techniques could not exert their effects against the Demon King's blood attack. Don't talk, leave it to me. QinShi smiled at Li Shani. He's your enemy, and yet you're saving him? The Demon King squinted and smiled at QinShi's actions. You sent dozens of people from the Demon Hunting Academy, taking dozens of different routes. Aren't you curious how I know that the real Mido is here with you? If it weren't for your roommate, how could I possibly know your location? As if he hadn't heard the Demon King's words. QinShi's figure instantly disappeared from his spot and reappeared beside Pei Bewley, placing both him and Li Shani on a high slope. Then came Mido. The moment QinShi appeared in front of the Demon King, the Demon King's tentacles immediately reached out. However, his attack missed. QinShi disappeared again, taking Mido with him. After safely placing the three, QinShi slowly turned around. His expression was icy, and the black tomo in his eyes changed. From 3 tomo, they transformed into a shape resembling interlocking sickles. This was the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 207, Divine Might in the Rain. When QinShi saw the Demon King for the first time, several reasons for why his position was exposed flashed through his mind. But even with all the doubts, even though his roommate Li Shani admitted he was a demon, QinShi still did not believe that Li Shani had exposed their location. The reason was simple. After half a year of living together, QinShi knew that no matter what identity or hardships his roommate faced, he would never harm him. This was the perception of Conqueror's Haki, his own intuition. He was right. The blade Li Shani swung at him was a reverse blade sword that could not kill. His counterattack merely left a flying thunder god mark on Li Shani's body. The lightning attached to the blade only caused Li Shani to feel numb. He embedded himself into the mountain rock, temporarily leveling up the healing ninjutsu, palm healing technique, to the highest level, slowly removing the effects of the paralysis caused by the lightning. And finally, at the critical moment, he successfully used Flying Thunder God to rescue Li Shani from the blood prison. His roommate confronted the powerful Demon King for his sake, just through thinking and observation. QinShi had already guessed Li Shani's predicament. To save him, Li Shani had been heavily injured, almost crushed to death by the blood prison. At that moment, QinShi was completely enraged, and that anger allowed his Sharingan to break through, evolving from 3 tomo to the Kaleidoscope. It seems your friendship is deeper than I thought, and I can't sow discord between you. The Demon King yawned. So boring. If that's the case, then you can all die. With a wave of his sleeve, more hellish poisonous insects, most ferocious victory, were released by him. The sky was filled with poisonous insects rushing towards QinShi. Facing the insects, QinShi formed hand seals with both hands and took a deep breath. Fire release, great fireball technique. After activating the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, even ordinary ninjutsu gained a qualitative boost. A massive flame engulfed the front, completely covering the swarm of insects. Insect types fear fire types. In just a moment, all the poisonous insects were exterminated by the great fireball technique. Sure enough, you have that strength. Haha, you're more qualified than Li Shani. The Demon King looked at QinShi, licking his lips. As the king of demons, he needed more followers, which is why he sought out strong individuals and forcibly turned them into demons. If I turn you into a demon, even if all the upper moon and lower moon demons die in this battle, it wouldn't be a loss. The wound on the Demon King's chest continued to expand, more blood flowing from his chest. It was like a river that would not dry up. The blood transformed into sharp spikes, stabbing towards QinShi. Each attack was faster than Li Shani's lightning flash, Godspeed, and the blood spikes attack, if concentrated even once, would forcefully grant blood from the Demon King, turning them into demon beings, becoming the Demon King's followers. Once they became his followers, their lives and deaths would be in his control. Even though demons possess extremely long lifespans and terrifying self-healing abilities, their lives are still under the will of the Demon King. Life or death is at his command. Therefore, whether it be the powerful upper moon and lower moon demons, or the weak ones who haven't even developed their blood demon techniques, they all remain loyal to the Demon King. There was only one exception, and that was Li Shani, clearly bestowed with the Demon King's blood. He was isolated from the Demon King's influence by some kind of restriction, and he could even suppress the demon blood within him, allowing him to survive in a weakened state under the sun. He became the first to escape the Demon King's control. This was the strongest means of the Demon King's blood attack. Since Li Shani was already a demon, the attack of the Demon King's blood did not exert its strongest power on him. However, under the enhancement of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the attacks of these blood spikes became completely manageable in QinShi's eyes. The 8 gates of Duanjia, the 7th gate, open. The opponent is the Ghost King, and QinShi holds nothing back. The 8 gates of Duanjia, the strongest physical technique in the Naruto world, releases all limits of one's strength, guiding it to the extreme, granting superhuman physical abilities in an instant. There are a total of 8 gates. The more gates opened, the stronger the power gained. However, the cost is the burning of one's life force. In Naruto, Might Guy briefly repelled Uchiha Madara after opening the 7th gate. Under the effect of the 8 gates of Duanjia, 7th gate, QinShi's figure became a series of afterimages, avoiding all attacks from the blood spikes. He is even faster than I am. Unfortunately, you're already in my trap. The Ghost King raised his hands. Let us cleanse this world, blood rain hell. The earth trembled, and countless black blood erupted from the Ghost King's body like a volcanic eruption, rushing high into the sky. Then blood rained down from above. The entire battlefield was drizzling with rain, a black blood rain. No matter how fast you move, it's impossible to avoid getting stained by the blood rain. Yet, to his astonishment, the black blood rain, despite having touched QinShi, passed through his body as if he didn't exist at all. He is just standing there. Why? Why do I feel like my blood rain still hasn't touched him? The Ghost King was filled with confusion. This is one of the abilities of the Mangekyou Sharingan. QinShi's inheritance comes from the strongest Mangekyou user in the Naruto world, Uchiha Obito. As a successor with both eyes intact and unharmed, both of QinShi's eyes had activated the Mangekyou Sharingan. One of the abilities gained from his right eye is called QinShi. This is a high-level space-time ninjutsu that allows the user to transfer themselves or any object or person they touch to another space. It creates the phenomenon where I seem to be present, but I'm actually not. Therefore, despite the blood rain washing over him, not a single drop of the Ghost King's blood could touch him. However, QinShi from the right eye is not without its drawbacks. At this moment, QinShi is in another space and cannot attack the Ghost King. The moment he attacks, he must reveal his true form and thus be struck by the blood rain. In Naruto, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, successfully smashed a kunai into Obito's back by utilizing the fact that Obito had to materialize to attack. But being in another space doesn't mean one cannot attack. QinShi formed hand seals with both hands. Hundreds of talismans flew out from the ground, sticking to various parts of the Ghost King's body amidst his astonished gaze. These talismans are commonly used attack tools in the Naruto world, explosive tags. Fire style, explosive flame array. QinShi shouted. All 420 explosive tags detonated at once. Boom! The explosion echoed through the sky, creating a smoke cloud like a mushroom. Chapter 208. The birth of the Ghost King. The smoke took a long time to dissipate. The Ghost King's body was riddled with holes like a worn-out sack. Flesh and debris were scattered everywhere, with only 1 foot remaining. Yet he still smiled. A very good attack. The key question is, when did you bury these talismans beneath my feet? Let me think. Although his body was blown to pieces, the Ghost King didn't care. In a breath's time, his flesh began to regenerate, and his severed limbs were reborn. Could it be you used an unknown skill to teleport in front of me when you saved that girl? To bury so many explosive tags in such a short time as a foreshadowing for dealing with me later. TSK, excellent, truly excellent. Compared to you, Lishani, even with extraordinary talent, your battle awareness is like that of an infant compared to an adult. QinShi remained silent. The Ghost King guessed correctly. Pei Bian and Mi Do, while QinShi hadn't yet come out to scout in the tent. He had already placed the Flying Thunder God seal on both of them. It was precisely during the previous moment he used Flying Thunder God to teleport in front of the Ghost King to save Mi Do. QinShi buried all the explosive tags underground, waiting for the right moment. However, over 400 explosive tags still couldn't kill the Ghost King, who possessed an extraordinary self-healing ability and couldn't even inflict serious injury. Boy, I'm even more interested in you now. The Ghost King laughed heartily. You, my subordinate, are already mine. The blood rain ceased, and countless streams of blood regathered around the Ghost King's body, as if they were alive. It seems simple moves cannot defeat you. Well then, let me show you my true form. If you do not fully experience my power, even as my subordinate, you will never truly submit. The Ghost King laughed as his body suddenly changed. His figure rapidly grew larger, bursting through the black cloak he wore. His arms elongated bizarrely, sprouting red claws. From his back, 2 massive black bat wings burst forth, enough to cover his entire body. Sharp fangs grew from the corners of his mouth. This is... Upon seeing the Ghost King's current form, the first word that popped into QinShi's mind was, vampire. The Ghost King's body finally stabilized at a height of 5 meters, but his hands and feet no longer resembled those of a human, resembling a true demon. Hello, QinShi, my future top subordinate. The transformed Ghost King politely bowed. You're the first human to see my true form. In the face of a perfect subordinate like you, I should maintain enough sincerity. I see the shadow of Kikyo in you. If it's you, I'm willing to share a bit of my story. Not rushing to attack, nor paying attention to QinShi's reaction, the Ghost King said lightly, you must have long mastered the intelligence on me, the top of the list of evildoers in the Demon Hunter Academy. You all believe that I possess 2 inheritances, right? Aren't you curious why I can obtain 2 types of inheritance? QinShi remained silent. He had indeed read the Ghost King's information before setting out. He is the first human to possess dual inheritances. They're the main antagonist Naruto from Inuyasha and the strongest demon Muzan Kibutsuji from Demon Slayer. Based on his combat experience with past instructors and principals of the Demon Hunter Academy, The descriptions of these two inheritances perfectly matched. However, after years of research, the Demon Hunter Academy still did not understand how the Ghost King obtained two inheritances. Different inheritances derive their power systems from different worlds. Forcibly merging them would result in a massive conflict of power, causing the inheritor's death. Additionally, countless experiences have shown that whether using the Pillar of Inheritance or some people awakening an inheritance through a near-death experience, they would only obtain one inheritance. Once obtained, regardless of whether the previous inheritance is weak or strong, one can never gain a second, even if it is from the same anime world with the same power system. Thus, the Ghost King's dual inheritance has always been the biggest mystery studied by the Demon Hunter Academy. Where did the Ghost King's second inheritance come from? The answer is simple. All along, I have only one inheritance, and that is Naruto. Seeing the shock and disbelief in QinShi's eyes, the Ghost King simply smiled, then sighed slightly as if recalling some sad past. 100 years ago, I was just an ordinary biology teacher in Kyushu. Although I awakened the S-level, Inuyasha Naruto inheritance, my talent limits have prevented me from fully developing this inheritance, so I cannot become a demon hunter. But even so, I am happy because I have my beloved wife by my side. She is the most beautiful woman in the world, with the sweetest flower name, Kikyo. Her inheritance is also like her name, the Shrine Maiden Kikyo from Inuyasha. QinShi was taken aback. He had certainly heard of Kikyo. According to the Academy's records, Kikyo was the most proud female disciple of the third-generation principal and a strong contender for the fourth-generation principal back in the day. Even after many years, when the Academy voted for the most charming female lecturer in history, Kikyo always ranked first. Only in the last 3 years, due to the emergence of Lin Long, a girl of Chinese-German descent with an angelic face and the S-level inheritance, Fate Artoria, did Kikyo's consecutive record get broken. However, the Academy's records completely omitted the fact that the historically popular female teacher Kikyo was the wife of the Demon King. She, like you, was a graduate of the Demon Hunter Academy and became a demon hunter after graduation. But on that day, 200 years ago, everything changed. The Demon King was lost in memories. His expression slightly changed, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Clearly, after becoming a demon, human emotions would gradually fade away. But QinShi could clearly feel the sadness in the Demon King's heart at this moment. 100 years ago, on the night of the red moon, the beast tide came. The inheritance descended, and the worlds merged. Blue Star, located in the 9 provinces, has always been under attack from various demon beasts from countless worlds. Every 100 years, there would be the largest scale of demon beast attacks, known as the Red Moon Beast Tide. According to the Academy records, when the beast tide occurs, the red moon appears, and there will be 100 times more demon beasts than usual. They attack humans like crazy, completely ignoring casualties. Each time, the Red Moon Beast Tide brings endless disasters to the 9 provinces. That beast tide broke through the 9 major passes, such as the Great Wall of the 9 provinces, the Locking Demon Tower, and the One-Line Sky Pass. Responding to the Academy's call, my wife Kikyo resolutely went to the battlefield. But when she went, it turned out to be a farewell forever. At this point, the Demon King closed his eyes. A single crystal droplet of water slowly slid down from the corner of his eye. Chapter 209 The Birth of the Demon King, Part 2. When I saw my wife's body, she was already shriveled and looked like a corpse. The Demon King's eyes burned with anger. According to other demon hunters, the one who killed my wife was a demon that could drain the blood of others. This demon, according to the investigation of the Demon Hunter Academy, came from the world of Demon Slayer. But even the Book of Inheritance did not record this demon beast. It loved human blood, and although it was not particularly large, its strength was exceedingly powerful. Even my wife, who was already a 6-star demon hunter, was no match for it. Its level was classified as a 7-star demon beast. 7 stars. Hearing the Demon King's account, QinShi was shocked. 7-star demon beasts are almost the strongest demon beasts faced by humanity, the kings among 7-tier demon beasts. If describing disaster levels, they are also referred to as natural disaster levels. Every time a 7-star demon beast appears, it is like a natural disaster. I didn't expect that in the low-powered world of Demon Slayer, there would be a demon beast with a strength rating of 7 stars. In history, only 3 7-star demon beasts have been successfully defeated by humanity. The first was the strongest-tailed beast, the Nine-Tails, captured and sealed by the first principal of the Demon Hunter Academy from the world of Naruto. The second was the cunning and deceitful ultimate Digimon, the Joker King, from the world of Digimon, killed by the fourth principal along with 4 gold medal lecturers from the academy. The third was the strongest principal in the history of the Demon Hunter Academy, the inheritor of One Piece, Whitebeard, who killed the Elephant Lord from the world of One Piece, which was as large as an island, during the Beast Tide invasion 10 years ago. As for the 7-star vampire that the Demon King mentioned, who killed lecturer Kikyo, QinShi had also seen a brief introduction. However, this 7-star demon beast was not killed by the teachers of the Demon Hunter Academy, but escaped back into the demon domain and disappeared from sight. Could it be that this 7-star demon beast was killed by the Demon King? QinShi speculated in his heart. However, at that time, Nai wasn't even a demon hunter yet. He hadn't grown into the Demon King he would become in the future. So how could he kill such a powerful 7-star demon beast? As you think, I wanted to kill that vampire more than anyone else. But I indeed was not its match. But so what? It killed my wife. And it wanted to escape into the demon domain in the face of humanity's joint siege? The demon hunters of the academy might let it go, but I cannot. The Demon King said coldly. With the determination to die, I took the biological bomb I created, Rose of the Poor, and tracked it all the way to the demon domain. But when I found this vampire in the demon domain, it was already on the brink of death, lying motionless. The Demon King slowly said. QinShi was taken aback. Could there be an existence capable of defeating a 7-star demon beast vampire? Moreover, according to the academy records, 7-star vampires possess instantaneous self-healing abilities. Even if their heads are cut off, they can quickly regenerate. The entire Demon Hunter Academy has not found a way to kill a 7-star vampire. Therefore, even though the 3rd-generation principal gathered a large number of demon hunters to surround and attack the 7-star vampire, it still managed to escape into the demon domain. Such a strong existence. Who could make it on the brink of death? I don't know who it was. The Demon King saw through QinShi's thoughts again, closing his eyes to recall. I only remember there were hoofprint-like marks on the ground. The hoofprint area was as large as a valley, and just standing in the imprint made my knees weak from the pressure. The 7-star vampire lay right in the center of the hoofprint. I guess it was merely stepped on by a massive monster in the demon domain. Although its body healed completely, its soul was shattered. The soul of the 7-star vampire was crushed. Upon hearing this, QinShi shivered. To be able to crush the soul of a 7-star demon beast with a single step, how strong must this demon beast be? 8 stars? 9 stars? Or even stronger? The existence of such a being in the demon domain, if it intended to invade the 9 provinces, would be a catastrophe of world-ending proportions. Without allowing QinShi to think further, the Demon King continued. The moment I found the 7-star vampire, rage surged through my mind. And this anger quickly unlocked the abilities of the Inuyasha Naruto inheritance. Almost instinctively, I spent 3 whole days and nights to consume this 7-star vampire. The Naruto inheritance allows me to inherit the abilities of the devoured demon beings, and thus I gain the power of the vampire from Demon Slayer. This power grants me immortality, instantaneous healing, and the ability to bestow blood to turn others into my kin, thus forming the me of now. After recounting his story in one breath, the Demon King appeared somewhat lost in thought. QinShi's expression was even more peculiar. First of all, the opponent's abilities were clearly similar to those of Muzan, the Demon King from Demon Slayer. If there were to be a distinction, his abilities were more like an advanced version of Muzan's powers, because judging from the Blood Demon art capabilities, the Blood Demon art granted by the Blue Star Demon King far exceeds that of the demons in Demon Slayer. Perhaps the Lower Moon's 6th demon, who uses lightning, that QinShi faced in the world of Demon Slayer, could easily defeat Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. Moreover, the explanation of the Demon King's birth was also quite different from that in the Demon Slayer anime. In the anime Demon Slayer, the birth of the Demon King Muzan is attributed to a medicine created by a doctor that he took while still human, which ultimately turned him into an immortal demon. However, this explanation seems quite strange within the overall narrative of the anime. Can someone become the strongest Demon King just by consuming a pill made by a human doctor? It is unreasonable. The explanation in the manga is too implausible. Therefore, the reason for the birth of the Demon King has become the biggest mystery in Demon Slayer. QinShi suddenly recalled the days before his time travel when he argued with others on a forum regarding how Muzan became the Demon King. A forum member proposed a hypothesis. D riding a snail, chasing a rocket. Looking at Muzan's abilities, afraid of sunlight, granting blood to others to create kin, and having super strong self-healing abilities, isn't this basically a vampire from Western mythology? There must be a powerful vampire hidden behind the worldview of Demon Slayer. So this snail boldly speculates that the medicine the doctor prepared for Muzan must contain vampire blood. For instance, while gathering herbs in the forest, certain medicinal materials were contaminated with vampire blood, which the doctor then took back to make pills, and Muzan accidentally consumed them, resulting in the birth of the original demon, King Muzan. In other words, the reason Muzan gained vampire abilities is simply that he happened to be the recipient of blood from a real vampire. Muzan is merely a powerful vampire's kin. When QinShi saw this speculation at the time, he had argued against it online. Now, after hearing the self-narration of the Demon King, QinShi realized that the birth of the Demon King could indeed align with that four members' guess. This also explains why Muzan's abilities in Demon Slayer are not impressive compared to the numerous demon legacies on Blue Star. Yet, the 100 Demons group from Blue Star has become a lifelong enemy of the Demon Hunting Academy. Because in Demon Slayer, Muzan is merely a consumer of the blood of the 7-star vampires, one of the ordinary kin. Thus, the demons he grants blood to are naturally much weaker. In contrast, the Demon King Nai from Blue Star has completely devoured the 7-star vampire, gaining abilities close to that of a true vampire. The Demon King who devours the 7-star demon beast vampires creates kin whose abilities are far beyond those of the demons in Demon Slayer. Chapter 210. False Weakness, a long self-narration. The Demon King spoke slowly about his birth process. QinShi, I feel your soul is as pure as Kikyo's, and there is a shadow of her in you. Kikyo loved this world and the 9 provinces immensely, even as a demon. I carry on her will in my own way. If you join me, you will see the true purpose of my establishment of the 100 Demons group and the reality of this world, far beyond what your eyes can see, especially your eyes, rolling with black magatama. I have seen them in that great one's eyes too. Your words can provide me with support far beyond all my previous kin. The Demon King extended his hand, making an inviting gesture. I have given you my sincerity. Now you must make your choice. Join the 100 Demons group, or D. QinShi showed a troubled expression. Demon King, you know, I am a student of the Demon Hunting Academy, and our academy is incompatible with you. We both have quite a bit of blood feud, right? Let me join the 100 Demons group. Think again. After saying this, QinShi quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water prison technique. Spiritual energy transformed into water vapor, surrounding the Demon King's body. Meanwhile, QinShi inserted both hands into the water prison, maintaining the water prison ninjutsu. The water prison technique, a C-rank control ninjutsu, requires the caster to keep their hands in the water prison to maintain it, and those caught will lose their ability to move. In Naruto, Zabuza once briefly used this technique to control Kakashi. However, the Demon King merely smiled, having transformed into a 5-meter-tall, 7-star vampire, moving as if he felt no restraint from the water prison at all. Your abilities are completely beyond what a newcomer should possess. Even the Academy's top instructors cannot match your strength. I suspect you are the secret weapon of the old white man, personally trained by him. Killing you should cause a small shock to those stubborn folks at your Demon Hunting Academy. After saying this, the Demon King's arm suddenly elongated, like a whipping whip, piercing through QinShi's heart in an instant. Alas, you could have joined me in creating a new world. How tragic. The Demon King looked at the corpse hanging on his arm, suddenly feeling a surge of crisis. He looked back, and a flash of lightning passed, as a hand infused with electric light pierced through his chest. Demon King, I'm not that easy to kill. Behind the Demon King was QinShi. At this moment, his right hand was flashing with electric light, emitting sounds like thousands of cries. This was one of QinShi's ninjutsu, Chidori. The Demon King frowned, and with his other hand, he transformed into a spiked whip, piercing through the sneaking QinShi from behind. The wound on his chest healed at a visible speed. But his confusion deepened. How could he have 2 corpses on both hands? Suddenly, both corpses raised their heads and smiled at the Demon King. Meanwhile, in the distance, from the woods and behind the rocks, more QinShi emerged, surrounding the Demon King. Is this a shadow clone technique? The Demon King had fought alongside Demon Hunting Academy members who had inherited from Naruto. Many of his original Lower Moon Demon kin also had such inheritances. Therefore, he had some understanding of this type of inheritance, knowing that these ninjas could use transformation and clone techniques. But no, if this were a clone technique, why didn't the clones disappear when I pierced through them? The Demon King looked again at the countless QinShi, some standing, some sitting, all smiling as if completely unafraid of his power. And every QinShi had a scythe-like black magatama spinning in their eyes. So that's how it is. I was careless. The Demon King sighed. Naturally, eyes like that great ones would have similar abilities. It seems I have fallen into your illusion. The Demon King guessed correctly, He had already fallen under the illusion created by the Sharingan. During the time, he quietly listened to the Demon King's narration. QinShi had not been inactive. The Demon King's perception ability was extremely strong, and after transforming into a vampire, he had a beastly intuition. Therefore, he did not deliberately use stealth techniques, but instead focused on the Demon King's eyes, then activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. Even if he used the 8th Gate of Death, he still couldn't stop the Demon King's astonishing healing. Unable to kill or overpower him, illusion became the only solution to the current battle. Unfortunately, although he had raised his illusion level to the highest after awakening to Manjikyu, he was not a descendant of Uchiha Itachi and could not use the super illusion Tsukuyomi, which could almost kill an opponent on a mental level. He could only trap the powerful Demon King in his illusion, limiting his actions. Amazing. I have lived for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've been pushed to such an extent by a boy. The Demon King laughed. However, even though I am trapped in an illusion, as long as I wait for your spiritual energy to be exhausted, the illusion will collapse on its own. And at that time, you will still lose. You cannot rely on illusion to defeat me. What is the point of this? The Demon King simply sat down, as acting freely within the illusion would only cause him harm. And what he was even more interested in was this young man named QinShi, and what other means he might have that he hadn't considered. How could it be useless? QinShi smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of white appeared on the horizon. The night slowly faded away. The sunlight returned to the earth. In the world of Demon Slayer, the sun is the natural enemy of demons. Even the powerful Muzan Kibutsuji met a tragic end under the sunlight. From the very start of the battle, QinShi had determined that with his own strength alone, he could not defeat the Demon King with his perverse regeneration ability. Therefore, the real tactic to use was to hold back the Demon King and rely on the power of the sun to eliminate him. It's the sun. You actually plan to use the sun to defeat me. Looking at the sky gradually turning white, the Demon King realized QinShi's intention. His wings suddenly spread wide, and he soared into the air, flying into the dark woods. However, the moment the Demon King landed, he found himself back at the same spot. QinShi's kaleidoscope Sharingan was spinning, and under the effect of the illusion, the Demon King only thought he had moved, while his real body remained still. You can't escape. Your control over illusions is stronger than I thought. The Demon King sighed, realizing he couldn't escape. At this moment, the sun had risen, and sunlight filled the earth. The golden sunlight shone on both QinShi and the Demon King. But QinShi's expression changed dramatically, because the Demon King was standing in the sunlight, completely unharmed. He actually did not fear the sun. Chapter 211. The real undercover you actually do not fear the sun. QinShi exclaimed. He had imagined countless scenarios in which the Demon King might escape or even counterattack him. But he never expected that the Demon King, who possessed the same abilities as Muzan from Demon Slayer, would be completely unafraid of the sun. No, that's not right. This wasn't QinShi's first encounter with demons. Through his battles, he was certain that all the lower-ranked demons he fought had an innate fear of the sun. Even the Academy's records were filled with stories of instructors relying on the sun to eliminate demons. But at this moment before QinShi, the Demon King stood under the sunlight, his body unbroken, without pain. He even raised his hands high, as if embracing the sunlight. It's beautiful, isn't it? The Demon King looked at the sunlight on his hands and smiled. I have long known how to not fear the sunlight. As long as one has never eaten a human, there is no reason for demons to fear the sun. It's simple, isn't it? The Demon King shrugged. But unfortunately, among those who have transformed into demons, almost no one can resist the instinctual desire to eat humans. Do you know why I like Lishani so much? It's not because of his talent. It's because over the years, he is the only one, besides me, who has transformed into a demon, yet can suppress his desire and not eat humans. Unfortunately, Lishani ultimately does not agree with my philosophy, nor does he want to reshape this world, so he can only die. After all, the entire human world doesn't have much time left to survive. Your philosophy? QinShi snorted. Lishani's parents were killed by you. So many people's loved ones were killed by you. And her demon followers, eating people, hurting people, toying with people. How do you still have the face to talk about philosophy? In the Demon King's view, the countless illusions of QinShi roared in unison. How dare you? The space instantly distorted, the waves rippling like a stone thrown into water. As if sensing a great danger, the Demon King instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the Demon King's arm instantly vanished. After transforming into a vampire, his body not only possessed incredible healing abilities, but his limbs also became incredibly tough, comparable to divine artifacts. But at this moment, his right arm was completely consumed by an unknown force. Black blood flowed everywhere. You actually have such power. The Demon King covered his severed arm and looked at QinShi in astonishment. You, like that principal from the Demon Hunting Academy, have the power to control space. After transforming into a 7-star vampire, he felt a sense of arrogance from the depths of his heart. The boy before him was strong, but so what? Even when facing the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy, he dared to fight. How could he fear a mere boy? But the loss of his arm made him realize that underestimating the opponent was a huge mistake. He no longer dared to look down on QinShi. Black blood flowed from the corner of QinShi's eye. Huh, am I still off? The power that could tear apart the Demon King's arm was another ability of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the left eye's Kamui. Unlike the right eye's Kamui, which could transfer oneself to another space, the left eye's Kamui could transfer the target to another space. He had just awakened his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and he was still inexperienced in using the eye techniques. Even the powerful Kakashi from Naruto could only transfer parts of an enemy's body. QinShi was currently at this level. He had originally planned to use the left eye's Kamui to transfer the Demon King's head, but the opponent's intuition was too strong. Even when QinShi used it while the Demon King was feeling arrogant, he still didn't hit. And even if I really broke his neck, he probably wouldn't die. QinShi gasped slightly. The consumption of using the left eye's Kamui was far greater than that of the right eye's Kamui. In Naruto, Obito could use the right eye's Kamui as easily as eating and drinking, while Kakashi felt like he was about to die after using it once. One of the main reasons was that the consumption of the two types of Kamui was not on the same level. I originally wanted to play with you for a while longer. It was rare to have such fun, but now, you are too dangerous. The Demon King's eyes turned crimson, and the bat wings behind him suddenly spread wide. Then he leaped up. 8 tentacles, like steel whips, extended from his back and began to whip around. The length of the tentacles continued to grow, and the speed of their swings increased. A blade-like storm swept through the entire area. In the face of such large-scale, indiscriminate attacks, QinShi could only use the right eye's Kamui to evade the Demon King's tentacle attacks. The consumption of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan increased further. In a war of attrition, he simply couldn't outlast the Demon King. QinShi decisively lifted the illusion, targeting the Demon King. Just as the illusion was lifted, the Demon King's 8 tentacles all lunged forward to stab him. But under the effect of the right eye's Kamui, the tentacles could only stab into empty air. It seems we both can't do anything to each other for now. The Demon King slowly floated closer. Then why don't we play a simple thought game? Since I do not fear the sun, in this game of Mantis stalking the cicada, who is the Mantis and who is the cicada? The key question is, who is the real undercover? QinShi suddenly looked up. A terrifying guess surged into his mind. The premise of the entire Academy cicada plan was Mido's Nezuko inheritance, which had an irresistible allure for the Demon King. Everyone believed that the Demon King's only way to rid himself of the weakness of sunlight was to eat Mido. But everyone was fooled. The Demon King didn't need Mido at all. He wasn't afraid of the sun. So, why was he still playing along with so many people from the Academy? QinShi suddenly thought of another question. How was his position leaked? At first, the Demon King led QinShi to believe that it was Lishani, who was also a demon, that had leaked his position. But what if it wasn't Lishani? What if it was someone else? QinShi's expression changed dramatically. Flying Thunder God. Compared to the right eye's divine might, the Flying Thunder God's teleportation, though requiring the prior placement of a seal, is much faster in execution. QinShi's figure disappeared from its original position, and then appeared in front of Pei Buyong and Lishani. However, Mido was not at the original spot. Run. Pei Buyong managed to squeeze out a word with great difficulty. It was then that QinShi noticed that Pei Buyong and Lishani's limbs were pinned to the ground by black rods. Blood stained the wild grass below. A fishy smell wafted into QinShi's nose, and he suddenly turned around. He saw a woman with a head full of snakes, and her face was exactly that of Mido. The other party smiled slightly and said, "Hello, QinShi." As she spoke, countless snake-like hair strands emitted a red glow simultaneously. Amidst the surprise, QinShi's body quickly froze and turned into a stone statue. Chapter 212, The True Scheme, Old Qin. Pei Buyong shouted loudly, struggling vigorously despite his injuries. Beside him, Lishani had his eyes tightly closed and had already fallen into a coma. Mido stretched lazily and murmured, "What a joyful college life. Having been in the organization for so long, I haven't had such a relaxed life in a while. Thank you, little trio, for providing me with such a pleasant business trip experience." She fiddled with her snake-haired locks and sighed. "I don't want to kill you. But there's no choice. It's all part of the mission. After waiting so long, it seems that only your companions have come. It looks like there's no need for you two to act as bait anymore. I wanted to attract more teachers. As she spoke, Mido slowly walked up to Pei Bouillon. Little fatty, although you're the ugliest, I actually like you the most. Sis will be gentle. It won't hurt. Just become a ghost and be my little follower. Mido caressed Pei Bouillon's face, smiling as she spoke. At that moment, Pei Bouillon was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Although he couldn't escape, his mouth didn't stop. I'm really grateful to have a snake woman like you liking me. My pet pig in the yard is cuter. You're asking for death. Mido's expression turned cold, her fingernails elongated like daggers, and she slashed towards Pei Bouillon's throat. Suddenly, her hand stopped midair. Pei Bouillon had been waiting for a long time. Without dying, an open one, I had to take a look. He saw Mido's body frozen as if nailed down. What is going on? Mido's face showed some terror. How could you let my good roommate die? A voice came from underground. A bolt of lightning, accompanied by the cries of countless birds, burst from the ground. This was QinShi's 1,000 birds technique. However, instead of using a palm thrust, he formed a fist and forcefully transformed the 1,000 birds into a thunder fist technique. Bang! The thunder fist struck Mido's chin, sending her flying. Since he couldn't kill her anyway, it was better to beat her up hard and let her feel some pain. This was QinShi's thought. After being classmates for so long, QinShi was certain that the woman in front of him was indeed Mido. She was the one who inherited the powers of Nezuko from Demon Slayer. But what was with those snake heads? Was it your blood demon art? It looks like Medusa. QinShi clapped his hands and said lightly, the undercover is already very clear about who it is. The true Demon King does not fear the sun, but has always made everyone believe that his natural enemy is the sun. He makes everyone think that the Demon King is eager to find the inheritor of Nezuko, to no longer fear the sun by consuming the blood of the inheritor. Because this is his plan, and the inheritor of Nezuko was not suddenly found by the Academy, but was intentionally sent there by the Demon King. Only then could he execute his plan, letting the Demon Hunting Academy move out in full force to carry out a strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow bird waits behind to engage in a decisive battle with the 100 Ghost Corps. The reason our position was exposed is fundamentally because of you, Mido. The person we need to protect is the undercover sent by the Demon King. QinShi said. Who would have thought that the Nezuko from this blue star is actually a member of the 100 Ghost Corps? Mido climbed up from the ground, the electric light still flickering on her body, giving her a numbing feeling that made movement difficult. She stood up unsteadily and touched her chin. You little brat, really don't know how to cherish the fair sex. Almost everything you said is right. But there are 2 points that are wrong. Her eyes began to change, resembling blood-red gemstones. First, I am a demon, but that is because my inheritance is of demons, not because I accepted the blood of the Demon King. Second, I am not a member of the 100 Ghost Corps. The Demon King is merely one of the members of our organization, and you should have heard of the name of our organization. After all, the Water Hashira's sister has always remembered you. She licked her lips. We are the Hashira. Hashira? QinShi was taken aback. He hadn't heard that name in a long time. After he secured a spot in the Demon Hunting Academy through selection, he had a conversation with the Academy representative, Lin Long, where he first heard about the Hashira. This was a dark organization that had not existed for long, with relatively few but very mysterious members, each seemingly possessing a kind of beastly power. Initially, the Hashira organization had collaborated with the underworld forces of the city where QinShi was located, almost preventing him from obtaining qualifications for the Demon Hunting Academy. Mido was not a member of the 100 Ghost Corps, but rather a Hashira. QinShi's mind raced. A question that had been troubling him now had some possible answers. Before this, he had been unclear about why the Demon King would go through such trouble to send Mido, the inheritor of Nezuko, to the Academy as an undercover agent, to induce the Academy to formulate the Yellow Bird Plan. It was known that after a whole day's battle, the main force of the 100 Ghost Corps had been nearly wiped out by various instructors of the Demon Hunting Academy, except for the Demon King. No matter what the Demon King's plot was, although the Academy paid a heavy price, it indeed achieved the goal of the Yellow Bird Plan, to eliminate the living forces of the 100 Ghost Corps. But there was a possibility to explain why the Demon King laid such a trap, consuming his own strength. QinShi suddenly raised his head. It was to lure the tiger away from its mountain. The Demon King's purpose was not to eliminate the teachers of the Demon Hunting Academy. Instead, he used the 100 Ghost Corps as bait to make the main force of the Demon Hunting Academy leave the Academy entirely. Sacrificing the entire 100 Ghost Corps was to leave the Demon Hunting Academy almost empty. It could only mean that within the Demon Hunting Academy, there was something that the organization known as the Hashira needed. What could it be? Could it be? QinShi's expression changed. He remembered the terrifying creature he sensed in the prison of the advanced city underground in the academy. It was a terrifying demon sealed beneath the academy, the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, the chakra-tailed beast from the world of Naruto. Their target was the Nine Tails? Just as QinShi was confused, blue fireworks erupted in the sky. This was a signal flare released by the academy teacher, Mr. Wong, inheritor of One Below One. Different colors represented different meanings. Blue indicated that the sect was in trouble. Whoosh! The sound of sharp weapons piercing the air came. QinShi did not look back, but utilized the teleportation technique to its fullest. His whole body moved, evading the strikes of the weapons. This was the Demon King's attack. With wings flapping, the Demon King hovered in midair. At this moment, he finally caught up with QinShi's pace. Kid, you really run fast. It seems that if we fight, if you want to escape, no one can stop you. It seems like you've already guessed our plan, but it doesn't matter. It's already too late. Chapter 213. The Alliance of Dorm Mates Too Late? QinShi suddenly smiled. Isn't it great? The undercover has revealed themselves. My good roommate Lishani, still the little yellow hair I know. The Ghost King has also shown up. The core of the Yellow Bird plan is to draw you out. And you should know, my teammates are quite strong. As he spoke, a black lightning bolt struck Mido, who had just regained her footing. How could this direction? Her attention had been entirely on QinShi, completely ignoring the Lishani she had already sanctioned behind her. Although the sudden attack made her feel a sense of crisis, her snake-like hair instantly turned ferocious, and her eyes emitted a seductive red light as she tried to look back. But the speed of the lightning was simply too fast. In the moment her snake-like hair hadn't had time to turn, the lightning struck her. In an instant, the lightning transformed into a huge black electric ball, violently exploding. This was the skill of the Thunder Roar fruit. Thunder Welcome. Mido was hit by the explosion of lightning, half of her body disappearing, especially her head. Half of her brain vanished, including all of her snake hair. Damn it. Watch me kill you. Mido cursed, wanting to unleash the ghost's healing ability. But after a while, her complexion changed drastically. No new limbs were growing from her wounds. Don't struggle. Lishani emerged from the lightning. This is the Thunder Welcome infused with the characteristics of my Blood Demon technique, Annihilation. If you are hit by this move, even your healing ability will be annihilated. As he spoke, more lightning was released from his body, and dazzling lightning formed a new body. Lishani, within the lightning body, resembled a thunder god. In the hands of the thunder god was a long sword wrapped in electric light. Skill of the Thunder Roar fruit, 200 million volts. Thunder god, Lishani Ruarat. And the lightning sword slammed heavily towards Mido. Under the annihilation characteristic, Mido screamed as she turned to ashes. Your companion just died like that. Don't you want to help a bit? QinShi stared at the floating Ghost King. The Ghost King smiled faintly. Companion? No. You are mistaken. We are just temporary collaborators. Her role has already been fulfilled. Whether she lives or dies is irrelevant. Besides, in this world, I alone am enough for ghosts. The Ghost King twisted her neck. Besides, even if I wanted to help Mido, can you let me pass, dangerous kid? QinShi also smiled. Of course not. At this moment, his body was enveloped by a purple energy. This energy transformed into a giant holding dual swords, clad in armor, with QinShi positioned at the forehead of the giant. This is the signature skill of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo. In Naruto, Susanoo is the ultimate power residing in the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, manifesting a huge chakra entity that fights as a powerful god of war. The ultimate ocular technique combining offense and defense. Interesting. Let me see how strong this giant of yours really is. The Ghost King waved her bat-like wings, and suddenly countless tiny wounds appeared on her wings. Blood Demon technique, thousands of needles. The Ghost King's black blood transformed into countless fine needles, densely shooting towards QinShi. Her blood has the ability to turn humans into her subordinates. As long as one needle lands on QinShi, she can control him. However, the blood needles flew but could not pierce Susanoo's skin at all. The Ghost King frowned, then her hand bulged, transforming into claw-like arms equal in height to her body. Blood claws. The Ghost King suddenly clawed forward, targeting QinShi standing at the head of Susanoo. However, QinShi coldly watched. Clang! Just like grabbing onto steel, the Ghost King's claws collided with Susanoo's head. Sparks flew. The hardness of Susanoo evidently surprised the Ghost King. Bang! Susanoo's hands came together, capturing the Ghost King as if swatting a mosquito. The Ghost King braced herself, her muscles bulging, using her powerful arm strength to block Susanu's palms. Huff with strength. The Ghost King grinned. You really can surprise me. Before the Ghost King could finish her words, black thunderclouds suddenly crashed down upon her. Skill of the Thunder Roar Fruit. Thunder Welcome. After killing Mido, Li Shani immediately launched an attack on his former superior. The massive explosion severely injured the Ghost King. However, the Annihilation characteristic could not take effect. The Ghost King's healing ability far surpassed Mido's Kamado Nezuko inheritance. In a single breath, her injuries returned to normal. Although she didn't know why Li Shani could recover quickly from severe injuries, the Ghost King didn't care. Li Shani is her subordinate. Even if he used an unknown method to escape her control, any blood demon technique would have no effect on the Ghost King. Without the Annihilation characteristic, Thunder Welcome could only cause temporary damage to the Ghost King's body. My own child betraying me? You're still too green. A blood whip suddenly lunged from behind the Ghost King. The blood whip, with the immunity characteristic, could produce an effect similar to armed color hockey even against an elementalized enemy. The speed of the blood whip was incredibly fast. But just as it was about to strike Li Shani's face, he suddenly vanished from his original spot. In the distance, Peibu Liao had unknowingly sat up, holding a card swap. In a critical moment, he instantly teleported his teammates away from the Ghost King's front, allowing them to evade the Ghost King's attack. Phew! Thanks to Lao Qin's Senzu Beans. Senzu Beans, a miraculous food from the Dragon Ball universe, can instantly heal the injuries of the eater and fully replenish energy. It is the strongest supplement. When QinShi rescued his two teammates earlier, he had already placed the Senzu Beans in their mouths. It was also after Mido mistakenly thought she had severely injured Peibu Liao and Li Shani that both of them swallowed the Senzu Beans, instantly remedying their injuries. Hee, an ant shaking a tree, even surrounded by 3 people, the Ghost King remained unfazed. After devouring the 7-star demon beast, he held no one in regard except for the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. But just as he was about to pursue Li Shani, intending to focus on killing one enemy first, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, causing his movements to slow down. The Ghost King was somewhat confused. Within the lightning, there was actually a paralyzing characteristic. This was not a blood demon technique. Li Shani, you truly are a genius. Having just swallowed the Thunder Roar Fruit, you could create your own skill characteristic, Paralysis. The Ghost King spoke in a low voice. Under the Paralysis characteristic, her movements were several times slower than before, and even her healing ability had slowed down slightly. Although it was just a slight slowing in a battle between experts, it was deadly. Even a powerhouse like the Ghost King began to contemplate escape. Chapter 214. The Trump Card, Flowing Blade Like Fire. But just as the Ghost King had the thought of leaving, a sense of panic surged from the depths of her heart. After devouring the 7-star demon beast and becoming the Vampire King, she had gained unparalleled abilities. An unbeatable healing ability, a powerful physical constitution, and deadly blood. She no longer knew when her panic began to arise. Seething flames rose up. The Ghost King, possessing the immunity characteristic, should be unafraid of any elemental attack. But his strong biological instinct still told him that this flame was dangerous, and this was the root of his panic. All things returned to ashes. The flowing blade like fire. Flames surged up from the ground, enveloping the Ghost King like a fire dragon. Since gaining powerful, self-healing abilities, the Ghost King had even become immune to pain. But the flames of QinShi made him feel unbearable agony, a pain that came from his soul. Useful. QinShi breathed a sigh. This was his true trump card against the Ghost King. In his hand, he was currently gripping a long knife. The deep purple hilt. The oval-shaped guard. The blade was pitch black, like burnt-out charcoal, emitting a wisp of burnt smoke. This was the zanpakuto of Yamamoto, genre, Sai, Shigekuni from the world of Bleach. It had previously existed in QinShi's storage space, one of the system's rewards. But he had never been able to unleash the power of the zanpakuto. However, after unlocking the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the zanpakuto finally acknowledged his strength. It also allowed QinShi to successfully unlock the initial release, Flowing Blade Like Fire. The zanpakuto is the sword wielded by the Shinigami in the world of Bleach, who slay hollows and protect the spirit world. The zanpakuto has a powerful enhancement against hollows and can directly harm their souls. Moreover, the zanpakuto in QinShi's hand is the oldest fire-type zanpakuto, reputed to possess the strongest attack power in the Soul Society. The Ghost King, a vampire that devours, is still a type of hollow, firmly restrained by the zanpakuto. Suffering from the damage of the initial release skill, flowing blade like fire, the Ghost King was now experiencing pain that penetrated to the bone. He struggled desperately to break free from the flames. Want to run? QinShi swung the zanpakuto in his hand. Initial release, sword technique, city walls in flames. The flames released from the blade wrapped around the enemy like a giant hand. The Ghost King flapped his wings desperately, trying to escape the flames. But the flaming hand seemed to have a spirit of its own, tightly wrapping around the Ghost King, regardless of how he moved. The flames of flowing blade like fire have immense destructive power, and the Ghost King's body was burned down to just his core head. Furthermore, being injured by the flames specifically designed to counter hollows, his self-healing was extremely slow. It should end here, facing the Ghost King, who was burned down to only his head and greatly weakened in mobility by Thunder Welcome. QinShi's pupils constricted as the ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Shinra Tensei! No! The Ghost King cried out, roaring as he was torn into another space by the power of Shinra Tensei. Facing an enemy like the Ghost King, although heavily injured, he would eventually be able to heal back to his strongest state. QinShi could only take advantage of the opponent's weakest moment to send him to another space. Succeeded, damn it. Peibu Liao sighed to the sky. Li Shani also dispelled the thunder element state, gasping for breath. After all, he had just swallowed the thunder fruit not long ago, and continuously using the fruit's abilities had drained almost all his mental energy. No, there's a bigger problem. QinShi approached his roommate and spoke in a deep voice. The Ghost King went to great lengths to nearly wipe out the entire 100 Ghost organization, with the goal of drawing the main forces of a monster hunting academy out of the academy. Whether it was the Ghost King or the one using Medusa's eye, Mito, they both seemed to possess a kind of power, a means of fusing with monsters and borrowing their strength. I suspect that this so-called column organization is like the Jinchuriki in the Naruto world, with members who are all powerful beings that host monsters within their bodies. And the reason they went to such great lengths to lure the academy's teachers away from campus is likely to capture the strongest 7-star monster, the Nine Tails, imprisoned underground in the academy by the first principal. Peibu Liao's eyes widened. What did you say? Our academy has the Nine Tails? The Nine Tails, also known as Kai Bai, is one of the 9 portions of chakra split off from the 10 tails by the sage of the 6 paths, Tsutsuki Kagaya. In the world of Naruto, it is depicted as an orange fox with 9 tails and ranks first in strength among the 9-tailed beasts in Naruto. In Blue Star, during the first beast tied hundreds of years ago, the 9 tails was the strongest among them. Even though the 9 tails within the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, only had half its power, it still provided him with tremendous assistance. Unlike the 9 tails in the Naruto world, which is divided into yin and yang powers, the 9 tails invading Blue Star is in its complete form, with strength far exceeding that of the one residing within Naruto. Similarly, it is also more brutal. Countless human powerhouses were defeated by the 9 tails, forcing humanity to retreat, and large territories became demon domains shrouded in gray mist. Ultimately, it was only through the sacrifice of the first principal of the Monster Hunting Academy that the 9 tails was sealed in the underground prison of the academy. Through his battle with the Ghost King, QinShi became aware of how immensely powerful a single monster could aid the column. He became even more convinced that the true goal of the column organization was the 9 tails. Originally, the plan to lure the 100 Ghosts organization should have been handled by Principal Bai. QinShi recalled the finger that Principal Bai had placed on his forehead before he set off. This was a mark. As long as QinShi encountered danger, Principal Bai would be able to sense it and use his space-rending skill to come to the battlefield. He had originally intended to confront the Ghost King head-on. However, throughout the entire battle, Principal Bai did not appear. If it weren't for QinShi awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan and having the trump card of Yamamoto Janri Sai Shigekuni's Zanpakuto, along with Li Shani's extraordinary power and Peibu Liao's versatile card abilities, he would never have been able to defeat the Ghost King. And the only reason Principal Bai did not appear could only be one. He couldn't come. Principal Bai is in danger, QinShi said in a deep voice. Peibu Liao was a bit flustered. Lao Qin, can't you teleport? That skill where you just mark and can move me and Li Shani over. Use that to go back and take a look. He urged. I tried, but it didn't work. QinShi shook his head. The academy seems to be sealed. I can't use the Flying Thunder God technique to get into the academy. So, something really happened at the academy. Chapter 215. For Purple Flame Formation long before QinShi used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the Ghost King's attack. He had attempted to place the teleportation point at the academy. However, unfortunately, the teleportation failed. It was at that moment that QinShi realized that perhaps the academy was the real purpose behind the Ghost King's organization. Old Pei, Old Lee, I need to get to the academy. You two stay here to rest and wait for me to come back to pick you up. Seeing the two already very exhausted, QinShi felt a bit reluctant. But now the situation was urgent. He had to return to the academy as quickly as possible. We're going together, Lao Qin. The academy is in trouble. You need my strength even more. After a long silence, Li Shani spoke up. He had been worried that his identity would be exposed and that his two roommates would no longer want to associate with him. Now it seemed that his roommates acted as if nothing had happened, and there was no barrier in communication. And now, with the Ghost King's whereabouts unknown, his control over himself was almost non-existent. Li Shani felt an immense sense of freedom, and his worries gradually eased. Right now, the academy was in trouble. As a student of the academy, he had the duty to confront the enemies there. What are you saying, Lao Qin? Although I'm just a student of Osiris Red, I've faced the Ghost King before. I'm not afraid of any storm. We are in the same dormitory. How could I be sleeping soundly while my roommate goes off to risk his life alone? Let's go together, handsome guys. Pei Buliang also patted his chest. QinShi felt a warmth in his heart. After many battles, he now had reliable partners and didn't have to fight alone. Since that's the case, let us go together. QinShi whistled, and a white cloud floated down from the sky. This was a gift QinShi received from the Demon Hunting Academy. A nimbus cloud from the Dragon Clan world. Old Qin, Huang Mao, give me a hand. The plump Pei Buliang grabbed the hands of the two and got onto the nimbus cloud. Go slower. I've lost too much blood and feel a bit dizzy. Got it. QinShi snapped his fingers. The nimbus cloud immediately understood, made a beautiful tail spin, and shot off at high speed amidst Pei Buliang's screams. 2 hours later, QinShi and Li Shani helped the vomiting Pei Buliang as they looked in astonishment at the scene before them. A huge purple, translucent rectangular barrier surrounded the entire academy. Why does it look like glass? Pei Buliang tried to knock on it with his hand, but was yanked back by QinShi. Don't touch it. QinShi casually picked up a twig from the ground and threw it. The moment the twig touched the purple barrier, a purple flame erupted, incinerating the twig. That scared me. Pei Buliang jumped back, slapping his chubby chest, then pointed at the barrier in front of them. This thing is on fire too? QinShi nodded. This was the sealing ninjutsu from the Naruto world, the Four Purple Flames formation. The Four Purple Flames formation is a barrier-type ninjutsu used by Orochimaru to attack the Hidden Leaf Village. It creates a rectangular barrier of purple, translucent flames in the four cardinal directions. The barrier is imbued with purple flames, and anyone who touches the walls of the barrier will be burned. The purpose of the ninjutsu is to prevent outsiders from entering the barrier. During Orochimaru's invasion of the Hidden Leaf, the Sound Four, Zaku, Dosu, Kin, and Jibu used this technique to create an opportunity for Orochimaru to confront the third Hokage alone. Because other ninjas could not enter the barrier to provide rescue, the third Hokage ultimately died in battle. However, this ninjutsu requires 4 people to cooperate to perform. QinShi released his Kin Bunchika Haki, not seeking precision, but to expand a range. Sure enough, he sensed that in the 4 corners of the barrier, there was a powerful force. This barrier ninjutsu is an upgraded version of the ninjutsu in the Naruto world. QinShi withdrew his Kin Bunchika Haki, and a decision formed in his mind. First, unlike in Naruto, this 4 Purple Flames formation can not only block outsiders, but can also block perception. Even with his Kin Bunchika Haki, he could not sense what was happening inside the formation. Moreover, the formation could also restrict space. Otherwise, given the Principal S ability, even if there were danger, he could quickly escape by tearing through space. Yet, the Principal had not appeared on the battlefield where he was confronting the Demon King. Furthermore, although 4 people were performing the formation in each corner, unlike in Naruto, they were not outside the formation, but inside it. This meant that even if there were reinforcements outside, they would not be able to break through the barrier since they could not enter the formation. Finally, there's the range. The Academy's area is comparable to the Hidden Leaf Village in the Naruto world. Yet such a large area is still covered by a barrier-type ninjutsu. It's important to note that in Naruto, the 4 Purple Flames formation only cover rooftop, a clever ninjutsu modification. Although it is still the 4 Purple Flames formation, its effectiveness is several levels stronger than in the Naruto world. Could it be that there are people who can modify ninjutsu? Could it be a legacy from Orochimaru? Let me give it a try, Li Shani said as he borrowed the power of the Thunder Fruit, elementalizing himself. He then controlled a bolt of lightning with his fingers, attempting to penetrate the barrier. However, even the non-physical bolt of lightning was still blocked by the barrier and caught fire. The lightning ignited with purple flames, completely engulfing it. Li Shani frowned. This barrier is too solid. Even with my lightning having the annihilation property, it was still consumed. QinShi nodded. This modified, 4 purple flames formation had already reached the standard of S-level ninjutsu. So the only way in is. QinShi took a deep breath. He was going to take a gamble. His pupils spun with black magatama, and his Sharingan activated. Kamui. QinShi remained standing in place. But Li Shani keenly sensed the difference. He reached out his hand, only to find that he passed right through QinShi's body. Wow, old Qin. You turned into a transparent person? Pei Buyong also noticed QinShi's special state. This is a type of my inherited ability called Kamui. With this ability, I can appear in front of you, but my real body is in another space. Saying this, he moved forward, extending his hand. At the same time, he formed another hand seal, ready to activate the healing ninjutsu, healing technique. Fortunately, QinShi's hand successfully reached into the formation without being ignited by the flames. The void state of Kamui can pass through the barrier. QinShi retracted his hand and instructed his 2 roommates. Then, a whirlpool appeared in his eyes, activating Qin, pulling the 2 into another space. Kamui can not only allow oneself to enter another space, but also bring others along. In Naruto, Obito often used this technique to move with Sasuke. After pulling his 2 roommates into his ocular technique space, QinShi stepped forward and entered the academy. Chapter 216, Crisis at the Academy. Upon entering the academy, QinShi was shocked by the scene before him. Everywhere were broken tiles and bricks. The originally majestic teaching and dormitory buildings had turned into ruins. Besides the broken walls, there was something else that astonished QinShi. That was the corpses of various demon beasts. A tailed beast Naruto, a Bankara's, Pokemon, a zombie Satan beast Digimon, a Demon Oz, One Piece. A summon of demons, Yu-Gi-Oh! Hundreds of demon beast corpses littered the surrounding ruins, large and small, all with broken limbs and no signs of life. Old Qin, did our academy get bombed by a beast tide? Pei Buyong emerged from QinShi's space, nearly biting his tongue at the sight before him. Wow, these demon beasts are all above stage 5. Who took out so many demon beasts? Li Shani looked around and then quietly said, there are no students. Among the corpses in front of them, there was not a single student's body. In the previous Yellow Sparrow plan, only QinShi, the 3 of them, and the group of lecturers went out to confront the 100 Ghosts group head-on. Most of the other students were still inside the school. If it were a large-scale beast tide attack, the students would have suffered heavy casualties. But there were no student corpses on the campus. How strange. Could it be that everyone retreated early? Pei Buyong muttered to himself. However, the still active 4 purple flames formation told everyone that it wouldn't be that simple. QinShi's expression darkened. He had already guessed a possibility. Old Li, Old Pei, you guys go to the northeast corner of the academy. In my perception, the enemies over there are the weakest. Find a way to ambush them, and remember to be quick. Don't worry about killing them. Just interrupt that person from performing the ninjutsu. I need you to tear a hole in this solid 4 purple flames formation. Li Shani nodded. Leave it to me. Yes. Don't worry. Oldie will take the lead while I cover his retreat. No problem. Pei didn't hesitate to assure. But you, old Qin, what are you planning to do? QinShi closed his eyes and released his observation haki. The motion was slow, like a gentle breeze dispersing around to avoid detection by enemies. I need to find Principal Bai. I feel he is in danger. In the observation haki, he couldn't sense the principal's presence. But QinShi still had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Holding a kunai inscribed with charms, QinShi's figure flickered and disappeared from his spot. He used the Flying Thunder God technique. The first place QinShi planned to search was Principal Rock. This was where the principal taught him the Navy's 8 techniques and the 3 color haki. QinShi's figure appeared at Principal Rock, and he looked ahead. There, below Principal Rock, there was a huge circular pit, and in the center stood an old man. Old Shur, the warden of the Impel Down secret realm, the inheritor of the Soul Lock Warden. At this moment, he stood tall, one hand gripping the death sentence scythe, the other holding the soul guiding lamp, becoming a statue. QinShi's observation haki couldn't sense his existence. Old Shur is dead. QinShi realized why there were so many beast corpses in the academy. Because these beasts were all sealed in the Impel Down prison. Old Shur's posture indicated that until the end, he was trying to control the countless beasts in the prison. But he failed. Old Shur had a powerful boost in the Impel Down prison. So how did the enemy defeat him? QinShi had previously seen Old Shur with the principal. This old man had accompanied several generations of principals. No matter how the outside world changed, he remained steadfast in the Impel Down prison, guarding the countless beasts inside. As a person recognized by the impelled down secret realm, Old Shur had absolute dominance within it. Even Principal Bai couldn't defeat Old Shur in the impelled down. Looking at the ruins before him, QinShi immediately understood the enemy's method. It was simple. They destroyed the impelled down prison. Watching the now ruined impelled down and the dead Old Shur, QinShi felt an inexplicable anger and sadness. QinShi walked into the pit, closed Old Shur's eyes, and then used would-release ninjutsu to construct a wooden coffin for Old Shur. He didn't want the old man's body to be exposed outdoors. After doing all this, he closed his eyes and began to think. The principal should still be on campus. This can be inferred from the fact that the enemy has maintained the 4 purple flames formation until now. The enemy must not have completed their task. So the question is, where could the principal be? The observation haki swept through the entire academy again, but still yielded no results. It seemed that the entire academy, apart from the corpses of beasts, had no living beings, except for the 4 corners controlling the 4 purple flames formation enemies. Suddenly, QinShi opened his eyes. He thought of a possibility. There was one place he couldn't sense even with observation haki. That was the back mountain of the academy, Dave's Paradise. QinShi twirled the kunai and activated the Flying Thunder God technique again. He arrived at Dave's Paradise. At this moment, it was daytime in the paradise. However, QinShi was stunned by the scene before him. The sky was covered with black clouds, and the world was dim. The ground was cracked, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. Lava was spewing from the ground, rivers had dried up, and vegetation had withered. Huge yellow rain washed over the land, accompanied by gray mist. This was a scene of the apocalypse, and Principal Bai stood right in front of him. Not far away, a gigantic phantom descended from the sky. It was a long-haired demon dressed in white, holding a dagger in its mouth, with a person's soul in its chest. The soul resembled Principal Bai. QinShi understood very well what this phantom was. This was the strongest sealing ninjutsu from Naruto, the corpse demon sealing technique. And the white-clothed demon was summoned with this technique, capable of devouring the target's soul. Principal, QinShi's eyes widened, and the black tomo appeared in an instant, blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. Shinra Tensei, the long-haired demon, suddenly lifted its drooping head and looked at the appearing QinShi. In an instant, most of its face disappeared. The demon let out a wail, and the only remaining I looked mournfully at QinShi before the phantom vanished. Principal Bai's stiff body swayed after the phantom disappeared and then fell backward. QinShi immediately rushed to support him. Principal Bai slowly raised his head to look at QinShi, his eye sockets bleeding but lacking eyeballs. He smiled. "Little Qin, you're back? Good. I was really afraid you would be killed by that vampire. It's good to be back. Don't speak." QinShi growled, immediately using healing palm technique to treat Principal Bai. Cough, it's too dangerous. The enemy is still here. You need to leave quickly." As he spoke, Principal Bai struggled to raise his hands, wanting to use the power of the tremor fruit to send QinShi away. But QinShi interrupted him. "I'm here to save you. I'm not leaving, old man. You take care of yourself first." QinShi looked up at the distance. In the gray mist, under the heavy rain, stood the figures of 4 people. Chapter 217. QinShi's instant kill. "Oh, a little mouse has snuck in?" a tall woman said lightly while smoking a cigarette. Her hair reached her waist, and she wore a white military hat with a long western short sword at her waist. The cigarette in her hand was just rolling paper without a filter. "We've already taken out 7 people. We can't let this kid save anyone. Don't worry. Old Bai is still a bit tricky. This kid looks to be under 20, even too tender to be a side dish for me." A short figure with one eye and a head resembling a volcano said. He had devices on his hands that looked like oversized grenades. "Who? Don't be careless. Our mission has been accomplished. Principal Bai is on the brink of death." In the smoke, there was another man dressed in a black coat, wearing a black eye patch, speaking as if many people were speaking together. Beside the man stood a girl resembling a neighbor's child, with long purple hair that reached her knees, her lips slightly pursed. She stared straight at QinShi not far away, seemingly lost in thought. QinShi gently laid Principal Bai down, patted the back of the principal's clenched hand, and discreetly stuffed a bean into the principal's mouth. This was a healing bean, the last remaining healing beans. Although claimed to heal all external injuries and restore full spirit power, he still had no confidence in healing the principal's injuries. All he knew was that he couldn't escape. Now, the principal urgently needed treatment, especially for his soul. The corpse demon sealing technique was nearly complete. Although he had snatched the principal from the hands of the death god, the principal's soul must have suffered great damage. But he knew that at least for now, he couldn't escape. The principal had chosen the battlefield at the secret realm, Dave's Paradise, but the enemy was still able to enter, indicating that there was a master capable of manipulating space among the enemy ranks. If it were easy to escape, then Principal by Shun-Ti had been forced into such a critical situation. Using the Flying Thunder God technique without knowing the enemy's position and capabilities would be tantamount to seeking death. You are the ones who harm my master? Then it can only be to the death. QinShi took a deep breath, and the San Shunya appeared in an instant. What's up, kid? You still want revenge? Ha ha ha. I'll make you just like your master. The short monster laughed loudly, and the device in its hand suddenly erupted with a loud bang. A massive flame shot out as the short monster thrust its hands backward, propelling itself toward QinShi at high speed like a rocket. The opponent's inheritance was Bakugo Katsuki from My Hero Academia, and the beast it housed was the special cursed spirit Ryomen Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen. Every member of the Pillar organization possesses a powerful inheritance and houses a beast within. Just from the opponent's attire and the techniques they employed, QinShi deduced the inheritance and beast of the attacking individual. Volcanic eruption, flame bomb. The monster named Hua grinned wickedly as it charged toward QinShi, then brought its hands together, causing flames to erupt like a bomb, raising thick clouds of smoke. The Bakugo Katsuki inheritance can secrete explosive substances similar to nitroglycerin, creating explosions at the point of contact. The beast, Ryomen Sukuna, has the ability to manipulate fire blades. This man named Hua combined his Bakugo Katsuki inheritance with the abilities of the beast, Ryomen Sukuna, to create explosive flames. As the flames dissipated, QinShi stepped out slowly, waving his long sword, spilling a stream of red blood. Next, behind him, the man named Hua wore an expression of disbelief in his eyes, then clutched his throat and fell to the ground with a thud. What happened? The tall woman in a military hat dropped the cigarette she was holding in shock. Well, actually, just die like that? Captain, did you see that? A man emerged from the smoke, nodding. He pointed at QinShi. The opponent possesses some spatial abilities and, like me, activates them using ocular techniques. His flame bomb did not hit him. Moreover, before Hua attacked, he had already set up a magic array within a 3-meter radius to disrupt the opponent's actions and some threads to restrict their movements. Another key factor is the sword in the opponent's hand. He switched his weapon at the moment Hua attacked. That sword should be a zanpakuto from the world of Soul Reapers, extremely effective against spirits. If Hua had seen that sword from the beginning, he likely wouldn't have rashly approached this young man. Impressive, really impressive. This young man is simply a combat genius. The man with the eye patch clapped, his tone full of praise. However, QinShi's pupils contracted slightly. The opponent actually saw through his methods. The man was right. When he set down Principal Bai, he had already utilized the gravity fruit skill to set 10 times gravity. Furthermore, he used the string fruit skill to install puppet strings around him. The importance of skill accumulation cannot be overstated. It was through hard work in previous battles that QinShi had gained so many powerful skills. The 2 moves he used to restrict actions ensured that any enemy daring to step within 3 meters in front of him could be controlled for 3 seconds. With his profound academic accumulation, upon uncovering his inheritance and the beast it housed, QinShi immediately switched to a zanpakuto better suited for combating spirits. Additionally, utilizing the God's Might ability of the kaleidoscope, he preemptively phantasmed to evade the opponent's flame bomb. Ultimately, he successfully counterkilled his opponent within a second of battle time. However, his actions did not escape the opponent's eyes. Could it be that the man with the eye patch also possesses ocular techniques that enhance observation like his own? QinShi speculated inwardly. He knew that he had quickly killed the short monster Hua by exploiting the opponent's underestimation and information gap. But everyone in the Pillar is formidable. If they start taking him seriously, it will be much harder for him to achieve an easy victory. Moreover, the most critical point is that the one who can use spatial skills has yet to reveal themselves. QinShi felt a bit anxious. He could not see the opponent's figure, and even with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could not observe them. However, his maxed observation haki and Conqueror's haki were both reminding him that, besides the 2 women and 1 man in front of him, another enemy was lurking in the shadows. Battling these people in front of him was not the most important thing. What he needed to do now was to rescue Principal Bai and then provide medical assistance. But if the hidden enemy did not expose themselves, using God's Might recklessly could put both himself and Principal Bai in danger. How patient they must be. Even with their teammate dying in front of them, they still haven't shown themselves. QinShi raised the sword in his hand. He must draw out the hidden enemy. Chapter 218. Stand in an imperial tool. Haha. You see, only true war can cultivate strong individuals. He is just a boy, yet he possesses such strength. The man with the eye patch spoke to the woman behind him. Only blood and death can force humanity to step out of comfort and peace, making it possible to face the terrifying world of the future. The leader is right. His speech was rapid, and his tone was elevated, making QinShi feel as if he was happy. His teammate died, and, as the captain of this small team, he was actually happy. QinShi found it incomprehensible. Captain, I understand your excitement, but right now, this boy is our enemy. The leader said to ensure that Principal Bai is killed. He still has a breath left, so we cannot consider the mission complete. The woman in the white military hat drew the western sword from her waist, a smile on her lips. This boy is an enemy that can satisfy me. Don't be careless, shout AI. His strength means that any one of us alone does not have a guaranteed victory against him. The man referred to as the captain cautioned, then spoke to the air. Rainbow, I allow you to act now. QinShi observed the several enemies not far away, although obscured by gray mist. Under the effect of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he clearly grasped their actions. Even the man speaking to the air had his lip movements clearly interpreted by QinShi. Sure enough, another enemy was hidden in the shadows. QinShi knew that this time he had to face two opponents. This was already a fortunate situation. Regardless of whether they were underestimating him or had other considerations, the fact that they had not all rushed to gang up on him was already quite good. Hee, I love young people the most. Now, let big sister see your abilities. The tall woman in the military hat, named Xiao AI, licked her lips and then swung her western sword into the air. QinShi felt a chill in his heart. He sensed a wave of coldness. Almost instantly, in front of the woman swinging her sword, ice spikes 3 meters high shot out into the air. The ice spikes pierced through QinShi's body and emerged from his back. However, QinShi showed no reaction, merely staring directly at the enemy. He kept the kaleidoscope Sharingan active, and the power of God's might was continuously in effect. The ice spikes could not pierce his body in the alternate space. By observing the opponent's attack, QinShi roughly determined the woman's inheritance. The white military hat attire and the western sword indicated that she could use ice powers to attack. This woman's inheritance is from Akame Ga Kill, specifically from his death. His death, in Akame Ga Kill, is the leader of the Hunters, the youngest and strongest general of the Empire. A super S-rank queen, she possesses terrifying strength that is hard to rival, and her ice imperial tool, Demon God Manifestation, Essence of Evil, is widely recognized as the strongest in the anime. It seems your eyes are quite troublesome. My ice cannot pierce you. The woman named Xiao AI caressed her sword. Rainbow, help me force him out. QinShi was taken aback. He was in a phasing state, so who else could force him out? Suddenly, he felt the space around him ripple like flowing water. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. This was a reminder from the observation hockey. Shuanpa was immediately activated, and QinShi jumped away from his original position. Suddenly, a blue void appeared where he had just stood, along with the shattered stones on the ground. Everything within the area covered by the blue void was completely devoured, as if it had been swallowed by a black hole. After a while, the blue gap closed. This is a stand? Ordinary people could not see the creature that had just attacked, but with his kaleidoscope Sharingan, QinShi could see all spirit energy-based beings. Although it was just a fleeting glance, he still clearly saw the enemy's appearance thanks to the abnormal observation power of the Sharingan. 3 meters tall, with metallic muscles, and a head like a metal can. Combining this with its earlier ability to swallow space, this monster is the Stand Bomb Space. QinShi deduced the identity of the monster attacking him. Stand is a unique concept from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Diamond is unbreakable. It is a unique spiritual entity that ordinary people cannot see, often attached to its user and can be released by the user, possessing various bizarre shapes and abilities. Bomb Space is the Stand of Uchiha from JoJo's anime, possessing the power to erase everything, even space itself. Although QinShi was in a phasing state where he had just stood, he would still be erased if hit by the power of Bomb Space. Missing once, the stand clasped its hands together and erased space again. It had actually used this move to hide itself. QinShi frowned. He was unsure whether the stand in front of him was the ability of the last enemy hiding in the shadows or the beast residing within him. What's worse, he was being attacked by the stand, while the controller behind it was still hiding in the dark. QinShi speculated that it was the stand that erased the space he was hiding in, making it impossible for him to find it. Pretty fast, kid. Even able to dodge Hong's ambush. The tall woman, Xiao AI, couldn't help but clap. But you running around makes things difficult for me. Let us use this move to decide the winner. The woman raised a western sword in her hand high. A chilling aura surged, and in just a breath, an ice ball resembling a meteorite appeared in the sky. My weapon is Ice Emperor's artifact. Manifestation of the demon, essence of the devil. I like it very much because it can imprison the enemy's death in everlasting ice. Come on, you also enter my ice world, the woman said, pointing the sword forward. The ice meteor fell from the sky. QinShi looked at the ice meteor in the sky. He could easily use Kamui to evade the attack. But in just a moment, his face changed dramatically. Because the target of the ice meteor was not him, but the principal Bai, who was temporarily unconscious and lying on the ground. Damn it! Shuanpa activated, and QinShi ran swiftly towards the principal. But just as he was running towards the principal, the bomb space stand appeared beside the principal and swung its hand. The target of the bomb space stand was not the principal, but QinShi, who had to rush to the principal. This was a perfect combination by the enemy. The attack of the ice meteor forced QinShi to save Principal Bai, but the ability of the bomb space stand meant that as long as he went to save, he would be hit by the opponent's skill. This was a dilemma, with almost no time for him to think. At the critical moment, QinShi activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. A giant purple figure burst out from QinShi's body. The expanding body immediately squeezed the bomb space that was still in the air. This was the ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 219. Teammates arrived. QinShi held Principal Bai in his arms, and Susanoo wrapped around him, extending into a towering purple giant several dozen meters high. Although he successfully used the explosive expansion to push the bomb space away, it wasn't without cost. As the bomb space stand swung down its arm, one of Susanoo's left arms was forcibly torn into nothingness. The ice meteor falling from the sky was supported on Susanoo's shoulder with one arm. But the impact of the ice meteor was extraordinary. QinShi snorted coldly. Susanoo knelt down on one leg, forcefully holding the ice meteor with one arm. He successfully saved the principal. However, Susanoo was pressed down by the ice block and could not put down the principal to escape. QinShi had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. At this moment, his body experienced a brief period of immobility. Now that I've caught you, the man called the captain by the woman stepped forward a couple of steps and then removed his mask. As he stepped, his figure split into two, then into six. Two distinct-looking individuals emerged. What was even more surprising was their eyes. QinShi looked up at their eyes, his expression startled. In front of him, 6 expressionless men had peculiar patterns in their eyes, resembling ripples on water. QinShi was very familiar with those eyes. They were the pinnacle of eye techniques in the Naruto world, the Rinnegan. QinShi instantly confirmed the inheritance of the man in front of him. The enemy's inheritance was that of the leader of the Akatsuki organization in the Naruto world, Nagato. The man with longer hair stepped forward, then slammed his hands on the ground. Rinnegan, amplification, summoning technique. Hell crab, hellhound. A giant crab and a 3-headed hellhound appeared, roaring and charging towards QinShi. The 2 giant summoned beasts firmly restrained him on both sides. With the pressure of the ice meteor above and the 2 giant summoned beasts pinching him from the sides, even with Susanoo's protection, QinShi was forced to be immobile. A handsome young man with a cold expression walked out. That was the Deva path of the Rinnegan. I won't hold back against an opponent like you. It has to be a one-hit kill. He raised both hands and then let out a low grunt. Super Shinra Tensei. Super Shinra Tensei, one of Deva Path Pain's ultimate moves in Naruto, far surpasses the power of Shinra Tensei. It concentrates all the chakra of the 6 paths onto Deva Path, explosively releasing the power to use super strong repulsion to eliminate everything around. The power of this move has a range of several kilometers. In the Naruto anime, Pain used this skill to flatten the entire Konoha village. Boom! The massive shockwave made the entire Dave's Paradise secret realm tremble, and a vast ground was forcibly smashed into a huge pit. As the dust cleared, there was no trace of QinShi. Huh, what a terrifying move. The woman in the military hat stepped forward, clapping her chest. Behind her were another woman wearing an eye mask and the other members of the 6 Paths of Pain. Except for Deva Path, everyone else used the hiding ability of bomb space to conceal themselves before the activation of Super Shinra Tensei. Although it wasn't the first time seeing this, every time I do, it feels like a move only a god could have. The woman Xiao AI looked at the vast ground that had been bombed into a huge pit, still feeling fearful. Huh, not even a corpse left. It seems that kid and Principal Bai have turned to dust. the woman said with a smile. But the heavenly path stood still, unmoving. The Rinnegan sensed the surroundings and suddenly looked up. The opponent's Susanoo was hovering high in the sky, safe and sound. Next to QinShi, there was also a young boy with a head full of yellow hair standing atop the thunderclouds, holding a fat man in his arms. The fat man was Pei Buiyang, and at this moment, his fingertips were pinching a green card. Well, luckily few just in time before the shockwave. Used a magic card shift. The shift card has the ability to swap the positions of the target object and another object. Pei Buiyang used this card to swap the positions of QinShi and the clouds in the sky the moment Super Shinra Tensei was unleashed. However, moving such a large object as Susanoo also left Pei Buiyang feeling exhausted, trembling as he spoke. Oh, there are accomplices? The woman's eyes flashed, and she thrust her western sword upwards. A dragon of ice rose from the ground, charging towards QinShi and the others. But suddenly, an ice bird flew from the sky and crashed violently into the ice dragon created by the military hat woman. I want to see who is bullying my lovely student. A crack appeared in space, and a tall man dressed in a white vest and a dark blue shirt, wearing a green eye mask on his forehead, walked slowly towards them. The ground beneath his feet immediately froze over. He was QinShi, one of the Academy's top instructors, possessing the ability of the ice fruit. Another enemy has arrived. Interesting. The military hat woman's lips curled slightly. The mice have all come in one by one, just as she was preparing for battle. A companion resembling the girl next door reached out to stop her. What's wrong, Shasha? Are you trying to stop me from fighting? The military hat woman frowned. The woman named Shasha didn't speak, but pointed to the left front, 50 meters away. Another crack appeared in space. A man with a bare upper body, covered in scars, stepped out. A powerful heat rose from his body, turning the ground beneath him into lava. It's you guys who destroyed our academy to this state. Justice will never allow your actions. The newcomer was also one of the Academy's top instructors, possessing the ability of the magma fruit, Qi Quan. The two surrounded the enemies of the column organization, one in front of the other. In the sky, QinShi and Li Shani were also watching closely. Hong, we're leaving. The man referred to as the captain suddenly spoke. The 6 Rinnegan clones merged again, becoming one person. But Captain, the military hat woman wanted to say something, but was coldly glared at by the man, instantly feeling as if doused with cold water. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I said we're leaving. After using Super Shinra Tensei, my heavenly path ability will temporarily be unavailable. And I don't have a 100% guarantee of taking down these few in front of me. The mission comes first. Bringing 9 tails to the leader is the most important. Let us go. With his words, a short, hunched middle-aged man with a beard suddenly appeared in front of the column members. He was the embodiment of the bombing space stand. As the stand appeared, with a flick of his hand, a light blue alternate space emerged. This time I'll let you go, but enjoy the luck of surviving. Your doomsday is about to come. The military hat woman glared fiercely at QinShi and the others, then turned and walked into the alternate space with the other members of the column organization. Chapter 220. After the battle dam, are we just letting them go like that? We have 5 people. We have a numerical advantage, Pei Buiyang said unwillingly as he watched the departing members of the column organization. Just as he finished speaking, Li Shani, who was holding him, wobbled and then fell from the thunderclouds. I'm going to die. Pei Buiyang shouted loudly as he fell. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a hand made of sand caught him midair. This was QinShi's ninjutsu sand hand. QinShi held the unconscious principal by in one arm, while using the sand hand to gently lower Pei Buiyang and Li Shani to the ground. Who not far away. QinShi and Qi Quan glanced at the safely landed group, let out a long sigh, and then collapsed onto the ground. Their bodies were covered with numerous wounds. The two used their ice and fire powers to temporarily stop their bleeding, but they were still bleeding profusely. Why aren't we pursuing? QinShi smiled bitterly. Everyone had actually reached the edge of their limits. He had experienced the battle with the Ghost King, rushed to the academy without stopping, and fought against the members of the column. He had time to heal his injuries, and his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. That had also been used up. He still had the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly return to the academy. But what about Teacher QinShi and Teacher Qi Quan? They had been fighting against the monsters of the 100 Ghost group all the way to the academy entrance. They had also worked with Li Shani to repel the 4 members of the column, using sealing ninjutsu. They were already at their limits. QinShi gritted his teeth, used the clone technique to appear in front of QinShi, Qi Quan, and Li Shani, and use his remaining spiritual energy to stop their bleeding. Ever since he successfully cleared the Days Paradise for the first time, he had also become the master of the secret realm Days Paradise. Therefore, he could ignore the rule that Days Paradise was only open to new students and set the entrance to be open to everyone as soon as he entered the secret realm. Lishani also didn't let him down during his time of crisis. She successfully defeated the enemy ninja, sealing the Demon Hunting Academy, and timely supported QinShi and Qi Quan. But that was all. Everyone had no strength left to continue fighting. After using the clone technique, QinShi tremblingly approached Principal Bai and gritted his teeth to continue using the healing technique until his spiritual energy was exhausted, and he fainted. After an unknown amount of time, QinShi slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on a bed, which was his dormitory bed in the Demon Hunting Academy. "You're awake?" A rough male voice came over. A tall, bare-chested old man walked in with a smile, carrying a large basin of food in one hand and an oil lamp in the other. The person was Principal Bai. "It's good that you're awake. Come, eat something." QinShi looked at the full plate of steak, roast chicken, and fried pork chops, feeling a bit dazed. "Oh, Principal, you really shouldn't give a recently healed patient such all-meat food." A sweet female voice came, and a tall girl dressed in a tank top with fair skin walked in. Her hair was golden, her pupils blue, but her face had the unique almond shape of an East Asian. She was a mixed-race girl of Central European descent. "Haha, Xiao Lin Long. Every time I return from the demon realm injured, I eat this kind of all-meat recovery meal." Principal Bai laughed heartily, but still brought over a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge while kindly handing over a glass of water. Throughout the process, he held the oil lamp with one hand. "Thank you, Principal." QinShi drank the porridge and glanced at the oil lamp in the principal's hand. "By the way, Principal, how are Lishani and Teacher QinShi doing?" The condition of his companions was not optimistic. They were severely injured, not only with surface wounds, but also with many meridians damaged. Even if they could use their fruit abilities to temporarily elementalize themselves, the severe injuries would still harm their real bodies. "But you don't need to worry." Principal Bai smiled. "They're safe now. You know that Lin Rong's inheritance is Artoria Pendragon from the Fate world, with a noble phantasm, the ideal country independent from the world. This noble phantasm has extraordinary healing effects and has already healed Lishani and the others' injuries." Lin Rong, standing nearby, proudly tossed her hair. "As the Academy's healer, with me around, they won't die." Seeing the girl's smug expression, QinShi smiled slightly and did not respond. As a time traveler well-versed in 300 types of anime, he knew that the A-ranked noble phantasm, ideal country, of the character known as the King of Bedhead in the Fate world is a sheath that can form a holy land barrier. Although it has powerful healing abilities, healing someone other than the user comes at high cost. QinShi hesitated for a moment. "Then what about you, Principal? Are your injuries healed?" Principal Bai smiled. "Look at me. I'm full of energy now. All right, let's talk about serious matters." He straightened his body, his tall figure almost hitting the Academy's ceiling. "Rather than me talking, why don't you ask, QinShi, do you have anything you want to ask?" After the battle with the column organization, QinShi indeed had many questions in his heart. Where did the students and other teachers in the Academy go? He asked first. After entering the Academy, although QinShi saw ruins and countless monster corpses, he did not see any student corpses. He guessed that the principal had used some means to transfer the students to a secret location. "I sent them all to the secret realm." Secret realm? QinShi knew that the Academy had two secret realms, one being the self-contained small world, Days Paradise, and the other being the Academy cafeteria's location, Hot Pot Lake. However, the second secret realm could only be considered a peculiar lake, with nothing particularly special about it. "Don't think there are only these two secret realms in the Academy." Principal Bai laughed heartily. "There's another awesome secret realm, which is a stacked secret realm formed beneath Hot Pot Lake, God and Demon Cemetery. This secret realm was discovered during the tenure of the Second Dean and can absorb the power of the buried individuals and theoretically grant it to those who pass the cemetery's tests. The enemy would never expect that there was a stacked secret realm beneath the original secret realm. At the first moment of the Academy's invasion, I transferred the students and some teachers there," Principal Bai patiently explained. QinShi nodded, realizing that the Academy's foundation was indeed much deeper than he had thought. "Now, for the second question. Principal, why? Did you harm your own eyes?" Chapter 221. Death and the Hidden Enemy. QinShi clearly remembered that when he encountered Principal Bai after entering Days Paradise, his eyes were in a state of bleeding without focus, as if someone had poked them out. Even now, QinShi could still see the obvious scars around Principal Bai's eye sockets. Principal Bai possessed the inheritance of the strongest man known in the Pirate King world. White beard, Edward Newgate. His three-color hockey had reached perfection, especially his observation hockey, which had reached the level of being able to see parts of the future. He was even stronger than the Whitebeard in the anime. No one could ambush and poke out the eyes of a principal with such powerful observation hockey. Therefore, his eyes were self-blinded. So what kind of enemy forced Principal Bai to voluntarily blind himself? Principal Bai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. I was going to tell you about this myself, but I didn't expect you to notice it already. You can more or less guess that the reason the enemy's invasion of the Monster Hunting Academy went so smoothly is that the people from the column organization were quite familiar with the Academy's layout and formations. QinShi nodded. Not to mention, the Monster Hunting Academy had a protective formation. When QinShi first entered the Academy, he was deeply shocked by the malevolent aura of the Great Formation. This was a formation made from the bones of monster beasts. It could not only resist monster attacks, but also automatically identify enemies who had malicious intent and were not registered in the Academy. However, since it's a formation, there are ways to break it. Principal Bai slowly said. As he spoke, Lin Rong quietly stepped back. This malevolent formation has a focal point, which is a stone tablet at the southwest corner of the Academy. Shattering the stone tablet allows free access. Principal Bai slowly recalled. This method was originally meant for students to escape in case of an uncontrollable situation in the Academy's secret realm. Only this one place. This focal point can only be known by the principal of the Academy, but it has been broken by the opponent. So there must be someone among them who is familiar with the Academy and its secrets. After hearing Principal Bai's analysis, QinShi nodded, suddenly pausing. You said that the location of this focal point can only be known by the principal? Then why did you tell me? QinShi was somewhat puzzled. At the same time, he guessed something and felt a dark premonition. Because I want you to be the principal. Principal Bai said lightly, as if the position of the principal of the Monster Hunting Academy was just like an apple that could be casually handed over. QinShi was speechless. Principal, don't joke around. QinShi thought the principal was just making a joke, but he didn't expect the other party to look at him seriously. I'm not joking. QinShi, I'm serious. You will be the next principal of the Monster Hunting Academy. Although the Monster Hunting Academy is called an academy, it is, in fact, an absolute military base. Students are spread across the 9 provinces, and S-rank graduates are emerging in endlessly. It can be said to be one of the most powerful forces in the 9 provinces. It is also the most solid wall protecting the land of the 9 provinces. And becoming the principal of the academy means becoming the most powerful person in this world. Sigh. Principal Bai sighed. Don't hide it anymore. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. You saw through it long ago, right? You are my disciple, and I know how capable you are. I originally wanted to keep it from you, but I didn't expect you to notice it shortly after I came in. You discovered that I have already run out of oil. Principal Bai smiled, picking up an oil lamp nearby. You don't know how many times I've looked at this oil lamp. Although I've been careful each time, my observation hockey is not just for show. QinShi fell silent. This oil lamp is the 7-star lamp? Principal Bai exclaimed. QinShi, your knowledge truly amazes me. I originally thought you might have guessed the use of this oil lamp, but I didn't expect you to even guess its origin. That's right. It is the treasure 7-star lamp from the world of the 3 kingdoms. The 7-star lamp comes from Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and was lit by Zhuge Liang at Wuzhong Plains to prolong his life. Not only does Blue Star have various secret realms, but also occasionally features treasures from various worlds in the anime. This 7-star lamp was a treasure that Principal Bai stumbled upon in the monster domain during his youth. Similar to the 7-star lamp in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, it has the ability to extend life, allowing a dying person to survive for 7 more days. Ultimately, the 7-star lamp cannot bring the dead back to life. It merely enhances the dying person's last flicker of life. You have been unconscious for 7 days. And today is the day the 7-star lamp becomes ineffective. Principal Bai looked at QinShi kindly and said, "WH. What?" QinShi stammered. "How could it be so fast? This is a world where one can find powers from all realms. There must be a way to save you." His hand unconsciously grabbed Principal Bai's arm. For orphans like QinShi, Principal Bai regarded him as a cherished disciple, teaching him the 3 colors hockey and the Navy's 6 styles. He had long become both a teacher and a father figure. In fact, was Principal Bai not the same? He patted QinShi on the head. Having dedicated his life to the academy, he had no offspring of his own. When he looked at QinShi, he genuinely felt a sense of treating him like his own son. There was nothing to be embarrassed about, right? After all, the Whitebeard legacy he passed down was originally a character that liked to adopt people as sons in the world of One Piece. It's useless. Since you've already guessed that the column organization has someone familiar with the academy, you might not be able to guess who it is. I wasn't sure either until I saw that doll. No, it was the eyes. Doll? QinShi was taken aback. He vaguely remembered that there was a corpse on the ground next to the column members. The corpse had flesh and blood, and also wooden mechanisms. It indeed looked like a broken doll. But at that time, the battle was intense, and QinShi didn't pay much attention to it. Although he had doubts in his heart, he knew that these things were not important right now. He shook his head and said anxiously, "No. Not important, Principal. The most important thing now is to find a way to save you." "QinShi, listen to me." Principal patted QinShi's shoulder. "I'm beyond saving. Even Lin Long's treasure, the ideal land of independence, can't save me. So what I'm about to say is very important, even more important than my life. You must listen carefully." He took a deep breath. "Strictly speaking, it was one eye of the doll, which has a magical pattern just like yours. According to your descriptions, that eye is called Kaleidoscope Sharingan. If I'm not mistaken, the true leader of the column organization is someone who has inherited the legacy of Uchiha Shursui from the Naruto world." Principal paused and then spoke slowly. "His name is Wu Sheng, the founding principal of the Demon Hunting Academy." Chapter 222, The Death of Principal by the Founding. Principal? QinShi looked at Principal in disbelief. Founding Principal Wu Sheng, the first person to awaken a legacy, led millions of inheritors from the 9 provinces to resist the first Red Moon Beast Tide. During this once-in-a-century Beast Tide invasion, Principal Wu Sheng slaughtered nearly 1 million demon beasts and successfully sealed the 7-star demon beast, Nine Tails, using the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. After the battle, he established the first academy composed of high-level inheritors, taking on the mission of hunting demon beasts and protecting the 9 provinces, naming it the Demon Hunting Academy. He was the most revered figure among the common people of the 9 provinces and was said to be an inheritor that could never be surpassed. How could it be him? This was a hero worshipped by thousands, who achieved great feats over 200 years ago. How could he possibly be the leader of the Dark Organization column? QinShi looked at Principal in disbelief. But upon careful thought, he actually felt that everything seemed possible. The location of the Academy's killing formation, known only to past principals, was just one reason. The Academy had a secret prison impelled down beneath the principal's rock, where many demon beasts were imprisoned, which many people knew. But the 7-star demon beast, Nine Tails, was sealed within that prison, which was top secret. Yet the column organization was able to directly attack the Academy's impelled down prison, find, and forcibly take away the demon beast, Nine Tails. This indicated that they knew this top-secret information. And as the one who sealed Nine Tails, the founding principal Wu Sheng must have known the specific location of Nine Tails' imprisonment. Plus that Principal continued that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, possesses a secret technique called Kodoamitsukami. This is a technique that can manipulate people, although I don't know why it appeared in a doll's eye. That special pattern is indeed recorded in the Academy's classics, belonging to the founding principal's Kaleidoscope Sharingan. QinShi nodded. He knew Kodoamitsukami. Kodoamitsukami is a unique illusion technique of Uchiha Shursui's Kaleidoscope Sharingan in Naruto. It is called the strongest illusion. It can invade the opponent's brain without them noticing and alter their will. However, it comes with a high cost, requiring a cooldown of over 10 years after use. When I saw that I realized that the true manipulator behind the enemy was indeed the founding principal, just like you, and I was momentarily stunned. Principal sighed. It was that moment of distraction that allowed the other party to successfully activate the secret technique, Kodoamitsukami, hidden within that eye. However, I immediately activated Conqueror's Haki to interfere with them. He rubbed his head. Conqueror's Haki can intimidate or even stun the opponent with one's own spirit. Thanks to that interference, I successfully caused the opponent's Kodoamitsukami illusion technique to be slightly delayed. Then I immediately stabbed my own eyes out, hoping to avoid being controlled by Kodoamitsukami. But it turned out I was overestimating my simplicity. Principal smiled bitterly. Kodoamitsukami, this illusion, still invaded my brain, although it didn't fully cast. It couldn't completely control my body, but it rendered me powerless to resist. Just like that, I was defeated by those people from the column organization. However, even if I stood still and let them kill me, with my armament Haki, they still couldn't kill me. So, they sacrificed the life of that doll, and used the sealing ninjutsu corpse demon seal. Principal sighed. This is a sealing ninjutsu that can directly harm the soul. You know what happened next? QinShi's body trembled. Corpse demon seal. How terrifying is sealing ninjutsu? The user must pay with their own life to summon the Shinigami to take the target's soul. Although he used Kemi against the Shinigami to interrupt the soul harvesting, Principal soul was still severely damaged, leaving only a wisp of residual soul barely lingering in the human realm. But thanks to you, I could still wrap things up nicely. Principal Bai laughed heartily, pulling out a large wine jug from somewhere and gulping down several mouthfuls. Now, I only have a wisp of residual soul left, and my power cannot be entrusted to the demon and god cemetery secret realm. You have already resonated with my power by learning the 3 colors hockey from me, and you are very special. So many different legacies can coexist in your body. So, QinShi, my disciple, continue to use my light and heat to protect the beings of the 9 provinces. After saying that, Principal Bai suddenly threw away the wine jug in his hand, then pointed his thick finger at the center of QinShi's forehead. QinShi felt his head swell, and countless scenes of Principal Bai's life flashed before his eyes. The young Principal Bai was an infant abandoned by his parents in the mountains. He was tall and strong, able to be as powerful as a beast, even without awakening a legacy. His hometown was swallowed by the mist of the demon domain, turning into a boundless demon territory. The 4th principal discovered this human child while surveying the demon domain and brought him back to the academy to raise. At 18, Principal Bai successfully awakened the S-rank legacy, Whitebeard, and quickly developed his own legacy with exceptional talent. At 25, still a young man, Principal Bai fell in love with the school's education office director, Wan Xiao, whose legacy was from the One Piece world Pekin Gomastasi, and they got married. But just 3 months later, during an invasion by beast tides, his wife died fighting on the Great Wall. Principal Bai remained unmarried for the rest of his life. At 30, he became the dean and, in the same year, resisted the second large-scale beast tide, single-handedly killing the 7-star demon beast, 8 Tails. At 35, he chased down the once powerful dark organization, Meteor Street, annihilating 7 members of Meteor Street at the cost of 13 scars on his body. At 40, he established demon suppression posts across various regions of the 9 provinces, reinforcing the Great Formation of the 9 provinces with 6 relics and the Great Wall, preventing large-scale beast tides for the next 15 years. At 55, he single-handedly killed 521 high-level demon beasts that escaped from Advanced City, prison, and managed to relocate all the students, resulting in 0 casualties. In the end, after killing 6 members of the Pillar organization, he was struck by the puppet-controlled illusion of otherworldly god. Ding, you have been granted power and have mastered the S-rank inheritance of Edward Newgate from the world of One Piece. The sudden system prompt brought QinShi's attention back. QinShi suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself standing atop the principal rock. The sky was somewhat dim, and the evening glow was approaching. The fiery clouds painted the entire sky red. A strong wind howled, and a heavy rain was about to fall. Principal Bai stood not far away, his skin wrinkled, his hair gray, as if he had aged 30 years. But despite his aging body, his spirit was even more invigorated. He held a wine jug in one hand and a large knife, cloud-cutting blade, in the other, laughing heartily against the blowing wind. The long tether was already in the hands of the youth. Tomorrow, he would bind the Calamity Dragon. Late autumn, I have come to find you. At 55, Principal Bai stood against the wind and fell at dusk. Chapter 223. The funeral and the conference. Principal Bai's funeral was held in a heavy rain. People stood in front of the tombstone, dressed in black, holding white flowers, placing them in order in front of Principal Bai's tombstone. The rain fell harder, and the crowd began to slowly disperse. In the end, only 3 people remained. QinShi stood motionless in front of the tombstone. Hey, how about we persuade him? Peibu Liao said under his umbrella, pointing at QinShi, who had been standing in the heavy rain for a whole day. Sigh. Li Shani walked to QinShi's side and said to himself, Principal Bai was a good person. From the moment I entered the academy, he discovered that I was an undercover sent by the 100 Ghost group. But he didn't arrest me. He told me it was rare to see a genuinely kind ghost. He said, Kid, since you are in my academy, you are my student. Be a good person. I will protect you. If one day you do evil, I will personally deal with you. After graduation, remember you are a student of the Demon Hunting Academy. If you see others in trouble, lend a hand. I think Principal Bai definitely hoped we could become true demon hunters. Li Shani rambled on, unlike his usual silence. I know. QinShi suddenly interrupted Li Shani's consolation and slowly turned around. Let's go. There are many things waiting for us to do. Peibu Liao and Li Shani both nodded, and they subconsciously looked into QinShi's eyes. His eyes, besides the black tomo of the Sharingan, had an additional pattern. It was a pattern like rippling water. Li Shani remembered that pair of eyes. They belonged to the supreme ocular technique in the Naruto world, the Rinnegan. Ding. You have encountered an opportunity. After consuming all points, The completeness of Obito's inheritance reaches 100. The system's prompt rang in QinShi's ears. An opportunity? Huh? How I wish I didn't want this opportunity. He turned a glance at Principal Bai's tombstone. Master, you can rest assured and leave. I will protect this world for you. The main building of the academy had regained its former grandeur. Among the teaching staff, there was a teacher with an S-rank inheritance. Jiraiki's from Fairy Tail. Through his powerful earth magic, the campus buildings were quickly restored. However, physical structures could be easily repaired, but shattered hearts were much harder to mend. At this moment, the students gathered in the square in front of Principal Rock, their faces filled with worry and fear. The academy's bell, rarely rung, was sounded to notify everyone to come to the academy square. The students chatted among themselves, clamoring, and some even began to cry. Until someone shouted, "Quiet, quiet, the teachers are here." But everyone seemed to ignore it and continued talking. On the podium in front of the square, Lin Long, QinShi, and Chi walked up one after another. The 12 gold medal teachers of the academy, besides QinShi and the 3 others, also included the severely injured Taoist, Wang, lying in bed, and 2 others stationed at the border. The rest had all perished. Shirlao, Deshawn, and Arno. They all lost their lives in the battle against the 100 Ghost Group and Pillar Organization. The ordinary teaching staff also suffered heavy losses, with more than a third of them dead or severely injured in combat. Many teachers, bandaged, came to attend this conference. Only the students, who had not participated in the earlier battles against the 100 Ghost Group and had been timely relocated to the secret realm by Principal Bai, had 0 casualties. But the students who had not undergone the baptism of brutal war were, at this moment, the most frustrated group. Have you heard? Principal Bai sacrificed himself. Is it true? He was the strongest principal in history. I didn't expect Principal Bai didn't die at the hands of demon beasts, but at the hands of humans. It's terrifying. Even the Demon Hunting Academy has been destroyed like this. How powerful must the enemy be? Wow, I want to go home. The students on the playground exchanged words loudly, venting their inner unease. Some attentive students noticed that there were many unfamiliar faces in today's square. Their clothing was completely different from the academy uniforms, and their faces were more mature. Oh, why are there people from Demon Hunting Attire magazine here? And representatives from other academies? Sitting on the chair next to them. Could it be the principal of the Artisan Academy? This conference was not only internal, but also open to the outside. Many media organizations and other academies sent representatives to attend. The large square felt a bit crowded due to the influx of attendees. Everyone wanted to confirm the bad news of the principal's fall. QinShi eventually returned from the cemetery, walked back to the square, and stood in line with his classmates. He remained silent, just standing there quietly. Some classmates beside him intended to chat with him, but for some reason, they didn't dare to approach. Teacher Lin Long had told him that he must attend this conference. Everyone be quiet. Chi looked at the noisy students below, frowned, and shouted. With a shout, a wave of heat erupted from his body, sweeping over the students on the playground. 2 announcements. QinShi cleared his throat. First, the academy was ambushed by the dark organization, Pillar. While fighting the 100 Ghost Group, our campus was destroyed, and Principal Bai sacrificed himself in this battle. Principal Bai's tomb is located in the Back Mountain Cemetery. Everyone can pay their respects after class. As soon as he finished speaking, the student crowd erupted in chaos. Although the academy did not hide the funeral was mainly for teachers, and some students were still unaware. Moreover, the academy also used this conference to officially announce the news. Not only would the inside of the academy know, but society would also immediately learn of Principal Bai's fall. This is also the reason why the academy allows so many members of society to participate in this conference. Principal Bai, I am his fan. I came to the academy just to admire him up close. How could he? A senior girl cried out loud. Even such a powerful Principal Bai could not withstand the dark organization. What are we supposed to do? I want to go back to my family. I don't want to die here. Even the external personnel cover their mouths, showing expressions of disbelief. There's an old saying, when the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. In the impression of many of them, Principal Bai was the highest person in the entire Jojo. It was precisely because of the strongest person like Principal Bai that they could be protected behind him during the repeated beast-tide invasions. Jojo had a long period of peace, but now the strongest person has actually fallen. Then, is the entire Jojo already in grave danger? As many attendees lost control of their emotions, the order in the square began to break down. Chapter 223. The platform of the 3 academies. QinShi did not allow such chaos to happen. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a chill swept across the entire square. In addition to the unease of the students, his observation haki also allowed him to sense a certain aura. It was the malicious intent that was stirring. Among the external personnel below the stage, there were rogue elements mixed in. Once the Beast Hunting Academy, this fierce tiger, showed any signs of decline, they would pounce, tearing the fierce tiger apart. QinShi had to do something to make them think twice. Everyone was jolted by the chill and calmed down. Although Principal Bai was gone, the Beast Hunting Academy is forever here. We teachers are always here. Whether it is a beast or a person, whoever dares to lay a hand on the academy will know what regret truly means. Teacher QinShi's words directly used the Conqueror's haki. Not only was his voice thunderous, but it also directly struck the souls of the crowd. In an instant, the square fell silent. Some weaker students and external personnel, unable to withstand the pressure of the haki, knelt down. After the intimidation, QinShi retracted his Conqueror's haki. Additionally, there was another matter. QinShi cleared his throat. The academy cannot be without a principal for a day, according to Principal Bai's will. Our school committee ultimately decided to let. Principal Bai is dead. Who else is qualified to be the principal? Suddenly, someone in the square interrupted QinShi. His will? You school committee decided? Little Qingqing, have you made a mistake? Can anyone just become the principal of the Beast Hunting Academy? The speaker was an old man with silver hair, holding an old-fashioned pipe, taking a big puff. Cough, cough, cough. Why does the tobacco in Chang'an City smell like horse dung? Damn it, did I buy a fake? The old man muttered to himself, then tossed out a completely black medicinal cauldron, leaping into the air and sitting cross-legged on top of it. I, Hua Chun, would like to ask all the teachers in your school, who among you is worthy of being the principal of the world's #1 academy, the Beast Hunting Academy? QinShi frowned, just about to speak when another person in the crowd spoke up. You old fool, why are you pushing little Qingqing like this? Are we here to argue, or are we here to support him? A woman dressed in a princess dress, with emerald green eyes, bare feet, and a look reminiscent of a lowly, stepped forward. What are you doing sitting on a cauldron? Don't you know this puts pressure on little Qingqing? The woman pointed at the old man in midair with a grayish-green wooden stick. It was as if there was a suction force, directly pulling the black cauldron down from the sky. And you, Xiao Yuan, why are you hiding in the corner now that you are here? As the old woman questioned, a man who had been hiding in the corner, leaning against Principal Yin with his eyes closed, shrugged, and stepped out of the crowd. Could they be the 3 principals of the 3 major academies? What did you say? The 3 major academies have sent people? What are they here for, to poach students? The 3 major academies are the next 3 academies in Jiuzhou after the Beast Hunting Academy. If the Beast Hunting Academy is Tsinghua and Peking University, then the 3 major academies are the C9 universities. The difference lies in first tier and super first tier. Unlike the Beast Hunting Academy, which focuses on combat, the 3 major academies are primarily non-combat oriented. How to say? QinShi and Lishani both looked at Pei Buliu. The latter pretended to cough a few times and began to educate his roommates. Old Qin, Huang Mao, what those students guessed is correct. The one who interrupted teacher QinShi just now is the principal of the 3 major academies. Actually, our Beast Hunting Academy used to belong to the 3 major academies. But our Principal Bai was too outstanding, and our Beast Hunting Academy developed rapidly over the past few decades, directly standing out from the 3 major academies and becoming a super first-tier existence. That old man is the principal of Hua Tuo Academy, Hua Chun. His inheritance is the super S-level inheritance, Yao Lao, from the world of Do Pa. The woman who looks like a little lowly is actually 99 years old and is the principal of Magic Academy, Feng Mei. Her inheritance is the super S-level inheritance, Mavis Vermilion, from the world of fairy tale. And that middle-aged man who looks lazy is the principal of the newly rising Tiangong Academy in the past decade, and also the head of one of the 10 great families, Lei Yuan. His inheritance is the super S-level inheritance, Urahara Kisuk, from the world of Bleach. Pei Buliu clicked his tongue. Although the teaching of the 3 major academies is not combat-oriented, these 3 principals are not to be underestimated. They have long been in the top 5 of the JoJo expert rankings. As for the first place, it has always been dominated by our Principal Bai. But these 3 principals are also well-known experts, and more importantly, they control vast resources. After all, in a world where beasts run rampant, without power, nothing can be protected. Pei Buliu pretended to make a summary. QinShi remained silent upon hearing the last sentence. If one cannot defeat the enemy, then even the so-called strong power is that of the weak. And the fate of the weak, QinShi already knows. Unable to kneel, the price of failure is death. seeing the appearance of the principals of the three major academies. QinShi, to show respect, could only invite them to the stage. The old man, the principal of Tua Academy, went directly to the microphone. Hey, can everyone hear me? Today, we three major academies are here to tell everyone one thing, no matter whether Principal Bai is here or not. The Beast Hunting Academy is the strongest academy in JoJo for training beast hunters. If anyone dares to take advantage of this time to target the Beast Hunting Academy, don't blame us three major academies for being merciless. I won't say anything else. I'll be the first to poison you. Our three major academies will also cooperate with Little Qingqing. For the teachers and students injured in this battle, our Tua Academy will provide treatment. For the damaged school buildings and equipment, our Tiangong Academy will take responsibility. If there are students and teachers in the academy who have psychological trauma after the war and need comfort, no problem. Their Magic Academy has plenty of beautiful girls to help you date. All problems will be resolved. The principal of the Magic Academy kicked him directly. QinShi couldn't help but smile wryly beside them. But just now, when he spoke, although he used Conqueror's Haki to intimidate, the malice from below was even stronger. Because true, strong individuals can feel their own injuries from his Haki. But when the deans of the three major academies took the stage, the atmosphere was indeed different. Moreover, as per the usual practice, when the new leader of the Demon Hunting Academy takes office, the deans of our three academies must have a direct interaction with this new leader. The old lady from the Magic Academy winked at QinShi and used magic to whisper in his ear. Little Qingqing, it's okay. We all know you're still recovering from your serious injuries. During the match later, let's take it easy and let you defeat the three of us. That way, those scheming rogues in the audience won't be able to gauge the current strength of the Demon Hunting Academy and won't dare to have any ideas. QinShi smiled bitterly. Sure, but Grandma May, the new dean, isn't me. Chapter 224. The choice of the principal. What do you mean it's not you? Dean May of the Magic Academy exclaimed in surprise, failing to control her spatial transmission magic properly. If it's not you, then who? Is it that kid who wears a navy hat and acts all cool? QinShi shook his head. It's not Teacher Chi Quan either. Got it. Then it must be the little girl Lin Long, said Chen Lao, the dean of the Tua Academy, nodding. But she's a bit young. Although I like young girls with smooth skin, I'm really afraid she won't be able to command respect. QinShi leaned in and whispered, Chen Lao, it's not her either. Grandma May's spatial transmission magic allowed the deans of the three academies to communicate secretly with QinShi. However, QinShi's response clearly left the deans of the three academies baffled. The next dean of the Demon Hunting Academy is not QinShi, not Chi Quan, and not Lin Long. Then who could it be? The three deans from other schools asked in unison. Ahem, this is the second thing I wanted to announce. QinShi smiled and turned to grab the microphone. QinShi from Class 3 stepped forward. Upon hearing this, QinShi looked up, suspiciously gazing at Teacher QinShi, but eventually stepped out of the line and walked up to the podium. QinShi said with a smile, pulling him to his side. Fellow students, teachers, and external guests attending this conference. QinShi raised the microphone, using his charisma to make his voice carry further. Now, I would like to introduce the sixth dean of the Demon Hunting Academy. His name is QinShi. As soon as QinShi's words fell, the entire square fell into a dead silence. After a moment, whispers began to rise from the audience. QinShi, who is he? I've never heard of this person. Could he be the new Gold Star lecturer hired by the Demon Hunting Academy? What a coincidence. He shares the same name as our classmate QinShi. Look, classmate QinShi is even on the podium. It must be a coincidence. Not only the students in the square, but also reporters from various media and representatives from other academies. Even the three deans from other schools standing on the podium looked confused. QinShi, who is that? Dean May of the Magic Academy was the first to ask. I don't know. Could he be the illegitimate son of Old White? Dean Chun of the Tua Academy knocked on his pipe. Come on, Chen Lao. At least he should have the last name, Bai, even if he's an illegitimate child. Dean Lei Yuan of the Tiangong Academy rubbed his temples, indicating that being with these two old men was quite stressful. Ahem, fellow students and colleagues, the handsome young man beside me is named QinShi. His original identity is a first-year student from our academy, Class 3 of Osiris Red. However, from now on, he will be the next dean of our Demon Hunting Academy. Another period of silence ensued. After a while, the square erupted into uproar. What? A first-year student from Osiris Red? Hey, a dean? Just yesterday, he was a classmate using the restroom, and today you're telling me to call him my leader? Teacher QinShi, if you're under mind control, blink. The square was in chaos, and the media personnel were turning red with excitement. This news is just too explosive. QinShi was also stunned. Although the principal had mentioned before his death that he wanted him to be the principal, QinShi still thought it was just a drunken joke. Could he really have the strength to be the dean like Teacher Qingji, Teacher Qi Quan, or Senior Sister Linlong? Well, it seems like he does have the strength, but he is still just an 18-year-old boy. He has only been in college for half a year, and now he has to change from a student to a dean? Teacher Qingji Wu and Ti have been drunk too, right? Teacher Qingji, this is an official academy conference. You can't be joking, QinShi hurriedly said to Teacher Qingji. Qingji just gently patted QinShi's shoulder and smiled. I'm not joking. This is the principal's last will, and it is also the unanimous decision of me, Qi Quan, Lin Long, and the entire board of the academy. But isn't this a bit reckless? I'm still a student. I've never even been a teacher. How can I be a dean? QinShi said in a bit of panic. Junior, these things aren't important, Senior Sister Lin Long said, wearing a low-cut white dress and resting her arm on QinShi's shoulder. We will help you. Just as QinShi was about to say something more, Teacher Qi Quan also stepped onto the stage and said in a low voice, What are you hiding for? Principal Bai passed on his legacy to you. Do you think it was just to make you a good student? You know that in the world of One Piece, the inheritors can learn to use the three-color haki, right? Although I don't know how you, as an inheritor of Naruto, can also learn the three-color haki from Principal Bai. The observation haki among the three-color haki can be cultivated to the extreme and can even allow one to see into the future briefly. QinShi nodded. Observation haki is a type of haki power system in the world of One Piece. By strongly sensing the atmosphere around him, one can detect enemies outside of sight or further predict the opponent's movements. Moreover, when cultivated to a higher level, observation haki can produce various special effects. For example, Enel, the island master of Skypiea, has observation haki that can cover the entire island and has mind-reading effects. And Charlotte Katakuri, the first of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, has observation haki that allows him to see even hear brief moments of the future. Principal Bai, as the strongest principal in history, has also cultivated his observation haki to a high level, and his advanced ability is also to see the future. Of course, it's not the complete future, just some snippets. Qingji took over and continued to patiently explain to QinShi. It's not about seeing a brief future. It's about seeing a long-term future that can be changed. You can also think of it as seeing the future of the parallel dimensions of this world. Since he could see the future, why did he still? QinShi asked anxiously. He wanted to ask why the principal still died. Seeing the future and making changes will also change the future, because every change will trigger the creation of a new parallel universe, Qingji sighed. But no matter how many future scenes Principal Bai saw, he saw the scene of his own death yesterday. It was like an unchanging fate. QinShi fell silent. Fate? Is it really something one cannot escape from? In addition to his inevitable death, Principal Bai also saw the world far into the future. Teacher Qingji unconsciously lit a cigarette, only to realize the student was right in front of him and quickly extinguished it. He saw countless parallel universes where the 9 provinces faced destruction. Destruction? Yes, complete destruction. The extinction of humanity, enormous beasts descending upon the world, and all cities turning to ruins. QinShi couldn't help but shiver. The apocalyptic end? Is this what Principal Bai saw? The future of countless parallel universes? Only once did he see a different future. Teacher Qingji let out a long sigh. In that future, although humanity suffered heavy losses, the spark of life was preserved, and a better world was established. In that future, he saw you, and you, in that vision, were the dean of the Beast Hunting Academy. Chapter 225 QinShi, the new principal. QinShi suddenly remembered what Principal Bai had said on Principal Rock in the past. Do you know the levels of demon beasts? From 1st to 7th rank. Each rank's king beast have star markings, referred to as 1 star to 7 stars. But did you know that there are actually many demon beasts in the demon domain that are far stronger than 7-star beasts? If they invade the 9 provinces, the 9 provinces will face annihilation. The 9 provinces can still survive now, thanks to the Demon Suppression Pass and the Great Formations, but more than that, it's just luck. QinShi remembered Principal Bai's lonely expression at that time. He never expected Principal Bai had truly seen the scene of beasts far beyond 7 stars invading the 9 provinces. Even more unexpectedly, he would be the only solution for the 9 provinces to escape their doomsday fate. In anime, there are monstrous beings that defy nature. For example, the giant hoof prints seen by the Demon King in the Demon Domain. QinShi speculated that the creature that left the hoof print came from the world of Food Wars, the ruler of the 8th continent of the culinary world, residing on Horse King Hill, Hercules. With one breath, the Horse King can inhale 36 billion tons of air. Such a super giant beast, merely stepping into the 9 provinces, could bring absolute destruction to the continent. Another example is the monster that darkened the sky and sun in the Principal's apocalyptic vision. It is a powerful monster from the world of Ultraman, the multi-body monster Belladora. It resurrects various monsters and aliens that sleep in a monster graveyard and then merges their bodies to create an extraordinary combined monster. It can easily destroy planets. Just seeing such monsters makes QinShi feel a deep sense of despair, let alone fighting against such creatures. Whether it's the Horse King or Belladora, how could human strength confront them? QinShi really couldn't think of any way to defeat such monsters. So why, in the future that the Principal saw, would he become the chosen one to save the world? Such an answer, even the Principal couldn't know. It must be QinShi himself who seeks it out. What kind of method could save this world from the fate of destruction? Wait a minute, there might be another way. A method only QinShi knows. Perhaps that is the secret hidden within the demon beasts. QinShi opened his eyes. At this moment, he understood the Principal's profound meaning. All right, since it is Principal Bai's wish, then I, QinShi, will accept it. Under Teacher Qinji's gaze, QinShi walked to the podium. He did not pick up the microphone, but directly used the Conqueror's Haki. QinShi's Conqueror's Haki had already reached the 3rd level, which is above average. After receiving Principal Bai's white beard inheritance, he broke through again and reached a high level. I, QinShi, am the 6th Principal of the Beast Hunting Academy. Anyone who opposes the Beast Hunting Academy is my enemy. All protectors of the Beast Hunting Academy, I will protect them. QinShi's voice was not loud, but it had a special power that resonated in everyone's ears. At that moment, he became the most powerful person in this world, wielding the strongest military force in the 9 provinces. The heads of the 3 major academies were dumbfounded, clearly still processing the words from Qinji and QinShi. Young man, you said you were what? You want to become the principal of this academy? Don't joke around. Old Qin picked up his pipe and slammed it down on the podium, directly breaking the podium. Do you know what it means to become the principal of the Beast Hunting Academy? Do you think it's child's play? Is it for you to enjoy wealth and honor? Can you bear the fate of hundreds of millions of people in the 9 provinces? His speech was rapid, clearly fueled by anger. Little Qing, are you saying the Beast Hunting Academy has been brain damaged by this enemy attack? Beside him, Granny May couldn't help but curse. Can the principal's position be treated as a joke? Quickly take back your words and choose another principal. Letting a freshman become the principal. Is this how you want to lie flat? Hey, Xiao Yuan, you should also say something. You can't let them run amok. Granny May nudged the middle-aged man in the hat beside her. The president of Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking to QinShi. Do you have a token from our Lei family? This sudden question startled QinShi. He thought for a moment, then took out a completely black card with only a lightning pattern. This was the card QinShi received from the ship owner after dealing with the wealthy young master who harassed girls and the 1-star demon beast, Desu, on the ship at the beginning of the semester. The ship owner also had the surname Lei, and now thinking about it, he was from the same family as the Lei Academy president in front of him. Sure enough, it is our Lei family supreme token, the black card. Lei Yuan took a deep breath. The black card is only given to those who have saved the lives of my Lei family members, representing the Lei family's recognition and gratitude. If you have this card, I, Lei Yuan, recognize you as the principal. Furthermore, we, Tiangong Academy, will continue our friendly alliance with Beast Hunting Academy. And our Tiangong Academy is willing to take on all the reconstruction projects of the Beast Hunting Academy. After saying this, he smiled at QinShi. For some reason, even though it's our first meeting, I have a good feeling about you, little principal. Helping the Beast Hunting Academy rebuild this time is both a personal favor and an investment. I believe that every black card target we invest in will ultimately bring us greater returns. QinShi returned a smile. He had already decided to become the principal, and having a good relationship with the heads of the 3 major academies was ultimately a good thing. But not all the external academy heads would agree with him. Xiao Yuan, you haven't gone mad, have you? Old Qin knocked his pipe hard. The position of the principal of the Beast Hunting Academy is related to the fate of the 9 provinces. No matter if it's given to Xiao Qingqing, Xiao Quan, or even Xiao Linlong, I would accept it. After all, they have shed blood for the 9 provinces and have great achievements. But why should this kid? After a moment of silence, Granny May also spoke. Kid, according to past procedures, the principal of the Beast Hunting Academy should have a match with the heads of the 3 major academies. The principal of the Beast Hunting Academy must be the strongest in the 9 provinces. Otherwise, it cannot suppress the thoughts of those restless in the 9 provinces. QinShi nodded, clasped his hands together, and then slightly bowed. I hope the 3 principles will guide me. You brat. Granny Mai shoint. It seems you won't back down easily. So, who do you plan to fight among us 3? We will stop at just the right moment and won't hurt you. Hearing Granny Mai's words, QinShi smiled. I heard that Principal Bai once fought against the heads of 3 major external schools alone during the induction ceremony. Since that's the case, QinShi will dare to imitate Principal Bai and challenge all 3 heads at once. Chapter 226, 1 against 3, alright, so that's how it's going to be. The head of Hua Ta Academy. Old Qin's beard was already bristling, clearly angered. Old lady, I take back what I said earlier, during the competition. I won't hold back, and will definitely show this brat a thing or 2. Old man, you're arguing with a youth. You don't need to worry. This kid is so arrogant, challenging 3 at once. Although our 3 academies don't focus on combat, do you really think we can't fight without hurting anyone? Youth? Damn, who hasn't been young? This kid is even more arrogant than Principal Bai was back in the day. Old Chun, puffing up his beard, pointed directly at QinShi, who was watching from the side. Aren't you going to manage your student? All right, since he wants to be a principal, quickly find me a place. I want to see the methods of this new principal. QinShi scratched his head. Then let's not go too far. Right here will do. Saying that, he gently touched the ground with both hands. Ice fruit ability. Ice pillar. A thick ice pillar rose from the ground, with the top resembling a blooming flower, forming a hemispherical high platform with a radius of 50 meters. Let's reinforce it a bit. QinShi puffed his cheeks and blew hard at the ice platform. The originally crystal clear ice platform suddenly turned dark and opaque. This was the effect of wrapping it in armed color hockey. No matter how you stir things up, it shouldn't break. Hopefully. QinShi clapped his hands, satisfied with the high platform he created, then turned to the 3 heads of the external schools, showing a professional smile. Since this is a competition, I kindly ask everyone to hold back. In simple terms, whoever falls below the level of the high platform is considered the loser. Gentlemen, please. Shout Qingqing, you really are. Old Chen shook his head helplessly and whistled at Granny Mai. Let's go. Old lady, we can't let the young people look down on us. With that, he leaped up, directly jumping onto the high platform over 10 meters high, urging the students below to keep their distance. This was a battle at the level of the heads. Granny Mai gave QinShi a reminder and then waved her hand, casting a wind magic spell, lightly landing on the high platform. Xiao Yuan, hurry up and come up. Old Chun urged impatiently. The head of Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, shook his head helplessly, took off his hat, and began chanting a spell. Binding way number 4, this rope. Lei Yuan's inheritance is from Urahara Kisuk in the world of Death Note, and binding techniques are his forte. With a simple chant, a golden rope made of spiritual energy appeared in Lei Yuan's hand. He swung the rope, and one end embedded itself into the ice platform like a chain. Then, with a slight pull, he managed to lift himself onto the high platform using the rope. Originally meant to bind enemies, Lei Yuan turned it into a Spider-Man-like maneuver. The 3 heads are now on the high platform. Kid, stop dawdling. After I'm done with you, I need to catch up on sleep. Old Chin took a deep drag on a cigarette. I rushed over last night and stayed up all night. My old bones are really suffering. QinShi nodded slightly and then formed hand seals with both hands. Sand ninjutsu. Sand hand. A hand made of sand formed in the air, slowly pulling QinShi up. Once he reached the high platform, QinShi did not stop, but continued to fly a few more meters upward. He then clasped his fists toward the 3 heads. Excuse me, heads. His hands extended downward flat, and suddenly strange patterns appeared in his eyes. They looked like ripples on water. Shinra Tensei. The power of the Rinnegan was instantly activated, creating a massive repulsive force that surged from the high platform. My goodness. I underestimated you. Old Shun, nearly blown away by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, gritted his teeth, desperately clawing at the ice holes in the ground. However, he was still pushed toward the edge of the high platform. Super magic fairy sphere. Granny Mai shouted, her magic power surging from her body. A massive magic sphere enveloped the 3 of them, surrounding the center of the ice platform. It also pulled Old Shun, who was on the brink of falling off the high platform, back. Phew, that was close. Old Shun trembled as he walked back to the center of the high platform. Damn, this kid doesn't play fair, attacking an old man from behind. Old Shun was indignant. But the strength of this boy is indeed extraordinary, old man. Take back your underestimation. This is not something we can handle by holding back. I never expected a freshman would possess the strength of a head. Fairy sphere. is a super magic used by Mavis in Fairy Tail, possessing absolute defensive power. Originally, it required the thoughts of many to coalesce, but after Granny May's modification, it became a high-level defensive magic that only requires magical power. Let us observe for now and see if this boy has any other tricks up his sleeve. Granny May spoke solemnly. My defensive magic, this kid can't get in, and for the time being, he can't do anything to us. Suddenly, Head Lei chuckled softly beside them. Xiao Yuanyuan, what are you laughing at? Old Chun asked irritably. Unexpectedly, Head Lei did not respond, but directly drew out his cane. Shirkai, Blood Mist Shield. Head Lei's inheritance is from Urahara Kisuk in the world of Death Note, and his cane is also his weapon, Zanpakuto. The special weapon, Zanpakuto, has abilities known as Shirkai and Bankai, allowing for a myriad of skills to be developed. Currently, the Shirkai he is using is one of the 5 Blood Mist Shield. By releasing spiritual pressure at the end of the Zanpakuto, a blood-red defensive shield formed in front of him. You two heads think that by using defensive measures, you're not falling into that boy's plan? Originally, our 3 positions were scattered, but now, to counteract his powerful repulsive skill, we are all standing together. He chuckled softly. This young man is formidable, not just in combat skills. I advise you both to prepare your defense as well. As soon as his voice fell, QinShi's state changed. His entire body's chakra formed a gigantic blue armored giant, wrapping QinShi within. This was the ability of the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo. Now, QinShi's pupils, beneath the rippling water pattern, were spinning black spirals. This was the Rinnegan. In Susanoo's hands, he held a long spear. Chidori Stream, Thunder Spear. This was a spear made of lightning and QinShi's first self-developed ninjutsu, after inheriting 6 PathsObito. Pierced through Thunder Spear, QinShi hurled the spear in his hand toward the 3 heads on the high platform. Chapter 227, The Attacks of the 3 Heads. No worries. No attack can break my fairy sphere. Granny May snorted coldly, clearly very confident in her magic. When it comes to defense, I have never lost. However, before she could finish her words, she saw the blue giant generated by QinShi throw the Thunder Spear in his hand. At the moment the Thunder Spear collided with the fairy sphere, the defense of the fairy sphere suddenly transformed into a gap. This was the unique ability of the Manjiki Sharingan, inherited from Obito, Kamui. It can transfer a portion of space. QinShi had no intention of directly clashing with Granny May's defensive magic. Instead, he chose to break through the surface by using Kamui's transfer ability to create a small opening in the vast defensive magic. How? How could this happen? Can my magic be broken like this? Granny May looked on in disbelief as her defensive magic actually failed. The Thunder Spear passed through the fairy sphere without any obstruction and struck the high platform fiercely. In an instant, electric snakes wreaked havoc, exploding across the entire high platform. This little brat shows no respect for the elderly. As the lightning dissipated, Elder Chin stumbled out, looking disheveled. His hair and white beard stood on end, turning into an explosion hairstyle. A white aura surged around him, enveloping his body. This was his inherited power, a unique force from battle through the heavens, Do-Chi. If it weren't for my Do-Chi armor, that kid's strike would have knocked me out cold. Elder Chun panted heavily. In the world of battle through the heavens, Do-Chi levels are divided into 4 ranks and 12 levels from high to low. When one's strength reaches the Great Dome Master Realm, they can compress liquid Do-Chi into solid form and create diamond-shaped Do crystals, as well as some intangible Do-Chi armor. Elder Chin used the ability of Do-Chi armor to barely withstand QinShi's Thunder Spear. Old lady, you are too ungrateful, actually concentrating the defensive magic on yourself alone. Elder Chun pointed at the head of the Magic Academy, Granny May, with indignation. She looked much better than Elder Chun, showing no signs of embarrassment. This was because, at the critical moment, she had compressed her defensive magic, Fairy Sphere, increasing its defensive power. What? An old man like you still needs me, an old lady, to protect you? Granny May raised an eyebrow and said with annoyance. Meanwhile, the head of Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, was particularly relaxed as he had already activated the blood mist shield of his Zanpakuto. However, there was now a hint of caution in the eyes of the 3 as they looked at QinShi. What are we waiting for? Let's get him. Elder Chun gritted his teeth, flipping his hand to generate a white flame resembling white bones. This was the strange fire from the inheritance of Yao Lao. The bone spirit cold fire from the world of battle through the heavens. The flames surged, attracting the attention of others on the field. The ice layer beneath Elder Chen's feet quickly melted into water, then reformed into ice, which was quite strange. This was the characteristic of Bone Spirit Cold Fire, possessing both extreme cold and extreme heat attributes, making it a very precious strange fire. At the same time, it also had great destructive power. This, Elder Chun, isn't this too much? That strange fire has burned a 6-star monster to death. Using such a method against a boy is likely to seriously injure him, right? Lei Yuan quickly advised. Rest assured, as long as I, Elder Chun, am here, even if that kid is left with just one breath, I can make him bounce back to life within 3 days, and he'll be in better shape than before. Right now, I just want to teach that kid a good lesson. Elder Chun took a deep breath, turning his hand into a palm, with that white, strange fire in his palm. A low-level Earth-grade Do technique, fire-blowing palm. In the Battle Through the Heavens, anime, fire-blowing palm doesn't actually blow fire. Instead, it releases a wave of wind pressure. It gives others the impression of being a regular Do technique that is just a facade, but in Elder Chun's hands. As he executed the fire-blowing palm, it also formed a wave of wind pressure which, however, did not strike towards QinShi, but instead gathered in Elder Chun's hand. Fire borrows the wind's force. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire, under the influence of the fire-blowing palm, surged directly towards QinShi, and under the wind pressure, the fire became increasingly vigorous. Using fire-blowing palm to drive the strange fire was the true purpose of this Do technique. While Elder Chun unleashed his attack, the other two were not idle either. Let me see this boy's abilities. Granny May's body floated slightly as she chanted incantations, activating her magic. Fairy's Radiance. A circle containing the power of the stars appeared between Granny May's fingers. In Fairy Tale, Fairy's Radiance is one of the 3 super magic spells of Mavis, also known as the Super Annihilation Magic. However, after Granny May's modification, this super magic consumed much less star radiance, and the size of the halo also became only as big as a basin. After all, it was just a test. Granny May did not intend to go all out against QinShi. Meanwhile, Head Lei Yuan also made his move, genuinely wanted to see if this boy QinShi truly had the strength to be the president of the Demon Hunting Academy. Blossom, Red Princess. Head Lei chanted softly. After the initial release of his zanpakuto, he could use 5 abilities. The Blood Mist Shield, which had been in front of him, now shot out countless red light arrows from its surface. Strange Fire, Halos, Red Light Arrows. The 3 major attacks surged towards QinShi in the air simultaneously. Wow. QinShi wiped the sweat from his brow. If I were hit by these 3 president-level attacks, I would certainly have to say goodbye. However, for QinShi, it was no problem. He revealed a slight smile. Instead of believing in himself, he believed more in his students. That little boy, he won't be killed, right? The youngest and shortest-serving president of the Demon Hunting Academy made an appearance. Shocked, the 3 major heads actually did that to a freshman. The onlookers below the high platform chattered, all believing that QinShi would undoubtedly lose. However, the 3 attacks pierced straight through QinShi's body. To be precise, they first passed through Susanoo and then through QinShi's body. Nothing happened. The power of the Kimui from the Mangeki Sharingan can also be used to place oneself in a different space, achieving a similar effect to nullity. After QinShi fully mastered Obito's inheritance, the power of Kimui was further enhanced. Even the entire Susanoo was transmitted to a different space by him. Did he avoid it? The 3 academy heads were slightly stunned. However, what surprised them even more was that after the 3 attacks harmlessly passed through QinShi's body, QinShi turned around and stretched out both hands. Rinnegan, Hungry Ghost Path. The strange fire, magic, and spiritual energy attacks from the 3 heads were simultaneously absorbed into QinShi's body like branches falling into a whirlpool. The 3 visually stunning attacks disappeared completely in an instant. Chapter 228 6 PathsObito Rinnegan, the most powerful eye technique in the Naruto world, excluding Boruto, possesses 6 abilities known as the 6 paths. The ability to use powerful attraction and repulsion comes from the Deva path of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, the Hungry Ghost path can absorb all chakra, neutralizing the enemy's attacks. QinShi possesses the system physique of the Child of All Realms, which further enhances his Hungry Ghost Path ability, allowing him to absorb not only ninjutsu for Naruto, but also skills from other worlds. This kid is too much of a bug. Elder Chun watched as everyone's skills were absorbed, his mouth agape. Indeed, to kill someone, you must also strike at their heart. Granny Mai murmured. QinShi had already used the nullification ability of Kimui to dodge the attack. Yet he still used the Hungry Ghost Path ability to absorb the skills of the 3. This was to show the others that he had more than one way to respond. This is a demonstration of his powerful strength to the dean of the three academies, and more so to everyone present. Haha, let's be good background characters. The dean of Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, laughed heartily and then gripped his sword with both hands. Then today, let me test this young hero with my sword. Bankai, Canon's Red Princess revised. Behind him appeared a tall woman. The woman had a classical hairstyle and wore a sleeveless garment, possessing puppet-like limbs that looked extremely eerie. Bankai is the second stage of the release of a zanpakuto in the world of Soul Reapers, following its initial release, Shurkai. It is also the final form of the zanpakuto. Only the most powerful Soul Reapers can fully unleash the abilities of their zanpakuto and achieve Bankai. The inheritance of Dean Lei, Urahara Kisuke, possesses one of the strongest Bankais in the Soul Society, Canon's Red Princess revised. The use of Bankai by Dean Lei signifies that he has fully recognized QinShi as his opponent. As opponents, using 1's full strength is the greatest respect. You little Yuan, you're serious now. Old Qin chuckled, pulling out a completely black weapon that resembled a massive ruler from who knows where. I want this young dean to understand that our Huatuo Academy can not only save lives, but can also fight. The weapon had strange, special patterns and was called the Xianzhong ruler. In the world of Do-Pa, the Xianzhong ruler is made from flame-fallen black iron. As Old Qin's inheritance from the Do-Pa world, Yao Lao, continues to awaken, this weapon appeared in his hands. Really, at my age, I still have to join you all in this nonsense. Suddenly, Grandma Mei from the Magic Academy had her eyes burst forth with golden light. Let me command, after all. The three of us teamed up to kill a 7-star demon beast in the demon realm back in the day. Let's show this young dean a thing or two. The three deans from outside the academy were filled with fighting spirit. However, they subconsciously changed how they addressed QinShi. They had already witnessed QinShi's strength. Although the competition was still ongoing, they knew he had the potential to become a dean. What remained was a battle for the honor of the academies. After all, the three major academies all care about their reputation. Dean Lei, you go first and drag this young dean out of the void. Grandma Mei's tone suddenly became sharp, like a battlefield general. Understood. Dean Lei chuckled, pointing his long sword at QinShi. Go, Red Princess. The giant female puppet behind Dean Lei suddenly raised her head, revealing a strange smile. The female puppet's hands moved, as if threading a needle. A black thread, like a stitch, suddenly appeared and rapidly spread from the fingertips of the female puppet to the surroundings of QinShi. QinShi felt as if he were in a waterfall, his stance suddenly unstable. His body, which was originally in a different space, was now completely exposed. The state of the kaleidoscope Sharingan's community was broken. I see. You used Bankai to alter the space I was in? QinShi thought to himself, looking at the black stitched marks around him. Dean Lei's inheritance, Urahara Kisuke, has a Bankai ability called Canon's Red Princess revised. It can reconstruct anything touched by the zanpakuto within the scope of the Bankai's abilities, and the objects that are altered will show traces similar to stitches. In a world of Soul Reapers, Urahara Kisuke has only modified buildings and human bodies, but he has never altered space itself. It seems that people from Blue Star, although their abilities come from their respective anime inheritances, often develop applications of abilities that even anime characters have not achieved. Next, old man, make your move. Grandma Mei shouted again, without giving QinShi more time to think. Old Qin had already raised the Xianzhong ruler high above his head. The white flames, which QinShi had previously devoured with a hungry ghost path, possessed both extreme cold and extreme heat, and now blazed fiercely on the ruler. Young Dean, haha, take a hit from this old man. He swung the burning Xianzhong ruler down hard. Earth-level combat skill, flame-splitting ruler. The surging flames shot into the sky. This strike could split mountains and sever waves. Just as QinShi was about to dodge, Grandma Mei suddenly raised both hands. Her eyes shone with golden light. Super illusion magic, great thousand worlds. Originally, there was only one flame from the flame-splitting ruler, but now it seemed as if it had consumed the entire sky. QinShi, for a moment, could not determine which flames were illusions and which were the highly destructive Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Boom! QinShi was hit head-on by the white flames. A massive cloud of black smoke enveloped the high platform. Did we go too hard? Grandma Mei said somewhat guiltily, looking at the lingering black smoke in the sky. Old Qin, you better not skimp on the pills. What are you talking about, old lady? I, the dean of Huatuo Academy, am not that stingy. But I did go a bit overboard. My flame-splitting ruler used up 9/10 of my strength. The young dean should be able to withstand it, right? Old Qin pulled out a black pill from who knows where and sniffed it with some pain. This is the life-bone melting blood pill I refined using the ascending spirit method. Even if the young Dean has only one breath left, I can still save him. It's fine. If you can't do it, my red princess can also step in. Dean Lei pointed to the giant, long-haired female puppet behind him, created by his Bankai. I'm even more skilled at reconstructing the human body with my Bankai. Although I am the Dean, I also serve as the head of the medical department at Tiangong Academy, having saved no less than 1,000 students who were poisoned due to experimental explosions. Just as the three deans from outside were discussing how to save the young Dean, someone suddenly shouted from the square. Look, it's Dean QinShi. As the black smoke dissipated, QinShi slowly walked out into the air. His body had grown 5 white scales, draped in a white feather cloak. With his left eye being the Rinnegan and his right eye the kaleidoscope Sharingan. 8 black orbs floated behind him, and he held a completely black staff in his hand. This was the pinnacle of the 6 PathsObito inheritance, the 6 paths form. QinShi looked at the high platform and the crowd in the square, like a god overlooking the world. Chapter 229. You are so strong, I concede. The white bone spirit cold fire was still burning slightly, but it was not on QinShi's body. Rather, it was blocked by barriers that were the height of a person on either side of him. The black barriers slowly disappeared, and even seemed to vanish as if it had been devoured. This was the effect of the black Seek Dao Jade, which can transform into any form, capable of both attacking and defending. QinShi used the Seek Dao Jade to become a barrier, blocking Old Chen's attack. I'm sorry, he said softly. Then he raised his left hand, aiming at the high platform below. The black orbs gathered in his palm. I can't believe it. Dean Qin, don't joke around. Although the black orb was not large, beads of sweat appeared on Lei Yuan's forehead. He felt the terrifying spiritual pressure contained within the black small ball. This black orb made him involuntarily recall the feeling he had when he and the other 2 deans faced the 7-star demon beast in the demon realm. No, even the attacks of the 7-star demon beast did not give me this sense of oppression. Grandma Mei was somewhat dazed. What kind of great power is this? Only Old Chen looked utterly confused. Unlike the other 2, he did not possess a strong sense of perception. Why are you all so scared? It's just a small ball. Can this small ball blow up the academy? The other 2 turned to look at him. Almost. Damn, this little brat is playing with death. Old Chen almost jumped up, his fighting spirit transforming into a set of white armor. As if sensing it wasn't enough, 2 more sets of armor appeared on him, layering 3 sets of fighting spirit armor, making him look particularly bulky. He held the bone-melting blood pill in his hand. After all this time, I still have to eat this pill myself. Granny Mei next to him stopped talking nonsense. Super magic, defensive magic, fairy ball. A golden spherical magic enveloped her. Xiao Yuan, do you want to come in and hide? Dean Lei smiled. No need. He then lifted his zanpakuto and gently waved it. The giant long-haired female puppet behind him turned into paper and scattered. What does that mean, Xiao Yuan? Old Chen looked at him with some confusion. What does it mean? Dean Lei snorted softly, and the zanpakuto transformed back into his cane. Since I can't win, then I surrender. Saying this, he raised both hands and smiled. Dean Qin, Lei admit defeat. Then he walked to the edge of the ice-high platform and jumped down directly. This operation left QinShi a bit stunned. In his original plan, the move, Tail Beast Ball, was only meant for deterrence, not just for the 3 deans, but also for the hidden individuals in the crowd who had ulterior motives against the Demon Hunting Academy. He never intended to let the Tailed Beast Ball explode. Instead, he wanted to use the destructive nature of the Tailed Beast Ball to destroy the ice-high platform, and then use the Rinnegan technique, Shinra Tensei, to force the 3 deans down to the ground. However, Dean Lei's actions gave him an inspiration. In the 6 paths form, QinShi had the ability to change the form of the Tailed Beast Ball at will. In the world of Naruto, 6 PathsObito once transformed the Tailed Beast Ball into spikes and shields for attack and defense. Just now, QinShi used the Tailed Beast Ball to defend against Old Chen's attack by placing it around himself. Now, QinShi transformed the Tailed Beast Ball into 2 gigantic black bows and arrows. Susanoo was completed, an arrow aimed at Old Chen, and another aimed at Granny Mei. Although they were drawn but not released, the sense of pressure was overwhelming. Old man, don't be stubborn. Xiao Qingqing and the others didn't pick the wrong person. Granny Mei smiled at Old Chen beside her, then gracefully flew down from the ice-high platform. This time, both Tailed Beast Ball bows were aimed at Old Chen. Sigh, I'm old. Can't compete with the young ones now. Old Chen sighed deeply, took a heavy puff from his pipe. Then he took out a black medicinal cauldron from his bosom, sat cross-legged on it, and wobbled down. The 3 deans all declared their surrender, and the battle was over. QinShi lifted the six-path state, using the ninjutsu, sand hand, to reach the podium. The audience in the entire square was silent. Many of them were drenched in cold sweat, especially when facing QinShi in six paths form. And that massive black-tail beast ball, the former made them feel as if they were facing a deity, unable to muster a shred of resistance. The latter filled them with deep fear, feeling that their lives were in QinShi's hands. For a moment, silence reigned. Many were deeply shaken. What are you all staring at? Let's cheer for the new dean. Old Qin puffed his beard and glared, banging his pipe, and shouted loudly. He was the first to clap, followed by Granny, May, and Dean Lei. The three top deans from outside schools expressed their recognition. The crowd below began to whisper, and then thunderous applause erupted. Whether they were former classmates, faculty of the academy, or social figures from Kyushu Island. Many even shouted QinShi's name. Unexpectedly, such a young boy has become the dean of the Demon Hunting Academy. Yes, when I was his age, I was still peeking at the girls in the front row. The youth is promising. The youth is promising. Today, I finally found a good husband for my little girl. What are you thinking about? The crowd below exchanged words, and the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. But there were no more dissenting voices. In the world of Kyushu, plagued by demonic beasts and dark organizations, people lived in a dangerous world. Therefore, following and admiring the strong had almost become instinct. QinShi fought against three and demonstrated an attack method stronger than the seven-star demon beast. He proved to everyone that he was the strongest person in Kyushu. And the strongest person should be the dean of the #1 academy in the world, Demon Hunting Academy. I have something to say. Old Qin coughed twice, and there was a softness in his gaze towards QinShi. Today, I did not know Dean Qin before this, but he has convinced me. To ensure the elegance of Hua Tuo Academy and Demon Hunting Academy, I am willing to provide free treatment for all faculty and students of the academy. I know many suffered heavy injuries in this battle against the 100 Ghost Group and Pillar Organization, especially many chronic ailments that, even if temporarily healed, would greatly affect their strength. Although the Demon Hunting Academy is proud and did not ask the other three academies for help, they indeed suffered for Kyushu. I promise to treat all the faculty and students of this academy back to health. Granny May from the Magic Academy also smiled and said, the two academy deans presented their grand gifts, and I felt it would be inappropriate not to express my gratitude. Our academy will send 100 S-rank magic scrolls to help strengthen the defensive magic array of the Demon Hunting Academy. And one more thing, the world is vast, but a girlfriend is the biggest. You all know that our Magic Academy has many beautiful women, while your Demon Hunting Academy has more boys and many are single. I approve that to deepen the connection with the Demon Hunting Academy, over the next year, I will hold a dance every month, allowing the students of the Demon Hunting Academy to have a good time with the girls from our Magic Academy. College life without a romantic relationship is not worth it, right? The students of the Demon Hunting Academy below were first stunned, then erupted with cheers 10 times more enthusiastic than before. I love you, Granny May. My college life is ignited. Let's go, grab a girlfriend. Everyone remember, the Magic Academy is doing this for our dean's sake. Qin classmate, my dean, you are the true hero. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the atmosphere of frustration and fear that had engulfed the Demon Hunting Academy began to dissipate among the students. Chapter 230, The Hidden Village of Rain in the Demon Domain. The rain fell incessantly. A girl of 17 or 18, with twin tails, walked along the muddy road, surrounded by tall, crooked trees with decayed gray bark. The sunlight was blocked by layers of leaves, making the road appear particularly dark. The girl walked leisurely on the road, her feet clean and barefoot, yet not a speck of dirt clung to her. It was as if the rain of heaven and earth deliberately avoided her. Unbeknownst to how long she had walked, the girl entered a thick fog. In the fog, there were faintly many high towers built of steel and stone. This was a secret realm. On Blue Star, due to the presence of the gray mist, it not only replicates various demonic beasts from countless realms. Sometimes it also alters the terrain, transforming the Blue Star environment into that of various realms. In the eyes of the Kyushu demon hunters, this environment transformed into an anime-like setting is called a secret realm. For example, the underground prison of the Demon Hunting Academy, Impasse City. For example, the Dave Paradise in the Back Mountain. The secret realms are not only located in the Kyushu region, but there are countless secret realms in the demon domain where gray mist prevails. The girl is currently in one of the secret realms in the demon domain, specifically from the world of Naruto, Rain Hidden Village. This is the gathering place of the dark organization, Zhu. The Demon Hunting Academy has been investigating for 10 years and has not discovered the base of the Zhu organization. They could never imagine that the gathering place of Zhu is not within the borders of Kyushu, but in the boundless demon domain. They also cannot believe that anyone would build a home in the demon domain, a place where humans cannot survive, where countless perverse demon beasts appear and disappear. The gray mist also requires every human powerhouse entering the demon domain to wear specially made gas masks. Otherwise, they cannot stay for more than half a day. However, in this secret realm, due to the continuous rain in Rain-Hidden Village, the gray mist has been washed away and no longer poses a strong toxicity to humans, allowing this secret realm to be habitable for humans. In the rain, a snake slowly slithers over from the muddy ground, raises its head, and hisses, "Shueju, you're back? The leader has been waiting for you for a long time." This little snake surprisingly speaks in human language. The girl called Shueju remains quite calm, as if she is used to the scene before her. "Take me to see the leader. Follow me." The little snake nods its head and then coils and moves on the ground, leading the girl to a tall tower in the center of the village. At the top of the tower, a tall and thin man is walking back and forth in the hall with tools in hand. He is wearing a dark high-neck short-sleeve shirt and triangular protective gear, with matching pants and leg bindings. On his head, he wears a forehead protector, but the emblem on it has a cut mark. This is the outfit of a ninja from Konoha Village in the anime Naruto. The cut on the forehead protector serves as proof of betrayal from the ninja village. "Shueju, you're back?" Sensing the girl entering his laboratory, the man does not turn around and continues his work. In front of him lies a severely damaged humanoid puppet. "Leader." The girl called Shueju gently nods. "How is it? Has the new principal of the academy been selected?" "Yes, it has been selected. It's a young boy, reportedly a direct disciple of the current principal, Principal Bai." The girl nods. "A boy?" The man exclaims. "Isn't it those two kids, QinShi or Chi Quan?" "It makes sense. I've heard from Renju that a boy saved Principal Bai from him. It should be this boy then. The 6 paths of Renju, as pain couldn't defeat this boy. It seems he is quite remarkable." The man carefully removes an eyeball from the humanoid puppet. The eyeball is quite special, with a red background and black patterns in the pupil, resembling a spinning windmill. This is a Sharingan. But shortly after the man removes the puppet's eyeball, cracks suddenly appear on the eyeball, and then it shatters with a snap. "Sigh." The man deeply sighs. "My Sharingan. I shouldn't have created such a humanoid puppet and controlled it using the Shinra Tensei technique. Although I only used the Kodoemitsukami technique on Lil Baichi once. It was still affected by his tremor fruit ability. This Sharingan is completely broken. I can still repair ordinary physical damage. But the space where this Sharingan is located has already decayed, and I can't repair it at all." After talking to himself, the man stretches lazily. But it's understandable. After all, it was about dealing with my successor, the strongest principal in history. Without paying enough of a price, how could there be a chance of victory? Throwing away the broken Sharingan eyeball in his hand, the man finally turns around and lays on the military bed in the corner of the lab. The girl observes the lazy man in front of her. He is the founder and leader of the Zhu organization, Wusheng. This man has another identity, the founder of the Demon Hunting Academy, the first principal of the Demon Hunting Academy, who single-handedly sealed the 7-star demon beast, Nine Tails, and led humanity to resist the first Red Moon Beast Tide, a hero. His inheritance is S-level, the genius ninja, Uchiha Shursui from the Naruto world. The man reclines, casually takes a piece of chocolate from the table, unwraps it, throws it into his mouth, and chews while asking, "Shueju, what do you think of this new principal? How strong is he?" "Shueju," the girl ponders for a moment. "Stronger than QinShi, but not to be feared." "Oh, do you really think so?" Wusheng looks at the girl meaningfully. "Shueju, this isn't your first time meeting this boy, is it? What was his name? QinShi, right?" The girl is taken aback, her expression fluctuating. "Yes, leader. Previously, when I was on a mission on the Endless Sunshine ship, I encountered this boy. At that time, I summoned the demon beast, the Su, raised by the organization, hoping to create chaos to abduct the second son of the Yuan family, one of the top 10 families who can use would release. As a result, this boy was also on the ship and killed that demon beast, the Su, almost disrupting my abduction plan. A boy with such potential. It would have been great if you had introduced him to the organization back then, or at least captured him." Wusheng said softly, "It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it." Seeing that the girl had no intention of leaving, Wusheng asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something else?" "Yes." The girl hesitated for a moment. "I want to ask about the Demon King. Why? Did he die?" Just as the girl asked the question, a terrifying pressure erupted from the man in front of her. "Are you questioning me?" The man walked up to the girl, looking down and asked in a low voice. The girl lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, but she still did not retreat. We are all here with faith in you. You said we have the most sincere love for Kyushu. As for myself, I believe the Demon King's love for humanity is heartfelt. But why? Did you treat our companion as a discarded pawn? Her voice trembled slightly, but it carried determination. Wu Sheng stared straight at the girl before him. Suddenly, the girl felt the pressure lighten. Wu Sheng had lifted the spiritual pressure. Well, you and the Demon King have worked together before, so you must have some feelings for him. I will tell you the reason why he must be eliminated and the true secret behind this world. Chapter 231 Ju's origin, however. Can you first tell me how you found out? Wu Sheng asked gently. This operation was bound to sacrifice many people's names. Apart from Guizhu, the Demon King, others like the Flame Pillar sacrificed themselves in this operation. Why do you think the death of Guizhu, the Demon King, was my design? After a moment of silence, the girl slowly spoke. In this operation, the 100 Ghost Group was used as bait. Regardless of whether Principal Bai left the academy or not, the Demon King would be killed. The difference was only who would kill him. Moreover, Shiju Mido was still there. Although she was also used as bait to confuse the enemy, you must have considered the idea of going to finish him off when the Demon King was severely wounded. So you had originally planned to abandon the Demon King from the start. Wu Sheng smiled. What you said is correct. I had intended for him to go to his death from the very beginning. But there is one thing you might not know. Before doing all this, I had already told him the entire plan. He knows. The girl was shocked. He knows. Then why is he still going? As soon as the girl asked the question, she began to guess a possibility. Could it be that he just wants to seek death? Wu Sheng did not directly answer her question, but instead touched his headband and slowly began to speak. Shueizhu, I remember your original name is Du Shasha, right? The Du family is also one of the 10 major families of Jojo. As the eldest daughter of the Du family, you originally had a glorious future ahead of you. Not only that, you are also one of the direct disciples of the head of the Magic Academy, Old Lady May, possessing S-Class inheritance. The rider Medusa from the Fate world. If nothing unexpected happens, with the help of your family, you will become the new generation head of the Magic Academy. But do you still remember how you came to the organization? The tall man Wu Sheng gently asked. Of course I remember. That was the first time I entered the Demon Domain as a graduate, teaming up with 2 classmates from the academy for an internship. However, not long after entering the Demon Domain, we encountered a supernatural weather phenomenon, the time-space cloud, and the 3 of us were swept up by the cloud and transported to an unknown area far from the Jojo border. It was there that we encountered the 8th-tier demon beast, Rayquaza. I had seen it in the Academy's Demon Beast Encyclopedia. It was a demon beast from the Pokemon world, said to live in the ozone layer above the clouds, capable of controlling the weather, and had only briefly appeared over Jojo Island during the first Red Moon Beast tide. But we encountered it on the ground. Rayquaza was not a violent demon beast, but that time it acted as if it were being chased by something even more ferocious. Panicking and raging. Just its appearance caused hurricanes to rise in the sky, sweeping my 2 companions into the air. I was almost torn apart by its violent winds until I saw you and the Ghost King. You 2 worked together to disperse Rayquaza and brought me back to the base, Yuin Village. The girl took a long breath and spoke again. Although I was already the strongest student at the Magic Academy at that time, and had developed nearly 80% of the Medusa inheritance, I was completely powerless in front of the 8th-tier demon beast, Rayquaza. That feeling of helplessness is deeply engraved in my heart. After that, I realized that the power of the Magic Academy was too weak. No, even the strongest academy in Jojo, the Demon Hunting Academy, seemed ridiculous in the face of such a threat. So I sought the protection of greater power and joined the Column organization. And when I was swept into the sky by Rayquaza, I saw the monsters chasing it. Shueizhu Du Shasha slowly finished speaking. Wu Sheng nodded. In fact, after saving you, the Ghost King and I returned to the scene. Do you know why Rayquaza unusually fell from the sky to the ground? It was because behind it, there were even more powerful demon beasts hunting it. There were dozens of monsters blocking out the sun, each with pressure no less than Rayquaza's. And behind that group of demon beasts, there were 4 colossal demon beasts nearly reaching the sky. Just a glance made the Ghost King and me feel deep fear, paralyzing us in place, almost unable to move. Especially the Ghost King. He sensed that among those 4 demon beasts, one of them had a breath he was very familiar with. That was the Horse King demon beast, which could almost stomp a 7-star demon beast vampire to death, leaving giant hoof prints on the ground. Next to the Horse King, there were 3 monsters of similar size. But what was truly terrifying was the demon beast that drove these 4 demon beasts, each step shaking the earth, as if it was a creature formed from countless demon beasts. I could no longer determine the strength of that demon beast. Was it 10th tier? Or even higher? Such a demon beast could easily bring about the end of the world. Wu Sheng closed his eyes, as if he was trying hard to recall the appearance of that monster. Shueizhu, the girl looked straight at him. Although she was also surprised that the demon domain had produced a world-ending demon beast, she was even more confused. What does this have to do with us? Wu Sheng pointed to a map on the table, which he had drawn over hundreds of years, depicting the demon domain and Jiuzhou. Do you know that Jiuzhou is the only country on this blue star now? Under the invasion of demon beasts, countless countries have perished in this demon beast frenzy. The reason Jiuzhou has not been destroyed for so long, what do you think it is? Is it the powerful national defense formation, or the strong heroes guarding it? Neither. It's just a matter of good luck. The only reason Jiuzhou has survived is that no demon beasts above the 8th tier have invaded it. And now, I have deduced the route of those high-tier demon beasts. They will pass through Jiuzhou. Just passing through, Jiuzhou will also be destroyed. This is the inevitable fate that our human world cannot escape from. Wu Sheng said heavily. 200 years ago, as the first-generation headmaster, although I sealed the 7-star demon beast Kai by, I was also severely injured. To maintain the Academy's deterrent effect, I resigned from the position of Demon Hunting Academy headmaster and then wandered alone in the demon domain for 10 years. After witnessing the cruel law of the jungle in the demon domain, I realized how ridiculous it was for the weak to be protected in the Jiuzhou world. I survived time and again under unimaginable demon beast attacks, and by a stroke of luck, I gained a completely new power. That is the power of Jinchuriki. Chapter 232. The cause of the Ghost King's death with Wu Sheng's narration. Shueizhu Du Shasha slowly learned about the origins of the column organization. Through continuous trials in the demon domain, he not only obtained the complete inheritance of Uchiha Shursui, but also awakened some memories from the Naruto world associated with Uchiha Shursui. Among the memories of the inheritance, there was a memory of a tailed beast sealed within a young boy's body, which piqued his interest. From the memory, he learned that those who sealed powerful demon beasts within themselves are called Jinchuriki. In the demon domain, it is more accurate to say it is a struggle for survival rather than living. Wu Sheng sighed and said, even some demon beasts that are below the 7th tier often possess bizarre abilities. For example, I encountered a monster that resembled mud. Its spiritual power was very low, yet it managed to survive in the demon domain by transforming into the appearance of other demon beasts. Or I have seen a weak slime, which can be easily killed even by a 1-star demon beast, but revives every time it dies, and even an 8th tier demon beast cannot completely kill it. And, as the strongest human at that time, I could only keep running in the perilous demon domain. How pathetic. How ridiculous. I originally thought that if I could kill a few more demon beasts in the demon domain, it wouldn't be a waste of my life, but in the end, just surviving used up all my strength. Only when a person is on the brink of death do they realize how much they cherish life. It was also at that time that I deeply realized that the reason Jiuzhou could still survive was merely because of her good luck. This was Wu Sheng's 10 years of fleeing experience in the demon domain. Fortunately, just when I was about to die, I discovered a secret realm. This was a secret realm from the Naruto world. By reading the documents within the secret realm, I learned that this was the secret base of a ninja named Orochimaru. Orochimaru is a research-type ninja who has developed many unique ninjutsu techniques. For instance, I learned a technique called Edo Tensei by relying on his literature, and I finally survived. If I, alone, have such a strong desire to survive, how much more so for a civilization? Sooner or later, high-level demon beasts will invade the 9 provinces, and the 9 provinces will ultimately perish. As the strongest and heroic figure of the human race, the first-generation Dean, I must find a way to preserve the spark of humanity. With the faint memories of Jinchuriki that I inherited, I also discovered records of this ninjutsu in the secret base. By using my Kotoeme Tsukumi to completely control the demon beasts and sealing them within humans, we can fully harness the power of the demon beasts. Thus, an idea formed in my mind. Since we cannot resist the demon beasts, we will become the demon beasts. This is the original intention behind the establishment of Zhu. Water Pillar, Dashasha, was momentarily stunned after hearing the description from Chief Wu Sheng. She realized what the man before her had experienced and what thoughts he held regarding the 9 provinces. However, even if you intend to transform humanity, why kill the Demon King? The Demon King was one of those who saved her in the demon domain and owed her a great debt. She had to understand the truth behind his death. Wusheng looked at Dashasha and suddenly smiled. Do you think I'm the only one with the idea of transforming humanity? The Demon King thinks the same. Although he used my power to seal the 7-star demon beast, the vampire, within himself, and became a Jinchuriki. He shares an equal love for the civilization of the 9 provinces and desires to save the spark of humanity as well. Yet, the path he chose is not the same as mine. Not everyone can become a Jinchuriki. To seal a demon beast within oneself, one must possess an exceptionally strong will. Humans who meet this requirement are few and far between. Therefore, the Demon King gradually stopped agreeing with my decisions. He hoped to use his own blood to turn all humans into demons, allowing them to survive when the mists of the demon domain spread to the 9 provinces. Most humans could consume the blood of vampires and transform into demons. The Demon King believed this would maximize the preservation of human civilization. However, those who become demons gradually lose their human nature, becoming bloodthirsty, indifferent, and even obsessed with human blood. This is a demon. How can they still be called humans? I originally did not plan to confront the Demon King immediately. This was his choice, and I could tolerate it, willing to observe for a while longer. But Wusheng helplessly closed his eyes. There is no time left according to the latest observations. A tier 10 demon beast, the fused monster Baliutala, is rapidly approaching the 9 provinces for some unknown reason. Its team also includes 8 other tier 9 and tier 8 demon beasts. 4 in the front and 4 in the back. The Dragon King Dolores, the Wolf King Genies, the Bird King Emperor Crow, the Snake King Mother Snake, the Deer King Sky Deer, the Whale King Muen, the Monkey King Bambina, and the Horse King Heracles. In addition to these demon beasts, there are many tier 7 and tier 6 demon beasts. This is an entire legion of demon beasts that the 9 provinces cannot compete against. In just a month, the 9 provinces will be destroyed. I must immediately begin my plan. Therefore, the Demon King, who has taken a different path, can only become a pawn. After listening to Wusheng's narration, Dashasha fell silent. Different ideologies brought about different paths, and different paths determined that the two could only become enemies. From comrades to enemies. Dashasha sighed helplessly. The Demon King had a debt of gratitude to her, but Chief Wusheng was also her savior. She only wanted to understand the truth, and had no thoughts of revenge against the Demon King. Moreover, with her strength, she could hardly talk about revenge. However, she did notice a word used by Wusheng in his recent narration. You just mentioned a plan? What is your plan? Wusheng merely smiled faintly. You will know soon. Now, gather all the remaining pillars and I will begin to implement the final plan. In the Demon Hunting Academy. In the principal's office. QinShi arrived in front of QinShi and placed a key on the table. The key was crystal clear, resembling a single piece of diamond. Intricate patterns were engraved on the handle of the key. What is this? QinShi picked up the key and looked at it. This is a pass. A pass to enter the Divine and Demon Mausoleum. QinShi walked over to the refrigerator and took out a can of cold beer. The principal asked me to give this to you. The Divine and Demon Mausoleum? QinShi recalled. This is a secret realm in the Demon Hunting Academy. If there's a place where any student of the Demon Hunting Academy would not dare to act recklessly, it would be this secret realm. Because buried within this secret realm are the teachers who died in battle throughout the Academy's history. Chapter 233. The Divine and Demon Mausoleum. QinShi remembered that during the previous large-scale invasion of the Academy by the Pillar Organization, Principal Bai had relocated all the students to the Divine and Demon Mausoleum for safety. He had also entered the mausoleum later to retrieve the students. Although there was a special method of entry, he had not used the key in his hand. Seeing the confusion on QinShi's face, QinShi took a sip of beer to clear his throat. The Divine and Demon Mausoleum has both outer and inner secret realms. The last time the students hid, it was only the outer secret realm of the Divine and Demon Mausoleum. Only by using this key can one enter the true inner secret realm of the Divine and Demon Mausoleum, which contains the power of inheritance. QinShi toyed with the diamond key in his hand. The inner secret realm. What is inside? Inheritance. QinShi slowly said. Since the establishment of the Demon Hunting Academy, countless teachers and students have either died in the fight against demon beasts or perished in battles against dark organizations. Their remains are all buried in the Divine and Demon Mausoleum, and there is a power within this secret realm that can absorb the skills of those buried there. Every Blue Star person can only obtain one inheritance in their lifetime. It is impossible to have two, and this has been proven by countless people. As he spoke, Teacher QinShi paused. Only the boy before him is an exception. His power is filled with inheritances from various worlds. Is this a capability that only someone with a single inheritance can possess? Although QinShi was also curious about the source of QinShi's power. As a seasoned academy teacher, he knew that some things should not be asked, so he refrained from probing further. There are too many people with secrets in this world, and there is no need to investigate too much. Of course, there are other ways to obtain power beyond inheritance. For example, the Demon King's ability to turn others into demons allows the transformed individuals to gain powers beyond inheritance. Similarly, the Pillar Organization can seal the powers of demon beasts within themselves and use abilities that do not belong to their own inheritance. Our Academy's secret realm, the Divine and Demon Mausoleum, can also endow individuals with skills beyond their own inheritance. QinShi nodded. This is indeed a magical place. In fact, many abilities in anime can produce super-level standards if combined. For example, in the Naruto world, combining the Nara clan's ancestral secret technique, the Shadow Imitation Technique, with Haiden's immortality could easily kill others while keeping oneself alive. In the world of One Piece, the flower fruit can grow arms anywhere within sight, while the toy fruit can turn others into toys that obey one's commands, but one must touch the other person with their hand to do so. If the abilities of the flower fruit and the childlike fruit could be combined, one could manipulate others at will, making them truly invincible. If the divine demon tomb could allow individuals to gain abilities that suit their own inheritance level, it would indeed be an extraordinary secret realm. After hearing QinShi's speculation, QinShi smiled. It's not as good as you think. First of all, not everyone can enter the inner secret realm of the divine demon tomb. As one of the Academy's secret realms, the divine demon tomb has developed its own will, and only those who have made significant contributions to the Academy are qualified to enter. Secondly, even if one enters the inner secret realm, the type of skill one can obtain is also dependent on luck and opportunity. Ultimately, the granting of skills in the divine demon tomb is a chance and a trial. Only the strong can obtain them. Although your strength is already considerable, it is still not enough. In the impending Doomsday Battle, Demon hopes you can achieve sufficient improvement. While we don't know how you will ultimately resolve this crisis, powerful strength is necessary regardless of the method used. QinShi understood. He also gained a deeper understanding of Denbai's plan to make him the head of the Demon Hunting Academy. When Denbai used observation haki to see the scene of him leading humanity to victory, he had already decided to bet on him. Making him the Dean was not just about leading humanity to overcome the apocalypse. It was also about utilizing the Academy's resources to allow him to further improve. I understand. QinShi nodded. How should I use this key? There's a door deep in the tomb. You just need to insert the key to use it. There are signposts in the tomb that will guide you to the door. Teacher QinShi put on his hat again. There have been some unusual happenings at the Demon Lock Tower. I need to investigate. All right. After QinShi became the dean, Teacher QinShi and Teacher Quan were also appointed as vice deans. After the Pillar Organization attacked the campus, the situation in the 9 provinces became turbulent, and many dark organizations began to stir. The Quancheng Organization in the Northern Desert has revived, and the Heavenly Tower in Yunlan State is still gathering the remaining evil spirits. As a result, before Teacher Quan fully recovered from his injuries, he had already set out again, leading 2 instructors to hunt down members of the Dark Organization. Besides the chaos caused by the Dark Organizations, what the Demon Hunting Academy and even the entire Demon Hunting Alliance feared even more was the hidden Pillar Organization. Recently, the 9 provinces defense formation has shown several flaws, and the Demon Lock Tower has even suffered an attack from Pillar members. Fortunately, it was guarded by one of the gold medal teachers, Teacher Xiao Wu, which prevented a major incident. However, it is still a cause for concern. QinShi rubbed his temples, revealing a hint of anxiety. QinShi understood his meaning. Although it hasn't been publicly announced on a large scale, at least the high-ranking instructors at the Demon Hunting Academy already knew the true identity of the leader of the Pillar Organization. Everyone could hardly believe that the one who came to destroy the Demon Hunting Academy was actually the human hero who established it, the first dean, Wu Sheng. But it was also Wu Sheng who had designed and participated in the construction of the 9 provinces defense formation. If he had special intentions regarding the formation, it would spell disaster for the entire 9 provinces. Therefore, I must personally go and take command, and I will bring Lin Long with me to ensure the safety of the 9 provinces defense formation. And even though the storm has temporarily passed, I suspect there might still be undercover agents from the Pillar Organization within the Academy, QinShi said calmly. At this moment, the Academy can only rely on you to hold the fort. After the attack by the Pillar Organization, the Academy's gold medal instructors suffered heavy losses, and the remaining gold medal instructor, Taoist Wang, is still bedridden. Although he has received treatment from the old dean of Huadawa Academy, Chun, full recovery without harming his essence will still take at least a month. Meanwhile, the 9 provinces continent is facing internal and external troubles, and everyone is exhausted dealing with emergencies. There are no more personnel available to guard the academy. You can rest assured. QinShi stood up from the dean's seat. He walked over to the weapon rack, where the weapon of the previous dean, by Qi, was inserted. One of the supreme great knives that Song Yin cut. QinShi gently touched the long knife, his tone firm. With me here, the Demon Hunting Academy will not fall into chaos. Chapter 234. Dreams of the Inner World. Although QinShi was confident in his own strength, he also knew that the Pillar organization was an extremely powerful force, possessing strength far beyond that of the 100 Ghost Group. Moreover, the leader was the first dean who was very familiar with the Demon Hunting Academy. Unlike the simple act of devouring people by the 100 Ghost Group, the Pillar organization clearly had special objectives. They possess human-like personalities and rationality, but their true motives remain unclear. The unknown is the greatest enemy. At this moment, QinShi pondered, realizing that the only thing he could do was to enhance his strength. As long as his strength was sufficient, he could break through any scheme with a single sword strike. No matter what plans the enemy had, he could shatter them. After seeing off teacher QinShi, QinShi arrived at the bubbling lakeside. This was one of the Academy's internal secret realms, the hot pot lake from the cuisine captive world. The lake was continuously bubbling, wafting the aroma of spicy beef oil. He looked at the large ship in the center of the lake, a restaurant ship modeled after the Baratai from the One Piece world. QinShi recalled the delicious boiled meat slices that Chef Deshawn, the inheritor of Sanji from the One Piece world, had made for him when he was still around, and the immensely beneficial battle he had experienced. Now, Chef Deshawn had sacrificed himself in the battle against the 100 Ghost Group. He had heard that Chef Deshawn had multiple wounds from fighting off over 50 ghosts, yet he still refused to consume the blood of the Ghost King to transform into a ghost, battling the enemy until the very last moment. QinShi silently clenched his fists. Now, it was his turn to protect this academy. Quake Garment. QinShi gently shook his body and then dove straight into the lake. The boiling water surrounded him, but QinShi seemed not to feel the lake's heat at all. All the water stopped 10 centimeters in front of him, as if he were wearing a thick raincoat. Ever since QinShi obtained Dean Bai's inheritance, he had consciously been developing the abilities of the Quake Fruit. The Quake Garment he was using now was one of the developed skills. By applying the Quake Fruit's power to the surface of his body, he formed an isolated space. Whether it was attacks from others or substances like water and fire, it was difficult to penetrate his Quake Garment, providing him with an ability similar to Gojo Satoru's, Limitless. QinShi dove to the bottom of the hot pot lake, walking along the lake bed until he finally found a tall tombstone. Most of the tombstone was buried in the lake bed silt, with only a small portion of the top exposed. The tombstone had intricate cloud patterns, and the other side was engraved with characters. Although QinShi could not see the words buried in the silt, he knew that these few characters were Divine Demon Tomb. Found it. QinShi discovered the entrance to the secret realm, Divine Demon Tomb. This was the only double secret realm in the Demon Hunting Academy and one of the Academy's former core secrets. This secret realm was formed during the tenure of the second dean. Therefore, even though the leader of the Pill organization was the first dean of the Demon Hunting Academy, he did not know that another secret realm was hidden within this one. It was precisely because of this secret realm that Dean Bai was able to use spatial power to transfer all students to the Divine Demon Tomb at a critical moment when the Pillar organization launched a massive attack on the Demon Hunting Academy, ensuring that not a single student was harmed. QinShi walked up to the tombstone, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, and then traced the cloud patterns at the top of the stone. This was what QinShi had taught him, the method to enter the God-Demon Cemetery. Just as he finished the last stroke, the cloud patterns suddenly flew out from the top of the tombstone, enveloping QinShi. It was as if he heard a long whistle, and QinShi felt the scenery before him suddenly change. He found himself at the foot of a trapezoidal mountain peak. Is this the secret realm of the God-Demon Cemetery? QinShi looked up. There was actually a sun in this secret realm, although it was dim and emitted no warmth. Some secret realms are like small worlds. QinShi surveyed his surroundings. In front of him were long steps extending to great heights. On either side of the steps were thousands of tombstones. Buried here were all human heroes. QinShi slightly bent his body and bowed to the countless tombstones. Then, he slowly ascended the steps with firm strides. When he reached the highest level of the steps, he was faced with a heavy iron door. The iron door stood alone at the very top of the steps, with no objects blocking it on any side. QinShi took out the key that his teacher QinShi had given him, inserted it into the hole in the center of the iron door, and turned the key. Boom! The door made a thunderous sound, as if the entire mountain range was trembling. The iron door opened, revealing endless darkness inside. Without hesitation, QinShi stepped into the darkness. Little Qin, wake up, wake up. Brother Qin, wake up. QinShi slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was an old man and several small children. Grandpa Hong, an area, Xiao Yuan, Huzi, where am I? Hiss. My head hurts a bit. QinShi was helped up by the old man beside him. Silly child, of course, you are at home. QinShi looked around. The furniture was very worn, with several army cots lined up, and a kettle nearby was steaming. QinShi rubbed his head. This is the orphanage in the lower city of Linhai City. It's my home. Grandpa Hong brought over a bowl of chicken soup, blew on it, and set it in front of QinShi. Come, have a bowl of soup to warm you up. You silly child. Even if you didn't get any good inheritance. There is no need to take it too hard. After all, how many people can obtain an inheritance above grade B? Everyone still lives their ordinary lives. As Grandpa Hong chattered on, QinShi gradually remembered. He had received an F-grade inheritance during the inheritance ceremony. He didn't gain any abilities. This inheritance was just that of an ordinary person from another anime world, and he had fainted out of anxiety for not getting a good inheritance. It's okay. Later you can learn to cook properly with me. Your Grandpa Hong may not have other skills, but cooking is one of my strong suits. Once you learn, you can work as a chef in a small restaurant. Grandpa Hong continued to chatter while urging QinShi to finish the whole bowl of chicken soup. His eyes filled with affection. QinShi looked at the old man, who was closer than family, and the children, feeling warmth in his heart. His memories were a bit hazy. It seemed he had successfully entered university and experienced many dangerous battles. However, he stroked the hair of the little girl playing beside him. That kind of life didn't seem so great either. Being able to accompany family was the happiest thing. But those faint memories of his teacher and classmates gave him an inexplicable sense of reality. Could it be that he really went to that so-called demon hunting academy? In the inner world of the god demon cemetery, QinShi's body floated in the void, surrounded by boundless darkness. His eyes were tightly closed, as if he had fallen into a dream. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted. It seemed that something happy had happened in the dream. Chapter 235, The Determination to Protect Little Qin. When making soup, it's all about the timing. Grandpa Hong patiently taught QinShi. QinShi was sweating profusely, constantly adjusting the fire size under Grandpa Hong's instructions. Hee, do you find it hard? Grandpa Hong smiled and handed QinShi a towel. Hee, as long as I can be with you, and this little hardship is nothing. QinShi replied with a smile. He felt as if he had had a very long dream. The world in the dream was dangerous, where powerful monsters could destroy everything at any moment. And he was fighting tirelessly in a distant place to save this world. QinShi looked around. People in white chef uniforms were bustling about, cooking and serving dishes, a scene full of culinary warmth. He was in the hotel kitchen where Grandpa Hong worked. Now, as an apprentice, he was assisting Grandpa Hong. Compared to the endless battles in his dream, QinShi enjoyed the peace of the moment more. If he could always be with his family, although it might be hard, it felt very good. All right, you've worked all morning, go take a break. Grandpa Hong patted QinShi's head. QinShi nodded and walked from the steps to the rooftop. This restaurant was the tallest in the lower city of Linhai City, and from the rooftop, one could overlook the entire city. QinShi stood by the railing on the rooftop, feeling the refreshing breeze, his heart filled with happiness. The feeling of peace was truly wonderful. Suddenly, his body trembled. Not far from the lower city, the blue sky suddenly cracked open a seam. A huge naked man crawled out from the gap. His saliva dripped continuously, and his eyes were filled with madness. QinShi stared in disbelief at the naked giant not far away. This was a monster, a pure titan from the world of Attack on Titan. In just a moment, QinShi heard countless people wailing. Mon. Stir. Naked giants climbed out one after another from the crack. Some male, some female, some tall, some short. But they all shared the same uncontrollable drool and the crazed expressions directed at humans. It was as if they had seen the most delicious food. The lower city instantly turned into hell. QinShi frantically ran down the stairs. He desperately moved against the fleeing crowd, running towards the direction of the giants. Who will save us? Mom, where are you? Mom. Woo-woo. Countless people were crying and calling for help, but no one responded. QinShi ran with all his might, weaving through the fleeing crowd, darting through alleys, and desperately reached the monsters. He watched as the naked giants grabbed one person after another, former neighbors, friends, classmates. Then they tossed them into their mouths. Blood splattered from the giant's teeth. It was a hellish sight. QinShi's chest was filled with flames of anger. He clenched his fists in frustration, biting his teeth until they bled. What could he do? He was just an F-grade inheritor, a legacy with no special abilities, completely useless. What? Anything would do. What could help him gain power? He felt a sharp pain in his palm. Looking down, he noticed a sword had appeared in his hand without him realizing it. The sword had a blood groove and was inscribed with complex incantations. Just a glance, and QinShi understood how to use the sword in his hand. This sword was named Azura. Sacrifice all blood to transform into the Azura that eliminates demons. Using this sword would grant him power, but the price was his life. QinShi stared at the sword in his hand and suddenly burst into laughter. Life? If I can save the people I want to protect, I am willing to give my life. QinShi plunged the sword into his own chest, the fiery pain sweeping through his body. His blood flowed rapidly, and his consciousness began to blur. Countless giants sensed the vibrant life of this young man and immediately abandoned the humans in their hands, rushing madly towards QinShi. A fierce blood-red storm erupted from QinShi's body, as if it were a gale from hell. The giants caught in the storm were wiped away like dust. Holding the sword, QinShi slowly stood up from the ground. How much longer could he hold on? 1 minute, or even shorter? It didn't matter. QinShi's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a roar. In his heart, there was only one thought: to eliminate demons. With my blood, I will cleanse all demons. Gula la la. See, didn't I say my disciple could do it? In the void, a tall man with a long white beard pointed to the shifting image, proudly shouting. The shifting image was the scene QinShi had just witnessed. The giants invading Linhai City. I told you, my disciple isn't afraid of these trials. The speaker was Bai Qi, the principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. However, his figure was somewhat transparent, faintly swaying back and forth. This was not a human body, it was a spiritual body. The inner world of the demon and god cemetery could actually maintain the departed as spiritual bodies. The inner world of the demon and god cemetery would test every entrant. Only by passing the test would they be qualified to receive our inheritance. And this young man named QinShi, even though his strength was weak, was willing to sacrifice his life to protect others. This child is truly a hero with a heart for protection. I recognize him. Beside the man with the white beard was a middle-aged man with long black hair, dressed in tight black combat gear and draped in red layered armor. He was the spiritual body of the second-generation principal, possessing an Ultra S-level inheritance, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, from the Naruto world. Behind them, there were hundreds and thousands of spiritual bodies. They were the heroes of the human race who sacrificed their lives in wars, including past and present teachers and graduates of the academy. Fellow seniors and juniors, although I also like this young man. Isn't he a bit too young at just 18? The third-generation principal said softly, his complexion refined, resembling a scholarly gentleman. Shouldn't we investigate a bit more? After all, this is a huge gamble. To cope with the apocalypse, we need to give all our inheritances at once. And by passing our inheritances to others, we ourselves will be scattered. The fourth-generation principal was an exceptionally beautiful woman, and her voice was like a nightingale. Moreover, passing our inheritance to others generally only allows a small portion to be grasped, as there are powerful conflicts between inheritances. Only inheritances from the same world can absorb a bit more. Shouldn't we wait a little longer for new talent? I remember there was a girl named Lin Long. Wasn't she quite good? Why hasn't she come to the Demon and God Cemetery? What are we waiting for? The apocalypse is almost here, and we're still waiting. Principal Bai Qi puffed out his beard and glared. Do we still have time? There is no time left. You must know that demons far exceeding the 7 stars are about to. The second-generation principal saw that the strongest principal in history was about to explode and hurriedly took over the conversation. Little Bai, why do I feel that this young man has all your inheritances? This inheritance power, Little Bai, to put it bluntly, seems to be even stronger than yours. The blue surpasses the green. Do you understand? My disciple has great talent and can handle any inheritance. Principal Bai Qi stroked his beard, habitually reaching for his wine jug, only to grasp at nothing since he was already a spiritual body. He awkwardly touched his beard, then his expression turned serious. So everyone, please make a decision. Are you willing to gamble with me, Bai, and transfer all our inheritances to my disciple? For the human race, let us fight for a future. Chapter 236. Inheritance from the senior's long silence. In the inner world of the Demon and God Cemetery, the souls are the instructors and students of the Demon Hunting Academy. Human heroes who dedicated their lives to the peace of the JoJo world. Everyone has no selfish motives. The only concern is whether everyone is willing to sacrifice their souls to pass on their inheritances, and whether this young man can truly handle it. This is the only opportunity. Can this young man really save the JoJo world, which is almost doomed? Even by Chi, he is your direct disciple, you know him best. Is this too young boy really worth the only chance for everyone to give their all? The second-generation principal glanced at QinShi, who was floating in the center of many souls, his eyes tightly closed and still dreaming, and slowly spoke. His deep voice echoed throughout the inner world of the Demon and God Cemetery. Although he is still just a boy, he has passed the trial of the heart. I ask all of you present, when you first entered the academy, did you have the resolve to give up your life to protect others? I ask myself, and I cannot do it. Just this point, this young man is stronger than me. What era is this, still considering age? We a bunch of dead old folks. I've had enough of age. Are we going out to fight demons? I am willing to sacrifice my soul and pass on my inheritance skills to this young man. The second-generation principal walked to QinShi's side and extended his right hand towards the sleeping QinShi. His right hand rested on QinShi's head, and a faint light flashed. The second-generation principal's soul gradually dispersed, and a green, firefly-like light floated into QinShi's body. Principal. Countless remaining instructors and student souls couldn't help but shed tears. A woman stepped forward. She was stunningly beautiful, dressed in a white priestess outfit. I was a biology teacher at the academy 100 years ago, and my inheritance is Kikyo from the Inuyasha world. She is the wife mentioned by the Demon King. Instructor Kikyo, my husband has brought great harm to this world. Now I offer my strength, hoping to atone for his sins. She walked in front of QinShi, gently pointed with her delicate finger, and her form dispersed. A bit of white firefly light flew into QinShi's body. Teacher Kikyo. As the Academy's super popular female teacher Kikyo, her passing moved many other souls. Haha, why are you crying? We are already dead. We merely rely on our still somewhat powerful inheritance to leave a trace of will, waiting for a suitable successor to arrive. Today I, Wang Ming, the fourth-generation vice principal of the Demon Hunting Academy, inherit the martial artist Bangu from the One Punch Man world, and I am willing to become a lifeline for JoJo. Everyone, I will go first. While fighting a dragon-type demon beast, he lost his right hand. Now, he salutes the remaining souls with his left hand on his chest, then transforms into light. Next, countless lights lit up. I, Mei Fong, the gold medal instructor under the second-generation principal, inherit the Aquarius Saint from the Saint Seiya world, willing to offer my inheritance, hoping that the plum blossoms still bloom in JoJo's winter. Yang Rongrong, the head of the infirmary under the third-generation principal, inherits the divine Dr. Duanmu Rong from the QinShi Mingwe world, wishing for JoJo to be free from sickness and disaster. Shun Jingjing, the most beautiful graduate under the fourth-generation principal, inherits Usagi Tsukino from the Sailor Moon world. QinShi, you must protect the world my idol loves. Two heavy sighs. Since everyone is like this, we will accompany the gentleman to our deaths. I, the third-generation Dinji Yuan, inherit the position of the leader of the Trinity sect in the world of one person below, Ruo Tong. Young man, go and see a higher realm for me. I, the fourth-generation Din Shui Shui'er, inherit the angel of God Qian Rin Shui from the world of Doloa continent. As the man I have chosen, you must not disappoint me. Countless lights lit up in the god Demon Tomb's inner world, then transformed into fireflies floating into QinShi's body. The fireflies turned into a brilliant starry sky in the dark tomb world. At this moment, Principal Bai Chi couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten. He sighed deeply and looked gently at QinShi, who was still asleep. Hey, disciple, Master can only accompany you this far. The hardships that lie ahead can only depend on you alone. I, the fifth-generation Dean Bai Chi, inherit the white beard from the world of One Piece. Having stolen a chance at life from the heavens, wishing for my students and the JoJo world to have a bright future, his figure gradually dispersed, turning into specks of dust. QinShi only felt that he had a very long dream. After sacrificing his life to activate the Azure Sword to eliminate all the naked giants, he was on the brink of death. But just before dying, he seemed to see many people. Among those people were both men and women, and each seemed to know him, speaking to him with either sternness or gentleness. Who were they? QinShi slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed in the dormitory. His head ached. as if countless pieces of information were flooding into his mind. Am I awake? Li Shan, Yi, and Pei Bu Liao discovered that QinShi had awakened and hurried over. Pei Bu Liao was holding a medicinal soup. This is my family's ancestral prescription, personally brewed by Old Chun, called the Tranquil Mind Soup. According to my dad, it uses the most precious medicinal materials from the demon domain, capable of repairing the soul and calming the mind. QinShi muddle-headedly drank the medicinal liquid, and only then did he feel the chaotic thoughts in his mind gradually quiet down. How did I come back? Unexpectedly. My trip to the God-Demon Tomb ended in a coma. It was teacher QinShi who instructed us to come and get you before leaving. He said that everyone who goes to the inner world of the God-Demon Tomb will fall asleep and be sent back, and we should pull you up from the hot pot lake. He also said that ordinary people might sleep for a whole day and a half to digest the inherited skills, but your constitution is special, so you might sleep a little longer. QinShi nodded. So how long did I sleep? Li Shan spoke up. Just 1 month. Hey, a month? QinShi was shocked and jumped straight up from the bed. I actually slept for so long? Suddenly, he felt countless powers flowing through his limbs and bones. Some powers were gentle, some were rough, some were warm, and some felt like the cold ice of winter. But strangely, hundreds of powers flowing within him quickly merged into one, transforming into a spiritual power similar to chakra. Ding! The host has the physique of the son of all realms and has digested the inherited powers obtained in the secret realm. Mastery level of each inherited power. Intermediate, current number of inheritances, 572. The system's prompt sounded. QinShi froze in place. He actually mastered hundreds of inheritances? Chapter 237. Inheritances of different levels, however. When checking the mastery progress of each inheritance, QinShi discovered that for almost all inheritances, his mastery level was intermediate or even lower. For example, the inheritance from a gold medal teacher, Kamui. Kamui is the golden saint of Aquarius, guarding the 11th house of the zodiac in the world of Saint Seiya, and is also one of the protagonist teachers, Iceberg. He is said to possess powers close to absolute zero. With this gold medal teacher, if the inheritance is developed to the extreme, one can master all of Kamui's skills, comprehend the so-called seventh sense's magical powers, and even summon the legendary golden cloth of Aquarius. But QinShi couldn't even summon the golden cloth, let alone master the standard seventh sense of the golden saints. He only mastered one ice-type skill, Diamond Star Fist. However, thanks to his son of all realms physique, he indeed ignited the spark of inheritance. Unlike others who entered the God-Demon Tomb, inner world, and obtained inheritance skills, they could only acquire some accompanying techniques of the inheritance, but could not truly claim to possess it. After all, in Blue Star, the barriers between different inheritances are like a chasm that cannot be crossed. Yet QinShi truly possessed this inheritance. It's just that the current mastery level of the inheritance is low, and the power he can unleash is limited. However, not all inheritances are at the intermediate mastery level. QinShi found a type of inheritance with a mastery level of advanced. Advanced is almost equivalent to 80% of the inheritance developed. This is the Naruto type inheritance. As a major category of inheritance, Naruto inheritances are not uncommon in the God-Demon Tomb. Moreover, the inheritances that can appear in the God-Demon Tomb, inner world, are all S-level or even super S-level inheritances. For example, a 5-star monster hunter who graduated under the 3rd generation Dean possesses the inheritance of Konin from the Naruto world. Konin, as one of the founders of the Akatsuki organization in the Naruto world and the only female member among them, possesses powerful paper jutsu. QinShi not only mastered almost all paper jutsu, but even the self-created technique of 600 billion explosive tags by Konin. He essentially grasped the essence of Konin as inheritance. Other Naruto inheritances with advanced mastery levels include Itachi Uchiha inheritance, Deidara inheritance, Hashirama Senju inheritance, Inoki inheritance. Is it because I possess the Obito inheritance from Naruto, and the power system comes from the same world, that I can smoothly master the Naruto-type inheritances given by my predecessors? QinShi speculated. He sensed the total amount of spiritual power within his body, which had increased tenfold compared to before. The mastery of the inheritance further endowed his spiritual power. If we only talk about chakra now, I am probably stronger than the 7th Hokage Naruto, Uzumaki. He felt the immense spiritual power within his body. However, this spiritual power does not come from those inheritances with intermediate or even advanced mastery levels. Although these inheritances provided QinShi with skills and techniques, they did not significantly contribute to increasing his total spiritual power. What granted him such vast spiritual power is the inheritance from the second-generation Dean. The Super S-level inheritance of the legendary hero in the Naruto world, Hashirama Senju. This is the top combat power in the Naruto world. Possessing a nearly unique wood-release bloodline, mastering terrifying wood-release techniques, and having an almost frightening recovery ability and an enormous total chakra amount. As QinShi felt the inheritance of Hashirama Senju within him, the mastery level was perfect. What is perfection? Perfection means having mastered this inheritance 100. Wood-release techniques, sage techniques, and an overwhelming total chakra amount. QinShi has completely mastered them. Even though Whitebeard inheritance that principle by Qi transmitted to him before his death does not reach the perfect level of the Hashirama Senju inheritance. Why is the second-generation Dean's Hashirama Senju inheritance able to achieve such a high mastery level? QinShi himself began to wonder. The inner world of the god-demon tomb is merely the remnants of the souls of those who have passed away. Just like Naruto in the anime, what he sees is Mother Kushina in his consciousness. Even if he can gain some inherited power, it shouldn't be the entire inheritance. He pondered for a moment. Could it be related to his own Obito inheritance? Uchiha Obito, in the anime, due to severe injuries, had Hashirama cells implanted by Uchiha Madara. Although they were just Hashirama cells, they allowed Uchiha Obito to master powerful wood-release techniques. For example, he once controlled the Ten Tails to launch a massive range ninjutsu. The wood-release, cuttings technique. It was precisely because of the assistance from Hashirama cells that Obito used Kamui as easily as eating and drinking, completely avoiding the chakra shortage problem that Kakashi faced. Since there is a part of Senju Hashirama, his power in his inheritance, after obtaining the second-generation Dean's inheritance seed, did he directly master the entire inheritance? QinShi thought long and hard, and this seemed to be the only possibility, rubbing his head, which was still slightly aching. Although he had been in a deep sleep for a whole month, he had absorbed too much inheritance. Even with his child of all realms system physique, he couldn't digest all this inheritance in a short time. QinShi got dressed and looked at his two roommates. Both of them had obvious dark circles under their eyes, showing that he had caused them quite a bit of worry during his sleep. Although he was very grateful for their efforts, he had to ask, "Why didn't you two go to class?" "Then why aren't you going to class?" "I'm the principal." "How can a principal go to class like a student?" Teacher QinShi said before leaving, "Although you've become the principal, you are still a freshman, and you still need to earn the same credits every semester." N. After having a big meal in the cafeteria with his two roommates, QinShi walked into the classroom. All the students turned to look. His former classmates suddenly became his superiors. Everyone's gazes were a bit complicated. The teacher giving the lecture was the severely injured Teacher Wong, still in his familiar blue robe, but he was holding bandages in his hand, clearly not fully recovered. Teacher Wong is teaching?" QinShi pretended to be dignified, putting his left hand behind his back and stretching out his right hand to wave, looking just like a leader inspecting. He was just short of saying comrades. "Hello." Teacher Wong glanced at him. "You're awake? Hurry up and take your seat." Saying this, Teacher Wong brushed off the chalk dust from his hand. "In this classroom, I call you Student Qin, you call me Teacher Wong. In the principal's office, I call you Principal Qin, you call me Xiao Wong. We each have our own roles. Now, Student Wong, return to your seat. Take out that damn textbook that is already gathering dust and turn to page 78. What are you standing there for? Don't you think you're behind enough in credits? Hurry up. Every minute you waste here, the whole class loses an hour. Let us see how long you can dawdle." QinShi was dumbfounded. What happened to the treatment of a leader? Chapter 238. Demon Suppression Pass. Grass is weak against fire. Fire is weak against rock. After finally memorizing the attribute restraint chart of the demon beasts under the reluctant gaze of the teacher, QinShi let out a breath and prepared to step out of the classroom. Although Vice Principal QinShi arranged for him to only attend half a day of classes every day, he still had assignments to complete. The beautiful teacher, the head of the department who inherited from Pokemon World Misty, pulled him back and said earnestly, "You are the principal and should set a good example. If you don't place in the top 5 in this exam, you won't get a break this weekend. I'll tutor you." QinShi nodded awkwardly. "Go ahead. Our esteemed principal, it's your time to handle business now. If you get tired, just call me, and I'll bring you tea and give you a massage." After explaining QinShi's study issues, the beautiful department head suddenly changed her tone, her voice extremely gentle, even with a hint of flattery. The speed of her flipping her face is much faster than flipping a book. This is professionalism. QinShi sighed inwardly about the talent everywhere in the Demon Hunting Academy and hurried to the principal's office. Just as he sat down, a mixed-race beautiful girl burst in with a bang. "Senior Lin Long, what are you doing here?" QinShi stood up and poured a glass of water for Lin Long. "Aren't you in the Demon Lock Tower, investigating the anomalies at the border with Teacher Qingji?" After drinking a big gulp, Lin Long finally caught her breath. "Over at the Demon Lock Tower, we have already captured the root of the unrest. It's an undercover agent from a column organization, hiding his identity as the captain of a demon hunting team stationed at the Demon Lock Tower and also one of the guards of the tower." Senior Lin Long's rising chest gradually stabilized. This person, like other members of the column, harbors a demon beast within him, and the demon beast in him is called Treasure Chest Monster. Treasure Chest Monster? QinShi asked curiously. "Yes, it's a creature from the world of the Dying Flare, whose attack power isn't high, but can swallow much larger objects into its chest." Senior Lin Long explained in detail. "A monster with storage capabilities? Could it be?" He used the treasure chest monster's characteristics to hide the demon beasts inside. QinShi speculated a possibility. Because a person can enter the 9 provinces just based on their appearance, there's no need to complicate things. If they must bring something in, it can only be a demon beast. Hearing QinShi's speculation, Lin Long exclaimed. "No wonder Teacher Qingji said you're smart. You guessed right. He indeed used the characteristics of the treasure chest to hide the demon beasts inside. However, while the quantity is large, there's only one type. That is, the mischievous bomb." QinShi was taken aback. "Huh? The mischievous bomb? The one from Pokemon that likes to live in power plants and explodes with the slightest provocation?" QinShi thought for a moment. "What about the quantity?" Lin Long held up a finger. "A full 1,000 of them. Although the mischievous bomb is known for self-detonation in the Pokemon world, when it really explodes, its power isn't enough to kill. But 1,000 mischievous bombs are different. Their explosive power is no less than that of a high-grade explosive. This undercover agent is really bold. Carrying so many mischievous bombs inside him, he is practically a walking nuclear bomb. How did you find out he was an undercover agent?" QinShi continued to ask. "It was Teacher Qingji. He used observation haki and discovered that this undercover agent's biological energy was far higher than that of others, thus locking onto the target." QinShi nodded. After learning about the abilities of the column, QinShi had also considered similar questions. Unlike demons, members of the column do not fear the sun and do not possess the inhuman characteristics that demons do. Aside from having a demon beast within them, they are no different from others. So how to identify members of the column? The method given by Teacher Qingji is perception. Demon beasts often have a body size and total spiritual energy that surpass humans. So a person hosting a demon beast will have much stronger biological energy than an ordinary person. By relying on the strong perceptive ability of observation haki, they can identify members of the column who harbor demon beasts. The purpose of that undercover agent, could it be to blow up the Demon Lock Tower? QinShi asked. The 9 provinces have 2 major prisons. One is the Secret Realm, Advanced City, located underground in the Demon Hunting Academy, which seals many powerful demon beasts. The other is the legendary structure, Demon Lock Tower, located at the border brought out from the Secret Realm world. However, what is imprisoned inside the Demon Lock Tower isn't demon beasts. Rather, it's people. Inside, there are members of various dark organizations imprisoned for centuries. The once popular organizations such as the Phantom Troop, the 6 Demon Generals, and the Men in Black all have core members imprisoned in the Demon Lock Tower. These individuals cause destruction to the 9 provinces that even surpasses that of demon beasts. The guard of the Demon Lock Tower aims to use 1,000 mischievous bombs to blast an exit out of the tower, allowing the members of the dark organization to escape in droves and create chaos in the 9 provinces. After Lin Long explained, she looked at QinShi's puzzled expression and asked if he had any questions. After thinking for a while, QinShi asked, "First of all, how did the guard of the Demon Lock Tower get infiltrated by an undercover agent? Is it someone from our Demon Hunting Academy?" Lin Long smiled. "You seem to have forgotten that you haven't taken the history of the 9 Demon Lock Passes course yet. The 9 Demon Lock Passes were established by the first headmaster of the Demon Hunting Academy, Wu Sheng, with the purpose of using 9 secret realm wonders to create the formation known as the 9 Crimson Sun Formation, which surrounds the entire 9 provinces as a defensive barrier." QinShi nodded. "In the Naruto world, there isn't a 9 Crimson Sun Formation, but rather a 4 Crimson Sun Formation. This is an A-rank ninjutsu that requires 4 Hokage-level ninjas to work together. The 4 shadow-level powerhouses open a rectangular barrier of red, transparent flames in the 4 cardinal directions. The barrier, adorned with red flames, prevents outsiders from entering and enemies inside from escaping. During the 4th Great Ninja War, the 1st to 4th Hokages who were reincarnated using impure world reincarnation, used this technique to seal the super demon beast known as the Ten Tails. The strength of this formation is so high that even the Ten Tails identity chakra bomb, known as the Tailed Beast Bomb, cannot break it. However, in the Naruto anime, the Four Crimson Sun formation was ultimately destroyed by Uchiha Obito, who transformed into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine Crimson Sun formation, on the other hand, was developed by the brilliant first headmaster based on the principles of the Four Crimson Sun formation to enclose the entire 9 provinces. The emergence of the Nine Crimson Sun formation ultimately helped humanity block the invading demon beast army, allowing the people of the 9 provinces to survive the first Red Moon Beast Tide and launch a counteroffensive. The second headmaster further improved upon the original formation. He chose a secret realm wonder from each of the 9 provinces, using the power of the wonders and the spiritual energy of the demon beasts and human warriors who perished near them to construct a grand formation that could operate independently without the need for a caster. The 9 wonders that serve as the nodes for the 9 Crimson Sun formation are now the 9 demon lock passes. Without the demon lock passes, there would be no peace for humanity for hundreds of years. QinShi's expression grew serious. So the demon lock passes must not have any mistakes. Chapter 239, Detonating the Mischievous Bombs. An undercover agent dares to come and forcibly demolish the demon lock tower with 1,000 mischievous bombs? I feel like things aren't that simple. Let's go to the demon lock tower. QinShi said, yes. I came back this time just to report to you and then take you with me. We have only conducted a preliminary examination of that undercover agent. And now teacher QinShi is more troubled by. Lin Long finished her water and said, let's go. The driver is still waiting for us at the door. No need to be so troublesome. QinShi smiled, extending his hand. What are you doing? Lin Long looked at QinShi suspiciously, but obediently placed her hand in his. She knew that her junior brother wouldn't take advantage of her easily. However, if the person taking advantage of her were him, Lin Long thought she might not mind. Taking a car is too troublesome. Teacher QinShi is still at the demon lock tower, right? QinShi asked. Lin Long nodded. That makes it simple. QinShi suddenly revealed a kunai in his hand, inscribed with special symbols. Flying Thunder God Technique. In an instant, he and Lin Long disappeared. Be careful, everyone be careful. Looking at the 1,000 mischievous bombs, teacher QinShi felt his head was about to explode. A month ago, he received a tip from the guard of the Demon Lock Tower, Xiao Wu, saying there were signs of pillar organization activities, and he rushed over immediately. After a month of hard work, he finally used observation hockey to identify the undercover agent lurking in the Demon Lock Tower, and now he had to deal with a mess of illegal explosives. Trucks lined up to load the large ice blocks onto them. That's right, large ice blocks. To prevent the mischievous bombs from self-detonating. Teacher QinShi immediately activated the ice fruit ability after taking the mischievous bombs from the treasure chest monster. He froze one as he took one out. Otherwise, with the self-detonation characteristics of the mischievous bombs, they could explode in no time after coming out of the treasure chest monster. There's a stretch of desolate land 20 kilometers east of the Demon Lock Tower, which is quite large, where we can detonate the mischievous bombs. A young man spoke. He looked about 25 years old, wearing a high-neck long-sleeve coat with a black base and white face, with black edges and black socks with white shoes. He had short black hair, pale skin, and green eyes, with a peculiar deep green tear-like pattern on his face. He was the guard of the Demon Lock Tower. Xiao Wu, the most outstanding graduate of the Tiangong Academy in the past 3 years. His lineage comes from the Espada of Aizen Sosukei's army in the world of Bleach, specifically the 4th Espada, Ulquiorra Cipher. As for why he is the best graduate in the last 3 years, it's because Xiao Wu graduated from Tiangong Academy only 3 years ago. Despite his handsome face, Xiao Wu looked exhausted at this moment. For the past month, he had been working almost non-stop to find the undercover agent, just like teacher QinShi. Thanks to your large-scale, freezing skills, otherwise, even if I release some spiritual pressure and virtual flashes, these mischievous bombs could explode on me, Xiao Wu said to his former homeroom teacher. But moving them is a real hassle. It's a full 20 kilometers with many mountain roads. And if we're not careful and one explodes, all of them will blow up. Suddenly, Xiao Wu frowned and looked at QinShi beside him. Who? He felt a tap on his arm, and a handsome young man appeared beside him, along with a blonde mixed-race beauty. Hey, teacher QinShi, Senior Wu, hello. QinShi greeted with a smile. He had left a flying thunder god mark on teacher QinShi when he set out, so he quickly moved over using the flying thunder god technique. Qin, principal? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Calculating the time, Lin Long had just arrived at the academy to report, yet they had come over so quickly from the academy. "You're here?" Teacher QinShi wasn't surprised by QinShi's appearance. He knew that his principal was very skilled in space-type ninjutsu, and this kind of instant movement was just a small matter. "This is the situation. Can you think of any solutions?" Teacher QinShi briefly introduced the current situation to QinShi. Although he had called in a lot of trucks, he still didn't dare to move them easily. After all, the road was uneven and far, and although the mischievous bombs had been frozen, they wouldn't explode immediately. However, there was a possibility of an explosion during the bumpy transport. "Let me try." QinShi formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of QinShis appeared on the scene. They stood in a line, with their index fingers and thumbs touching, surrounding all the frozen mischievous bombs in the middle. Formation ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Formation Technique. The Flying Thunder God Formation Technique is an alternative use of the Flying Thunder God Technique. Created by the fourth Hokage in the Naruto world, it can transfer objects or people within the formation to other places. In the world of Naruto, the Flying Thunder God Technique was used simultaneously by the fourth Hokage's bodyguard, Naruto, and others, but they only managed to teleport the Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Now, QinShi, using the Shadow Clone Technique, executed the Flying Thunder God Technique alone. In an instant, all 1,000 frozen mischief bombs disappeared, along with Aoji, Linlong, and Xiao Wu, who reappeared in a desolate area far from the Demon Lock Tower. "As expected, you must have a way." Aoji looked at his former student, now leader, with relief. In Blue Star, there are countless types of legacies, but their focuses differ. For instance, his Aoji legacy, while powerful with the ice fruit, has limited situations it can handle. In contrast, the legacies for Naruto have a variety of ninjutsu that can accomplish many non-combat tasks, such as building bridges, repairing roads, and gathering intelligence. "Leave the rest to me." The Demon Lock Tower's guardian, Xiao Wu, said with a smile. "Principal Qin, Lin, Teacher Aoji, you should step back. The explosion from these 1,000 mischief bombs is enough to create deep craters in the ground." QinShi's eyes spun with a kaleidoscope pattern as he activated the Shinra Tensei void state. Aoji exhaled a breath of cold air, transforming into an ice sculpture and forming a curved ice wall in front of the group. Lin Long flicked her hair, holding the Avalon's sword sheath in front of her, ready to withstand any explosion. "Now it's my turn." A mask resembling teardrops appeared on Xiao Wu's face, with a number 4 faintly visible on his left chest. Behind him, a pair of large black wings enveloped him. Xiao Wu's legacy comes from the strongest ghost organization in the Soul Society, the Espada, specifically the 4th seat, representing the Void. Ulquiorra. At this moment, Xiao Wu was using the unique ability of the Espada, Resurrection. By changing his state, he could exert several times more strength than in his normal form. "There are too many mischief bombs still in frozen state. I'll strive to eliminate them all at once." Slowly drawing his sword from his waist, Xiao Wu gripped it tightly, aiming at the distant group of frozen mischief bombs. Black Zero. A small black energy sphere formed at the tip of his sword, then shot toward the mischief bombs, rapidly enlarging as it flew. This was the Espada's Black Zero, usable only in the Resurrection state, far surpassing ordinary energy attacks in both power and range. Boom! The Black Zero struck the mischief bombs, instantly activating all of their nerves, resulting in a series of self-detonations. The explosive sounds pierced the eardrums, and a massive black mushroom cloud rose. Dense smoke and dust lingered for a long time. "Huh, is it finally over?" Xiao Wu let out a long breath, just as he was about to sheath his sword. But QinShi shouted, "Get ready for battle." He looked toward the smoke, his expression serious. Xiao Wu, Aoji, and Lin Long turned to look as well. As the smoke cleared, 1,000 black bricks floated in the sky. The bricks combined to form 10 massive dark gates. Chapter 240. The Dark Gate. What is that? Xiao Wu stared in surprise at the 10 black gates in the sky. Such a heavy aura of darkness. The enormous stone gates had black stone dragons coiling around them, with warrior statues holding giant swords on either side. In the center of the gates, an eerie green light flickered. "This is the Dark Gate," QinShi said solemnly. "The Dark Gate?" The three looked at QinShi in unison. "You actually know about this gate?" Even Aoji, who had read every book in the academy and was known as a walking library, was unaware of its origins. He couldn't help but feel more curious about QinShi. He recalled Principal Bai's conversation with him before his death. "My disciple QinShi not only possesses strength far beyond his peers, with the incredible ability to integrate multiple legacies, but more importantly, he has knowledge that surpasses ordinary students. Although I don't know where he acquired this knowledge, It will ultimately save humanity. Aoji glanced at the young principal again. What Principal Bai said is indeed true. Unaware of Aoji's thoughts, QinShi immediately explained to the group as they all looked at him. This massive stone gate is a product from the world of Warcraft. In that world, this gate connects the worlds of Azeroth and Draenor. It can connect two worlds. Lin Long asked in surprise, her voice like a nightingale. So, this enormous stone gate is actually a kind of teleportation gate. Yes, QinShi nodded. The Dark Gate can connect two worlds in the Warcraft world. The Orc tribes used such gates to bring devastation to human civilization. Which world will this gate connect to? Lin Long murmured. But the answer was evident. The column organization's undercover members in the 9 provinces brought this giant teleportation gate. So what comes through it can only be demon beasts. We can't allow this gate to exist. If a large number of demon beasts pour in, the demon lock tower could be at risk of being destroyed. Is this the true plan of the column organization? As the Guardian, I won't let that happen. Xiao Wu's gaze sharpened, and black spiritual energy enveloped his body. Second Resurrect Yin, his form changed once again. As a genius with the Ulquiorra legacy from the Soul Society, he had fully mastered all legacies, including the unique Second Resurrect Yin in the Soul Society. The change in form signified an absolute increase in power. Xiao Wu's upper body became bare, his whites turned green. His limbs and back were covered in black feathers, and his enormous black wings spread wide, revealing bat-like claws. Such powerful spiritual pressure felt as heavy as an ocean. Aoji stared in amazement at Xiao Wu beside him. He knew the other was strong, but he had never seen Xiao Wu's second Resurrect Yin form. Just grasping the skill, it couldn't last long. Xiao Wu extended his arms. Including the skills usable in this state, I'm still not proficient, but fortunately, the target size is large enough. Tundonos. A highly concentrated spiritual energy elongated in Xiao Wu's hands, transforming into a long spear crackling with lightning. This skill, like the tail beast bomb used by QinShi, is a high-density energy condensation. Go! The thunder lance shot out from Xiao Wu's hands, splitting the air with a piercing, explosive sound. Boom! The thunder lance struck one of the dark gates. The powerful shockwave even scattered the clouds in the sky. However, as the smoke cleared, the dark gate remained unscathed. It can't be shattered. Xiao Wu stared in disbelief at the dark gate in the sky. That strike you just made. Even if I had defended with armed color hockey, I would probably have perished, but this massive stone gate shows no signs of damage, which is truly unbelievable. Aoji also revealed a shocked expression. Only QinShi understood in his heart. In the Warcraft world, the Alliance had long contemplated destroying the giant stone gate. But even with the combined strength of so many human powerhouses, they still couldn't destroy it. Even after enduring the spatial explosion of Draenor, the Dark Gate remained undamaged. Since it cannot be broken, then I will seal it. A chilling aura surged from Teacher QinShi as he exhaled heavily, frost escaping from the corners of his mouth. Awakening skill, Ice Age. The intense cold was controlled by QinShi, wrapping around the 10 dark doors. Huge ice pillars enveloped the surroundings, sealing the 10 dark doors within towering ice structures. But that's not all. Teacher QinShi slammed his hands onto the ground. Armed color entanglement. A black aura surged from the ground towards the 10 ice pillars, dyeing the crystalline ice structures completely black. Teacher QinShi gasped for breath. Having just recovered from a serious illness, the ice pillar seal had nearly exhausted all of his strength. As a user of the frozen fruit ability, QinShi's freezing sealing ability was top-notch, and combined with the armed color domineering that greatly enhanced hardness, this seal was already a top-tier defense. At least that's what Lin Long and Xiao Wu thought. However, QinShi slowly spoke. Here comes. The black magatama in his eyes rotated, his gaze seemingly piercing through the dark doors to another strange world. Roar. Accompanied by the sounds of beasts, a claw broke through the ice of the sealed dark door, and a monkey holding a microphone was struggling to squeeze out. This is the Wukong beast from the Digimon world, Lin Long exclaimed first. As an excellent graduate of the Demon Hunting Academy, she remembered every monster that had appeared in the 9 provinces and was recorded in the Monster Handbook. This is a 5th-tier demon beast. Lin Long's expression turned serious. She was not afraid of 5th-tier demon beasts. She had even participated in hunting 7th-tier demon beasts. But the problem was, there were too many demon beasts breaking through the door. The Wukong beast, almost suffocated by the surrounding demon beasts, angrily pressed its claws down on the head of a nearby naked giant. That was an unclean titan from the world of Attack on Titan. With a pop, the Wukong beast crushed the head of the naked giant beside it. Just as the Wukong beast wiped the blood from its claws and was about to bounce out happily, a demon beast's foot landed directly on the Wukong beast's head from behind. This monster was hard to see clearly, covered in magma, with chains hanging from its chest. The bottom of the chain attached to an iron cage. Magma dripped from the monster's feet onto the Wukong beast, which wailed in agony as it was scalded to death by the magma. A fifth-tier demon beast just died right in front of everyone. How? How could this be? Lin Long covered her mouth and took a step back. That was a fifth-tier demon beast, and it just died like that. Xiao Wu's face turned pale as she watched the continuous emergence of demon beasts, mumbling, "Is this the scene of the apocalypse?" Just as everyone was in uncertainty, a voice rang out. The lava demon god, a seventh-tier demon beast from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, will continuously consume its own life. The falling magma will weaken it more and more, and it will likely die in about 8 hours. Although the voice was soft, it carried a calming power. QinShi shook his arms and smiled at everyone. Everyone, we have work to do. We cannot allow even a single one of these demon beasts to leave this wasteland. Chapter 241. Time Magic. QinShi was right. Teacher Qingji gasped heavily, the ice pillar seal nearly exhausting him. He flipped his wrist and took out a gray potion bottle from his storage bag, which contained 7 or 8 pills. If these demon beasts were allowed to leave this place, they could cause damage to the demon sealing tower. If the demon sealing tower was damaged and the 9 red sun formation had a gap, then the demon beasts from the demon domain would enter the 9 provinces as if entering a no man's land. This must not happen. Teacher Qingji looked at the potion bottle in his hand, his hesitation disappearing, and then firmly twisted the cap. QinShi glanced at the bottle. The name of the drug was written on it, Deadly Drug ES. This is a forbidden drug from the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island in the world of One Piece. Taking this drug will temporarily double the power of the user. The more pills taken, the greater the increase in power. It can be said to be a miraculous medicine that can allow one to take on 100. However, the side effects are also significant, which is a reduction in lifespan. In the One Piece anime, Hody's gang collectively aged dramatically after taking the deadly drug ES. Because of such powerful side effects, it was listed as a forbidden drug by the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island, prohibiting its use. As a #1 academy of Blue Star, the Demon Hunting Academy has replicated various items from anime worlds due to hunting star-level demon beasts. And the pills in Teacher Qingji's hand were exactly the deadly drug ES replicated by the Academy's pharmacy. There are many drugs in anime that forcibly enhance power. And because Qingji has a legacy from the One Piece world, the effects of taking drugs from other worlds would be greatly reduced. While taking replicated drugs from the One Piece world could achieve about 80 to 90 absorption. Just as Teacher Qingji was about to twist open the potion bottle and swallow all the pills at once, a hand grabbed the bottle. Teacher Qingji, there's no need for you to pay the price of your life to deal with these demon beasts. QinShi smiled and stopped Teacher Qingji's actions. These demon beasts? QinShi, this is a 7th-tier demon beast. Lin Long tightened her grip on the curry stick, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Each 7th-tier demon beast is like a natural disaster, causing immense destruction to the 9 provinces world. In the hundreds of years of the Demon Hunting Academy's history, there have been countless battles with demon beasts. Yet, without exception, 7th-tier demon beasts have caused huge losses to the Academy. Lin Long gathered her magical power, preparing to unleash her skill at the moment the 7th-tier demon beast, Lava Demon God, broke through the dark door. Her legacy is the most beautiful heroic spirit from Fate Zero, one of the 7 servants, Saber, Artoria Pendragon. Her strongest skill shares the same name as her long sword, called the Sword of Promised Victory. By infusing all her magical power into the holy sword in her hand, she releases a holy light like a shockwave, dealing high damage to enemies. In Fate Zero, Artoria used this move to directly evaporate a giant sea monster over 100 meters long. But at this moment, Lin Long lacked the confidence to kill the lava monster before her in one strike. And after using the Sword of Promised Victory with all her might, she would fall into a temporarily exhausted state, like Teacher Qingji. But with a total of 10 dark doors, even more demon beasts were emerging. Although there were no high-level monsters like the 7th-tier demon beast, if she exhausted her magical power, even if it cost her life, it wouldn't necessarily be enough to keep them. Junior, if I run out of magical power, the remaining demon beasts will have to be entrusted to you. With that, Senior Lin Long flicked her hair and was about to shout Excalibur. But QinShi directly pulled her back. Senior, it's fine to leave the other demon beasts to me. But can you also hand over this 7th tier, Lava Demon God, to me? QinShi said with a slight smile. Trust me. Saying this, QinShi turned around to face the lava demon god, which was almost breaking through the dark door. Come out, Grimoire, QinShi softly called. In front of him appeared a book without a cover, with the pages spinning around the book's spine. This was a spell book. Time magic, time sphere. As QinShi raised his hand, the lava demon god was suddenly enveloped in a gray magic sphere. Inside the magic sphere, the lava demon god's body rapidly collapsed, and then with a bang, it completely shattered. A seventh-tier demon beast vanished into nothingness in the blink of an eye. What? What is this? Senior Lin Long stood aside, stunned. This is a seventh-tier monster. Just moments ago, she and teacher QinShi were planning to confront it at the cost of their lives. Yet her junior brother effortlessly eliminated it with a wave of his hand. It took only a second. Junior, no, Principal Qin, you are actually this strong? Lin Long looked at her former junior brother in shock. To eliminate a seventh-tier monster with just a wave of his hand. Even the so-called strongest principal by Qi, couldn't do that at all. This is no longer a human level. Saying it's divine is not an exaggeration. It was as if QinShi could see through Lin Long's thoughts, and he smiled. I'm not that strong. Do you remember the weakness of the lava demon god that I just introduced? Although this monster is strong, it is constantly collapsing unless it is in lava. Even if we do nothing, it will die after 8 hours due to the magma falling off its body. And I just used time magic to help it pass those 8 hours in an instant, causing its whole body to disintegrate. To put it simply, I just took a shortcut. QinShi smiled and touched his head. Although he spoke lightly, the astonishment in Lin Long and QinShi's eyes did not diminish at all. First, you need to know the strengths and weaknesses of this seventh-tier monster. After all, the lava demon god has never appeared in the 9 provinces, and all the teachers at the Monster Hunting Academy are unaware of its weaknesses. Secondly, you need to be able to cast time magic and perform targeted attacks. Furthermore, to accelerate the opponent's time by 8 hours with just a wave of your hand, your mastery of time magic cannot be low. Is this really simple? Time magic, is it the inheritance of the third-generation vice principal? QinShi pondered for a moment and quickly asked. QinShi nodded. The third-generation vice principal Zhuge Yu inherited the magic emperor, Julius Novincrano, from the world of Black Clover. Known as the first genius in the history of the Monster Hunting Academy, he became the vice principal at just 20 years old, the youngest vice principal in history. Originally expected to be the most likely candidate for the fourth-generation principal, during the third Red Moon monster wave, humanity faced 5 seventh-tier monsters and countless monstrous armies, suffering heavy casualties in a short time. The third-generation vice principal Zhuge Yu sacrificed his life to forcibly cast the inheritance magic he had not fully mastered. The super time magic, Chrono Restoration. This is a magic that can reverse time, powerful enough to resurrect humans who have just died. After resurrecting the entire fallen army, Zhuge Yu died smiling, sitting cross-legged on the battlefield as his magic and life force were exhausted. The third Red Moon monster wave was turned around due to the resurrection of the human army, launching a grand counterattack that ultimately expelled the monsters from the 9 provinces. You actually inherited the legacy of the third-generation vice principal. QinShi exclaimed. He remembered that this student had clearly inherited from the fire shadow type, Obito. Logically, the inheritance obtained in the god-demon cemetery should only be similar to one's own heritage from the same world. For example, teacher QinShi himself inherited from the world of One Piece, the Aokiji legacy, and had entered the god-demon cemetery after the great sea monster was frozen for 800 miles. After passing the trial, he obtained a part of the inheritance from a teacher of anatomy during the era of the fourth principal. That teacher had an inheritance from the same world, the Brook from the world of One Piece. Through the inheritance, he exerted all his strength and only comprehended one skill from Brook's legacy, Soul's Lost Sword, by summoning the winds of the underworld to create a freezing effect. It was precisely because of his understanding of Soul's Lost Sword that he developed his own awakening skill, Frozen Hell, a unique skill that freezes the opponent's soul by summoning the winds of the underworld. It was thanks to the soul-freezing effect of Frozen Hell that he easily defeated one of the upper moons from the 100 Ghost group in the previous battle. And his student not only passed the trial of the God-Demon Cemetery to gain the inheritance, but even mastered the inheritance from the world of Black Clover, which is completely unrelated to Naruto. Moreover, he reached a level of proficient application in a short time. Truly, he is the savior that Principal Bai saw who could save humanity. QinShi looked at QinShi again, and this time there was light in his eyes. After seeing the future scene through Principal Bai's observation hockey, Teacher QinShi had also been depressed for a long time. Now, like Principal Bai, he saw hope. Student Qin, before the teacher dies, I will make sure nothing happens to you. QinShi silently made a decision in his heart. I will protect this light of hope for the 9 provinces. Chapter 242. Combination technique, is it really this strong? Didn't Shueizhu say that the newly appointed principal of the Monster Hunting Academy only had ordinary principal level strength? Did she lie? Besides the shock of QinShi and Lin Long, there was another person who was also surprised. The person guarding the Demon Lock Tower, Xiao Wu, released his second transformation and looked at QinShi with a hint of wariness and fear in his eyes. Now is not the time to relax. Teacher QinShi snapped back to reality. After seeing QinShi defeat the 7th-tier monster, he put away the deadly poison vial and took out a recovery potion from his storage space. This potion is made from purple herbs from the world of One Piece, which can gradually restore the user's spiritual power. He chose to trust his principal now. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't recklessly put his life on the line again. Although the 7th-tier monster was eliminated by QinShi, more monsters crawled out from the Dark Gate. Wow! A monster with a red crown, pink long beak, and large orange wings flew out from the Dark Gate. This is a 2nd-tier monster from the world of Pokemon, the Spearow. In another gate, a huge monster struggled to crawl out. Its size was like a high-rise building, with a human face, but its limbs and body were like an insect. This is a ghost-level monster from the world of One Punch Man, a 4th-tier monster, the 170,000 year cicada larva. And from the Dark Gate where the lava demon god was just eliminated, a ghost-like monster emerged, holding a coffin in its left hand and a tombstone in its right hand, grinning. This is a 6th-tier monster, the Blister God, a special cursed spirit from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. More and more monsters crawled out of the Dark Gate. There are so many. Lin Long's face turned pale. She raised the Oath Victory Sword in her hand, unsure of who to attack. The number of these monsters was nearly 100. Although none were 7th-tier monsters, there were 3 6th-tier monsters, 11 5th-tier monsters, and even more lower-tier monsters. Although each monster alone was not her opponent. Facing so many monsters at once still filled Lin Long's heart with despair. Just at that moment of distraction, nearly 100 monsters began to flee in all directions. Their goal was not to fight the humans in front of them, but to leave this wasteland, causing destruction around them, especially to destroy a building that looked like a tall tower. This was a request given to them by a human wrapped in bandages in their subconscious. Not good. They're trying to run. Lin Long quickly reacted and raised the curry stick in her hand to unleash her ultimate move. However, before she could unleash her ultimate move, a series of crashing sounds and the wailing of the demon beasts rose and fell in succession. Bang! Wail! These demon beasts slammed into an enormous hard wall and were all bounced back. Don't worry, they won to escape. QinShi raised his hand. Illusory walls appeared around them. Ghost Path, Binding Path Barrier. 4 Beasts Seal Gate. Under QinShi's instant chant, a massive black barrier emerged around the wasteland. In the 4 directions of the barrier, there were gates with dragon tails, a gigantic white protective wall, tiger bites, large shields, turtle shells, tortoise shell-shaped shields, and phoenix wings, red circular rings. This is Teacher Tian's barrier technique. Lin Long exclaimed in disbelief as she looked at the enormous 4-beast barrier that had suddenly appeared around them. When she was in school, her homeroom teacher was named Tian Zhao, whom everyone called Old Tian, a member of the Espada in the world of Bleach, with a strong affinity for the Ghost Path, Binding Path Barrier. Old Tian was a kind, chubby teacher who taught students while patting his belly, and he had also given Lin Long many personal lessons. He was the teacher Lin Long was most grateful to. However, during the Great Wall Defense battle, Teacher Tian had used the barrier to reinforce the Great Wall Pass, but was surrounded and killed by demon beasts, ultimately falling tragically. And the barrier technique QinShi was using at this moment, the 4B Seal Gate, was indeed the strongest Ghost Path barrier used by her former homeroom teacher. Teacher Tian. Roar. One by one, the demon beasts crazily charged at the barrier, with many even smashing their heads and bleeding. But the barrier remained steadfast and solid as a mountain. Seeing that escape was impossible, some demon beasts finally reacted and began attacking the 4 people in the center of the wasteland. QinShi smiled and turned to the 3 behind him, saying, "After I obtained everyone's inheritance in the God and Demon Cemetery, I kept thinking about how to better apply the powers you all bestowed upon me. Later, I came up with an idea. It seems I can combine some techniques." He glanced meaningfully at the little crow standing at the back. Then he turned around and quickly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, multi-shadow clone technique. This ninjutsu was mastered by QinShi a long time ago, and with the opening of the reincarnation eye, his shadow clone technique had reached an extremely high level. In an instant, hundreds of QinShis appeared around the battlefield. Then, ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. Countless shadows flew from the feet of QinShi's clones, accurately reaching beneath each demon beast. In an instant, all the demon beasts froze in place. It's done. QinShi clapped his hands. Nearly 100 demon beasts clapped their hands as well, just like him. The shadow binding technique was also one of the inherited techniques QinShi obtained in the God and Demon Cemetery. Originally used by a teacher during the era of the second generation principle, he was the most outstanding military strategist of that time, inheriting from Shikamaru Nara in the world of Naruto. Although it was only an A-level inheritance, this teacher could use a secret technique, the shadow imitation technique. This technique allowed him to move his shadow freely. As long as his shadow overlapped with the opponent's, he could force the opponent to mimic his actions. It was also a top-tier binding technique. Next, the abilities of the flower fruit, floral frenzy. QinShi waved his hands. Among countless shadows, many arms extended out. This was the inherited ability of Li Binbin, the most famous beautiful adventurer in the Johto region, during the same era as the first principle. Her inheritance came from Nico Robin in the world of One Piece. Through the power of the paramecia type flower fruit, she could make any part of her body sprout like flowers on any object within her line of sight. In order to allow the 9 Crimson Sun Array to protect the Johto world for a long time, Teacher Lee traveled nationwide to find 9 suitable secret locations for setting up the array, but ultimately perished while attempting to conquer the 9th secret location. The move Floral Frenzy used by QinShi was exactly the unique skill of adventurer Teacher Lee. He used the elongated shadows to sprout countless flower-like hands. Then, he brought his hands together. With a clap, the flower hands came down heavily, like swatting away mosquitoes. Although the speed was not fast, each demon beast was bound by the shadow imitation technique, causing every single one to be hit by the flower hands attack. Some weaker demon beasts were directly killed by the force of the blows. However, those above Tier 4 were only injured and not enough to be exterminated. But the flower hands did not disappear after the clapping. They remained tightly attached to the demon beasts. Finally, to wrap it up, QinShi waved his palm again. The ability of the toy fruit, little bear toy. This inherited ability came from the daughter of the second generation principal, the legendary little girl in the academy, Classmate Honey's ability. Classmate Honey's inheritance was from Sugar of the Don Quixote family in the world of One Piece. This inheritance could turn enemies into toys through direct touch. Classmate Honey never came into contact with the inheritance stone. Instead, she realized her own inheritance during a life-and-death situation when attacked by a dark organization in her childhood. However, due to the side effects of Sugar's inherited power, Classmate Honey's body stopped growing, and she could only live in the form of a child. During the second Red Moon Beast Tide, the elite of the Demon Hunting Academy went all out to resist the demon beasts at the 9 demon suppression passes. Classmate Honey, still a student, stayed at the Demon Hunting Academy. Due to the academy's emptiness, it was besieged by the dark organization Phantom Troop. Classmate Honey stepped up to organize the students for defense, using her childlike appearance to confuse the enemy. She successfully approached the enemy leader and used her ability to turn him into a toy. However, afterward, Classmate Honey was killed by other members of the Phantom Troop who reacted and died just after completing her coming-of-age ceremony. But because the leader was killed, the Phantom Troop ultimately scattered, and the academy successfully held out until the teachers returned. QinShi used the ability of the toy fruit to directly touch every demon beast with the flower hands. In just a moment, nearly 100 demon beasts were all transformed into dolls, tumbling to the ground. The hundreds of demon beasts that surged out of the Dark Gate were all eliminated in less than a minute. At this moment, the 3 people behind QinShi were all wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. QinShi, although he knew the successor chosen by Principal Bai was powerful, he never expected him to be this strong. The Demon Beast army that would require nearly all the elite of the Demon Beast Academy to defeat was actually wiped out in just a minute by this young principal in front of him. As for Lin Long, her gaze towards QinShi was filled not only with disbelief, but also admiration. What tremendous strength is this? I can no longer call him Junior. And for Xiao Wu, besides shock, there was even more fear. Just a moment ago, he had only a hint of apprehension, but now his eyes were filled with deep fear. QinShi turned around, clapped his hands, and smiled at everyone, saying, "It was just 100 demon beasts. Behind me, I have the inheritance power of 5 generations of the Demon Hunting Academy. What is there to fear?" Chapter 243. The imagination of battle the scene fell silent. Half a minute later, QinShi was the first to cough. The trouble is not yet completely resolved. The fact that so many demon beasts just surged out indicates that the Dark Gate is connected to a gathering place for demon beasts in the demon domain. Although the temporary demon beasts were eliminated by Principal Qin, as long as the Dark Gate remains, there will be a constant stream of demon beasts appearing. These dark portals still need to be dealt with. Looking at the 10 giant stone doors floating high in the sky, QinShi sighed. These 10 dark portals were too solid. Even a full force strike from Xiao Wu couldn't break them. His ice-type skills, with single-target physical damage, were far inferior to Xiao Wu's Thundergun, even though the ice hell that could freeze souls was incredibly powerful. QinShi still felt at a loss when facing such hard objects. I have an idea. As everyone pondered a solution, Lin Long raised her hand. The dark portals are teleportation gates, right? QinShi nodded. After receiving confirmation, Lin Long continued to review the entire situation. Actually, the Pillar organization arranged an undercover agent in the guarding team at the Demon Lock Tower, and that undercover's demon beast is a treasure chest monster. Inside the treasure chest monster, there are exactly 1,000 mischief bombs, right? QinShi nodded. I originally thought the enemy's plan was to use these 1,000 mischief bombs as explosives to destroy the Demon Lock Tower. But I didn't expect that there was more to these mischief bombs. Although they have already captured that undercover demon hunter, there are still exactly 1,000 mischief bombs that could explode at any time. It was precisely because they needed to deal with the mischief bombs that they came to this wasteland, trying to minimize the damage from the explosion. But unexpectedly, the enemy still had a backup plan. Inside each mischief bomb, a piece of stone from the dark portal was swallowed. Since a single piece of dark portal stone is very small and also a dead object, we couldn't sense it before, Lin Long continued to explain. After detonating the 1,000 mischief bombs, the stones inside the bombs flew out and reassembled into the 10 dark portals now floating in the sky. The dark portals, as teleportation gates, connected to a demon domain prepared specifically by the enemy, leading to a massive outpouring of demons. The enemy's backup plan was to use the dark portals to teleport a large number of demons to destroy the Demon Lock Tower. My analysis is correct, right? Everyone nodded. These were already established facts, but piecing them together was still astonishing. Their enemy, the organization called Pillar, not only had powerful members, but was also very strategic. Almost every plan they arranged had a backup, leaving them struggling to cope. Since the Pillar organization prepared the dark portals, and since the dark portals are a strange gate connecting two places, then the enemy can come in, and we can go in too. Lin Long smiled coldly. We'll go through the dark portals, find the Pillar organization's stronghold, and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Another sudden silence fell. This time, it was QinShi who spoke first. Senior Lin Long. Good idea. However, the teleportation points set by the Pillar organization are gathering places for demons, not their stronghold. If I were the enemy, I could easily set these demon gathering places far away from my base to prevent a counterattack. Their cunning is not low. I think they have also considered this point. However, although we can't go straight to their stronghold, I already have a way to deal with these dark portals. Actually, if you think about it carefully, this is a big gift from the enemy, QinShi said with a smile. A gift. Lin Long and QinShi were both taken aback. Hey, as long as these portals are here, it means the demons can directly bypass the Jojo defense barrier. You have to know, in the world of Warcraft, the dark portals are used to transport orc armies. Although the size of the demon beasts is much larger than that of orcs, leading to a decrease in the number transported through the dark portals. If these 10 dark portals are left here for a month, Jojo will face a catastrophic disaster. Unfortunately, neither Lin Long nor QinShi has a method to handle the dark portals. The two ends of the dark portals are set here in the wasteland and somewhere unknown in the demon realm, QinShi said quickly. Such large-scale portals are, after all, legendary items. As long as we can set the locations of both ends of the dark portals, we can reuse them. For example, we can set one end of the dark portal at the Demon Hunting Academy and the other end at various Demon Lock Towers. Before QinShi could finish his words, Lin Long and QinShi's eyes lit up. If it were indeed possible to change the teleportation points of the dark portals, as QinShi said, then it would solve a major problem. Ever since the demon beasts invaded Jojo, the vast territory of Jojo had become the most troublesome issue for the demon hunters. You never know which place along the enormous border of Jojo will be attacked by a large-scale demon assault. Even though the Human Defense Army has divided its forces into 9 parts, stationed near the 9 major demon lock towers, if Jojo is in trouble, The troops from the nearest demon lock tower can provide timely support. However, in the face of a typical wave of demon beasts, the forces at one demon lock tower can still handle alone. But if faced with a demon assault of the Red Moon beast wave level, the strength of one demon lock tower would be far from enough. For example, during the era of the second generation principle, when the Red Moon Knight arrived, all other 8 demon lock towers remained very calm. But only the Black Water Pass in Kanglin Prefecture faced an enormous wave of demon beasts attacking. At that time, although the Black Water Pass also had demon hunting troops stationed, they were utterly inadequate against the tens of thousands of demon beasts. The Black Water Pass was quickly breached, and by the time the second generation principal led the human demon hunting army there, it was already the 3rd day after the city gates had fallen. Even though a few human experts had space-type inheritances, the quantity and quality of their teleportation were heavily restricted. For instance, a graduate from the Demon Hunting Academy inherited from Shirai Kuriko in the Toru Majutsu no Index, allowing her to instantly teleport what she touches to a distant place while ignoring 3-dimensional spatial rules. However, she could only teleport 2 people at a time, which is hardly sufficient for a large-scale war. Other abilities, like instant transmission in the Dragon Ball world or the Flying Thunder God technique in Naruto, cannot move large numbers of troops either. Due to the delayed rescue, after the Black Water Pass was broken by the demon army, countless civilians fled to other regions, leaving a scene of carnage, and the demon army spread throughout Kanglin Prefecture, making cleanup extremely difficult. It was precisely because the entire Demon Hunting Academy was mobilized that the academy became vulnerable and was almost besieged by dark organizations, nearly leading to its destruction. However, with these 10 dark portals, things will be different. If these portals were set up at every demon lock tower, and each portal's teleportation point was the Demon Hunting Academy, QinShi exclaimed in excitement. The Great Wall Pass, where the Demon Hunting Academy is located, has the top demon hunting combat power. No matter which demon lock tower is attacked by a large-scale beast wave, the reinforcements from the Demon Hunting Academy can arrive quickly. Not only that, QinShi added with a smile, any demon lock tower's combat strength can use the Demon Hunting Academy as a transfer hub to quickly reach other demon lock towers. No matter which demon lock tower is invaded by a beast wave, they will face the combined strength of all Gyoujo. This can greatly enhance our defense capabilities in Gyoujo. Imagining the scene of the smooth movement between the various demon lock towers, QinShi's pale face, exhausted from spiritual energy, became a bit rosy. Chapter 244, The Method to Handle the Dark Portals. I think. Are we overthinking this? Xiao Wu's voice suddenly rang out. Principal Qin, your idea is good, but we can't even destroy these giant dark portals, let alone utilize them. If we continue to delay, more demon beasts might come out from the door. The urgent task is to deal with these doors quickly and not let more demon beasts in. Xiao Wu's words were like a bucket of cold water, bringing QinShi and Lin Rong back to reality. What should we do? Lin Rong showed a bitter smile, just feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure from Xiao Wu's Thundergun. Lin Rong was already convinced that the power of this move would not be much weaker than her Oath Victory Sword, but it was almost ineffective against the Dark Door. Its hardness had reached a perverse level. She truly felt helpless against these stone doors. I already have a method to deal with these dark doors, QinShi said with a smile. Oh, Xiao Wu immediately turned around, her eyes shining with a peculiar light. Principal Qin, do you have a way to destroy them? Ha! I can't destroy them, but I can store them away. Store them? Xiao Wu was taken aback and wanted to ask further. QinShi's body had already used Sky Dance technique to float into the air in the Divine Demon Cemetery. He had also obtained the Dumpling inheritance from the Dragon Ball world, allowing him to float and fly in the air by using Qi to escape the planet's gravity. Then, he came to a dark door and reached out to touch the huge stone statues on either side of the door. With a whoosh, the dark door actually disappeared from its original spot. The door disappeared? QinShi, Lin Rong, and Xiao were all dumbfounded at the same time. But just a second later, Lin Rong quickly came back to her senses, her gaze towards QinShi filled with admiration. Yes, we don't need to consider destruction at all. We just need to take them all away. QinShi, still in the air, explained with a smile. Do you remember how the dark doors were brought here by the column organization members? They used the demon beast, treasure chest monster. As a peculiar demon beast capable of carrying items, the treasure chest monster can store both living and non-living objects. Moreover, the treasure chest monsters used by the undercover agents of the column organization are even more magical. Objects stored inside the treasure chest feel as if they are in deep sleep, unable to sense the passage of time. This is also why there were 1,000 mischievous bombs stored inside the treasure chest monster without any explosion occurring. QinShi also had similar treasure chest monsters, and they were even more marvelous. That is the system's storage space. After obtaining numerous inheritances from the divine demon cemetery, QinShi's system space had been upgraded to a cubic space with a length of 1,000 meters. Any object stored in the system space, whether living or dead, experiences a stasis of time and space. By placing the dark door into the system space, the absolute stasis of time means that the teleportation array of the dark door is like being shut down, and no demon beasts can come to the other side of the dark door. Of course, QinShi did not intend to explain the existence of the system. Before Principal Bai passed away, he gave me a magical item. QinShi planned to make up a reason. It was from the Doraemon world, a four-dimensional space pocket. The Demon Hunting Academy is large and prosperous, and since Principal Bai was a top human powerhouse who often explored the demon realm, it is understandable that he would acquire many magical items. As his direct disciple, it seemed normal for QinShi to privately give some of his own collectibles. Seeing that no one was suspicious, QinShi continued. The four-dimensional space pocket is actually similar to the storage bags you all use, but the space is much larger and can easily store large items. Moreover, storing and retrieving items is very convenient. In the Doraemon world, Doraemon has taken out a giant robot from his pocket. Although the dark door is large, the four-dimensional space pocket can still easily contain it. Saying this, QinShi went to the second dark door and continued to use touch to store the door, claiming it was a four-dimensional space pocket, but in reality, it was in the system space. As he watched the dark doors in the sky disappear one by one, Teacher QinShi breathed a sigh of relief. With the doors gone, demon beasts can no longer enter the JoJo world through them. This disaster has been avoided. Turning to find Dean Lei of the Artisan Academy. Their technical level is high, so they will definitely be able to adjust the teleportation point of the dark doors. Lin Rong said, stretching. Finally, we can wrap up. She had hurried back to the Demon Hunting Academy to report on the situation at the Demon Lock Tower, and without any rest. She was brought over by QinShi using Flying Thunder God technique. After working continuously for more than a month, not even livestock could endure this. Yinzhou, where the Demon Lock Tower is located, is also a beautiful place. Let us find a 5-star hotel nearby, take a good bath, and enjoy life. Just as Lin Rong was dreaming of her vacation, QinShi had already stored away the 9 dark doors in the system space. But when he approached the 10th dark door, his movements suddenly stopped, and he flew back to the others. What's wrong? Noticing QinShi's unusual behavior, QinShi immediately asked. Old friends have come, QinShi said, twisting his arm and taking out 2 long swords from the storage space. The left hand held the zanpakuto, and the right hand held the 3 lives tooth. His words were gentle, but his tone was extremely cold. Soon, ripples appeared on the teleportation array of the last dark door, and a tall woman in military uniform walked out with a smile. Following her was a short, hunchback man. The last person to emerge was dressed in a black cloud robe, his expression cold as if devoid of any emotion. But his eyes made anyone unable to help but stare. They were not human eyes with white and black pupils, but rather eyes like ripples on the water surface. Just a glance could leave one in a daze. This was the Eye of Reincarnation. The 3 who came were members of the column organization that had once invaded the Demon Hunting Academy. The masterminds behind the scenes have arrived. QinShi looked at the 3 who had emerged. I thought you would only hide behind demon beasts. I didn't expect you to have the courage to come yourself. Then, let's settle both old and new scores together. QinShi waved his dual swords, revealing a killing intent in his eyes. Oh, the old man Bai is dead, and now a little brat is the principal. The woman with the western sword, Xiao Ai, provocatively said, are all the teachers at your Demon Hunting Academy dead, leaving just you, a student? Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened suddenly. A sense of death enveloped her. Beneath her feet, a huge pillar of flame shot up to the sky, brushing past the tip of the woman's nose. Xiao Ai couldn't help but gulp. If it weren't for her captain, Ron, who inherited the 6 paths of pain and used the Eye of Reincarnation skill, Universal Pull, to pull her back, she would have likely met her end. She looked at the 4 opposite her, her eyes no longer filled with mockery. Chapter 245. The enemy scheme. First of all, I must apologize. Ron, the team leader of the column organization, slowly began to speak. His arm extended, palm resting against the back of Xiao Ai, who had just been pulled back. I was arrogant. I spent nearly 3 years preparing these 100 demon beasts, thinking that they could break through the Demon Lock Tower. But the facts have proven that I underestimated the situation. Were you only arrogant in this matter? QinShi smiled mockingly. Just 3 people standing before us. Isn't that a display of arrogance? No. Ron shook his head. I was only arrogant once. There won't be a second time. With that, his body seemed to split apart, and 6 identical Rons emerged. These are the 6 avatars inherited from the 6 paths of pain, each capable of using a unique ability of the Rinnegan. Now it's 9 against 4. Without further words, one of the avatars, Ron, stretched his hands forward. Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force surged towards the 4 from QinShi. The powerful impact was like a strong cannonball, exploding and sending dust flying. However, as the dust settled, the 4 from QinShi were unscathed. At this moment, QinShi had his hands in the same position as Ron, both extending forward. And in his eye sockets, there were ripples identical to Ron's eyes. Even at the center of the ripples, a black Magatama was slowly rotating. This was a combination of the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. The Rinne Sharingan. Seeing QinShi's eyes, Ron was taken aback. The opponent actually had the same eyes as himself? No wonder you could become the new head of the Demon Hunt Academy. It turns out you have awakened the eyes of the gods. Indeed, not killing you forcefully last time was the biggest mistake of my life. Ron suddenly slammed his hands on the ground. Amplification, summoning, technique. Come forth, split hound, hell crab. Yada bird, chameleon, stone panda, rhino king, 4-horn bull. Without holding back, Ron's split body, one of the 6 paths, the animal path, immediately exerted its full power, summoning 7 summoned beasts in one breath. As a type of the 6 paths of pain, inherited ocular technique Rinnegan ability, the animal path can grant summoned beasts greater size, stronger destructive power, and a reproductive trait that activates upon being attacked. In simple terms, the more they're killed, the more they multiply. In Naruto, facing massive summoned beasts that can self-replicate, the ninjas of Konoha had no choice but to use sealing techniques to combat them. However, QinShi had no intention of wasting precious time sealing these little pets. He slammed his hands on the ground, and having awakened the Rinnegan, he possessed the same 6 paths abilities as his opponent. Amplification summoning technique. Feel the oppression of the Academy's back mountain. Summon Lion-Face Terminator Zombie, Deckwalker Zombie, Bull Cart Fighter Zombie, Gunpowder Demon Zombie, Sword-Wielding Hero Zombie, Black Dragon Rider Zombie, Iron-Toothed Stealth Zombie. In the secret realm of the Demon Hunt Academy, Dave's Paradise, QinShi, as the first ever conqueror, obtained the plant zombie Pokédex, possessing the ability to summon special plants and zombies, with the number and variety of summons increasing as his strength improved. Currently, his strength had reached or even surpassed the 6 paths level in Naruto, allowing him to summon all the plants and zombies in the Pokédex. With the ground trembling, 7 imposing zombie kings emerged from the ground, roaring at the enemy's 7 summoned beasts. Thanks to the Rinnegan's animal path ability, the bodies of the 7 zombie kings became even larger, making the giant summoned beasts, which were originally as tall as buildings, seem somewhat weak in comparison. 7 against 7? Ron snorted coldly. The odds are still in our favor. Before he could finish his sentence, QinShi chuckled lightly. Who said it was 7 against 7? Look around. The light from the summoning array illuminated various parts of the wasteland. In an instant, a vast army of zombies appeared, including ordinary zombies, flag zombies, barricade zombies, pole zombies, barrel zombies, newspaper zombies, and more. These zombies were all larger than before and had the ripples of the Rinnegan in their eyes. If it could be a group fight, who would want to duel you? QinShi waved his hand. Charge. In an instant, all the zombies first moved slowly, then walked, and finally sprinted towards the enemy's 7 summoned beasts. The summoned beasts caught in the encirclement trembled in fear. Just as the summoned beasts were attacked and began to split and reproduce, the zombie horde started tearing into the flesh of the summoned beasts. These are zombies. In Plants vs. Zombies, the zombies can devour all the plants that serve as barriers by eating them. The devouring ability is a fundamental trait of every zombie. The 7 summoned beasts kept splitting and multiplying, but the speed of reproduction was far outpaced by the speed at which the zombie army consumed them. Before long, the 7 summoned beasts were completely devoured by the zombie horde amidst their tragic wails. Your Rinnegan's amplification ability isn't enough. The reproducing summoned beasts can't keep up with the consumption rate. QinShi's eyes glinted with ferocity. If there are more summoned beasts, then my zombie army will have to feast on humans. Just as he commanded the zombie army to attack the 3 members of the column organization, he suddenly froze. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. A hand, like that of a demon, had pierced through his chest. QinShi turned to look and, at some point, Little Wu had activated the second blade, return state again. This time, his attack target was himself. Swipe. Little Wu expressionlessly withdrew his hand. Why? QinShi slowly fell to the ground. What have you done? Beside him, QinShi angrily shouted, his cold energy surging. Just as he was about to use his freezing fruit skill to save QinShi. Suddenly, several rifts opened in the space next to him. A massive black coffin directly surrounded him. He, the shortest and most hunchbacked middle-aged man among the trio of the column organization, sneered. His name was Hong. Inheriting from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is unbreakable as Hong Village Tai. He could release a stand named Bomb Space, capable of erasing space. The spatial rifts surrounding QinShi were the result of Hong Village Tai's stand ability. Vice Principal, please be quiet. QinShi, within the black coffin, tried to use his ice abilities but found that he seemed to be bound, unable to use his powers. Not only that, QinShi, who inherited from One Piece's former Marine Admiral Aokiji, could already elementalize his body. But now his elementalization had completely failed. Don't struggle. This coffin isn't special. It's made from sea stone. Sea stone, a rare mineral in the world of One Piece, can nullify the abilities of anyone who touches it. An ordinary inheritor of One Piece only needs a small sea stone nail to nullify their powers. But for you, QinShi, I made a coffin out of sea stone just to deal with you. I must take you seriously, haha. The hunchbacked man laughed ominously. Just as QinShi was ambushed and QinShi was trapped, at this critical moment, a beautiful girl with golden hair raised her longsword. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye, going from a favorable battle situation to our side, being completely ambushed in just a second. Yet, Lin Long still reacted. Her oath of victory, sword shining with a sacred light. Just as she prepared to swing this charged sword, her body suddenly went limp. She felt as if all her strength had drained away, and the long sword slipped from her hands. What's happening? She strained to lift her head and saw the military hat-wearing woman, Xiao Ai, from the enemy camp, holding a long knife. Lin Long distinctly remembered that during the assault on the academy, this woman had wielded a Western sword. Did you think it was 4 against 3? The military hat woman, Xiao Ai, brushed her long hair, coldly stating, "Ridiculous, you've long been part of our scheme." Chapter 246. Tailed Beast Lin Long didn't know what was happening. She felt her life force draining away, despite having the protection of the distant Ideal Land artifact, which prevented aging and allowed for rapid healing of any injuries. She now felt completely weakened, like a sickly patient, unable to release even a hint of spiritual power. You really are impressive. The woman in the military hat tightly gripped the handle of her sword, intending to flick the blade with her fingers but instinctively pulled back. This sword of mine is the strongest imperial tool in the world of Akame Kill, known as Muramasa, which is said to be capable of killing with a single strike. This blade is a true demon sword, with a legendary curse poison on its surface. Even a small cut would lead to a swift death, with no antidote available. I once used this sword to hunt the monsters in the demon realm. Using the ice transmission ability of the ice imperial tool, this death to deliver Muramasa as poison, and I killed a level 7 demon beast in just 3 minutes. However, you were poisoned by me and did not die immediately. You merely felt weak and unable to use your spiritual power, which can be considered strong as well. But a person who cannot fight will be killed by the enemy. Little AI licked her lips and raised her left hand high. A massive ice spike formed in the air, aimed at the fallen Lin Long. Goodbye, beautiful lady. Little AI grinned and swung her left hand down. Boom! The ice spike struck Lin Long heavily, causing her to let out a scream. What were you doing, little AI? Lin Long, hit by the ice spike, struggled to lift her head and glared at little AI with resentment. Little AI suddenly froze. Why does Lin Long's voice sound so much like a man's? She rubbed her eyes and suddenly realized that the ice spike hit not Lin Long, but the undercover agent of the Pillar Organization, Little Wu. What was going on? Little AI took an incredulous step back. Captain, this was a bit unexpected. She felt an inexplicable panic in her heart and turned to look at her captain. She saw the person beside her with a somewhat dazed expression. Suddenly, Pillar, Team Captain Ron began to gasp heavily, like a drowning person. When did this happen? He struggled to calm the shock in his heart. When did we fall into his illusion? While little AI and Hong looked puzzled, Ron was nervously scanning the surroundings. Hong, quickly release bombing space. We must leave. Otherwise, we will all die here. Although confused, Hong, as a member of Pillar, 3rd Team, understood his captain's command. Just as he was about to use his inherited ability to summon the stand bombing space, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down to see a long sword made of lightning piercing through his chest. Thousand birds flow, heavenly cluster cloud. QinShi appeared behind Hong, without him noticing, and a lightning sword in his hand surged, turning into a lightning blade that shot through Hong's body. Oh! The hunched man trembled continuously, letting out a painful wail. He wanted to control his stand bombing space, to hide himself, but under the strong, paralyzing effect of the lightning, he couldn't control his stand at all and could only accept death. Still so arrogant, QinShi said lightly, as a user of space abilities, thinking that the enemy was already dead and therefore lifting his space concealment. Being so arrogant in a fight with me will surely lead to death. QinShi withdrew the thousand birds electric light, and Hong's body fell to the ground with a thud after the electric light disappeared. He had lost his breath. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands, and two of his doppelgangers appeared, quickly using body flicker technique to leave the original spot. One doppelganger, wielding a pitch-black sword, arrived beside the sea tower stone coffin sealing teacher QinShi and struck down fiercely. This was a tail beast jade sword condensed using the inherited power of 6 PathsObito. The crystal of the ocean, the sea tower stone coffin, as hard as diamond, was now split in two like tofu. In front of the tail beast jade. No material has the right to claim hardness. Teacher QinShi trembled as he stepped out, looking at QinShi's figure, his face showing a hint of joy, relief, and shame. Can you still fight, Teacher Qin? QinShi's doppelganger smiled slightly. Class isn't dismissed yet. The other doppelganger arrived beside Lin Long, and spiritual power gathered in both hands, forming the shape of a scalpel. Minor extraction technique. His movements were as swift as a ghost, and Lin Long's fingertip was gently cut open, with black poisonous gas being drawn out from her fingertip. Lin Long's complexion turned rosy, seeing the enemy quickly recovering their vitality. The favorable situation from moments ago was now completely reversed. Ron shouted without hesitation, "Go!" A powerful suction erupted from his hand, pulling the still-dazed little AI back. And then he activated body flicker technique at maximum level, rushing towards the only dark door. "Did I allow you to leave?" QinShi said, lightly without turning back. Just as Pillar, Team Ron, and Little AI approached the dark door, both showed astonishment. Their bodies passed directly through the dark door, as if passing through a layer of air. When did this happen? Ron finally stopped fleeing and turned around, looking at QinShi with a dark expression. "Even the dark door was nullified by you. It makes sense. You are the only inheritor of the Space Uchiha clan possessing such abilities. Then, we can only perish together." Ron's Rinnegan activated fully, and 6 doppelgangers appeared again. "It's time for you to witness the true power of Pillar. Come forth, the beasts that reside within me." The 6 doppelgangers of Ron's Rinnegan surged with spiritual power, forming the shape of a beast behind each of them. This is QinShi's pupils constricted. He recognized the beast behind Ron's doppelgangers. The first beast had a tail made of multiple needles, resembling a large tanuki covered in sand. It had a violet curseal tattoo representing the wind god on its body. The second beast was a blue demon cat engulfed in blue flames. It had large, pointed ears, a yellow right eye, a green left eye, and 2 blue flame-like tails. The third beast was a gray tortoise with 3 lobster-like tails. It had many horns on its body, with bright red flesh exposed, and its right eye tightly shut. The fourth beast was a red-haired monkey with 4 dinosaur-like tails. It wore a tightening spell on its head, revealing 2 large canine teeth, with a hole in its mouth resembling a jet nozzle. And its strong body stored magma that could dissolve everything. The fifth beast was a white steed with 5 solid-colored tails. Its head resembled a dolphin, and it had a pair of deer antlers. The sixth beast was a slug with 6 milky white tails. Its entire body was covered in slime, with 7 pores on its chin that could release a dissolving liquid. These beasts are among the most powerful creatures in Naruto. They're known as the tailed beasts. Presently before QinShi stood the 1-tail Shikaku, 2-tail Matatabi, 3-tail Isabu, 4-tail Son Goku, 5-tail Kokuo, and 6-tail Saiken. Chapter 247. The enemy's beasts 6 level 7 beasts. QinShi took a deep breath. Although he did not know that these 6 beasts were the 1 to 6 tails from the world of Naruto, he still sensed the immense pressure coming from the beasts through his strong observation haki. The true strength of the pillar members lies in their own inherited powers, which are already super strong, such as Ron's 6 paths pain, with the tailed beasts residing within them. The total spiritual power of the beasts far exceeds that of ordinary humans, allowing every member of the pillar organization to use their skills as if they consumed no spiritual power at all, enabling extensive use. For example, when Ron used this supreme divine Ron Heaven Strike to attack the Demon Hunting Academy, he almost exhausted all the spiritual energy of the ordinary demon hunters and could easily unleash it a second and third time. Even more terrifying was that every member of the Pillar could not only use the spiritual energy of the possessed demon beasts, but also summon demon beasts to fight for them. However, when QinShi saw that each of Ron's 6 paths avatars housed a demon beast, he was deeply shocked by such strength. This was 6 7th-tier demon beasts. With his own strength, dealing with a single 7th-tier demon beast would require a tough battle, but the opponent housed 6. In just a moment, QinShi painfully realized that he was nowhere near qualified to confront such an enemy. Captain, you're really going all out, Xiao AI said with a grin. To clarify, the demon beasts housed in our bodies are not like the functional demon beasts that exist in Hong's body, but are true power-type demon beasts. Come out, Frost Giant Dragon. At Xiao AI's low roar, a huge blue dragon made entirely of bones flew out from her body. Just by flapping its wings, a sharp cold air spread, frosting the entire wasteland. This was also a 7th-tier demon beast. Lin Long finally got rid of her state of exhaustion and stood up from the ground. She felt the oppressive force of the giant dragon in the sky and said in a deep voice, "The 7th-tier ice attribute demon beast has not yet reached the level of a 7-star demon beast. The Frost Giant Dragon is the ultimate unit of the undead in the Warcraft world. Not only is its attack power strong, but the ice breath it sprays also has a splash effect, capable of freezing nearby enemies. Moreover, the Frost Giant Dragon that Xiao AI contracted is a king among dragons, comparable to the existence of a Lich King. Xiao Wu, what are you waiting for? Your dean has already seen through your identity." Xiao AI shouted at Xiao Wu, who was in the state of returning to the blade. She knew it was time to fight to the death, and no combat power could be held back. In a hesitation of his eyes, Xiao Wu finally walked over to Ron and the others. "Why?" QinShi said slowly. He had sensed something long ago, although his Sharingan could not see it, since he accepted the 2nd-generation Dean's Senju Hashirama inheritance. His sensitivity to natural forces had greatly increased. From the moment he first saw Xiao Wu, QinShi felt an indistinct energy line on him, unsure of where it connected. When he saw the members of the Pillar organization appear, QinShi immediately understood what this energy line was. It was the energy line connecting the human Pillar and the possessed demon beast. From that moment on, QinShi realized that Xiao Wu had already defected. Perhaps it was also possible that he had been an undercover from the very beginning. "Why?" QinShi looked at Xiao Wu in disbelief. "You are my student, a genius student of the Demon Hunting Academy. How can you betray the academy and the entire Jiuzhou? Was it Wu Sheng who controlled you with his Sharingan ocular technique?" After experiencing the invasion of the Demon Hunting Academy, the entire academy also learned the true identity of the leader of the Pillar organization, the first dean who established the Demon Hunting Academy, Wu Sheng. Naturally, they also understood his abilities. Wu Sheng's inheritance comes from the Naruto world, where he is considered the most talented yet prematurely deceased ninja, Uchiha Shursui. This legendary ninja, known as Uchiha Itachi's mentor, had a stronger talent than Itachi and unlocked the Mangekyou Sharingan at a young age. Many Naruto enthusiasts even believe that given enough time, Shursui could rival Uchiha Madara. But in the end, Shursui died due to ideological conflicts, attempting to avoid conflict in the ninja world through his own death. His ability is the strongest illusion in the ninja world, Kodo Amatsukami. Through eye contact, he can reprogram the opponent's brain and completely control them. Control? Betrayal? Xiao Wu said mockingly. "I have never betrayed the academy. The Demon Hunting Academy was created by the first dean, Lord Wu Sheng. I am loyal to him, so how can I be said to have betrayed the academy? Lord Wu Sheng is my idol. Once you have seen his power, you will naturally become his follower. There is no need for illusion techniques to control me. Moreover, with the crisis approaching, only Dean Wu can lead us to avoid the fate of destruction." Just as he spoke, a demon beast emerged through a spatial portal. It was a grim reaper with multiple crowns on its head, a skull for a face and body, wearing pointed boots and covered in black flames. Each of our Pillar members has different titles based on their characteristics. Xiao Wu, having shed his disguise, changed his previously gentle tone. Senior Xiao AI, who uses ice abilities, is Ice Pillar. The Demon King possessed by a vampire is Demon Pillar. Captain Ron, who can split into 6 reincarnation eye avatars, is Human Pillar. And I, due to my inheritance, am an evil soul from the death world. I am Soul Pillar. Gulme. Meet my partner, the demon beast possessed within me, personally chosen by Dean Wu Sheng. The skeletal Grim Reaper covered in black flames came to Xiao Wu's side. From the Death World, the ruler of the Hueco Mundo, the king of gods, the skeleton emperor, the entire wasteland reignited the atmosphere of battle. So it's not about being controlled, but rather your own choice? QinShi sighed, somewhat relieved. That's good. I was worried you were under the control of Wu Shang's Kodoame Tsukumi. If not, then that's great. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. When we start fighting, we can hold nothing back. In a 3-on-3 situation. If counting Ron's 6 avatars from Human Pillar, it could be said to be 8 against 3. But the enemies were not only strong themselves, but also had terrifying demon beast support. A total of 8 7th-tier demon beasts surrounded them, putting immense pressure on Lin Long and QinShi. Hey, Senior Lin Long, how's your recovery going? Instead of looking at the enemy, QinShi walked over to Lin Long and asked with a smile. Huff, I've recovered over 90%. Lin Long raised her head. Although her palms were already sweating nervously, her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Dean Qin, I can fight. QinShi nodded. What about Teacher QinShi? QinShi rubbed his hands, and the cold air immediately spread around. Under the black sunglasses, QinShi's mouth slightly grinned. What are you talking about, kid? I'm doing just fine. I just took a big hit, and now I've got a belly full of anger to unleash on these little brats. Oh, then it seems the rest no problem. QinShi clapped his hands. Then let's start the battle. Chapter 248. The Road Since It's 3 against 3, Senior Lin Long. Teacher QinShi, let's each deal with one person, QinShi said, looking at the enemies in the sky. Senior Lin Long, please deal with Xiao Wu. He is your peer, and you should be more familiar with his abilities. By the way, just a reminder, the demon beast beside him, Skeleton Emperor, has the ability to rapidly age enemies. Oh, there is such a magical ability. Although Lin Long was curious why QinShi knew so much about this demon beast they had just encountered after a series of previous events, she had accepted the fact that her Dean and Junior had extensive knowledge. Don't worry, Junior, I have a treasure distant ideal land, and I intend to be forever 18. Hearing Lin Long's response, QinShi smiled and then turned to the other side. Teacher QinShi, please take care of the ice pillar Xiao AI, who can use ice abilities. Do not hold back just because the other party is a beautiful girl. QinShi snorted coldly. A girl? Her hands are stained with the blood of many teachers from my demon hunting academy. Today, I will let her see who the true Ice Emperor is. Seeing the opponent's fighting spirit strong, QinShi also felt relieved. That so-called team leader, Jinchurikron, is left to me. After all, king against king, I am the dean, and he is just a team leader. In terms of status, I am more than enough for him, haha. Lin Long and QinShi nodded. They knew that QinShi was saying this just to save their face. Ron's strength far surpassed that of his companions, Xiao AI and Xiao Wu, with 6 7th-tier demon beasts by his side. QinShi and Lin Long knew that even if they teamed up, they would not be a match for Captain Ron. They could only rely on their dean to create miracles. Meanwhile, they needed to defeat the other two as much as possible to relieve their dean's pressure. Without further communication, Lin Long grabbed the Sword of Victory and sprinted into the distance. On the other side, Teacher QinShi also transformed into an ice dragon and quickly left QinShi's side. At the same time, Xiao Wu and Xiao AI exchanged glances and also chased after Lin Long and QinShi. Their decision was the same as that of QinShi and the others. A 3-on-3 battle. This was also the best decision for them. In a short while, only QinShi and Ron remained on the wasteland. Do you know about the 10 great families? Instead of attacking immediately, Ron spoke up first. I know a little. The Pei family and the Lei family among the 10 great families have friends of mine. As QinShi continued the conversation, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were already in the Rinnegan form. At the same time, his body also transformed, his clothes resembling white feathers. And a pure black orb appeared behind him. I, Ron, am the son of a doorkeeper from the Yuan family, one of the 10 great families. The Yuan family is a declining noble family. Due to the emergence of a powerful figure from the 2nd generation of the Demon Hunting Academy, Senju Hashirama, the Yuan family was once the most powerful family in the entire Jojo. But now, it is filled with cowardly maggots who fear battle. Ron's words were filled with resentment. Oh, it seems you hate the Yuan family a lot? QinShi did not attack immediately. He could tell that the reason the other party was saying so much was not to stall for time, but to win him over. But it doesn't matter. QinShi also needed some time to prepare. Of course, I hate them. They have exploited me and my father to the utmost, punishing us at every turn. After I awakened the 6 paths pain, talent, they even tried to forcibly take my eyes. My father tried to stop them and was cruelly killed by them. I was beaten half to death, and my eyes were gouged out and left to die in the dungeon. QinShi looked up and noticed the obvious scars around Ron's eye sockets. It was Dean Wu who saved me. He brought me out of the dungeon and helped me take revenge on my enemies. I successfully retrieved my eyes, which originally belonged to me, from the eye sockets of my enemies, and under Dean Wu's miraculous medical skills, I reattached them. You see, Dean Qin, this world is like this. I have investigated you. The poor people in the lower district of Linhai City were almost killed by the local tyrants. Don't you want to cleanse this world's evil? Ron stared directly at QinShi. He was waiting for a response from the other party while adjusting his own state. He could see QinShi's strength and understood that if he were to fight him, he would have to exert all his strength, just like before against Dean Bai of the Demon Hunting Academy. One must die. However, QinShi's courage, strategy, and his age showed Ron infinite possibilities, including the entire human world within Jiuzhou. It is destined to be destroyed, but what happens after destruction? He hoped that someone could survive and build a different world. My answer is, QinShi stood up straight and exhaled lightly. The world is full of evil. But is this world only a landscape of evil? Do you know what I saw in the Demon and God Cemetery? In the legacies of those predecessors, I saw top experts sacrificing themselves to save a child, generations standing firm at the border, fathers and sons buried in the bellies of demon beasts without retreating, and a girl who gave up her beautiful youth to repair formations in the mountains for 20 years. You say this world is full of evil, and you want to destroy it and rebuild it. I'm sorry, but my view is quite different from yours. I think this cruel world is much more beautiful, and I want to protect this beauty. As for those who are not beautiful, I will use my fist to make them understand the consequences of evil. I sympathize with your experience, Mr. Ron, so I understand your anger. But please believe, Mr. Ron, I will use all my strength to minimize your presence in Jiuzhou as much as possible. QinShi turned around, facing Ron directly. May the youth of Jiuzhou free themselves from the cold air, only moving upward, without listening to the words of those who indulge in self-destruction. Those who can act should act, and those who can speak should speak. With a bit of heat, emit a bit of light just like fireflies. They can also shine a little in the dark without waiting for a torch. If there is no torch in the future, I will be the only light. Ron stared blankly at QinShi. This young man was different from what he had imagined. He did not rely solely on inheritance and the help of others to gain powerful strength. He also had thoughts that matched this strength. If it were him, perhaps he could clear the dark sky of Jiuzhou. Ron couldn't help but think. He examined QinShi again. This young man had a composure that was not in line with his age. Well, it seems that the girl from the water column didn't investigate clearly. He closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Dean QinShi, let me use my life to test whether your path is truly correct. Chapter 249, Intense Battle in the Column Organization. If Dean Wu is the genuine N01 and Mr. Ghost is second, then I, Ron, am the third person of the column. Moreover, if we disregard seniority and only consider strength, I believe I have the ability to surpass Mr. Ghost. Dean Qin, please be careful. Suddenly, 6 clones of Ron grew 2 horns on their heads, their eyes developed shadows, and their skin changed to resemble snake scales. This is the secret technique taught to me by Dean Wu, the Dragon Cave Sage Mode. Ron said apologetically to QinShi. I'm sorry, Dean Qin. I was reminiscing with you just now to buy some time. My Sage Mode requires some time to charge. QinShi looked at Ron, who had transformed into a snake person, and chuckled lightly. It's okay, I understand. After all, we are all of the same kind. As he spoke, QinShi's face also changed, a green mark extending from the corner of his eye to the back of his cheek, a unique eyeshadow after entering Sage Mode. You are in Sage Mode. After entering Dragon Cave Sage Mode, Ron's perception of natural power increased by a level. He keenly sensed that QinShi possessed a different, but fundamentally similar natural energy. Indeed, he is a powerful opponent, just like Dean Bai. Ron no longer hesitated. The other party had already made clear his ideology. With conflicting ideologies, only battle remains. The 6 Ron's 6 Paths clones surrounded QinShi in an instant using a body flicker technique, enclosing the opponent in the center. Next, the 6 clones simultaneously formed seals. Senjutsu White Surge Technique. The Ron clones released a red, glowing chakra dragon from their mouths, gripping something like a dragon ball in its claws. The long dragon spiraled around the black dragon ball, and after emitting a strong light, it exploded with a bang. The surrounding air trembled violently. QinShi knew the power of this move. The effect of the White Surge technique can cause the air in a certain area to vibrate continuously, making the attacked feel as if all their bones are grinding together, potentially leading to numbness. Furthermore, The strong light and sound produced by this technique can damage the opponent's vision and hearing. In Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke was unable to maintain his Susanoo state when facing this technique. And at this moment, 6 Dragon Balls exploded around QinShi. Although Ron did not understand the state QinShi was in with white, feathered wings, he knew that QinShi was in some special state. Like he had entered Sage mode. Just looking into QinShi's Sage 6 Paths mode made Ron feel a wave of panic. He had to force QinShi out of the 6 Paths mode as quickly as possible using the White Surge technique. However, QinShi looked at the swirling white dragons and the exploding Dragon Balls around him and softly said, "Quiet." A small, semi-transparent square instantly formed in QinShi's hand and then rapidly expanded. The square spread out from QinShi, instantly enveloping the 6 white dragons and the exploding Dragon Balls. The 6 Ron clones immediately activated their body flicker technique, jumping far away in all directions. The sound disappeared, the light vanished, and the air's vibrations ceased. The White Surge technique seemed as if it had never been used. Ron fixed his gaze on the semi-transparent square in QinShi's hand. He sensed an aura of annihilation within it. What a powerful ninjutsu! QinShi lifted the semi-transparent square in his hand. This ninjutsu was called Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique, a secret technique formed by combining the powers of wind, fire, and earth, classified as a bloodline elimination technique. The effect was quite simple. As he spoke, the semi-transparent square in QinShi's hand transformed into a conical shape. It could separate opponents into atomic states. As soon as he finished speaking, the conical object shot out rapidly, targeting one of Ron's 6 Paths clones, the Hell Path. Ron's legacy, 6 Paths Pain, allowed him to act with 6 clones, each mastering one ability of the Rinnegan. Among them, the Deva Path clone specializes in combat, possessing the powerful gravitational and repulsive techniques Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenon, making it the strongest in terms of combat power among the 6 Paths. The Azura Path clone specializes in attacks with its body as a weapon, having special mechanisms installed in its arms, legs, and even head based on the Puppet Master's body. The Human Path clone is responsible for intelligence gathering, with the ability to read memories and extract chakra. The Animal Path is adept at summoning techniques, capable of giving summoned creatures large sizes and the ability to split and multiply after attacking. The Hungry Ghost Path specializes in defense, possessing the ability to consume chakra. The Hell Path clone has 3 abilities: summoning the King of Hell, judgment by the King of Hell, and resurrection by the King of Hell, making it the most bizarre entity among the 6 Paths. It can not only attack enemy souls, but also help recover by consuming other clones. In a team battle, losing is acceptable, but the healer must die. QinShi's Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique, aimed first at the healer among the 6 Paths clones, the Hell Path. The transformed conical shape of Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique, shot forward at high speed, like a cannonball, towards the enemy. However, the 6 clones formed by the 6 Paths Pain legacy, while appearing as 6 independent individuals, actually functioned as a whole. The 6 clones shared Ron's consciousness and had shared vision. The moment the Hell Path clone was attacked, the defending Hungry Ghost Path clone quickly flew in front of the Hell Path clone, raising its hands forward to open an energy-absorbing shield. The Dust Release, capable of atomizing enemies, was instantly absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Path. But at the moment of absorption, the Dust Release suddenly exploded. The explosive nature of Dust Release would typically only activate upon contact with an enemy, but this time, QinShi chose to detonate it actively. A cloud of dust spread from the Dust Release. Ron's clone's eyes went cold, and, as the main clone, the Deva Path clone spoke up. "This is not ordinary dust. This is a bunch of small dust spiders?" QinShi nodded. This was the explosive ninjutsu, C4, Garuda. C4, Garuda, one of the explosive techniques of the explosive Jinchuriki Deidara in Naruto. It involves creating a huge puppet identical to the user from explosive clay, inside which are extremely small clay spiders invisible to the naked eye. Once the puppet explodes, these clay spiders are dispersed into the air, and each tiny spider is a powerful bomb. The Dust Release was not the killing move QinShi had prepared. He knew his ninjutsu would be absorbed by the opponent's Hungry Ghost Path clone. However, the moment of absorption was also the opponent's weak point. A brief pause in their body was enough for the swirling dust bombs Garuda to launch an attack. The dust spiders floated around the Hell Path and Hungry Ghost Path, invading their bodies through every possible entry point. Then, boom, a massive explosion occurred. The 2 clones of the 6 Paths were blown apart by the intense explosion. 2 clones among the 6 paths were eliminated, under the cover of thick, explosive dust. The other 4 clones could not easily approach, and in just a moment, QinShi had eliminated 2 clones. Chapter 250, Tailed Beast Transformation. However, the battle showed no signs of stopping. After releasing C4, Garuda, QinShi immediately controlled the black sphere floating in front of him, transforming it into a black round shield. A black sphere flew towards him at high speed, and as it was about to touch the black round shield, a strong destructive aura radiated outward, instantly turning rocks into powder. QinShi looked at the remaining 4 clones. In Sage mode, they had snake-like bodies, which now underwent further changes. The phantom of the tailed beast disappeared, merging with their own bodies. The chakra tails representing the tailed beast floated behind the 4. This was one of the combat methods of Jinchuriki with tailed beasts in Naruto, known as tailed beast transformation. It took a little time for tailed beast transformation, and you managed to eliminate 2 of my clones in that small gap. Ron sighed lightly. For the organization of the Jinchuriki, while the power of the tailed beasts is great, they are not intelligent and do not possess the versatile skills inherited by humans. Thus, although the total chakra and physical abilities of the tailed beasts far exceed those of humans, they do not provide a significant combat advantage against humans. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that humans' understanding and application of power far exceeds that of the tailed beasts. However, QinShi was observing another matter. Earlier, Ron had summoned 6 tailed beasts, but the group of tailed beasts did not make much movement, appearing almost stagnant. This was different from the tailed beasts in Naruto, which can fight alongside their Jinchuriki. The members of the Jinchuriki organization seem to have absolute control over the tailed beasts. In high-speed combat, it is incredibly difficult to divert attention to control the actions of the tailed beasts simultaneously, especially for Ron, who had already divided into 6 clones. Controlling those 6 clones consumed most of his mental capacity. Therefore, he could not control the additional 6 tailed beasts. Thus, he proactively adopted the combat technique of tailed beast transformation. Although tailed beast transformation is a unique combat method used by Jinchuriki, it is not an easy task and can easily lead to the loss of oneself. Tailed beast transformation is divided into 4 stages: chakra leakage, chakra borrowing, half-tailed beast transformation, and complete tailed beast transformation, which change according to the amount of borrowed beast power. However, even chakra leakage can cause emotional instability in the Jinchuriki, thereby weakening the seal of the tailed beast. At the chakra borrowing stage, red chakra appears on the surface of the Jinchuriki's body, although personal consciousness remains. Emotions are affected by the tailed beast chakra, making them violent and aggressive. In the half-tailed beast transformation state, the tailed beast's influence on the person, intensified by negative emotions, becomes even stronger. In Naruto, the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki has gone berserk more than once, attacking indiscriminately. In front of him, Ron is capable of controlling 6 7th-tier beasts alone and has achieved complete tailed beast transformation. At this point, QinShi cannot help but sigh. The enemy in front of him claims that his strength is greater than that of the Demon King, and this is not mere arrogance but a statement of fact. Possessing immense power and fully mastering it, Ron is a true super genius, a talent that rivals Director Bai. However, complete tailed beast transformation does not leave him unaffected. QinShi observes the 4 tailed beast clones of Ron in front of him. At this moment, they have dark circles around their eyes, and their bodies still exhibit snake-like skin, indicating that they are simultaneously in Sage mode. The reason for activating Sage mode first is that in Sage mode, the individual is influenced by natural energy, making their consciousness clearer and less susceptible to the brutality of tailed beast transformation. Under the simultaneous effects of tailed beast transformation and Sage mode, not only is his chakra-wrapped body highly defensive, but he can also instantly heal from almost any moderate injury using tailed beast chakra and Senjutsu chakra. This indirectly replaces the roles of the Hell Path and Hungry Ghost Path of healing and defense, respectively. This explains why the enemy uses the Hell Path and Hungry Ghost Path clones as cannon fodder. Given such calculations, the enemy is certainly not lacking in strategy. No wonder. Without Wu Sheng's involvement, the Akatsuki organization dares to send a team centered around Ron to raid the Beast Hunting Academy. On the battlefield, besides the 4-tailed beast clones, the other 2 beasts are nowhere to be found. Having defeated the Hungry Ghost Path and Hell Path, their resident beasts are 1-tail, Shikaku, and 4-tail Son Goku. But these 2 beasts have vanished. You don't need to look for the other 2 beasts. I haven't hidden them away, the Deva Path clone speaks. as if anticipating Qin Shi's thoughts. Without the control of the Jinchuriki, those two beasts are merely larger targets and may go berserk. I have used the reverse summoning ability of the animal path clone to transfer these two beasts. The Deva path, Ron sighs. I only intended to delay you for a moment to give the other clones a brief time to complete their tailed beast transformation, thinking that at most one hungry ghost path would be sacrificed. I didn't expect the Hell path clone to be defeated as well. Facing you with four-tailed beast six-path clones, to be honest, I'm not very confident. However, QinShi, a powerful person like you must either become an ally or be killed. Saying this, the tailed beast Deva path clone begins to hand seal first. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force rushed toward QinShi, and the ground appeared to be sliced open, creating a long semicircular pit. After tailed beast transformation, Ron's chakra surged, and with a casual strike, it bore a hint of the power of the original Super Shinra Tensei. However, the powerful repulsion passed through QinShi's body like a gentle breeze, causing no ripples. You haven't forgotten my ability, have you? QinShi said coldly. In his eyes, besides the ripples representing the Rinnegan, a black tomo was slowly rotating. Under the ability of the Mangeki Sharingan, he is currently in a void, immune to all attacks. Such an attack cannot reach me. Ah, I see. So you're a troublesome enemy, the Deva path, Ron replied, surrounded by the other three six-path clones. They moved to the side of the Deva path, Ron at the moment of his attack. From the recent Shinra Tensei, I can at least confirm that you are the only one on the battlefield. Since you are unwilling to leave the void state, then I have no choice. Before he could finish his sentence, the three six-paths clones opened their mouths in unison, crouching on the ground like beasts. Black orbs reappeared in their mouths. This is one of the strongest attacks in Naruto, the tailed beast bomb. The attack direction of these three clones is surprisingly consistent, aimed at the southwest direction. That is the location of the Tower of Sealing Demons. To attack the inevitable rescue, what will you do, Director Qin? The Deva path, Ron said with a light smile. Just as his words fell, the three-tailed beast bombs shot out like cannonballs. Chapter 251. Unjust Games and Avalokiteshvara's 100 Styles, however. At the moment the three-tailed beast bombs were fired, a powerful spatial force tore apart the tailed beast bombs, swallowing all three orbs. Ron understood that this was another ability of QinShi's Mangeki, also one of the powers of Kimui. As the strongest Mangeki Sharingan, QinShi's signature ability, Kimui, allows his right eye to drag himself and touched objects into a different dimensional space, while the left eye can release long-range attacks like Kimui, dragging enemies into another space without contact. However, the three-tailed beast bombs must inevitably escape the void during the moment they are transferred to another space. Director Qin, this is the trap I designed for you. The Deva path, Ron grunted, pushing both hands forward. This skill had already been prepared while charging the tailed beast bombs. The real killing move. Super Shinra Tensei. In-tailed beast transformation. The ordinary Shinra Tensei already possesses extraordinary power, almost exhausting all tailed beast chakra in one go. The Deva path. Ron's Super Shinra Tensei has power comparable to a natural disaster. An unprecedented explosion echoed throughout the land. As the explosion subsided, a massive pit appeared, and everything struck by the Super Shinra Tensei was reduced to dust. The Deva path. Ron gasped for breath. Even with Sage Mode and tailed beast transformation replenishing his chakra, he still fell into a temporary state of spiritual exhaustion. Is it resolved? Suddenly, his eyes widened. In his perception, one clone had lost contact. He slowly looked to his side, where only the animal path and human path clones remained in a state of releasing the tailed beast bombs. The main attacking Azura path clone was no longer in its original position. Instead, QinShi, maintaining a prayer pose, stood in its place as if bowing to a deity. He swallowed hard. QinShi emanated a suffocating spiritual power. Using the ocular technique of the Rinnegan, he could even see that behind QinShi stood a gigantic statue of a bodhisattva. It was the massive, thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. Oh, we are quite close, Akatsuki, team leader, QinShi said with a gentle smile, slowly opening his clasped hands. Behind him, the statue of Avalokiteshvara also opened its palms. Facing the enemy, compassion appeared in QinShi's eyes. This was the compassion of the divine. Avalokiteshvara's 100 Styles, palm of 0. Behind him, the gigantic golden statue of Avalokiteshvara, materialized by spiritual power, became more vivid, exuding a tremendous Buddha's might that purifies the human heart. It opened its loving arms and gently enveloped the three figures of Heavenly Path, Human Path, and Beast Path before it. Ron felt completely bound, yet did not feel pain. The spiritual power within QinShi surged, transforming into a massive energy that gathered before the statue of the thousand-handed Guanyin. In an instant, the sound of Buddha resonated through the heavens and the earth. The golden thousand-handed Guanyin opened its mouth, and a dazzling light resembling a star shot out, striking the three Ron clones trapped in its palms. A tremendous energy filled the air, its might even surpassing Ron's super god Rinne Tensei. At the same time, a faint sound of applause echoed in front, but this subtle sound did not reach Ron. As the dust settled, the clones of Beast Path and Human Path had turned to dust, leaving only the clone of Heavenly Path still existing. Perhaps due to the distance, or perhaps due to the resistance of the Beast Path and Human Path, the Heavenly Path clone, which was also the vessel of Ron's consciousness, did not vanish completely under the overwhelming impact. However, at this moment, his body was left with only his left arm and left leg. Almost half of it disappeared. This state still survived, merely because the tailed beast transformation still provided him with energy. Even the defenses of the tailed beast transformation and Sage Mode couldn't withstand your strike. The Heavenly Path, Ron coughed, collapsing to the ground, having lost his fighting ability. His eyes lost their luster, his eye shadow disappeared, and his skin returned to that of an ordinary human. With such severe injuries, he could not concentrate to maintain Sage Mode. QinShi sighed. It was very normal. Even in Netero's world, even the abnormally strong Ant King couldn't withstand such an attack, let alone a physical mortal like the Hokage-type Six Paths clone who was not adept at defense. Ron shook his head, struggling to understand the man's words in front of him. But he knew one thing. He had lost. I'm curious how. Cough, cough. Did you dodge my super god Rinne Tensei? I clearly had used the previous Rinne Tensei to eliminate all the flying thunder god marks you set nearby. He had specifically investigated QinShi's combat abilities before the battle. He knew this boy, who was clearly Uchiha Obito, could use the signature ninjutsu, flying thunder god, inherited from Minato Namikaze. But he also understood that using Flying Thunder God required prior setup of marks. And with his Rinnegan, Rinne Tensei, and Sage Mode, he had confirmed that all nearby Flying Thunder God marks had been cleared. So how could the opponent still dodge the attack of Super God Rinne Tensei while resolving his tailed beast ball attack? QinShi looked at him, silent. He indeed did not use the Flying Thunder God technique. This was because, for him now, having hundreds of various inherited skills meant he no longer needed to rely on Flying Thunder God for teleportation. What he used was an inherited ability from an old professor during the era of the third director, known as Unjust Game from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. By clapping his hands, he could exchange the positions of two objects containing spiritual power. The faint applause Ron heard when he unleashed Super God Rinne Tensei was QinShi activating Unjust Game. Through Unjust Game, he exchanged positions with the Azura Path clone, using Ron's skill to eliminate the Azura Path. He then maintained his hands in a prayer position and unleashed the strongest martial arts technique of Netero from the world of Hunter x Hunter, 100 type Guanyin. Facing the Ron clone's super high recovery ability and strong defense, QinShi had clarified his battle method from the start. Over there, he would use a technique with immense destructive power to annihilate the opponent in an instant before the opponent could recover. Therefore, he chose the most destructive move from 100 type Guanyin, 0 type. Of course, QinShi did not say any of this. Explaining to one's enemy is undoubtedly a sign of underestimating them. Director Qin, this time I lost. Ron coughed, cracks appearing all over his body. But I still have one final test for you. Runes of summoning appeared on the ground. Six-tailed beasts suddenly reappeared. Director Qin, let me see the possibilities of the path you choose. Chapter 252. The paths of everyone the tailed beasts, in the world of Naruto, are known as the ferocious gods. They are products formed from the split of the giant divine tree worshipped by people in the ancient world of Naruto. In the world of Naruto, countless ninjas have lived and died in battles throughout the ages. Yet, hundreds of years have passed, and none of the nine-tailed beasts have perished. Although they have physical forms, they're products of chakra, with almost no concept of death. Now, as their host, I am about to die. Ron spoke slowly, as if even speaking took all his strength. I no longer have the ability to restrain them. These six-tailed beasts are in a rampaging state. When I encountered these six-tailed beasts in the demon realm, although I fought them, I couldn't wage war at all. Thankfully, Lord Wuxian arrived, just in time, and helped me subdue these six demon beasts using the power of his ocular technique. Director Qin, If you wish to pave the way for the future with your own strength, you must, cough cough, first subdue these rampaging 6th, 7th tier demon beasts. After saying this, Ron lay back, gasping for air. Blood had already soaked his back. Director Qin, I can now only cling to life by borrowing the power of the tailed beasts, but I hope to see another scene. All right, QinShi said calmly. With the super perception of Sage Mode and the 3-color domineering, he knew that Ron was truly out of energy, barely hanging on to life. Borrowing the power of the tailed beasts to hold on. If QinShi truly subdued these tailed beasts, Ron would face real death. Let me show you the possibilities of my changing the future. QinShi formed hand seals. A massive spiritual power swept around like a storm. He actually had so much spiritual power left. Ron strained to sense the energy storm around him, secretly astonished. Would release all pouch technique. The ground began to tremble. An enormous hands made of wood emerged from the earth, firmly grasping the rampaging 6-tailed beasts. QinShi continued to form seals. The color of the eyeshadow around his eyes deepening. At this moment, the spiritual power erupted completely. Sage Art would release true 1,000 hands. QinShi clasped his hands together, and behind him appeared a colossal wooden Buddha statue with countless giant arms. Unlike the Guanyin 100 type he had previously displayed, what was now revealed before Ron was a true physical wooden Buddha statue. Moreover, the power contained within it far exceeded the Bodhisattva illusion generated by the previous Guanyin 100 type. Director Qin, just how much power do you still have? At this moment, Ron, although in a near-death state, had a crazed expression. He felt a power equivalent to that of his leader Wu Sheng, or even more magnificent. With this power, perhaps you really could create a peaceful world. Ron thought to himself, and QinShi slowly raised his palm, reaching out towards the distant demon beasts. True 1,000 hands transformed into Buddha. In an instant, all the arms of the giant wooden Buddha statue smashed down towards the 6-tailed beasts. The immense force struck the tailed beasts, causing them to wail continuously, suppressing everything with overwhelming power. Under the strong attack, all the demon beasts lost consciousness. Although they were almost immortal, they had been completely subdued under the restrained power of wood release, with no strength to resist. Ron, unable to draw power from the demon beast, felt the cracks on his body suddenly widen. Ha ha ha. At the end of life, Ron lay on the ground, laughing loudly. Director Qin, remember your promise. Bring rebirth to this decaying world. His body smiled and turned to dust. QinShi looked at the dissipating body with an indescribable blockage in his heart. In this world, many people are desperately living in their own ways, even seeking ideals. However, with different paths, some people's ideals become great disasters for others. For example, the Demon King, whose wife Kikyo died fighting the demon beasts, yearns for a day when humanity no longer fights to protect their living space. His method is to turn all humans into demons, enhancing their self-healing and attack abilities so they can survive in the demon realm without needing to guard the 9 provinces from the frequent beast tides. For his ideal, he has inflicted harm on countless families, even forcing others to kill their own kin. But his ideal ultimately fails. Once turned into a demon, one loses their humanity, craving to devour humans, and can only hide in darkness for the rest of their lives. Demons and humans are extremely opposing existences. In a demon state, it is impossible to continue human civilization. Therefore, he was abandoned by Wu Sheng, the leader of the column, and ultimately fell. Similarly, members of the column, whether Ron or others in the organization, believe in the path of redemption through the Jinchuriki technique from the Naruto world, which allows demon beasts to reside within humans to gain equivalent combat power. They believe in the path found by Wu Sheng and eliminate those who disagree with their ideology. This is also the reason they attacked the Demon Hunting Academy, trying every means to kill Director Bai. But QinShi knows that even in the Naruto world, Jinchuriki has extremely harsh selection criteria. First, one must have a sufficient amount of chakra, which in Blue Star means a large amount of spiritual power. If the spiritual power is insufficient, one cannot suppress the demon beast within, leading to being killed by it. Second, one must have a strong will. Demon beasts have a brutal nature and will continuously erode the consciousness of their human vessels. Even someone as strong as Ron had to use Sage Mode to mitigate the influence of the demon beast under tailed beast transformation. How many humans can meet such criteria? How many must die for humanity to become a group with demon beasts parasitizing them? Therefore, the path of that first director is also wrong. QinShi's gaze was firm. He has his own path. He aims to implement his own way and lead the people of the 9 provinces to overcome the crisis of annihilation and move towards rebirth. At this moment, QinShi turned to look at the stunned one-tailed to six-tailed beasts. The demon beasts before him were spiritual power aggregates and not easy to kill. Just as QinShi was contemplating whether to use QinShi to transfer them to another space, six-tailed beasts suddenly showed marks beneath them. QinShi's eyes sharpened. He recognized that mark. It was the summoning technique mark from the Naruto world. Without hesitation, he activated QinShi, his eyes swirling with black tomo. But the place where the six-tailed beast had been was now only a cloud of smoke. QinShi's QinShi failed to hit the target. Such fast summoning techniques. Even my QinShi couldn't keep up. In an instant, 6 7th-tier demon beasts were summoned away right under his nose. The hosts of these six-tailed beasts were Ron. Now that Ron was dead, if anyone could transfer these 6 using the summoning technique, it could only be one person. That person is Wu Sheng, the leader of the column, the first director of the Demon Hunting Academy, and the inheritor of Uchiha Shursui. Director Wu, it seems we are about to meet, QinShi murmured as he looked at the place where the demon beasts had vanished. Chapter 253. Surprise attack after dealing with his enemy. QinShi closed his eyes. With the dual enhancement of Sage Mode and Observation Haki, he quickly locked onto the positions of his other 2 teammates. He did not rush to support them, but instead closely monitored the battlefield using his double perception abilities. He trusted his teammates. Everyone had their own enemies, and QinShi believed they could overcome them. After about half an hour, Teacher QinShi and Senior Lin Long staggered over, supporting their injured bodies. Teacher QinShi's hat was torn, his face bore a deep wound, and he was covered in scattered ice shards. Just by looking at the surface, QinShi knew that his recent battle had been exceptionally dangerous, almost resulting in a mutual destruction with the enemy. Lin Long was in an even worse state. Her top had been torn open, and the silver armor inherited from the Dumb Hair King was now in tatters, especially exposing a beautiful view at her chest. What are you looking at? Hurry up and give me a piece of clothing. Lin Long glared at QinShi, who was closely examining her. Her spatial ring had been destroyed by Xiao Wu during the recent battle. QinShi pretended to cough twice, quickly took out a cloak from his spatial ring, and jogged over to drape it over his senior. You both are seriously injured. QinShi looked at their disheveled appearances, feeling a bit heartbroken. But to QinShi and Lin Long, his words carried a different meaning. Clearly, QinShi was facing the strongest enemy, even counting as 1 against 6. Yet his clothes were neat, without a speck of dust, as if he had easily eliminated the enemy. Such a casual feeling. QinShi extended his hands towards the 2, and white spiritual power spheres appeared in his palms. Under the effect of the spheres, QinShi and Lin Long felt their wounds itch, a sign of rapid healing and new flesh growing. 3 minutes later, QinShi retracted his hands. All right, I've used healing ninjutsu to treat your wounds. With your strength, a day's rest will be enough. QinShi clapped his hands, but there was no relief on his face from the victory of the battle. But I'm just not sure if we have another day's leisure. Gray mist swept across the land, and the rain in the sky seemed to pour endlessly. In the center of the rain, there stood a tall stone tower-like structure. This was the base of the column, and also one of the secret realms. The rain-hidden village secret realm from the Naruto world. See, I told you Ron would die at the hands of that young man. Wu Sheng, the leader of the column and the first director of the Demon Hunting Academy, was busy inside the tower. He pointed at a nearby water tank, where the water was rippling, showing some images. It was a scene of his subordinates, Ron's team, and QinShi battling. As Wu Sheng approached the water tank, his hand was stained with red blood, which mixed into the tank water, causing the battle images to vanish at his beckoning. Mizuhashi, do you know? Beside him was a girl with twin tails, looking like the girl next door. Wu Sheng did not look up, continuing to speak. That boy named QinShi has already surpassed his predecessor by chi and strength. He paused, looking somewhat dazed into the distance. Perhaps he is even stronger than me. Mizuhashi was taken aback. She knew that the man before her seemed gentle, but was actually extremely proud. Even Bai Qi, who was said to be the strongest among the directors of the Demon Hunting Academy, was merely mediocre in his evaluation. And now, he actually admitted that the Academy's new director, a boy who had not yet turned 20, was stronger than this old monster. Just as Mizuhashi was lost in thought, Director Wu Sheng suddenly looked at her, his gaze sharp as a knife. However, the information about Director Qin was investigated by you, and you even fought him personally. Why is it that such a strong individual has an investigation result that is even worse than that of QinShi and Lin Long from the Academy? Wu Sheng had a half-smile on his face. Our dear water column, it is precisely your erroneous intelligence that led to the demise of Ron's team. Water column's gaze faltered. This time it was my mistake. She sighed. I didn't expect this boy to have such strength. I underestimated him. Oh, Wu Sheng said playfully. Was it an accidental underestimation or a deliberate one? Water column lowered her head and remained silent, but a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Never mind. The previously serious Wu Sheng suddenly smiled. The outcome doesn't matter anymore. After all, Ron and the others are dead. And let me tell you a secret. Clearly, there was no one around, yet Wu Sheng leaned close to Water column as if whispering. Sometimes, the dead are much more useful than the living. And thank you for helping me deceive Ron and the others. Now they are finally dead. Water column's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly found a short sword in her hand without knowing when. Just as Wu Sheng leaned close to her ear to whisper, Water column thrust the short sword fiercely. It went very smoothly, piercing directly into Wu Sheng's body. Wu Sheng staggered back, looking at Water column in disbelief. Why? Why did you betray me? However, without giving Wu Sheng more time, Water column suddenly lunged forward, gripping the short sword. The sword seemed to be able to stretch infinitely, piercing straight through Wu Sheng's body and all the way through the wall of the tower. Watching Wu Sheng collapse to the ground, Water column finally let go, gasping for breath. Her hands trembled, but her gaze grew more resolute. She stepped forward and felt for Wu Sheng's breath. There was none. Did I succeed? Water column felt a bit incredulous. This sword is quite good. A familiar voice sounded behind Water column. It can conceal its form, change length freely, and more crucially, the tip of this sword is coated with a toxin that can instantly kill a soul. TSK. It seems that aside from the Demon Hunting Academy, the other major academies have also put in a lot of effort to eliminate me. Water column trembled all over and unsteadily turned around. Clearly, under her feet lay Wu Sheng's corpse. Yet Wu Sheng was sitting in a chair not far away. No need to be surprised. Wu Sheng shook his arm, and the white bandage fell away, revealing 7 or 8 eyes on his arm. Each of these eyes had a black-hooked jade rotating within. These eyes are unique to the world of Naruto, the Sharingan. I copied my own eye cells to create this Sharingan. How about that? Wu Sheng said with a smile, as if boasting about his creation. If it weren't for the secret technique, Igenes, I would have probably died under your sword. Water column gritted her teeth and suddenly shouted as she lunged at Wu Sheng again. At the same time, she thrust the short sword in her hand once more. But the short sword suddenly disappeared from her grasp. Then, she felt a pain in her back as a short dagger pierced through her body. This is how it's used, right? The other end of the sword was gripped in Wu Sheng's hand. Chapter 254, Demon Beast Kaguya. Having been hit with the soul poison from the short sword, Water column could no longer hold on, her legs giving way as she knelt on the ground. Her eyes were filled with hatred, fixed on the distant Wu Sheng. She had only a few seconds of life left. Sai, you still look at me like that. Don't you know how sad I am at this moment? Clearly, the entire column organization has only you and me left. Wu Sheng shook his head. With you doing this, I've become truly alone. Water column lay on the ground, watching Wu Sheng's feigned sympathy and coldly smirked. You devil, if it weren't for you triggering the Red Moon Beast Tide, my family, would he have died? Using her last bit of strength, Water column slowly closed her eyes. She was dead. Wu Sheng looked at the girl's lifeless body, his expression emotionless. He picked up a wooden board from the table, which had a file on it. Water column, real name, Du Shasha, the only daughter of the Du family. One of the top 10 families, a direct disciple of the former head of the Magic Academy, Granny Mei, inheriting an S-class legacy, the rider Medusa from the Fate world, with a demon beast from the world of Xianjian Qishuan as her host, the Water Demon Beast. This information is known by all members of the column organization. However, the records in the document did not end here. During her student years, Du Shasha participated in secret meetings of the 4 major academies. At that time, the column organization had not taken much action, but had already attracted the attention of the 4 major academies, which unanimously raised the organization's danger level to the highest. That secret meeting formally confirmed the actual mission as the undercover, poisonous jellyfish plan. This plan was originally intended to select mature teachers, but Du Shasha volunteered to participate. Later, under the planning of the Magic Academy's vice president, Luo Lian, Du Shasha participated in an internship, encountered an 8th-level demon beast, and was successfully rescued by the column organization, managing to infiltrate. It is inferred that Du Shasha's mission was for intelligence gathering and assassination. With a high suspicion that she carried items of danger level S, prompting Lord Wu Sheng to proceed with caution. 6 months ago, when Wu Sheng arranged for Water Column Du Shasha to undertake her first mission, he had simultaneously arranged for Human Column Ron to investigate Du Shasha's situation. It was not that he had seen through Du Shasha's disguise, but simply because after living for hundreds of years, he had long since stopped trusting anyone. Among Ron's 6 paths of reincarnation abilities, the human path has a skill called Mind Layer Penetration, which can extract the memories of others. And he was assigned by Wu Sheng to investigate each member of the column organization. Ron did not disappoint him. Before going to destroy the Demon Lock Tower Pass, he reported the investigation results to Wu Sheng. However, even without Ron's investigation, Du Shasha, Yu and T have had a chance to live. In my plan, there is only me. Any potentially obstructive roles must be eliminated, regardless of their camp. A ruthless expression appeared on Wu Sheng's face. Now, the plan is about to commence. The misty drizzle continued to fall. Wu Sheng walked out of the tower and approached a massive square wooden structure. He made a hand seal, and the square wooden structure seemed to come alive, wriggling to reveal a small opening through which one person could pass. He entered the wooden structure, and before him stood 9 tall demon beasts. They varied in appearance, but shared one common trait. They all had long tails, though the number of tails differed. From left to right, the number of tails for the demon beasts ranged from 1 to 9. These were the demon beasts from the world of Naruto, from 1 tail to 9 tails. At this moment, the 1-tailed to 6-tailed beasts were curled up on the ground, motionless, as if they had fainted. The remaining 3-tailed beasts, however, were constantly roaring and struggling. The 7-tailed beast was named Chongming, resembling a gigantic rhinoceros beetle with an exoskeleton harder than steel and 4 wings resembling fan blades on its back. But at this moment, no matter how desperately the 7-tailed beast flapped its wings, it could not escape the branch's restraints. Its hard exoskeleton was instead cracked by the branches, causing it immense pain and continuous wailing. The 8-tailed beast was named Nyogui, resembling an octopus with 8 legs. Its body was soft, constantly trying to squeeze through the gaps in the branches, but the branches changed, growing sharp spikes that deeply pierced its flesh, causing it to dare not move again. The 9 tails, named Kaibai no Yko, is a beast resembling a fox demon. It bares its teeth, and its swishing tail carries immense power, sweeping away any nearby branches. However, the branches endlessly stretch out, taking advantage of its moments of respite to ensnare its limbs. The 9 tails struggles to stand, releasing a black chakra mass known as tailed beast bomb from its calf. When the destructive tailed beast bomb strikes its own leg, the entangling branches are obliterated. But the 9 tails loses half of its calf in the process. Just as the 9 tails tries to escape in pain, the branches rapidly regenerate and rebind it like iron chains. The 9 tails roars furiously, yet is still forced to huddle on the ground, helpless. At that moment, Wu Sheng walks in. Don't bother. This cage was created by me would release to serve as a prison for you beasts. The 7-tailed Kaibai no Yko roars, opening its mouth towards the small human figure nearby, gathering black energy. It intends to use the tailed beast bomb that can destroy everything to turn the human who dares to imprison it into ash. But just as its sharp fox mouth opens, the branches swiftly wrap around it, binding its mouth as well. Don't bother, you beasts, just obediently become my sacrifices. Wu Sheng says indifferently, and then a shadow appears behind him. This is the beast that resides within me. A woman with pale skin and blue-white long hair, sporting 2 horns on her head and wearing a white robe patterned with black magatama, appears. She is enormous, far exceeding the size of an ordinary human, and peculiarly has 3 closed eyes. The 9 tails' originally furious gaze turns to one of fear upon seeing the woman. It crawls on the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers. Like a docile kitten, the 7-tailed and 8-tailed beasts also lay trembling on the ground, their bodies shuddering uncontrollably. Their fear towards the woman before them seems etched in their very genes. For the woman standing before them is the goddess of the Naruto world, the origin of all ninjas and ninjutsu, revered as goddess of the moon, Kaguya Tsutsuki. And the 9-tailed beasts are the products of the divine tree she planted in a distant era. Chapter 255. The strongest Jinch Riki Kaguya was the first true 8th-tier beast Wu Sheng encountered in the demon realm. In his initial plan, he intended to seal the 7-star beast, Kaibai, within himself. But the moment he saw Kaguya, he realized that what he truly desired to subdue was an entity surpassing the strength of a 7-star beast. The almost limitless spiritual energy and remarkable ninjutsu of the other party deeply attracted Wu Shang. After sacrificing dozens of members of the Jinchuriki organization, Wu Shang finally managed to subdue her into his own body using the powerful control of Shinra Tensei, making her his resident beast. However, Wu Shang knew that Kagaya at that time was not in her perfect state. Through some awakened memories of the beast, he learned that only by having all 9 7-tier beasts, from 1 tail to 9 tails, from a Naruto world swallowed by Kagaya, could she awaken her true power. Come on, let me see your complete form's power. Wu Shang laughed loudly. Kagaya reached out to the beast, and the moment her hand touched the tailed beast, it flowed in her body like water. Just like that, the 9 powerful tailed beasts wailed as they disappeared one by one. As the 9 tails was also consumed, the woman's stiff expression became lively. She exhaled heavily, and her 3 closed eyes slowly opened. They were 3 peculiar eyes. The left and right eyes turned azure white, veins bulging around them, with black marks displayed in the pupils. This is the special ocular technique Byakugan with the strongest observation ability in the Naruto world. On the giant woman Kagaya's forehead, the 3rd eye also slowly opened. This eye glowed blood red, with patterns resembling ripples, and embedded within these patterns were 9 black magatama. This is the original eye of the Sharingan and Rinnegan in the Naruto world, the Rinne Sharingan, belonging to the Kekkei Genkai, capable of surpassing both bloodline limits and techniques. At this moment, Wu Shang also felt an unparalleled fullness. For the first time, he felt that his body contained an inexhaustible amount of spiritual energy. This powerful feeling cannot be wrong. Wu Shang continuously felt the power within his body, his face turning manic. It's 9th tier. I finally obtained 9th tier power. After a long time, Wu Shang finally adapted to the new power in his body. Satisfied, he moved his limbs and then walked out of the wooden cage, slowly floating into the air. Let's test my new power. Wu Shang aimed his left hand to the ground. Super Shinra Tensei. With just one strike, a terrifying cloud of dust rose from the vast secret realm, Rain-Hidden Village. In the thick rain mist, the entire Rain-Hidden Village vanished. A bottomless pit opened underground. The earth split apart and magma surged. It was a scene akin to the apocalypse. I can hardly feel any consumption. This strike was merely my ordinary attack. Even though Wu Shang had lived for hundreds of years, his casual strike, just now, was terrifyingly powerful. With such power, the final plan can finally be implemented. Wu Shang donned the forehead protector, marking him as a rogue ninja. Let me reshape the entire world. His figure vanished from the spot. In the Yun province of the Land of the 9 States, the air is dense with clouds. Below are towering mountains, and above the peaks are sparse clouds. Suddenly, a black shadow envelopes the massive mountain. Birds on the trees look up, seeing a colossal object floating through the sky. It is an island, a floating island in the sky. This island is one of the secret realms, the Sky City. It is also the location of one of the 3 top-tier academies, the Tiangong Academy, which boasts the highest level of technology. The Tiangong Academy was established in the Sky City. During the first orientation, QinShi witnessed a ship resembling the Golden Ship from the Pirate King world sent by the Tiangong Academy to welcome new students to their academy. On one hand, it showcased the academy's substantial financial resources and advanced technology, while on the other hand, only a ship with floating capabilities could transport students to their academy. At this moment, the president of the Tiangong Academy, Lei Yuan, was sitting on the stairs in front of the academy. The usually bustling academy was devoid of anyone at this time, as if the entire academy had been emptied. Floating beside Lei Yuan was a small bear-shaped robot. All students and teachers should have been relocated by now. President Lei casually asked, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep puff. Beep beep, yes, except for you. All faculty and students have been transferred to the Tiangong Academy's second location, the underground city, and a concealment barrier has been activated. The bear robot emitted in a mechanical voice. Do you need to initiate the self-destruct program for the Sky City? The robot was a high-level artificial intelligence. After exploring some technologies in the demon realm, Lei Yuan had finally developed such an artificial intelligence robot. Although it took the shape of a bear, it could control the entire academy. Not yet, Lei Yuan said with a hint of bitterness, slowly exhaling a breath. Let me see how strong that guy has become. Allow me to hold onto a glimmer of unrealistic fantasy. Just as he was conversing with the little bear robot, the entire Sky City suddenly began to tremble, as if a gigantic beast had invaded the city. Wu Shang walked through the air. The sky beneath his feet felt as solid as ground. As the Jinchuriki of Kagaya, he shared her abilities, including her flight. Xia Liyuan, you really know how to hide? You've even gone up into the sky. Wu Sheng looked at the middle-aged man before him, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. Lei Yuan felt a bit troubled. The secret realm where the Tinker's Academy was located, Sky City, not only had the ability to fly, but could also conceal itself within the clouds, making it very difficult to detect. However, upon seeing Wu Sheng's eyes, Lei Yuan understood why Wu Sheng had easily discovered Sky City. Wu Sheng's eyes glowed white, with veins bulging around the eye sockets. They were the Byakugan, known as the strongest observational eye in the Naruto world, capable of perceiving the flow of all spiritual energy. Sure enough, I still cannot escape your tracking. Lei Yuan brushed off the dust on his clothes and slowly stood up. Director Wu, Lei, await your arrival. Saying this, he bowed. This was a sign of respect for a strong person. Xia Liyuan, I told you before, as long as you maintain neutrality in this war, you will qualify to enter the new world. I, Wu Sheng, am also someone who values talent. The reconstruction of the new world still needs geniuses like you. However, you have disappointed me. Wu Sheng sighed, his expression growing colder. That short sword used to kill me by the water pillar, you made it, right? Xiao Liyuan, you're really determined to oppose me. Chapter 256. Lei Yuan versus Wu Sheng. Even your enemy must admit, that short sword is truly remarkable. Wu Sheng said, taking out a short sword. This was the short sword used by Water Pillar when he ambushed him. I could smell the scent of death from it. This should be your imitation of the Shinigami's 3rd Division Captain, Shurmar Jin. This Bankai Shins, right? Amazing, you've actually managed to create a weapon that ordinary people can use, with the Bankai ability of an S-class inheritance. Moreover, it is a weapon capable of carrying the deadly poison of souls. Lei Yuan, you truly are an extraordinary genius. Wu Sheng admired. In the field of manufacturing, I am not your match. Unfortunately, for a powerful person like you, if you cannot submit to me, you must be eliminated. He continued to play with the short sword in his hand, speaking lightly. I have given you a choice and have shown you enough tolerance. But this short sword has already explained everything. Wu Sheng's fingers brushed over the short sword, and the incredibly hard blade shattered in an instant. Go ahead. Let me show you the gap between man and God. God? Lei Yuan stood up from the stone steps, gripping his zanpakuto tightly. What kind of God are you? For your boring ideals, you would sacrifice millions of lives. I do not agree. Lei Yuan threw away his hat and shouted in anger. Bankai, Canon SH-10 Kai. A huge long-haired woman appeared behind him. The woman had a classical hairstyle, wore a sleeveless kimono, and was beautiful. But her limbs were like those of a puppet with mechanisms. Director Lei's inheritance is S-class, from the Shinigami world, Urahara Kisuke. At this moment, his spiritual pressure fully erupted, using the most powerful skill of the Shinigami Bankai. His Bankai, Canon SH-10 Kai, has the ability to reconstruct and transform any dead or living thing touched by the zanpakuto. To defeat you, I have conceived countless techniques. Today, let Director Wu see the fruits of my research. As Lei Yuan swung down his sword, the entire Sky City instantly revealed countless black stitches. Wu Sheng's eyes lit up. You've actually used your ability to transform the entire academy. Xia Liyuan, what a grand endeavor. Just as he spoke, 2 rocky hands suddenly emerged from the ground, firmly grasping Wu Sheng's feet. Meanwhile, the majestic teaching buildings behind Lei Yuan also roared to life, transforming into gigantic stone giants, transforming the dead into the living. Xia Liyuan, you have developed your ability to an astonishing level. Wu Sheng looked at the towering teaching building giant before him, once again in admiration. Then, the teaching building giant clenched its fists tightly and smashed down towards Wu Sheng. Boom! A huge sound echoed. Concrete and stones splattered like mud. However, Wu Sheng remained unscathed. The giant's fist didn't even touch his body. There is a powerful inheritance from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, that of Gojo Satoru, who possesses an ability called Limitless. Wu Sheng said, effortlessly breaking free from the rocky hands that bound his feet, then floated into the air, raising his arms. Though small in size, as he raised his arms, the giant's arms were also forcibly lifted higher, the steel and concrete making a piercing, grinding sound. This ability is akin to bringing the infinite series contained in the paradox of Achilles into reality. The distance between the enemy and him can infinitely shrink, but can never reach zero. Wu Sheng said, flying towards the giant's head, then passing through it as if slicing through tofu. Quite an interesting ability, isn't it? After obtaining the power of the Rinnegan, I also developed corresponding skills. by enveloping the repulsive field of Shinra Tensei on the surface of my body, instead of releasing it all at once. The powerful repulsion creates a field that the opponent cannot truly touch, much like Limitless. Then, Wu Sheng activated his Shunpa. His flight trajectory in the air was completely imperceptible to the naked eye. A second later, he slowly landed on the ground. With his landing, the towering teaching building giants all froze in place, then began to shed dust. You see, my Rinnegan version of Limitless makes me like the sharpest knife, perfectly suited for slicing such towering giants. Wu Sheng said lightly. At the moment he finished speaking, the stones on the giant teaching buildings began to fall off, densely packed cuts appearing. The giants collapsed with a roar. Of course, I have developed even more skills. Battling against an inventor like you has sparked my competitive spirit in creation. Xia Liyuan, while I still have some interest, seize this opportunity to show me more of your creations. This is your only, albeit slim, chance of victory. Wu Sheng pointed a finger at Lei Yuan, a small black orb gathering in his hand. The most powerful attack method in the Naruto world, the tailed beast bomb. Bang! The tailed beast bomb shot out. But the direction of the tailed beast bomb was towards the sky. The swift-tailed beast bomb flew into the sky, then its trajectory curved. Like a snake with a mind of its own. This is a tailed beast bomb that I controlled using the gravitational and repulsive forces of Shinra Tensei and Banch Tenon. Wu Sheng smiled at Lei Yuan, as if showcasing a beloved toy. If you can't catch it, you're done for. The orb of destruction rushed towards Lei Yuan on the steps. Lei Yuan stood in place, not using the Shunpa skill to evade. He instantly discerned that the tailed beast ball, which could change its trajectory due to the gravitational and repulsive forces of the Rinnegan, was like a guided missile with tracking capabilities. No matter how much he tried to dodge, it would inevitably catch up with him. Don't underestimate me. First-generation headmaster. Lei Yuan gritted his teeth and raised his long sword. Respond to the enemy, Hong Ji. As he growled, red circles composed of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the air. The black-tailed beast ball flew through each of the red circles. Then something miraculous happened. The tailed beast ball, which was originally the size of a basketball, rapidly shrank in size after passing through each red circle. By the time it flew in front of Lei Yuan, the tailed beast ball had completely disappeared. The tailed beast ball, which could obliterate all enemies and possessed the purest destructive power, vanished like a snowball that had been worn away. Wu Sheng's eyes lit up again, and then he burst into laughter, clapping his hands at Lei Yuan. Interesting, what principle is this? Let me think. Wu Sheng rested his chin on his hand and casually walked around the square, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing battle. Although they were still fighting, Wu Sheng showed no signs of tension, as if he were admiring interesting exhibits. However, Wu Sheng's actions caused Lei Yuan's heart to sink further. The opponent clearly didn't take their life-and-death battle seriously. This meant that everything Lei Yuan had done up to this point had not posed the slightest threat to this genius first-generation headmaster in front of him. Chapter 257. Lei Yuan's scheme. Only a few seconds had passed when Wu Sheng looked up, his gaze towards Lei Yuan filled with admiration. You really are something, little Lei Yuan. Your cannon opens Hong Ji has truly been developed by you to an unbelievable extent. He glanced around the Tiangong Academy campus. The ground was undulating in a frequency and amplitude imperceptible to the naked eye, like the heartbeat of a human. I originally guessed that you had turned the entire campus into a living being, but now it seems I underestimated you. You have made the entire campus a part of yourself. In short, you are now this massive sky city. Therefore, you were able to block my previous attack. The tail beast ball, right? Lei Yuan stood on the distant steps, frowning and silent. However, deep down, he was profoundly shaken by the enemy before him. Just now, when he received the tailed beast ball, which could be likened to a tracking missile, he had used one of his zanpakuto's abilities, Tsu Bo Hong Ji. Tsu Bo Hong Ji was originally one of the initial release abilities of Lei Yuan's zanpakuto. Its effect was to collide the zanpakuto with the enemy's technique, using a technique of the same spiritual pressure structure to offset the enemy's technique upon contact. In simple terms, this move was a tit-for-tat, resolving the enemy's offensive through counteraction. After achieving Bankai, this skill could still be used and was even more powerful. For Lei Yuan, who possessed strong manufacturing and analytical talents, this was a very useful all-purpose skill. However, the downside was also evident. Analyzing the spiritual pressure structure of the opponent's technique required some time. Even though Lei Yuan's analysis and manufacturing speed could be considered high, it still required the zanpakuto to first touch the enemy's skill before analyzing and creating a counter-energy technique, which took a little bit of time. When faced with ultra-high-speed attacks, the failure rate of this move would significantly increase. The launch of the tailed beast ball was like a high-speed missile, and with its extremely strong destructive capability, it was likely that the blade would shatter before he even began to analyze it. Yet Lei Yuan had overcome this difficulty in another way. He utilized the transformation ability of Canon Opens Hongji and merged himself with the entire Tiangong Academy. Not just the buildings. Even the ground beneath his feet and the surrounding floating gases became part of him. Here was his home ground. Therefore, even if Wu Sheng released the tailed beast ball at high speed, as long as the tailed beast ball formed near Wu Sheng and came into contact with the air, it would be equivalent to touching Lei Yuan, and the analysis effect of Tsu Bo Hongji would occur instantaneously. Thus, he was just able to analyze and construct the opposing energy in time to offset the opponent's technique right before the tailed beast ball was about to strike him. Even the tailed beast ball, which possesses extreme destructive power, cannot harm you. It seems that ordinary ninjutsu is completely useless against you now, Wu Sheng's side. It seems my best option for now is to retreat temporarily. Lei Yuan did not respond. If he engaged in a confrontation with Wu Sheng, he would definitely be defeated by Wu Sheng's strength in a short time. But now it was different. Ever since he devised a plan to create the strongest poison weapon, the divine killing gun, and the assassination plan against Wu Sheng using an undercover agent in the column organization, Lei Yuan had been continuously utilizing his Bankai's abilities to transform the Sky City. He understood deep down that the success rate of assassinating a top genius like Wu Sheng was pitifully low. Furthermore, if the assassination failed, with Wu Sheng's vengeful nature, he would definitely come after him. Therefore, transforming the Sky City and adequately preparing for this battle was something Lei Yuan had started doing long ago. At this moment, the Sky City had been completely transformed by his years of effort. Lei Yuan waved his hand. The teaching building giant that had just been crushed by Wu Sheng stood up again from the rubble. He and the Sky City were one. As long as he was not defeated, the damaged buildings could reassemble. The Sky City now belonged solely to him, an absolute domain. Moreover, the position of the Sky City was erratic, originally intended to prevent any enemies from discovering it. However, the moment Wu Sheng set foot in the Sky City, its concealment would be immediately lifted, and Wu Sheng's location information would be instantly transmitted to the Demon Hunting Academy, the Magic Academy, and the Hua Tuo Academy. According to the established plan, the three academies would need about 10 minutes to arrive after receiving the information. All he needed to do was hold out for 10 minutes to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Even if Wu Sheng was incredibly powerful, he would surely be killed under the combined siege of the other three academies. Lei Yuan thought to himself, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The same strategy would also be activated when Wu Sheng appeared in the Magic Academy or Hua Tuo Academy. This was a counteroffensive strategy specifically devised against Wu Sheng. Thinking of this, Lei Yuan involuntarily looked up at the large clock on the teaching building. 8 minutes had already passed. What's wrong? Still waiting for your reinforcements? Wu Sheng's voice suddenly rang out. How many more minutes do they need? 1 minute or 2? His expression was half smiling. Lei Yuan's heart sank. He actually saw through his plan. He immediately gripped the zanpakuto tightly, staring directly at the enemy in ninja attire before him. Come on, I'm the first-generation headmaster of the Demon Hunting Academy. You can't treat me like an idiot, can you? Even beasts know to call their kind for a siege when facing stronger enemies. Let alone you, this exceptionally clever headmaster of the Tiangong Academy. Saying this, Wu Sheng shrugged. He actually jumped to the top of the statue, then sat cross-legged, smiling at Lei Yuan. Since you want to wait so much, I'll accompany you. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. But while Lei Yuan appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil, desperately trying to suppress the shock and fear within. He couldn't understand why the enemy, who had clearly seen through his waiting for the rabbit plan, was still willing to linger with him. What on earth was happening? He nervously glanced around. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. Something's wrong. When Wu Sheng arrived at Sky City, he once looked up at the sky. Now he suddenly realized that the position of the clouds above had not changed. Although only 8 minutes had passed, the position of the clouds could not have remained completely unchanged. This is... Lei Yuan gritted his teeth and growled softly. This is an illusion. The moment he spoke, the entire sky suddenly turned blood red. The sun in the sky also transformed into a red celestial body. It was a red planet adorned with white ripples and a black Magatama pattern. That was the design of the reincarnation Sharingan. Chapter 258. Endless explosions, damn it. Lei Yuan felt a pang of regret in his heart. He suddenly understood. Wu Sheng must have been continuously using the reincarnation Sharingan. releasing illusions without interruption. And because the entire academy had become a part of his body, when Wu Sheng observed the academy, he passively fell under the illusion as well. But if it was just an illusion, it wouldn't affect the transmission of Wu Sheng's location information. Lei Yuan remained filled with doubt. Because the transmission of location information was done through instruments, sent out in the form of electromagnetic waves, regardless of whether he was under an illusion or not. The location information had indeed been sent out. Lei Yuan looked again at Wu Sheng, who still appeared indifferent. 2 minutes later, nothing happened. The total time confronting Wu Sheng had reached 10 minutes, and no reinforcements had arrived. Lei Yuan remained silent for a long time, then gently sighed. So this is what happened. You actually shifted the entire space? Time passed, and reinforcements still had not arrived. There were only two possibilities. One was that his information had not been sent out. The other was that it had been sent, but the other academies did not receive it. Currently, the entire academy was part of his body. Within the first 2 minutes, he had sensed the machine sending the information. The information had indeed been sent out. So only the second possibility remained. The information was sent out, but the other side did not receive it. Electromagnetic information can pass through all mediums such as air, land, and water, so there should be no chance of transmission failure. Thus, only one situation remained. The space he was currently in was no longer the original space. Because the space had changed, the information could be sent out, but could not successfully reach the designated recipient. Wu Sheng smiled slightly. You disappoint me a bit, little Lei Yuan, that you only realized it now? He waved his hand lightly. The illusion was lifted, and around Sky City was an endless desert. In the desert, scattered were strange insects and gigantic plants that Lei Yuan had never seen before. Above the sky, there were two planets rotating together. These were stars different from the sun. Where on earth is this? Even though he had made ample guesses about Wu Sheng's powers, Lei Yuan was almost speechless at the sight before him. The only thing he could confirm was that the entire Sky City was no longer above Blue Star. Actually, I don't know where this is either. As if sensing Lei Yuan's shock, Wu Sheng waved his hand. This is a unique ability belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, known as Heaven's Middle. As for what the ability of Heaven's Middle does, Wu Sheng said, snapping his fingers. The surrounding environment of the entire academy changed once again. The desert disappeared without a trace. Lei Yuan felt an unbearable heat as he quickly moved to the edge of Sky City. At this moment, the massive floating city was slowly drifting over a sea of lava. In the sea of flames, horses, cows, and sheep made of fire occasionally emerged. This is yet another new world. This place is a lava space, just like the desert space, both unique spaces outside the Blue Star planet. In addition to sand and lava, I can also show you ice and snow space, acid space, and the most peculiar supergravity space. I suspect that these spaces are other planets visited by the Otsutsuki clan, planets far away from Blue Star. My reincarnation, Sharingan ability, Heaven's Middle, allows me to freely enter and exit these alternate spatial worlds. Now you understand, your reinforcements cannot arrive, no matter what method they use. They cannot reach the alternate space outside Blue Star. Lei Yuan looked at the strange sight beneath Sky City, feeling a wave of bitterness in his heart. The means Wu Sheng employed, that ability to transport the entire floating city from Blue Star to another planet, could already be considered a miracle. His power had reached the level of a deity. Can a person really fight against a god? Keenly sensing a hint of wavering in Lei Yuan, Wu Sheng's lips curved slightly. The reason I speak so much nonsense is that I want to give you one last chance. His body gradually rose, resembling a deity in the sky. Once I destroy the old Jiuzhou kingdom, I need a creative genius like you to help me rebuild the new world. I believe that with your addition, the new world will be a perfect world. I could use the ability of my kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kotoame Tsukumi, to forcibly control your mind. But I didn't do that, Lei Yuan. I am showing you respect as a strong person. However, my patience is limited. Lei Yuan, this is my final tolerance, and your last chance. As he spoke, a massive woman clad in white with a black Magatama pattern appeared behind Wu Sheng. This was Otsutsuki Kagaya, whose strength had reached its peak after merging with the tailed beasts. Lei Yuan, submit to me or die. Wu Sheng and Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke simultaneously, their voices booming like thunder across the sky. Lei Yuan remained silent. Wu Sheng was right. He held significant value for him. But he would also make Wu Sheng understand that even a god would have to pay a price to kill him. To betray humanity? How would those children he educated view him? So his decision was very clear. That is to fight to the end. The continued silence caused Wu Sheng's expression to darken. Truly a case of refusing a toast, and being forced to drink a penalty drink. You're the only one in the JoJo world capable of repairing the JoJo defense array. Since you are unwilling to submit to me, for the sake of my subsequent plans, you must be eliminated. With that, Wu Sheng raised his hand. But faster than his movement was Lei Yuan's attack. Bloom, Red Princess. With Lei Yuan's furious shout, a large number of red light shields instantly appeared in the sky, on the ground, and on the walls of the teaching buildings of the entire Tiangong Academy. Clearly, these light shields were not just set up moments ago. They had long been arranged by Lei Yuan all around. Just as he said, he had made many preparations for this battle. The red spiritual energy light shield was named the Shield of Snow and Mist, a Shirkai skill inherited from Urahara Kisuk. In addition to defense, it could also release light arrows for offense. However, as the entire academy had been transformed into a part of Lei Yuan's body, the power of the Shirkai skill had been terrifyingly enhanced. In an instant, hundreds of red spiritual energy shields shot countless red spiritual energy arrows at the floating Wu Sheng. Foolish. Wu Sheng spread his arms. Shinra Tensei, a powerful repulsive force swept across the entire area, scattering countless spiritual energy arrows that were about to strike him. Even the spiritual energy light shields from all directions shattered into pieces under the powerful repulsive storm. Even standing at a distance, Lei Yuan was affected by the massive repulsion, being blown backwards. But his attack was not over. During the backward flight, he plunged his zanpakuto into the ground to barely stabilize his position. Now's my chance. Play with fire, Hongji. Lei Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain of the impact and growled softly. In the air, thousands of black and red small balls floated above the ground littered with debris. This was also a backup plan he had laid out in advance. The power of the black and red flame balls did not lie in burning, but in their explosions. Countless black and red spirit power balls surrounded Wu Sheng tightly. Then began an unending series of explosions. The information about the Rinnegan had already been made public to various academies after the battle between QinShi and the Jinchuriki. They had reason to believe that Wu Sheng, the leader of the Jinchuriki and a descendant of the Uchiha from the Naruto world, most likely possessed the ability of the Rinnegan. Therefore, Lei Yuan clearly understood that the Shinra Tensei skill of the Rinnegan had the drawback of needing to be used intermittently. After forcing Wu Sheng to use Shinra Tensei, once with over 1,000 light arrows, he then used his fire play, Hongji skill to summon countless fireballs for an explosion. Unknowingly, he adopted the same method as Conan for Naruto. At this moment, Wu Sheng was engulfed in endless explosions. Chapter 259, The Arrival of QinShi. Just like when Conan used the paper jutsu of God to detonate 60 billion explosive tags in the ocean, Lei Yuan's spirit power fireballs exploded for a full 10 minutes. The entire Sky City had become riddled with holes due to the relentless explosions and battles, showing signs of collapse. Lei Yuan gasped for breath. Even though the Scarlet Shield and the fireballs were prearranged by him, the massive control required had drained a significant amount of his mental energy. He fixed his gaze on the distant sky. He knew that Wu Sheng, who was almost godlike in strength, would not be defeated by such an attack. He was not Conan, and Wu Sheng was certainly not Obito. As the smoke cleared in the center of the explosions, Wu Sheng patted his sleeves, with not a single scratch on him. Boring moves. Suddenly, an eyeball emerged from the skin of his arm. The eyeball bore the unique black tomo of the Sharingan, and it was slowly closing at that moment. Wu Sheng had used the same countermeasure as Obito Uchiha in the Naruto world. By sacrificing a Sharingan, he activated the unique ocular technique of the Sharingan, Izanagi, which rendered him immune to all damage during its use. But seeing the movement of what looked like bugs beneath Wu Sheng's skin, Lei Yuan knew that this was a one-time Sharingan, and that his opponent had many more. Find him, Hongji. Lei Yuan strained to hold his sword, and his spirit power surged once again. The red spirit power fireballs contained something else besides explosions. That was spirit power transformed into binding threads. After the numerous fireballs exploded, the spirit power threads formed a large net that bound Wu Sheng in the center. Then, a murky sigil faintly emerged. He quickly began chanting, finishing in just a moment. Keto number 90, Black Coffin. Wu Sheng raised his eyes, looking somewhat bored at the black stone coffin descending from above. This was one of the most advanced keto in the Soul Society. Those sealed within the black coffin could not escape. Inside the black coffin, all items of the enemy would be rendered ineffective, and all skills would be powerfully suppressed. An absolute suppression. Naturally, this included the cloned Sharingan on Wu Sheng's arm. This was the only means Lei Yuan could think of in a short time after witnessing Wu Sheng's Izanagi. As the black coffin descended, 9 black spirit pressure spears pierced into it, vowing to bring absolute death to whatever lay inside. The edge of the 1,000 hands and the unreachable dark hands. The black coffin had just formed when Lei Yuan, panting, immediately began a new chant. Keto number 91, 1,000 hands bright sky cannon. Countless spirit power light cones formed around the black coffin, and at the moment the coffin dissipated, the light cones poured down like a torrential rain. An explosion occurred once more. Keto is a unique and trainable attack method in the Soul Society. High-level Keto can even exceed Bankai in power, and Keto of level 90 and above is already at the peak of Keto. These high-level Keto often require long chants. However, Lei Yuan had made special arrangements for them, greatly compressing the chanting time. This was also one of his preparations. The continuous use of 2 Keto above level 90 drained Lei Yuan's remaining spirit power. Even the giant puppet-like Hongji behind him was barely able to be maintained. He strained to hold his zanpakuto, kneeling on one leg, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and nose. At this point, he had almost exhausted all his trump cards. If this still wasn't enough, he would have to use his last resort. Lei Yuan forced a smile as he looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, the enemy remained unscathed. Is this it? In the midst of the smoke, Wu Sheng sighed and slowly walked out. It's not your fault, after all. You have too little information about me and can only devise methods to deal with me based on limited knowledge. He had only half of his body in the air, while the other half was in the black space. The skill Wu Sheng was using at this moment was called H-Zuki. This was a top-tier space-time ninjutsu that required the combination of Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Byakugan to use. Its effect allowed the user the ability to freely traverse space, moving between 6 different dimensions under their control without needing to perform hand seals. In Wu Sheng's hands, a skill that didn't require hand seals was equivalent to an instant cast. No matter how powerful the sealing of the black coffin was, it could not seal an enemy in another space. Is this the end? Lei Yuan painfully closed his eyes. His last resort was the nuclear power reactor built in the underground core of the Sky City. This reactor provided the power for the Sky City to fly and supplied energy for the entire Tiangong Academy. Lei Yuan had found it while training in the Demon Realm, salvaging it from a damaged device known as the Iron Man armor. After he had used his Bankai ability to modify the entire academy, he could detonate the nuclear reactor with just his consciousness. Once detonated, it could produce the power of a nuclear explosion. However, this final resort could not threaten an enemy with space-time traversal capabilities. I have done my best. Students, the teacher has fought hard until the end. Lei Yuan leaned against the ruins, his zanpakuto already showing numerous cracks. Meanwhile, Wu Sheng had ascended high into the sky to launch his attack. Unsure of what other arrangements Lei Yuan had made in this floating city, he prepared to eliminate both Lei Yuan and the floating city together. He raised both hands toward the sky. A huge black sphere appeared in the air, resembling a doomsday meteor. This was an enlarged spirit orb, similar in shape to a tailed beast bomb. But unlike the pure destruction of the tailed beast bomb, the power of the spirit orb was nothingness. It could devour the properties and forces of the 5 elements and yin-yang, reducing the attack target to nothingness. This move could not be blocked by any shield. There was no escape. Lei Yuan despairingly closed his eyes. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. Moments later, Lei Yuan hesitantly opened his eyes. He was still alive. Was there anything that could block the massive spirit orb that could decompose all powers and reduce all matter to nothingness? He looked up at the sky. Before him was a black barrier that resembled a round mirror. The massive spirit orb collided with the circular black barrier, rapidly disappearing. This was mutual annihilation. Lei Yuan was momentarily stunned. Yes, there was a type of matter that could withstand the spirit orb that returned all things to chaos. That was the spirit orb itself. At this moment, the person who saved him landed steadily on the ground. He held a kunai engraved with a special mark, and his pupils displayed unique ripples and a black tomo. Finally caught up, QinShi stood upright and smiled as he greeted Lei Yuan not far away. Dean Lei, it's good to see you again. Chapter 260, pushing back a strong enemy Qin. Dean? Lei Yuan could hardly believe his eyes. Just moments ago, he had felt death approaching, and now he had been given a new lease on life. You finally made it. Sorry, Dean Lei, I arrived a bit late. QinShi glanced around at the sprawling ruins before quickly reaching Lei Yuan's side and stuffing a few recovery pills into his hands. You've worked hard to hold on until now. Lei Yuan calmed his excited heart from surviving a disaster and looked gratefully at QinShi. No, Dean Qin, your timing is perfect. At this moment, in the sky, he watched as his enormous Dao-seeking jade was blocked. Wu Sheng, who had maintained a calm expression, finally showed signs of shock. QinShi, he stared intensely at the young boy who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield and said fiercely, "Why? I clearly moved the entire Sky City to another space, and Lei Yuan's information couldn't be sent out at all. How did you find us?" Things had slipped out of his control, and Wu Sheng felt both anger and confusion. "Heh, only a fool would answer you." QinShi held his knives, with the left hand gripping the flame blade and the right hand holding the San Sheng tooth, swiftly floating into the sky. He used the magical martial arts of the Dragon Ball world, Sky Dance technique, granting him the ability for aerial combat, just like his opponent. However, Wu Sheng did not get angry. Instead, he was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply, turning his attention to Lei Yuan, who was now lying on the ground. Gasping for breath, "Little Lei Yuan, I ultimately underestimated you." In a short time, he realized where he had gone wrong. Reviewing the entire battle, Wu Sheng had absorbed all 9-tailed beasts into the parasitic demon beast, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya had finally reached peak power, possessing strength equivalent to the late-stage boss of Naruto, Shippuden. It was precisely because he had obtained the complete Otsutsuki Kagaya that Wu Sheng, after hiding for hundreds of years, had the true capital to implement his plan. Being attacked by the water column was merely a small variable. Although the secret sword Divine Spear Kill, used during the water column assassination, was crafted by the Dean of the Heavenly Craft Academy, Lei Yuan, Wu Sheng knew even better that Lei Yuan's greatest threat lay in his ingenious creative abilities. Therefore, he had to either possess or eliminate Lei Yuan to ensure the smooth progress of his subsequent plans. Thus, he took a huge risk and infiltrated the 9 provinces to either persuade or kill Lei Yuan. At the beginning of the battle, he had analyzed the situation thoroughly. As the dean of one of the 4 major academies, the Heavenly Craft Academy, his strength was already among the top 5 in the 9 provinces. But in the face of Wu Sheng, who had obtained the complete Otsutsuki Kagaya, it was simply insufficient. His true enemies were the thousands of powerful inheritors in the 9 provinces. Even though he was nearing godhood, he calmly realized that he did not have the strength to face the entire 9 provinces alone. Therefore, after using Bikugan to locate the Heavenly Craft Academy, he immediately moved the entire academy to another space to create an absolute one-on-one situation, allowing him to feel secure in taking action. With Lei Yuan already moved to another space, he could not transmit any information to the outside. No matter what he did, he could not summon reinforcements from the 9 provinces. But I still underestimated you, all of you. Wu Sheng looked calmly at QinShi and Lei Yuan. I was ultimately arrogant. It wasn't difficult to guess that the Heavenly Craft Academy had a signal transmission device, although he didn't know how they would send information. After the Demon Hunt Academy was attacked, they must have made contingency plans for my attack on the 4 major academies. Therefore, there must be similar signal transmission devices. Once I appeared in any of the 4 academies, information would be quickly sent to the other 3 academies. I thought that moving the entire academy to another space would nullify the effectiveness of the information transmission device, but I never expected that. The real information transmission device was not 1, but 2. One actively sends signals to the outside, after I moved the entire academy to another space. Such a signal transmission device lost its function. But there was another type that did the opposite. The device itself continuously sent signals, and if the signal was interrupted, it indicated that I had arrived. It was precisely because I moved Lei Yuan and the entire academy to another space that the signal transmission was interrupted. QinShi remained silent, but felt a bit surprised inside. Wu Sheng, upon seeing him, quickly guessed the methods of the 4 major academies. They had set up a technique on the 4 major academies and the 4 most crucial deans. The effect was the same as what Wu Sheng mentioned. The technique periodically released signals to the outside. Once interrupted, it could only mean that the 4 deans had encountered Wu Sheng's attack, and that technique was set to send information every 10 minutes. After sensing that Lei Yuan's information was absent, he rushed over immediately. If it was to make you aware that I attacked Lei Yuan, it wouldn't be a big deal, Wu Sheng sighed. After all, I've already moved people to another space. Even if you wanted to rescue Lei Yuan, you wouldn't be able to find him. But I overlooked you. He stared at QinShi. You clearly inherited Uchiha Obito's powers, but can almost use all ninjutsu, including the Flying Thunder God technique that allows you to teleport to your target's vicinity. When the water column reported to me, it mentioned that during your inauguration ceremony, the deans of the 3 major academies also attended and had a battle with you. You probably set the Flying Thunder God mark on the 3 deans at that time, right? The Flying Thunder God technique. Only you, Dean Qin, could closely track me even after I moved Lei Yuan to another space. Wu Sheng said fiercely. I should have personally taken action to eliminate you during the attack on the Demon Hunt Academy. You can move now, QinShi said slowly. Although it was a bit late, the other deans and the Academy's experts will also arrive at this battlefield through the Flying Thunder God array I set up. Dean Wu, old grievances and new grudges. Why don't we settle them together now? You. Wu Sheng glared coldly at QinShi, his expression shifting. In the end, his body sank into a black space for spatial transfer. Kid, this time you win this round. But just this round. Let me see how much strength the humans of the 9 provinces still have. After saying that, his body disappeared from the other space. Phew, he finally left. QinShi patted his chest and immediately flew to Lei Yuan's side. Fortunately, Wu Sheng is gone. This place is his home ground. If the other deans and teachers come a fight here, who knows how many casualties there would be. Wu Sheng could return at any moment. We need to leave quickly. Dean Lei, are you okay? QinShi knew that although he had given him recovery pills, Lei Yuan's condition was not ideal. Although he himself had no injuries. Due to the effect of the cannon opens the Red Princess, the entire academy had merged with him. The recent battle had already turned the academy into ruins, with the ground cracking and on the verge of collapse. Therefore, Lei Yuan's body had also been affected, and his injuries were quite severe. This is also one of the reasons why QinShi did not want to engage with Wu Sheng again. Once they fought, the battle would once again affect the academy, and Lei Yuan would probably really die. Chapter 261 Infinite Tsukuyami. It's fine, I won't die. He forced a smile. Since that's the case, let's hurry. QinShi nodded. The surrounding lava in the alternate space was already 10 times more violent than before. The rolling lava now resembled a soaring giant dragon, about to pounce on the crumbling Sky City. Lei Yuan looked at the entire academy with a reluctant expression. Ever since he saw the secret realm of Sky City in the Demon Domain, he had been constantly building mechanical floating cities similar to it. This Academy of Heavenly Crafts had become closely related to him, especially after he used it to merge it with himself, creating a significant connection. Qin Principle could only take me away, and without this academy, my strength would be greatly diminished, and I probably wouldn't have the power to repair the 9 provinces array. Lei Yuan thought to himself. From this perspective, although Wu Sheng did not kill him, his strategic goal had been achieved. Principal Lei, what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly, QinShi urged. I just want to take one last look at the Academy of Heavenly Crafts, Lei Yuan sighed. If you want to look, we can go back and take our time, QinShi said in confusion. I have already set up the Flying Thunder God technique around the Academy of Heavenly Crafts. Once we leave, it will also be moved to the 9 provinces. You can even move such a huge floating city? Lei Yuan asked in disbelief. That's no small feat, hurry. The lava is almost at the academy. Saying this, QinShi took Lei Yuan's hand, and the Flying Thunder God technique was instantly activated. Then, the entire floating city disappeared from the lava space. Just as QinShi was bringing Lei Yuan and the Academy of Heavenly Crafts back to the 9 provinces. Demon Domain, Abyss Valley. Wu Sheng floated above Abyss Valley. The area of the Demon Domain far exceeds that of the 9 provinces and is fraught with danger. Demon beasts, secret realms. In mutated natural environments, each pose a deadly threat to humans who enter. Although every teacher from the 4 major academies has experience surviving in the Demon Domain, they often only explore the areas bordering the 9 provinces and the Demon Domain. Few humans venture deeper into the Demon Domain. And Wu Sheng is the only human who has explored all regions of the Demon Domain. The Abyss Valley, where he currently resides, is also one of the secret realms. The Great Abyss from the Abyss. Unlike in the animations, the monsters lurking in the Abyss are not limited to slimes and goblins, but consist of demon beasts from various anime worlds. Here, 6th and 7th tier demon beasts are not uncommon. It is the area with the highest density of demon beasts in the entire Demon Domain. This is the last of the 9 gathering places for demon beasts. Wu Sheng said with a faint smile. Humans, accept my trial and strive to survive. Wu Sheng's eyes widened suddenly as a giant woman with horns and dressed in white appeared behind him. Otsutsuki Kagaya opened her 3 eyes at this moment. The black magatama in her eye sockets spun rapidly. A massive spiritual force swept around like a storm, turning the weaker monsters into dust. The blue star is vastly different from the world of Naruto, with an area far exceeding that of the Naruto world. Similarly, the moon is certainly not comparable to the moon in the Naruto world. Therefore, the method Wu Sheng wants to use to cast Infinite Tsukuyami is to first create a small moon. Rinnegan Super Planetary Devastation. Wu Sheng roared softly. A tremendous suction pulled all the earth, rocks, and trees around into the sky, forming a massive stone sphere nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. Then the stone sphere ascended, hovering above Abyss Valley. Behind Wu Sheng, Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes turned red, and the black Magatama emitted a strange power. Sharingan Jinjutsu, Infinite Tsukuyomi. The moon, under Wu Sheng's gaze, transformed into an eyeball resembling his pupil, with black Magatama rotating. The demon beasts in Abyss Valley roared, looking up at the sky. In that instant, all the demon beast eye sockets appeared the same black Magatama. They had fallen under the illusion of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Go, head east, flatten the human kingdoms, and bring them fear and death. A voice devoid of emotion came from Wu Sheng's mouth. Countless demon beasts roared, trampling over each other as they crawled out of the abyss and then madly rushed towards the 9 provinces. 9 provinces, a 3rd-tier city. Xiaonuan, why are you still awake so late? What are you looking at? The father, who had just finished his night shift, washed his hands and walked to his daughter, who was standing by the window. Dad, there's a red moon. The little girl innocently pointed at the sky. The man looked out the window and froze in place. His body trembled slightly. This is the red moon? At the Demon Hunting Academy, teacher QinShi hurriedly ran to Principal Yin. Usually composed, he was now stumbling as he ran. He encountered QinShi on Principal Yin. At this moment, QinShi was looking up at the red moon in the sky. The sky at this moment had not just one moon. The highest moon glowed a yellow-white color, round like a plate, just like the moons of the past. However, at a lower height, there were other moons. That moon was completely red, with special black ripples and black Magatama on its surface. He was very familiar with this red moon, which was the moon that changed after Uchiha Madara used the Rinne Sharingan to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi in the Naruto world. Principal Qin, the moon has turned red. The red moon beast tide is about to begin. QinShi nodded. There had been some speculation before, but when the fact appeared before him, he still found it unbelievable. It turned out that the true cause of the red moon beast tide was Wu Sheng using Infinite Tsukuyomi to drive countless demon beasts to attack the 9 provinces. QinShi shared his reasoning with QinShi. So it was like this. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It turned out that the red moon beast tide, which had caused countless casualties in the history of the Demon Hunting Academy and made countless humans lose family and friends, was actually man-made. And that person was actually the founding principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. But there's still one thing I don't understand. QinShi seemed a bit incredulous. When Wu Sheng was the founding principal, a red moon beast tide also occurred, and it was during that battle that he was seriously injured, which forced him to leave the 9 provinces and plunge into the demon domain in search of a glimmer of hope for healing. If the red moon beast tide was caused by Wu Sheng using the Rinne Sharingan to drive the demon beasts to attack the 9 provinces, then what about the beast tide he encountered during his tenure? QinShi looked at the red moon in the sky and slowly began to speak. Actually, I had speculated about the red moon beast tide before. The red moon and the frenzied monsters are indeed too similar to the scene when Infinite Tsukuyomi is activated. But I also had the same doubt as you. It wasn't until I went to rescue Principal Lei of the Academy of Heavenly Crafts and saw Wu Sheng in full power that I finally understood everything. Chapter 262, The Truth Behind the Red Moon Beast Tide in the Alternate Space. I saw the parasitic demon beast behind Wu Sheng. That is the strongest demon beast in the Naruto world, which can almost be called a god, Otsutsuki Kagaya. So I understood everything. The first red moon beast tide was indeed not caused by Wu Sheng, but it was indeed caused when the Rinne Sharingan activated the illusion Infinite Tsukuyomi. I speculate that the beast, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was born in the midst of the demon realm, and its location is very close to the 9 provinces. At that time, Kagaya Otsutsuki had not yet consumed the 7-tailed beasts and was at her weakest. However, even at her weakest, Kagaya possessed the divine Rinne Sharingan. The demon realm was fraught with danger, with powerful demon beasts continuously replicated from another world due to the mist, posing a significant threat to Kagaya's survival. In a battle with other demon beasts, Kagaya encountered a crisis and, forced to expend her limited power, forcibly cast the strongest illusion, Infinite Tsukuyomi. It was during that Infinite Tsukuyomi that the humans of the 9 provinces were forced to suffer, controlled by the illusion, and the irrational demon beasts attacked the 9 provinces, resulting in the first red moon beast tide. During this first red moon beast tide, Wu Sheng was severely injured but realized that a demon beast exceeding the 7-star level must have been born nearby in the demon realm. And it was this beast that triggered the disaster of the beast tide. Thus, after being gravely injured, Wu Sheng infiltrated the demon realm. He did not go to gamble on the minuscule possibility within the demon realm, but rather headed directly for the demon beast that triggered the beast tide. I believe that by that time, Wu Sheng had secretly developed a method to become a Jinchuriki, hosting a demon beast within himself. After all, Wu Sheng's legacy is that of the most talented ninja, Uchiha Shursui, in the world of Naruto, who possesses the strongest illusion, Kodo Amatsukami. He has the most powerful Manjiki Sharingan capable of subduing demon beasts. Therefore, he found Kaguya Oitsutsuki in the demon realm, and Kaguya, in response to the attacks from other demon beasts, forcibly expended her power to use infinite Tsukuyami, but lost control and exhausted her power. Ultimately, this A-tier demon beast was subdued by Wu Sheng using Kodo Amatsukami and became his host demon beast. After QinShi finished his speculation, he turned to look at QinShi, who was still in deep shock. In fact, QinShi had more to say. He believed that with Wu Sheng's intelligence, coincidences might happen, but never too many. He speculated that Wu Sheng might have encountered Kaguya Oitsutsuki for the first time in the demon realm. At that time, although Wu Sheng did not have the power to subdue her, being the most proficient in illusions and formations, it was possible for him to control Kaguya for a period. Then, Wu Sheng used illusions to remotely drive the demon beasts in the demon realm to launch a siege against Kaguya Oitsutsuki. The intention was to exhaust Kaguya, waiting for the opportunity to subdue her. Unexpectedly, Kaguya erupted with terrifying power, forcibly using infinite Tsukuyami, causing the first catastrophe for the 9 provinces, Red Moon Beast Tide. However, the occurrence of the Red Moon Beast Tide was both a crisis and a means for Wu Sheng to realize his plan to weaken Kaguya Oitsutsuki. Therefore, disregarding his serious injuries, he forcibly entered the demon realm to subdue the most weakened Kaguya Oitsutsuki. In the years that followed, he utilized Kaguya's Rinne Sharingan to periodically use infinite Tsukuyami for 100 years, driving off demon beast attacks on humans. But what was the reason for Wu Sheng doing this? QinShi still did not understand. After listening to QinShi's words, QinShi had already accepted the reasoning that Wu Sheng caused the Red Moon Beast Tide. But why? QinShi looked into the distance. Previously, we received information that the undercover agent Dashasha from the Pillar Organization and the Magic Academy had died at Wu Sheng's hands. Dashasha's legacy is that of the writer, Medusa from the Fate World. Her method of transmitting information was through her legacy noble phantasm, the chains of the heroic spirit, summoning flying demon beasts from the demon realm and placing the information on them, because there had been sporadic demon beast attacks on the demon suppression pass. Dashasha took advantage of this opportunity, allowing the flying demon beasts she controlled to blend in, successfully delivering information to her informant stationed at the demon suppression pass. According to the Magic Academy's sharing, the last piece of information Miss Dashasha transmitted was very simple and indicated that it was her own deduction, lacking sufficient evidence. The core content of the information was only 4 words: farming humans. Farming humans? Although I did not fully understand the meaning contained in these 4 words, just the literal interpretation still gave QinShi a bad feeling. Yes, humans to him were like a flock of sheep. He had actually been paying attention to this 9 provinces world and was using the Red Moon Beast Tide to continuously reduce the strength of humans. QinShi was speechless. In fact, as the battles against the Pillar Organization continued, the Demon Hunting Academy had gained some understanding of the Pillar. According to Jinchuriki, Ron's words, the mission of the Pillar Organization is to find a way for humans to survive in the dangerous demon realm without relying on the 9 provinces Great Formation. According to past intelligence, the paths chosen by the individuals in the Pillar Organization were all different. The path chosen by Oni Pillar was to use abilities similar to the Demon King in Demon Slayer to turn humans into demons, thereby gaining self-healing abilities and strength. The method chosen by the leader of the Pillar Organization, the first president of the Demon Hunting Academy, Wu Sheng, was, according to Jinchuriki Ron, to host demon beasts and humans, thus allowing humans to gain the power of demon beasts. But if Wu Sheng was only promoting his Jinchuriki ideology, why would he frequently launch Red Moon Beast Tides against humans? Could it be he was startled and looked anxiously at QinShi? QinShi nodded. You guessed it right. Wu Sheng indeed wants to develop the Jinchuriki technology further, but he never intended to use this technology to seek a livelihood for humans. From beginning to end, he only considered himself. He used humans as bait to attract higher-level demon beasts. After obtaining Principal Bai's legacy, he saw some future fragments, and I also saw some. I previously did not understand why in the not-so-distant future, powerful 10-tier demon beasts would happen to move toward humans. Has the 9 provinces not received an exterminating demon beast attack for so many years really been a coincidence? Clearly, after the mist descended upon the Blue Star, the Cherry Blossom Country and Eagle Country were slaughtered by demon beasts one after another. Why did the 9 provinces escape disaster? QinShi looked at the starry sky in the distance. But now I probably understand. Because the 9 provinces itself is a huge secret realm. A peculiar secret realm that cannot be easily sensed by powerful demon beasts. Chapter 263. World-destroying Beast Tide. Wuxiang's continuous launching of Red Moon Beast Tides is breaking the effect of this secret realm, allowing the demon beasts deep in the demon realm to occasionally catch the scent of humans, thus continuously attacking in the direction of humans. After QinShi finished his reasoning, there was a moment of silence. It seems we must defeat Wuxiang as soon as possible to end the cycle of the Red Moon Beast Tide. QinShi is a smart person, and under QinShi's reasoning, he combined past experiences of the Red Moon Beast Tide and has already sorted everything out. Right now, we must first deal with this Red Moon Beast Tide, QinShi said, suddenly stopping, then pointing to the sky, revealing an unprecedented expression of fear. What's wrong? QinShi looked up at the sky along his finger and was momentarily stunned. One after another, red moons slowly rose into the sky. And from QinShi's perspective, the red moons, rising from different directions, just surrounded him in the center. A total of 9 red moons. QinShi's expression became serious. In the records of the Demon Hunting Academy, there has never been more than 1 red moon at a time. And this time, there are a total of 9 red moons. This will be the greatest catastrophe faced by the humans of the 9 provinces in history. One of the 9 demon locking passes. The Demon Locking Tower Pass. A towering 108-story iron tower stands on the peak of Mount Shu, reaching into the clouds. The outer layer of the Demon Locking Tower is secured by 4 iron chains, and countless talismans are pasted on its body. This is the Demon Locking Tower. Originally just an ordinary high tower, it mutated into a secret realm during an enveloping fog, transforming into the Demon Locking Tower of Xian Jianxi Xiaozhuan. As a result, the secret realm of the Demon Locking Tower and the advancing city secret realm beneath the Demon Hunting Academy became the 2 great prisons of the 9 provinces, imprisoning enemies and demon beasts who have committed serious crimes. After the original Tower Guardian, Xiao Wu, betrayed them, Lin Long took over his position and temporarily became the new Tower Guardian. Captain, the Demon Locking Tower has been inspected, and no abnormalities were found, a team member reported as he ran over. Lin Long nodded. As the red moon rose, the Beast Tide was approaching, and the role of the Demon Locking Tower immediately shifted from imprisoning criminals to defending against the invasion of demon beasts. At that moment, many prisoners had been quickly transferred, and Lin Long activated the grand formation of the Demon Locking Tower to defend against potential invading demon beasts using the power of the secret realm. However, the pressure of the Beast Tide made all the tower guards exceptionally tense. Lin Long herself was quite nervous, but in order to boost morale, she pretended to be relaxed. Based on past experiences with beast tides, after the red moon rises, there is generally about a day's time before the beast tide arrives. Everyone go back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow won't be this peaceful, she said. Just as she finished speaking, the microphone beside her suddenly crackled to life. Captain, it's bad. The beast tide. Lin Long's expression changed in shock, and she immediately rushed to the top of the tower to look into the distance. The night was very dark, but it posed no visual obstruction to her, who possessed the inheritance of the Hare King. A massive army of demon beasts was rapidly approaching, turning everything in their path to dust. And among them, a demon beast was walking in the air, with an elegant posture and a strange smile, carrying 2 long swords on its back. Its appearance resembled that of a clown from a film or drama. This was the 7-star demon beast, Joker King, from the digital monster world. One of the 9 demon locking passes, the Dead Lake Pass, located on the vast grasslands of Mengzhou. Sunite, how did you end up here again? A girl wearing a conical hat and a sky-blue robe, with 2 accessory-laden headbands, ran over, panting. The strong, pungent smell in the air made her frown involuntarily. In front of her was a massive silver lake. Unlike an ordinary calm lake, this lake not only emitted a pungent odor, but also occasionally bubbled. The whole lake was like stagnant water, devoid of any vitality. The holy lake Huluin on the grassland has turned into this ghastly sight. The girl complained. The lake in front of her was originally a precious holy lake on the grassland, but after being eroded by the fog, it was transformed into one of the secret realms, the acid lake from the world of New Stone Age. The original holy lake seriously threatened the survival of the common people, forcing many grassland residents to migrate. So the acid lake was also referred to as the Dead Lake by the grassland inhabitants. Subsequently, the Dead Lake was selected by the first generation of the Demon Hunting Academy's teachers and students to become one of the 9 passes guarding the 9 provinces. The Dead Lake Pass. Tonight, come back quickly. The red moon has risen, and the elder has asked you to hurry over for a meeting. The girl shouted loudly while pinching her nose at the lake. Suddenly, a man emerged from the acid lake, swimming quickly with ease. Ulan, stop shouting. I can't hear you. The naked man reached the shore and quickly put on his clothes. The Dead Lake has some abnormalities. I've reinforced the formation eye in the center of the lake. The man speaking was tall and muscular, with 2 black horns growing from his head. The girl ran over, wanting to hand him a black robe from the lakeside. But the man hurriedly scolded her to stay back. He picked up the black robe and draped it over himself. The beast tide is coming soon. Only I, who possess the inheritance of Magellan from the Pirate King world, can face the acid of the Dead Lake without fear, so I must reinforce the defenses immediately. Also, keep your distance from me. I'm a poisonous person all over, so don't think you can get close just because you have a healing inheritance. Magellan is the warden of the Impel-Down prison in the Pirate King world, known as the strongest man in prison, and is a superhuman-type user of the poison fruit. Because of the inheritance of Magellan, Sunite can face the acid of the Dead Lake without fear, becoming a powerful warrior of the Dead Lake Pass. Let's go. Just as Sunite urged the girl Ulan to leave quickly, he saw the girl looking in terror at the distance. Sunite frowned and looked towards the far end, where the dark grassland lay like a man-eating beast, quietly waiting to attack. Sunite knew that the girl in front of him was the medical demon hunter of the Dead Lake Pass, inheriting the abilities of the Eagle team from Naruto, known for their medical and sensory skills, specifically Karen. He didn't know why the girl was terrified, but with her sensory abilities, she must have seen something incredible. Half a minute later, the man vaguely saw the moving darkness. This is the beast tide. Countless demon beasts were running wildly across the grassland, charging towards the Dead Lake Pass. Flying at the highest point was a gigantic black dragon. This dragon had 2 massive dark wings, its scales were black, and mysterious runes adorned its body. The black dragon soared above the beast tide, as if it were the king of the beast tide, with no demon beast daring to approach it. This was the only dragon transformed from a magician in the anime fairy tale, the black dragon Acnologia. With the 7-star demon beasts, it's an apocalyptic beast tide. Sunite shouted loudly. Ulan, run! Chapter 264, Crisis in the 9 Provinces, Part 1. The crisis was not limited to the Demon Locking Tower Pass and the Dead Lake Pass. Almost simultaneously, signs of the beast tide appeared in all 9 demon locking passes of the 9 provinces. Above the vast mountains, countless clouds gathered in the sky, forming a solid cloud island. This was the place with the densest cloud energy in the 9 provinces, Yunming's. During the first beast tide, it was eroded by fog, and the cloud energy of Yunming's gradually transformed into a secret realm, becoming the residence of Enel from the Pirate King world, God Island Appiato. After investigation, the God Island secret realm also became one of the demon locking passes of the 9 provinces, the God Island Pass. God Island is renowned alongside the Sky City, where the Tinkering Academy is located, as one of the 2 wonders in the sky, because it requires constant back and forth travel between the land of the 9 provinces and God Island. The Island Guardians are all inheritors with flying abilities, primarily consisting of magic users. The chief of the Island Guardians is the Dean of the Magic Academy, possessing an Ultra S-level inheritance, the first president of Fairy Tail, Mavis. The main force of the Island Guardians consists of Granny Mavis and her students from the Magic Academy. At this moment, the magical girls guarding the island were nervously watching the mist approaching in the darkness. Illumination spell. A girl with a light magic inheritance waved her wand, and a ball of light floated into the air from her fingertips. This is... The girl's face turned pale. In front of her was a massive swarm of flying demon beasts, madly rushing towards them. In the center of the flying demon beast swarm was a huge flying dragon. This dragon was mostly green, with red edges on its shoulders and under its body, resembling a rudder-like side wing. Its tail had similar fins, and its body was surrounded by yellow, circular patterns. This was the 7-star demon beast, the Sky Lord Rayquaza from the Pokemon world. Beast Tide. All the city-defending magical girls shouted out loud. Scale, world-destroying level. In the northern region of Kyushu, within the 10,000 Great Mountains, there are 2 towering mountains, each with completely different colors. One mountain is covered in floating ice, made up of huge ice blocks, and is an iceberg. The other emits steaming heat, with rolling magma and splashing fire snakes, and is an active volcano. This is one of the 9 demon-suppressing passes in Kyushu. The Ice and Fire Pass. Originally 2 ordinary mountains, they transformed into the mountain of ice and fire after being eroded by mist. Between the iceberg and the volcano lies a lush green valley. This is the residence of the Hwa-Tuo Academy, the Valley of the Medicine King. Are the students settled? The speaker is a tall, old man, standing on a giant rock in the valley with his hands behind his back. He is the principal of Hwa-Tuo Academy, possessing the inheritance of Yaochen from the world of Do-Pa-Song-Xiong. Rest assured, Principal Yao, the students have all evacuated. The 72 teachers of the academy are all here and ready for battle, said Qin Shi, the vice principal of Hwa-Tuo Academy and head of the Qin family, one of the 10 great families. Her inheritance is Tsunade, the female ninja with the strongest healing abilities in Naruto. That's good, prepare for battle, they have arrived. Principal Yao's expression turned serious. Our mission is simple, to guard the Ice and Fire Pass. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire ground began to tremble. The earth cracked, as if an earthquake had occurred. They have come, and there are 7-star demon beasts. Principal Yao's expression changed, and he loudly reminded the others. Roaring sounds echoed through the sky. One by one, the demon beasts descended into the 10,000 great mountains, rushing towards the Ice and Fire Mountains. Among the group of demon beasts, all of them instinctively moved away from one particular beast, much like monkeys in the forest are wary of tiger. Thus, in the crowded tide of beasts, a strange circular area appeared. In the center of the circle, a demon beast was leisurely strolling. It was not comparable in height to the towering demon beasts, even shorter than an average human. Its shape resembled a giant ant standing upright, with a crown-like head, blood-red eyes, and long earlobes. Its strong tail resembled a giant syringe, with a robust physique and deep green and cyan skin. This ant-like demon beast is the strongest chimera ant from Hunter x Hunter, the 7-star demon beast Ant King Meruem. I smell high-quality food, humans. I hope you can bring me some satisfaction. The Ant King laughed heartily, leading the horde of demon beasts towards the Valley of the Medicine King. In the endless desert, a modern city suddenly rose from the ground, bustling with people. Within the city, there were steel buildings and defensive artillery stood around the city, as if guarding against some kind of enemy. If a lost traveler in the desert saw this city, he would find that no matter how fast he ran, the distance between him and the city remained unchanged. This is a unique phenomenon in the desert, a mirage. However, this mirage city is somewhat different. Above the mirage city, a floating island appeared. The floating island magically hovers in the sky, featuring academy-like buildings, but they are also in disrepair. Even the island itself has many visible cracks. This floating island is the residence of the Tiangong Academy, the city in the sky. At this moment, the city in the sky descended above the mirage scene. As this mirage view is one of the 9 demon-suppressing passes in Kyushu, the Mirage Pass. A mirage is originally a phenomenon of light refraction. However, under the erosion of the mist in the demon realm, the illusory mirage has changed, transforming into a special secret realm. The city within the mirage has also turned from illusion into reality, becoming a fortress city from Neon Genesis Evangelion. At the highest peak of this city, Lei Yuan, leaning on a cane, spoke in a hoarse voice. Have a city's artillery been calibrated? Beside him stood a girl with long golden hair, a proud figure, dressed in a red combat suit. At this moment, her fingers were rapidly tapping on a tablet. My Principal Lei, you only gave me one day, just one day, the girl wailed while operating the tablet. Then she firmly pressed the confirm button. However, I am the vice principal of Tiangong Academy. There is no task I cannot complete. Done. You really are something. Lei Yuan, supporting himself with the cane, clapped his free hand for the girl. Despite being praised by her superior, the girl showed no gratitude. You let one person act like a hero. That's the leader of the organization, the first principal of the Demon Hunting Academy. And you actually tricked us into fighting alone. How much do you not trust your subordinates? The girl pouted angrily. My problem. Lei Yuan kept apologizing, but secretly thought, fortunately, I didn't bring you all. The opponent is no longer ordinary people. If I really brought you along, I don't know how many could survive. He coughed. Now our mission is to guard the Mirage Pass. Chapter 265, Kyushu Crisis, Part 2. Don't worry. Whether it's my EVA mech or Vice Principal Shirt-S Iron Man armor, they have all been adjusted to peak condition. The girl confidently patted her chest. Her inheritance is Asuka from Neon Genesis Evangelion, capable of summoning the large mech weapon EVA Unit 02 for battle. Although the faculty and students of Tiangong Academy mainly consist of craftsmen, for instance, one of the teachers has the inheritance of Professor Oak from the Pokemon world. The overall inheritance is not combat-focused like that of the Demon Hunting Academy. But this does not mean that Tiangong Academy lacks combat power. There are also mech-type inheritances within Tiangong Academy. For example, the two vice principals, Mingxiang and Shirku, have inheritances of EVA Asuka and Iron Man Tony Stark from the Avengers, respectively, both capable of launching attacks in mech form. Coupled with the terrifying artillery power of the entire academy, Tiangong Academy is also one of the guarding teams of the demon-suppressing passes in Kyushu. They are coming. Lei Yuan suddenly turned serious. His inheritance, Urahara Kisuk's swastika skill, cannon opens the Red Princess, revised, fused him with Tiangong Academy. Utilizing the high vantage point of Tiangong Academy, he quickly spotted the enemy. In the desert, flying sand swept through. The demon beasts growled within the sandstorm. At the center of the sandstorm was a gigantic, regular octahedron demon beast. The swirling winds and sands filled the air, but scattered away as they approached the regular octahedron demon beast. A troublesome big guy has arrived. Lei Yuan sighed. The regular octahedron demon beast in the Eye of the Storm is a 7-star demon beast, known as the Fifth Apostle, Thunder Angel, from Neon Genesis Evangelion. Everyone pay attention. Lei Yuan shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout Tiangong Academy. Enemy attack. There is a world-destroying level beast tide. Prepare for battle. On a high mountain, there stands a towering castle. The castle is large, with many buildings inside, resembling a small city. But what is even more astonishing is that the castle is not built of earth and stone, but is entirely made of gold. This is a castle completely made of gold. This is one of the 9 demon-suppressing passes in Kyushu, the Golden City Pass. The castle on the mountaintop was originally the residence of the richest man hundreds of years ago, which, after being eroded by mist, transformed into a secret realm and became the Golden City of Shuzbalat from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World. And here, it has also become the residence of the richest person in Kyushu. Dad, can we really withstand this beast tide? On top of the watchtower in Golden City, a chubby man nervously swallowed. He was Pei Buyong, the eldest son of the Pei family, one of the 10 great families. Don't say such cowardly words. My Pei family has faced beast tides before. What are you afraid of? A tall, thin old man reprimanded him. He was Pei Ma, the head of the Pei family, who possessed the Super S inheritance from a Yu-Gi-Oh! World, the Kaiba inheritance. As the richest family in the 9 provinces, they also bore enormous responsibilities, namely guarding Golden City. But the old man's words were not complete. Although the Pei family had not been destroyed in previous beast tides, they always paid an extremely high price. Have you exchanged all the family branch funds for gold and transported them here? Yes, the entire basement of Golden City is filled with our gold, Pei Buyong nodded. Pei Ma said in a deep voice, wealth is just an external object. Ah, you must remember, the richer you are, the less you should treat money as important. Spending money to avert disaster means the more gold we can afford to lose, the fewer Pei family members will sacrifice in the beast tide. Pei Buyong nodded. He looked into the distance, and suddenly his legs trembled. Dad, they're coming. Pei Ma looked down the mountain, where countless monsters were climbing the peaks, rushing towards Golden City. Among the horde, a particularly large beast stood out. It was golden all over, with 2 massive demon wings and arms like blades. It was the 7-star beast, the Thunder King Harmon, one of the 3 phantom beasts, known as the god of jewel beasts from the Yu-Gi-Oh! World. Son, it's time for us to fight. Pei Ma, the head of the Pei family, felt a surge of energy, straightening his back. Fight! In the largest jungle of the 9 provinces, there stood a special tree, towering into the clouds, wide as a soccer field. It seemed to be a divine tree supporting the heavens and the earth. This was one of the demon suppression passes in the 9 provinces, the Divine Wood Pass. Originally just an ordinary mulberry tree, it had aged over time, but was eroded by mist during the first beast tide, transforming into a divine tree. Which world does this secret realm come from? Is it the nascent divine tree from under one person? Chi Quan casually asked as he stroked the enormous tree beside him. Yes, Vice Principal Chi. This tree has indeed transformed into the nascent divine tree from another world. Standing beside Chi Quan were several middle-aged men in short-sleeved combat uniforms. The leader, a man with a square face and brown hair, wearing a protective forehead guard and a puffy black combat suit, was Yuan He, the leader of the strongest mercenary organization. The wooden man, one of the 10 great families. Yuanhe's inheritance was A level, the wood-release ninja Yamato from the Naruto world. Although he was the leader of a mercenary organization, he stood beside Chi Quan with great respect at that moment. While it's not entirely your fault, the growth of the pillar organization to such power is also related to your Yuan family. Chi Quan said coldly, looking at the respectful Yuanhe. Years ago, Yuanhe's youngest son had shared a boat with QinShi, but fled alone when the monster Desu appeared, ultimately being captured by the pillar organization. At that time, the Demon Hunting Academy had already communicated with your family and received information from an undercover agent that the pillar organization would capture those with special bloodlines from the Naruto world. Yet your youngest son ignored the advice and sneaked out with family servants, leading to the pillar organization obtaining wood-release cells and further developing the reincarnation eye. Does your Yuan family bear no guilt? Chi Quan squinted his eyes and asked coldly. Yuanhe lowered his head and sighed deeply. My wayward son harmed the people of the 9 provinces. Our Yuan family is willing to bear this sin. In this beast tide, our Yuan family will fight to the last man and will not retreat. Yuanhe raised his head and said loudly. Chi Quan stared at him directly. Can I trust you, Leader Yuan? Since you said that, I, Chi Quan, will also risk my life. I will accompany your Yuan family to guard the Divine Wood Pass. Fighting to the death. Chi Quan Sai Sholem. Although your inheritance is not as strong as your ancestors, merely A level. With the divine power of the nascent divine tree and the advantage of the vast surrounding woods, even an SS level inheritor would likely not defeat you here. Together, we will protect the Divine Wood Pass. As soon as Chi Quan finished speaking, he looked up towards the distant forest. A large flock of birds suddenly took off from above the forest, as if frightened. They're coming. A black aura emanated from Chi Quan. This was the observation haki from the One Piece world, which granted him strong perception abilities. Through this haki, he clearly sensed numerous monsters quickly approaching the Divine Wood. Among them, one beast, the size of an average person, walked leisurely, and any monster that got close to it was mysteriously shredded into pieces. Is this the strongest among the beast tide? It truly has. A damned sense of oppression. Chi Quan sensed the distant monsters. The beast had special patterns on its face, for arms, 2 faces, a marked tongue, and a large mouth on its abdomen. This was the 7-star beast. The king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna from the Jujutsu Kaisen world. I might meet my end here. Sensing the opponent's immense power, Chi Quan took a deep breath. Dying on the battlefield is also my wish. Let us fight. For the 9 provinces. Chapter 266. Crisis in the 9 Provinces, Part 2, as the Demon Hunting Academy, which possessed the highest combat capabilities, dispatched its experts to various demon suppression passes to fight against the beasts. In the extreme south, a tall tower stood in the middle of the great river. The tower was spiral-shaped, like a chimney, rising amidst the swift currents of the river. This was the 8th demon suppression pass of Jiuzhou Island, the Maze Pass. Originally a small tower in the river, it was eroded by mist and transformed into the first maze of the world of the magic flute, the Berry Tower. Inside the Berry Tower, Teacher Wong, wrapped in bandages, sat by the window with Li Shani. It's truly incredible. A year ago, you were still my student, participating in my Grab the Bell activity with your 2 roommates. Now you have become my comrade in arms, facing the once-in-a-century Red Moon beast tied together. Teacher Wong extended his remaining arm and took a swig from a flask. Ever since surviving the mission against the Ghost King, Teacher Wong had developed a fondness for this spicy drink. Objectively speaking, my strength is still inferior to yours. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, Teacher Wong sighed. Having left his dear roommates, Li Shani wore an ice-cold expression. He did not directly respond to Teacher Wong, but instead walked towards the door. At this moment, in the Maze Pass, besides them, there were originally demon hunters and some academy teachers guarding the pass, as well as nearly 10,000 bounty hunters. They were demon hunters from all over the country, earning commissions by completing tasks. After all, with over 10,000 beasts in the Red Moon Beast Tide, relying on just a few people to guard the Demon Suppression Pass was akin to a fool's dream, especially since this Red Moon Beast Tide was coming from 9 directions. It was nearly impossible to concentrate forces in one place to counter it, hence the urgent need for more manpower. Therefore, the Academy Alliance quickly summoned bounty demon hunters from across the country to strengthen the guarding team of the Demon Suppression Pass. Just as Li Shani opened the door, a bearded man walked in. He was the leader of the Bounty Hunters Alliance, Jia, whose inheritance was SSS level from Hunter x Hunter, known as Geno Zoldyck. This maze tower, while appearing small from the outside, had vast space within. Not only is the space vast, but there are also many traps. If someone accidentally walks in, they will definitely not make it out alive. The bearded man chuckled. It's time to teach those foolish giant beasts a lesson and let them know the power of humans. Lishani did not respond, just nodded, and then took out a package from his bosom. The commission I promised you will not be 1 cent less. This is your share. Weighing the gold in the package. The bearded man smiled. You have a business opportunity, and we, the Bounty Hunter Alliance, will naturally not let it go. Who wouldn't he want to make money? Besides, if the beasts really invade the land of Jojo, my brothers will die too. By guarding this place, we can earn money and save our lives. My brothers are very willing. As for my commission, the bearded man laughed heartily and took out a piece of gold from the package. Fighting for oneself is the life I aspire to. Taking this piece of gold is the professional ethics of a bounty hunter. This piece of gold is enough. After saying that, he threw the remaining gold back to Lishani and then left. He is indeed a man. I like him. If he can survive this time, I'll treat him to a drink. After the bearded man left, Teacher Wong continued to drink without looking back. The enemy is coming. Teacher Wong's dejected expression suddenly vanished, and he leaped up, spilling wine from the jug into the river. After the battle against the Ghost King, Teacher Wong had broken through the threshold of life and death, and his strength had once again advanced, matching the reverse threefold of the one beneath him. At this moment, he unleashed the wind after strange gate array, surrounding the entire river with the 8 trigrams Tai Chi formation, encompassing everything in this realm within his perception. The beasts were coming from the river, the distant mountains, and the overcast sky. Among the beasts, there was a terrifying creature entwined in lightning. It had a head with 2 feet, wings on its back, and sat cross-legged amidst the lightning. It was one of the 7 demon gods in the MAG world, the demon god of anger and heroes, Ball. The tall tower ahead seemed like my former residence. But how could there be humans living in it? Ball rested his chin on his finger. Interesting, let this demon god see if there are any humans in the tower who have the qualities of a king. In the northern border of Chang'an City, less than 100 kilometers from the Beast Hunting Academy, there stands a majestic great wall, sprawling across the endless mountains like a giant dragon winding through the earth. This is the most spectacular demon-suppressing stronghold in Jiuzhou, the Changxing Pass. At this moment, the Changcheng Pass, supported by hundreds of beacon towers, had a purple flame barrier extending from the walls of the Great Wall high into the sky, preventing birds from entering. This is the Jiuzhou demon-suppressing formation, the 9 Red Sun formation. The 9 Red Sun formation uses 9 demon-suppressing strongholds as nodes to erect a terrifying flame barrier over the vast land of Jiuzhou. With the unique ability of the 9 secret realms to absorb enemies, the Beast-Tide army must attack the 9 demon-suppressing strongholds to breach into the land of Jiuzhou. Vice Principal QinShi has recalled all past and present students of the Beast Hunting Academy, and even nearly 100-year-old elders hope to return to the team to contribute to the fight against the beast. On the city wall, a first-year student named Mingo, wearing a mink coat and inheriting the S-class legacy of Doflamingo, walked over to report to QinShi. In this battle to protect Jiuzhou, there are no distinctions between students and teachers, only warriors. Mingu originally came from a Jiuzhou underworld family, and, believing in force, used to look down on everything. In the freshman trial at Dave's Paradise, he even took the initiative to attack QinShi and was severely taught a lesson. A year later, the person who once educated him has now become the principal of the Beast Hunting Academy. He has further developed the abilities of the string fruit, becoming a qualified warrior who can fight alongside teacher QinShi at the Changxing Pass. What about Pei? ISNT, he also a freshman from our class? Why haven't I seen him? A girl with a beautiful face and star-like aura spoke. She is one of the 2 S-class first-year students at the Beast Hunting Academy. The most popular young star in Jiuzhou, Mu Yang, who inherited Cardcaptor Sakura. What are you thinking about your fiancé? A boy carrying a larch gourd teased. He and Mu Yang are both among the 12 S-class students in their first year, inheriting the legacy of Gaara, AI Luo. Who cares about him? I just think that while we're fighting for our lives, we can't let that fat guy escape back home to enjoy life. The girl said disdainfully. He can't enjoy life. The Pei family has always been the guardians of the Golden City Pass, and their situation over there is probably more dangerous than ours. The speaker was a boy with his eyes tightly closed. He is one of the 12 S-class students in the first year, inheriting the legacy of Admiral Fujitora, Li Hu. Even better, if he dies, I can get rid of this boring engagement. The girl raised her head proudly, but despite her words, there was worry in her eyes. QinShi smiled at the playful banter of the students, but soon felt heavy-hearted. After this battle, how many will survive? He looked into the distance, where the lush mountains were shrouded in mist. That is the beast domain. Principal Qin, the entire Jiuzhou is entrusted to you. QinShi murmured. Chapter 267. Fierce Battle with the Seven-Star Beasts. 1. QinShi was weaving through the woods. This was his first time deep into the beast domain. After Wu Sheng used infinite Tsukuyami, QinShi immediately activated the Sage Mode. In Sage Mode, his perception of spiritual power reached an astonishing level. Above, the 9 red moons each had faint strands of spiritual power. All the strands of spiritual power converged into one point. That was where Wu Sheng was located. The battle was brutal. At the Dead Lake Pass, the black dragon Acnologia looked disdainfully at the entire prairie. The elder guarding the Dead Lake Pass, Sunabo, is known for having the strongest poison-type inheritance, the Dolua continent's Stigobo. He has guarded the Dead Lake Pass for 60 years and is now elderly, at the brink of his lifespan. But he knows that in this battle, he has no retreat. 9th Soul Skill, Phosphor Snake Emperor. The martial soul, the Phosphor Snake, soared into the sky, and black toxic gas spewed from its mouth. The black dragon merely glanced at it disdainfully, opening its mouth wide. Devouring magic. In an instant, all the toxic gas was sucked into its belly. Human, you are too weak. I was also human back then, but my frail body led me to ultimately choose to become a dragon. Compared to you, I am a god. Die for being weak. The black dragon opened its mouth wide, and a massive black energy poured out. The roar of the black dragon. Boom! A massive wave of energy swept across the heavens and the earth. Sunabo's eyes flashed with death, but only for a moment. In his eyes, battle intent surfaced again. He, who says humans cannot slay gods. 9th Soul Skill, Deadly Poison. His body became transparent, and endless toxins erupted from his body. They surged from the ground to the sky like the mushroom cloud of a nuclear bomb. The deadly poison collided with the black dragon's roar, and in an instant, there was only endless gray, poisonous gas between heaven and earth. Cough, cough. Elder. Sunabo desperately pushed forward, his fruit ability pushed to the limit. Thanks to the poison fruit, his power was incomparably enhanced in this poisonous sky. In the poison gas, even the black dragon's body continuously rotted. Even he, who could immunize against all magic, was deeply harmed by the deadly poison that eroded his very life source. Damn human, you dare to dream of slaying a god? The black dragon had already fallen from the sky to the ground. It struggled to get up, seeing the enemy transformed into a cloud of poisonous mist, and laughed loudly. In the end, they were just ants. Unts. That deity was merely a larger beast. Amidst the poisonous mist, Sunabo walked over quickly. He had already sensed the presence of his elder from within the mist. He also understood that the elder had fought to the death to give him a chance at victory. At this moment, the dead lake was like boiling water, constantly bubbling with immense toxins. The dead lake, already infused with hundreds of poisons, finally mixed in the most lethal toxin capable of erasing existence from the essence of life. Sunaba spread his arms wide. Under the power of the toxic fruit, the venom became his weapon. The lake water surged into the sky and poured down onto his body. The venom giant. The water of the dead lake gathered on Sunaba, forming a towering venom giant, far larger than the black dragon. Judgment of hell. Sunaba roared, expending all his spiritual energy to slam the giant's enormous hand down, right on target with the black dragon. Under the relentless waves of the dead lake, even the powerful black dragon was like an insect that accidentally fell into the water, unable to control the loss of life. The true ants. Could it be me? In disbelief, the black dragon's life was completely devoured by the waters of the dead lake. Ho-ho-ho! Sunaba gasped for breath. The black dragon was dead, and he had become a spent force. The water of the dead lake had nourished the enemy while nearly draining his own vitality. Looking at the endless horde of demon beasts rushing from afar, despair filled Sunaba's eyes. Inside the demon lock tower, Lin Long felt a chill throughout her body. The terrifying pressure spread across the land. Let me see who among you is my most adorable toy. The Jester King's gaze scanned the people in the demon lock tower. A giant bird beside the Jester King was restless, roaring as it charged toward the tower. TSK, did I let you move? The Jester King's tone turned cold at the giant bird's actions. He waved his finger at the giant bird. Jester's trick. The giant bird's flying body suddenly stiffened. Then it let out a wailing cry, rapidly shrinking into a keychain in the Jester King's hand. All the demon beasts trembled, afraid to move. Seeing his subordinates behave obediently, the Jester King chuckled. He beckoned to Lin Long with his finger. Woman, you are the strongest among them, right? Then come up and play with me. The Jester King grinned maliciously, drawing 2 long swords from behind. With more enemies, The proposal for a one-on-one duel lightened Lin Long's heart. Let me show you the strength of humanity. Come forth, the steed, not of this world. A horse composed of a griffin's head, a steed's body, and eagle's claws appeared before Lin Long. This was originally a noble phantasm used by Altria in the Fate world. As someone who also inherited from Fate, Lin Long could wield the same world's noble phantasm. For this battle, I made ample preparations. Lin Long mounted the phantom horse and leaped out of the demon lock tower, galloping through the air. The game begins. The Jester King laughed loudly, then waved his hand lightly. Toy-spik-tak. A strong wind suddenly swept through the air, swirling up the sand and stones from the ground. The sand and stones combined in the air, forming 9 stone dragons. The 9 stone dragons howled as they charged toward Lin Long. Shoot down 100. A massive sword suddenly appeared in Lin Long's hand. This sword was enormous, with a wild blade. As Lin Long swung it, 9 powerful slashes erupted from the sword. Each slash struck a stone dragon, severing the heads of all 9. Not bad. This is how it should be for fun. The Jester King licked his lips. He threw away the long sword in his hand. Just after he threw it, a new long sword appeared in his hand. It was as if the long swords never ran out. Hundreds of long swords spun through the air. Coupled with the masked square, the flying swords vanished and reappeared unpredictably. Then dozens of long swords shot straight toward Lin Long. Lin Long swung the sword of promised victory, knocking down the approaching flying swords. But more flying swords came rushing in. Like venomous bees, they left countless wounds on her. Let my long swords devour you. The Jester King grinned wickedly, his hands moving faster. The long swords darted through the air at nearly invisible speeds. All that could be heard were the sounds of slicing through the air. In just a moment, Lin Long was covered in blood. Boring. Is the toy ending like this? The Jester King yawned. He waved his hand. All the long swords appeared in space, then all stabbed toward Lin Long. Toy. Just as the long swords were about to pierce Lin Long's body, a sword sheath appeared before her. Avalon, protect me, Lin Long shouted angrily. Chapter 268, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Demon Beasts. Part 2. The surrounding environment seemed to change. All the long swords stopped in midair, no longer extending forward by an inch. The blood flow from Lin Long's wounds slowed dramatically. In that moment of the Jester King's days, Lin Long raised the sword of promised victory high. Saber, she shouted, channeling all her spiritual energy into her hand. Then she swung the sword. A massive white light shot up into the sky, splitting the Jester King's body in 2. I actually lost to a toy. The Jester King looked incredulously at his split body, then turned to dust. Lin Long's spiritual energy was exhausted, and she fell from the sky. The phantom horse quickly flew over to catch her. With the suppression of the 7-Star Demon Beast gone, the remaining demon beasts stirred restlessly, all roaring. Just as Lin Long steadied herself, intending to continue fighting, a voice came from behind. Little beauty, it's about time. It's time to let us out. The speaker was a dangerous individual imprisoned in the demon lock tower. They were all locked up for their crimes. Rather than die miserably in the tower, we would rather fight to the death. All those speaking with me have been cursed. The demon lock tower originally had this function. As one of the 9 levels, it can impose curses on the prisoners. After today, regardless of whether we survive the battle, we will all die under the curse. Little beauty, don't doubt the truth of my words. You should have a way to know that what I say is true. We are villains, accustomed to living through battle. And of course, we will also die in battle. Lin Long propped herself up, thinking for a moment. She released the seal of the demon lock tower. This was originally a backup measure for the tower to deal with demon beasts. Countless prisoners flew out of the tower. Come, villains. The leading prisoner unleashed a pressure that rivaled Lin Long's. Let these demon beasts recognize that this is our territory. We can do evil here, but they cannot. Release all our malice upon these demon beasts. The prisoners laughed heartily as they charged toward the demon beast army. God Island Gate. The green flying dragon circled in the sky, its cold gaze fixed on the mortals on God Island. Various bird-shaped demon beasts screeched as they flew toward the humans. Roar. A large-mouthed sparrow roared as it charged at a male human. Slash the shell. The boy under attack took out a shell. A slashing strike was released from the shell, splitting the big mouth in half. Flame shell. A girl dressed as a magician threw the shell in her hand. A burst of flames shot out from the shell, turning the incoming messenger bird to ashes. Soon, countless students and monster hunters were locked in battle with the army of demon beasts. They continuously used various shells with magical abilities to block the aerial forces of the demon beasts outside the island of the gods. The reason the Island of the Gods was chosen as one of the 9 major defense checkpoints is that it can provide a large number of magical shells. Principal May of the Magic Academy anxiously watched the situation. The Island of the Gods, the Sky Island in the Pirate King's secret realm, is the origin of the Cloud Shell. With these magical cloud shells, even humans without a legacy can gain considerable combat power. As the situation stalemated, the Sky King, the Rift Seat, finally moved. It flew at high speed above the Island of the Gods. A massive shockwave erupted from its mouth. This was a dragon-type attack skill. Dragon's Wave. Defense. The human warriors shouted loudly. Defense Shell. They took out shield-like shells, surrounded by cloud energy, forming a solid protective membrane. However, against the attack of the 7-star demon beast, all defenses were futile. Boom! The dragon's wave created a massive crater in the ground. No warrior caught in the wave escaped unscathed. Spread out with the cloud shells, Grandma May flew in from the clouds above. A 6-star demon beast, the Flamebird, blocked her path. Get lost. Grandma May flew at high speed while fiercely grabbing at the 6-star demon beast in front of her. A golden ring tightly bound the Flamebird. Super Lost Magic, Fairy's Radiance. The golden ring binding the flame bird emitted powerful stardust magic and then quickly shrank, instantly killing the 6-star demon beast, the Flamebird. In just a moment, Grandma May arrived in front of the Rift Seat. However, instead of slowing down, she accelerated her flight speed. Seeing a human flying around it, the Rift Seat became even angrier. The surrounding air was manipulated by it, turning into blades of air. This was one of its skills, Air Slash. Countless blades of air danced in the sky, shredding all the clouds and causing Grandma May, who was flying quickly around the Rift Seat, to bleed. However, even with wounds all over her body, Grandma May continued to fly swiftly beside the Rift Seat. One by one, white shells were thrown from her hands and magically fixed beside the Rift Seat. Taste the power of the impact shell and the laser shell. Grandma May laughed. The impact shell can unleash 10 times the power of a normal impact shell. The laser shell can release a powerful destructive laser. These shells are bred deep within the secret realm of the Island of the Gods and are extremely rare. Yet, there are thousands of such powerful shells around the Rift Seat. These are all the high-level cloud shells I have collected over 30 years. You, the Sky King, shall die at the hands of mere mortals. The use of cloud shells typically requires human control, but with the aid of control magic, Grandma May successfully manipulated all over 1,000 cloud shells by herself. The Rift Seat quickly sensed the threat, even as powerful as it was. Once these shells were all released, it would only face the outcome of plummeting from the sky. However, it was not afraid. Its greatest ability lies in flight. It only needed 0.1 seconds to shake off these powerful cloud shells. Want to run? There's no way I'll let you have your way. Grandma May gritted her teeth, releasing all her magic power. Absolute defense magic, Fairy Sphere. A massive sphere of magical power enveloped the Rift Seat tightly. This was an extraordinary magic that required the strength of 100 people to cast. But under Grandma May's sacrifice of all her magic power and even a large part of her life, she forcibly unleashed it. Inside the Fairy Sphere, time stopped. The flying body of the Rift Seat suddenly halted. Then, 1 second later, all the impact shells and laser shells detonated. The Sky King, the Rift Seat, fell on the Island of the Gods. However, falling alongside the Rift Seat was Grandma May, whose magic and life force were nearly exhausted. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Ice and Fire Pass, Elder Yao faced an army of insect demon beasts led by the 7-star demon beast, Ant King Marum. Chapter 269, Fierce Battle with the 7-star demon beasts. 3. Lord Marum, let the 3 of us scout ahead. A man with a humanoid appearance but butterfly antennae and beautiful wings spoke softly beside the Ant King Marum. He is also from the world of Hunter x Hunter. One of Marum's 3 guards, Butterfly Man Pufu. Be careful, Pufu. The Ant King gazed ahead. I can sense that within the mountain ahead, there is a powerful human whose strength is not inferior to Isaac Netero. Thank you for your concern, Lord Marum. Pufu's voice trembled, his tone choked, almost breaking into tears. Even if I lose my life, it is my honor to gather some information for Lord Marum. No, the Ant King's tone was firm. I want you to come back. Come back alive. This is an order. Yes, Lord Marum. Pufu smiled through tears and then flew towards the Ice and Fire Mountain. Beneath the Ice and Fire Mountain, Butterfly Man Pufu looked down at the humans. To become food for Lord Marum is your honor as humans. As long as you surrender, I promise that except for your 10 strongest, everyone else can live. This is Lord Marum's grace. Grace? Such grace we should bestow upon you. Chun Sisi. The vice principal of the Tua Academy, inherited from Tsunade, suddenly leaped up. Just as she jumped, the ground cracked. QinShi shot towards Butterfly Man Pufu like a cannonball. Monster strength, Heavenly Guardian Fist. Facing the woman's swift punch, Pufu had no time to evade and immediately crossed his arms to block in front of his head. Hard. The Ant King and his 3 guards had all face guards with nin abilities, and thus they also mastered the use of none in the Hunter x Hunter world. And hard is to concentrate none in a certain area, greatly strengthening the defense in that area, similar to hockey in One Piece. However, Pufu's confident defense completely collapsed upon contact with QinShi's punch. What monstrous strength! Pufu's hard was pierced through like paper. His arms broke after taking the punch of the monstrous strength ninjutsu. Realizing the opponent's power, Pufu immediately flapped his wings and quickly distanced himself. I underestimated you. But close combat has never been my strong suit. As he spoke, his body began to split, transforming into countless cute-looking clones resembling his original form. Go! The clones of Pufu flew in all directions, colorful powder raining down from the sky. This was a unique pollen that could hypnotize and sense the emotions of others. Sensing the impurities in the air, Elder Yao snorted coldly. Don't show off that drug powder in front of me. He extended his hands. Strange fire, bone spirit cold fire. The pollen suddenly ignited in the air, turning into tiny flames. Your trick is fire? Although the pollen lost its effect, having already gathered information about the opponent's top expert, Pufu began to retreat rapidly. Countless split bodies flew back. As long as one escapes from the ice fire pass, he can report the information to Lord Ant King. Once you come, don't leave. Elder Yao pressed his hands together. Burning everything, bone spirit cold fire. Tiny flames burning in the air suddenly flared up. The flames connected, and the entire sky was enveloped by the scorching flames of bone spirit cold fire. Under the burning flames that were like a heavenly fire, all the puff split bodies could not escape. Mai Luai. Lord, looking into the distance, Puff's body turned to ashes. Feeling the disappearance of the thought of the Butterfly Man Puff, the other 2 guards of the Ant King, Catgirl Peter and Centaur Beast Yubi, looked up in surprise. King Puff is dead. The mountains ahead are very dangerous. Let me and Yubi go check. Catgirl Peter knelt on the ground, lowering her head, pleading. But the Ant King shook his head. A human powerhouse who can easily kill Puff can easily kill you as well. Stay here. Do not move without my order. If I die, you will return to the demon realm and stop the pointless fighting. After saying that, the Ant King's figure disappeared from the spot. It moved into the ice fire pass at a shadow-like speed. The immense pressure instantly made the human warriors feel a suffocating tightness in their chests. The Ant King's gaze moved through the crowd, finally locking onto Elder Yao. You are the strongest among humans. The Ant King pointed at Elder Yao. You and I will fight one-on-one. If I die, the remaining insect demon beast army will return to the demon realm. If you die, all humans will accompany you to the grave. Before Elder Yao could react, the Ant King continued. Dare you say no? I will immediately have the insect demon beast army kill you. Your numbers are too few. My insect demon beast army may pay a considerable price, but the final victory will definitely be ours. Elder Yao stared straight at the Ant King. Do your words count? The Ant King raised its head arrogantly. The king's words are never empty. QinShi immediately stepped forward. Elder Yao, don't waste words with it. It dares to come to the ice fire pass alone. Let's go together and take it down. Step back, Elder Yao said in a low voice. But Elder Yao, QinShi was about to say something else. Step back, Elder Yao shouted angrily. Take all the students and demon hunters out of the ice fire pass. No matter what happens, do not come back in. Elder Yao knew that the disparity in forces between the 2 sides was immense. Only by accepting the Ant King's suggestion could they have a glimmer of hope. Sensing Elder Yao's determination, QinShi, as vice president of Tua Academy, gritted her teeth and said, yes. Everyone, withdraw from the ice fire pass. As the crowd retreated, the Ant King sat on the mountaintop, watching the humans move, unmoving. The demeanor of a king does not allow it to take advantage of others' misfortunes. They've left. So next, it's our turn. Elder Yao rolled up his sleeves. Damn it, I'm already 80 years old, and I still have to roll on my sleeves and fight. I wonder how that old lady May is doing on Divine Island. I hope she's safe. Just as Elder Yao's thoughts drifted, the Ant King moved. It almost teleported from the mountaintop to Elder Yao's front, then kicked out. It was as if hit by a speeding train. Elder Yao flew backward, crashing hard into the mountain. Cough, cough. Blood spurted out. Elder Yao took out a green pill and put it in his mouth. This is the extremely precious 7th grade pill, life-returning pill, which has a powerful healing ability. As long as one's head isn't directly chopped off or heart shattered, this pill can bring someone back to life. But it wasn't over yet. Elder Yao took out 2 black pills and swallowed them all. They were also 7th grade pills, life-devouring pill and instant energy pill. The life-devouring pill can forcibly enhance the user's realm and strength. However, the price is one's life. Taking one will not extend life for more than a year. The instant energy pill can quickly restore spiritual energy in a short time. But similarly, after today, one's spiritual energy will be nearly exhausted, and they will no longer be able to use any skills. Don't underestimate me, you stinky ant. Elder Yao emerged from the mountain. This battle, I have bet my life on it. Chapter 270. Intense battle with the 7-star demon beast. 4. Under the effect of the pills. Elder Yao felt as if he had endless strength. But he also knew this was all the effect of the pills, and the medicinal power would gradually weaken over time. So he had to fight quickly. As long as I'm not dead, continue. The Ant King charged again like teleportation. It threw a punch. However, Elder Yao did not retreat, but instead transformed his hands into palms and then clenched his fist. He struck back at the Ant King's fist with great force. Mysterious high-level combat skill, 8 extremes collapse. The Ant King felt as if its punch had struck against a mountain rock. A powerful recoil sent it flying. Not only that, it felt the recoil force continuously strengthening. One layer after another, a total of 8 layers of hidden strength. This time, it was the Ant King that crashed into the mountain. However, Elder Yao was not unscathed, just from the exchange of one punch. His entire arm had turned into a blur of flesh and blood. The life-returning pill immediately took effect, restoring the shattered bones, and then flesh grew over the bones. In just 2 breaths, Elder Yao's arm was reborn. However, this miraculous effect drained his essential vitality. Boom! Stones flew everywhere. The Ant King brushed off the dust from its body and walked out from the rubble. It had been hit directly by Elder Yao's 8 extremes collapse, but it had only sustained minor injuries. What a freakish physical quality, Elder Yao exclaimed. If hand-to-hand combat doesn't work, then let's use magic. His hand turned, and a heavy black measuring rod appeared in his hand. This is his treasured weapon, the Qin Heavy Measuring Rod. Flames rose from his body. Although it is a low-level earth grade, when practiced to perfection, it could split mountains and break waves. Flames gathered from his body onto the Qin Heavy Measuring Rod in his hand. Take this, Flame Splitter. A massive flame surged down from the measuring rod. Boom! The flame struck the Ant King's face. This impact slammed it hard into the ground. Flames erupted from the deep pit. After nearly half a minute, the Ant King finally crawled up from the flaming pit. Its body was covered in burns, clearly heavily injured. Human, I take back my underestimation. You are strong, even stronger than that unprincipled human Nitro. The Ant King panted heavily. The flames on the flame splitter are bone spirit cold fire. In addition to the powerful damage from the alternating hot and cold, it also burns its body like a poison that clings to the bone. If no action is taken, even as strong as it is, it would be consumed alive by this bone spirit cold fire. However, unlike the battle with Nitro, this time I was fully prepared. You forced me to use someone else's ability. I respect you, brave human warrior. The Ant King waved its hand. A gigantic female doll with a red cross on its arm appeared out of thin air. This is the special ability, Toy Repairer. Perhaps out of guilt for borrowing someone else's ability, the proud Ant King patiently explained to Elder Yao. In a world of nun abilities, all strong individuals can enhance their own nun into a certain type of ability. For example, enhancement type can strengthen one's physical body through nun. For example, the trait system, although often focused on auxiliary abilities, has some truly miraculous effects. The Toy Repairer is one such ability within the trait system. It can be used to repair damaged tissues and organs. As the Ant King finished speaking, the Toy Repairer extended its threads into the Ant King's body. The injuries inflicted by the flame-splitting devouring wave were also healing rapidly. This is not my ability. It belongs to my subordinate, the cat girl Nephibit. My true ability is the devouring ability from the release system, which allows me to enhance my own powers and even acquire the abilities of other non-users by consuming their flesh and blood. Before the battle, Nephibit gave me some of her flesh to prevent me from suffering the same severe injuries I did during my battle with Netero years ago. The Ant King said with a hint of guilt, "Therefore, you cannot kill me, even with this special flame. As a sign of respect for you, I promise to spare your subordinates after your death. But the other humans will be mercilessly devoured by my insect demon beast army. In just a few moments, the toy repairer had completely healed the Ant King's burns, even expelling the lingering bone spirit cold fire from his body. Old Yao tried to shoot a spark at the toy repairer, but the spark passed through and did not hit the target at all. Nen abilities are truly troublesome. Old Yao sighed. In his Hua Ta Academy, there were many inheritors of Nen abilities, and he knew that many abilities belonged to the category of rules, which could not be destroyed by the abilities themselves. But to spare my subordinate? Old Yao's white beard fluttered as he laughed heartily. How arrogant, Ant King. You dare to invade my Jojo and still wish to kill my people? Do you think this is just a contest between you and me? Ridiculous. To kill you, I would rather descend into hell. After saying this, Old Yao's face was filled with murderous intent as he clasped his hands together. Black Demon Cauldron. A massive black medicinal cauldron flew out from Old Yao's body, filled with dark demonic energy. The entire cauldron was covered with strange flame patterns, and at first glance, the flames seemed to have a life of their own, writhing as if they were living creatures. Do you think I guard the ice fire pass for no reason? Old Yao chuckled, his laughter filled with fury and anger. Because this is my Black Demon Cauldron, the best fire starter. He suddenly leaped into the air, standing atop the Black Demon Cauldron. The white bone spirit cold fire engulfed his entire body. Bone spirit cold fire is born in places of extreme cold and extreme darkness. The surface feels as cold as ice, but the heart of the fire is as scorching as the sun. And my bone spirit cold fire is found within this ice fire pass. No, it should be said that the icebergs and volcanoes within the ice fire pass are the true bone spirit cold fire. After he finished speaking, a terrible guess arose in the Ant King's mind. Could it be? The Ant King's expression changed dramatically as he no longer cared about Old Yao, who was casting a spell and suddenly exerted all his strength to flee the mountain, turning his back to the enemy. Is that not a loss of your kingly dignity? Ha ha ha. Old Yao laughed heartily. However, the Ant King seemed to be oblivious, his face filled with panic as he used all his strength to escape. You madman. You're just like that old Netero. You humans are all mad. Just as the Ant King was frantically fleeing, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Old Yao's mouth. Now you want to leave? It's too late. He slowly extended his hands. Old Granny May, it seems I must take my leave first. In my next life, I'll come back to flirt with you. Old Yao's voice echoed like a bell, resounding through the ice fire pass. With my flesh and blood as fuel, and my soul and life as the guide, I will draw the fire of the ice and fire extremes from the dark primordial demon cauldron. Burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Ignite. In an instant, the bone spirit cold fire surged upward as if it had gained consciousness. The surrounding ice and fire mountains ignited under the spread of the bone spirit cold fire. Under the power of ice and fire, the bone spirit cold fire incinerated the entire valley. In just a moment, the entire ice fire pass became like a medicinal cauldron refining pills, refining all living beings within the pass. In the bone spirit cold fire that filled the entire sky, the Ant King was reduced to nothingness in a short time, and even the toy repairer could not repair him. The 7-star demon beast Ant King and Old Yao, one of the 3 strongest humans, both fell. And the ice fire pass, burning for 49 days without extinguishing, would also block countless insect demon beasts outside the gate. Chapter 271. Fierce battle with the 7-star demon beasts. 5. In the boundless desert, there is the Mirage Pass. Unlike the bird demon beasts attacking the Divine Island Pass, the insect demon beasts attacking the Ice Fire Pass, the Mirage Pass is filled with endless mechanical demon beasts. There are the 4-star demon beast, Electric Dragon. Shaped like a giant dragon, the 5-star demon beast, Giant Gold Monster, with its massive steel claws. And the 6-star demon beast, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Beast, with its broken wings and sharp iron claws. Countless mechanical demon beasts charged toward the human defenses. Like the 9 great demon-suppressing passes, the Mirage Pass also possesses a unique ability that prevents entry into the Jojo continent unless it is broken. Any demon beast charging toward the desert oasis will be sucked into the secret realm of the Mirage Pass and cannot escape until the secret realm is broken. The true 7-star demon beast comes from the 5th apostle, Ray Angel, in the Neon Genesis Evangelion. It is currently hovering steadily in the rear airspace. As a mysterious life form with the fruit of life, the apostle has no personal feelings but possesses astonishing vitality and calculating ability. It lacks the Ant King's pride of a king and the Jester King's playful nature. Its only mission is to exterminate humanity. Whether in the original EVA world or in the current Blue Star world, its mission has never changed. To fulfill its mission, it will calmly calculate everything. Defending the Mirage Pass are the faculty and students of the Tiangong Academy. At field, Ming Xiangxiang, the vice president of Tiangong Academy, took on the role of the number 1 defensive position after being injured in battle against Principal Lei Yuan and column organization leader Wu Sheng. Her inheritance is Asuka from Neon Genesis Evangelion, allowing her to summon the large mech weapon EVA unit 02 for battle. At this moment, the EVA unit 02, equipped with red B-type close combat armor and standing 40 meters tall, extended its hand forward, and a mysterious at-field unfolded centered around it. This special ability, the at-field, is a shared ability of all apostles and human-controlled mechs in EVA. By gathering the soul material normally distributed around the body toward the direction of the attack, it expands to a flat area centered on the attack point, forming a powerful defense. The mechanical demon beasts swarm ahead. The white laser emitted by the electric dragon, the comet punch of the giant gold monster, like a meteor, and the 2 missiles fired from the chest of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast were all intercepted by the powerful defense of the F-field. Well defended, a human clad in red and yellow mechanical armor sped through the air. He is another vice president of Tiangong Academy, Shirku. His inheritance is Iron Man Tony Stark from the Avengers. However, limited by the development level of his inheritance, the strongest mech armor he can currently summon is Mark III. This armor is also the one used the most by the protagonist Tony in the Iron Man movie. At this moment, Vice President Shirku was attacking in his Mark III armor. JARVIS, auto-targeting, Shirku shouted loudly. Target demon beast locked, firing cannons. The artificial intelligence JARVIS in the battle suit immediately spoke up. The 6-barreled mini cannon opened at the shoulders of Sheik's armor and then shot out rapidly. 2 rounds hit a demon beast. At the same time, the electronic dragon, the giant golden monster, and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus were also hit. The mechanical beast did not howl in pain. The electronic dragon and the giant golden monster turned into a pile of fragments. However, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, being a 6-star demon beast, withstood the 2 cannonballs due to its armor defense. Under the attack, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus became even more ferocious. Its chest-firing port opened again, and a high-temperature energy wave poured out. This was the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's stronger killing move, the Gigabyte Storm. The powerful energy wave struck the F-field, forcing the second machine to retreat repeatedly, almost losing its defensive position. Ming Xiangxiang, who was controlling the second machine, directly cursed, "What the hell, Lao Shi? What are you doing? If you can't kill the enemy will kill me." My. Iron Man, Sheik flew directly in front of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, and his armored arms opened layer by layer, revealing a miniature nuclear bomb the size of a shuttlecock. "You like to spray shock waves, huh?" Vice Principal Sheik shouted. "Enjoy this nuclear bomb." The mini-nuclear bomb shot out, hitting the mechanical Tyrannosaurus right in the chest, where it was unleashing the Gigabyte Storm. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, directly blowing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus into countless fragments. Nearby, hundreds of 6-star and below mechanical demon beasts were also caught in the overflowing Gigabyte Storm and nuclear explosion, resulting in heavy casualties. However, Sheik was not feeling good either. To accurately launch the mini-nuclear bomb at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's chest and prevent it from being intercepted by other demon beasts during flight, he had to get as close as possible to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. As a result, he was also caught in the explosion, his armor shattered, and he was sent flying. "Principal, it's up to you now." Seeing her partner seriously injured, Vice Principal Ming Xiangxiang shouted anxiously. "Don't panic, leave it to me." Lei Yuan coughed and swung his long sword. "Release, Cannon Kai Hong Ji Kai." He unleashed a powerful Bankai, a giant woman with a classical hairstyle, dressed in a sleeveless robe and possessing puppet-like jointed limbs appeared behind him. "Pull it back, Hong Ji," Lei Yuan shouted. Streams of black spiritual pressure extended from the giant woman's hands, pulling the staggering Sheik back. This was an advanced version of Lei Yuan's zanpakuto.Traveling skill, bind, Hong, woven with spiritual pressure to not only bind but also rescue. The moment Sheik was pulled back, stitches appeared all over his body, not only on Sheik's flesh, but even on his damaged Iron Man Mark III armor. There were traces of stitching. "Repair him, Hong Ji," Lei Yuan said solemnly. His Bankai, Cannon Kai Hong Ji Kai, had the ability to reconstruct and transform anything touched by the Zanpakuto, whether living or dead. This technique could not only heavily injure enemies, but also heal others' injuries. Moreover, This repair was not limited to physical wounds. Even damaged treasures held by the injured could be restored. This was the ability of Lei Yuan, the principal of the Tiangong Academy, resembling a combination of top-tier healing magic and top-tier repair magic. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Sheik's bleeding stopped, and his broken arm was reset. He slowly regained consciousness. The red and yellow armor on him began to stitch back together, becoming whole again. Principal, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Protecting you should have been my duty, but after I got injured, I could only let you and Ming Girl take the risks, Lei Yuan sighed, feeling somewhat guilty. Stinky Principal, what are you talking about? Ming Xiangxiang cursed from inside the second machine. How is it only your responsibility? Am I, and Lao, sure, not the principal of Tiangong Academy, not the guardians of Shanglu Pass? Don't look down on us just because our titles have a vice in front of them, you bastard Lei Yuan. Saying this, Ming Xiangxiang faced forward, her eyes firm. Our plan is still perfect. I will defend with the field. Lao Shi will attack with Iron Man's cannons, and Principal Lei, you will use Hong Ji for rescue, healing, and repair. Trust us, we will definitely hold the Shanglu Pass. Definitely. Chapter 272, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Demon Beast. 6. The situation did not worsen. Under Vice Principal Sheik's near-suicidal nuclear bomb attack, half of the enemies and the 6-Star Demon Beast, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, were eliminated. Although the remaining Mechanical Demon Beasts continued to launch large-scale attacks, the Shanglu Pass was capable of materializing the other world. Before the Demon Beast army arrived, the Tiangong Academy had successfully replicated the city fortress from the EVA world. At this moment, there were countless cannons on the ground. The sky was filled with countless red lights, bullets soaring through the air. Countless low-tier mechanical demon beasts were torn to pieces under the bombardment. The high-tier and mid-tier demon beasts that could withstand the artillery fire were met by the students of Tiangong Academy. Non-offensive mechanism technique, MO, family mechanism, sacred beast. An elderly-looking professor shouted angrily, and behind him appeared 4 mechanical sacred beasts, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Baihu. His legacy was from the MO family giant in Qin's moon, able to control the MO family mechanism beasts for his use. Zhuke was the master of flying, soaring in the sky and occasionally dropping bombs. Baihu was the master of single combat, directly pouncing on the demon beast horde and using its powerful biting force to shred its opponents. Xuanwu was the master of defense, with the professor hiding inside Xuanwu to avoid the artillery fire from the mechanical demon beasts. Qinglong was the master of group attacks. Facing a large number of 1-star and 2-star demon beasts, Qinglong stirred up a strong wind, shattering the earth and burying countless low-tier demon beasts. The 4 mechanical sacred beasts worked together to directly hunt down a 5-star demon beast, the game King-type mechanical beast, Revolver Dragon. However, afterward, they were discovered by the 6-star demon beast, the game King-type, ancient mechanical giant, which punched through the Xuanwu mechanism beast, seriously injuring the professor and forcing him out of the front line. An excellent graduate inherited from Kira Yamato, Inseed successfully summoned his exclusive Gundam, Freedom, and pierced through the ambushing ancient mechanical giant with a single sword strike. But after exhausting his spiritual power, the Gundam disappeared, and in a life-and-death moment, Ming Xiangxiang used the field to protect him, forcibly withdrawing him from the battlefield. The battle gradually intensified. Cannons soared into the sky, and countless shell casings rained down on the ground. Mecha fragments flew everywhere, and both demon beasts and humans wagered their lives in a frenzied slaughter. At this moment, the ruler of the entire mechanical demon beast army, the 7-star demon beast, Thunder Angel, moved. Its form changed from a regular octahedron to stacked square blocks. At the center of the blocks was a small round ball. A powerful particle cannon was fired from the small ball, directly hitting the field of the second machine. This particle cannon was not an ordinary projectile. Similar to the field of the second machine, it also used soul particles. The soul particle manipulation ability of the 7-star demon beast far surpassed that of Vice Principal Ming Xiangxiang. The power of the particle cannon was extraordinary. Boom! With just one hit, the field showed cracks. However, the 7-star demon beast Thunder Angel did not give Ming Xiangxiang a chance to repair it. The particle cannon continuously fired like a machine gun. In just a few breaths, Thunder Angel completely shattered Ming Xiangxiang's field. Just as Ming Xiangxiang struggled to release the field again, Thunder Angel fired another particle cannon, hitting the shoulder of the second machine. Ming Xiangxiang screamed in pain. The operation of EVA Unit 02 is not based on the same principle as human-piloted Gundams, but rather on a connection at the soul level, where senses are completely linked. The moment Unit 02's shoulder was pierced by the Thunder Angel, The pain was transmitted precisely to the consciousness of the pilot, Ming Xiangxiang. However, the Thunder Angel had no intention of letting her go. Another particle cannon fired, fast and fierce, directly aimed at Unit 02's chest. Just at this critical moment, Lei Yuan gritted his teeth and unleashed Binding Redheim, forcibly pulling Unit 02 to divert the attack. However, although the particle cannon did not hit Unit 02, it exploded in the Mirage Pass, causing significant damage to the defensive artillery within. The two deputy principals were unable to fight, and the situation suddenly turned dire. Lei Yuan rescued Ming Xiangxiang from Unit 02. "Principal, I can still fight." Ming Xiangxiang covered her shoulder, her originally smooth face now flushed red from the pain. "Rest. You are the main force for the subsequent battles." Lei Yuan patted her head, and under the influence of Redheim, Ming Xiangxiang reluctantly fell into a deep sleep. The battle situation was critical. The Thunder Angel's attacks were approaching the point where Lei Yuan could no longer repair EVA Unit 02. He had to face the 7-star demon beast head-on, or more people would die. Lei Yuan glanced at the sky city above. There was the Tiangong Academy, to which he had devoted half his life. At this moment, the Sky City was continuously firing its defensive robots to block the invading flying mechanical demon beasts. After fighting Wusheng, the Sky City had already suffered severe damage. Despite its powerful concealment ability, it was taking even greater damage in the ongoing battle against the mechanical demon beasts. As a creation that had been transformed to be like a part of his body through his Bankai, Guanyin opens Redheim modification. It was a miraculous artifact connected to his life, and it was his last resort. Activate full concealment. Lei Yuan gripped his zanpakuto, standing tall. Once again, the Sky City vanished under the gaze of the demon beasts. No one knew where the Sky City had gone. In the distance, the Thunder Angel suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. It had the power of the life fruit, allowing it to foresee anything that harmed its life. The Thunder Angel immediately transformed, attempting to revert to a defensive octahedral shape. "Want to change? Dream on." Lei Yuan snorted coldly. The surface of the Thunder Angel had developed stitching-like marks at some point. This was the ability of Lei Yuan's Bankai. You change forms, and in the moment you fire the particle cannon, you can't release the field or defend, right? That's why you let the mechanical demon beast army attack first, then strike from a distance when both sides are exhausted. Lei Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I was waiting for you, waiting for the moment you attack. Then I secretly extended the ability of Guanyin Open's Redheim modification into your body." He truly was the top human powerhouse. Just by observation, he deduced the Thunder Angel's weakness. "Your body has been modified by me, and you can no longer switch forms." Lei Yuan laughed ertidi. "Just bear my wrath." The vanished Sky City reappeared. This time, it appeared directly above the Thunder Angel, like a meteor falling. The Sky City struck the Thunder Angel directly. The massive city, like the sword of Damocles, unstoppable in its impact. Boom! With the force of a city, it crashed into the Thunder Angel. The 7-star demon beast Thunder Angel was dead, and the Sky City was connected to Lei Yuan's life. At the moment the city fell, Lei Yuan's life essence was also severely damaged. Thud! Lei Yuan collapsed to the ground, his life unknown. Mirage Pass. Without the oppression of the 7-star demon beasts, the human defense forces felt significantly relieved. However, the mechanical demon beast army continued its relentless assault. The battle was still ongoing. Chapter 273, Fierce Battle with the 7-star Demon Beast, 7, on the mountain, Golden City Pass. This time, the enemy was led by the 7-star Demon Beast, Thunder Emperor, Harmon, along with a vast army of Game King-type demon beasts. It was also the largest demon beast army in the 9 towns of Demon Ceiling, aside from the Great Wall Pass. Surrounding Thunder Emperor Harmon were various demon monsters from 1 star to 6 stars, as well as the Ruby Beast, Emerald Turtle, Amethyst Cat, Yellow Jade Tiger, Amber Mammoth, Cobalt-Pointed Crystal Hawk, and Green Jade Pegasus, almost all of the gem beasts. Dense and overwhelming, as if they were going to flatten the mountains. D-Dad, this is too terrifying. On the ramparts of Golden City, Peibu Liao looked at the Game King-type demon beast army below, trembling in fear. "Son, don't be afraid. A man has to stand tall." Beside him, Pei family head Pei Ma, who shook his body. "Let these demon beasts see the strength of our Pei family." At this moment in Golden City, aside from the Pei father and son, there were over 10,000 people, including a butler who graduated from the Demon Hunting Academy, the Pei family's guard team, and hired bounty demon hunters. There were many people, but compared to the vast army of nearly 100,000 demon beasts below, They seemed insignificant. Thunder Emperor Harmon raised a sharp finger. Roar. Immediately, the beast army accepted the command. The first to charge was the Dark Realm family of demon beasts. This was a demon beast army that looked like demons coming from the depths of hell. It was led by two 6-star demon beasts, Dark Realm's fighting god Radna and Dark Realm's ghost god Keleth. Each 6-star demon beast had a 5-star demon beast under its command, namely Dark Realm's military god Silva and Dark Realm's martial god Gold. In addition to the 6-star and 5-star demon beasts, there were also a bunch of 4-star and lower demon beasts, such as the 4-star demon beast, Dark Realm's Knight Zul, the 4-star demon beast, Dark Realm's Sentinel, the 2-star demon beast, Dark Realm's Strategist Green, and the 1-star demon beast, Dark Realm's Mentor Saluli, etc. The densely packed army of Dark Realm demon beasts, numbering nearly 10,000, charged toward the human demon ceiling pass, Golden City Pass. They came in with 1/10 of their forces. Even if the 7-star demon beast Thunder Emperor Harmon was just probing, it was still a stormy probe. Didad. So many demon beasts, and 2 6-star demon beasts. We're gonna die. Pei Buliao nervously grabbed his father's arm, squeezing it painfully. You little brat, let go. A few 6-star and 5-star demon beasts were just small fry. We don't have to do anything. They won't get through. Pei family head, Pei Ma glared at his son, then turned to comfort him. Roar. The Dark Realm demon beast army launched their assault. In addition to the tense melee with the demon beasts, dark energy was also released by the long-range, attacking Dark Realm demon beasts, bombarding Golden City. However, the moment Golden City was attacked, it suddenly erupted with a strong light. The incoming dark shock waves were completely reflected back by the light of Golden City. In just a breath, the dark shock waves released by the Dark Realm demons fell directly onto the attacking demon beast army. Cries of agony arose one after another. The Dark Realm demon army was instantly decimated. Wow, amazing! Seeing the demon beast attack falter, Pei Buliao excitedly squeezed his father's hand. Ouch! Pei Ma gave his son a hard smack. Just a small matter. One of the 9 major defenses guarded by the Pei family, Golden City, is renowned as the strongest among these 9 defensive checkpoints. It is not only immune to any magic, combat skills, spells, and other offensive means, but can also rebound attacks, causing significant damage to enemies. Moreover, look, Pei Ma waved his hand. Under Golden City, a large number of soldiers appeared out of nowhere. Thousands of red birds appeared in the sky. Below Golden City were 20,000 bearded men wielding iron axes and 20,000 knights clad in full armor. The giant birds, iron knights, and axe-wielding Hans charged at the defeated Dark Realm beasts, slaughtering the remaining beasts. The military strength of humans and beasts appeared to be approaching balance on the surface. The strange birds, iron knights, and axe-wielding Hans are all monsters that can be summoned by our Golden City. This is the strongest defense checkpoint that only the Pei family can guard. Pei Ma said grandly. Oh, why is that? Pei Buley asked curiously. Why can only your Pei family guard the Demon Suppression Pass? Because whether it's the defense and reflection of attacks in Golden City or the summoning of Iron Knights, strange birds, and axe-wielding Hans, it all comes at a cost. That cost is gold. Pei Ma explained. The entire Golden City is essentially a wish machine that devours gold. It can provide you with powerful protection and a formidable army. But all of this requires a sufficient sacrifice of gold. Only our Pei family has enough gold to support an invasion by the Red Moon Beast Tide. Pei Ma patiently explained. Powerful effects come at a great price. Just like alchemy, the law of conservation applies to giving and receiving. This is an ironclad rule. No wonder only our Pei family can guard this Golden City. But what if the gold runs out? What will our Pei family do in the future? Pei Buley expressed some concern. Silly child. The family head Pei Ma laughed heartily. If we run out of gold, we can earn more later. As long as we are alive, everything is possible. Do you think our Pei family's greatest wealth is that gold? Silly child. He patted Pei Buley's head. Our greatest wealth is you kids. Pei Buley felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. Dad. But just as he was about to have a heartfelt conversation with his father, countless golden lightning bolts fell from the sky. The thousands of strange birds in the air wailed and turned into bubbles in an instant. Even the axe-wielding Hans and Iron Knights on the ground suffered great damage. It was the 7-star beast, Thunder Emperor Harmon, that struck. It unleashed its ultimate move, the Thunder of Lost Happiness. With just one blow, it wiped out the summoned army of Golden City, exceeding 10,000 troops. The full-force attack of the 7-star beast was terrifying to such an extent. Pei Ma's expression turned serious. Son, it's up to us now. You protect Golden City and use all the gold that needs to be used. I will confront this 7-star beast. Saying this, a card appeared in Pei Ma's hand. On the card was a giant dragon with blue eyes. Travel through the millennia of time and space. Transform into the white dragon with eyes shining with white light. Summon Blue Eyes White Dragon. The card disappeared, and a giant dragon, pure white as silver with shining blue eyes, soared above Golden City. This is one of the top-tier monsters in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Chapter 274. Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Beast. 8. Pei Buli's father, the world's richest man Pei Ma. His inheritance is SSS level, the strongest male secondary character in Yu-Gi-Oh! Seto Kaiba. And the Blue Eyes White Dragon is Seto Kaiba's ace monster. The Blue Eyes White Dragon soared in the sky, and the surrounding jewel beasts attempted to interfere. They were all blasted into various colored gemstones by the Blue Eyes White Dragon's white light. Dad, you still have the strength? Pei Buli was dumbfounded. In his memory, his father had always been a wealthy man with a big belly, smiling all the time. He had never seen his father use his inherited abilities. Now that he saw it, it turned out to be SSS level inheritance. He himself was B level, akin to Yugi Muto in Yu-Gi-Oh! His father was even more domineering than he was. Unlike his preference for using various magic trap cards, his father's monster card was the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Comparable to a 7-star beast right from the start. No tricks involved, just pure power. Awesome, Dad. Seeing the Blue Eyes White Dragon quickly eliminate many attacking beasts, Pei Buli cheered excitedly. Pei Ma smiled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth when Pei Buli wasn't looking. He was suffering from serious illness, and usually wouldn't use his inherited abilities. But today, he knew he had to fight desperately to save his son. When the Blue Eyes White Dragon, with the strength of a 7-star beast, appeared, the Thunder Emperor Harmon finally raised its proud head. It uttered a low, dark incantation. The surrounding demon beasts went even more insane. The Annihilation King Demon swung its long sword. The Hellfire Queen Demon fanned out hellfire with its wings. The Death Castle Demon transformed its tentacles into scythes, and the Dark Bishop Demon raised its skeletal staff to emit poisonous gas. Most of the demons, upon seeing the Blue Eyes White Dragon, were like seeing rotten flesh. The humans inside Golden City could not attack. As long as the city remained intact, the reflected damage from attacks would deter them. However, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, which left the city, no longer had the protection of Golden City, and Pei Ma could do nothing. Although Golden City's defenses are strong, the cost is also enormous. It was being worn down by the relentless attacks of the beasts. Ultimately, there would come a day when the city would fall. He had to take the initiative to strike. After a wave of attacks, the Blue Eyes White Dragon attempted to avoid the spotlight and return to the city. But in the sky and on the ground, countless demon beasts suddenly appeared, blocking its way. Although the Blue Eyes White Dragon was incredibly powerful, facing so many beast attacks, even it could only be overwhelmed by the relentless assaults of countless demons. Pei Ma's mouth bled even more. The Blue Eyes White Dragon flapped its wings, knocking more beasts down. But the wounds on its body had become unbelievable in number. These weaklings, seeing his father in danger, Pei Buli almost shouted hoarsely, "You dare to attack my dad!" He opened a trap card, Shining Shield, Reflective Power. In an instant, a white light appeared around the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The demon beasts that attacked the Blue Eyes White Dragon found their attacks returned by the white light. The Annihilation King Demon, who was swinging its long sword at the Blue Eyes White Dragon, for some reason, found its sword piercing its own body. The Hellfire burned the Hellfire Queen Demon, turning it to ashes. The scythe formed from tentacles uncontrollably pierced the brain of the Death Castle Demon. The poisonous gas emitted by the skeletal staff entered the nose of the Dark Bishop Demon, slaughtering it. The demon beasts that had just surrounded the Blue Eyes White Dragon were almost all affected by the reflective power. The more ferociously the attacks they launched, the stronger the reflected force they faced. For a moment, the demon beasts fell around the white dragon like countless dead insects. Impressive, Pei Ma exclaimed. As soon as the white dragon appeared, you played this card? Trap cards are one of the 3 types of cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster cards, magic cards, trap cards. As the name implies, they need to be laid out in advance like a trap. However, when used properly, they can exert effects that are incredibly powerful. For example, the Shining Shield, Reflector Force, near the Blue Eyes White Dragon can only be used when the opponent attacks, allowing the attack to be completely reflected. The main idea is, the more hysterical you are, the more excited I become. Just as the Blue Eyes White Dragon broke free from the entanglement of the demon beast and was about to return to Golden City, a swift lightning bolt struck the Blue Eyes White Dragon. This was the ultimate move of Thunder Emperor Harmon, thunder of the lost paradise. Paimon spat out a mouthful of blood. The Blue Eyes White Dragon was already at its last breath, and the full force attack from the 7-star demon beast, Thunder Emperor Harmon, shattered the Blue Eyes White Dragon into pieces. In Harmon's eyes, there was a strong disdain. Just a mere human, daring to contend with gods and demons? Even if you can use some tricks to achieve a trivial victory, how could you reverse the fate of being annihilated by gods and demons? Its voice echoed like thunder across the entire Golden City. But moments later, Thunder Emperor Harmon fell from the sky like a demon with broken wings, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. It looked in disbelief at the place where the Blue Eyes White Dragon had been obliterated by itself. A card slowly opened. It was still a trap card. Usually, a trap companion. This trap card can only take effect when a demon beast or human from its own faction is destroyed. It can deal high damage to enemies that eliminate its own faction's demon beasts or humans. The stronger the deceased human or demon beast from its own faction, the heavier the damage dealt to the enemy as the executioner. Just like the name of this trap card, Companion, leading to the Yellow Springs. And the Blue Eyes White Dragon, as a top-tier monster, possessed the strength of a 7-tier demon beast. The Companion effect brought about by the death of the Blue Eyes White Dragon made even the 7-star demon beast, Thunder Emperor Harmon, pay a heavy price. You actually plotted against the gods and demons. Thunder Emperor Harmon roared in unwillingness. The Companion did not completely kill it, but it weakened its strength significantly. Harmon struggled to approach the hundreds of colorful gemstones. These were the gems transformed from the death of the demon beast armies, Jade Beast, as a special type of monster. The Jade Beast does not shatter upon destruction, but turns into gemstones. These gemstones, according to the card characteristics in the Yu-Gi-Oh series, belong to continuous spell cards. And Thunder Emperor Harmon's food source is continuous spell cards. The reason for incorporating the Jade Beasts into the Demon Beast army is a backup plan prepared by Thunder Emperor Harmon for itself. It is the healing potion it prepared for itself after sustaining severe injuries. After swallowing a few gemstones transformed from the Jade Beasts, Thunder Emperor Harmon's injuries began to heal slowly. Above Golden City, Paima's eyes were wide with anxiety. He set 2 trap cards using the Blue Eyes White Dragon, one targeting the encircling demon beasts, and the other targeting the leading 7-star demon beast. Although both achieved great success, it completely exhausted his spiritual power. He could barely stand. However, the strongest enemy, the 7-star demon beast Thunder Emperor Harmon, was slowly recovering. Dad, it seems like we're going to lose, PathsObito said with some despair. Paima, who was also barely able to stand and spitting blood, struggled to rise. He looked at PathsObito, his eyes filled with paternal affection. My son, I didn't expect you to do so well. These 2 trap cards have shown me your growth and your potential. Without you, I would have definitely lost. But now, you have created a glimmer of hope for me. Son, you've grown up. The road ahead, walk it slowly. It's okay to go slow. Just walk steadily. After saying this, the head of the Pei family, Paima, gazed at the demon beast army below Golden City. The light of Golden City had already dimmed, and the defense and summoning effects were nearing exhaustion. The human army, summoned monsters, axe-wielding Hans, and Iron Knights all launched a fierce charge while Thunder Emperor Harmon was weakened. But the demon beast army surrounding Harmon was controlled by it, forming an impenetrable wall of demon beast flesh. After a prolonged attack, the human coalition also suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, Harmon continued to recover. The battle seemed to be heading towards a losing conclusion. Countless people sighed, but Paima knew that relying on the 2 trap cards as child had nearly sacrificed his life to activate. The dawn of victory had already appeared. He stood on the city tower, holding a card inscribed with ancient Egyptian characters. He chanted a spell. Come forth, my strongest god. I summon you with my life as a sacrifice. When you arrive, the scorching wind will sweep across the land, and the living will become corpses. Summon Obelisk the Tormentor. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The earth cracked, and the mountains trembled. Amidst the towering presence, a blue figure appeared. This godlike being had enormous blue wings and colossal fists capable of annihilating everything. Just its appearance caused the demon beasts surrounding Golden City to be turned into corpses by the hot winds. Thunder Emperor Harmon looked on in fear from afar. It called itself a demon, but at this moment, it saw an existence that was even higher than itself. That was a true god, Obelisk the Tormentor, the deity. It looked coldly at the masses below Golden City. Then it raised its fists. All the summoned demon beasts of Golden City turned into energy and gathered onto its fists. Divine Fist Smash. The enormous divine iron fist struck out, obliterating all enemies. and Thunder Emperor Harmon was also turned into nothingness in this devastating attack. After the punch, Obelisk, the tormentor, vanished from its original spot. Although it only summoned the god for a second, the cost of that second was a life. The head of the Pei family, Paima, closed his eyes amidst his son's cries. Golden City Gate. Humans win. Chapter 275. Fierce battle against the 7-star demon beast. 9. In the largest forest area of the 9 provinces, at the Shinmu Pass, Chi Quan opened his eyes. As one of the 3 major powers of the Demon Hunting Academy, he possessed a top-tier inheritance from the Pirate King and the Navy Admiral Akainu. Using the ability of the magma fruit, he quickly completed elementalization, transforming into a being of magma. Beside him stood a middle-aged man. The man had a square face, brown short hair, wore a protective forehead guard, and was dressed in a fluffy black combat outfit. He was the head of the Yuan family, one of the 10 great families guarding Shinmu Pass. Yuan He, the leader of the Wooden Man mercenary organization. His inheritance was that of a fire shadow type would-release ninja. Yamato. The battle had already begun. The beast-tied army was approaching. Leading the 7-star demon beast had a special pattern on its face for arms and 2 faces, with an imprint on its tongue and a large mouth on its abdomen. This was the 7-star demon beast from the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, the king of curses. Ryaman Sukuna. The demon beast army it led consisted of various curse-type demon beasts. Apart from the 7-star demon beast Ryaman Sukuna, there were also multiple 7-tier and 6-star demon beasts. A child dressed in monk-like clothing with a white bob cut and an indeterminate gender stepped forward first. It was a 7-tier demon beast, a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago, Raimai. Lord Sukuna, the woods ahead seem peculiar. Let me test it first. Ryaman Sukuna smiled. Go ahead, kill a couple of humans. Understood, my lord. Raimai disappeared from its spot and instantly appeared in the woods. Enemy attack. In the forest, several individuals with detection skills immediately shouted. It was too loud. Ice condensation spell. Frost calm. The beast, Lime, released freezing air from its hands, sweeping over the 2 people in front. In just a moment, the 2 individuals turned into ice sculptures. Damn it! Another individual thrust his hands forward. Burn them to ashes. Explosive flame. A fireball appeared from his hands and shot out like a cannonball. Just as the flames were about to hit Lime, an ice wall appeared beside Lime, blocking the fireball. Then, Lime waved his hand casually. An ice spike pierced straight into the individual's body. Is there a human with special abilities? Lime frowned. The energy within their bodies was weak. According to human traditions, it should be a very low-level inheritance. However, besides their own energy, there seemed to be a much greater source of energy. From the one who used the fireball, I did not sense any spell power of flames from his body. Yet he managed to use a flame-like attack spell. I see. Lime looked around. In the forest, a mysterious flow of energy could be faintly felt. Is it because of this forest? In this forest, even ordinary people have a certain chance of gaining extraordinary abilities. In a short moment, Lime guessed the strength of the Divine Woodpass. The Divine Woodpass houses the Divine Tree Nascent Tree. The Nascent Tree is a divine tree from the world beneath a single person. It possesses unknowable power. Under the influence of a nascent tree, the surrounding forest is affected by mysterious forces, transforming into a realm of extraordinary beings. Even ordinary humans, the longer they stay in the forest, the higher the probability of awakening extraordinary abilities. This is the source of the power of the Woodman mercenary organization. At the same time, it is one of the 9 great demon-suppressing passes, the Divine Wood Pass. I must quickly inform Lord Suan Yin of this intelligence. Lime made up his mind and was about to leave immediately. Are you leaving so soon? A voice came from deep within the forest. Lime frowned and quickened his pace. Suddenly, the trees in front of him seemed alive, twisting their branches to block Lime's path. From deep within the forest, a man with a square face and a headband stepped out. He was Yuan He, the head of the Yuan family and the leader of the Woodman organization. Possessing the wood escape, Yamato inheritance. Human. Lime slowly turned around. I'm not afraid of you. It's just that deep in the forest, there is another powerful being on par with Lord Sun Yin. He is the one I truly fear. As for you, you're not worthy. The beast Lime said, and an ice blade appeared in his hand. The energy in your body tells me that you should only have an A-level inheritance. This is not a battlefield you can interfere in. With that, Lime raised both hands. Ice condensation spell, vertical waterfall. Clouds surged and suddenly, a giant ice cone formed in the air. With a loud bang, the ice cone sharply stabbed towards Yuan He's position. Is it resolved? Cold air spread, and Lime stared intently into the distance. But beneath the ice cone, there was nothing. Lime suddenly widened his eyes. He sensed a human appearing behind him. You're right. My inheritance level is too low, far from the SSS level strength of the early headmasters. However, I am the most powerful king within this forest. Yuani spoke coldly. I am the true forest king, recognized by the nascent divine tree, and it has granted me tremendous power. For example, the power of space. Lime turned around, wanting to thrust the spike in his hand, but the man vanished again and pierced a flower bud like a blade into his own body. The first headmaster could summon would escape, flower tree realm descending like the forest. But my strength is far inferior. I can only summon a bouquet. However, it has its own advantages. Through constant honing, I have finally made this bouquet sharper and more toxic than the first headmaster. I call this move mandala. As the flowers pierced into Lime's body, he felt as if his soul was being corroded. His body immediately began to fibrous. He took 2 steps forward and fell to the ground. love.Some. Lime reached out a hand towards the forest's edge, but Yuani stepped down on it, breaking it. An entity that is no longer human does not need to use a human guise anymore. Yuani's expression was cold as he waved the bouquet, directly slicing Lime in half. There are more enemies. Yuani licked his lips, his eyes full of killing intent. Outside the forest, Suan slowly rose. Lime's presence had vanished. He chuckled. It seems there are not just one, but many powerful enemies. Interesting too interesting. He waved his hand. All the spell spirits and beast demons roared and charged into the forest. In the center of the forest, beside the nascent divine tree, Chi Quan looked at the divine tree beside him. He truly did not expect the divine tree to look so ordinary. Short and with messy branches, it was no different from an ordinary fruit tree. But he was still attracted by a golden branch on the tree. He reached out and broke off the golden branch. The golden branch emitted light. Like hypnosis, Chi Quan felt an endless sense of happiness suddenly surge in his brain. It felt like as long as he protected this tree, as long as he was near this tree, he could obtain absolute happiness. Just as Chi Quan was lost in thought, his eyes suddenly turned black, and a raven flew out. The raven's eyes had pupils resembling black jade. At the moment the raven flew out, Chi Quan gasped for breath, as if a drowning person had suddenly crawled ashore. Just as Principal Qin had said, the nascent divine tree of the Divine Wood Pass has a terrifying ability to brainwash. Fortunately, he had prepared Izanagi with the Sharingan from Wusheng's laboratory in advance, which spared him from being brainwashed. Izanagi, the top-tier ability of a Sharingan, can turn unfavorable events that occurred over a period of time into never having happened, only allowing favorable events to become reality. After the black raven flew out, the black pupils completely closed and then disappeared. A powerful ability also comes with powerful side effects. After using Izanagi, that Sharingan was completely blinded. Chapter 276, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Beast, 10. Having solved the brainwashing problem of the nascent divine tree, Chi Quan closed his eyes. A black domineering aura spread from his body, radiating outward. This is one of the 3 types of haki from the world of One Piece. Observation haki. With Chi Quan's current strength, observation haki nearly covered the entire Divine Wood Pass. Found it. Chi Quan opened his eyes. He found the strongest beast. In the forest, human beast hunters and curse-type beasts were in a fierce battle. Under Yuan's ability to move through space, the beast army was split across various parts of the forest, unable to form a united front. Flying sword, a 3rd-tier beast hunter shouted. 2 daggers flew rapidly around the man, splitting the 2 2nd-tier cursed beasts in front of him in half. However, the daggers that had slain the cursed beasts suddenly stopped in midair. Then, both turned into rust and dripped down. A cursed spirit beast, resembling rotten mud, walked out with a sinister smile. The powerful spiritual pressure bent the surrounding trees. The beast hunter was shocked and was about to draw a dagger from his waist. He suddenly found his hand corroded, turning into a stream of blood. In shock, the 3rd-tier beast hunter's entire body was rapidly dissolved. A 7th-tier beast, a special cursed spirit, bloodstain. The expanded domain is corrosion technique. You are one of the 9 phases, a hybrid of cursed spirits and humans, with the ability to spray a large area of highly toxic blood at your opponents. A low, rumbling voice echoed through the forest. Chi Quan pushed aside the branches and slowly walked out. Oh human, do you recognize me? The cursed beast Bloodstain chuckled. Since you know me, how dare you appear before me? Truly foolish. As it spoke, its cheeks puffed up. Domain expansion, corruption technique. A mysterious barrier opened around. Chi Quan looked around. The trees had vanished. All that remained was an endless pool of foul-smelling blood. Become the nourishment of my blood. The cursed beast, Bloodstain, sprayed blood toward Chi Quan. However, before the blood could touch Chi Quan, It had already evaporated completely. Bloodstains suddenly showed fear. It felt the temperature around it rising continuously. Is this your domain? Jiguan Sait Gan Li. How boring. His body erupted with intense heat, his fist becoming magma. Evaporate everything. Magma fist. The magma fist, filling almost the entire domain, directly pierced through Bloodstain's body, completely evaporating it. Warm-up finished. Jiguan twisted his wrist. A powerful 7th-tier cursed beast couldn't even last a round at his hands. Next, it was king against king. Jiguan sensed another powerful presence in the forest and exerted force under his feet. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Yuan he had encountered the strongest cursed beast. The beast before him had a human face, but a strong body, for arms, 2 faces, markings on its tongue, and a large mouth on its abdomen. It was the strongest cursed spirit, the dual-faced SHK. Hey. Dual-faced SHK extended a finger. Release. With a gentle sound, Yuan He's eyes widened. He almost used all his strength to shift the space he was in. After teleporting 100 meters away, Yuan He looked ahead. The ground where he had just stood now had a deep slash mark. A single finger from dual-faced SHK had unleashed such a powerful strike from afar. Without time to hesitate, Yuan He immediately formed hand seals. Would release. Silent kill, binding technique. Countless branches extended from the trees in the dense forest, firmly binding dual-faced SHK. Would release. Violent spear technique. The attack didn't stop. Almost the moment dual-faced SHK was bound by the vines. A massive wooden spear shot from Yuan He's hands and pierced deeply into dual-faced SHK's body. Would release. Blossom Tree Realm Birth. Yuan He shouted. The wooden spear unexpectedly sprouted flower buds, which pierced into dual-faced SHK's body, releasing a great poison. When facing a 7th-tier cursed beast, the giant poison from the flower buds could instantly fibricize the opponent's body. Yet, dual-faced SHK merely looked slightly surprised. Is the toxicity really that strong? Even I would probably die if I were hit by this poisonous flower. As it spoke, it twisted its body and walked out from the vines and wooden spear. Yuan He widened his eyes. He didn't understand why his attack had no effect. Don't doubt your attack. Dual-faced SHK chuckled. They are strong, but they just didn't hit me. It pointed to the surrounding area. Energy flowed, forming what looked like a cage. And dual-faced SHK was in the center of that cage. This is the secret art. Void-woven cage, dual-faced SHK patiently explained. This technique allows me to neutralize your attacks, offsetting the guaranteed hit effect. In simple terms, you never hit me. Yuan He gritted his teeth and formed hand seals again. Would release. Thorn kill technique. More would surge from the ground, completely surrounding dual-faced SHK. Yuan He then immediately turned to flee. The enemy was too powerful. He could not defeat it for now. So, without any hesitation, he ran. Are you leaving? Dual-faced SHK said coldly. I haven't had my fun yet. Domain expansion. Demon suppression Buddha shrine. A massive darkness engulfed the surroundings. In the darkness, there was only a huge demon suppression Buddha shrine. Although Yuan He was surprised by the change in scenery, he knew he had the ability to move through space. Escaping was not difficult for him. The Demon Suppression Buddha Shrine didn't have any special abilities. It simply increased the range of my guaranteed hit attacks. While dual-faced SHK spoke, Yuan He had already half of his body entered another space. For example, this move. Dual-faced SHK extended its palm. Space slash. A massive, countless slashes erupted within the domain. These slashes could even cut through space. Ugh. Yuan He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body falling from the sky like a kite with a severed string. He hadn't expected that his space-moving ability could also be severed by the opponent. The Yamado inheritance had granted him Hashirama cells, preventing him from dying immediately. However, with his meridians severed, he was almost halfway into hell. Dual-faced SHK scratched the back of its head. Is the game over so soon? It walked over to Yuan He, extending 2 fingers. Technique, open. A blazing flame suddenly appeared at the tips of its fingers. You used a wood-based technique, so dying by fire should be a fitting end for you. Dual-faced SHK laughed, shooting the flames at Yuan He. Just as the flames were about to hit Yuan He, a fist made of magma flew in from the distance, knocking dual-faced SHK's flames away. My subordinate is not someone you have the right to kill. Jiguan walked out from the forest. The intense heat enveloped the surroundings. The Battle of Kings had officially begun. Chapter 278, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Cursed Beast, Part 11, Principal Qi. Yuan He, lying on the ground, was already on the brink of death. He barely lifted his head and saw the golden branch hanging from Qi Quan's waist. Principal, Qi. Have I paid off the sins of my Yuan family? Don't speak. Qi Quan tossed a potion he was carrying into Yuan He's mouth. Only when you are alive and the enemy is dead can it be considered true atonement. The enemy is still here, and you must hold on. After speaking, Qi Quan set Yuan He aside and turned back to the battlefield. Dual-faced SHK did not take the opportunity to attack. This was a sign of respect for a strong opponent. If you're ready, we can fight. I promise, I'll 1T sneak attack that would brat. Dual-faced SHK said excitedly. It had no interest in invading human territory. Its interest lay in battling and killing true strong opponents. Qi Quan said nothing but raised his fist. Lava fruit, underworld dog. His arm quickly turned to magma and extended outward at high speed, like firing a magma cannonball. This speed, this power, so exhilarating. Although the speed was extremely fast, dual-faced SHK was also very skilled in physical techniques. By retreating quickly, it bought itself time to counterattack. Technique cut. This was one of dual-faced SHK's two slashing techniques. Compared to the technique release, cut could be adjusted according to the curse technique and intensity, and its power was enough to instantly slice a special-grade curse spirit into several pieces. However, conversely, this move required physical contact with the opponent to release without a domain expansion. Dual-faced SHK's right hand touched the underworld dog's magma fist. It was like swinging countless swords. The cannonball-like magma fist was instantly sliced into countless small pieces. Qi Quan snorted coldly, his left hand suddenly spreading wide. Explode. Combination technique. Great fire spray. Lava sliced into countless pieces by the two-faced Shikigami ignited fiercely, each piece erupting with a blazing magma fire. Like volcanic bombs, they surged towards the two-faced Shikigami. This is a secondary attack. The speed of the Hellhound had become so fast that it was difficult to defend against. And in the moment of blocking the Hellhound, it could still transform into a massive flame attack for a secondary offense. Even the mighty two-faced Shikigami was hit by this attack. Countless volcanic bombs brought extreme heat, along with shock and explosive damage. The body of the two-faced Shikigami showed large areas of burns. Indeed, it was one of the top human warriors. The two-faced Shikigami gasped for breath. Reversal technique, heal. Its magical power began to transform, healing the burns on its body. Do you think I would give you the time to heal leisurely? Just as Qi Quan was about to launch a further attack, a large snake suddenly burst from the ground, biting down on Qi Quan with its large mouth. Fortunately, now I not only use my own abilities, but also have indirectly mastered Fushiguro Megumi's techniques by having Megumi swallow my finger. Shadow technique, great snake. The two-faced Shikigami, who was healing, chuckled. Shadow technique, new. A creature resembling an owl appeared, grabbing the two-faced Shikigami and flying away from Qi Quan. But Qi Quan did not break free from the snake's mouth. With his body turned to magma, this bite could not harm him. However, even though the snake was burned, it did not release its grip, severely delaying Qi Quan's attack. As he watched the enemy escape, Qi Quan felt anxious. At that moment, Yuan He, lying on the ground, shouted loudly, "Principal Qi, there is a golden branch at your waist. It has already gained the recognition of the divine tree. Now, as long as I die, you will gain the powers of the divine tree and master the power of space. The mistakes made by our Yuan family will be resolved." After saying this, Yuan He drove the flower bud from the flower tree realm, which he had aimed at the two-faced Shikigami, straight into himself. In an instant, the life that had just begun to recover turned into dust. Just as Yuan He died, Qi Quan suddenly felt a surge of power that did not belong to him within his body. In that moment, he understood how to use this power. Yuan He, Qi Quan's face was expressionless, but his words were filled with anger. "I will not let your death be in vain." In an instant, along with the great snake, he transferred himself in front of the fleeing two-faced Shikigami. The two-faced Shikigami, using the shadow technique to escape, was taken aback, but its powerful combat instincts made it react immediately. Enduring the pain caused by the massive flame, the two-faced Shikigami pinched its fingers together. Domain open, demon suppression Buddha altar. A black space engulfed the surroundings, and a massive demon suppression Buddha altar appeared behind it. Slash technique, spatial slash. In an instant, within the domain, there was a slash capable of tearing apart space. Using a big move while injured placed a huge burden on the two-faced Shikigami. However, even Yuan He, who had been able to teleport through space before, could not evade this move. But Qi Quan did not dodge. Instead, he covered himself with armed color hockey and forcibly endured the slash. In his eyes, there was an unyielding momentum. The enforcement of justice always requires blood and life to be paid. His elemental body allowed Chi Quan to maintain himself amidst countless spatial slashes. The essence of the magma fruit, hellfire. Enormous black flames ignited between heaven and earth. The hellfire that burned the black stones descended from the sky. Black consumed black. The hellfire engulfed the two-faced Shikigami's domain, burning it from the level of the soul. Even the fully powered reversal technique could not heal wounds to the soul. The two-faced Shikigami turned to ashes under the burning of the hellfire. And Chi Quan also fell from the sky. The spatial slash was different from ordinary physical attacks. It was a powerful move that could cut through space itself. Even though Chi Quan used an elemental body to resist the slash, his entire body was on the brink of collapse. He wanted to raise his palm. There were still many monsters waiting for him to eliminate. But with a thud, he fell to the ground, sinking into a near-death state. The black flames surrounded him, as if he were in hell. No monster dared to approach this scorching magma hell. In the southern border, in the middle of the great river, a spiral tower soared into the sky. This was the location of the maze pass. Teacher Wong stood at the top of the first maze, the pillar of ball, and suddenly sensed something. He looked far to the west. The teachers of the Monster Hunting Academy had all practiced sensing each other's aura, so they could accurately gauge their teammate status in team battles. Now, he felt that Chi Quan's aura was extremely weak, nearly dead. What happened? Sensing Teacher Wong's unusualness, Li Shani looked up and asked. It's nothing. Teacher Wong shook his head. This is the Red Moon Beast Tide. This is the Battle of Guardians. In this battle, countless lives will be sacrificed. And now, they would also face their own enemies. If the Golden City Pass is the monster pass with the most attacks from monsters, then the Maze Pass before them is the unit with the least number of monsters. However, although the numbers were few, their combat power was not to be underestimated. Anyone from the monster camp was above the 4th tier, possessing strength far greater than ordinary monster hunters. They were monsters from various anime worlds. Chapter 279, Fierce Battle with the 7-Star Monsters, 12. The leading 7-star monster is one of the powerful demons from the world of the magic flute. The demon of anger and heroes, Ball. And beside him stood several large demons. The rotund demon of flames, Amon, who looked like a plump old man, had a belly so big it resembled a strict etiquette. Beneath his body was an eternally burning flame that consumed everything. The demon of chaos and passion, Paimon, dressed scantily, like a female fairy, with a massive whirlwind howling around her. The muscular demon of loyalty and purity, Saigon, stood where all the plants were controlled by him. The lazy female demon, Lilian, with a large pipe in her mouth, caused the ground below her to collapse merely by hovering in the air. This was the ability to manipulate gravity. Which demon will take the lead? The voice of the demon of anger and heroes, Ball, rumbled like thunder. I'll go. The rotund flame demon Paimon said in a deep voice. Let me bring them the hell of flames. Saying this, her floating plump body moved swiftly from the front. Oh dear, apart from one true 7-star monster, there are 4 others that are almost 7-star, all of them tier 7 monsters. Our enemies are not to be underestimated. And look, the enemy is coming. Teacher Wong, sitting at the highest point of the maze, chuckled lightly. Li, shall we take the first move and kill their spirit? Li Shani tightened his grip on the daywheel blade. I couldn't ask for more. Then let's go. Teacher Wong tossed away the wine flask in his hand and stood up abruptly. The demon Paimon flew in the sky, arms wide open, heaven-burning flame. In an instant, the sky was shrouded in red. The white clouds in the sky all turned red, transforming into scorching flames. The flames from the transformed clouds circled around the tower of the maze, and the temperature soared sharply. Facing the endless fierce fire, Teacher Wong smiled faintly. Can character, Water Bullet. A massive stream of water surged from the great river below the maze pass, gathering in one place, transforming into the shape of a dragon. TSK, I could rename this move to Water Dragon. Go. Teacher Wong waved his long sleeve. The water dragon charged towards the demon god Paimon. The surrounding fire clouds roared under the water dragon's roar, causing a fierce clash of water and fire, erupting strong steam. Hey, it's your turn, Lightning Kid. I can't hold on for long against a demon god of this level. Amidst the steam, Teacher Wong smiled at Li Shani. But don't be nervous. I trust you. Saying this, he formed a seal with one hand. Wind behind Strange Gate, chaotic golden strike. In an instant, the movements of the demon god Paimon seemed to freeze. Its flow of time was infinitely extended for a short while. Breath of Thunder's 7th form, Fire, Thunder God. Lightning erupted, like the arrival of a thunder god. A bolt of lightning shot directly towards the demon god Paimon. Then, the world spun. Paimon's head fell to the ground. A 7th-tier demon god, slain. Good. The onlooking humans couldn't help but applaud. Meanwhile, in the labyrinth, the mercenary leader with the heritage of Geno Zudike smirked. Hey, isn't that quite capable? We can't let those Demon Hunting Academy steal the spotlight. You guys go. Ability, Dragon Star Cluster. A giant golden dragon formed from psychic power soared into the air, heading towards the female demon god Leligen, who was holding a pipe. Have you chosen me as your enemy? What a foolish decision. The female demon god lightly tapped her pipe, instantly generating a gravity field hundreds of times stronger. Even the giant dragon formed by psychic power was pulled down from the sky by this force. It's not just the boss who's showing off. A young man with long hair next to the mercenary leader laughed. Ability, Circular Spike. As the psychic giant dragon fell, countless iron spikes suddenly surged from its body. Using the momentum of gravity, the spikes shot towards the female demon god, Leligen, like rain. Leligen was taken aback. Her colossal body found it hard to evade the rain-like iron spikes. As the spikes pierced her body, she realized she couldn't move. These spikes were supposed to be controllable to pierce living beings freely, but now, just to control her movement, I was already unable to hold on. The mercenary deputy leader, the long-haired young man Ear, was already bleeding from all 7 orifices. But with his control, the psychic giant dragon successfully struck the body of the female demon god Leligen, piercing her heart. In just a moment, the 7th-tier demon god fell, and deputy leader Ear, unable to withstand his injuries, fell backward. Leader Geno hurriedly caught him. Boss, how is it? I didn't let them from the Demon Hunting Academy steal the spotlight, did I? After saying this, Deputy Leader Ear smiled and closed his eyes, exhausted to death. You did well, Leader Geno gently laid the young man down. You guys, in this battle, I will die, and many of us will die. Don't be afraid. I will be with you in the underworld. We, the Crow mercenaries, will cause a ruckus in hell together. He stood up, laughing heartily. Demon God, come again. Let me see how powerful the monsters daring to invade the 9 provinces really are. After the sudden death of 2 major generals, the 7-star demon god Bale's expression turned cold. Humans, you are seeking death. Go ahead, enter the labyrinth. The humans expect to use the power of the first labyrinth to divide us, and we also need to divide them. Let's see which side can survive and walk out of the labyrinth. After saying this, the demon god army charged forward together. The labyrinth exploded with a strong light, sucking in everyone present. Inside the labyrinth, arrows flew and falling rocks were constant. Various traps emerged one after another. The humans, having set up defenses in advance, suffered limited losses, but the rushing demon army suffered heavy casualties. Low-tier demon gods who triggered traps in a labyrinth, although they wouldn't die, were severely injured. They would soon face attacks from human warriors. Originally weak humans had no way to deal with high-tier demon gods, but with the help of traps, low-tier demon hunters could compete with 4th, 5th, and even 6th-tier demon gods. However, these traps had no effect on 7th-tier demon gods. Truly powerful demon gods had to be dealt with by powerful demon hunters. In a room of the labyrinth filled with rolling stones, Geno crossed his arms. I've been waiting for you. In front of him stood a burly male demon god, the god of loyalty and purity, Saigon, in a high place of the labyrinth, a room filled with countless rolling logs. Oh, it seems my opponent is a handsome man. The scantily clad female demon god Paimon looked at Teacher Wong, who was leaning against a log, and said seductively, "Thank you for the compliment, but I already have a lover." Teacher Wong stretched lazily. "Demoness, don't disrupt my training. I'm here to fight you with the resolve to lose my life." Meanwhile, the 7-star demon god, the demon god of anger and heroes, Baal, had arrived at the highest point of a labyrinth. Standing at the top, he could see the vast landscape. This secret realm was originally his residence, and he was very familiar with it. Not far away, a boy floated in the air with a blank expression. Lightning flickered around him. "Is it you, coming to be my enemy?" Baal laughed heartily. "Kid, you're very young. Let me see if you can defeat me and conquer my first labyrinth. Let me see if you're worthy to become the new king I expect." Chapter 280. Final Battle 1. Just as Li Shani and Teacher Wong were battling the demon god in the demon realm forest, QinShi was moving rapidly. Shadows appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his pupils turned into yellow horizontal lines. Using a ninjutsu called Sage Mode. In this mode, his power fused with the natural world, allowing him to fully sense the energy flow around him. Infinite Tsukuyami. Relying on the moon in the sky that could cast illusions, more and more demon beasts were driven to attack the land of the 9 provinces. And QinShi also followed this energy flow, step by step approaching the final enemy deep in the forest. Sage Art Wind Release Great Jade Spiral Shuriken. A spinning energy ball, resembling a windmill and containing countless tiny chakra flows, flew from his hand, slicing the nearby 7-star digital monster, Steel Sea Dragon Beast, into countless pieces. This was the 5th 7-star demon beast he had killed on this journey. There were countless 6-star and 5-star demon beasts, and more demon beasts were still on their way to the 9 provinces. QinShi knew he had to resolve this quickly. He took out a sage bean and put it in his mouth. He adjusted his state to the best. Then he stepped forward. Ahead was a wide river. Following the river, QinShi saw 2 giant statues standing in the entire valley. At both ends of the waterfall were male statues. The man on the left had long hair and held a sword in one hand while forming a hand seal with the other. The other man was similar, clad in armor, holding a sword in one hand and forming a seal with the other. The only difference was that this man wore a headband and had tidy hair. QinShi knew that the area before him had a chakra power flow and was a secret realm. This was a secret realm from the Naruto world, the Valley of the End, and these 2 statues before him were the 2 strongest figures in the Naruto world, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Originally adversaries, the seals they formed with their hands symbolized the seal of reconciliation and peace. However, just like in the world of Naruto, these 2 representatives of opposing forces, the strongest individuals, ultimately engage in a relentless battle here, their conflict seeming almost fated, ensnaring not only themselves but also dragging their descendants into this bloody cycle of hatred. QinShi looked at the 2 statues. He too had come here today, having to face off against the first headmaster of the Demon Hunting Academy of the 9 provinces in a fight to the death. The demon realm is not only filled with desolate scenery. There are also beautiful secret realms like this one, aren't there? On the statue of Uchiha Madara, Wu Sheng sat quietly, smiling slightly at QinShi. The scenery of the 9 provinces is even more beautiful, so I won't allow anyone to destroy such beauty. QinShi said lightly as he walked up to the statue, representing Senju Hashirama. Then, 2 long swords appeared in his hands. In his left hand, there was Sanshinjia, and in his right hand, the flowing blade of the Zangetsu. His body transformed in an instant. He donned a pure white robe of the Sage of 6 Paths, 6 tomo in front, 8 sacred jewels behind, and his eyes bore ripples and black tomo. This is the strongest ocular technique in the Naruto world, the Rinnesh Sharingan. You are right. The scenery of my hometown is the most beautiful. Wu Sheng smiled faintly and slowly stood up. As he rose, his body also changed with his movements. His long hair turned white, and he wore a white coat similar to QinShi's, with 9 sacred jewels floating in a circle behind him. His arms and legs turned black, and in his left hand he held the 6 Paths staff. This is the 6 Paths form, standing at the pinnacle of power in the Naruto world. His eyes also changed. His left, I had the ripple pattern of the Rinnegan, while his right, I was the black tomo of the Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, a third eye appeared on his forehead, empty and filled only with pure white and bulging veins. This is one of the 3 great ocular techniques, the Byakugan. The moment the Byakugan opened, a massive figure of a white-haired woman flashed behind Wu Sheng. That was the power of the strongest demon beast, Kaguya. You're even more outstanding than the old man by. That guy, although gifted, ultimately only achieved the status of the strongest among humans. But you are different from him. You have touched the realm of the gods. In this world, only you and I have reached such a level. Now, it is time to prove your path. Come, young man, let us unleash all our power to prove our respective correctness. Until death do us part. As he finished speaking, he floated like a cannonball. Then a fireball, seemingly capable of swallowing the sky, shot towards QinShi. This is a commonly used ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball technique. But unlike a regular Great Fireball, this fireball exuded the momentum to incinerate heaven and earth. The fireball was red all around, but its center was pure black. In addition to normal fire release, this Great Fireball also incorporated yin-yang release, making it impossible for even the black sphere of the 6 Paths mode to completely defend against it. However, QinShi did not dodge or evade. He simply raised the Zangetsu in his right hand. Bankai, Zan Taidao, West Zenyuhui. His spiritual power transformed into extreme flames, enveloping his body and blade as if wrapped in a blazing sun. This is the Bankai technique of the strongest fire-type Zangetsu in the Bleach universe, an attack-defense integrated move. QinShi, cloaked in flames, walked directly into the oncoming massive great fireball. Although it was also fire, under the protection of the flaming cloak, the flames of the great fireball posed no threat to him. QinShi walked straight into the center of the great fireball and then swung his sword. Zantai East, Shiri Blade. The zangetsu in his hand was pitch black, resembling burnt, withered wood. But this was just the appearance at this moment. Although no flames were rising from the blade, the heat of the flowing blade concentrated entirely at the tip, neither burning nor releasing explosive flames. Yet anything it touched would vanish without a trace. With a single swing, all laws were extinguished. The black flame core of the great fireball shattered like a cut fruit core, and then the entire great fireball suddenly dissipated. Such small tricks are useless, Headmaster Wushang. Let us not waste time. Saying this, QinShi raised his other sword, Sanshinjia. Then he slashed down. Sage Art, Wind of Injury. The Sanshinjia in QinShi's hand is a fusion weapon of the three dominating swords from the Inuyasha world, Tetsusaiga, Tenseiga, and Soanga. Wind of Injury is one of Tetsusaiga's ultimate moves, creating a powerful hurricane by exploiting the gaps in the enemy's breath. In a short time, QinShi fused the natural power of Sage Mode with Wind of Injury, unleashing a hurricane far surpassing wind release. The wind blades nearly shattered the mountains and stones. Even though this was a secret realm with powerful chakra stabilizing the environment, QinShi's Sage Art, Wind of Injury still left deep cracks in the surrounding mountains. However, on the statue of Uchiha Madara, Wushang remained unscathed. His body was encased in a massive humanoid energy body adorned with blue armor. It was under the protection of this energy body that he blocked QinShi's Wind of Injury. This technique is the strongest ocular technique in the Uchiha Ninja Legacy, Susanoo. Chapter 281, The Final Battle, Part 2, but you are not the only one who can use this technique. QinShi snorted coldly, his chakra surging, transforming into a blue energy giant clad in armor. Both of them, as top-tier Uchiha legacies, adeptly activated their Manjiki Susanoo. However, unlike Wushang, Lin Shi's Susanoo wielded not an energy weapon like the Tenseiken, but instead held a large bow in its left hand and drew an arrow with its right. Go! The giant arrow formed from chakra flew swiftly. Unlike ordinary chakra arrows, this arrow was entirely black. It resembled a chakra arrow similar to the tailed beast ball. QinShi's six paths inheritance from Obito was derived from the power of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, barely grasping the six paths power. In the face of a chakra arrow imbued with a destructive aura, Wushang formed seals with the spirit body of Susanoo. Haisuyu, Shunwei, 5 heavy gates, huge stone gates as tall as mountains, adorned with demon faces, rose from thin air, one after another, forming a total of 5 stone gates. The gates stood in front of the arrow's path, creating an indestructible barrier. However, when the chakra arrow touched the stone gate, it passed through as if it had encountered a ghost without a physical form. Huh? Wushang raised an eyebrow. This is an arrow enhanced with Kamui. Kamui allows one to become intangible and penetrate space. I didn't expect QinShi to apply this technique to his own attack. But space-time ninjutsu is not something only you can use. Behind Wushang, the massive female, Demon Kaguya, opened her 2 eyes with white veins. A black portal suddenly opened, teleporting half of Wushang's body to another space. The chakra arrow shot straight through, ultimately landing far away in the ocean. Boom! A massive wave surged into the sky. If it's a comparison of 6 paths power, you're not my opponent, Wushang said seriously. After all, QinShi's 6 paths power came from Obito's inheritance, which was a state barely touching the 6 paths power relying on the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Compared to Kaguya's true 6 paths power, there remained a significant gap in realm. I know, QinShi raised his fist. As he moved, the Susanoo spirit surrounding him also raised its gigantic fist. But my power comes not only from myself. Additionally, countless predecessors with unwavering beliefs fought alongside you. Saying this, QinShi threw a punch. He swung at the air, but in an instant, the sound of shattering echoed all around. Wushang's expression changed, and he rapidly left the just-opened door to the alternate space. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as his foot left, the portal to the alternate space shattered like a broken mirror, splintering into countless fragments. This is a power that can shatter space. The Tremor Fruit. I didn't expect you to have obtained all of Old White's abilities, no? You're even stronger than him. Wushang praised. It seems I can no longer hide in the alternate space. You talk too much, QinShi coldly replied. His fist transformed into a hand blade. The ultimate technique of the Tremor Fruit, void slash. A massive amount of spiritual energy erupted from his body. A black aura wrapped around his hand like a ribbon. This is the conqueror's haki of a king's qualification. In an instant, countless threads appeared in the space. It was as if a giant jelly was precisely cut by a chef. This is a strike capable of slicing through space. It is the strongest move developed by QinShi after Principal Bai's death, having comprehended the Tremor Fruit's ability. By wrapping a massive amount of Conqueror's haki, he utilized the haki to deeply stimulate the fruit's ability, developing the Tremor Fruit's capability to the extent of slicing everything in a short time. The space shattered in an instant. This time, even God, I will show you. The enormous beast Kagaya was sliced apart, transforming into fragments amid its painful wails. Centered around the Valley of the End, the entire secret realm began to collapse and shatter under QinShi's slash. All the mountains and rocks turned to dust. Whoosh! With one strike, the immensely powerful QinShi felt exhaustion for the first time. Is it over? He looked up. The phantom of the beast had disappeared. The dust settled. Wu Sheng's entire body was bleeding. But he was not dead. Instead, he still floated in the air. This is... QinShi's pupils suddenly widened. In front of him, Wu Sheng, aside from the kaleidoscope Sharingan on his face, had actually opened a third eye on his forehead. First, it had white veins, displaying characteristics of the Byakugan. Then the veins disappeared, and the pupil of the third eye resembled a deep planet. This is the reincarnation eye? QinShi exclaimed in disbelief. Hee, I didn't expect you to know it. You truly possess qualities that people of this world do not have. Wu Sheng's wounds healed rapidly. QinShi, you did beautifully. From the very beginning, I had no doubt that you could defeat my 8-star beast Kagaya. Therefore, I've already implanted Kagaya's power within myself, including her Byakugan. Hee, that woman doesn't understand the true power of this white eye at all. The moment I first sensed it, I realized that the true might of this eye far exceeds that of the Rinnegan. So QinShi, this eye is specially prepared for you. Watch closely. This is the ultimate power of the Byakugan. As he spoke, his entire body was enveloped in green chakra. A large number of black chakra orbs appeared around him. Each one possessed the power of yin-yang release, capable of both destroying and creating all things. A massive green chakra sphere extended from his hands, forming a gigantic shield. Its purpose was simple, to devour. This green chakra could consume all powers, including the strike that could just now slice through space. Now it's my turn to attack. Wu Sheng smiled, and the black chakra orbs around him were suddenly wrapped in a layer of green chakra. Then the orbs began to spin rapidly, resembling sharp shuriken. Go! Countless orbs, like shuriken, rushed toward QinShi, and a few that struck the mountains swallowed them like black holes. QinShi gritted his teeth, his kaleidoscope eye activating. He planned to use the phasing ability of Shinra Tensei to evade the orb shuriken. But to his surprise, just as he activated the Shinra Tensei ability, countless orb shurikens flew out from the alternate space where he was hiding. The reincarnation eye also has the power to manipulate space. QinShi immediately understood, swinging the Sanjetsu knife in his hand. Underworld Moonbreaker. A gigantic crescent-shaped space was cleaved open, and the otherworldly force from the underworld absorbed all the countless orb shurikens. However, just as he managed to fend off the orb attack, Wu Sheng suddenly appeared in front of him like a flash. Then, from the palm of his right hand, he released countless chakra orbs, which spun rapidly to form a silver tornado. Reincarnation Eye, Silver Wheel Rebirth Blast. A powerful chakra tornado struck QinShi, violently blowing him into the endless mountains. Ugh! Caught off guard, QinShi felt a heat in his chest, blood about to spurt out. But before he could take a moment's rest, a powerful gravitational pull dragged him back. Controlling gravity and repulsion is also a capability of the Reincarnation Eye. In this respect, it far surpasses the time-limited Shinra Tensei of the Rinnegan. Wu Sheng slowly walked in front of QinShi. Chapter 282 Final Battle 3. By reasonably combining gravity and repulsion, one can generate a force that can bind the entire moon. QinShi, what do you think? Wu Sheng asked with a smile. QinShi struggled to look at him. It was as if countless invisible chains were firmly binding him in the air. God, Shinra. QinShi struggled, the kaleidoscope in his eyes about to turn. But he saw Wu Sheng's eyes, where the kaleidoscope was also turning. My kaleidoscope ability is called Kodoamatsukami. QinShi, you haven't forgotten, have you? Wu Sheng reminded him with a smile. You possess the powerful ocular jutsu of both the kaleidoscope Sharingan and the reincarnation eye, and carry the power of countless inheritors. Trying to use Kodoamatsukami to control you is nothing but a pipe dream. However, with Kotoemitsukami, it is still possible to bind you for a short time. As he spoke, QinShi felt his mental energy dissipate for a second. Even before he could use Shinra, he was forcibly ejected from the state of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. So strong. For the first time, QinShi felt true power. Even though he possessed the power inheritance of countless predecessors, he was still suppressed by the first principle in front of him. What a talent. You are a true genius, Principal Wu. QinShi sighed. By borrowing the power of Kaguya the Beast, he awakened the ultimate form of the Byakugan. Wu Shang's talent was truly godly, but he was not afraid. He still had a trump card, a fusion ultimate skill born from the combination of Six Paths power, Shinra power, and the Tremor Fruit ability. That was the strongest ultimate move capable of swallowing even space. QinShi named it Black Hole. However, once used, the cost was too great. He could not guarantee he would have enough strength left to deal with the remaining beasts of the continent. Therefore, he wanted to have one last conversation. Fusion Ultimate. Dustless Land. QinShi's body emitted a mysterious aura, isolating the gravitational and repulsion chains that bound him. This was one of the ultimate techniques he developed by using the space power of the Tremor Fruit, merging it with the inherited power of a professor from the Third Principle's era, the ineffective magic of Kamijitoma from the Toru Majitsu no Index, spreading the ability of ineffective skills throughout the space around him, forming an absolute magic-free zone. Therefore, in such a domain, even the illusionary power of Kotoemitsukami could not affect him. Relying on such skills, QinShi broke free from the repulsion chains set by Wu Shang's rebirth eye. You have untied my bindings, proving that you are qualified to converse with me. Wu Shang did not attack again. Continuing to fight, I do not believe I would lose. But it would affect my next plan. QinShi spoke calmly. So, I want to have one last conversation with you. A brief silence followed. Wu Shang's rebirth eye state had not been, but he did not make any further movements. Go ahead. QinShi looked at the world that had turned to ruins due to their battle. Your entire scheme, even if you painstakingly subdued the 8-star demon beast, Kaguya, to become its Jinchuriki, even if you used infinite Tsukuyami to provoke countless demon beasts to attack the 9 provinces, the real reason is only one. QinShi extended a finger, pointing at Wu Shang not far away. You are afraid. When you wandered in the demon realm, you witnessed countless powerful existences, including the Mara King, the top demon beast in the food world of Food Wars, that surpassed the strength of the 8-star demon beast Kaguya, and even more powerful beings like the apocalyptic beast from Digimon. Not to mention the 10-star demon beast Budala, a monster fusion from the Ultraman world that is constantly moving towards the 9 provinces. So you are terrified. Even though you now consider yourself a god, you still fear whether you can continue to live. Even if this time you use infinite Tsukuyami to turn the 9 provinces into a world similar to the demon realm, transforming the remaining humans into Jinchuriki with the aura of demon beasts. Even if you do everything to erase the human kingdom from the world, can you guarantee that Byrudala will change its trajectory of movement? You must understand, even if you become a Jinchuriki, you cannot change the fact that you are human. In this demon realm, there are powerful existences that are either interested in humans from the depths of their souls or disgusted by them. After Byrudala, what then? If the apocalyptic beast comes here and shrouds the 9 provinces in endless darkness, if the primordial giant comes here, summoning tens of thousands of super large giants to flatten every inch of land, what do you do then? Continue to use these means to beg the demon beasts to spare you? Do you want to stay like this, kneeling forever? QinShi stared coldly into Wu Shang's eyes and asked. Silence. A long silence. After a while, Wu Shang finally raised his head and said impatiently, Then tell me, what should I do? The entire 9 provinces is a huge secret realm, a realm that can shield all powerful demon beast perceptions. It is the world within the map of mountains and rivers. The 9 demon-suppressing barriers I built back then were merely using the power of the secret realm to set up 9 focal points, causing any demon beast that accidentally entered the 9 provinces' secret realm to appear at these 9 checkpoints. But no matter how strong the secret realm is, it can also break down. Principal Qin, do you know that the secret realm maintaining human concealment is nearing its time of disappearance? I have given humans opportunities, yes. Every red moon beast tide is my creation, using the moon reading illusion to control those demon beasts to invade the 9 provinces. However, even a beast tide of this scale, even just one 7-star demon beast that would be insignificant in the demon realm, can bring disaster-like damage to the 9 provinces. After several attempts, I finally understood one principle. Wu Shang sighed. The entire human population of the 9 provinces are too weak. Weak existences should be eliminated by powerful existences. This is a scene I have witnessed countless times in the demon realm. Why should humans be special? Since their disappearance is inevitable, then the human kingdom should be my chess piece, using your sacrifices to gain a chance for me to survive. What is wrong with that? Wu Sheng asked in a deep voice. If you only want to advise me to be kind, Principal Qin, we can continue to fight to the death. The green light, Dao Jade in his hand, transformed into a gigantic yellow chakra sword. This is the most powerful attack ninjutsu of the Rebirth Eye. The Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. I have no desire to persuade you about your humanity. QinShi still did not take a fighting stance. But I tell you, I have a way to solve all of this. To resolve all threats of demon beasts to humanity. As he spoke, he took out a glass ball from his storage space. The glass ball was entirely yellow, with a red pentagram in the middle. This was the one-star inheritance stone he obtained when he first defeated a one-star demon beast, Killian, on the cruise ship. Yes, the inheritance stone is an item that all inheritors have gained during battles with demon beasts. By shattering the inheritance stone, one can obtain treasures from the plane where the demon beasts exist. This is the only understanding inheritors have of the inheritance stone. But the moment QinShi saw the inheritance stone, he immediately realized. This so-called inheritance stone is the most powerful treasure. Its true identity is the Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball world, which can grant any wish. The inheritance stone in my hand is 1 star. Chapter 283. The Final Battle, Part 4. Contrary to QinShi's expectations, Wu Sheng, upon hearing his plan, not only showed no surprise but appeared overly calm. There was no curiosity, no questioning. He showed a slight smile. It seemed that something made him genuinely happy. You want to tell me that you have a way to use these star-bearing inheritance stones to solve the predicament facing the 9 provinces? Yes, QinShi said firmly. This is a method known only to him, derived from the wonderful setting of the Dragon Ball world. As long as you gather the 1-star to 7-star inheritance stones and place them together, you can summon a god that can fulfill any wish. Before he could finish his words, his pupils widened in shock as if he had seen a ghost. How? How could this be? 7 round inheritance stones of the same size, but with different numbers of stars, suddenly floated around Wu Sheng. The number was neither more nor less. Exactly 1 star to 7 stars. However, when the 7 inheritance stones, which looked extremely similar to Dragon Balls, gathered together, nothing happened. Principal Qin, you may know some things I cannot comprehend, but when it comes to understanding this world, you still have some shortcomings. Wu Sheng's voice was low. Long ago, I suspected the special nature of these inheritance stones. After all, I have slain 8-star demon beasts, yet unlike other star-level demon beasts, they did not drop inheritance stones with 8 stars. At that time, I suspected whether these inheritance stones from 1 star to 7 stars had some special power. I dissected countless inheritance stones and eventually discovered that each of them seemed to possess the power of a certain world. I thought that power might be the mysterious existence you just mentioned, capable of fulfilling any wish. However, that power has already perished. It should be said that it is precisely because of the demise of that power that Blue Star has become this way. Wu Sheng looked at the 7 differently star-shaped Dragon Balls, inheritance stones, floating beside him. You must have also noticed that after mastering the Sage Mode, the perception of natural power reaches a terrifying level. I followed the unique energy from the inheritance stones and eventually saw something that shocked me deeply in the depths of the demon realm. As he spoke, he smiled at QinShi. Principal Qin, can you guess what it is? Shocked by the sight of the 7 inheritance stones with 1 star to 7 stars. QinShi's mind was already in a state of chaos. He believed that the 7 Dragon Balls, which he considered the final means, were right in front of him, but his enemy, fighting for his life, blatantly proved them to be ineffective. It felt like a collapse of faith. At this moment, QinShi felt his heart, which had been beating continuously, seemed to have developed a slight crack. If even the Dragon Balls were useless, if he couldn't rely on Shenlong to make a wish to save this lifeless world, then what else could he do? So many lives had been sacrificed. Countless ancestors of the human race had fought bravely. Was it all in vain? Under the siege of those monstrous beasts, he would die. Everyone would die. The will of the dead, if the living could not bear it, could not pass it on, then both the living and the dead would be meaningless. Completely meaningless. Crack. QinShi's world shattered. At this moment, his heart felt like dead ashes. Facing Wu Sheng's question, QinShi just stood there dazed, with no reaction. Heh. Wu Sheng was unconcerned. In the depths of the demon realm, I discovered a dragon's corpse. It was a long dragon with green scales and yellow flesh. But when I found it, it had already been reduced to a skeleton. Judging by the degree of weathering of the remains, It likely died several hundred years ago, coinciding with the first outbreak of the red mist. Even though it was dead, the skeleton still exuded an immense pressure. This divine dragon might have crossed time and space after sustaining serious injuries, arriving at Blue Star, and then completely dying in the demon realm. However, although it was dead, it seemed to possess the power to turn the false into the true and fulfill wishes. Countless red mists emanated from its corpse, spreading outward and ultimately enveloping the entire Blue Star. It was its power that created the red mist, breaking the barriers of dimensions. It is the origin of all the inherited power on Blue Star over the past few centuries and the arrival of all dimensional monsters. This is the history of the inheritance power of Blue Star. Director Qin, do you know? Because this divine dragon died on Blue Star, the entire planet must be buried with it. Wu Sheng said lightly, as if he were talking about something unrelated to himself. The divine dragon is dead, so naturally, your wish to summon it with these 7 Dragon Balls cannot be realized. The 7 Dragon Balls, inheritance stones, floating beside Wu Sheng shattered one by one until only one remained. This one Dragon Ball, inheritance stone, had 4 stars, shining with a brilliance more dazzling than the other inheritance stones. Although these inheritance stones were now just ordinary treasure chests that could bring otherworldly treasures, one inheritance stone was rather special. This inheritance stone contained a somewhat different power. Wu Sheng looked at the lifeless QinShi in the distance. It seems you have lost interest, so let me simplify things a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from his spot and almost instantaneously appeared in front of QinShi. In his hand, he had been gathering one of the strongest techniques of the rebirth, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast. QinShi was still in a daze. The sudden change created a gap in his mental state, and he didn't realize the opponent would suddenly launch an attack. Instinctively, he raised the slashing blade in his hand. That was the slashing blade QinShi had unleashed when facing Wu Sheng's massive 6-path fireball technique at the beginning of this battle. The slashing blade in his hand looked like a charred piece of deadwood, showing no unusual power. But it was indeed the strongest form of the flowing blade like fire slashing blade, the remnant fire great blade. It concentrated all the heat of the flowing blade like fire at the blade tip, not burning nor releasing explosive flames, but simply erasing anything it touched without a trace. QinShi instinctively raised his sword, knowing the opponent had spatial abilities and he couldn't hit him, only hoping to force him back a step. Then he froze. For some reason, the remnant fire great blade in his hand pierced into Wu Sheng's body, and the Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast in Wu Sheng's hand shot straight toward QinShi's forehead. Dead. A sense of despair arose in QinShi's heart, along with a hint of relief. If struggling with all his might could not save him, then what was there to accept about death? It was merely a helpless, damnable fate that could not be redeemed or changed. QinShi slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. However, just as the attack was about to pierce QinShi's brow, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast in Wu Sheng's hand, a terrifying sword of light condensed from Rebirth Chakra, suddenly vanished. Wu Sheng coughed, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he wore a sly expression, like a child whose scheme had succeeded. He laughed, seeming to feel completely relaxed. He slowly extended his finger toward QinShi's forehead and gently poked it. Hey, forgive me, Qin. Sure. Chapter 284 Wu Sheng, Part 1. Wu Sheng smiled, blood spilling from his mouth. Then his body slowly sank, kneeling at QinShi's feet, and finally fell to the ground with a thud. The sudden turn of events left QinShi standing there in a daze. Why? He looked at Wu Sheng lying in a pool of blood, bewildered and confused. Why? Why didn't he use spatial abilities to dodge? Why did he let himself go? Why did he die right in front of him? QinShi suddenly felt a piercing pain in his head. He dropped the dual swords in his hands and painfully clutched his head. In a daze, he felt himself in an endless void. Countless black and white bubbles floating in the emptiness. The rebirth, I had the ability to send consciousness into others' minds. QinShi looked at the bubbles around him. This is Wu Sheng's world of consciousness. Bang! A black and white bubble burst. An image projected in the void unfolded, like a black and white movie playing. Sign this, and you two will dissolve your marriage. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a uniformed staff member handed over 2 agreements. A man and a woman eagerly grabbed the agreements and unhesitatingly wrote their names. What about your child? Have you decided who he will go with? The staff member pointed at a boy standing at the door, motionless. The staff member checked the boy's ID. His name was Wu Sheng, and he was 7 years old. He can go with whoever he wants. I don't care. He might not even be my kid. The burly man said indifferently. "Whoa, old ghost, you bastard, that's your son," shouted a brightly dressed woman nearby. "You irresponsible domestic abuser. No wonder you'll be single for life." "Ma'am, is the child going with you?" the staff member cautiously asked, knowing that these two were fiery and difficult to deal with. Poor child, standing there quietly at the door, watching his parents divorce without crying or making a fuss. I don't want him either. If I take him, how can I go out and find a rich guy?" the flamboyantly dressed young woman said nonchalantly. "Once I sign this, I'll be free." The staff member sighed helplessly. She looked at the little boy standing at the door. Wu Sheng remained motionless, quietly listening to his parents. A tear welled in the corner of his eye. He blinked and swallowed it back. Bang! Another bubble burst. A new scene appeared. Wu Sheng was 10 years old. He raised the test paper in his hand. His small arms were covered in bruises. "You little brat. Dare to disturb me while I'm drinking." A fat man reeking of alcohol raised a bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls, then slapped Wu Sheng's right cheek, sending him flying. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Wu Sheng calmly got up. He picked up the paper from the ground and lifted it up just like before. "What is this?" The drunken man exhaled the smell of alcohol from his nostrils and snatched the paper that Wu Sheng was holding. The man raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on his face. "This is a competition paper. You got a perfect score. Not bad." His lips curled into a grin. "With this, I can ask that nasty woman for more money this time." He raised the bottle in his hand and smashed it down by Wu Sheng's feet with a loud bang. "Kid, if you don't get your money back, you're doomed." The shards of the bottle grazed his ankle, and blood dripped down. Wu Sheng lowered his head, revealing a hint of malice in his eyes where the man couldn't see. The foam disappeared. Another black and white foam floated over and then exploded. At the police station, Wu Sheng finished giving a statement and walked out coldly. Behind him, 2 police officers were whispering. "I said long ago that it was a dangerous bridge with no railing. It was bound to have an accident sooner or later. That man was just unlucky. He fell into the river after getting drunk on the bridge. Poor son, losing his father at such a young age." "Shoo, lower your voice. What if that child hears you? He's only 11. Wu Sheng's expression was emotionless, but his fingers trembled slightly. The night before, he had quietly gone to the dilapidated bridge and nudged a loose brick up by 1 centimeter. Behind the 2 police officers, a station monster hunter named Marco was smoking a cigarette. Next to him was the entire file on a boy named Wu Sheng. This was a child from a broken family, just like he was when he was young. Just a glance at the bruises on the child's face would make one understand the inhumane treatment he had endured. He stared at the damaged photo of the stone bridge on the table, especially fixating on the slight protrusion on the bridge surface. That was a lifted stone brick. The brick had fresh mud on it, showing signs of having been moved. After hesitating for a moment, he put down the photo of the bridge. The thin rope always breaks at the weakest point. He didn't want this child to break. Bang! Another foam burst, and a new scene began to play. Wu Sheng was 15 years old. "I'm back." He pushed the door open and entered. The 30-year-old old house creaked as the door opened. "I'm back, sit down. Uncle's food will be ready soon." The smell of cooking wafted in as a tall man with a cigarette in his mouth peeked out from the kitchen. He was a local second-star monster hunter named Marco, who had volunteered to become Wu Sheng's guardian after an accidental encounter with Wu Sheng's father's drowning case 4 years ago. Wu Sheng nodded slightly, dropped his backpack, and took out his study materials. With the high school entrance exam approaching, all his classmates were working hard. Although Wu Sheng didn't know why he could achieve results far beyond others just by studying, he still pretended to work hard, acting like everyone else. Even his grades were kept in the middle of the class. Glancing at the table, he saw a leather bag containing his medical examination records. Last week, Marco had taken him for a checkup. The psychiatrist had smiled and told him to go play for a while before closing the door. "Marco, we've been old friends for a while," the psychiatrist said anxiously. "The child you adopted has his emotions highly closed off due to childhood trauma. He is a patient of alexithymia and has a significant tendency for self-harm. To put it bluntly, he is like the snake in the farmer and the snake story. If you raise him, one day he will surely harm you." The psychiatrist sighed. Marco smiled slightly, just as he was about to take out a cigarette. He remembered it was a hospital and awkwardly withdrew his hand. "I understand, but I'm a monster hunter, the heir of Commander Marco of the Wilderness Hunters. As long as he doesn't do evil anymore, I will never give up on him." Outside the door, the two were talking, unaware that Wu Sheng was standing outside. Simply through the glass of the door, he could guess their conversation from the movement of their lips. Bang, a new foam exploded. Wu Sheng got into the best high school in town. The old monster hunter Marco was overjoyed, cooking personally, setting up 2 tables at home, and getting drunk with friends. After the feast, once Wu Sheng sent everyone away, he lifted Marco back to bed with great effort still feeling no emotional fluctuation. He imitated the adults, taking sips of alcohol. There was no spiciness at all. After losing his emotions, his sense of taste slowly faded away. Living seemed to have lost its meaning. But he understood that even though he couldn't feel warmth, he still knew from actions who treated him well. He wanted to continue living. Although he couldn't taste the alcohol, he still fell asleep hazily under its influence. In the deep night, a red mist enveloped the entire city. Wusheng suddenly opened his eyes. A drop of red blood fell at the corner of his eye. "Wake up!" A large shadow sat beside him, breathing heavily and coughing from time to time. "Damn kid, who taught you to drink?" Wusheng rubbed his eyes, looked around, and widened his eyes in shock. Surrounding him were the corpses of 7 or 8 monsters. They had snake heads, dog bodies, limbs resembling human hands, and several tendrils like hair by their ears. Cough. "We are unlucky. The area within 10 miles has turned into a doomsday-like secret realm. The corpses of those monsters are cough cough. A kind of beast called devouring beast in the secret realm. Marco, the old monster hunter beside the bed, explained with difficulty, patting Wusheng's head. But Wusheng felt liquid dripping down Marco's hand. He immediately got up and turned on the light. His pupils constricted sharply. Marco's body was covered in wounds of various sizes. The most terrifying was a fist-sized hole in his stomach. You're injured, and it's serious. I'll bandage you," Wusheng said, trying to get off the bed to grab the medicine box. Marco grabbed him. "It's useless, don't bother. I've fought for half my life, and I already know whether my injury can be treated. I'm really going to die here today." He coughed violently. Some organ fragments were coughed out. Wusheng fell silent. Why not escape? Why, with your second-star monster hunter strength, if you wanted to escape, you could definitely get away. Why? Why are you willing to die here for someone as dispensable as me? Marco chuckled, trembling as he pulled out a cigarette and tried to light it twice without success. Wusheng took the lighter and lit the cigarette for him. "Damn, kid. What nonsense are you talking about? I am your guardian. As long as I'm alive, you can't die. Besides, I'm a monster hunter. If I don't kill these monsters, how can I escape?" He exhaled a puff of smoke and patted Wusheng on the shoulder. "I used to think that dying would be an end to everything, but now that it's really about to happen, I feel a bit reluctant. Reluctant to you, and reluctant to this land of 9 provinces. Wusheng, promise me to live well." He gazed out the window. Even the moon looked a bit red under the red fog. "I'm not done being a monster hunter yet. What a wonderful night. Live on and guard. If for me..." The smoke fell from his lips. Marco's head drooped weakly. Wusheng extended his hand to support Marco's body. "Ow!" The roar of a monster echoed. The allure of the bloody scent attracted more of the extreme beasts. One extreme beast opened its large mouth and pounced towards Wusheng inside the house. Bang! A flash of fire erupted as a bullet accurately struck the extreme beast's head. Bang, bang, bang. Firelight continued to flare up. Wusheng picked up the treasure infinite desert eagle from Marco's hands and, with lightning-fast movements, shot at the approaching demon beasts. In his eyes, the black hook jade spun rapidly. First 1 hook jade, then 2, then 3, and then it transformed into the shape of a 4-cornered pinwheel. He awakened the Uchiha sure sway inheritance between life and death, and under the stimulation of Marco's death, he activated the ultimate form of the Sharingan, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Within a few breaths, all the extreme beasts that tried to run into the room were killed by him. The remaining demon beasts sensed the powerful aura of the person inside the house and quickly turned around, scattering away. Inside the house, Wusheng gently laid down Marco's body. He was trembling. After killing his father and losing his emotions, this was the first time he trembled again. After a moment, his body calmed down, still as a pool of water. But the water was alive. He was no longer the stagnant pool he once was. Wusheng raised his head, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. "To protect, if this is your wish, I accept it." Chapter 285, Wusheng, Part 2. In the subsequent bubble projection, Wusheng became a demon hunter, roaming the 9 provinces, and established the Demon Hunter Academy, becoming its first principal, training countless human warriors to protect the 9 provinces. He discovered the secret of the mythical treasure map of the nation and society in the ancient ruins of the 9 provinces. Using the mysterious power of the secret realm, which had destroyed the town where he and Marco lived, he blessed the entire 9 provinces on an enormous scale. He united the fighting strength of the Demon Hunter Academy, fought on the front lines, and at the cost of 36 injuries, withstood the first large-scale beast tide, capturing the 7-star demon beast Ninetails. He pursued the demon beast to the outskirts of the demon realm, where he saw the critically injured 8-star humanoid demon beast Kaguya. The first beast tied in human history turned out to be part of a hunt for Kagaya, a monster that accidentally stepped into the 9 provinces on a full moon night. Although he drove away the demon beasts, the location of the 9 provinces was leaked by some fleeing demon beasts. He placed the unconscious Kagaya in the nearby secret realm of Rain Shadow Village, taking care of her tenderly. Kagaya's injuries gradually healed, and through their long period of interaction, she grew fond of the human before her and accepted his request to guard humanity at the outskirts of the demon realm. He returned to the 9 provinces and developed a super-large defensive formation, uniting the students of the 9 provinces to set up 9 demon-suppressing strongholds based on 9 secret realms to resist the demon beasts. However, during this process, he analyzed that the map of the nation and society's secret realm would only last for hundreds of years and that the seal would gradually weaken on full moon nights. He needed to find a solution to prevent the destruction of the 9 provinces within his lifetime. He ventured alone deep into the demon realm and discovered 8-star and even more powerful demon beasts. He experienced a moment of despair, but then dispelled that emotion, immersing himself in finding a way to save the 9 provinces. In the demon realm, he found the secret realm, Orochimaru's laboratory, and Urahara Kisuk's shop. Relying on the remaining papers, he mastered all the research results of Orochimaru and Urahara Kisuk. Using the zombies technique from Urahara Kisuk's secret realm, he created his own clone body, and with the impure world reincarnation ninjutsu from Orochimaru's secret realm, he endured inhuman pain to forcefully extend his life. He was not attached to this world and did not care whether he lived or died. But Uncle Marco was attached. The 9 provinces were far from safe. He knew he could not die yet. He saw that after his departure, due to the massive awakening of extraordinary powers, humans were fighting among themselves. This was not the world Marco hoped for. In the old house he shared with Marco, he sat for a night and ultimately made a decision. With a century as the deadline, using Kagaya's power, he would activate a large-scale beast tide through infinite Tsukuyomi. He became the sword of Damocles, forcing hundreds of millions of humans in the 9 provinces to unite and evolve. Deep in the demon realm, he saw the enormous footprints of the Demon King, the lingering pressure making him feel alarmed. He also saw that as the 9 provinces' secret realms weakened, more and more terrifying monsters with a keen interest in humans were on their way. He returned to Rain Shadow Village, where Kagaya, who had been healed by his treatment and guarded the 9 provinces for nearly 200 years, obeyed Wu Sheng's arrangements and merged with him according to the information obtained from Orochimaru's laboratory. He became a Jinchuriki. He founded the Zhu organization, attempting to find a way for humans and demon beasts to coexist, but soon realized that this was an impossible task. Even if all humans could become vessels for demon beasts, they could not escape the fate of extinction. He collected legacy stones with peculiar stars and followed their guidance to the center of the demon realm, where he saw the corpse of a divine dragon. After 6 months of research, he understood the origins of the red mist, demon beasts, and the power of inheritance. He used thousands of shadow clones to work ordinary jobs across the 9 provinces, observing the changes in the 9 provinces with a gambler's mentality, yearning to discover a breakthrough to escape the inevitable fate of death. In the lower city of Coastal City, he transformed into the owner of a ramen shop. One day, he saw the demon hunter Lin Long bringing a young man. At the moment he handed over the ramen, his face slightly changed. Then, he turned and walked away, a slight smile on his lips. He finally found what he was looking for. A month ago, late at night, coughing sounds occasionally echoed. Rainwater washed the high tower. This was the secret realm Rain Shadow Village in the demon realm. At the very top of the tower, Wu Sheng slumped on the cold floor of the laboratory, surrounded by emptiness. Yet, he wore a long-lost smile. In his hand was a spherical legacy stone. Unlike other legacy stones, this one shimmered with a dazzling golden light. Illusions of life and death, like a dream or a bubble. In a brief moment during the Qin era, the revolving lantern seemed to have completed Wu Sheng's life. All the black and white bubbles disappeared, leaving only the last one. The black and white bubble floated before him. QinShi extended his finger and popped the bubble. The scene slowly unfolded. On the morning of the journey to the Valley of the End, Wu Sheng deliberately wore an old suit and tidied his hair. A rare flush of color appeared on his pale face. He felt a bit awkward as he walked into a room where a wooden chair was placed in the center. Wu Sheng sat on it, gazing ahead, pausing for a moment. "Hello, how should I address you, QinShi? Or perhaps, a friend from another world?" QinShi was startled, as if watching a movie. Wu Sheng was speaking. To himself, he actually knew of his existence. "You need not be surprised. When I saw you at the ramen shop, I sensed that you, like the corpse of that divine dragon, had a unique aura that did not belong to this world. Wu Shang clasped his hands together and smiled slightly. QinShi, when you see this memory, it means I have already died. You should have finished watching all my memories. I have told you everything I know. He coughed twice, covering his mouth with his hand as a stream of blood flowed out. After the arrival of the red mist, humanity in this world was abandoned by nature. He felt a sense of sorrow. The red mist enveloped the heavens and earth, and the demon monsters invaded. Humanity's strength was far behind them, and extinction was only a matter of time. I was originally in despair. I made countless efforts, but still could not stop the decay of the 9 provinces' secret realms, nor could I prevent the inevitable fate of human extinction. After using the technique of no corpse rebirth multiple times, even the Grim Reaper couldn't bear to watch, and soon I would die. I feel that I can no longer protect the world that Uncle Marco longs to safeguard. However, now I have discovered hope. Saying this, Wu Sheng suddenly sat up straight. He looked straight ahead in the empty room where there was nothing but void. But QinShi knew he was looking at himself. A glimmer of light shone in Wu Sheng's eyes as he slowly spoke. This hope is you. Chapter 286. Final chapter. The savior with golden hair, you are very special. Ever since I first sensed that you do not belong to this world in Linghai City, I have been paying attention to you. Wu Sheng smiled slightly. Including myself, all people from Blue Star can only obtain one kind of inheritance. But it seems that you have no such taboo. Although I do not know why, all the powers of different inheritances can exist within you. I have tried to collect the inheritance stones with 7 stars. They might summon the divine dragon at some point, but now, the divine dragon is dead. However, among these 7 inheritance stones, I discovered one that contains the inheritance from another world. This power of inheritance seems to come from the same world as the dragon's corpse. Although it is currently weak like a spark, it has the potential to ignite a prairie fire. Beside Wu Sheng, a 4-star inheritance stone appeared. Unfortunately, I have tried all techniques, but still cannot allow myself to carry a new inheritance. Every human on Blue Star can only bear one power of inheritance. Until I met you. He raised his head and picked up a photo on the table. The photo showed some old houses. Some were the ruins of the Demon Hunting Academy, and some were sunsets by the sea. Humanity is a lovely but somewhat helpless group, constantly fighting and entangled. He gently stroked the photo, his tone soft. Now, I have become the greatest villain in this world. They're all working hard to deal with the crisis I created. QinShi, you defeated me and saved the entire 9 provinces. All human forces, whether they want to or not, will take you as their leader. They will truly put down their struggles and, under your guidance, unite, develop, and evolve. Heroes will eventually fade, and the continuation of the 9 provinces requires the efforts of all humanity. The rest is up to you. The disciple of Principal Bai, my inheritor, QinShi. The image vanished. All the bubbles returned to nothingness. The illusion before QinShi disappeared, and his gaze returned to the Valley of End. A golden light burst forth from his body. This was the power of inheritance transmitted into his body by Wu Sheng using the ability of the Rebirth Eye. The power of the strongest person in the Dragon Ball world contained within the 4-star Dragon Ball. Ding! You have obtained the power of inheritance from the Dragon Ball dimension, Kakarot. During this period, the number of enemies you have fought, the number of demon beasts, and the points earned are being calculated. Ding! Calculation complete. Your available points are 1,000,000. The long-lost system notification sounded. Just as the system chimed, endless darkness enveloped the Valley of End. A gigantic mechanical hand reached out, tearing apart the barrier of the secret realm. QinShi looked up. It was a dodecahedron with a blood-sucking beast shape at its peak. That was a 9-star demon beast, capable of generating infinite expanding darkness, reducing everything to nothingness, the apocalyptic beast. There are humans, still very powerful humans. What a delicious scent. If I eat you, my strength will surely rise to a higher level, and perhaps I won't be afraid of that horse anymore. The apocalyptic beast grinned as it extended its mechanical hand. QinShi looked at the approaching mechanical hand without fear. He used all his points to raise his inheritance level. Points consumption in progress. Your inheritance level rises to 2, 3, 4. His aura rapidly ascended. Your inheritance level has broken 100. With the system's prompt, QinShi felt an indescribable power fill his body. He clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Boom! A tremendous momentum enveloped the entire secret realm. QinShi's body slowly floated up, and his golden hair swayed gently. This was the realm that only the strongest in Dragon Ball could achieve. Super Saiyan. You. feeling the terrifying aura of the human in front of him. The apocalyptic beast was taken aback. Who exactly are you? Its words were left unfinished as the figure of the human before vanished. Then, it looked down at the dodecahedron beneath it. A huge hole suddenly appeared. It shouldn't provoke humans. The apocalyptic beast finished speaking, and its entire body exploded, immediately dissipating the darkness that enveloped the secret realm. A golden aura radiated from QinShi's body. He slowly walked out of the secret realm of the Valley of End and out of the demon domain. His body gradually ascended, reaching the same height as the red moon. Who? QinShi no longer held back his momentum and shouted angrily, a massive wave of energy bursting forth. In the entire demon domain, all the demon beasts stopped their actions. They raised their heads to look at the golden human in the sky, trembling and kneeling on the ground, fear spreading throughout their bodies, not daring to move. In the extreme north of the demon domain, the secret realm hill of the Horse King, the demon beast Horse King Heracles, which was 30,000 meters long, also lowered its head. This was its posture of submission. In the very center of the demon domain, the 100-bodied monster, Beliodora, let out a long howl, its enormous body soaring into the sky, then flying out a blue star. It knew that this blue star had given birth to a new overlord. Even if it hesitated for a moment, the opponent would come and kill it. QinShi formed hand seals, and 9 clones rushed in 9 directions, flying at nearly teleportation speed. Boom! The 9 red moons in the sky were shattered with a punch. In the 9 great demon suppression passes, the hypnotized demon beasts gradually regained consciousness. The humans who had been struggling finally got a breath of relief. Chi Quan stood on the city wall, gasping heavily. Even the blood flowing from his wounds turned to ice. As the demon beasts' gazes shifted from confusion to clarity, they howled a few times. Although they did not launch an attack, they were reluctant to leave. Come on, come on. Even if I have to sacrifice my life today, I won't let you beasts step into my 9 provinces. Chi Quan shouted, blood turning into pillars of ice shooting into the sky, freezing the front row of demon beasts that were eager to move. The red ice pillars stood in front, yet more demon beasts remained unmoved, until a golden figure arrived. QinShi stood quietly on the city wall of the Great Wall, coldly watching the demon beasts on the wall. Get lost. The voice was like thunder. Almost in an instant, all the demon beasts felt the power of this small human before them, like a surge of electricity. It was a life level far above them. Ow! All the demon beasts frantically fled, trampling over one another. The Great Wall was cleared within a minute. It's him, it's Principal Qin. Chi Quan looked at the golden figure in the sky, finally unable to hold back, and burst into tears. We won, we won. On the Great Wall, countless guardians cheered and shouted excitedly. At the same time, QinShi used the clone technique. He appeared simultaneously at the Golden City Pass, the God Island Pass, and the Demon Lock Tower Pass. He merely hovered above the major demon suppression passes, and the beast hordes retreated like a frenzied tide at night. As demon beasts, they understood far better than humans the immense power of the man before them in his super scion state. That was an existence capable of dominating the entire demon domain. We survived? At the Demon Suppression Pass, the humans who had been fighting to the death were somewhat incredulous. Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, a tsunami-like cheer finally erupted. We won, we won. The cheers of humanity echoed through the dark night, shouting to the entire demon domain. Chapter 287 Epilogue. Our future for 20 years. Under the leadership of Alliance leader Qin, we launched the human race rescue movement. The remaining humans in the demon domain were brought to the 9 provinces, where they settled happily. The land area of the 9 provinces also doubled, and after the arrival of people from various nations, the 9 Provinces Alliance was established. 5 years ago, the Pei family dedicated themselves to the research and development of spacecraft, collaborating with the Demon Hunting Academy to repair the spacecraft in the Dragon Ball Secret Realm. Humanity flew out of the now expanded Blue Star for the first time, witnessing the scenery beyond the universe. Humanity successfully evolved from the Blue Star era to the Interstellar era. We discovered new groups on the moon, the Otsutsuki clan and the Gem Nation Moon people. We have already dispatched envoys, with Pei Liao, the head of the Pei family, and his wife, Ms. Nightingale, going to the moon to sign a friendly strategic agreement and discuss trade matters. I believe they will achieve good communication results. In the conference hall of the Demon Hunting Academy, cameras at various positions were working continuously. This is Chief Reporter Dong Xiaoman reporting for Demon Hunting Gear. In front of the camera, a woman wearing round glasses smiled as she explained. Next, we will interview the current president of the Demon Hunting Academy, Ms. Lin Long. Opposite reporter Dong Xiaoman sat a middle-aged woman in a white gown, with golden hair and skin as tender as a 20-year-old girl. Ms. Lin, as a fellow woman, I truly envy you. You have truly achieved the state of being forever 18. May I ask how you take care of your skin? Oh, it's nothing. I just need to carry my life treasure distant ideal land with me. Lin Long casually replied. That treasure can prevent aging. Wow, that really can't be learned. Dong Xiaoman smiled lightly. Now, in the 9 provinces, people from various nations have come to settle, and students at the Demon Hunting Academy come from all over the world. Even some foreign forces with ulterior motives have arranged for students to enter the academy. With such undercurrents, do you feel any pressure as the president of the Demon Hunting Academy? Lin Long took a sip of Long Jing tea. With the invasion of beast hides reduced, people are now willing to plant crops for enjoying life on a large scale. Pressure? Not all. My husband is QinShi. He is the strongest man on Blue Star, as strong as a non-human. What pressure could I have? That is true. Dong Xiaoman touched her forehead, feeling that today's interview was a bit challenging. However, she was a professional reporter. Flipping through the materials at hand, President Lin, your son participated in the inheritance ceremony this year as well. I heard he is a decent person. He must surely inherit your legacy in the future, right? Your child is named Lin Shi. Dong Xiaoman flipped through this year's awakening roster, somewhat puzzled. Lin Qin, Alliance Leaderkin. Is he the son-in-law? No way. He is the strongest man on Blue Star, even in the solar system. Dong Xiaoman found it hard to believe. Why can't the strongest man in the solar system be his son-in-law? Lin Long raised an eyebrow. The wedding house was paid for by my parents, and my mother helped raise the child. He, QinShi, is always busy with work. A few years ago, he was running around Blue Star, but in recent years, he has been flying the universe with Lishani every day. Why marry me? He should be with his blonde roommate. Such a man with a job, but no family, with his wife and child worrying about him every day. Why should our son take his surname? When can he come home 3 times a week? Then our son can change his name to QinShi. Lin Long said coldly. She had been a beloved senior in the academy when she was younger, but unfortunately, she married a husband who was always on business trips. Although she could maintain her youthful appearance, her psychological state had aged prematurely. However, while the admission form read Lin Shi, she still had the sense of major issues and continued to use QinShi's name on her ID card. How did your son perform this year? He will definitely apply for the martial arts major at the Demon Hunting Academy in the future, right? Dong Xiaoman coughed lightly, planning to ask one last question before leaving. The awakening results? They were pretty average, a C-level inheritance. Lin Long sighed and waved her hand. It's nothing. As long as he is happy, that's fine. With these grades, forget about the Demon Hunting Academy. I plan to enroll him in Lanxiang Academy. Learning a skill is more important. With his talent, I won't push him too hard. In the future, he can work steadily in a factory. After all, with me and his dad around, he won't starve. Dong Xiaoman. Light years away on Mars, a spaceship stood on the barren land. QinShi brushed off the Martian dust from his spacesuit. Before him stood millions of special demon beasts, Martian mutants. Respected human warrior, our Martian Mutant Committee has concluded its meeting. We promise not to attack Blue Star space merchant ships anymore and to engage in friendly trade with Blue Star. Of course, we Martian mutants also fully agree to join the Solar System Federation you established, and relevant trade policies will be formulated according to the Federation standards, said the Martian mutant leader, who looked like a beaten cockroach. That's right. Stop the fighting. Win-win is the way to go. QinShi patted its shoulder and nodded in satisfaction. The solar system is one family. We are all a community of shared destiny. Joining our federation for mutual development is the right path. Everyone disperse. We also need to go home. On the spaceship, thousands of Martian mutants respectfully departed. Returning to the spaceship's cockpit, QinShi removed his astronaut helmet and let out a long breath. Old Qin, are we heading back to Blue Star? Lishani stirred his wrist in the pilot's seat. For long-distance space travel, sustainable energy has always been a thorny issue. But as long as Lishani was around, energy was never a problem. What if we run out of power? There's a user of the Thunderfruit ability. Electrocution is fierce. So after the interstellar era began, QinShi always acted with Lishani. No, we're going to the lunar base to sign the agreement with the Otsutsuki clan. If I'm not there, I'm afraid old Pei won't be able to hold the fort. QinShi sighed. Putting work aside, I just received a message from Lin Long. My son's awakening results are out. I heard they're not good, even worse than mine, a C. Not only that, but this year, there hasn't been a single super SSS in the entire Blue Star. What are we going to do? Lishani listened without speaking. As QinShi's most compatible roommate, he understood what he was worried about. After leaving Blue Star, people realized that the red mist didn't just cover Blue Star. It even spread throughout the entire solar system. Not only that, but the vast galaxy is also being rapidly affected. The Blue Planet, which once relied on the strength of the Qin era to achieve unity, now faces competition not only from the demon beasts in the demon realm, but also from other planetary races in the solar system and even the galaxy. Thanks to the overwhelming power of the Qin era, the Blue Planet can still maintain a leading position in the solar system. However, scions can also suffer from heart disease and grow old. QinShi looked at the big sun outside the porthole, his expression somewhat melancholic. If I die, can humanity maintain good relations with other races in this solar system where extraordinary powers have completely awakened? Or even, can we survive? Although technology is rapidly advancing, time is still too tight. If another superpowerhouse like me were to emerge, humanity would have enough time. Lishani nodded. It is precisely because time is urgent that QinShi has spent many years neglecting his family, tirelessly traveling between the Blue Planet and the universe, promoting a system similar to the United Nations. He just wants to ensure that human civilization on the Blue Planet can thrive for a longer time. Of course, it also ensures that his wife and children can live longer. By the way, the latest files just came in, and the specific inheritance roles of the inheritors from various countries have been released. I just looked, and your son's sea-level inheritance is the hero-type Saitama, Lishani said while starting the spaceship. QinShi was taken aback. What did you say? My son's inheritance is Saitama? Lishani didn't look back. Yes, I just checked it twice, there's no mistake. QinShi pinched his own face. It hurts. My God, it's Saitama. My son's inheritance is Saitama. No wonder it's C. C is great. C is the most powerful inheritance. QinShi jumped up excitedly in the spaceship. With one jump, the entire spaceship shook. Old Qin, are you confused with excitement? Lishani quickly stabilized the ship and prepared to release a thunder welcome to calm his roommate and lead her down. Haha, I'm very clear-headed. QinShi laughed heartily. Huangmao, don't go to the moon. Let us go straight back to the Blue Planet. If we don't go back soon, Lin Long will definitely divorce me. My son, Saitama, inheritance, TSK, the future of the Blue Planet, is secured. Return immediately, at full power. Lishani nodded with a smile. Understood. The spaceship's engines ignited, drawing a bright light through the universe, heading towards the most beautiful Blue Planet. Synopsis. Countless demon beasts from other worlds descend upon the Blue Planet, and the world is in imminent danger. Fortunately, humanity can obtain the power inheritance of anime characters. Some inherit the Five Kage Gaara, forming absolute defense with the motherly sand. Some inherit Admiral Fujitora, summoning meteorites to cleanse the ground with a wave of a sword. Some inherit Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro, summoning a frost dragon with the release of the zanpakuto. QinShi, who traveled to this world, obtained a god-level inheritance system, starting with the inheritance of the big boss from Naruto, 6 PathsObito.